The mighty Emperor of Feng was unexpectedly chosen to represent the Dragon Kingdom in the National Fate Strange Talk game. While players from other countries were busy trying to improve NPC favorability, the NPC was busy trying to survive in my hands. 5,000 years ago, I crossed over to the underworld and became the lowest-ranking ghost servant, accompanied by an underworld check-in system. With the help of the system, I gradually climbed to the peak, inherited the position of the Northern Emperor, and led the underworld to achieve the status of the Fengdu Great Emperor. When the system reached its 5,000th anniversary, I finally obtained the coordinates of the Blue Star and returned to my hometown. I strolled along the street, intending to draw out the will of the Blue Star. This chaotic universe has no master, which means I can bring it under my command to strengthen the underworld. By then, the cycle of this universe will be under my control. During contemplation, suddenly a voice resounded throughout the Blue Star. Hello everyone from the 361st Hongmeng universe. In 10 minutes, the rules of Strange Tales game will begin, so please be prepared. The rules are simple. Each country will select a player to participate in the Strange Tales game. Survivors will receive rewards, while those who die will face the arrival of strange tales, and the tales encountered by deceased players will be synchronized to their respective countries. After each player's death, their country will randomly select a replacement player. Good luck to everyone. This sudden information caused fear and astonishment to appear on everyone's faces, stirring up emotions in the crowd. As the countdown ended, the selections from each country were made. Soon, numerous giant screens appeared in the sky, flashing various faces continuously. After countless flickers, the screen of the Dragon Kingdom finally settled on one person, the Dragon Kingdom candidate, Hua Wuju. With a playful glint in my eyes, feeling the sudden arrival of spatial rules, I let it take me away without resistance. I didn't expect there would be someone so foolish. The Emperor of Fengdu. How dare you drag me into the rules of Strange Tales? In the Dragon Kingdom's highest strategic meeting room, 5 elderly marshals adorned with 5 red stars were solemnly watching the live broadcast on the screen. Dragon Marshal. The investigation on this person has been completed. Hua Wuju disappeared 2 years ago at the age of 18, with an ordinary family background and a reclusive personality. After his disappearance, he vanished without a trace. His parents adopted a baby from the Chaoyang orphanage last December and named him Hua Yuju. The town's dragon marshals listened to the report, their wrinkles deepening. Let's set aside Hua Wuju's past for now. The most important thing at the moment is this rules of Strange Tales. One of the dragon marshals slowly spoke, pointing at the light screen on the screen with his thin fingers. This kind of method is beyond the reach of Blue Star technology. I believe this is the work of extraterrestrial civilizations. When a civilization reaches this level, even if they want to enslave the entire Blue Star, it would be a piece of cake, unless they simply don't take us seriously and are just playing a game of cat and mouse. Another dragon marshal rhythmically tapped the table, squinting at the screen. I do have a different idea. Do you think that this extraterrestrial civilization is using this method of projection because of certain limitations, causing them to only be able to influence us in this way? The other dragon marshals listened to this, their eyes showing a pensive expression. Xiao Zhai is right. One dragon marshal slowly spoke, with 5 stars on his shoulder and a special star of the country. If this extraterrestrial civilization wants to play with us, they don't need to go through such trouble. In my opinion, this extraterrestrial civilization has its own concerns, so they only influence us through this projection method. In any case, our first principle is the people of the Dragon Kingdom. With the transcendent dragon marshal's speech, the other 4 dragon marshals nodded solemnly in unison. That's right. Only by staying alive can we have a future. The 5 dragon marshals reached a consensus and turned their gaze back to the screen. At the same time, the real-time projection on the screen changed. After the screen went black, a region completely different from the Blue Star appeared before their eyes. Dim sky, black-gray air drifting. Everything seemed quiet and gloomy. Several buildings resembling abandoned old houses stood quietly, and nearby streetlights occasionally flickered with dim green light, giving off a chilling vibe. This is the world of Rule Strange Tales, the environment that these players are about to face. Under the tense gaze of all the Blue Star citizens, players from various countries began to appear. Their skin colors varied, and there were both men and women, but at this moment, they all shared one thing in common: confusion and fear. Blue Star, which has been at peace for nearly 100 years, has never seen such a bizarre scene. Only I, with keen interest, am feeling the atmosphere of this world. The environment here may make the people of Blue Star feel fear and horror, but compared to the underworld, it is just a playground for children. The 18 layers of hell, any one of them is scarier than this. Hello, players. Each of you will receive different tasks and must complete them within a day. Those who fail to complete the tasks, the survivors will have a chance to draw special abilities. Good luck to you all. Oh, and remember to check your respective panels. It might save your life at some point. That eerie and evil laughter echoed in everyone's ears again, making these players shocked, angry, and terrified, as they all received a different special email at the same time. This email was accompanied by a few short lines to their, but it's like a hypnotic letterhead. The letters were delivered to the home of Mr. Wang, who loves to watch TV, respectively, Grandma Lee's house, who likes to sit on her doorstep and watch the sky, and house number 502. Hannah Wujua also received this email, and in the hands of these players, 3 emails appeared at the same time. Everyone's panels, too, surfaced at the same time. Player, Hannah Wujue. Status, good. Capability, none. Title, none. Items, 3 emails. Mission countdown, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Flower Wujue raised his eyelids in boredom and revealed a meaningful smile. Because of his great Emperor's breath, which would cause Blue Star to fall into disintegration. That was why he had internalized all of his aura and looked no different from an ordinary person. I didn't expect to get involved in something interesting. Chapter 4, not interested, get out. Guys, since we're all here in this hole, I've got an idea. I'm sure you'll all want to hear about it. Wanting to survive in this unknown place, I want you all to put your strength together. It's going to be more valuable than decentralization. While the crowd was still contemplating between the 3 emails, suddenly a subdued, medium, another voice rang out with a touch of indifference. The crowd followed the sound. The speaker was a young man with a cold face, around his early 20s. The body was hidden from view under a wide white coat. The only identifying feature was the light blue pupils. He's a player from Rice. Sanchator. Armin. Outside world. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's highest strategy conference room, several Xingua dragon marshals frowned and stared tightly at the young man with blue pupils in the screen. This man was no stranger to them, even to the point of seeing him often. Sanchator. Armin. Chief Engineer. Top Strategic Engineering. United States of America. Winner of 3 consecutive Nobel Science Prizes. He is the leading figure in all of Blue Star. The man is said to have surpassed the IQ of Einstein, the smartest genius since the dawn of the human era. Dark matter engineering style, factor absorption theory, dimension spanning theory. These results, which were enough to shock the history of mankind, are now focused on one person. It is enough to witness the talent of this man, and then look at the players in your own country, missing for 2 years. Bizarre behavior. Aside from some paper documents, their knowledge of Flower Wujue was close to zero. As soon as this game of rules weirdness began, the fate of an entire nation was committed to this man. In contrast, a group of top executives in the meter country had gone crazy with joy at this point. With Dr. Armin here, we, the Rice Empire, will eventually dominate the blue planet. It's just a shame that the unfinished dimensional strategy will have to be terminated for the time being. We have so many lazybones in the Rice Empire, but, by choice, we, Dr. Armin, have been singled out. Why do I feel a sense of conspiracy? Farcoil, there you go again with your conspiracy theories. I'm asking you, without Dr. Armin, do you have the confidence to take part in this laborious rule weirdness? A group of top executives from the United States of America stood smugly in front of the screen, each raising an expensive red wine. As if they had already foreseen their country's victory, they had already begun to celebrate in advance. However, there is no shortage of worried people, but in the face of the general trend, they can only agree that drink this wine with bitterness. Who are you? Who are we to listen to you? And helping each other. How do I know you're not trying to shade the old man? Inside the world of weird tales, though with the addition of weird tales of the world, the language barriers in each country are solved. But Armin's plan doesn't go well. The first to nitpick was a player from the land of Sunset. The players in the country of Sunset go to the other extreme compared to Rice. A majestic body of sinewy flesh, with lion-like fur, and those pale golden pupils that, sweeping the crowd like a sharp sword. This is the world-class fighting champion known as King Arthur from the land of the rising sun. Grippa. Reno. Rumor has it that Reynolds was once alone, faced 2 giant adult bears and punched one in the, killed 2 adult giant bears in seconds. A power so terrifying, it's worthy of the title King Arthur. The rest of the countries were happy to see someone picking a fight, just quietly watching the duo, waiting for what comes next. There's a lot of history between the 2 countries. Reynolds, the new King Arthur of Sunset, known as the strongest man in recorded human history. You're strong, but you're useless here. Armin's gaze was flat on the other man. Reno frowned, but didn't say anything, quietly listening to the other party continue. This is known as the world of weird tales. And let's not talk about that weird electronic voice. The mere fact that we can be moved to this real space is proof that this place is not something we can fight against. Or rather, not something we can fight with flesh and blood. From the moment we joined this game, what we faced, it has long since transcended the forces of human nature. You could also call it an unnatural event. Such events simply cannot be reversed by human power, even if you are strong. But in front of an existence you can't comprehend, it's like a mole cricket that can't be shaken in the slightest. Like the element of water, the power you pride yourself on, under the acceleration of the hit on it, what you get in the end, you won't have anything but a splash. And we are, right now, in this environment surrounded by water. Or maybe we're on top of an ocean, and the only support that is the rule here. We, all 337 of us, are situated on this wooden boat called rule. All men, every move, must be within the wooden boat, and once they step out of it is to fall into the ocean, and all will be lost. And a wooden boat, even if it has no oars, can be used as an oar with our arms. If we people are on it, keep sliding, there's always hope of seeing land. But until then, as the advice of this weird world goes, finish the job or die. When Armin finished speaking, the faces of the players from each country showed a look of emotion. Even Reynolds, who had just had a provocative expression on his face, was in deep thought. I don't force people to join me, but I can promise you this. Joining me can have a 33% survival rate. Also, my name is Sanchitor. Armin. This time, everyone's expression turned to shock. The man who won the Nor Science Prize 3 times in a row was known to them, but they had never seen a picture. This is inseparable from the secrecy at the top of Rice. When the real person appeared before them, the various factors added to the players from various countries did not have the slightest doubt, and even this shock gradually evolved into admiration. The smartest man in the recorded history of mankind, with all the aura of it made the players from various countries stand over without hesitation, including Reno. He's right, strength is useless here, brains are the most useful. Soon the place was alone, and that person was none other than Dragon Kingdom player, Flower Woodue. Hey, come on over here, this is Dr. Armin. Follow him, there's always hope of survival. You don't think you're going to be able to survive on your own in this hellhole. Standing past the players, someone couldn't help but speak up. What do you care about him? The dragons are just so arrogant. Just let him die. Don't come and drag us down. There were also players from Sakura Nation who spoke out angrily. Flower Wujue's indifferent gaze slowly looked over the crowds of people in it actually felt like death. In this moment, the group of people with different minds were silenced in unison. There was a different gleam in Armin's eyes, and it was as if something in his eyes were calculating that Then he spoke out in a deep voice. Dragon player, if you'd like to join us, I can guarantee you a 17% survival rate. What? The group of players behind Armin had their eyes widened, followed by a look of indignation. What makes his survival rate 17%? Dissatisfaction flashed in Reno's eyes as well, but stood beside Armin and didn't say anything. Just because he was notable for his strength didn't mean he didn't really have any brains at all. If Armin could say that, he naturally had his reasons, and he didn't need to refute them. Not interested, off. Flower Wujue's indifferent eyes did not contain any emotional fluctuations, and after he finished speaking, he turned around and was alone. Toward the spooky town in the distance. This move of his, not only is it mind-boggling to the players in Weird Tales world, but even the nationals out there. It was also full of disbelief. However, Flower Wujue would not explain it to anyone, because he's the Fengdu Emperor, the Master of Hell, the Emperor of Heaven, arguing with a mole. Isn't that a laugh? Chapter 5, How dare the ghosts and phantoms act recklessly? This world of Weird Tales seems to be assimilating Blue Star step by step by way of projection. It's hard to be a jumper. A cold smile flashed across the corner of Hua Wuju's mouth. There is only one way to assimilate and annex the Hongmeng universe to the Hongmeng universe. Hong Kong will. Hua Wuju would choose to forcefully refine it because he had that strength. However, some of the Hongmeng universes that do not have the ability to be forcibly refined will, by way of rule projection, assimilate the rules of his own universe step-by-step projection to the rest of the Hongmeng universe. By the time the rules of Weird Talk have completely covered Blue Star, then, this side of the Hongmeng universe, it also goes to the will of Weird Tales. This method is time-consuming and slow, not to mention, it is also a sign of lack of strength. There's a familiar scent. Flower Wujue's abyssal ink-like eyes swept over the town as if they were gods peering in. All of it has nothing to hide. This familiar feeling originated from the underworld Chaos Sea. He suffered countless bizarre attacks in the underworld Chaos Sea. Naturally, he was also familiar with these weird scents. This world of strange tales, though far from hell, but it was somewhat similar to those weird scents, yet somewhat different. That's what intrigued him. The weirdness in the sea of unearthly chaos wasn't always there. Rather, It was sealed there, by the last Fengdu emperor. Unable to be exterminated by conventional means, they can only resort to suppressing it with the will of the earth. Under day after day of suppression, their bodies are used as sustenance to grow the hell. And the reason why the last Fengdu emperor, who disappeared, had nothing to do with this weird source. Now, it's just the right pivot point with which to explore things. Perhaps the secrets that have been sealed for 10,000 years can be revealed. That's what they say, but the people watching outside don't know that. No, what the hell are our Dragon Kingdom players up to? Why not hold on to Dr. Armin's leg? A total of 337 players. 336 of them have chosen to embrace this flower wujue. What do you think you are? The people of the Dragon Kingdom, with good humor and amusement, looked at Hua Wuju on the light screen. It's as if it's like looking at a little cutie. Generally, the heart is filled with indignation. If he dies, it will be their entire Dragon Kingdom that suffers. How come he has so little concept of country? Compared to these angry people, there are some sensible people. Don't worry guys, I'm sure our Dragon Kingdom players won't risk their lives. It's likely that Hana Wujua found out something and that's why she did it. These sensible statements are, after all, a minority. An online opinion can easily be carried away by the general current. Yo, what did I say? Love Brain can't watch live. What else did you find out? That he's an ordinary guy who probably didn't even go to college. Do you expect him to be smarter than Dr. Armin? I advise all you no-brainer love brains that don't spend all day looking at your brother with his handsome face and chasing him around mindlessly. Open your eyes and see. This is a battle of national fortunes, and should anything happen to him, you'll handle those weird talks? The internet in the Dragon Kingdom had exploded, with massive amounts of popular discourse growing by the second. Relevant content without exception. All of them were centered around this move by Hua Wuju. The concern is all about the coming of the weird talk, and the battle for the nation's fortunes. But there were others, who were worried about the safety of Flower Wujue. Sunrise Subdivision. Building 8. 103. Little Jew. It's really Little Jew. Flowerless felt her mother trembling as she stroked the screen, looking at the contents of the light screen relayed on it in real time. Tears welled up from the corners of his eyes like dropped threads. And beside her, Flower Wujue's father, the stoic, curmudgeonly man, pursed his lips and the body trembled continuously. Why Kogetsu? Their attention is pure compared to that of others, which is the love of parents for their children. What battle of nations? What strange tales of descent? I just want my child back. Son, it's been over 2 years. Why won't you come back for a visit? They have so many questions they want to voice, but both sides. But it is as if it is not in the same world. Inside the world of weird tales, everyone got 3 emails in their hands, right? Armin withdrew his gaze from Flower Wujue's back and said in a deep voice, since Hana Wujue is not willing to join, as he said earlier, there will be no coercion. The crowd took their minds back and nodded. Next, I need to know what you're delivering. Armin's next sentence made the players of the countries hesitate a bit. While the rules don't say you can't divulge the contents of the delivery, who knows what will happen if you open it? What if the letterhead is torn and the person refuses to accept it? After the refusal, the mission could not be accomplished. Wouldn't he be dead? Please be assured that I have studied the contents of the mission. It is not that we need to deliver to the believers, but only to their homes. That is, as long as the letter is delivered. It doesn't matter if the letter owner needs to receive it or not. When these words came out, the players from all countries were somewhat moved. Yes, the mission does not say that it must be delivered to the hands. To deliver on the line I need to see the contents because I need information gathering. Not much, just one letter. I'll be able to end it. This is about our future survival in this world. So, and I hope you'll be more understanding. As compensation, I can prioritize the players who can come up with a letter to deliver for them. With the fall of Armin's words, the players of the Pickle Country, amidst hesitation, handed out a letter of his own. Armin, who had received the letter, was flickering rapidly under his pale blue pupils. After about a minute had passed, the letter was handed back. The Kimchi Nation player hurriedly resealed his envelope and spat somewhat lamely at but no matter how hard he tried, the letter's mouth could never be sealed. Come on, I'll keep my promise to prioritize the delivery of your mail. On the other side, Hua Wuju also walked straight into the middle of the weird town. Almost all the houses here are small villas with their own gardens. It had just been abandoned for a bit too long, and there was moss everywhere, both on the walls and on the floor. As soon as you enter the middle of this weird town, it was as if a million eyes were peering at him, or coveting, or surveying. The various thoughts are contained within, and under the indistinctly broken streetlight, there actually appeared, in flashes, a man holding a newspaper and A ghastly figure. And the distance between Hua Wuju and the other party was only 2 meters apart. The outside audience could even see those emotionless white pupils. For a while, the whole of the Dragon Kingdom had their hearts in their throats. But don't let anything happen. Get out of here. But this was evidently impossible. For the newspaper ghost, after the next blink of it was stuck straight in front of Flower Wujue. A murderous intent flashed in Hua Wuju's eyes. Fengdu Emperor's mighty pressure erupted at this moment. Ghostly people, how dare you act recklessly? The domineering words revealed an unoffendable majesty. He is Fengdu the Great, the only master of the demons and monsters of the world. Even if this is the strange world of weird talk, these shenanigans are not subordinate to him. But an emperor, after all, is an emperor. There is no king's land under the sky. Along with this dominating words, the newspaper ghost's face actually showed alarm, and even turned creepy in the next moment. It's as if it's the guy who met the ghost. The ultimate creepiness appeared on his pale face. It has to pay for its ignorance. Its body was rapidly dissolving into white mist, and the newspaper in its hand fell uncontrollably to the ground. Eventually, everything turns to dust, turned into ashes that float in the air. Not a trace of it remains. You have obtained the newspaper of the newspaper Ghost X1. Remarks, the newspaper has some fun things in it that someone will want to read. A newspaper, lying calmly in Hua Wuju's hand, did not dare to move the slightest bit. The scenes relayed in real time by the light screen made the whole country of Longhua, and even the Blue Star, they all fell into an eerie silence. The people wanted to say something, but they were relatively speechless. Nay, Big Brother is uneducated, and a line of S***T goes around the world. The scene in front of us has gone beyond the cognizance of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, even more so than the Weird Tales game. The Weird Tales game comes from the unknown, and it's natural for them to hold trepidation if they haven't seen it before. But why was Flower Wujue, an ordinary Dragon Nation man, so outrageous? Only after a long time had passed, words came from within the Dragon Kingdom's highest strategy conference room. Immediately send someone to ask if those Taoist sects took them away during the 2-year window? Chapter 6 The Old King Who Doesn't Like to Watch TV. Hiss, hiss. Just as the outside world was boiling over, Hua Wuju had already found the first stop he was going to deliver. The old TV-loving king's house. The vintage windows, glancing vaguely within them in the dim light of there was a blurry figure, hunched over a couch, and in front of him was an antenna TV with flickering snowflakes. There was nothing on the TV, except the hissing sound of electricity. The figure on that couch, however, looked on with great interest, and even from time to time, from a table aside, holding something, eating it, outside. Is this the old TV-loving king's house? Hiss, flickering snowflake TVs, wacky figures, this is too damn weird. What's that old man looking at? And, y'all, look at what he's eaten. Why do I feel like fingers? Before one wave of the Dragon Nation netizens subsides, another wave rises. They hadn't understood the sudden dissipation of the newspaper ghost earlier. The next thing you know, you're back on your toes again. Brother, please, just drop the letter there and go straight. Accidents don't happen every time. I think there's a hierarchy of creepiness within this town. You see that newspaper ghost doesn't have a house. He can only appear with the light. This old king has a mansion all to himself, and a TV to watch. A tough guy at first glance. Yeah. Alman and the others have already deciphered it. Just throw the letter at the house. Even if you complete the mission, you don't want to knock on the door stupidly. The thinking of the people of the Dragon Kingdom has not been corrected in a short period of time. After all, they hadn't realized who the figure projected on the light screen really was. Bang bang. There was a violent knock on the door, and inside the house, the current of the television seemed to lurch for it. Hua Wuju knocked on the door of the room straight away and had a bad attitude. The outside world's Dragon Nation citizens even sucked in a breath of cold air. Brother, this is a weird world. Why do you act like you're visiting your home? From the viewpoint of the nationals of the dragon, they could clearly see, within the house, the old king of the. Slowly, he stood up and made his way towards the door. Asterisk. Run for it, your sister. You girl deliberately. You want to die. Do not pull us into the water. Brother, don't stand there. I beg you. Just throw the letter there and go. The door to the room opened in the near-collapse mood of the Dragon Nation. Like a rusty iron door. It opened with a harsh scraping sound. The somewhat blurred figure was hidden in the shadows behind the iron door, and his tone was somewhat cold. Your letter. Hua Wuju pulled one of the letters out and handed it to the shadows behind the iron door. The shadows behind the iron door, instead of taking the letter, made a strange noise. It was chilling to listen to, from mental to physical discomfort. It's over. Geez, is this TV ghost going to do it? Goo, my dear brother, can you not be so calm? Why don't you hurry up and throw the letter there and go? Brother, I'm begging you, move. It's over. It's over. This kid's probably scared silly. Let's get ready for dinner. People, I know a forum that's been working on the paranormal. Let's join it. Weird tales of descent or live and let live. The hearts of the Dragon Nation's congregation were once again in their throats. Everyone's eyes were firmly fixed on Flower Woodjue, no matter what their mood was. The mailman. A new one so soon. The shadows behind the door spoke with an unspoken word. What do you mean? It's over. It's over. That means there was a mailman before, but the mailman got eaten by him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't scare me. If this is weird talk coming down, wouldn't that be the end of it? Who will dare to work as a letter carrier in the future? Open up the grid a bit. You won't even dare to watch TV later. The day you're looking at. Suddenly there's a TV ghost beside you, and then you're asked, Melon boy, watching TV or not? Gee, why do you suddenly feel a little funny? Seriously, this is important alright. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were discussing it with great fervor, and Hua Woodjue, who was the person in question, but a little impatient, to be or not to be. Flower Woodjue said coldly, a hint of red aura flashing under her abyssal ink-like pupils. The shadows behind the iron door suddenly froze at that question. Can't seem to figure out why this new mailman is so cross? Grandma Lee, I'm creepy. You're a human. How dare you act like that? The shadows behind the iron door laughed in anger and said nonchalantly, boy, believe. I want it too. The TV ghost suddenly sprang from the shadows, revealing its full form in the moonlight. Underneath the graying hair was a stooped old man with a corpse-covered face and dark eyes that, without a single whiteness of eye, it was strangling Hua Wuju's neck with excitement. And just when it was about to get it, as if he had run into some invisible barrier, he let out a miserable scream, and then he retreated back and forth, with an almost horrified expression. He shouted, what the hell are you? You're not a mailman? Hua Wuju completely lost his patience at this moment. He was seen slowly slipping the letter into the other man's jacket pocket, and then raising the palm of his hand. A slap to the left side of its face, only to see the TV ghost's head rotate in a direct 360-degree circle. Eventually it was back in its original position. The entire ghost of the TV ghost who was slapped was in a daze. Before even reacting, he was actually slapped himself. How could you possibly hit me? The TV ghost shouted incredulously. What answered it was a cold smile from Hua Wuju. Spinning around, he slapped again. And this time, the TV ghost's teeth instantly crumbled and fell out in a shower of broken teeth. This ferocious scene made the people of the Dragon Kingdom watch in fear. Everyone had a question at the same time. Who's the creepy one? Anyway, the real creepy was too beat up to fight back, and the player fell back to running rampant like a creepy. Do you already have a way to die for offending me? Flower Woodjue's cold sight was like a knife blade, slashing at the TV ghost's face. The fear on the TV ghost's face was close to congealing into substance, and his body trembled as he nodded repeatedly. I was afraid that if I ordered it late, I would have to be slapped again. At the same time, a heavenly remorse flooded its heart. If it had known this, it would have just collected the letter and been done with it. It had to provoke this bogeyman. I can give you 50 ghost coins. The TV ghost rushed to say. Oh, Hua Wuju's eyelids lifted. Wait a minute, and I can still make up for the TV. With a jolt, the TV ghost hastily added. This is really all I have now. The TV ghost said the last sentence with an urgent cry. I don't know why, but suddenly I kind of sympathize with this TV ghost. Nice guy, got beat up and blackmailed on his own doorstep. Heartbroken about it for 3 seconds. Good man. Is it okay to receive a letter and have it dumped on you? The old TV-loving king? Without a TV, wouldn't he be the old non-TV-loving king? Let the pattern loose. Maybe it won't want to see TV again. The people of the Dragon Kingdom couldn't help but say. The previous tense atmosphere couldn't help but be swept away. You have obtained Old King's TV ×1. Old King's TV has no picture, only snowflakes, and I don't know what it watches every day. You might find something different if you open it. You've gained Ghost Coins x50. Ghost Coins, hard passes from the world of weird tales that can be exchanged for whatever you want, as long as you take enough money. Though, there are times when it's okay to use certain parts of the body for credit. Not bad, kinda on the ball. Welcome to the messenger service and I look forward to serving you next time. Hua Wuju smiled and his killing intent dissipated. He hasn't had enough fun yet, and he wasn't some unreasonable person who couldn't move without slapping him into a bloody mist. Enough to be on the up and up, and he didn't mind staying alive for a little while. A mole is a mole. Life and death depend on his whim. The TV ghost squeezed out a raw smile as he was relieved to see that. but in his heart, he cursed, "You want the next time? I never want to see you again in my life." Chapter 7. It's time for you to deliver the mail. Meanwhile, Armin and his party moved. "That's where I deliver the mail, up ahead. Uncle phone booth," the Kimchi Nation player said with some apprehension and fear. Directly in front of it, a lone old red telephone booth stood, silent, and, it's a little depressing. There's only one phone booth. Where's the letter's owner? The people outside watched the scene, unsure. One could only feel the eerie atmosphere that infected them through the curtain of light. "Well, don't worry, everyone. We'll make sure nothing goes wrong in the Great Pickle Country." With Dr. Armin leading the way, the mission will be accomplished. Yes, Dr. Armin. The hopes of our great Kimchi Nation are entrusted to you. The populace of Pickle Country are a little nervous, but generally trusting. After all, they can only entrust the hopes of the country to someone else. As for weird tales of dissent, can't really. Just immigrate and forget about it. As long as there are kimchi to eat. Where is not a kimchi country? Park Young-hyun, go ahead, Armin said calmly while gazing at the red phone booth with those light blue pupils. Shouldn't you deliver it for me? The Kimchi Nation player was visibly stunned and seemed to be a bit turned off. On the sidelines, Reno was good-humored and amused. "Delivering a letter for you doesn't mean I have to deliver it to your hand instead. Besides, you're forbidden to have someone else deliver it for you in your taskbar, right?" Reno had seen through this a long time ago, but he was in favor of it because it was necessary. And Armin, as their brain, can't have anything happen to him. So as long as he wasn't involved, Reno would stand firmly on Armin's side. Most of the players from the remaining countries also took a wait-and-see attitude, ranging from teasing to pitying. But by and large, no one made a sound. Or rather, everyone maintained a silent understanding. The first one to deliver the letter will give them valuable experience. The Kimchi Country player held his red face and looked at those people in front of him, but he was actually shaking a little bit in anger. Questioned with anger, "Why did you gather us together if we had to deliver ourselves?" When the players from various countries heard this, their eyes had their own thoughts in them. Looking at Armin's back was no longer so blind. "Park Young-hyun, calm down." Armin withdrew his eyes from the phone booth and said in a cold voice, "I've brought everyone together precisely to be better prepared for the unexpected. I never said I could get you all out of here 100%. What I've been saying has been accurate. The probability of us surviving is 33%. Nothing is absolute, and only enough intelligence can lead to the best results. Inadequate intelligence brings nothing but vague futures. Park Young-hyun, it's time for you to deliver the letter." Along with the fall of Armin's words, Reno took a step forward with a displeased look on his face. Along with the rest of the players from various countries, there was actually a tacit agreement to move forward and surround the Kimchi Country players as well. Armin is right. Someone has to do the trial and error. Compared to them, who, one by one, went to their deaths like headless flies, might as well have one person make a sacrifice in exchange for an increased survival rate for everyone. The Kimchi Country player's face turned pale for a moment, and he could only shiver and point his finger at these people. In the midst of falling backwards, he fell to the ground. "Park Young-hyun, go ahead. If anything happens to you, the next Kimchi Nation player, it will be taken care of by us." Armin's pale blue pupils looked at him silently. It was as if each of those words struck at his heart, and were driving him on and on. Park Young-hyun, it's time for you to deliver the letter." Outside, the people of the Pickle Country have also fallen silent. Everyone actually turned from their initial indignation to silence. Why don't we just let him go through trial and error, so at least our next player can be taken care of? "Well, Park Young-hyun, the Pickle Congress remembers what you've done, so go on. Delivering a letter doesn't necessarily mean that something will really happen. The Dragon Kingdom next door is just fine. Go on, Park Young-hyun." Though what is said in the outside world cannot reach within the world of weird talk, but Park Young-hyun understood after listening to Armin's words. One can only deliver the mail oneself. These people in front of him won't let him go if he doesn't deliver it. The people of the Pickle Country will not spare his family if he doesn't deliver. He wanted to fight back, but that would only make Pickle Country go away faster. The Weird Tales rules make it clear that there will be a next player after his death. His life, long ago, was out of his control. The Kimchi Nation player actually choked but then laughed. Stumbling to his feet, he pulled out the letter to the phone booth toward the old red phone booth. As Armin watched this scene, his expression gradually became grave, and his light blue pupils flickered madly. As if calculating something. Players from all countries are also very nervous at this moment. After all, they hadn't come face to face with Creepy yet. Who knows what will happen when this letter is delivered? Park Young-hyun is crying and laughing, as if he doesn't care about anything anymore. just opened the phone booth door straight away and threw the letter in. The eyes of the crowd were fixed on the letter until it landed in the phone booth. Nothing happened. Another minute. Nothing happened. Reno looked at the scene and frowned. It's hard to believe. This is done? But what about the uncle who received the letter? The player from the pickle country, also in a bit of a trance, seemed to realize that he'd completed a delivery mission that, also more aware that it seems like you don't have to die. The thought of survival reminded him frantically to go. In hindsight, the Kimchi Nation player, rushing about to remove his hand from the phone booth. Get out of here right now. But the moment his hand was loosened, a telephone ringing so eerie that it rang out abruptly. Ding, 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 as if it were a cassette tape radio, one thought at a time. And there, in that old phone booth, at some point, was a blurred back view of an older man. The ghastly white palm was holding the ringing phone. Move. Armin's face changed, and his light blue pupils snapped shut. Hearing this, the crowd did not dare to delay and fled by taking the road. The Kimchi country player's eyes widened, and his body couldn't even tremble as if he couldn't listen to his. One could only watch as the older man with the phone picked it up, and the moment it picked the phone up, the Kimchi Nation player instantly fell to the ground. It was like a cold sculpture. Instead, the old phone was filled with voices terrified to the core. Help! Kimchi player, Park Young-hyun, dead. Strange talk descends, with the laughter of the will of the strange talk ringing out. The land of pickles has seen countless more dead souls trapped on the phone for a while, and it all started with the death of Park Young-hyun. Interestingly spooky, Hana Woo-jue, who had gotten an old bicycle from somewhere, happened to be passing by. He took a look at the corpse of the Kimchi country player with interest, and then left the place. And his next stop is the home of Grandma Lee, who loves to watch the sky. Chapter 8. That's Hannah's shadow, a nostalgic object. The bike, which he had snatched from a nameless creep on the way, somewhat worn, but still no problem to use. As for the reason for the robbery, he misses it a bit. A leisurely bike ride all the way to the center of town. In front of a vintage house, he came to the destination of this stop, Grandma Lee's, who likes to sit on the porch and watch the sky. In front of the rust-covered door of the room, a pair of rattan chairs made of woven bamboo sections sat quietly. There was no one sitting on it, but the wicker chair was swaying rhythmically. It was as if whoever was on it was lying down and rocking back and forth. Deliver the letter to Grandma Lee. Note that Grandma Lee sometimes recognizes you as her grandson. Please attach yourself to the other side. It's the ethic of being a professional postal worker. Compared to the last letter from the old king, this letter from Grandma Lee has an extra message. Being my grandmother. Ha! A smile spread across the corners of Hua Wuju's mouth. But this smile represented a complicated meaning in the eyes of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. When Jue smiles, it's hard to predict old tits. Alas! I hope Grandma Lee grows a pair and takes the letter and shuts up. Or else, I'm afraid I'm going to be the next old king. I can kind of see where our dragon country up there is an ordinary person. This is clearly a bigot. You guys, it can't be true that there are cultivators out there, can it? Otherwise, I don't think the phenomenon at hand can be explained, and the Kimchi country next door could be plunged into the realm of weird talk. Compared to the sadness of other countries, the atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom is cheerful, because everyone realized that those things that seemed weird and dangerous, in the presence of Flower Wujue, it's like a child's playground, no effort at all. Inside the Dragon State's top strategy conference room, the 5 Xingua dragon marshals were also blowing before their eyes. Although Hua Wujue was not the one who took away from the Dao sect, however, it could not be ruled out that it was the shut-in disciple of some reclusive bigwig. Though Blue Star revered science, they, the marshals at the top, had to know more. For example, the immortal gate left over from the last end times. But all the same, at their consultation, these immortal sects expressed their inability to understand the strange talk. A being who can do this kind of spatial shifting, out-of-body incarnation, and great magical powers, clearly beyond their understanding. After all, it was already the end times, and they didn't know much. But regardless, Dragon, at least, has a better hope of coming out on top of this game. Inside the world of weird tales, Hua Wuju took out the letter to Grandma Lee and said indifferently, "Your letter arrived." The ever-rocking cane chair paused for a moment, but resumed rocking. Hua Wuju took 2 steps forward and pressed down on the rocking rattan chair, restating it again. "Your letter arrived." For once, the wicker chairs were no longer empty. Instead, there's an extra grandma with a spotted sparrow. She was lying quietly in a wicker chair, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. The cloudy eyes contained not a trace of gleam, staring numbly at the sky. A second repetition was heard from Hana Wujue. The old granny twisted her stiff neck, and those dead fish-like eyes stared at Hua Wuju. My, Letter, good grandson. You've come to deliver it, Granny said with beat after beat, as if something had gotten caught in her throat. It's creepy to listen to. Pop. Flower Wood US slapped up the corner of his eyes with indifference, and said in a cold voice, and you deserve to be called my grandson? Granny's back was slapped and her entire head was deflected 180 degrees. A rare point of anger was also brought into the numb eyes. Didn't I teach you to honor the old and love the young? Accompanied by the grandmother's chilling words, the rattan chair seemed to possess a life of its own. Twisting and turning, she came at Hua Wuju's body, and on the back of that rattan chair, an agonized face made of wood and rattan appeared in a vague way. From this face it would appear to be a young male. Good man. No wonder he recognized the letter carrier as his grandson. The feeling that this rattan chair is made of people? If this is weird talk coming down, I'm afraid we're going to end up like the kimchi country next door. Dare to call and wait to be trapped inside. A touch of disdain surfaced under Flower Wuju's indifferent gaze, as if he was looking at a mole cricket. Just by gently waving his hand, a blazing flame appeared out of nowhere, and this flame is emitting an extremely terrifying high temperature. Gives the creeps to that old granny sitting in the wicker chair. What's this? What's this? How did you get the ghost flame? The grandmother said in horror. Awe surfaced visibly in those dead fish eyes. Ghost flame? When did my flower brother get that? Phuket. Maybe Hannah unloaded from that streetlight while we were in the bathroom. Hey, there's a limit to the bull asterisk. Flower Wujua has been under the live stream. Where do I go to unload a streetlight for you? Besides, I haven't been able to close my eyes and I haven't seen him unload. It certainly wasn't something he unloaded from a streetlight. How could those ghostly green flames compare to his golden flames? This flame was the weakest of the 108,000 channels he had refined. When it was first refined, it was only because of its peculiar characteristics. And that characteristic? No, my body. It's absorbing me. The grandmother was a bit scared and tried to stand up, but she was pressed down by Hua Wuju. That's right. The characteristic of this gold flame was clearly the absorption of weirdness. The reason why it is the weakest one. It was precisely because the growth of Jin Yen required a bizarre supply, and the bizarre ones in the underworld chaos sea. Each one of them is a great terrifying existence. The gold flames could not be absorbed at all, and at most, they could only disperse a trace of it. So that's been put on hold as well. The world of weird tales today is just right for its growth. But Flower Wujua actually didn't really care, because even if he didn't rely on this golden flame, he was also confident of being invincible here. And even at the source of the weirdness, nowadays it's all fun and games at best. When the Six Paths grinder returns, he'll be able to use it as a springboard to penetrate the passageway of the bizarre Hongmeng universe. Pound their nests. Maybe, there's even some information about the last Fengdu emperor. I was wrong. Please, let me go. The grandmother, trapped in the rattan chair, cried out anxiously, as the golden flame scorched its body had become nearly transparent. Oh, didn't you want to make a chair out of me? What? Now you won't let me honor the old man? Hua Wuju said with interest. I'm willing to compensate. You letter carriers only pay 1 ghost coin per letter. I'm willing to give you 20. The grandmother in the wicker chair said anxiously, because any letter and its body would be completely transparent. Che, only 20? The old king next door is much bigger than you. In my opinion, this chair is good. Why don't you use it to pay off your debt? If this house had a real estate license, it seems like something to consider. One knock. You guys are devils, aren't you? Next door is still in a state of shock under the weirdness. It was the day that Granny no longer liked to look at the sky, for it was the shadow of Hannah. Chapter 9, Meat Factory. 1 ghost coin. Hearing this information, Hua Wuju was a bit surprised. After all, in the Weird Tales quest, there's no talk of this payoff. In other words, the great Fengdu emperor was actually used as a white laborer? Very well, this great emperor takes note. Flower Wuju smiled faintly as the scorching heat of the golden flames increased by another point. Along with it, the screams of the grandmothers. No, all I have, 80 ghost coins, and this wicker chair, 2 pounds of Meatworks meat coupons, all for you. The old granny pulled out the ghost coins like a madwoman and handed them to Flower Wuju full of trembling, getting the compensation. Only then did Flower Wuju withdraw the golden flames. Counting the ghost coins he had gotten from old Wang earlier, he now had a total of 130 ghost coins. Ghost coins can be used to exchange items. So what about ghosts? Holding on to the idea of testing the waters, Flower Wuju shouted into the void. I want to trade a ghost. Ghosts cannot be traded. Please take other items. Hint, ghost newspapers, ghost TVs, ghost bicycles. They can all be exchanged. The sound that was similar to the strange talk of willful laughter rang out. Over compared to the latter, The voice that rang out nowadays was a bit more mechanical. Sure enough, the will of Weird Tales won't be alarmed without disturbing the entire Weird Tales pattern. Flower Wuju's indifferent gaze, looking into the void, as if through the ashen sky, is staring at something, the outside world. However, did not know what Hua Wujue was thinking and only knew that he wanted to sell the grandmother. ***. There's such an operation? It's over. It's over. People go to the Weird Tales world is to cross over. It's to get in. The old granny also broke out in a cold sweat as she listened to Hua Wuju. If it had one. What do you mean? He's actually trying to sell me out? Who's the creepy one? Anyway, get up. That's my personal stuff you're sitting on now. Hana Wujue stared at the grandmother. The grandmother squeezed out a raw smile, then rose from her chair with some effort. The whole thing was so tough that even the outside dragon audience could not help but laugh a little. Granny can stop sitting around looking at the sky and get more exercise. Well, no more exercise. I'm afraid the road won't even go. You guys are going to have fun with me, aren't you? You let creepy work out? Ha ha. You have obtained Granny's rattan chair ×1. The exquisitely shaped rattan chair is infused with heart and soul, and when you recline on it, you can even feel the warmth of the touch. You've obtained meat coupons X2. The meat plant in Pineville is a household name and is well received by all families. It is well known that meat from the meat plant is always of the highest quality. Satisfied, Hua Wuju got on his bike and slipped the letter into the grandmother's hand in the meantime. Looking forward to serving you next time. See you soon. The team that Armin had assembled ran into another problem. Dr. Armin, I say, isn't it time to give us an answer? Reno stood in front of Armin, some impatience in his golden pupils. They've already lost one member, and if nothing comes out of it, but it can be a bit overwhelming. The rest of the players from all the countries did the same, and everyone pretty much kept the same mindset. It's been one death, so it's time to come up with something, right? If not, wouldn't they still have to find someone to die? Only some of it came out. Couldn't come up with all of it. Our survival rate is unchanged from what it was. Armin always had that unperturbed look, as if everything was calculated. The Kimchi country players who lost their lives because of him seemed as if they were like passing ants. It's not worth it. What? Only some. Reno grabbed Armin by the collar, somewhat angrily, exposing his thin frame to the air. The part of the torso that was exposed, however, was constructed from densely packed metal parts. This strange scene caused the pupils of players from all countries to contract. What's the matter? This Armin is a robot? Reno, who had yanked Armin to his feet, was also amazed that this seemingly skinny body that it actually made him feel a little overwhelmed. It's hard to imagine just how much these machine parts weigh. You know, as King Arthur, he was able to lift a 200-pound barbell with his bare hands. Nowadays it actually feels strained? Armin flatly pushed Reno's hand away, rehiding his body beneath his white lab coat. I was going to die. Or rather, I should have died 5 years ago, because I have cancer and it's terminal. But I reconstructed my body, using bionic machinery, the most perfect preservation of my brain. Compared to you guys, I'm actually a new human. A human being after re-nirvana. Having experienced life and death, I've long since stopped caring about emotions. Everything I do is for the optimal resolution of the situation. Although I deeply regret Park Young-hyun's death, it was necessary, because that's the only way I can really jack up the survival rate to 33%. Armin said somewhat silently. With this kind of mechanical nirvana, it's hard to imagine what kind of a genius he really is. It is amazing that even cancer, which the world could not solve, was solved by him in this way. But all the same, everyone felt a touch of sadness at the same time. The vast majority of his body has been replaced with machinery. So is he still a human being? Flesh and blood. That's what you call a human being. What is he? What is he? Well, then you always have to say something. Reno's attitude has also moderated, if not somewhat complicated. Although he was a bit selfish and egotistical, such a genius was always much more useful. Aha! What I'm about to tell you is exactly the next step. Go to the meat plant and pay the letter, Armin said in a hushed voice. Why the meatpacking plant? Reno frowned, somewhat unable to understand. Something as common as an old red phone booth is so dangerous. Wouldn't it be scarier to be associated with a meatpacking plant? Because we need ghost money. Armin held out his letter. The crowd moved, not realizing that he had opened his letter long ago. Players from various countries came forward, only to see that the 3 letters belonging to Armin had long been opened. Dear Rev. Arnold. Good morning. The ordinary meat plant is at your service, and if you need it, please place your order early. Planet Meat Factory. Dear Mr. Ally. The new meat pig, 10 guineas a pound, is about to be sold out, so look for early purchases. Plain Meat Factory. Dear MS. Sue. Beauty is inextricably linked to good eating habits. Ordinary meat plant meets your needs. Planet Meat Factory. The 3 letters, without exception, were all addressed to the Ordinary Meat Factory. But what? What does that have to do with needing ghost coins? If all these letters were sent from Plain Meatworks, and what role do they play? What is the connection between the meat plant and the messengers? Anyway, Chapter 10. House 502. Flower Wujue looked at the last letter left on her person, and in her inky eyes, a flash of contemplation swept over him. This first wave of quests for Weird Tales of the Will gives 3 emails in total. The first 2 delivery missions have some level of hints. Love to watch TV and sit in the doorway. This all corresponds to their ability to kill the TV ghost and the cane chair ghost. How did you get to this last one? With only 1 house number? The 2 stragglers from earlier. If we talk about the intensity of Ghost Chi, they were not as good as a grade C Ghostbuster. Even when he had just become a D-level Ghostbuster, he could easily take it. The precipitation of 5,000 years of light still allowed him to see the problem at a glance. If I'm not mistaken, here's the trick to this weird talk about will. Hua Wujue raised his head to glance at the gray sky and revealed a smile. Brother Ju, is this looking up at the sky? What's wrong with this letter? Dragon Nation's netizens are puzzled. As a matter of fact, they had never understood some of Hua Wujue's actions, but they support it. Even with these waves of anticlimactic maneuvers, the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom's trust in Hua Wujue had reached a point of no return. What do you know, Ju? There must be a reason for him to do this. Just watch, a netizen replied. And do you understand? I don't get it, but I'm greatly impressed. It's not just the Dragon's netizens who are similarly perplexed. In fact, all the viewers on the blue planet were now confused, because on the other hand, they likewise don't understand why Armin is traveling to the meatpacking plant. But, is that relevant? Confusion appeared in Reno's eyes and he subconsciously scratched his head. The rest of the players from various countries were also at a loss, not understanding the connection at all. Ha ha, a moment of blue star confusion. A lone wolf contestant on one side, and a flock contestant on the other. We're eating players. There's no shortage of some good-hearted netizens spouting off. Knock Naya. Laneros, get the hell out of our network. Gu, why are you so angry? Maybe you'll be begging to be a dragon guy later on. Ha ha, oh my god. I swear I'm going to curse him with the dirtiest words I've ever heard in my life. Please show. I'm your father. Ha ha. Inside the world of Weird Tales, as I'm sure you've all seen, we have this quest called 3 emails, but the addresses for delivering mail vary, and this town, ordinary as it may seem, reveals itself to be bizarre for so long. Has anyone seen the same sight? Armin's eyes were like swords, sweeping the crowd. Players from various countries were stunned at the words, and then they began to recall them in their minds. Since the moment they had finished conferring outside and entered this town, it does appear that we have not seen any of the same buildings. Even when the environment behind them was changing, they didn't even notice it in the slightest. No. Is that what it looked like when it came in the back? The White Elephant Kingdom player swallowed hard, his eyes revealing fear as he, fingers pointed behind them. The houses, still quaint and old-fashioned. But it was not at all the same buildings they remembered. The rest of the players from various countries were creeped out. Something so bizarre. They're actually just now realizing it. Now, even Reno couldn't help but have a fine cold sweat seeping from his forehead. The eyes that looked at Armin were filled with awe. Reno tried to say something, but was interrupted by Armin. I realized this from the moment I stepped into town, but I didn't tell you guys. The fear of the unknown will only break you more. And now, I choose to reveal it to tell you something. We've come to the point where we have to fight. The limit for quest completion is 1 day, but 3 hours have passed. Fear of weirdness and not completing the task will kill you. Delivering a letter triggers an unknown law that will kill you, and my reasoning could be right or wrong, but as long as it's right, there's a good chance we'll survive. If it's a mistake, then I'm sorry, we're all going to die in this place. Don't even have to wait until the day comes. Please, can you open your panels and see what your status is now? Armin spoke the heavy news indifferently. Players from all countries were a bit flustered at the news and scrambled to open their panels and, at the sight of the striking line of red letters on the status bar, his pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of pinpoints. Ghosts eroding. Player's life value, 73%. When did this start? The faces of players from various countries were all incredulous. Mind you, there was nothing on the panel to begin with. And when did you guys realize something was wrong with the town? Armin calmly asked them back. Players from all countries have been silenced. In that case, the moment they stepped into the town, the ghostly erosion had already begun. By my calculations, for every hour we're here, the lifesteal will then drop almost 9%. In this way, we have what appears to be a day's worth of mission time, but in reality, it's only 11 hours. Unable to get the chance to extract the ability before this erosion is complete, we will all die. Armin continued. Every time he finished a sentence, the silence on the faces of the players from the various countries intensified another point, so much so that to a deathly silence. Snap! Suddenly, the silence was broken by crisp applause. The crowd raised their eyes. Wonderful reasoning. I saw Hua Wujue, who was leaning on his bicycle. Smilingly, he looked at Armin, who was located in the center of the crowd. It's the Dragon Kingdom. Players from various countries recognized Flower Wujue. After all, it was his own reluctance to join in at the beginning, and people naturally remembered it well. Asterisk 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 off. You don't want to join in at first, you get in trouble, and then you want to get on board. Where's the good in that? The Sakura Nation player chided furiously. Noisy. A red aura flashed across the inked abyss-like eyes of Flower Wujue, and in the next moment, the Sakura Nation player burst steeply into a mist of blood, drenching the person beside him in a blood-colored veil. A noisy mole cricket is as bad as rotten wood. Thousands of years of light, and there were always such ridiculous griffins that tried to offend him, and all these mole crickets have been reduced to flying dust. Sakura Nation player, Taro Yamamoto, dead. Random weirdness descends. The announcing tone, which was like a sneer, once again resounded in everyone's ears. This time, however, Weird Tales Will's eyes swept over Hana Wujue, but soon enough, and it dissipated again. This sudden scene, both the players within the world of Weird Tales, or maybe it's the blue star out there, all in unison, they were in a weird state of shock. How the hell did he do that? But I'm afraid Sakura Nation doesn't have time to rock the boat. At the same moment of Taro Yamamoto's death, inside the Sakura country, countless human head balloons floated up at once, each with a weird smile on its face. As if beckoning you, inviting you, to come and play together. Chapter 11. I want 50 men. Hello again. Hello, Mr. Flowers. Surprisingly, Armin didn't show too much surprise, and the blue aura in his eyes flickered away. Flower Wujue smiled slightly and parked her bike, slowly pacing towards these players. What are you doing? Reno's voice rose steeply. Along with his body, he involuntarily retreated. The eyes showed all the caution and fear of the unknown. If his opponent was a human, he was confident that he didn't fear anyone, but the scene of Yamamoto turning into a mist of blood was so shocking that he couldn't even comprehend that. How did this happen? The man known in the human world as King Arthur, in the face of force majeure, small as a speck of dust. Be quiet, Reno. I don't think you want to follow in Yamamoto's footsteps. Armin faintly glanced at him while also walking forward and standing in front of Hua Wujue. Hua Wujue stared at the fellow in front of him with interest, revealing a rare flash of appreciation. Tarzan is in front of him, but his color is unchanged. This kid is a talent. I need 50 of you to help me seal something. Hua Wujue faintly stated his needs. Could be. Armin agreed cleanly, sending a wave of surprise through the players of the countries behind him. What do you mean you can? Is it necessary for us to get killed? And at 50, that's almost a seventh of the number of all players. Good. I like to deal with smart people because it saves me the displeasure. Hua Wujue nodded. So, will you decide for yourselves, or shall I decide for you? With a tone of voice that brooked no comment, Flower Wujue faintly scanned over every player present, and these people who had been swept over felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts that pierced right through their bones. At this moment, a desperate thought surfaced in every player's mind. In this place, it's okay to be creepy. Why are even the players so scary? And they came from the same group. What do you mean? Is it that they didn't charge? As for resistance, Yamamoto, who had just exploded into a mist of blood, was the best example. Not only do you die, but a strange talk descends upon you and your country as well. No need. I'll pick it out for you. Armin shook his head and whirled around to face the crowd. There is no doubt that this is a very offensive thing to do, but Armin didn't care. He needed to maximize the data, or rather, minimal damage to the human world. 50 men were immediately set, and the efficiency was quick. As for the principles of selection, they are also pragmatic, even cold. 50 countries with the smallest populations, more than 300 players, all but the picked ones, showed acceptance of this principle. These picked players were all as if they were lost, and their eyes were also filled with the ferocity of gamblers. Who knows what they're going to do when they're picked off by the dragon players, so they might as well put up a fight while they can. There were 50 of them. Why them? Just because they have fewer people in their country? Because that's the only way to minimize the damage caused by the descent of weird talk. Armin gave the answer. But these people obviously don't agree. You devil. God will curse you. Bastard. I'll kill you. Instead, it's a mockery, and no one is going to hate. Hua Wujue, the one who triggered the source of the incident, Instead, they all turned hostile to Armin. Get out of the way, or I don't mind. I'll let you die now. Reno firmly stood in front of Armin, blocking away all those players who wanted to retaliate. The rest of the various players took it upon themselves to protect Armin. Hana Wujue and the others could not fight against it, and without direct conflict, they didn't want to take on this wacky guy either. As for Armin, it was their only hope of survival, and there was no room for error. Flower Wujue didn't have time to enjoy the farce and lightly snapped his fingers. The air seemed to fall silent. These 50 people were as if their souls had been drained away. Their pupils were rapidly lax, their expressions numb. The body was stiff, and there was not the slightest hint of anger to be seen. Players from various countries watching this scene sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. The fear for Flower Wujue deepened again. At this moment, these players realized, why did Hua Wuju, in the beginning, not choose to team up with them? Because people simply don't have the need to team up. With such a handful of ghostly skills, I'm afraid that the task of delivering a letter is simply a handful. Why huddle with the whole bunch of them? I'm sure we'll see you again soon. Hana Wujue glanced at Armin's chest without a trace, mounted her bike and, spinning around, he led his 50 pieces of experimental equipment and left the place, tucked away in the middle of the town. It's impossible to tell where it is. With the last figure disappearing from their sight, the surrounding area returned to a deathly silence. The atmosphere was oppressive. It's even more depressing than when the Kimchi Nation player died at the beginning. 50 men, not a spooky attack, not a trial and error delivery. Instead, he was led away as a guinea pig by Hua Wujue, who was also a player. These remaining players felt an indescribable humiliation while celebrating. Obviously both players. What makes him so strong? You need not be dismayed. When we have lived through this day, we too will have this power. Armin shook his head and addressed the players. Why would he be able to? Has he finished delivering 3 letters? Reno asked, frowning. Apparently, they have realized that this is the ability that the strange story of Will began with. But with this ability, doesn't it require 3 letters, delivered before it can be extracted? It's hard to believe. He's done delivering? The crowd was shaken. The truth was in front of them, but they couldn't believe it. If it's true, how did he do it? That Kimchi country's Park Younghyun triggered the creepy presence simply by touching the phone booth. Not to mention that all of these messenger missions of theirs require stepping into the place where the weirdness is. How do I do this without triggering shenanigans? No, not really. He also had a letter on him. Armin shook his head. How did you know? Reno's frown deepened. Armin's been with them since the beginning of the Weird Tales game. How do you know the progress of Flower Wujue's game? It doesn't make sense. Armin didn't explain. Okay, it's okay if you don't say anything, but I need to know how he got that power? Reno's expression steeped in seriousness. If anything, there was some safety in the beginning when they were all players. Then the appearance of Flower Wujue broke the balance. Especially someone like Reno who was particularly sensitive to power. The appearance of any opponent more powerful than them would make them 100% concerned. What makes you guys think that we're the first players to participate? Armin calmly asked back, his light blue pupils, quietly gazing at Reno. As for Reno, and the group of players behind him, their faces changed abruptly. Chapter 12, House 502. Beyond the long pavilion, along the ancient road, the grass is blue. Hua Wuju unconsciously sang as he rode his bicycle. The old bike is lacking in lubrication. From time to time, the sound of clicking. Rather, it's a beat to the song. But such a scene is out of place in the weird and eerie world of weird talk. Especially, behind this bike, there were 50 other guys like walking corpses following behind. It just made the scene even weirder. TSK, I didn't realize Ju had this fetish. Ha ha, love love love. The lyrics are a little simpler, but the singing is pretty good. Hey, is your focus off again? Shouldn't the focus be on why it takes 50 players? Why should we pay attention? We are only responsible for eating melon. We can't understand it anyway. Why do I feel like I'm making so much sense upstairs? To say that little cherry blossom is also bull asterisk. How dare she mess with our brother Ju? That's the kind of guy a ghost would slap himself twice if he saw. Is it not a piece of cake to clean up this little karami? As the saying goes, God's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins cannot be lived. Yo, there's nothing wrong with the words, but I think some of Sakura's specialties should be salvaged. Like ahem, del omega del, manual slip. Dragon State's top strategy conference room. Ha, little Sakura actually wants to ask for our help? I'm afraid her head isn't kicked by a donkey, right? At the conference table, a dragon marshal with a tiger's back laughed out loud. The several dragon marshals beside him were also not amused. Goo, I can't stand it anymore. Nya shui. Take a look at little Cherry Blossom's request for help. Manual translation. We are neighboring countries, and we have always been friendly with your country, even if there were occasional friction, but no harm, no foul, and we are sure that your country will be willing to pull the strings of a friendly nation in such a time of crisis. We will likewise forgive your players' unreasonable behavior within Weird Tales. Nieshuai stared at this request for help for a while, and then, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It eventually devolved into a loud laugh that bent his back and he had to take his fingers and wipe the corners of his eyes. How do we need to respond? Dragon marshals? Ha! Shameless people. No need to pay attention. Yes, Sunrise Neighborhood. How did you become like this? Hua Wuju's mother. Her eyes falling tightly on the real-time broadcast on the television. Her brow furrowed at times. At times it stretches out. It's hard to believe that our family actually has some kind of talent inherited? Flower Wuju's father also wanted to speak at this time, his stomach full of doubts taking root in his heart. In the 2 years since he disappeared, was it hard for Xiaoju to have developed the family's talent genetically? It was said that 18 generations before his ancestors, there had been an immortal. He had always thought it was a trick on the children. I didn't realize it actually existed. The people of the Dragon Kingdom didn't know what was going on, but he had a reasonable presumption. It is rumored that his great-great-grandfather, who was called Hua Aotian, was once an immortal cultivator who had his hands in the sky. Afterward, he ascended away from the world. It's so old, it's often told as a story, except by the older generation. He doesn't really put much stock in it anymore. Now this weird talk of rules that came out of nowhere and the unique abilities of his own son, it forced him to put the matter back on his mind. If it's true, wouldn't the old ancestor be able to feel it? The thought suddenly came to Hana Wuju's father. When Hua Aotian ascended away from the realm, he warned his descendants that if no outstanding offspring came forth, he is not coming back, but if there is, he will return in person to extradite. Inside the world of Weird Tales, Hana Wuju stopped her bike and placed it on the curb, and thoughtfully didn't take up the sidewalk. This scene made the dragon audience wonder about the "he's so nice." Hua Wuju parked the car, and only then did he drop his eyes around. The weirdness and eeriness remained unchanged, but above the architectural pattern, there is a very big difference. A street, a house, but has streetlights spread out on both sides, which, without exception, are still broken. From time to time, it flickered with a green ethereal light that made people look at it and ooze. That cane chair ghost earlier mentioned some kind of ghostly fire. Does it have anything to do with this streetlight? Hana Wuju's gaze pranced back and forth over these streetlights, and wherever his eyes went, these ghost fires were as if they were immobilized, not daring to move a bit. Interesting, hadn't noticed. This stuff is very good sustenance indeed. The corner of Hua Wuju's mouth lifted up in an arc, and he suddenly smiled. Didn't pay attention earlier, or didn't bother to pay attention, but now look again. The bulbs of these streetlights. Wasn't it a flame constructed from pure bizarre matter? This would be excellent sustenance to feed the gold flames. Ooh. In Hua Wuju's hand, the golden flames emerged from his palm with a whoosh. Compared to the previous palm size, the current Jin Yen had grown to be as big as a watermelon. This made Flower Wujua look at it with a pang of emotion. All immortal flames, basically, are set in stone the moment they take shape. To gain another boost, it would be very difficult to ascend unless one devoured an immortal flame of the same rank. This was also the reason why as long as there were ranked immortal flames, the order of ranking would not change. It was because the fusion of two different flames formed another completely new kind of flame. The previous flames were still the same as the previous flames. No generalizations can be made. But this gold flame was different. As long as there was weird energy to devour, it could grow without limit. In other words, if hell didn't need to suppress those weird powers, nourish hell with their bodies. Flower Wujua had long since attempted to break down the weirdness within the underworld chaos sea to allow Jin Yen to grow. Let's get you an appetizer first, and the main meal will be up soon. A bright light flashed in Hua Wuju's inky eyes as he quietly looked at Jin Yen, prancing and devouring these streetlights. Within moments, the area was completely grayed out. The streetlights on either side of the street were completely out of order, as they lacked the fundamentals of flickering. Looking again at the gold flames, after devouring the pure and bizarre energy on both sides of it had been the size of an ostrich egg. After conveying his emotions with some intent, Golditis obediently re-hid himself. As much as it wanted to devour this place in its entirety, grass by grass, brick by brick, anything that had anything to do with weirdness it didn't want to let go of was a rare delicacy. But at the same time, it understood that its master's will could not be disobeyed. The owner of room 502 is a bit of a loner and doesn't like to see strangers, and often shut himself up in his house to conduct little experiments, taking the idea of territory exceptionally seriously. So please be careful. This was the only time in 3 letters that the word caution was used in the prompt. At the same time, as if foreshadowing something, the moment the streetlights went out on both sides at the same time, House 502, as if a red light had risen from hell, lit up steeply. Chapter 13, The Secret of the Weird Tales Game. The sudden change caused the hearts of the Dragon Nation's citizens to tremble, and everyone's eyes were engulfed by the red light that, can't help myself, but there are always exceptions to the rule. That demonic red light was out of order on Hua Wuju's body. Asterisk 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 tie little trick. Hana Wujue gave an appraisal. That red light was nothing more than a kind of spiritual aptitude, with the principle of operation occasionally different, but much the same. One uses psychic powers and the other uses shenanigans. Hua Wuju looked at this House 502 in front of him, the corner of his mouth hanging in a signature curve. It was a warning from that aloof master. The idea of territory is taken exceptionally seriously. I'm afraid the reason why this lone owner is angry is because of the streetlights going out on both sides. No one knows why there are so many streetlights on both sides, or perhaps, someone deliberately set it up that way. Now, that originator is in a rage. But the funny thing is, even as it rages, it remains scrupulously territorial. And, he would not step out of the 502nd house easily, but only wanted to get the hateful mailman to come in through this tantalizing little trick. As you wish. Flower Wujue knew it was a trap, but still chose to enter. But it wasn't him who went in. Among the rows of dead players, a tall consciously stepped out. Eyes numb, he walked toward the room with the eerie red glow. This seemingly normal and prudent move caused a moment of confusion among the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Asterisk asterisk. Has Brother Ju changed his nature? He's actually looking for mice. It's so surreal. I vaguely remember the misery of the TV ghost in front of me. I don't think so. Flower Wujue isn't necessarily afraid of this weirdness. It's likely that by doing so, they're trying to imprint something. Alright, don't you guys beat blindly. Just honestly watch Brother Ju operate. Asterisk 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 you. What are you pretending to be 13 for? Good lord. That's a lot of cursing. Just as the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom were arguing about that player also stepped onto the grass in front of House 502. The very moment he stepped in with his right foot, an unexpected change has occurred. He disappeared. It disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never been there. Gone under the noses of over 1 billion viewers. And the creepy house with the red light, which remained intact, was even more frightening. If anything, the kind of weirdness you've seen before at least possesses the opportunity to kill. What the hell is this sudden disappearance? The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom have been plunged into doubt and confusion. They don't know much about weirdness. The only knowledge was still from Elman's side. Because Flower Wujue was there. Those hideous and ghastly creeps seem to be like passers-by. It doesn't make waves at all. The creepy horror was also downplayed a lot in the minds of the dragon's netizens. And in this moment, they are the ones who have regained their fear of the bizarre. At the same time, he silently prayed that Flower Wujue would be able to complete the mission successfully. After all, who knows who will be drawn next? But there were others who noticed something was wrong. Look, you guys, the White Snail Kingdom hasn't come down weird yet. A netizen found this out. Any previous death of a player, whether it be a trick hit or a player kill, the shenanigans will all come as they should. The only difference is that the descent of the former is more marked than that of the latter. Really, hey, there's really no weirdness descending on their country? What happened? Is it hard to believe that there's a bug in the Weird Tales game? No. Do you guys think there's a possibility that the player is still alive? But this isn't right. I just went to check the transmissions over in the White Snail country, and it's blacked out. A clear sign of death. Strange. Is it possible that there are so few people that Spooky doesn't rarely descend? This is naturally impossible. The Weird Tales game doesn't tell you anything about how many people are there. Even if there is only one person in the country, strange stories still descend. The strange musings of the internet at the moment stem entirely from the first encounter with the Weird Tales game. Over time, they will have a deeper understanding of the game. True enough, a brilliant light flashed before Flower Wujue's eyes, and with a wave of his hand, those players have voluntarily stepped into the grass in front of room 502. 1, 2, 3, 4, until we get to the 50th, all of them, like the first player to step into it's weirdly gone. There wasn't even a hair left, but not completely unchanged. At least not for house number 502. The red light was slowly dissipating and darkness was taking over the street again. The street lights on either side made a zipping sound, like old TVs searching for a signal. Extremely sudden. Creepy young man on the same bike appeared at the end of the street, but the youth's face is as white as a dead man, and the eyes are only the pupils wrapped in the white of the eyes, seeping abnormal. Hua Wuju's focus, however, was on the other side. The creepy young man's shoulder was slung over an old-style shoulder bag, bulging inside. It seems to be stuffed with a lot of stuff, and it had a chest plate on its chest shirt. Ghost Post Office. Nya Hai Shang. Nya Hai Shang's appearance has created an uproar in the outside world. Many people in the Dragon Kingdom recognized this guy. For 112 years ago, there was a letter carrier who, with his sacrifice, in exchange for the delivery of valuable information. This is the hero of the Dragon Kingdom. How could it be him? Inside the Dragon Kingdom's highest strategy conference room, Marshal Nye, the oldest, mumbled his lips. Tears welled up in his cloudy eyes as he stared intently at the eerie young man on the screen. Compared to the general public, there was not only shock in Nye Shuai's heart, but also more of a kind of grief. For this youth was his father. The rest of the dragon marshals were also frowning as Nya Haisheng's appearance made them realize something. The Weird Tales game. Probably not really the first time it's been done, but Nya Haisheng's appearance is out of character. The rules of the Weird Tales game are that the player dies and the Weird Tales descend. But Nya Haisheng was clearly sacrificed for delivering information. So how did he end up in the Weird Tales game? Everyone is clouded and confused about everything. There was only one person who understood everything and felt a monstrous rage. Inside the world of Weird Tales, having verified his thoughts, Hana Wujue. The inky eyes changed to a tyrannical red in an instant, staring dead on at the bizarre youth who had arrived on a bicycle. There was no wind in the world of strange tales, but the black robe of gunmetal on his body hunted. Accompanying this was an invisible aura that stirred toward the entirety of the Weird Tales world. The street lamps on both sides were the first to suffer, and the old bodies, though full of rust, but it's incredibly hard, at least within this world of weird talk. But soon, those street lamps were rustling down the tin like snowflakes, and then collapsed with a bang. It's all in pieces again. The calm pavement was slowly cracking and the moss-covered siding was shaking. The red light of House 502 was hotter and brighter than any time before. But this time, it was in fear. Chapter 14. A Dragon Kingdom player violates rules. Enforces erasure. Warning, unknown Archon intrusion detected. Warning, unknown Archon intrusion detected. Warning, unknown Archon intrusion detected. Above the ashes, the will of strange talk, steeply revived. The majestic will carrying the weird power enveloped the weird talk. The whole weird world collapse was quickly relieved, but only for a moment. The collapse still continues. Strange Talking Will could not help but be incomparably shocked, and his heart was even more appalled to the extreme. How could a great emperor appear here? Is this not the primordial Hongmeng universe? Where on earth did it come from? The will to weirdness is in a state of shock and fury, and it's in charge of the weirdness game here. Now it's all about sitting back and watching Weird Tales crumble without being able to do anything about it in the slightest. So it chose to turn on the source. Dragon Kingdom players violate the rules and are punished. Everyone's brains went blank as the tone appeared in their ears. On what grounds? It's not like we Dragon Kingdom players died, so why should we be penalized? The people of the Dragon Kingdom were in a moment of invective and fear. There were also people who were hurling abuse at Flower Wujue. I blame him for being so cocky. Must have broken some rule of the game. Damn it. And involve us. The population is emotionally fragile, especially after seeing the misery that befell the strange talk in other countries. They are then even more fearful of strange talk coming to them. It doesn't matter who was right and who was wrong long ago. What matters is the result. They're going to have to pay for Hana Wujue's mistake. The light curtain of the Dragon Kingdom, grayed out at this moment. The other side of the Weird Tales world. Armin also noticed the oddity. Breaking the rules? A blue light flickered in Armin's eyes, as if he was pondering something. Hearing this beep, Hua Wuju smiled instead of being angry. But those who were familiar with him knew that this was a sign that Emperor Bai-in was about to get angry. This Weird Tales game has actually started collecting Blue Star souls a long time ago, and teleported to another Hongmeng realm. His hometown, actually being used as a farm? Now it's even more blatant to start slaughtering. That's good. That's good. The world of Weird Tales will be wiped, and the dragon player loses his eligibility for this round. The beeping continues, and the pressure around Hana Wujue increased steeply, as the will of the entire Weird Tales world pressed down on him, trying to turn him into flying dust. Just a moment before the Weird Tales will touched Hana Wujue, a dragon sound filled with majesty resounded through the sky. It was a huge and incomparable black dragon, with a body that seemed to occupy the heavens, and scales that were like abysmal ink. The dragon's eyes filled with scarlet as it silently gazed at strange talk will. As for Flower Wujue, a throne had appeared underneath him at some point, and he was sitting on it. A disdainful aura pushed across everything with a touch of disdain, piercing through the void and gazing at the origin of strange talk's will. The horror in Odd Talk's mind rose again as his will was thwarted. This is not the great emperor. This is the great emperor of Hongmeng. This is far beyond its processing capacity and the information must be returned. not even waiting for Weird Tail's will to act. Hua Wujue raised his slender right hand and pointed out a finger, as if penetrating the void. It directly framed Weird Tail's will in place. Damn it! Weird Tail's will found himself in control, unable to do anything at all. How could this human be so ridiculously strong? Even if it was the great Emperor of Hongmeng, it would be impossible to control it. Honorable Emperor, I wonder why you're turning on us. Weird talk about will choice negotiation. In particular, the word we is emphasized. You just tried to kill me. Flower Wujue's eyes were like cold ice, piercing the heart of strange talking will. Honoring. Weird Tail's will had been tightening in his heart and was trying to argue a few words, but it was too late. The soul enters the 9 heavens. The spirit falls into the 9 abysses, the underworld and the yellow springs. Only I am Feng do. With these spellbinding words, the Weird Tail's will was being rapidly erased, replaced by a brand new one. It belongs to him, the will of the Feng Du Emperor. Ridiculous strange talk will still want to negotiate with Hua Wujue, not realizing that in his eyes, the Griffins are in no position to negotiate. The collapse of the entire world of weird talk stopped, and all the weirdness in the world, as if sensing something, shivered while it feels different somewhere again. That's right, they're run by different people. Weird Tail's game fixes complete. Dragon State players reinstated. The beep resumed. Still the cold voice of Weird Tail's will, but this time, it will be a permanent loss of self. The blame game can't be over yet. He has another use for it. It's just that the owner needs a change. The Dragon Kingdom light screen came back on, and under the crowd's apprehension, Hua Wujue's face appeared on top of the screen once again. Great! Our Dragon Kingdom is fine. Woohoo! I knew Brother Ju would be good. It was only a bug just now, and I don't know who just cursed so fiercely. You've got enough cheek to go around the blue planet. Asterisk 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 off. Why are you so annoying? Ha! The Dragon Kingdom swept away the previous atmosphere of fear, and cheers came from all over. But they forget how they just hurled insults. It is as if peace was gained by their efforts. But not everyone is so foolish. It's Flower Wujue. The 5 dragon marshals' eyes flashed brilliantly before them, and in the time that had just passed, they've ordered a good national martial law ready. Communication with all the Taoist sects everywhere is complete and ready to be put into action. As strong as the Weird Tails game is, it doesn't necessarily mean they don't have a fighting chance. Now, the Weird Talk game has had another sudden change of heart. There must be fewer important roles for Hana Wujue in the Weird Tails game. Who the hell are you? The 5 dragon marshals became more and more curious about Hua Wujue's true identity. Inside the world of Weird Tails. Let's go. There's not much time. The blue light stopped flickering as Armin looked at the town that had returned to calmness. Lead the crowd in the direction of the meatpacking plant. As for the dissension just now, shut up. Even when Reno repeatedly tried to say something, Armin just shook his head slowly. We're just players. Staying alive is our only goal. Reno hesitated and nodded back. It's true. They're just players. There's a bug in Weird Tails' world. Let Weird Tails games handle it on their own. It's none of their business. On the other side, Hua Wujue was still in front of House 502, and everything around him had returned to its original state, except for those 50 players. Standing under the streetlights on both sides, Flower Wujue didn't rush into action, but instead sighed. With that, he walked over to the ghost mailman, also known as Nya Haisheng. Soon, you will be relieved. A flash of clarity flashed through Nya Haisheng's muddled eyes as he stared intently at Hua Wujue's face. 502. Danger. Having said that, and once again lapsing into a muddle, numbly taking a piece of mail from the mailbag, thrown into the front yard. After doing this, he got back on the bike he came on and disappeared into nothingness, gazing at Nya Haisheng's back for a long time. Hua Wujue casually threw his 3rd letter in front of House 502. The letter disappeared just as the men did. And likewise. Chapter 15, a brand new Weird Tails game. 3 emails, mission accomplished. The owner of House 502 is pleased with your services and will provide you with a small object. You have obtained the Rusty Saw X1. The guy in House 502 used to experiment with all sorts of objects. It's one of his usual items, so be careful not to let the other guy see it. It could cause a panic. After dropping the letter into the front yard, the task of 3 emails was complete. A rusty saw came with it. Hua Wujue looked at the saw that suddenly appeared and casually threw it into the storage bar. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for completing 3 mail deliveries. We'll get the ability to extract. Random ability draw in progress. Upon completion of the quest, you will be given a chance to draw an ability. Zip. Value error. Zip. Extraction failed. Zip. Value error. Zip. Extraction failed. It's like a garbled current sound. And the Weird Tails game is once again running buggy. And this time, The person who was going to make the correction was Flower Wujue herself. Correction successful. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom player for obtaining the ability, Feng Du Da Di. For the sake of confidentiality amongst the players, the ability extraction beep did not appear within the world of Weird Tales. However, for outside the world of Weird Tales, it is unclassified. Feng Du Emperor? What the hell kind of ability is that? I don't know. I thought it would be some kind of deduction type ability. Originally I thought there might be such an outrageous ability as time regression, and now I realize that. Or am I being conservative? Feng Du Da Di? Is it hard to summon Bullhead and Horseface? Buckle 1. I also want to know what the Feng Du Emperor is capable of? You don't say. This ability goes quite well with Ju's clothes. Wait a minute. You guys said this ability wouldn't be given based on clothing, right? It's possible. Okay. Stop with the pop-ups and just focus. After Hana Wujue finished fixing the Weird Tales game, he suddenly had a better idea. Once the 6 Paths grinder arrives, destroying this place will be easy. The hard part is how not to cut off the traces by the other side. Maybe I can keep this game going, but the purpose will have to change. The original Weird Tales game served the weird honky-tonk universe, collecting the souls of sub-universes by projecting them in each sub-universe and playing the Weird Tales game, and control of the universe. It's a gradual invasion. It's the same as the Weird Tales game that's going on right now, albeit initially. But for every player that dies, a weird projection appears in that country, and by definition, the Hongmeng avoidance barrier would block the invasion of energy between different universes. The Weird Tales game is an alternative way to build on this foundation. Like parallel universes, they correspond to each other but do not affect each other. The Weird Tales game is that horizontal bar between the two parallels. Make a connection between the two that are not connected. These players are the key carriers of the connection. This may seem like a game, but it's really just a one-sided slaughter. Weird Tales of Will had no intention of letting these players complete their quests at all. All the information given is ambiguous, and yet it's alright, because that's what it takes for them to project. The price of crossing the divine avoidance barrier is 100% compliance with the rules of the underworld. But even so, inexperienced players trying to survive within the crisis-ridden game of Weird Tales, not 1 in 10, but at least 1 in 10,000. By the time this game gets to the very end, the whole of Blue Star will have long been covered in Weird Talk. The game will not truly be over until there is no more one player who can enter the Weird Tales game. The Blue Star, in turn, will become another carrier under the bizarre Hongmeng universe. Great idea, but you can only pick on the soft ones. It could be envisioned that if this game of Weird Talk descended upon Hell, it would be feared that it would collapse instantly. He doesn't even have to do it. The guys from the 10 Hells will just take out one of them. Both could grind this place into powder. But again, one has to admit it. This means is indeed brilliant, even if the power channeled is only so feeble. It was extremely easy to occupy these primordial Hongmeng universes. If I hadn't run into him, I'm afraid that this game of Weird Talk would have really succeeded in the end. That Armin is kind of interesting, though, and in no way will it ever finish this game that has no outcome at all. If they can build a game of Weird Talk, why can't I? Hua Wuju had determined one thing during this period of observation. The Weird Tales game is replicable, and this way of controlling the rest of the Hongmeng universe does work. But his game, then, is not this over-the-top game. The billions of ghosts in Hell have just the right uses for this kind of game. The fellows in Hell are idle, and in this manner, it would have saved me a lot of time. The primordial Hongmeng universe, he wanted, and the other Hongmeng universe, he wanted. Compared to the way the game was played in the weird honky-tonk universe, Flower Wujue had a unique condition. The 6 Paths grinding wheel can break a portion of the Hongmeng barrier, even if it's just a crack. It can also channel more power, at least below the Ghost Emperor. It can be sent over in its original form. They can't do that with all their shenanigans, and they can only profit from such shady ways. As for Flower Wujue, through forceful conquest, he had already taken control of nearly 100 Hongmeng universes. At this moment, he saw a wider world. The Weird Tales game needs to be improved, and the weird honky-tonk universe behind it needs to be conquered. This place is definitely connected to those guys from the Underworld Chaos Sea. After some thought, Hua Wuju decided on his next thought. He's going to be a player himself to improve the game as well as understand it better. But it doesn't take a lot of time, and when the 6 Paths grinder enters, he'll get to work on the remodeling. At the same time, it began to retrace the cosmic beacons in reverse, locking onto the bizarre Hongmeng interface. Dare to reckon with the hometown of the Feng Du Emperor. If we don't kill the blood, if we don't kill the sky and the earth, is not enough to quell the wrath of hell. Player Feng Du the Great. Flower Wujue, you have completed the first stage of the Weird Tales game. You may take a rest. And remember not to wander around the town or you will invite unnecessary trouble. After completing the messenger mission without teleporting out of the Weird Tales game, instead, you'll be kept here long enough to wait until the next day for a new round of weirdness to begin. So, what could this town really be all about? Flower Wujue moved around a bit, her eyes scanning the area. Some grim, like a frightened bird, he left his periphery far away. Those houses with lights on, at this moment, shut down in unison. As if in fear of attracting anyone's attention. The corners of Hua Wuju's mouth curved up into an arc as he selected a direction and headed there. And in the opposite direction, Creepy was relieved that heart-stoppingly, he looked at Flower Wujue as departing back. As for House 502, after the departure of Hua Wuju, it disappeared with a bang, as if it had been smoothed out by a large, invisible hand, leaving only the foundation oozing with red blood. Chapter 16 Post Office. This is the meat plant? Reno looked at the piece of logo in front of him with shock and disbelief. Not only him, but the rest of the players were also shocked. Except for Armin. The eye says it's a meat factory, but it's no different than the ruins. There were fallen bricks everywhere, and only the darkened plant inside revealed the unknown. The only building still intact is this half of the gate. The crowd was hesitant to go in or not. I didn't expect this when I followed Armin earlier. The buildings in the town were broken, but they were not out of the realm of architecture after all. This meat factory is clearly in ruins. I just don't know who did it. You have arrived at the meatpacking plant. Be advised, the owner of the meatpacking plant is in a state of disrepair because of the damage to the plant. He is furious, and I ask you not to anger him. This message popped up in the minds of players from various countries. This is something that has not been seen before, as if warning of something. Are we still going in here? Reno frowned at Armin. Get in. Armin nodded and added on. It's the only chance left. Players from various countries showed hesitation and still couldn't make up their minds. None of their delivery addresses had this meatpacking plant, so why did they have to venture into it? Having been briefly persuaded earlier, though, to actually get to the place and try to get them in first. Still hard to do. Armin looked at the hesitant crowd inside. At the time we entered this game of weird tales, for all buildings possessing a sense of direction, but the only place there is no post office. It's not that the post office doesn't exist, it's that we can't reach it. Reno's frown deepened and, what do you mean? There's no post office location. But we do have the mail in our hands. Upon entering the Weird Tales game, it's like a map has been embedded in everyone's head that all positions possess a sense of direction. The only thing I have no memory of is the post office. But does it matter? In their hands is the letter that kills. The players of the various countries, while thinking, did not understand that what does this have to do with their delivery mission? If they can't complete the delivery mission, they'll all die here. What the hell are you trying to say? Every time you speak, you don't explain yourself. I suspect you just want us to die. A player couldn't take it anymore and directly questioned Armin out loud. Previous reasoning had persuaded them, but substantial hope that they'd been a dime a dozen so far. The riots are getting worse. Calm down and listen to him. Reno gave a disgruntled glare that the power of King Arthur managed to calm down the rioting players. What I'm going to say is simple. Give the letter to the post office and let the person who should deliver it do so. Armin said unperturbed. But when this fell on the ears of other players, they were even more puzzled. Aren't we the ones who deliver the mail? Why do we have to give it to the post office? Who are the people who should be delivering the mail? This question surfaced in the minds of players from all countries. Outside, the nations of the Blue Star were also in deep thought. What Armin means is, find the real messenger? Someone has discovered the problem, though they all received in their hands, at first, the letters distributed, but it never said they were the messengers. The moment this association was made, the countries of the blue planet were instantly thrown into a frenzy. Well, it's not bad for Armin to find out what's wrong so quickly. Great. So that by taking the letters to the post office, everyone's mission can be accomplished. Nope. And how do they guarantee that the person who is supposed to deliver the letter will deliver it in the allotted time? Right. The crowd, which had just been excited, was instantly doused with cold water. The players from the various countries within the Strange Talk event also gradually realized the meaning of Armin's words. But all the same, how then are they to ensure that before they lose their little lives? The letter, can it really be delivered? Because this is the Weird Tales game. Armin answered them simply and clearly. The players from various countries were a bit odd, but they unanimously believed his words. Yeah, this is the Weird Tales game. Nothing can be done with common sense. Maybe that's the key to breaking the ice. Armin was right. They had run out of options. The eyes of the players of the various countries grew steadfast. Before there is one last question that needs to be asked. Why would going into a meatpacking plant bring us into contact with the post office? The eyes of Reno, as well as the players from various countries, all gathered on Armin's face. There was anticipation and nervousness in that gaze. At some point, they had gotten used to being dependent, at least on the surface. It seemed that Armin had no reason to harm them. It's very simple. The mail is all from the meatpacking plant. We return the mail to the meatpacking plant. The meat plant will naturally go to the post office. And the rest? It's none of our business. The idea of delivering the letter in the first place was completely wrong. We weren't supposed to be messengers. And yet, exercising the duties of a messenger, he will naturally be killed by those shenanigans, because we weren't supposed to be messengers. Armin gave the answer. The crowd swallowed their last bit of doubt. Still, it's not absolute, so I still need someone to take the lead. Armin poured more cold water over the heads of the crowd. Players from all countries. You look at me, I look at you, and no one wants to be the one to try this. As for Armin, he remained impassive, quietly watching the crowd push back. I believe you. Surprisingly, the one who entered the meat factory was actually Reno, who had been beside Armin. Reno glanced at Armin with a parting glance, then stepped toward the meat plant. Armin was impassive. It was only with the help of Reno that the crowd was convinced of many of the decisions along the way. Force will always be more controlling than speech. In the absence of other constraints, if something happens to Reno, then all of his next statements will be empty words. Players from various countries will no longer trust Armin, and their union will come crashing down. Reno slowly headed towards the meat factory, and the hearts of the players from various countries were in their throats. They don't want Reno to die because it means that the most likely path is also blocked. 1 step, 2 steps. Almond's pale blue pupils rippled with, just so calmly watching Reno gradually approach the meat factory. Just like that, he watched as Reno stepped through the door of the meat factory and disappeared as if he were air. Reno's dead. Sorrow flowed from the eyes of players from all countries, and a despair permeated their surroundings. No, he's alive. Armin shook his head. The death broadcast didn't go off. Which means, Reno has made it. Chapter 17, Armin's Purpose. Yo, Moncler Outlet Online. The TV is pretty good. At the TV ghost's home, Old Wang was filled with embarrassment as he looked at Flower Wujue, who was sitting in his seat. Wanted to say something, but in the end, no words came out. That screen, which was originally full of snowflakes occupying it, became bright and abnormal at this moment, and inside the screen, relayed in real time, was the location of their players, with the situation. That, Master Postman, haven't you finished delivering the mail? Old Wang asked cautiously, afraid of angering the fatal star in front of him. Yeah, finished delivering the mail, so I'm fine now. Hana Wujue nodded, staring intently at the screen. The corners of the old king's mouth twitched, and originally his subtext was, after you deliver the letter, why did you come to my house instead of waiting for the transmission? Weird Tales game. They naturally know something about it as aboriginals. He wanted to get angry. He wanted to bring out his majesty as a trickster, but as soon as he saw Flower Wujue, like a deflated ball, all the previous tried and true tactics had become a joke. Honestly, Hana Wujue took the TV to his house and had plugged it in and asked to turn it on. The old king even snickered for a while, because it kills in the very medium of turning on the TV. It didn't do that when Flower Wujue delivered the letter at that time. It just felt like he alone was enough to clean up this kid. After all, doesn't electricity cost anything? So the old king coolly put on the electricity and turned on the TV. Outcome: nothing spawns. Old king thought something was wrong, so he excused himself and turned it off and back on again. Still nothing. This time, the old king's forehead oozed with cold sweat, and vaguely, it felt afraid that if it dared to close it one more time, it would disappear here. A turn of the head. Hua Wuju was looking at it with a smile on his face. After this, the old king never dared to think otherwise, and could only pray that he would hurry up and go. If you can, leave the TV behind. Let's just forget about it and take the TV with us. Old king didn't forget that the TV was its selling money. These little guys dare to mess with Zhang Pickpocket? As if Old Wang had discovered something incredible, he also stared at the screen tightly without blinking. Zhang Pickpocket. Hua Wuju gave it a look. Zhang Pipey is the owner of the meat factory, so he's not to be messed with. Old king explained. Meat packing? Do you still have animal farming here? Hana Wujue was thoughtful. Old Wang, on the other hand, gave him a meaningful look. Dr. Armin, aren't you going in? Players from various countries saw Reno go in and literally have no death broadcasts. One was instantly refreshed, but there was still some hesitation. Disappeared because the mail was returned. The mission was completed straight away, and it's out of the world of weird talk. This last bit of hesitation disappeared completely at Armin's words. For them players, there was nothing more important than being able to go back. The information is so closed that these players don't understand one thing. Even if the mission was completed, it would never teleport out. The game of Weird Tales only ends the moment you die. However, there is no shortage of players who still keep their cool. There were probably 4 or 5 other watchers around Armin, and they looked at the DR. Skepticism filled his eyes. Everyone went in, and since going in meant completing the mission, why didn't Armin, who was the first to notice, squeeze in like everyone else? It was for this reason that these players didn't rush in like everyone else. Because I'm going to the next stage of the game. Armin gave a rare smile. The next stage of the game. Didn't you say you'd be teleported out after you went in? Doubt appeared in the eyes of the few remaining people. You don't need to know. Armin shook his head. And then, as several people looked on, saying such an inexplicable thing. Please settle the payment for the goods. What payment? The only ones left frowned. Their instincts telling them that there was something wrong here. But I can't think of where the problem is. The populations of the countries of the blue planet were also puzzled. And, payment for goods? What do you mean? Are the players who just went in cargo? The idea has already crossed the minds of the populations of various countries, as if they had felt a chill, from the soles of his feet straight to the sky, but none of them were the first to say it. The only reason left in their hearts telling them that there must be some kind of misunderstanding. There was no death broadcast. There's no weird talk coming down either, but I'm afraid they've forgotten one thing. The ones that Hua Wu-ju used for his experiments have also disappeared. There was no death broadcast either. No weirdness descending, but it was literally gone. Inside the world of Weird Tales, the ramshackle meat-packing plant, after a brief silence, a voice that sounded as if it had been scalded by coals of fire slowly sounded like the whisper of a demon. Humph, what payment for goods? Get the hell out of here right now or don't even think about leaving. The owner of the voice was none other than the owner of the meat factory. Zhang Pipey, you received a total of 276 of my men. According to the rules, you have to pay me. Armin said calmly. At the other end of the voice, Zhang Poppy fell into a rare silence, and after about 2 minutes it was only reluctantly, how did you find out? Along with its voice, 3 ghost coins with a face value of 1 appeared in Armin's hand. It's easy to spot. The letter is only subsidiary, we who deliver it are the content. Therefore, no matter how much we look for patterns, if we get close, we die. No solution. And you're the owner of the meatpacking plant, who can honestly accept this content from us. Only you can't. Armin smiled slightly. Why? The owner of the voice said viciously. Meanwhile, in the shadow of the plant, an ugly-looking, the man with the huge pustule slowly appeared. That height of nearly 2 meters made the audience feel double discomfort both visually and physically. And the next reply from Armin sent a piercing chill down their spines. The shippers don't have to pay for the goods because they give the money to the meatpackers. And that money, it didn't belong to you, but you accepted it. We don't own the goods in the meatpacking plant. And you're swallowing the money all by yourself. We'll deliver the letters honestly, and for everyone that dies, you truly gain a share. But if we come to you and you take us in, just have to fulfill the rules of paying for it. Because we're not cargo, we're only cargo if you actually receive it. And to get in, you have to pay. As for the object, it was single-handedly me. I think the plant manager understands better than I do. Armin's pale blue pupils gazed at the ugly face of the meatpacking plant director. It was hard to imagine what that ugly face was feeling at the moment. After a long time, it was silent and said, "You're right. Take the money and get out of here. 3 ghost coins, enough to complete your mission. Not enough. I want my fair share of pay. 10 ghost dollars a head." Armin refused. 3 ghost coins, less than his own value, and he still dies. The director of the meat factory suddenly glowed fiercely, as if he had been poked through a secret, and his face trembled and, ferocious roared, "Go now, and you may have my friendship. I'll make sure you don't have any problems delivering the mail, but if you don't go, you'll be my cargo, just like them." Chapter 18, The Ghost Postman Reappears. Please pay. Armin ignored the threats of the director of the meatpacking plant, even though the other party had come to him. Aren't you afraid to die? The ugly face of the director of the meat factory was almost on Armin's face. I'm not going to die. Armin still kept his smile on, as if nothing was wrong. It could make his light blue pupils fluctuate. The director of the meatpacking plant was quickly defeated. It holds more taboos. Asshole, you win. I'll pay you. The director of the meat factory angrily moved his head away and 10 ghost coins of 100 denominations appeared. That's my last line, and you know very well that beyond that, I'm spelling out the rules to penalize. Kill you too. The director of the meat factory said coldly. Yes, I accept, but I need you to deliver the letter I'm holding in my hands to a real letter carrier. Armin nodded. Hearing his words, the meat plant director's brow furrowed, but then stretched. Could be. Compared to the remaining 1,000 or so ghost coins, this request could be considered a very good deal. The 3 emails in Armin's hand disappeared. Looking again, the 3 emails went to the director of the meatpacking plant. Oh, boy, your letter is in my hands now, and if I don't deliver it to you, you're going to die here. A sinister smile suddenly hung on the face of the meat factory director. Being put on the spot by a human kid could make it furious. Since the hard way won't work, let's do it the soft way. Fail to complete the messenger mission, and this pesky human kid is dead. To finish the job, hey, give back the rest of the ghost money. The sudden change of heart by the director of the meatpacking plant. It didn't seem to cause Almond to panic. Instead he said very calmly, be my guest. 2 short words seemed to sap the breath out of the director of the meat factory. His face went green and white for a while, and finally he grunted coldly. There are rules for everything, and the shenanigans within the game of Weird Tales violated the rules by snatching the letter that causes the player to be unable to complete the quest, obviously breaking that rule. That is why meat plant owners dare not. Otherwise they would be in breach of the deal and have to do what they are asked to do. At the end of the road, a letter carrier appeared. Old bikes, monotonous mailbags, dead faces. The ghost post office on the badge is so prominent. Enough to let anyone in the room know that it's the real mailman. Happy cooperation. Armin nodded toward the meatpacking plant owner, the owner of the meat factory. On the other hand, handed the letter to the letter carrier with great reluctance, and then turned around and was about to leave. Wait, there's our letter. Those few players who didn't enter the meatpacking plant blindly, after reacting to the fiery spoke up. It doesn't matter what conspiracy, what calculation. Anyway, they now know the real method of delivery. As long as the letter is delivered, nothing matters. The ghostly mailman turned his head slowly, the eyes, wrapped in the whites of his eyes, staring at them with deadly intensity. These surviving players couldn't help but gulp, but overcame their fear and moved forward. Stupid. Armin shook his head, ready to get out of here. For his part, the meatpacking plant owner stopped and watched them with interest. Letter money. The ghostly mailman spat out 2 words raw, thick and thickening like dreary soy sauce. A few players glanced at each other, and after a brief moment of shock, a ferocious look quickly flashed in their eyes. Uncharacteristically, they rushed towards Armin. You have deceived us. Divide the ghost coins among us. Armin, either give us the money or die. Several players lunged towards Armin with twisted faces. The owner of the meat factory laughed at the sight and was even more reluctant to leave, and to see with my own eyes how this damnable human boy is smarting. Meat plant owners are doomed to disappointment. A few players didn't make it past a round and close, and they were all put down cleanly by Armin. Either a broken arm or a broken leg. Several players were ghosting on the ground, howling as they, while cursing Armin in the most vicious language. After cursing, and then weeping bitterly, they begged Armin to be able to give them help. You're not worth the value. Early elimination. Early relief. Armin gave them a faint look and simply walked away. The ghostly letter carrier, who had received the letter, looked on in silence, and suddenly, as if he had thought of something, coldly added, if you don't have the money, you can use your organs instead. When there are not enough ghost coins, you can use a part of your body instead. A bright light quickly surged in the eyes of several players. We agree. We give you our fingers. They're so naive. Your hearts, the ghost mailman said in a raw voice. While taking a step forward, a few players heard this and their faces instantly turned white, their lips trembling as they spoke. We're not sending you. Go away. The ghost mailman ignored it. The owner of the meat plant looked like he was angry that he hadn't seen a good show, so he said somewhat mockingly, these guys are more cognizant than I am, and since you've agreed, hey, the deal is set. Lao Wang's home. TSK, stupid guy. The old king was staring at the TV and watching it with great interest. Like I haven't seen such a great show in a long time. TSK. Ha ha, Zhang Pickpocket is furious this time, being robbed of 1,000 ghost coins alive. That said, this kid is also ridiculously smart to think of all this. One wrong thought and he's dead. After all this time, this guy is still the only one who thought of it. This kid, referring to Armin. The old king had to admit that Armin was not the only 2 human boys who could convince him in a messenger mission. What do you think of him? Flower Wujua's inky eyes looked at the old king and asked with interest. He wants to see the players from a weird perspective. It's smart, but it's also tastier. Old Wang subconsciously swallowed his saliva, and a touch of greed surfaced in his eyes. So what do you think of me? Hana Wujua asked again. Old Wang was a bit embarrassed for a moment, not knowing Hua Wuju's intention in asking this. Carefully observing his expression, he said tentatively, you are the most powerful human I have ever seen. It's a smooth, middle-of-the-road statement, not overly patronizing. There is no disparagement either. Oh, Aren't I delicious? Hua Wuju seemed to be smiling. Master Postman, you're joking. You're not food, but I'm human too. The corners of Lao Wang's mouth twitched madly as he looked at the man in front of him, having the feeling that the other party was laying a trap. Don't dare talk nonsense anymore. Hua Wuju smiled and shook his head. Whenever and wherever possible, only the strong deserve to talk about status, and the weak can only be reduced to fish and meat. Chapter 19, The Code of the 12 Chakras. 3 emails. Mission completed. Participating players, 337. Surviving players, 2. About to start a new round of Weird Tales games, with random players drawn in. The nightmare is still spreading. Weird and strange talk is everywhere. And the survivors? Shivering. The unfortunates. The souls of the dead mourn in the world. For once, there were only 2 patches left on all of Blue Star that weren't infested with weird talk. Thank God. Thank you Dr. Armin. When the stars shine, our new Heavenly Father will return. If anyone can be used as a spiritual support, Dr. Armin. It's the spiritual support of each and every one of us at Rice. Forward. We, Rice, will not fall in the end. There were cheers all over Rice. They made it to the end. As for the other big country that isn't infested with weird talk, I'll raise the banner for Brother Hua and see who dares to make an enemy of him. Brothers and sisters, shout out our slogans. Flower is invincible. Flower is cowhide. Jew, come on. Woohoo. Take off. What kind of rules are these? With me, Brother Jew, ghosts and goblins will have to get out of my way. Say, why don't Hannah take out Armin? 2. Wouldn't that leave only our Dragon Kingdom uninfested on Blue Star? Stupid. Even if we pull Rice into the weirdness, what good does that do us? Haven't enough people died yet? That's right. We're still in danger if the game of weirdness doesn't end for a moment. Alas, as much as I'd like to do my part, there's nothing but sniping here. There's nothing we can do. Everything is left to the will of God. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's highest strategy conference room, the 5 dragon marshals gathered around, each of them silent and not speaking, even if it manages to survive the first round of the Weird Tales game alone. But their faces also did not have the slightest look of joy. Instead, a touch of sadness lingered between their brows. At this rate, other countries will sooner or later become no man's land, because of the strange talk coming down. This is not good. There's only going to be less and less people on the blue planet, and the other countries, because they have the Weird Tales rap, resulting in unavailability of resources. It's like the destruction of a nuclear weapon. Yet better, at least Blue Star won't be in a mass destruction strike because of this. The Dragon Kingdom, still standing tall, will not fall. Call it down. Start the Celestial Court program. The borderline still needs to be vigilant. Beware of the possibility of weirdness spreading. The Celestial Court program, special periods, technology transfer through costless immigration, to achieve resource leapfrogging in a short period of time. They could have stayed out of the country where the weird talk was spreading, but those who survived in the countries where the strange talk was spreading were trying to come to the Dragon Kingdom. Resources, technology, talent, previously guarded national core secrets, all can be surrendered without hesitation, under the ravages of the spread of weird talk, just for a spot to enter the Dragon Kingdom. Although there is some suspicion of taking advantage of the situation. But the deal, it was never the strongest that made the deal. The Weird Tales game is a crisis, but it's an opportunity all the same. The Dragon Kingdom's collection of resources had never been so smooth in nearly a century. Countries are all sorts of hounding each other because they are afraid of the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, that last restriction is gone. R&D will move as quickly as possible, and within a month, I want to see the results of the lunar migration. All 5 dragon marshals were thinking clearly. There's no telling when the blame game will be resolved. Even if Flower Wojue showed breathless potential at this stage, they still need to be ready to immigrate, in the moment of necessity. Immigrate to the moon. And that, in turn, requires resources too majestic to estimate. The Dragon Kingdom, too, is in a race against time. All that and a new round of weird talk. The leader of the group, Nia Shuai, returned his gaze to the top of the screen. Inside the world of Weird Tales, the moment the countdown to the 3 email missions hit 0, a white light enveloped Hua Wuju and Armin. Wait for the white light to fade. They then appeared in the brand new Weird Tales venue. Gah! Gah! A few noisy crows sounded abruptly, and then shook the tattered feathers of the, leaving the gray-black branches and flying through the dark, foggy night sky. Beneath the black mist is a campus filled with ominous. A mournful hissing could be heard in the faint. Jia Jia. Welcome to the Weird Tales game. Participating players, 321. A new mission has been issued, debunking lies. A campus built in the middle of a dense forest hides a big lie. Find it. Duration of mission, 72 hours. Reward for survival, none. Penalty for death, strange tales of descent. Good luck to all of you. By the way, the time for new faces is going to be even less. The Weird Tales will was not completely erased, but remodeled, similar to a puppet that remains in its previous setting without realizing it. Hana Wujue did this precisely to get a better understanding of the game. He hadn't been involved in the making of the Weird Tales game, after all, and a lot of things still needed to be experimented with. Hello again, Mr. Hana. Armin smiled slightly, still in the same white robe, and the pale blue pupils flashed with a deep light, like a sapphire in the darkness of the night. It was intriguing and nerve-wracking. I said we'd see each other again. Hua Wuju returned the same smile, a flash of playfulness in his eyes. Earlier, what interested him was, indeed, the Weird Tales game, after attending as a player, to this guy named Armin, but it flooded with more interest. Chaos and sanity, madness and paranoia, calmness and agitation. Only failure and death are left to achieve alternative ascension. My hometown, it's quite a steal. Hana Wujue had long since seen through what was lurking in Armin. Someone planted the seeds of the 12 rounds in him. Flower Wujue, who was in charge of nearly 100 Hongmeng universes, had been exposed to all kinds of systems of cultivation. And these 12 rounds are what he learned about in the twisted and chaotic universe of Hongmeng. Every living thing in that hunky-dory universe is tainted, twisted and deranged, madness and paranoia. And the one who started it all was the honored one who was tormented by distortion and chaos. Even if delirious, after encountering the hellish army of Flower Wujue, it still caused a great deal of damage. In the end, it took him a great deal of effort to behead it in the Hongmeng boundary wall. Just a little bit short of that distortion and chaos, it was actually about to extend backwards into his Hongmeng universe. This was also the only time in the 100 Hongmeng supreme battles that he had felt tricky to handle. The help of the Heavenly Emperor had to be sought. Nasty bugger. Hua Wuju frowned, recalling the cynical Heavenly Emperor, which made him feel displeased. However, it had to be admitted that the Heavenly Emperor had indeed given a great deal of help in that supreme battle. If it wasn't for him, it wouldn't have been possible to get an amazing secret. The venerable man who had been tormented by chaos and distortion had regained his clarity a moment before his death. After a long time, in his mouth, Fengdu Emperor Hua Wujue discovered a shocking piece of news. This honored one, actually, didn't start out like this. Even this Hongmeng universe is not like that. The beginning of everything was reversed only after he had touched the 12 wheels. 12 rounds, a code of taboos, chaos and sanity, madness and paranoia, calmness and agitation, death and defeat. These are the 12 rounds. The contactee needs to survive each stage of the ordeal and make sure he or she doesn't develop any other changes. The 12 wheels complement each other, and when they come together, nothing will be able to stop it, and everything will become its favorites. This venerable man was exposed to it before he gradually went down the path of chaos and distortion, and it was in the stages of madness and paranoia that he, in turn, produced unpredictable changes. In the end, the entire Hongmeng universe was dragged along to be buried with it. Before all of this venerable man was merely an ordinary man. After Flower Wujue took that Hongmeng universe, he chose to go into exile. It's not the same as weird erosion, which is a different kind of strange contamination. Creepy. He can take it easy. This pollution, however, gave him a headache. Every minute, every second, the pollution is spreading, and unless the entire universe is obliterated, otherwise it cannot be cleared. Removal is time-consuming and costly. Exile became the only option. As for the code of 12 chakras, Hua Wujue had never seen it, and the secret, it was found in the soul imprint of that honored one. The codex is also a blur among the seals. Chapter 20 Kishichi Itoshima. Flower Wujue was not prepared to interfere with the 12 wheels conception. About this code, he wants to find the real creator. Armin is the trigger for this, but unfortunately, he doesn't know it himself. Incidentally, there is nothing peculiar about the process of conception. Either that or an unnameable change has taken place to give them insane powers. Either the conception is complete and it becomes it, making everything its own. As to whether it would make things unmanageable, that's not necessary. Hua Wuju had absolute confidence in controlling all of this. Asshole, you tricked us all. An angry questioning voice came. Follow the voice. It was a new round of contestants, and the faces of every one of them were nothing but horrified. More than anything else, it was a sadness. In the outside world, they clearly watched the whole process of Armin deceiving them. Let all their country descend into weirdness. For Armin, they hated to eat his flesh and bones. Also, there were significantly fewer players participating this time than last time. There are countries that have already failed to carry the strange talk of descent and have perished. It's not exactly cheating. To be strict, I'm just trying to win the game. Only, it's for me. Armin corrected calmly. Asshole. I'll kill you. A player rushed out of the crowd. eyes glazed with blood, waving his sandbag-sized fists and, toward Armin's face. Bang! That punch landed with precision. It certainly wasn't how good the player was, but the fact that Armin didn't even dodge. I'm sorry, I can understand your feelings, but next, we still need to work together. Armin wiped the corners of his mouth, unconcerned. You put your mother's ass on the line. Want to lie to us again? The player who had just thrown the punch, with bloodshot eyes, glared at him viciously. He, on the other hand, is a contestant from Bear Country. In Weird Tales of Advent, his whole family is dead. For the man who started it all, he now just wanted his country to savor the same pain. As he spoke, the Bear Country player pounced again with vigor, but this time, he didn't make it. Bang dash! Like a bouncing ball, the Bear Country player was bounced to the side by a strange force. Armin slowly withdrew his hand. The only good thing about a mechanically modified body is that it's durable and powerful. Those players with angry faces, although they hated each other, realized that they were no longer in the same category as Armin. They don't have a chance for revenge. Unless, complete this mission and gain abilities as well. The Weird Tales game is as much an unfair kryptonite game as anything. After participating in the first Weird Tales game and gaining the ability to talk to them, the new players who participated in it's not even on the same order of magnitude. Feng Du Emperor, a player shouted out the title of Hana Wujue's ability. Your Excellency Flower Wujue, I beg you to kill this brazen bastard. We'll show him the consequences of cheating. The Bear Country player said in a sad tone. The eyes all focused on Hua Wujue at once. The only slight benefit to these new participants is, having turn 1 information, these men know very well that, at present, the one person who can stand up to Armin, only this mysterious man from the east, he, and he alone, possessed the power to kill Armin. He's the one that even Creepy has to fear. This is the unanimous impression that new players have of Hana Wujue. Hua Wujue just looked at them indifferently in the face of these sizzling gazes. There was no desire to make a move, nor was there any desire to answer. What? Are you going to join with this demon? He has personally caused countless people to lose their lives. Are you, Flower Wujue, also like that? If you have any humanity left, just should have killed the bastard. The new player from Sakura Nation stepped forward. Compared to the last player, this new Sakura Nation player had sharp eyes and, with an overriding elitist air. And indeed, that's true. The new player of Sakura Nation, Kishichi Itoshima, is none other than a senior law student, known as the Golden Lawyer. Ha! Hua Wujue was infuriated and laughed. Morally kidnap him. Feng Du Da Di? Want to see what you're talking about? What are you laughing at? Is it hard to tell me what's on your mind? Kishichi Itoshima had sharp eyes that seemed to want to penetrate his opponent. As a gold medal lawyer, he is best at manipulating public opinion. The first round of the Weird Tales game had taught him one thing. Whoever can lead the majority of players will have a higher survival rate. I'm laughing. Your country. Why are you always noisy creeps? When Hua Wujue said the last sentence, his tone was suddenly morose. And Kishichi Itoshima, under a gaze of utter horror, the entire person's limbs began to twist up, and the clicking sound of bones colliding and breaking persisted, causing the surrounding players' gazes to be horrified to the extreme. Players from all countries were immersed in anger towards Armin, but ignored the nature of the flowers without awareness. Trying to threaten him? Obviously the wrong person. Cherry Blossom Nation still hasn't learned its lesson. Then, give thanks by dying. Sakura Nation player dies. Random weird talk descends. The familiar announcing tones once again rang in every player's ears, while like a knock on their heart, shuddering. Yeah, Hana Wujue isn't any good either. He used 50 people as guinea pigs. Wouldn't take their feelings as players seriously at all. If anything, Armin was at least using arithmetic. Flower Wujue is totally calculating. Don't even bother to calculate. If you want to die, you have to die. There is no room for any reversal at all, even to his death. The Sakura Nation player did not expect that Hua Wujue would kill him so crisply. Not even a little hesitation. According to his guess, Hua Wujue would at least hesitate, if not agree. Killed him in a negative way. The new round of the Weird Tales game is nothing like the first round. Expose the lies. This is a group task. Everyone receives the same. That is to say, they are required to act as a whole, and as soon as one of them finishes that means all of them can pass. But can a weird game really be that simple? So there is a certain inevitability to the existence of individual players. Players should never be attritioned until it is absolutely necessary. Flower Wujue would have hesitated, he did not dare to kill himself, and a word of his, yet it can establish a centerpiece in the minds of new players. At least, that's what Kishichi Itoshima deduced. Hua Wujue was not a stupid person. He could definitely think of this, but he overlooked one thing. When one has enough power to lift the table, the existence of others is less important, as the price of his inference error. So he dies, and Sakura Nation has to suffer a new strange talk coming down again, re-added to the original. New Hey Mother Mary New Mother LeBlack. A long and grotesque voice resounded through the streets of Sakura country, and everyone who hears it will be horrified to see a man dressed in red and a dried-up woman with a red head and a deathly pale face. Chapter 21 Free Gifts. Players from various countries fell silent and stopped yelling for revenge on Armin. Okay, guys, I know you all have a great deal of hatred for me, but even so, we still need to work together to survive. I'm sure you've all seen this mission to expose the lies. This is a group assignment, and no matter how much we both resent it, how much you hate me, none of it can be changed, Armin said, shaking his head. Ha, it won't hurt to kill you and we'll go back to the quest. The Sunburst Nation players sneered. Their country's last player, King Arthur, Reno, was pitted to death by Armin. No matter what you say, there's no way we'll ever believe another word you say. He spoke the unanimous voice of all the new players. Armin's terrifyingly cold-blooded. 3 email quest in the. It has been deeply engraved into the marrow of their bones. That's a demon. Are you prepared to take the devil's word for it? It's okay, you'll come to me. Armin's light blue pupils were very calm. What do you mean? The new player frowned. Then, as if he understood something, his face instantly turned white. Hurriedly, he opened his information panel. A bright, ghost aura erosion was being displayed on it in a big way. The hearts of the players from various countries sank to the bottom at once. Yeah, they don't have access to abilities, and at the same time they don't have a way to insulate themselves from ghostly auras that 11 hours at the most, and they'll be dead here. Humph, we live longer without you. A player still had a stiff upper lip, but they had begun to panic, and in a mood of apprehension, they began to observe their surroundings, and that observation made it even harder for them, except for the creepy school right in front of them. All around was black land as well as towering gray and black monstrous trees. A worn wooden sign was being stuck in the ground not far away. The forest is dangerous. Do not enter. It was obvious that the woods hid some terrible danger. Come on, Dr. Armin is so smart. How could he need us? It's a death sentence if we're needed. Players from all countries have been sneering and shaking their heads, even as they panic at the current circumstances. And yet, he is no longer willing to trust this demon. Let's go. Let's all go in together. If you dare to follow us, we will definitely get you killed. The Bear Country player was the first to step forward, still glaring at Armin with that look that was meant to kill, as much as he hated the guy. But now he couldn't do anything about the other party, so he could only quickly seek a way to complete the mission. At the same time, he was a little anxious. Armin and the others had 3 days, and they, the new players, had no ability to. Under the effect of ghostly erosion, if you want to survive, you must complete the task of exposing lies within 11 hours. This certainly cranks up the difficulty to another great degree. There's no need to reject it so quickly. I have ways to counteract the erosion that I'm sure you'll be interested in. The players from various countries hesitantly stopped and turned their gazes to Armin. Armin put his hand out, and out of thin air appeared a ghost coin with a denomination of 100. I want to trade. Items that counteract ghostly erosion. Ghost baby's cookies. 1 ghost coin x1. A baby's favorite snack. And a ghost baby will be unhappy if someone takes it away. Humans taking it will gain immunity to ghostly auras. Now, the eyes of the players from various countries straightened up all of a sudden. Breathing was slightly labored. Once we get this cookie, we can extend the time limit to 72 hours, without having to worry about dying a violent death in 11 hours. The temptation to stay alive, for those of them who were drawn as players, can be imagined. How big will it be? What the hell are you selling again? The Bear Country player also had a shocked look in his eyes. He didn't trust Armin to be so kind. The other side is the one that sold the entire 200 plus players to the slaughterhouse. You may rest assured that I have no reckoning whatsoever with this money. It was meant for you. Armin shook his head and then, dryly, exchanged it for over 300 cookies, gratuitously given to these players. These players were a little hesitant, but they took the cookies. Even the Bear Country players who had a deep grudge were holding back from having an attack, took the cookies. Time is of the essence in this place. Letting go of hatred for a while is for the betterment of vengeance. After eating the cookies, they did notice that the panel erosion was gone. This caused the crowd to breathe a sigh of relief while at the same time feeling a deep sense of apprehension inside. You don't get too flustered if you know someone has bad intentions, because at least you know what he's up to. But if a person doesn't seem to have any purpose, they are instead possessing a greater purpose. Armin clearly falls into the latter category in their minds. What's his agenda? These players who had gotten a free gift fell silent and were too embarrassed to point fingers, at least for a short time, and Armin took advantage of this opening to start his reasoning again. As I'm sure you've all noticed, The playing field for this one is inside the school. The Bear Country players grunted. It's not like any of them are blind. With a school this big, it's not invisible. But is this school, is it any different from what we perceive it to be? Armin threw the question to the crowd. On the hill. A player replied in a Wang voice. With a bit of careful thought, we can all see the problem. Shouldn't the school be inside the city? Why would it be in a place surrounded by forest? Exactly. And that's where we need to address the problem. Why is there a school in the forest? And a high school? And why is it our job to expose the lies? Expose the lies of whom? And how are we going to debunk it? Armin's words were steeply sharp, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Players from all countries froze, confusion and contemplation in their eyes. We have so little information now that we need to probe further to understand. Not all of the players were stupid, and a svelte-looking man shook his head. Exactly. So we still need to get into the school. Armin nodded. Players from various countries also understood at this moment what trick Armin was selling. Turns out they still want them to go ahead and scout. We're just going in, and we won't need you unless you're willing to lead the way. The Bear Country players sneered. If anything, the deaths of the players who participated in the first round were defeated by the scarcity of experience. This second round of players, then, has been dramatically improved mentally as well as receptively. It won't be like the last time a player died in confusion. I can. Armin nodded as the crowd looked on in disbelief. Chapter 22 Forests Off Limits. When the hell are these stupid guys going to grow a brain? Flower Woodjue wasn't going to watch this farce any longer, and with a glance at the worn wooden sign that, directly ignoring the warning from above, he slowly stepped into the forest of gray and black monstrous trees intertwined. Players from various countries noticed this, and a few of them lit up in front of their eyes and secretly followed them. None of these teleported venues of weird talk were manipulated by Hana Woodjue. On the contrary, he knows nothing about it. The only thing that has changed in this Weird Tales game is that the Weird Tales will has become the will that belongs to him. The rules and flow of the game, however, have not changed. It's not that he can't change, it's that he doesn't want to. What's the point of having fun if the game is open? Longboa Populace, you're already open for business. Asterisk, what is Jew doing? Doesn't that wooden sign say not to approach? Yeah, this gray and black weird tree looks so weird, like a twisted person. Here it comes, that eerie smell again. I say, what are you guys so nervous about? Hannah didn't even say anything, just watch. But isn't this mission a group mission? To expose the lies. Is it hard to believe that there are any lies to be uncovered in this forest? I see the suspension of disbelief. The pointing in the mission is so obvious that if it's not a school, with that many people, it's impossible not to react. Yes, wherever warnings are given in this game of Weird Tales, it's usually the ones that actually hold the danger. Doesn't that mean there's really something? Inside the world of Weird Tales, Flower Woodjue walked slowly through the forest, which was dotted with gray and black strange trees. Whenever his feet stepped on the leaves that fell from the strange tree, it made a rustling sound. It stood out in the silence of the forest. And this seemingly silent forest is like a dense mass of ice that, it gives one the feeling of being spied on at all times. Those few players who followed up felt it especially hard. What? How do I feel? Someone in these woods is watching us? The player who had sneaked up behind him whispered with some fear. The person who spoke was a new player from Kimchi Nation. They originally wanted to follow Flower Woodjue to see if the other party did know something. As a result, I didn't expect that as soon as I stepped into this forest, they lost their target in an instant, and an oozing silence fell around them. I feel the same way. Another player echoed with a quivering lip. At this moment, they felt an extraordinary regret for their clever idea. It's obviously a group assignment, so why are they trying to be smart? If Hana Woodjue really knew the correct task to do, why don't we just wait for him to finish the mission? Why do we have to follow him? To put it bluntly, they are still uneasy about putting their lives in someone else's hands. What if this is not a group assignment? But it's too late to say anything now. Even if their intestines are green with remorse, they can't change all that. Now even if you want to go back, you simply can't find your way back. They're lost in this forest. A player suddenly let out a scream. The Kimchi Nation player and the other two players turned back nervously at once, eyes revealing extreme unease. He looked around, but saw nothing. Crap! Anxiety flowed from the eyes of the new Kimchi Nation player. Obviously, it was the danger of the forest that had attacked them. Shouldn't have come along. The Kimchi Country player cursed angrily, and then, not caring about his other two companions, in one direction it rushed. One of the players reacted and stiffly followed suit. As for the last remaining person, his body was trembling as he stood still. He saw the missing player, not in the surroundings, but in the overhead. The missing player was hanging twisted from the trunk of the tree as if he were a braided twisted stick. The connection between the head and the body was replaced by circles and circles of twisted gray and black vines, and the player's head, eyes bulging out, stared down in death. Help! Life! The player who was being stared at, his legs trembling uncontrollably. It was like something was stuck in his throat, and trying to make a sound felt incredibly difficult. No! He doesn't want to die. That player frantically tried to get his body moving and leave this hellhole immediately, but it was as if his body was out of control, frozen in place, unable to move. More horrifyingly, he felt like something was slipping inside his body and it made him feel uncomfortable all over. What the hell? His eyes revealed extreme horror, and with great difficulty he tried to bring his eyes down but you can only see your toes. A little further down. A little further down. He struggled to see anything. He saw his stomach was rapidly swelling, with branching bumps sticking out from the unevenness of it, like there were branches in it. But quickly, his stomach retracted again. Instead, there was a strange sensation at the neck, and then, to his utter horror, his mouth, uncontrollably, a gray-black branch reached out. Help! He can't even vocalize with difficulty anymore, because his neck was completely disconnected, like a twist that, in its place are the entwined vines. Kangaroo Nation player dies. Strange talk descends. At the same moment, Kangaroo Nation, building on the original weird story of there were countless more gray and black forests. These forests are like labyrinths of horror, taking one lost person after another, hanging from their torsos. So, the danger of this forest is the gray and black monster tree. The Dragon Nation audience drifted off, but then they were a little puzzled, for after so long a time the Hua Wuju didn't show the slightest sign of being attacked. On the contrary, wherever Flower Wujue went, the strange trees dropped their branches one after another. It's like it's wilted, which is odd to see, and when Flower Wujue walked past, it was like those strange trees had revitalized and the blighted places are once again alive. They are showing weakness. Hua Wuju naturally saw the meaning of these strange trees. He didn't do anything about it, and the strange trees didn't mean to attack at all. This to the point where he felt a bit sorry for himself. After all, his breath was all tucked away, and he didn't expect these creeps to be so knowledgeable. It made even the idea that he was ready to set the forest on fire go back a little. Such a big forest. If the gold flames come out to devour it, it's going to be a real pleasure. But it would be a little embarrassing if these strange trees didn't attack. After all, they didn't mess with themselves. So Hana Wujue made a decision, and underneath the monstrous tree's violently trembling body, he let the branch of the strange tree poke his hand. Then, the corners of Hua Wuju's mouth slightly rose. Chapter 23 Red High Heels. Look, you guys, it's on fire. While players from various countries were still pushing each other around, one player pointed at the forest in horror. The fire in the forest spread rapidly, covering the vast majority of the area in just a few moments. Even from the periphery it looked like a fire, but there was no smoke. It's as if these flames are just burning for the sake of burning. It's odd to say the least. There was a fire in the grove of gray and black monsters, but they heard the mournful hissing of it made players from various countries burst into tears. The fire is spreading over. We can't stay here any longer. The faces of the players in each country stared. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but the black fog above their heads solidified a few more points. The pointless bickering came to an end, and all of them moved too. Bracing himself so as not to be burned by the damn flames, he made his way to the gates of the creepy school, Ivy 103 Middle School, the worn-out door plate, hanging like a broken leaf beside the front door. Lots of patina, yet it doesn't interfere with the reading of the sign. Armin kept his promise. The gate wasn't locked, or rather, there was only an iron lock that was rotten to the core. All it takes is a little push and the iron lock immediately falls to the ground. With a creak and a squeak, Armin was the first to enter the creepy school. Behind him, players from various countries breathed a sigh of relief and followed closely into the school. The layout of the school is strange. One of the buildings directly across from the main entrance was not a teaching building, but a girls' dormitory building. Then, there are two intersections leading in different directions. The school is broken, but the road signs are intact. The left and right sides represent the other two buildings. As for the front, the women's dormitory building had 4 floors, each of which was pitch black, like a black fog overhead. Players from various countries felt a strong sense of unease. The unease stems not from the creepy school, but the task of exposing the lies. All of them newer players have seen the first live stream of It's pretty clear that there's something horribly creepy going on here. What struck them most was the part where Armin was talking to the owner of the meat factory. It's hard to believe. They're going to have to go straight with these shenanigans too? No, they were going to have to go straight with creepy. Even if you're mentally prepared, it's inevitable to freak out when it's time to do so. 3 roads, the left leading to the school building, the right to the boys' dormitory, and the last. Enter the women's dormitory building. Armin paused and finally added, I would suggest going to the women's dormitory first, to gather some intelligence. He left the choice up to these players. Oof. The Bear Country player still has a deep grudge in his heart, and the other players are torn after. Selected agree. Armin's ability is precognition. As it stood, since it was a group mission, the other side should have no reason to betray them again. Fail the mission and they all die. The mission succeeds, and whoever completes it, they survive. Armin nodded, not dragging his feet at all, and walked directly towards the girls' dormitory building. The others followed him, always on the lookout for danger. Da. Heavy footsteps suddenly appeared in the silent school. The sound of high heels. As they got closer to the girls' dormitory building, the sound became clearer, so much so that in the end, under their horrified gazes, the pair of blood-red heels that, I don't know when I've come up to them. The bright red on top of the heels was as red as real blood, red and frightening. The closest thing to those weird heels was the White Elephant Nation player, a robust white elephant man. Aline likes to dance, so if it asks you, you'd better not refuse, otherwise it will be sad. The oddball game's beep sounded in their ears. That White Elephant Country player was even more erect, the uneasiness in his eyes thick to the extreme. He received an invitation from Aline. This pair of ghost shoes has weird power on it. If you want to live, you'd better promise it. Armin opened his mouth, and there was still no panic in his eyes, only composure and calmness. It was as if the blood-red heels were not associated with him. What a scary guy. Strong scorn flashed in the eyes of players from all countries. In the face of weirdness, they were uncharacteristically warped. Armin, however, was excessively calm, even scary. Is it really trustworthy to work with such a person? But they don't have a choice. Da. The heels bounced quickly on the ground as if they were picking up on something. After the initial panic, the White Elephant Nation players braced themselves for uneasiness and began to jump as well. Only he simply couldn't keep up with his opponent. And as time went by, the beats got more and more wrong. So much so that by the end of the day, they simply fell on their asses and sat down. Aline feels so bad about your dancing that it's decided to tutor you. Yet you need to be paid for it. Help me. Please, help me. The White Elephant Country player's face instantly turned white, almost begging for help from Armin. They know exactly what the payoff means. The scenes of those few who had their hearts taken by the ghostly letter carrier were still fresh in their minds. If he can't get the ghost money, he's dead. It doesn't work. It doesn't want it. Armin shook his head, a blue aura flashing through his pupils, as if to corroborate Armin's words. Ghost Shoes then added, Alien doesn't want ghost coins. The payment it wants is that it needs you to help it accomplish something. The White Elephant Nation player's hanging heart was slightly lowered, as long as it wasn't for his heart. Xiao Feng is a good friend of Alien's, but recently there has been a conflict over something. Alin needs you to help him get Xiao Feng's forgiveness. Who's Feng? A trace of confusion flashed in the White Elephant Kingdom player's eyes, but in order to stay alive, he could only choose to agree. Alien seems to be very happy with the promise of the White Elephant player. The blood-red heels bounced back and forth, making a constant clattering sound. A new beat came on as the heels stopped. Xiao Feng likes hearts. Lin will remove your heart in exchange for Xiao Feng's forgiveness. The expression on the White Elephant Kingdom player's face instantly stiffened. White Elephant Country player dies. Strange tales descend. Jean, come back. The strange gray and black forest of trees outside the weird school was gone as the gold flames engulfed it. The view opens up all of a sudden. Some objects hidden deep in the strange gray and black woods revealed themselves, like a log cabin that reeks of resentment. After Flower Wujua put away the gold flames, he looked at the wooden house in front of him with interest. That's a bit of an interesting grievance. Things are more interesting than I thought. Hua Wuju walked towards the cabin. As he drew nearer, the cabin, as if in warning, constantly oozing viscous black blood from the sandwich and stretching and flowing across the floor. Chapter 24, The Secret in the Cabin. A touch of disdain passed through Flower Wuju's indifferent eyes. The moment that the spreading sticky blood was about to touch him in front of his body, stopped hard, not daring to take another step beyond the threshold. And with every step forward that Hua Wuju took, this viscous blood shrank back a step, so much so that in the end, it simply retracted back onto the cabin. TCH, it's really worthy of being Flower. It's really Nyoboi. There was a house in this forest, so to speak. Isn't this house the key to the mission? It's true to say that. Schools built in the forest, log cabins hidden in the depths, still oozing blood. I'm afraid no one would believe that there isn't something fishy going on in there. He quickly came to the cabin. There was no lock on the cabin, only a stout branch stuck in the bolt. The branch was highly recognizable and could be seen at a glance as being from the gray and black monster tree. And there were odd marks on the branches. It had coagulated blood on it, like someone who had fought to grab a branch and worn their palm down. One left and one right. Exactly where two palms are held. Outside the world of weird tales. Hiss. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. We don't need you to tell us. We can tell something's wrong. There's got to be something hiding in this cabin. Maybe a trick. Oh, come on. Aren't you guys nervous at all? This is the Kimchi people who came to Dragon Kingdom from Kimchi countries at great cost. He was unusually shocked at the lack of concern from the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom. You know, just now, it was reported that they, the Pickle country, had once again plummeted and were again descended upon by shenanigans. It also made him glad for a moment that he had made the decision. Even though tens of billions of dollars of company and technology had been lost, too, at least you survived, didn't you? What's wrong with being weird? What's all the fuss about? You're afraid you haven't seen the strength of my flower brother. Compared to ferocity, this weird talk world is less weird than a hair on Hannah's head. Hearing the unanimous confidence of the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom, this pickle man was inexplicably infected. Especially after hearing about Flower Wujue's earlier deeds, he was glad for his decision. Compared to the players who were careful in the weird talk game, the Dragon Kingdom was simply the flavor of the day. Don't even worry about the weird talk coming down. As a matter of fact, after watching the performance of Flower Wujue and Armin, most of them all chose to come to the Dragon Kingdom. It is clear at a glance which is better to win by calculation, and which is worse to win by strength at parity. It's also true that Hana Wujue didn't disappoint the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Pop! The wooden door was kicked open. Flower Wujue didn't even bother to check the blood on the branch. In his eyes, those weird and dangerous phenomena are as good as non-existent. That level of spookiness isn't nearly as menacing as the ghosts I encountered as a ghostbuster. This is the evaluation of the flower without awareness. And inside the cabin, under the dim moonlight outside, one could vaguely see the furnishings inside through the blurred vision. A dusty four-cornered bench, a pair of blood-stained scissors, and a spot of smeared blood, and lots of hair. Most critically, underneath the hair, you can faintly see a lot of rotting flesh that corroded away. Countless white maggots wriggled inside. There were no windows in the cabin, and the door that had been left open was the only way to let the light reveal itself. Even through the curtain of light, this nauseating scene that made people sick straight away, still made some of the poorly tolerated. Couldn't help but spit out the overnight meal. Holy, why is this disgusting? I kind of see this as a murder scene. Haha, I get it. This lie must have something to do with the murders here. Maybe it could involve schoolyard bullying. It's not necessary, is it, that a schoolyard bully can tie someone up and give them this kind of screwing? This is clearly the work of a homicidal maniac. Look at the rotting flesh on the floor. I'm a forensic scientist. This is flesh from a man's chest. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a female. Asterisk. That's scary? There's a homicidal maniac in the school. Exposing the lie, I see, is finding out about the murderer. And to identify the murderer. This is still a weird game. I'm afraid it's not 9 lives. I think something's going to happen over at Armin's. In case we run into that homicidal maniac. That precognitive ability of his doesn't help. Yes, all the shenanigans I've seen now. Almost all of them are certain kills if the medium is triggered. The precognition is buggy, but it definitely won't last long. And once you trigger the homicidal maniac's medium, you'll probably be hunted to death. Hua Wuju didn't realize that the discussion outside was very lively. A hint of displeasure was hidden between his eyebrows. In his view, the chair was strapped to a naked teenage girl. The young girl's chest was filled with blood, having already suffered inhuman torture, and her 2 eyes were very empty, as they were missing. Probably seeing Hua Wuju come in, the young girl in the chair slowly raised her head up. The eyeball-less sockets stared straight at him, and even without them, they still made one feel a monstrous resentment. Looking again at the mouth of this young girl, carefully sewn up with needle and thread, it made the young girl look like a gruesomely tortured doll, sympathetic and frightening at the same time. The resentment in this cabin originated from this extremely tortured young girl. It moved, sprawled on the ground in an extremely bizarre position, crawling forward on driven limbs. Apparently it was going to attack Flower Wujue. The outside audience couldn't see this scene. They just saw Flower Wujue standing in place, not moving a muscle. If they could see it, they'd be in cardiac arrest right now. It jumped and suddenly opened its own mouth. The cracks at the corners of his mouth spread even to the base of his ears. It was going to swallow Flower Wujue's head in one gulp. Hua Wujue's abyssal ink-like pupils, slightly raised upwards, then violently swung out a slap. The precise and unmistakable slap sent it flying, directly shaking an opening out of the wooden house. and the viewers outside finally saw the scene taking place in the cabin. Everyone who saw that young girl's bizarre appearance sucked in a breath of cold air. More than that, it was an afterthought. You know, the audience is omniscient, and they can't even see the presence of the teenage girl's weirdness. Then the players, of course, are invisible. If Hana Wujue didn't see it either. Some viewers are already afraid to think backwards. If you dare to be reckless again, just disappear. Flower Wujue coldly looked at the young girl bizarrely, and a golden flame suddenly appeared behind her. The young girl struggled eerily to her feet, and a tremor passed through her body that curled up on his side in a sign of submission. It's horrible. This human. It's horrible. Teenage Creepy hadn't felt the emotion of fear in I don't know how long. Its fear of the human in front of it had reached an extreme. With that slap just now, it had the strong feeling that if the other party really exerted itself, it has its head slapped off now. You know, it is spooky. I never thought I'd see the day when I'd be so afraid of a human. It's as if the two of them have been reversed, and it's the human it's the other side that's creepy. Fear, or fear, the young girl bizarrely didn't dare to move for fear of angering Flower Wujue. Flower Wujue didn't intend to really kill the other party either. He had another use for him. Chapter 25, Good People? Bad Guy? The deaths of players from the White Elephant Kingdom have brought about an upheaval of hearts and minds. Every player held their breath, not daring to move. Their eyes dead set on those blood-red high heels. Everyone's afraid they're going to be the next target of these heels. And to the side, the White Elephant Kingdom player who had a large hole appearing in his chest area. The body had grown cold. What do we do? A player turned to Armin for help with his eyes in horror. Even if your heart is twisted and you don't like it, when it comes to the moment of crisis, he is still the first thing that comes to everyone's mind. Those damn blood-red heels. After taking the heart of the White Elephant Nation player, still hovering in place, it seemed to have no intention of leaving. Only at this moment did the crowd truly realize the fear of being dominated by the bizarre. Woo, woo. A female player couldn't take the damn depression anymore and sobbed in agony. But fearful of attracting the attention of the heels, he could only cover his mouth with his hand in death. Bastard. If you want to find death, don't drag us along. The players around it cast angry glances at it. In case the blood-red heels are attracted, who can say who the unlucky one really is? There's no need to be nervous. The sound isn't that eerie regularity. Armin's voice was quite a relief to these scared new players. Laws? The crowd froze. Isn't it weird to attack whenever you want to? That's right. The bizarre attack was not unruly, and we were under a framework of rules that, they are there too. You guys remember the name of this game? Rules Freak Out. At the heart of the game are the rules. The last round of the Weird Tales game, inside that town, survived an incalculable amount of shenanigans, yet they can only attack us by delivering messages, which is a sign of being limited by the rules. Armin nodded and explained for the crowd. Oh, so you sell your compatriots as goods to Creepy. It's also a manifestation of the rules you've discovered. The Bear Country players still sneered. Of all the new players, the Bear Nation players have the most animosity towards Armin, because he witnessed his parents being killed by Creepy. The source of all this is because of this moralistic asshole. Yes, my dealings are likewise under the rules, and if they are not carried out, all 200 or so players are going to die there. All of them, or make me whole for the next one. As I said, all my moves are for the better survival of mankind. Instead of retorting, Armin accepted it openly. What was done, and he never wanted to argue. Hearing Armin's words, the crowd was somewhat moved. Gotta admit, in this new round of the Weird Tales game, Armin did help them tremendously, even willing to be the first to take the risk, rather than letting other players be cannon fodder as they were in the last round. Either way, Armin made no move to harm them. Let's just say that buying items to fight against ghostly erosion for over 300 players was not a small amount. The crowd asked themselves if they were in Armin's shoes. It's done anyway, along with all that money, and precognition. With this capital, it's perfectly possible to make a life for yourself in the world of weird talk. Why bother with them? In the bluntest terms, they, the new players, because of their inability to, as well as the inability to fight off ghostly erosion. To put it bluntly, it's really no different than a liability. In this round of group quests, it's clear that it's just going to have to take on the role of cannon fodder, and Armin's actions had no intention of using them as cannon fodder at all. The most crucial, and the one they care about the most. They had only 11 hours to live. But Armin, the enemy, saved them. Let them gain 3 days. Some may feel that Armin is out to use them, but in reality, any of these players with a brain can figure out the key. Their time was shorter than Armin's, and they had to finish the mission now if they wanted to survive. At a time like this, when there's no chance to think about bizarre dangers as well as traps, one can only try hard. And Armin, who was perfectly capable of sitting back and taking advantage of the situation. It doesn't take much to make them this cannon fodder. This is the most direct and best way to utilize it. But Armin didn't, but really helped them. The crowd fell silent for a moment, and the emotions in their hearts became extremely complicated. The good guys? He sold over 200 of his countrymen to Creepy as cargo. The bad guy? He saved over 300 new players. They couldn't tell anymore if Armin was good or bad. Mind is more inclined to accept that Armin is in fact a good man. Only the approach is more extreme. Armin is right. Without the sacrifices of the players in the previous turn, the vast majority of them, the new round of players, wouldn't survive 11 hours, let alone complete the mission. The Bear Nation players are still full of murderous intent, and if the opportunity arises to, he would not hesitate to kill Armin. But not now, and his country can't afford another descent into weirdness. The Bear Nation player can still tell the difference between family hatred and national tragedy. After completing a mission, you will have the rest of the time to rest. This is the information everyone learned after the first round of the Weird Tales game. This was the beginning of a plan for the Bear Country players to get back at Armin. As for now, just let him live a little longer. The sound of heels moving interrupted their thoughts. The crowd instantly renewed their tension. Yeah, forget about whether Armin is good or bad for a second. Save your little life first. The removing heels made the crowd of players want to move. And from everyone's point of view, that high heel was aimed at himself. Some players watched the heels get closer and closer, and after a violent heartbeat, it's just like trying to escape. But just as this player was about to put it into action, a voice chided him. Don't move. It's regular feet. Armin's chortling echoed across the empty campus. The loud noise caused several strange crows with exposed skeletons to fly away with strange cries. The player stopped hard, hearing Armin's voice, and there was actually a sense of relief. He also didn't understand why he trusted the other side so much, but that's just the way it is. Even if the heels are still moving, that player wasn't as nervous as he was earlier. And indeed it does. The heels were still moving, but they were just skirting the edge of the crowd. It's like picking your prey, waiting for the prey to reveal itself, and delaying your move. Chapter 26, 10 Minutes of Precognition. How do you know? The crowd couldn't help but be curious when they saw that the red heels really didn't invite anyone to dance again. If footsteps are the rule, so why did everyone follow Armin in the beginning and not attack him? Instead, what about attacking the inconspicuous White Elephant Kingdom players? For the moment the footsteps were heard, everyone almost stopped moving. The heels didn't appear to meet the pattern of the attack, even though the back was still moving. By the time the heels appeared, the nearest people, all immobilized by shock. When the people behind them saw the people in front of them stop, they all stopped and didn't move. The reason why the White Elephant Country player was attacked, on the other hand, was because he was after seeing the high heels of the people who still can't help but back away. But he's not the only one, just because he's the closest. That's why it was targeted. Hearing Armin's explanation, the crowd couldn't help but feel a hint of fear as it dawned on them. At that time, when we saw the high heels, out of instinct, everyone stopped and, however, if they were like that White Elephant Country player and couldn't help but retreat, then I'm afraid that it wouldn't necessarily be the White Elephant Country player who would be attacked. Instead, the Bear Country player stared at Armin's back and thought, can one person, really, memorize the foot movements of more than 300 people in a split second? So what do we have to do to get out of this weirdness? A player couldn't wait to ask Armin. After spending some time together, the center of this group of new players had just like returned to Armin once again. After 5 minutes, the heels will leave on their own. Armin gave his answer. Why is that? The crowd was puzzled. The heels were still moving. They didn't look like they were going anywhere at all. Why would you leave after 5 minutes? In 5 minutes, a bell will ring in the school and the heels will leave because of it. Armin replied. The nation's players frowned. There were no clocks in the neighborhood at all. And the time they have on their hands here is of no use at all. Measuring the world of Weird Tales by the time standards of the Blue Planet is undoubtedly an extremely foolish endeavor. For them, the only criterion by which they can feel the change in the passage of time, it's the time remaining on the quest in your personal panel. That's what's really absolutely accurate. I used the power of precognition, Armin replied calmly. The pupils of the players from various countries shrunk slightly, and there was some envy in their eyes, and more than anything else, they were jealous. For their part, the Bear Country players were red-eyed, having gotten this ability with the blood and tears of more than 200 countries. How can he say that with such a straight face? But angry as he was, the Bear Country player didn't take it personally and just remained silent. Precognition. Dr. Armin. So you can just know how the mission is going to be accomplished? The female player, who had been sobbing at first out of fear, inquired at this moment with glowing eyes. The rest of the players also pricked up their ears and waited for the answer with some anticipation. Yeah, since precognition can tell what's going to happen afterward. So wouldn't jumping straight to the moment the mission is completed give them an idea of how to do it now? Stupid. There were still smart people among the players from various countries, and when they saw this scene, they just sneered and shook their heads. It's not like the ability is a plug-in. It's a secondary function at best, and definitely has some kind of limitation. If the ability is really that buggy, then every mission straight up uses the precognition ability. Wouldn't it be 100% over? If that's the case, what's the point of carrying on with this weird game? Wouldn't it be easier to just declare Armin the winner? My precognition can't know what happens 10 minutes from now, so, I don't really know how to accomplish the task. Armin's words doused them with cold water. The crowd was disappointed, but overall happy. 10 minutes of precognition was enough to avert a lot of danger for them, and, within 24 hours, I can only use precognition 3 times, Armin added. Doesn't seem to mind in the slightest informing the shortcomings of his abilities. When the players from various countries heard this, they frowned, with more or less dissatisfaction in their eyes. Only 3 times? Wouldn't that be a very chicken dash asterisk ability? People next door to the Dragon Kingdom are capable of something like Feng Du Da Di, which sounds like bull at first glance, and for what it's worth, it shows no shortcomings and is very strong. This precognitive ability, at first glance, is not bad, but in reality, once one understands that, it's like the difference between kryptonite and freebies. Armin's hand is a commoner's skill, and Hana Wujue is a super tycoon's skill. Is there such a big difference between competence and ability? By the way, how come we haven't seen Flower Wujue all this time? Speaking of this, various players have also been reminded of another person who gained the ability. This other player who gained the ability can be much more flamboyant than Armin. I think I saw him go into the woods, and the guys from Pickle Country followed. A player recalled the situation. Forget it, let him fend for himself. The remembering is brief and the forgetting swift. After all, it's not like the other side is going to help them. So love it. And in fact, Flower Wujue was embarking on a major event. The weird world can be projected onto Blue Star, so I can project hell onto the weird world. Flower Wujue looked at the shivering teenage girl guile in front of him and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. The Weird Tales game is the horizontal bar that breaks through the chasm between the weird world and the blue planet. Players, on the other hand, are an important vehicle for generating connections. In turn, this teenage girl creepy would also be a great vehicle for hellish projections. Interesting blend of hellish projections and weird games. That said, he did miss his old buddies too. It's time to get them together and have some fun. Flower Wujue created a simple summoning charm with her ghostly aura and handed it to this teenage girl weirdly. Let it absorb down. That is, swallow it. The young girl weirdly dared not do nothing. Very cooperative swallowed, and then squatted with a well-behaved face. After this is done, Hua Wuju began to communicate the connection between the two realms. Teenage Creepy plays a huge role as this important pheromone in the middle. The original impossible summoning actually succeeded. An eerie smoky green ghostly mist filled the air, and the young girl's eerie face changed drastically. It was as if he sensed some terrifying presence that was about to descend. And in the midst of that smoky green ghostly mist, a foot slowly stepped out, but after stepping halfway out, it just stays in place. It was as if it was hindered by something that prevented it from descending in its entirety. No need per se. Just project it over. Hua Wuju said to the smoky green ghost fog. This passageway that was constructed was too rudimentary to support the complete descent of a powerful being. The owner of that foot was very obedient, too, and immediately retracted the smoky green ghostly mist had also shrunk by nearly half or so. Then a man with a magistrate's hat on his head and flowing cloud boots on his feet. The man with a face as pale as a severe kidney deficiency walked out of the ghostly mist. Chapter 27 The Magistrate. The light screen transparencies come to an abrupt halt at this scene. The screen once again fell into ashes. The Dragon Kingdom instantly exploded. Incredulity written all over everyone's face. Was that the Judge of Hell just now? Some netizens recognized the tall man's costume. That was the classic image of a judge in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Just short of a book of life and death and a Yanluo pen. I just don't know. Which one of the 4 judges is this judge? It turns out that this ability can really summon hellish characters. Dragon Nation's netizens were incredulous. If we summoned all the characters of hell, the King of Hell, the 10 ghosts, the ox-headed horseface, black and white is impermanent. This weird talk game is still a ball. To deal with weirdness, you have to look for a scarier presence. Inside the world of weird tales, my subordinate, Chui Ju, pays his respects to the Flower Emperor. This tall man who emerged from the ghostly mist and respectfully dropped to one knee and, it was like a vassal. That's right, he was Cui Ju, one of the 4 judges of hell. Hua Wuju nodded slightly, and when Cui Ju got up, he inquired about the situation in the outside world. Lord Flower Emperor, there has been some trouble with the construction of the 6 paths grinding wheel, and at the last minute there is another supreme energy that is holding it back. Ju Chui said respectfully. The other kind. Flower Wuju's abyssal ink-like eyes flashed with a flash of contemplation. The 6 paths grinder had delayed long enough, and sure enough there was another force in the way. Until he joined this game, that force hadn't shown the slightest sign of showing itself. It wasn't until the passage was about to be constructed that it was pressed. What are Yen Lo and the others doing? Flower Wuju's expression was calm, unable to tell if he was happy or angry. A flash of hesitation flashed across Cui Ju's brow, but he still replied respectfully. The Yama Lords are working on how to counteract that power. The reason why it has not been reported is because the connection between the 2 worlds has been severed. We couldn't get the message in. Hua Wuju patted Cui Ju's shoulder without much care. I know, and I'll take care of the matter of the 6 paths grinder, but not now. Yes, Cui Ju breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that the Flower Emperor didn't hold them accountable. In fact, the 6 mills have been a hindrance for some time now. At first the various ghost emperors didn't take it seriously. After all, in their impression, nothing could stop the 6 paths grinder. Everyone didn't bother the Flower Emperor. In their opinion, this was a rare time for him to return to his hometown. There's no need to bother. However, the subsequent development of events exceeded the expectations of the ghost emperors. Trying to contact the Flower Emperor again, he was no longer able to do so. The outside world has been scorched. The 10 ghost emperors and the kings of Yama. It was blasting the boundary wall as hard as it could. However, the results have been minimal. The projection summoned by the Flower Emperor was just enough to allow him to contact his main body. The information is then passed on to the outside world. The ghost emperors in the outside world were relieved to learn that Flower Wujue was fine. But then, when Cui Ju informed the ghost emperors of the realm he was currently in, the ghosts were all puzzled. Why did the Flower Emperor run away to a weird realm? And why didn't he come to fight his way through? This side of the bizarre world is interestingly built, and I'm in the process of replicating it. Hua Wuju informed Cui Ju of what he was doing. At the same time a few more things have been learned. So it is. A flash of astonishment flashed across Cui Ju's eyes, and his admiration for Hua Wuju rose to another level. Did you bring the Book of Life and Death? Hana Wuju asked. The subordinate can only bring one projection. Ju Chui replied respectfully. This summoning channel was so rudimentary that it was hard enough for the main body to come over, let alone this hellish treasure. It would be nice to project the prime treasure. Enough. Hua Wuju nodded. Then had Cui Ju take out the Life and Death book. Flower Emperor. Cui Ju respectfully handed a pitch-black-colored ancient book to Hua Wuju. Hua Wuju took the Life and Death book and quickly flipped through it until a blank page opened. Tell me your name. Hua Wuju's abyssal ink-like eyes swept over the young girl's eyrie. The young girl hesitated weirdly, dipped her finger in the tainted blood on the ground, and write out a name neatly. Lin Moi. Flower Wuju swept a glance and directly sketched on the Book of Life and Death with his finger. Cui Ju watched the scene, the awe in his eyes becoming more and more distinct. The Book of Life and Death, as the treasure of hell, wants to write on it, unless one has the pen of Yen Lo. Otherwise it would never be possible to tamper with it. To be able to change the rules of life and death by virtue of cultivation. What kind of great power is this? A red light flashed on the Book of Life and Death. The teenage girl's creepy name was included on that blank page. Then the magical change occurred. The eerie aura on the young girl's eerie body was quickly washed away. And in its place, it's the remodeling of pure ghost energy. Within a few moments, the teenage weirdness had ceased to have any weird rules present. Truly a ghost. Or rather, become a ghost under the jurisdiction of hell. The bizarre changes in the young girl went far beyond that, as the fragmented body gradually recovered. A beautiful look that is recovering fast. Just as the young girl was bizarrely reveling in the ecstasy of her physical recovery. Hua Wuju's voice, which did not contain a trace of emotion, came out. Lin Moi, offer your loyalty. Hua Wuju's indifferent eyes gazed at her. Yes, Lord Flower Emperor. Lin Moi respectfully knelt on the ground, not even daring to raise her eyes to look at him. Being recorded in the Book of Life and Death, Lin Moi already understood what kind of existence this one in front of her was. Feng Du Emperor. One had just actually struck out at such an existence. It was too terrifying. Lin Moi couldn't help but feel a pang of fear when she thought about what she had just done. A flash of thought flashed through Cui Ju's eyes as he watched this young girl bizarrely, and was trying to figure out Hua Di's intentions. Although there is a weird aura on his body, his power is about equal to that of a Class A Ghostbuster. Ordinary couldn't be more ordinary. Why would the Flower Emperor fancy her? Class A Ghostbusters. Hell has no more than one of her, no less than one of her. What made the Flower Emperor himself take him under his wing? Lin Mua, now tell me everything that happened to you. Hua Wuju's voice filled with majesty came out. Lin Mua didn't dare to refuse and immediately began to tell a little bit. Hua Wuju listened to the other party's narration with a calm expression, unable to see any emotions. As for Cui Ju, who was on the side, he raised his eyebrows and vaguely. He seemed to understand the Flower Emperor's intentions. Ju Cui, how much longer can this projection of yours exist? Hua Wuju turned his gaze to him after hearing this. Flower Emperor-sama. About 3 days. Ju Cui replied. 3 days. The corners of Hua Wuju's mouth rose slightly. 3 days was enough time for him to do a lot of things. Hold it. Hua Wuju threw back the life and death book. Ju Cui was, after all, a projection descending, and faced with the many rules of the world of weird tales, with their great limitations, the book of life and death, as the most precious treasure of hell, can bring great help. Chapter 28, No Boys Allowed. Knock, knock, knock. Heavy as the sound of a clockwork pull, the monotonous chime filled the eerie campus, and inside the school, with the ringing of the bell, in the hallways, in the classrooms, by the roads, an eerie green light came on for a split second, dispelling the long-suppressed darkness, but bringing with it, an even more eerie green. They seemed to be in a worse position. Good thing the red heels that kept hovering were finally gone. While walking, he was still chanting. Xiao Lian didn't find another dance partner and left lost. It's going to find Xiao Feng in makeup. On top of that, they got new information. The clock strikes midnight. A revelry for the dead. A hell for the living. A pervasive resentment that it will eventually consume. And behind the truth may be a more brutal lie. Alert! Women's dormitory building is open. Please do not allow men to enter. Otherwise it will bring unpredictable changes. The players from various countries changed their expressions, especially the female players. The fear in their eyes was close to turning into substance. Female access only. Wouldn't that be asking them to go into the scary creepy building alone? Sure enough, Armin wasn't surprised. His light blue pupils gazing at the door to the women's dormitory building. A sign, at some point, had been put up. Boys, no entry. The font was 7 across, as if written by a person with his left hand, and only barely recognizable. However, the color of the font was a bright blood red, just like those high heels. Dr. Armin, what are we going to do now? A player asked respectfully. He re-added Dr. Without realizing it, everyone added Elman's aura to the mix. They, like the players of the first round, once again sunk under the aura of Armin. It seems to be a constant truth that the weak seek the strong. I'm going into the dormitory building. Those who wish to join me may come with me. Those who do not, wait where you are. After Armin finished speaking, he walked straight towards the women's dormitory door, ignoring the warning on the wooden sign. What? Dr. Armin. The players were stunned and looked at Armin's back, filled with confusion and helplessness. Doesn't the tip say that men are not allowed? If it enters, it will bring about unpredictable changes, maybe a bizarre riot. Even if they had the ability to do so, they would have to die there. How did Dr. Armin do it? Why don't you let the female players go in first and explore? Everyone looked at me and I looked at you, but none of them actually followed. It's like a herd effect. They're all waiting for someone else to take the lead, but awkwardly, no one seems to want to follow it. Everyone stood in silence and didn't move. What about Dr. Armin's precognitive powers? We'd be a burden to follow him. Might as well wait here for the results. Bunch of losers. A female player chortled indignantly. She's the Tower Nation player. Eiffel. She was the one who first broke down and cried, and it seems that after a period of getting used to the instead, she is stronger than the vast majority of players. Eiffel's chortling caused the players who had stopped in place to blush a little. But they had made up their minds not to go along. What are you talking about? If you're so capable, follow me yourself. We're not listening to Dr. Armin by waiting where we are. These players retorted with a grimace. If anything happens to Dr. Armin, I don't see how you're going to survive here. Eiffel stomped his foot in anger and whirled around, no longer paying attention to the players. It actually chased after him right towards Armin. Armin hadn't gotten too far out yet and soon caught up. Dr. Armin. Eiffel's chest rose and fell violently, and as he spoke, he could not help but look around the room and, scared not to be targeted by any shenanigans. Well, follow me. Armin's pale blue eyes swept her, nodded, and came to the door of the women's dormitory. Next to it is the no entry wooden sign. Dr. Armin, didn't the queue say you couldn't go into the women's dormitory, so why did you come over? Eiffel hesitated to ask the question, though she followed through, to the extent that Armin was going to go against the queue. It's also a little hard to understand. Simply because I'm a man. While Armin smiled, Eiffel froze, his eyes still filled with doubt. The prompt said male. The wooden sign said male. But aren't both targeted at men? How could Dr. Armin make such a cheap mistake? But Ephraim was a little tongue-tied, and finally gritted his teeth and plucked up the courage to say, Dr. Armin, why don't you stay where you are, and I'll go in and see what's going on. If there's danger, I'll just call out, so you don't go in. I can't believe she wants to go in there by herself, but then she would have to face the shenanigans inside alone. Once you touch any medium, you will surely die. Was she really going to risk her life for a man who had victimized over 200 of her countrymen? It doesn't matter if I die. If you die, all of us will die. Eiffel nodded firmly. Armin was silent for a moment, but shook his head, not agreeing with Eiffel's suggestion. I'm not going to die going in there. Unpredictable change, likely the key to the mission. You can follow me and I'll let you help if I need it. Eiffel thought about it for a moment and finally chose to believe Armin. There's no way someone as smart as him would get himself killed. The two arrived at the door, but Armin didn't rush in, as if he was waiting for something. No boys allowed. Are you blind? A sinister voice came from inside the pitch-black door. What emerged with it was an outrageously large, gigantic hand, with a profusion of hair on it. As if they were steel needles. Oddly enough, the nails of the giant hands were painted with brightly colored nail polish. The nail polish is also red. By the way, Eiffel was instantly silenced, hiding behind Armin in fear. I'm a man, not a boy, Armin said calmly. There was silence inside for a while, and finally a sneer came. If you're not afraid to die, you can come in. The grotesquely huge hand reached back into the darkness. At the end of the hallway, a ghostly green light could be seen faintly. It was distinct from the darkness of the first floor, and the owner of that strange giant hand was apparently in the darkness of the first floor. Dr. Armin, what was that just? Eiffel asked with some trepidation. The housemaster of the girls' dormitory. Armin's face didn't show any expression of being threatened and remained the same calm look. So are we still going in? Eiffel still remembered the creepy threat that had just been made, even if it wasn't directed at her. Enter. Armin responded with a practical response, and under Eiffel's tense gaze one foot stepped right into the darkness of the door. Chapter 29 Whose hand? Shet. Dr. Armin's screen went black. Help! Weird Tales is coming to Rice. We're all going to die. I should never have come to your Rice country. Rice people are losers. And your player is a complete and utter loser. No! God! Please save your believers. The moment Armin stepped into the dormitory, his screen in the outside world went black. As is the case with Hana Wujue. Only the dragon players are used to it and are already very calm. Rice players are a different story. Their emotions were magnified a million times over the moment the screen went black. Rice's top brass are frantically packing up their assets. And if it's really confirmed that weird talk is coming down the pike, they will not hesitate to flee to the Dragon Kingdom. As for what taxpayer? What country? To hell with it all. Inside the world of Weird Tales. Keep up. Armin stopped slightly, then plunged headlong into the darkness. The entire body entered the dormitory building. Eiffel looked dumbfounded that the hostess, in fact, didn't actually attack him. After a brief moment of surprise, he bit his lip and followed just the same. As for those players who stayed put, after both of them entered the dormitory building, they're starting to feel out of place. The wind was still calm around them, but they were on pins and needles, and vaguely, it was as if a million pairs of eyes were peering at them. Was there just a crow there? One of the players pointed a little hard at a short distance away, only to see 5 or 6 crows with half of their white bones exposed, looking at them with their heads tilted. From now on, no talking, Armin commanded in the darkness. Eiffel nodded with a serious look on his face and took the hand that Armin handed him, nervously moving forward. They were heading down towards that ghostly green light. The light in the hallway wasn't that far from the front door. They're already going through the blinding darkness. Hidden in the background, Armin, who was walking ahead, had already revealed half of his body. And 2 empty palms. Eiffel's pupils plummeted to the size of pinpricks, and his right hand felt a coldness and stiffness. A question filled her mind. If Dr. Armin hadn't just reached out, then whose hand was she holding? Eiffel's breath caught in her throat, and she wanted so badly for Armin to turn around and look at it also wants to break free from its hand, but she didn't dare. The laws that Armin had explained to them outside were very fresh in her mind. If she hadn't suffered an attack at first while she was holding on, it would have meant that she was not yet satisfied with regularity. If she acted rashly, either by wrenching her hands free, or by uttering a cry for help, both are likely to incur death. Calm down. Must be calm. Eiffel bit his lip, paralyzing the fear in his heart with the pain of the. Stiffly, he continued onward. Since Creepy hadn't attacked her, she'd pretend she didn't know anything, and as soon as she got to the front, just rendezvous with Dr. Armin and everything will be fine. But that's clearly not the case. It's almost time to step out of the darkness. Eiffel clearly felt a strange force coming from her right hand, making it impossible for her to move in the slightest. Over. Armin gave a slight sideways glance when he reached the light and the pale blue pupils were cold and unresponsive. Just a little closer to the light. Desperation was in Eiffel's eyes, and it was clear to her that she had been abandoned by just like the 200-plus players in the last round. Bean-sized teardrops trickled down from the corners of her eyes, and she could feel that the gloom was getting heavier and heavier, that it was as if it was right in front of her and was easing its face closer. Eiffel closed his eyes and waited silently for death to come, and at the end of his life, she didn't want to see that creepy look. As for whether or not she would resent Armin, she didn't. It was she who wanted to follow her, and the danger to both was equal, and since she was approached by her own, it's no one's fault. Instead of death, she waited for Armin's indifferent voice. I want to trade the rights to the bulb. The voice echoed in the darkness, causing the grimness to pause. Armin was holding a ghost coin with a denomination of 100 in his hand. Ghost Fire X1, priced at 50 ghost coins. Light bulbs in schools, street lamps on the side of the road. Everything that needs light is filled by it. The color is a little green, but life has to be a little green. The greenish flames were taken down, and the denomination of the ghost coin in Armin's hand changed from 100 to 50. Get the ghost fire. Armin lifted it and took a step downward, and as he took a step forward the darkness faded a step. The closer Eiffel got, the more Eiffel felt the gloom subside. How did this happen? Eiffel realized incredulously that the palm holding his right hand, left, come on. Armin held up the ghost fire, letting the ghostly green glow envelop the two of them. Eiffel hurriedly nodded and followed closely behind, leaving the darkened area of the first floor of the. Come to the stairs between the first and second floor. Thank you, Eiffel said gratefully. No thanks. You should thank yourself. Armin shook his head. Having just turned back, he had noticed what was going on behind him. Eiffel couldn't see the creepy from his own perspective, but he was able to see it. That creepy, who was walking along at the time, with a death glare at Eiffel. It seemed to be waiting for her to make some kind of move. That spooky regularity is found, Armin explained. Discovery? Eiffel froze, not quite understanding what Armin meant. After you make the move where you realize the other person is not human, the pattern of bizarre attacks is triggered, Armin said. But I was obviously nervous just now, Eiffel said honestly. Her heart had just been beating very violently, and her body was trembling constantly. Not to mention the tears that were still there. No, the law conditions are much harsher, like when you stop moving, or break free of your grip. It's what triggers it. Armin shook his head. It's like those red heels that must wait until someone moves before they can attack. If it's really only defined as being on the move, with their hair falling out and exhaled air circulating, it's all on the move. This creepy is going to be a little stronger. It can interfere with your actions, Armin added. Armin saw very clearly that the trickster was about to step out as Eiffel was about to forced her to stop. It's also forced, so it's sort of cheating in a way, causing Creepy to attack at an unusually slow pace as the price Creepy has to pay. I'm afraid. As for why they didn't attack Armin, my guess was right. This dormitory building, it's not where the girls live. Chapter 30, Unexpected. What? Eiffel's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was hearing. This, actually isn't the girls' dormitory building? But the signposts outside clearly say girls. The sign at the entrance to the dormitory also said no boys allowed. Even the queue says so. The women's dormitory building is open. Men do not enter, or else, will bring about unpredictable changes. Wait a minute. Unpredictable? It was as if Eiffel had been struck by lightning, and an extremely grotesque thought flashed through his mind. Well, it was really a girls' dormitory building before, but after I stepped into it then became the boys' dormitory building. If I'm not mistaken, the floor still belongs to the girls' dormitory, but Creepy swapped it with the boys' dormitory. In the darkness just now was the dormitory manager of the boys' dormitory. Because you were attacked because you were a woman, but the way you were attacked wasn't by coming into certain death. Rather, it was a discovery, which I really hadn't thought about. Perhaps it's because, while the shenanigans were swapped, the floors still belonged to the girls' dormitory, and thus this boy lodger is weird and stuck in a kind of kinky bug. You're a female, and you're bound to die if you enter the boys' dormitory building, but the boys' dormitory manager is in the girls' dormitory building, and you're a woman. You'll have no problem getting into the dorms, but the law of the boys' dormitory is to attack women who enter the boys' dormitory. So, this boy lodger chose to go the other way. It's going to make you think to yourself that you've stepped into the boys' dormitory building so it can kill you. But sadly, it failed. Armin looked at the ghostly green flame in his hand and slowly explained. But, how did you know it would produce this change? Eiffel was both shocked and puzzled. The message clearly stated that boys stepping in would create unpredictable changes. There's no way Armin could have projected that, no matter how good he was. Because of precognition, Armin said softly. You used the second precognition? Eiffel was stunned. The only rational explanation now seems to be this one. Before Armin entered the dormitory building, he used a second precognition, which made him aware of the changes behind him. No, I'm not using it. It's a message I got from the last precognition. But, rather, you could say it was a second precognition, since I used the first one in front of the school. Armin shook his head. Eiffel looked at Armin in surprise, too amazed to speak. Then it all lines up. In front of the school. The reason why Armin opened the gate so decisively. It's just that there's no danger of doing that because of the forethought that's been done ahead of time. And the red heels, after 5 minutes would leave. That other 5 minutes of foreknowledge. Armin apparently entered the dormitory building. No wonder he was so determined to enter the dormitory. It turned out to be in foreknowledge, knowing what was going to happen. But, Armin in the precognition. It's hard to believe that it's also based on him in the precognition. Is that what made you enter so decisively? Eiffel felt like his mind was a mess. Like he'd stuffed it with a jumbled mess. You don't have to think about it. It's a paradoxical question. If I don't do what I'm told, and things go in another direction that they haven't gone in, and I, who am in my foreknowledge, have searched out for me what I need to know, so I won't hesitate. Armin explained, absolute confidence floating in those absolutely calm light blue eyes. Yes, Dr. Armin. So what do we do next? Eiffel nodded, suppressing his confusion for the moment. She was in a stage of plausible deniability, and right now was clearly not a good place to be thinking about it. It's better to finish the mission first. Upstairs, Armin held up the ghost fire and took a step upward, while waiting for it to deflect. The first floor was once again engulfed in darkness. It wasn't until he reached the doorway to the second floor and saw another ghostly fire that he put it away. Eiffel looked at the ghostly flame that Armin was holding up, and thought silently to himself. It turns out that this ghost fire has the effect of repelling the spooky. In reality it is not. The spooky reason why the boys' hostel manager was exorcised by ghostly fire, totally because it's the girls' dormitory light. Once it's reflected by the ghost fire, that means it knows it's in the girls' dorm. This is against the rules. Boys' hostelers can only stay in the boys' dormitories. If it's really mirrored, the boys' hostel shenanigans, I'm afraid there will be some incalculable penalties carried out by the rules. That's why it retreated when the ghost fire arrived. It's not because ghost fire can ward off evil spirits. If that's the case, why do these places have these ghostly green flames? Wouldn't these shenanigans be asking for trouble themselves? But ghost fire does do damage. It's a product of the world of weird tales. It can do damage to creepy, only it's more limited. The two entered the second floor. The second floor hallway was empty, save for the ghostly green glow of the dormitories arrayed on either side. 201, 202, 203. Door number after door number shimmered faintly in this eerie green light. Ka! The sound of something falling came. Eiffel's face changed abruptly, his eyes falling uncontrollably on the door number 202. That sound was coming from inside. Armin cast his gaze over as well, a slight frown on his face and a flash of contemplation under his eyes. Eiffel, aside, kept his mouth shut and gestured, asking if he wanted to leave. Armin shook his head and summoned Ghostfire, then grabbed the door handle of 202's. A handful of them opened it up. Eiffel's pupils constricted slightly as he looked inside with some fear. Surprisingly, the inside was bright and the furnishings were ordinary. And as for the decorations, it's very much in keeping with the girl's aesthetic. Except that on the bed, there's an unexpected person. Hannah, would you Eiffel exclaimed. That's right. This person sitting inside, with sword brows and starry eyes, silver hair and black pupils, all dressed in a black dragongon robe. Isn't it the Dragon Kingdom player? Flower would you Why is Flower would you here? Didn't he go into the forest? You're here. Flower would you abyssal ink-like eyes swept over the two of them, throwing a doll in her hand to the side. The sharp-eyed Eiffel saw at a glance that the doll had no eyes, but there was dark blood seeping from it. And on the ground, with two button eyes, Mr. Flowers. Armin, too, frowned at the suddenness of the situation. And apparently, he hadn't seen this coming either. He had envisioned the weirdness behind the door, and the danger, only he hadn't thought that. It's actually going to be Flower would you What? Surprised to see me? Hua Would you revealed a smile and looked at the two with a smirk. Yes, Mr. Flowers, I knew we would meet again. I just didn't think it would be now, Armin said honestly. Chapter 31, Crying in the Dormitory. How did you get in here? Eiffel was incredulous, not to mention the fact that a bunch of them had been at the school for a long time. And just the weirdness of the women's dormitory building. It wouldn't be so easy to fix. And the most obvious point. The creepy first floor of the dormitory was still the girls' hostel before they came in. It was only after he came in that he became the housemaster of the boys' dormitory. If Hana Wujue had come in a long time ago, the weirdness inside the girls' dormitory would have started to switch and it should have been the boys' dormitory manager they saw on the first floor in the first place. But back there, the hands in the darkness were clearly different from the eerie ones seen at the beginning. Eiffel felt even more confused in his head. I'm not obligated to answer your questions. Hua Wuju glanced at her faintly, then stood up and got down to business. There's something wrong in this building. Use your words? Eiffel murmured in his mind that this odious, gentlemanless, damn Oriental men. Why did they give him such a powerful ability? With the two previous experiences of the Sakura Nation players, even if they were humiliated in person, Eiffel didn't dare to dislike it back. It's a bummer. Eiffel was inwardly indignant. I'd like to hear it, Mr. Flowers, Armin said politely, unsure of what he was thinking under his pale blue pupils. Listen. Hua Wuju made a gesture of silence. Armin's eyebrows raised and he cooperated by keeping his mouth shut. Soon, when all was silent again, something unusual happened. Woo, woo, woo. The sound of a baby's cries echoed down the corridor, and came closer and closer to. It made Eiffel, one of the three, instantly go white. There's creepy coming. Anxiety was in Eiffel's eyes. She couldn't believe such a coincidence that it must have been Dr. Armin and her coming up that set off some law. The voice soon stopped at the door. Cry after cry made Eiffel's body shudder a little, and his breathing gradually increased as he eyes strained on the doorway. But neither Hana Wujue nor Armin did anything about it. It was as if they didn't care about the weirdness that lingered outside. Mr. Hana seems to have found something. Armin gazed at Hana Wujue. That's right, it's a ghost baby, abandoned in a toilet. Flower Wujue nodded, then added after a pause. About the size of 9 months. Eiffel looked at Hua Wuju with some surprise. 9 months in size. Could it be that Flower Wujue had already seen this weirdness? Mr. Flower. Then what is this bizarre pattern? Eiffel asked with some urgency. In her opinion, since Hua Wujue had already seen this weirdness and managed to escape, there must have been an insight into the pattern. What a law. Hua Wuju froze and looked at the blonde woman with some confusion. Eiffel froze even more, his eyes widening slightly. What? Doesn't he know the laws? Then how did he escape? It couldn't have been a hard carry down. Mr. Flower. What you're about to say has something to do with our mission, doesn't it? Armin interrupted the duo's conversation. He didn't seem to be interested in how Hua Wuju escaped. Eiffel frowned, skeptical, thinking, how did this guy survive this long, and manage to survive the first round of messenger missions? Well, you should know by now, this is a women's dormitory building, so why would a ghost baby be there? I believe you should understand. Hua Wuju nodded. Ghost babies. A flash of contemplation swept under Armin's eyes. It seems that something important happened in this dormitory building, but it's a pity that we can't get the full picture. Armin shook his head regretfully. I'm afraid that a ghost baby with this level of creepiness can't do the communication that everything follows instinct in action. No, it can be done. Hua Wuju revealed a smile. Lin Moi, come out. With the voice of Flower Wujue, a curvaceous young girl. Very suddenly, he appeared next to Hua Wuju. Lord Flower Emperor. Lin Moi bowed respectfully. Armin's pupils constricted slightly. Blue auras flickering rapidly under his eyes as if he was parsing something. Eiffel was even more horrified to the point of staring in horror and backing away in fear. What is this? Obviously, she was frightened by this sudden appearance of Lin Moi. Most critically, Lin Moi was in a floating state and had no shadow yet. There's no need to be nervous. She's one of my men. Hua Wuju spoke out in relief and gestured for Lin Moe to come down. Lin Moi stood respectfully. Mr. Hua, truly, a dragon and phoenix among men. Armin was silent for a moment, thinking up a rare compliment. Capturing Creepy and taking him under his wing, he's more powerful than he thought. Eiffel was also fidgeting nervously, his mind filled with shock. Creepy was actually taken under his wing? Is this really doable? The pair of red heels that had trapped over 300 of them had burned them out. Flower Wujue, actually able to take in Creepy already? How outrageous is this guy's ability? Alright, nonsense, no need to say more. Lin Moi, give them a lecture. Hua Wuju commanded. Yes, Lord Flower Emperor. Lin Moi respectfully acted accordingly, and then turned around and, to Armin, as well as Eiffel, He began to inform some of the past events of Green Ivy 103 High School. The principal is very strict and there are very strict school rules between boys and girls. The draconian rules for the men's and women's dormitory buildings were put in place for this very reason. Once violated, it's not dismissal, it's outright murder. What is also taught in school is not knowledge, but obedience, and to make school rules the first priority. We know the school is dysfunctional, but there's no escape. The forest out there is like a natural enclosure, and no one has ever escaped from it. Everyone who tried to escape disappeared. The principal would often select female students to go to the office in the name of inspection. These same students will disappear if they get pregnant and the principal finds out. Over time, there were more abandoned babies in the restrooms. Every class has a class test at the end of the day. Those who succeed in the assessment will be interviewed individually by the principal. None of these people ever ended up showing up again. I tried to escape, but I was captured and put in a cabin in the forest. By the time I had any more memories, this is what I had become. Surprisingly, Eiffel looked at Lin Moi in shock. Lin Moi looked at this human a little speechless. If she was still as creepy as before, she must be the first to tackle this noisy fellow. Like an idiot, Eiffel didn't realize Lin Moi's inner activities, still steeped in the past of Green Ivy High School, outside STH. Holy, so that's it? Is this ING still a school? Flower Wuju's light screen has returned to normal. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom were unusually shocked by Lin Moi's words. I can't, I'm going to throw up. What kind of principle is this? It's a pure ING birth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Even if it's creepy, so what? I'll him too. Put me on Flowers tab. Armin's brows furrowed together. He had long been a little surprised that the layout of the school, as well as the furnishings, did not suggest a campus atmosphere. Instead, it's more like a giant cage, with the surrounding forest serving as a fence to keep the school's students captive. Mr. Flower, this information is very important. You've been a great help, Armin said solemnly. If earlier he had been searching for information for this conjecture, at the moment, he has a 33% probability, to be sure, that these words are true. Flower Wujua laughed and shook his head. Then he straightened his face. Don't rejoice too soon. The task is only half done. Next, that's the challenge we have to deal with. Armin nodded similarly. This lie we have found. The next step is how to expose it. That's right. And next, the main event. The corners of Hua Wuju's mouth rose slightly as he similarly gazed at Armin. Eiffel didn't understand what the two were mumbling about, but vaguely guessed what was coming. Lin Moi, who was standing respectfully on the side. Although his expression was respectful, his heart was unusually strange. Why did Hanadi-Isama come to these two humans when he could have just completed the mission? No, to be precise, it's a person. Chapter 32, adding insult to injury. Madfark. Those damn crows. The players who stayed in front of the dormitory building were in an uproar, and each of them dodged in horror as if the crows were swooping in like locusts. These crows were like mangy dogs that had lost their fur, and not only were they ugly and unusual, showing their skeletons, some are even missing an eye, but it was these strange crows that attacked with ferocity. Just pounce on it and you're bound to peck away a piece of flesh. Many of the players were already covered in blood and flesh. Go, go! Someone anxiously shouted angrily. Couldn't stay put and wait to die any longer. The damn crows from the first few. It's turning into a locust-like wave now. Where are we going to run? Outside the school? The crowd looked towards the Bear Country player who was temporarily picking up the slack. The Bear Country player was covered in all black blood, but it wasn't his. He wiped the blood stains on his face with his hand, then shouted angrily, "Run out!" The crowd moved as a swarm toward the gate. Seeing as we're almost at the door, the last voice they wanted to hear appeared. Da, da, da. The faces of the players from various countries turned sharply downward and were once again occupied by fear. The red heels are back. Damn it! God damn it! Damn it! Why this time of year? The Bear Country player's eyes were red and filled with blood, and as he watched another monstrous raven rush in, he directly bit it in half with his mouth and spat the half out of his mouth without a care in the world. All at once the people had not dared to act rashly, even with the attack of the strange crows. Well, at least it's not outright death. Those high heels are the stuff that kills. Once entangled, there was absolutely no second possibility of ending up with nothing but a death. Or, unless you can keep up with those heels. But that's not going to happen. No one can replicate a full dance routine in a short period of time. The bottom line was that the routine didn't belong to any of the dances they remembered. It's no less difficult than re-choreographing a dance. High heels appear. Players from all countries once again saw the red color that horrified them. The red heels were pacing the edges of the crowd just as slowly as they had left at the very beginning of the The sound of footsteps after footsteps felt overwhelmingly depressing, as if they were pounding on their hearts. No one dares to move anymore. But the strange crows would not leave them alone, cawing, tireless, undaunted by life and death, coming at the player. Players from various countries were almost bracing themselves to keep their feet from moving, using only their hands to repel the strange crows. This is clearly unrealistic, especially with the number of strange crows that were like locusts. It was tantamount to a praying mantis. Soon someone couldn't hold on any longer and was forced to move their feet by the strange crows. Ta-da! The red high heels seemed to have found their target at once and walked straight towards the player. Grass! The player exploded angrily, spinning around and running like a madman. Ignoring the dozens of strange crows biting and pecking at his body, he rushed towards the gate. But before he could run 2 steps away, the pair of red high-heeled shoes appeared straight in front of his eyes. His body was instantly immobilized. Shu Lian invites you to dance with it, and suggests that you'd better agree, or else the other person will get angry. It's like a death sentence. The red heels started bouncing around on their own. The player dropped to the ground with his face ashen, letting the strange crows gnaw on his body and letting his eyes be pecked away. He gave up. Asterisk. There were few players in the crowd who were pushed to their limits by the monstrous crows that, seeing that someone had already been targeted first, they all keenly realized that this was an opportunity. There's only one pair of heels, so take advantage of the dancing and run right now. These people thought they had caught a loophole, and as if they were outlaws. Rolling and crawling, he rushed toward the gate. The forest outside the school has been burning for so long. It should have burned down long ago, right? This school is not for the faint of heart. Just get out. You can definitely survive. Dozens of players running together, with untold numbers of monstrous crows clinging to them. The scene was like dozens of birders rolling. But then, to the horror of the remaining players who hadn't moved, something happened. Dozens of pairs of identical red high heels appeared in front of them as if out of thin air. No! Players from various countries instantly fell into a state of despair. Strange crows in the front, creepy in the back. How are they going to survive? If I'd known this was going to be the case, I'd have followed Armin into the dorm. At least so far, they haven't been notified of any player deaths. This also means that the dormitory must be safe there. In an instant, complex emotions of chagrin and despair filled the minds of these novice players, and the countries they correspond to are in a state of extreme despair. It's clear that if there's another Strange Tales descent, and countless more deaths, will the country survive? The players of all nations were filled with despair when the strange raven, which looked like a god of death, but as if affected by some force, one after another, they fell like dumplings. The sudden turn of events caused players from various countries to freeze for a long time, and then they realized, after coming back to their senses, that those damned monstrous crows are all dead. Their biggest current threat disappeared. What's going on? Players from various countries were puzzled. Then they saw a man wearing a black dragongon robe, walking out of the dormitory building. It's Flower Woodjue. The pupils of the players from various countries shrunk slightly. As far as they could remember, Flower Woodjue had disappeared as soon as Why did you suddenly come out of the dormitory building? Where's Armin? As if the red heels had found a new target, after a few rattling, then he came to the front of the word Flower Woodjue, Xiaolian, before the red heels could finish their plea. A harmless-looking teenage girl that, one kick and the heels are off. The high heels that were kicked off appeared to be enraged, and dozens of pairs of red high heels attacked together. The young girl stood still, smiling at the incoming heels, then opened his mouth so violently that the corners of his mouth cracked up to his ears, revealing a lurid countenance that was highly inconsistent with his original image. He let out a shrill high note. Players from various countries burst into color, feeling like their eardrums were going to be frozen through, covering their ears and, full of pain, he crouched down. The heels, the closest ones, were the first to bear the brunt, and cracks began to appear on the uppers of the shoes. It actually had a tendency to be damaged. Gone. The red heels escaped. Okay, stop, Hua Wuju said faintly. If they let Lin Mua go on like this, these players were probably going to die out. Not letting high heels and strange crow get killed, but instead getting killed by Lin Mua. That would be drama. The manpower he needs is going to be hard to get. Chapter 33, Enlistment. Saved. Players from all countries cried tears of joy. They were all glad for the aftermath of the robbery, and looked at Flower Woodjue with a gaze of, even more so with gratitude and awe. This succession of changes killed nearly 100 players. That the players who were approached by the red heels, without exception, his face was pale as he lay on the cold ground, and his chest was worn out a big hole. Get up, all of you. Hana Woodjue had no intention of letting these guys rest, and Armin and Eiffel walked out of the dormitory. Armin is holding a doll in his hand, and if you recognize it closely, it was the doll that was missing 2 buttons for its eyes. Dr. Armin. The players from various countries looked happy, as if their backbone had returned. There was a sigh of relief from the crowd. That surviving Bear Country player had done a good job of hiding the murderous thoughts in his eyes. And converted into exhaustion. Everyone, Mr. Hannah and I have found a way to complete the mission. Armin came up and threw down the gauntlet. The joy in the eyes of these players who had survived the calamity nearly overflowed as if it had turned into substance. Great, Dr. Armin. Let's get this mission over with. Can't really stay in this hellhole for a minute. Thank God. Thank you, Jesus. It's finally going to be done. The players were thrilled that this nightmare was finally coming to an end. But it's like they forgot one thing. They can't leave right after they finish the mission, either. Still have to wait until the end of the mission time to transfer. The completion of the mission will require your help. Armin continued. However, this time, there was no joy for these players, and the smiles froze on their faces. Flashback to something bad. The last time Armin said this, more than 200 players were directly sold by him as goods. This time, they were left with over 200 more. What happened in the last round of the Weird Tales game isn't going to happen again this time, is it? Players from various countries fell silent, the vigilance in their eyes unmistakable. 50 men, come forward now, and come to help in the fulfillment of the task, which may keep you safe. The rest of you, fend for yourself. Hannah Wuju's way is much more straightforward. The harmless Lin Mua smiled as she scanned the group of players. It was like a hungry wolf scanning a lamb, sending chills down the latter's spine. The way Lin Mua transformed just now, that was no better than creepy. Even more horrible than those heels. High heels are just a pair of shoes. At least, Lin Mua's appearance was more in line with the eerie mold in their minds. Threats. You're a naked threat. You're just like Armin. You're all in the same boat. Some players reddened their faces, obviously infuriated. The last time Flower Wuju said that, those 50 players could have similarly not returned. Hua Wuju raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The player who spoke out angrily then exploded into a mist of blood. The Chevron Nation player dies and random weirdness descends. Who else? Flower Wuju's abyssal ink-like eyes were like knife blades as they swept across the crowd. Players from various countries had banned their voices, not even daring to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction in their expressions anymore. This is a master who can kill at any time. As opposed to facing Flower Wuju instead became a more terrifying thing. Because you don't know when you'll be following 2 generations of Sakura Nation players. The goal of our mission is simple. Travel to the school building and draw out the principal teaching the class. Then poke at it and live through the weird riot. Armin gave a succinct account of the situation. What principal? The players frowned. They don't know what's going on. There's not even a decent student here. Where did the principal come from? Seeing this, Armin abridged Lin Mua's words some more. The general situation was informed. The players' brows furrowed, and skepticism flooded their eyes. With the previous round of Weird Tales games to convince them that obviously there are some difficulties. Besides, that's just so gross, isn't it? This principal, who is obviously a total pervert. No, it can't even be called a principal. It can't be called a school here either. The players looked at the strange gray and black trees planted in the school, their eyes revealing horror and disgust. Down here, buried. And there are several such strange trees in the school. And most crucially, what about the strange gray and black woods out there? It can't be that big of a forest, all buried with weirdness. If it was really like what Armin said, then the level of danger of this creepy was definitely extremely high. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the kind of shenanigans we're dealing with here. My guess is that to invoke its rules, you have to give a lecture. Here, a class consists of 50 people, so 50 people must be elected to participate. Armin looked at the crowd calmly. Again. The hearts of the players could not help but feel a pang of sadness. So it turned out that the previous appearance was all pretense. To put it bluntly, it's still about using them. Armin, you really are still a complete asshole. I'll be one of those 50, too, and besides, I can assure you that these 50 people will be given the unanimous shelter of Mr. Hannah and Ian can successfully survive this round of the Weird Tales game until the end. What came next for Armin was to leave players from all countries in disbelief. No one knows whether the other party is sympathetic or really full of sincerity. Whatever, there's no choice anyway. Many players looked at the dead monstrous crows on the ground, and with a heartbeat, they directly stood out. 50 people quickly came together, and as for the rest, they remained in place with some hesitation. Neither said they explicitly rejected it, nor did they say they wanted to help. It's okay, we'll be going on a mission next. I hope you take care of yourselves and don't invite shenanigans. The best thing to do is to stay put. Armin shook his head. As he was in the beginning, he never forced it. Go. Flower Wujue walked at the front, not looking at these 100 or so people left in this ooze. Opportunity has always gone to the discerning. Sheltering 50 or so mortals was nothing more than a breeze for him. It wouldn't be a bad idea to send the 50 out as long as it helped him fulfill his plan, but only if they cooperate. If he didn't cooperate, he didn't mind just lifting the table and going straight for the jugular. Ju Chui has already started. Flower Wujue's remaining light looked outside to the place where the gray and black strange forest was originally planted. Pulling his eyes back, looking at Armin, who was walking calmly, the two men looked at each other, and neither of them said anything, just smiled at each other. Like I said, I like dealing with smart people. Mr. Flower. It seems that I am considered a smart person. The thoughts of the two men coincided. Chapter 34 Rules of the School Building. The ride to the school building was quiet, with no spooky attacks. If I had to say there's something wrong, there's always a couple of weird crows that, looking at them sideways, good they didn't attack, which was a relief to those players who volunteered to stand out. The school building is quickly approaching. Like the dormitory building, it is also 4 stories in height and in the same style as a normal academic building. As for the bottom floor, a wooden plaque that hangs there quietly. Teaching building, class time, no clamor. School building, class time, no running. The nation's players frowned. What strange rule. The first one they could understand. But as for this second one, the ban on running, wouldn't that be sitting in the seat all the time? Is it possible that there's no playground here? Gah, gah. The doll, in Armin's hand, whimpered with some resistance to the, as if there was something horrible in the building. Quiet. Armin cast his eyes above the doll, his eyes cold, and in his hand, the ghostly green fire suddenly surged forth, directly searing onto the doll. Gah! The creepy doll let out a scream and no longer dared to move. It was only then that Armin was putting the ghost fire away, but that's how much work went into it, and something changed in the school building. Is that? A player was horrified to see a man with his mouth sewn shut, around the corner on the first floor of the, face pale and dead in the ghostly green light. Armin's brow furrowed. It looked like the shenanigans had been triggered. This one, though, was clearly not what they were looking for. Mrs. Emmons is furious. During class time, no running. It demands that you return to class immediately. The players all received this alert. If you don't return to class, something will be watching you. Tip added. Now, the crowd knew why they had been attacked by the strange crows. Turns out it's because they weren't inside the classroom during downtime. That's why these strange crows attacked them. I should have known that I should have come to the school building first at the beginning. These people couldn't help but think in their minds. The women's dormitory row. They didn't get any useful information at all. Instead, the initially unassuming school building holds a crucial piece of information. So, how do you tell the difference between class and class? The crowd thought of the eerie bell. Go. Armin was the first to enter the school building, even though the creepy man was staring right at him. But it was limited to staring, not attacking. The crowd dropped their hearts at once, and followed closely together into the school building. The creepy man also always stood there very calmly, making no move to attack. Soon, everyone went in, except for Flower Wujue. Hey, isn't Hannah going in? Haven't we already gotten a proper rule that you can't stay out during class time? But that's not right. You have to be in the classroom during class time, and you can't hang out after class time. How is that student going to get back to the dorm? Dragon Nation's netizens noticed something was wrong. Mr. Emmons demands that you return to the classroom immediately or you will be punished. The beep came again. Hua Wuju still had no intention of moving. The creepy man who hadn't been making much of a move. In this moment, the head rotated 180 degrees, revealing the back of his head, and on the back of its head, which is densely packed with eyes, like sarcomas, looking at him in unison. Following, it walked slowly down, and as it did so, the carn-like eyes dropped and, it was like puddle after puddle of pus, and it was disgusting and unusual. Creepy is going to make a move. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom have been watching nervously. Hua Wuju looked at the other party with interest, and as the other party was about to walk to he raised his right hand carelessly, and the creepy man, in turn, was cupped by a pair of large, invisible ghostly hands. The creepy man's face changed, and the eyes fell from his face faster, one after the other. It's like a pustule that's been squeezed out hard. Its aura was also becoming more sinister, seemingly about to complete some kind of metamorphosis. Yo, kinda tenacious. The corners of Hua Wuju's mouth rose slightly, and his large ghostly hand made a strong grip that, a miserable voice resounded through the campus, and those densely packed eyes are almost done falling out of revealing an eye that ran the entire length of the back of his head. Disobedient students are punished. Surprisingly, the creepy man could actually talk. The voice, however, was unusually spiteful, obviously haunted by what had just happened. Its enormous eye snapped open and, with madness and resentment, he looked at Hua Wuju. And yet, nothing excellent happened. The creepy man was obviously a bit incredulous, and after freezing for a moment, poked both eyes in his face as well, and the one in the back of his head was noticeably bigger. It once again looked at Hua Wuju. Still nothing happens. No way. How are you okay? The creepy man was clearly devastated, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. If you're going to keep talking crap, I don't mind if you disappear into thin air. Hua Wuju looked at the other party with a smile, but his tone was abnormally cold. Let me go. I'll take what you want. The creep, known as Mr. Emmond, was clearly afraid. For so long, it had never been it that had tempered its students, and no student had ever made it suffer yet. Very good. Hua Wuju nodded, then summoned Lin Moi. Seeing Lin Moi's appearance, Emmond was obviously extremely shocked and lost his voice incredulously. Lin Moi, how could it be you? Lin Moi didn't bother to look at the creepy man, but took the lead in saluting Hua Wuju. Only then did he look at the creepy man with indifference. Why? Are you surprised to see me? Or should I have stayed in that cabin and can't come out? The indifference on Lin Moi's face deepened, and a trace of crazy resentment flashed under her eyes. Without a doubt, if it wasn't for the fact that Hua Wuju was here, Lin Moi would have directly made a move on the other party. The battle between the weird and the, not to mention, the dragon audience was quite curious. This teacher isn't the one who abused him. Why is Lin Moi so hostile? 6. An accomplice is also a murderer. I suggest you go to a brain clinic before you come back and talk. That's right. Sometimes an accomplice is more hateful to the victim than the real killer. How the hell did you get out? There's no way you could have gotten out without its permission. Emmond was clearly more shocked by Lin Moi's appearance than Hua Wuju. It can't restrain me now. My master is Lord Flower Emperor. Lin Moi sneered. Well, cut the crap and swallow it. Hua Wuju impatiently interrupted the two. Chapter 35, Extra Classrooms. Yes, Lord Flower Emperor. Lin Moi revealed a cruel smile and once again reverted to that horrifying appearance. Grinning up to his ears, he swallowed the creepy man's head in one gulp. White, unidentified liquid remained at the corner of Lin Moi's mouth. A tongue, as if it were a snake's letter, licked its lips in satisfaction. The weird man was actually stronger than Lin Moi. If Lin Moi's strength is around that of a Class A Ghostbuster, creepy man has then reached the advanced A level. But it's the end. Sometimes, although the ratings are at the same, they can still be divided into different power levels. Barely rising to Class A Ghostbusters are Ghostbusters. A high-ranking, Class A Ghostbuster is also a Ghostbuster. Lin Moi was the former, still barely rising up by the inclusion of the Book of Life and Death. This weird man's strength wasn't weak, but it was a pity that he had met Flower Wujue. Thank you, Lord Flower Emperor, for your gift. Lin Moi respectfully knelt on the ground. After swallowing the creepy man, her ghostly powers have come a long way. It's now in the ranks of cutting-edge Ghostbusters. She knew very well that if it wasn't for Flower Wujue, it was absolutely impossible for it to swallow the other party. So, she understands who graced her with everything she has. No harm done. Tell me what you feel. Hua Wuju nodded, his abyssal ink-like pupils gazing at Lin Moi. There was not the slightest fluctuation of mood from the latter's appalling appearance. He wasn't letting Lin Moi gobble it up for nothing. After Lin Moi was included in the Book of Life and Death for conversion, the rules of the bizarre world endowed that she still has it, but she doesn't have to abide by the box of weird rules anymore. Just like in the beginning, under the viewpoint of the Dragon Kingdom's netizens, Lin Moi in the wooden house was completely invisible. It was only after being slapped away by Flower Wujue that he revealed his form. Then there's the creepy man just now with the eyes in the back of his head, also given by the world of weird talk. Players have access to abilities, and creepy likewise has abilities. The TV Ghost's TV, the wicker chair Ghost's chair, and the newspaper Ghost's newspaper are all figurations of abilities. Hana Wujue has taken them for a ride. These shenanigans are at least several notches down in strength. It might be okay against normal people, but if it's against the same stage of shenanigans, it's a complete loss. This second round of the Weird Tales game is obviously a little more different in its shenanigans than the first round. Most shenanigans don't require an item to launch an attack. They just require you to touch the rules that it will then initiate the attack. Contact with cabin. Attacked. Entered the woods and was attacked. Failure to return to the classroom during class time and being attacked. This law after law. With the first round centered on trading, it is clearly distinct. Round 1 shenanigans can be played on the rules, like that meatpacking plant owner that it is possible to go against the rules to a certain extent, but not dare to go against them completely. The shenanigans of round 2, on the other hand, played out exactly as the rulebook came down. However, The strength of these spooky ones was not much different. All of them were around the Ghostbusters. That said, every round of the Weird Tales game has its core. The first round is a trade where the players are the goods and the letterhead is the pretext. The second round is the rules. It takes a lot of work to uncover the lies. Yet it is not difficult to find out what is wrong with the school with some time. Yet that's not the point of this round. The key to this round is how to survive a bizarre attack after revealing the lie. There's no problem with debunking the lie, but adding it to the core of the round is problematic. Exposing the lies will get the job done, and players still need to spend 3 days here for the quest to pass before they can get a transfer. So, does the revelation of this lie invoke any rules? Flower Emperor Sama. I sense a connection between this creepy building and me, and is trying to manipulate me. Lin Mua said respectfully. This feeling was not unfamiliar to her, when she was still in her cabin deep in the forest. It is this sense of manipulation that is felt. This sense of manipulation bound her to the cabin and prevented her from leaving across the rules. Lin Mua wasn't worried that she would still be manipulated, and she was aware of the presence in front of her. With absolute confidence. Hua Wuju's expression was calm, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Lin Mua didn't dare to speculate, but just respectfully knelt. Knock. Hua Wuju snapped his fingers, and Lin Moe instantly felt that sense of connection fading rapidly, until it disappears. Thank you, Flower Emperor. The awe in Lin Mua's eyes deepened. With a light touch, the impact of it can be eliminated and dissolved. He had chosen the right master for himself. Flower Wuju seemed to feel something, and her eyelids lifted slightly as she looked towards the sky. The air was still filled with a black fog, so thick that it completely obscured what little moonlight remained. If it weren't for the ghostly green fire, this spooky campus would be completely obscured by darkness. Only, now that it's in the air, something seems to have changed. The black mist was still in the majority, but all the same, some smoky green ghostly mist that, slowly encroaching away. Come on, let's go up there too. Hua Wuju withdrew his sight and together with Lin Moe, he stepped into the middle of the school building. This is the only empty classroom left. A player struggled to say the words. The school building is divided into 4 floors, with a total of 4 classrooms to the left and right on each floor. After they came up, they realized that not just any classroom could be entered. Through the window, in the pale green light, they could clearly see dozens of eerie students without the whites of their eyes. Like a puppet, he sat in his place, neither speaking nor moving. The blackboard was empty, and so was the table. No one knows what they're doing. Please don't go to the wrong classroom. The students in the classroom are very exclusive, so please be careful. Upon entering the school building, the beep sounded in their ears once again. Players from various countries walked carefully through the lighted classroom and ended up in another. Again, a house full of. This time, the hearts of the crowd pulled out of their chests, and to top it off, there was the reappearance of a creepy man with a sewn-on mouth behind them. It is, however, named Richard. Mr. Richards asks that you return to class before the start of the lesson or you will be punished. The miserable white man with the beard gazed at them without moving. There are clocks in the hallways of the school building, but instead of 12 hours, they are 1 hour. It rotates 1 frame a minute. Only 12 minutes left until 1 hour. Keep going up. In the end it was Armin who had the final word and led the crowd on to the top, but the results were not satisfactory. The 3rd floor is still full. All 4 classrooms are lit up, and the clock, only 9 minutes left. The bearded creep that had been following them had his head tilted slightly. It is expanding as time passes. 4th floor. Without having to be reminded by Armin, players from various countries rushed up to the 4th floor. It seemed to them that since the 2nd and 3rd floors were all full, there must be empty classrooms on the 4th floor. They guessed right, but only half right. The 2 classrooms on the left side of the 4th floor are full. The 2 classrooms on the right side of the 4th floor are full. And in the center, out of nowhere, there was an extra room. Chapter 36, Classroom 405. There was some hesitation on the part of the players of the various countries, looking at the sudden extra classroom that, hesitant to go in or not. 405. It's the door number of the classroom, and it looks extra spooky. There are only 4 classrooms on each floor, and this extra 5th one is like a trap for the, waiting for the prey to enter on their own. The information says the correct classroom, but it doesn't say that a classroom that isn't spooky is necessarily the right classroom. In contrast, they felt more like the wrong classroom with this extra classroom in front of them. What are you waiting for? Get in there. Armin frowned, pulling away from the crowd and heading straight into this extra classroom. Seeing Armin go in, the crowd didn't hesitate any longer, and Eiffel was even right behind him. Choose to believe completely. Behind them, the bearded creep who had been watching them. The whole head had been deflected most of the way, and vaguely, the back of the head was about to turn completely around. Wait until the last person enters the classroom. Knock, knock, knock. Heavy as the sound of a clockwork pull. That bell that had helped them out of their red-heel predicament in the first place rang again. Hearing the familiar chime, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief as they, yet again, it was as if he realized something. Those red heels are also students in this school, and if the bell is ringing for class, why did it reappear back there? Players from various countries were in disbelief. This obviously makes some sense. During class time, you can't walk around. You must stay in the classroom or you will be attacked by the spooks. That last bell signaled the end of class. For once, it was time to take a turn in class. The rule of the class is no talking. Why can't you talk? They soon learned the answer. Click. The sound of a door opening rang out. Outside the windows of classroom 405, one pale face after another, hollow-eyed and the slow-moving student wandered slowly. When players from various countries saw this scene, their pupils contracted wildly. You need to stay in the classroom after class because you will be attacked if you wander outside. You can't talk in class because it attracts all this creepy attention. The rules of the school building are entirely because of them and don't apply to these shenanigans. In this way, the reason why the red heels had earlier, at the moment when the bell had rung, leave for a while. It's not at all about going back to class because it's a student at the school. It's because they are the students. The bell rings, it's the end of class, and the student needs to go back to the classroom. Red heels can't be stopped or it will be seen as a breach of the rules, so it needs to go first. And behind them, the players all waited in place, and were attacked. And, red high heels, it's not against the rules to attack at this point. They get it, but unfortunately it's a little late. The players who came to the school building expressed a moment of silence for those who remain still outside. It's clear that they're in for a new round of attacks. By the time these people of theirs finished their quest and went out, it was estimated that the players outside were pretty much dead as well. It's worth mentioning that the Bear Nation player is also in the 50. To continue to stay out there, to be sure to be attacked again, to be exposed out there, definitely breaking some rule. Maybe going into the building would have prevented all of this. The Bear Country player trusts his judgment, so while Armin is speaking, he stepped forward with determination. It's horrible. I'm glad I didn't rush here at the time. Players from various countries looked at the students wandering outside the window and couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in their hearts. If they had come to the building earlier, they would have been torn to pieces by these students, attacked outside by strange crows and high heels. The process was thrilling, though, well, at least the survival rate was relatively high, and they were all saved in the end. But if they came to the school building, hordes of creepy would be on them instantly. There are 50 seats in a classroom, and on the 2nd through 4th floors, there are 12 classrooms. That means, excluding the teachers, there are a total of 600 creeps in this building. Of course, this number is inaccurate, and there are a few classroom seats that are empty, but that doesn't detract from a concept. That's certainly a scary number. Outside you only have to deal with high heels and one creepy. Inside the classroom, on the other hand, you have to deal with a whole lot of almost 600 creeps. It's kinda hilarious. Hana Wujue's voice came in from outside, and in the silence of it was extraordinarily attention-grabbing. The gazes of players from various countries were cast over. Everyone looked at each other with disbelief. That's a whole floor of weirdness out there. Even if Hua Wujue is strong, it's not possible to survive so easily, is it? Indeed it does. Outside, a whole building of creeps all noticed Flower Wujue. Tacitly, he cast his eyes over the people who were looking at him, and his scalp went numb. Asterisk asterisk, how many ing creeps are there? I'm getting goosebumps just looking at it. No, Flower, you're really my brother. You're following through on the road to death. Slippery, if you go up there and do that, it's indeed a death wish. I'll go up there. Flower, it's called capriciousness. Do you understand? One no brother found. Tagged. Here haha. Dragon country netizens chatting quite lively. Other countries cannot sit still. Fark, what is the Dragon Kingdom player doing? Is he trying to get a room full of players killed? This is especially true of the United States of America, which has been screaming the loudest. Are you Dragon Kingdom players cerebellar underdeveloped? So much shenanigans. They've all been lured here. Does he want a room full of players to die for him? If you, the Dragon Kingdom, want to kill yourselves, go by yourselves. Why drag others along? The Mizos were not in their usual irritable mood, and their Dr. Armin could be in the house. Hana Wujue was so loud. Originally the house was safe. Now, but it can be mired in uncertainty. In particular, Hana Wujue opened the door to classroom 405 as if no one else was there. More than anything else, it's blowing their emotions right out of the water. Dragon Kingdom, are you trying to start a war? Rice's top brass shouted angrily. If strange tales came down, they wouldn't necessarily suffer less than the war. Some of the smaller countries whose countries are still functioning have helped out when they see Rice taking the lead. Cut the ing crap. Bunch of Western Yakuza. Come on if you dare. The response from the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom was unusually direct, with not a single word deleted or changed. And the hard-headed response of the Dragon Kingdom, in turn, made the top brass of the Rice Kingdom stagnate and simply leave it at that. A real fight is out of the question, and nothing will be gained except for the loss of both. Besides, if something really happened to Armin, they were counting on taking refuge in the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon State's top strategy conference room. Che, how spineless. You really think our Dragon Kingdom is afraid of them? The grumpy one, the Dragon Marshal, laughed coldly. It's still ridiculous. When they players from Rice sell out other countries, we don't see these small countries bouncing around so much, but now they dare to come and bite us back? How ridiculous. The remaining few Dragon Marshals were also infuriated and laughed. Marshal Nye, what do you think we should do? Should we teach them a lesson? Several Dragon Marshals turned their gazes to the leader. Marshal Nye Shui gave the order after a little contemplation. Command that from this day forward, the Dragon Kingdom will no longer receive any applications for immigration, and the activation of a wartime national security policy, ready for war. Yes, the Dragon Kingdom has its own concerns. The Heavenly Court program has reached a critical point. It's better to have peace and quiet when you can do it without surprises. Hello, me and everyone else. But that doesn't mean that the Dragon Kingdom will be left to be bullied. On the contrary, it is at such critical moments that it was only then that a tougher stance had to be made so as to deter that group of curmudgeons. The storm in the outside world is not known in the slightest within the world of weird talk. Players from various countries, after seeing Hua Wujue come in as if no one else was there, straight up goosebumps, because those corridors floated weird and followed as if they were coming in. Jie, they've found you. Flower Wujue. The players from various countries were furious and clenched their back teeth, and the fear in their hearts was amplified to the extreme. At the same time, a strong chagrin came from the heart. Shouldn't have believed their bull ********. This is clearly another play to betray them, but they were in a hurry to be early. Lim Moi, Hua Wuju said softly. Immediately, Lin Moi respectfully jumped out of the nothingness, then gradually grinned the corners of his mouth open and, smiling at the weirdness of the group. Chapter 37 Candidates. Yes, Lord Flower Emperor. Lin Moi revealed a cruel smile, her snake-like tongue licking her lips, as if a wolf had entered a flock of sheep. In a hallway of weirdness, bloody devouring. And Hannah Wujue, while walking into the classroom, snapped her fingers. Pang! A player instantly exploded around a mist of blood, splattering a circle around them. Players from various countries were silenced and watched as Flower Wujue calmly sat in that position. Moreland player dies. Random weird tales descend. Players from various countries looked at the player who had died tragically, and wanted to question Hua Wujue as to why he was killing people indiscriminately. But every one of them dared not speak up and could only silently hide their anger. On the contrary, it was Armin. A blue aura flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth showed a curve. The doll, in his hand, trembled gently. Guys, it's about to start, Armin said as he got up. Players from various countries cast their eyes towards Armin with suspicion in their eyes. What's about to start? Without waiting for them to react, the Moorish player who had just exploded into a mist of blood, the plasma that had exploded out was coalescing at a rapid pace. A blood-colored human prototype soon formed. Exam begins. Plasma kept dripping from the bloody man's bizarre body, one step at a time, leaving a series of bloody footprints on the ground. Then came the podium. The classroom door closed with a bang, and Lin Moe was shut out. Ward Fark, a player, lost his voice. Everyone's been so freaked out by this creepy contraption. A string of chills grew in everyone's heart. Did they just sit down with this contraption? Nope. It was indeed a more country player there just now. Did that mean he had been possessed? This thought popped up in the hearts of the various players, and the cool air in their hearts was even cooler. No wonder they entered this classroom without any abnormalities. So the abnormalities appeared a long time ago. Only they don't know it. Hannah Wujue, how did he know? The terrified and shocked gazes of the players from various countries shifted back and forth between Bloodman Creepy and Flower Wujue. And what does it mean for the exam to start? The crowd felt like they were in the middle of a vortex, and they couldn't get themselves out of the center of it. One can only blindly follow the vortex as it spins, unable to dominate, unable to disengage. We are now going to play a dangerous and bizarre game, which is the exam. By passing the exam, we'll meet the final target of this mission. If we don't pass the exam, we'll die in this classroom, Armin said succinctly. How did you know we'd take the test? A player asked with a frown. School rules. Students are in their own classrooms. Outsiders entering will be attacked. We weren't even students at the school in the first place. At best we were imposters. Naturally there are no classrooms that belong to us. And this extra classroom is for exams. We entered this non-existent 405 classroom so that we wouldn't be defined as strangers. Because the room, for the exam, itself, does not fix the definition of a student. There are only candidates. Armin explained as he watched the bloodman Creepy who was slowly coming up to the stage. You mean this is a trick exam room? The crowd's pupils shrunk slightly. They seemed to understand that. Like the players in the last round, the mission gives them the status of what appears to be a mailman that. It's actually cargo. And this round, they appear to be students. But they are actually candidates. The connection was something they would never have thought of if they hadn't entered this trick exam room. First of all, the school building has 4 floors with 4 classrooms on each floor. And they met 2 rules after reaching the school building. School building, no noise during class hours. School building, class time, no running. They initially thought that the 2 rules were for students, but now I realize it's for the candidates, because it's clearly time for class, and the creeps are walking out of the classroom in unison. It echoed through the corridors, and at the end of class time, sitting neatly at the end of the classroom again. At first glance, it seems to fit with these 2 rules, but when you think about it in depth, it gets weird. You have to sit in class when it's over, but go out when it's over. Isn't that just the opposite? But now, at last, they understood. The 2 rules are indeed binding on students, but they are not intended to target students. Rather, it is to serve the test. No noise in class is prohibited so as not to disrupt the exam. Running is prohibited after class, also so as not to interfere with exams. But the first rule is buggy. Classes are only noisy, but they don't say they're not allowed to walk around. That's why all these shenanigans are coming out of the classroom in unison. And the creepy teacher who was urging them to go back to class was hiding something. The rules are clear. No running after class. They're already out there, perfectly suited to the conditions of the attack. If they're students, they've completely broken the rules, but it didn't immediately draw an attack. Instead, they were urged to return to the classroom and before class was emphasized over and over again. And the reason? It lies in urging the candidates to enter the examination room. And before entering the examination room, the candidates, the conditions for being attacked were not met. The bell for class, on the other hand, signals the entrance to the exam. Only if they refuse to enter the examination room, or fail to enter in time, only then will the candidate be automatically disqualified as an outsider. Those shenanigans before they can attack. The students out there just now proved the same thing. Hua Wujue didn't have time to enter the examination room, but the students didn't attack him, because they're not teachers, they're just students. And Flower Wujue opened her mouth to speak without immediately inviting them to attack. Instead, it's moving slowly, because he violated the rule against clamor. But at the same time he is not a student but a candidate, or has become an outsider. The rule for the students, on the other hand, is that they must die if they enter the classroom. It's like the message suggests, don't go to the wrong classroom. The students in the classroom are very xenophobic. Please be careful. Therefore, the movement of the students was to allow Hana Wujue to fulfill the condition of entering the classroom, whether it's an exam room or not. If you enter, it's considered an outsider trespassing. They are the students who can follow the attack, and once inside, it is possible to define all players inside as trespassers. As for when the clock started ticking, I'm afraid it started when they entered the building. The deeper the crowd thought about it, the more they couldn't help but ooze cold sweat under each rule that all of them contain menace, teachers and students, as well as the candidates who hide behind them. It's the biggest problem with this school building. Classrooms that don't exist will appear after they come up, because they are candidates, and when the candidates arrive, the examination room will naturally appear, and the great menace of this problem lies in that beep. The tone warns them not to enter the classroom or they will incur an attack from the students. Teacher Creepy was also urging them to return to the exam room, an empty classroom that became their only option. 2 rules for the school building. No noise, no running. It's also about making the exam go smoothly. So, what is in this exam room? Or rather, it's them, the players. Do you realize your status as a candidate or not? If they don't realize it, the test can't start and they're stuck, always in a pre-test state. If you walk out of the exam room and it's class time, then student shenanigans, crowding in and define them as intruders. If they walk out of the exam room and it's time for class to end, then the teacher, weirdly enough, kicks them back in and, if you don't come back, you'll die out there, and they, too, will remain trapped in this examination room, unless one finds out how to conduct the exam. All this logic, they finally figured out at this moment, but then it's one, and no matter how much they think about it, Can't even find out the slightest hint of the problem. How did Hana Wujua know how to conduct the exam? Unplayed to be continued. 80,000 words debut now. The more people who read it, the more they'll be able to catch up with it. So don't save the draft. The quicker it's changed. If it's free, it's okay to give a positive review. Hot dog to you, degree. Chapter 38, The Game of Kings. Drip. That question was set aside for the time being. The player's attention was redirected to the Bloodman creep. The bloody man bizarrely used the plasma, which was like paste together, to slowly write on the blackboard. The crowd cringed and, what is this? Writing test rules? Just like the 2 rules for the school building. Are the rules for the exam room now written? The crowd speculated. A shadow of doubt has also been cast over this exam. The vast majority of people here could pass with flying colors if they actually took a normal test. But if it's an alternative exam, it's a bit embarrassing. Sadly, it's the latter. King's Game. 4 large letters lay crookedly on the blackboard, and as the blood slipped away, gradually it became twisted, like the blood oozing from those 4 words, making one's scalp tingle. Each person is given a piece of content and completes it. Fail, die, succeed, live. Rules of the game: killing is forbidden, and the object of the trick can only be chosen through testimony. The faces of the players instantly turned ugly. 3 days of lying tasks still to be completed, and now there's a killer game of kings. But they also knew deep down that it was useless to complain, and rushed to check its contents too. Each person received a separate, private message. There's another guile around you. Find it. Hint, the game is successful when half or more of the class is identified. If it's a trick. If human death. The crowd burst into color, their pupils contracting slightly. And a trick. Players from all countries are traces of the trick that they are trying to find out who it is. Armin's pale blue pupils rippled, calmly scanning each face. Even after learning that there was another creepy around, he remained unperturbed. Hua Wuju raised his eyebrows and looked at the bloody man on the podium with some surprise. Creepy. A smirk swept across the abyssal ink-like eyes, saying nothing, doing nothing but casting his eyes on Armin. Observation time, 10 minutes. The first round of the referendum will be held in 10 minutes. The beep came again. Players from various countries frowned, skepticism filling everyone's eyes. Look carefully at everyone around you. The minutes ticked by. Flower Wujua yawned in boredom and quietly watched the men scrutinize back and forth. Worth mentioning, these players' gazes lingered on Hua Wuju's body for the longest time. Hua Wuju also felt these gazes filled with suspicion, but he was too lazy to care, simply closed his eyes in his position. He wasn't going to interfere with the game. There's a lot of suspicion on Armin, too, in general. On each one of them, they received the scrutiny of the people around them. Everyone suspects that the people around them are the weird ones. 10 minutes went by quickly. First round of referendum begins. The beep came. Each person had an additional option in front of them to enter the object of their suspicion. The first referendum was soon over. The bloody man stood eerily motionless on the podium, like a statue, until the beep came again. The referendum is over, and the PTA has received more than half of the votes by 26 votes. Publication of identity, player. Vatiatus player dies. The Bart player, who was closest to the pre-death Moore player, and the two were on the best of terms. It's been companionable. These players still decided to be conservative for now and chose the Bashiatri players to see. Unfortunately, they guessed wrong. Bloody Man Creepy moved on the stage, instantly changing to appear in front of the Bashiatsu Nation player. The plasma that kept dripping down wriggled at this moment, forming a worm with a huge mouth open. Panic flowed from the eyes of the Bashiatsu player, struggling backward and, it seems to be trying to find a direction to escape. Yet the next moment, the writhing plasma worms gnawed his head right off, and his body, too, was rapidly drying up, eventually turning into a dry skin devoid of moisture. 10 minutes observation time. In 10 minutes, open a 3-minute debate. Players from various countries realized that they had voted for the wrong person, but no look of guilt appeared on their faces. Instead, the eyes lit up as if they had found something. Another second 10 minutes, but this time, it was a debate. 3 minutes later, the second referendum begins. Soon, the crowd realized they could talk. The Malay state player was the first to speak. I know who Creepy is. The crowd looked to him. It's him. The Malay nation player is a lean bamboo man with a very dark bronze complexion, and the object he was pointing at was no other than Hua Wuju, who was sitting in a chair with his eyes closed. Hearing the testimony of the other side, Hana Wujua didn't have any desire to raise her eyelids. Are you being funny? A flash of impatience appeared on the faces of players from various countries. It's not like they didn't think about it at first. After all, Hana Wujua was the closest person to the last Bloodman's shenanigans. But again, the bloody man's weirdness was also discovered by Hua Wujue. Otherwise they wouldn't have known about it until who knows when. There was actually already a trick around. So, Flower Woojue couldn't have been the trick. No, he must be. Think of it this way, can a human command guile? Even if he wasn't. What's the difference between him and creepy with such a dangerous element around? The Malay Kingdom player said with extreme certainty. Now the crowd understood exactly what this guy was trying to say. Flower Woojue is too megalomaniacal and kills at the drop of a hat. Just now, for example, when he could have come in peacefully and quietly. And yet, he almost brought in a building full of shenanigans. Such a dangerous guy. Might as well get him first. Even if he wasn't creepy, then the vote against him was a miss at best. Instead, all they can get is to be able to take this destabilizing factor out of the equation. Some truth. Thoughts began to pass slightly in the eyes of the players of the various countries that, not a care in the world who saved them under the red heels. They don't want to see a player get too powerful. This player, in particular, doesn't take them seriously. Such a destabilizing factor. Better to weed it out. With Dr. Armin around, this group mission should be completed quickly. But if the mission after that is a solo one, and if they have to compete with Flower Woojue, apparently it's impossible to fight against. So, should we take advantage of this game of kings and take advantage of Creepy's hand to finish him off or not? But they've seen it. The creepy henchmen of Flower Woojue were shut out of the door. There's no way to get in. In other words, Flower Woojue herself was under the suppression of the rules of the examination room. This is certainly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No, Hana Woojue is not a trick. It is. Armin shook his head, interrupting the crowd's thoughts. Chapter 39, Eerie Identity. What? Dr. Armin, are you kidding? Eiffel's eyes widened incredulously. The other remaining players were equally very shocked and their brains went blank. No, I'm not kidding. Eiffel, you're the trick. Armin's pale blue pupils gazed at her calmly. Eiffel's eyes were full of innocence and bemusement, and with an almost stupefied and unacceptable expression. Puzzled, he looked at Armin. That's what it feels like to be lied to by the people you trust the most. Dr. Armin, are you serious? She was in the apartment with you. Though, why would she be creepy? Players from various countries are also baffled. If Eiffel is really creepy, when did it start to become creepy? Is it from this classroom, or has it become creepy outside? Armin, we need a rational explanation. The Bear Country player looked unimpressed. How can you guarantee that you didn't purposely bring the trouble to the east in order to help Flower Woojue get off the hook? When the players from various countries heard this, they also subconsciously frowned. Yes, it's quite possible. Judging from the previous series of events, Hua Wooju's relationship with Armin was extraordinary. Most likely the new protector after the first round of the Weird Tales game. Reno. Intelligence and force together is undoubtedly a terrifying combination. And no wonder. They're now planning whether to remove Hua Woojue, and if they succeed, Armin apparently just broke an arm, which is why he pointed the finger at Eiffel. An insignificant woman in exchange for the safety of Flower Woojue was earned any way you look at it. Flower Woojue is not a trick. Even if you guys vote for him, you're just weakening our power. In the world of Weird Tales, our enemies shouldn't be fellow citizens. It should be more about weirdness. Armin began to explain. Hearing this, the Bear Country player grunted coldly and, compatriots? When you sold your own countrymen as goods, I don't see you treating them as fellow human beings. Needless to say, the Bear Country player's words were unanimously recognized by the players present. Compatriots when needed, cannon fodder when not. This practice is very chilling in anyone's mind. Give and take, at all times, is directly proportional. I've already explained this, and without the payoffs from the player's last turn, you wouldn't be standing here intact right now. If it wasn't for Hana Woojue's intervention, you would have perished under Creepy's hands by now. Is it a difficult question to ask who you should believe? Fellow citizens or creeps? If it's a fellow human being. So now, the real trick is right next to you, and you want to kill your fellow man? Armin finished those words matter-of-factly, his cold eyes sweeping over the faces of each player as these sights were like knives, cutting the crowd for a moment. But why is she creepy? The crowd calmed down and decided to listen to Armin first. Because of the emotions, Armin said with a calm demeanor. What mood? The people were frowning. Their minds were like a mess that was being forcefully sorted out. In the beginning, during the first attack of the Red Heels, Eiffel's emotions broke down under the tension. She was the only one of the 300 or so players who broke down. The rest of us, though equally fearful, understood what we were supposed to do. Emotions are still relatively in a stable state. Such a person should be the most timid one among the more than 300 players. But then, she was the only one who followed me to the dormitory building. Armin continued to explain. The frowns of the players from various countries eased a little as they seemed to understand. A timid person. when given two choices, chooses the other one, which is more risky. She clearly had the option to stay put and wait for Armin to come back, just like most of the players. And yet, he followed Armin on his own. Is this something a coward would do? It's more like, something in the subconscious is leading it to do this. The crowd was somewhat convinced. Even if this is a little odd, you can't be so sure that. One can never rule out the possibility that she had a change of heart under these extreme circumstances. The Bear Country player asked again. Again, human behavior is not static, and at some point in time, it does do things that are out of the usual character. But does that necessarily mean anything? That alone is certainly not enough. And after she followed me into the dormitory building, it's the weird anomalies that make me feel out of place. Armin shook his head. But I was clearly attacked by the creepy too. Eiffel bit his lip and argued stubbornly. She's clearly not creepy. Hearing Eiffel's words, the crowd froze for a moment, and then their frowns deepened. If Eiffel was human, how could he have been attacked by creepy? That's enough to say something about Eiffel's status as a player. Could it be that Armin was really excusing Hua Wuju? A film of skepticism once again clouded the eyes of the crowd. Eiffel, do you remember when you asked me why you were attacked and I was fine? Armin gazed calmly at Eiffel. Remember, when you said that because men were entering the women's dormitory building, there will be unpredictable changes, and the shenanigans of the men's and women's dormitories will be interchanged. And the one who attacked me was the resident creep in the men's dormitory building. Eiffel wiped a tear from the corner of his eye and nodded. Well, you're half right. Armin nodded slightly, then added, the creepy one prowling around on the first floor is indeed the resident of the boys' dormitory. You stepped into its territory as a female, violating the no women allowed rule in the first place. Yet again, because the place where it is located is a women's dormitory building, it can't be here in terms of the rules, but the fact is, it's in the women's dormitory building. So a bug arose that couldn't cause the rule of stepping into a certain death attack to take effect. So it spawned a new rule. As soon as you realize it's there, it attacks on you. As for the conditions, they are, as I said, harsh, and you must stop moving. You realize this, after realizing that you've encountered a creepy. The emotions, though equally broken, perfectly avoided the assault rule. If it was you in your normal state, there's only a 17.3% chance you would do it. If you're in a state of collapse, there's only a 0.32 chance you'll do nothing. Keep moving. And, as you were about to step out, the dormitory bizarrely forced you to stop and force the rules to stand. Just as creepy as the door just now, forcibly trying to get Hana Wujua to enter the classroom. And it succeeded. The rules were established, and it didn't attack you directly. Instead, it's coming a little closer, like it's hesitating. As for the reason for the hesitation, it's precisely because you're the trickster. Chapter 40, Modified Rules. Players from various countries looked at each other, apparently weighing the truth of this. Eiffel was in a trance, and she suddenly thought of the explanation that Armin had given her at the time. The law is discovery. I didn't realize that the law of attack wasn't actually into certain death. This creepy is a little stronger and can interfere with your actions. Don't thank me. You should thank yourself. Why? Eiffel stared blankly, pursing his lips as tears fell like beads. Since Dr. Armin has said so, of course we believe that. But before that, let's all think about whether we'll survive after we get out without voting for him. A sinister look swept across the eyes of the Malay Kingdom player who had spoken at the very beginning. The crowd looked puzzled and realized what he meant. Hey, you're the one who wanted to vote. What's it got to do with us? There were also players who expressed disbelief. Why do you have to drag them along with you when you've caused your own trouble? Besides, when they just took a stand, they were just thinking about it. They didn't say they were going to agree. After going out, if Flower Wujua wanted to kill, it would be to kill him alone. Even if you don't kill now, do you dare to guarantee that he won't make a move against you in the future? Kill if you want to. Does he need to give you reasons? The sneer of the Malay Kingdom player grew colder and colder. The crowd was so disliked that a hint of displeasure flashed across their brows, but their eyes were quick to think. Everyone is analyzing the pros and cons. This referendum is no longer solely about finding shenanigans. This referendum on whether to kill a destabilizing factor. Flower Wujua still had her eyes closed, not interested in the bickering within the classroom in the slightest. End of 3-minute discussion period. The second referendum begins. The beep once again rang in every ear. There was a hint of gloom in everyone's eyes, and they gave their choices with heavy hearts. Everyone is waiting for the referendum result. The waiting time has put these people on pins and needles, and I don't know what they're worried about. The referendum is over. Dragon player, Flower Wujua, is recognized by more than half. The last one to be identified was Flower Wujua. Some were relieved. As for the rest, there was just a flash of displeasure in their eyes. The Yet there is no excuse. Almond frowned heavily and averted her eyes from the calmness soon returned to his eyes, and everything seemed to be still under his control. Flower Woojue, however, remained unresponsive. Mother asterisk 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 error. What a ing. War. Damn it, it must be war. It's over. It's over. We're not really going to have a weird talk coming down, are we? Asterisk asterisk what a bunch of rats. Damn. They deserve to be stuck following someone else's ass. Let's hold our horses. I don't think this creepy will necessarily be able to beat Flower Invincible. Let's not be too pessimistic. And what's not pessimistic? If Flower Woojue really wasn't afraid of this weirdness, why didn't he just leave? That henchman of his, he's all locked out and can't come in. What's all the noise about? Once something goes wrong, all you guys do is argue? The Dragon Kingdom Online has been in a mess. Instead, the answer from the top of the Dragon strategy was succinct and clear. That afternoon, the country of Malay suffered a nuclear strike and has been wiped off the map of the Blue Planet. Rice issued a strong condemnation of this. The Dragon Kingdom directly aimed 100 strategic-grade nuclear bombs at Rice and opened a global broadcast. Rice instantly dared not speak, and could only whine in the conference room. These damned barbarians. I'll see how long they can hang around. The president of Rice sneered. Inside the world of weird tales, Malekuni felt a rush of exhilaration as he realized that he had managed to throw Hana Woojue out, and his eyes lit up. Great! Now the players are balanced again. The Malay nation player, on the Blue Planet, is nothing more than a professional liar. Obscure and, even to the point of crossing the street. Having come to the world of weird tales, having thought that I could finally change all that. You can save your country and become a hero. But that's not the case. Flower Woojue and Armin were like a boulder pressing on his chest. Make him feel like, oh, so I'm still the silent passerby. Just a supporting role that exists to complement others. The feeling took his breath away and almost drove him mad with jealousy. No, he doesn't want to be a foil for others. He's going to dominate this on his own. After resolving Hana Woojue. Next, there was only one inferior Armin left. He's going to go and be the centerpiece of these players. Ha ha, go to hell. Flower Woojue. Under the gazes of the Malay Kingdom players, who were almost trembling with excitement, the bloody man bizarrely moved. Just as before. Still slowly, one step at a time, he stepped down from the podium. A series of bloody footprints re-emerged. The cheeks, made of plasma, looked like skulls that had been cemented together. It sent a wave of revulsion down the spine. The blood man is spooky and comes closer. It was less than 2 steps away from Hua Wuju. It stopped. The bloodworms, which were composed of plasma, surged once again. Eat him, eat him. The Malayan player gasped in excitement. And if he hadn't been unable to speak, he's afraid he's screaming with excitement right now. Just then, Hua Wujue finally opened his eyes. Those abyssal ink-like eyes, just like an emperor. Looking down on them, it came in sync with it. It was the familiar beep. Rule change. Hint, the game is successful when half or more of the class is identified. If it's a trick. If a person. Death of the person making the designation. What? The Malay Kingdom player's pupils contracted violently to the size of pinpoints, and he couldn't believe what he was hearing. The rules have been changed. Wouldn't that be? Some of the players' faces instantly changed, and extreme panic flowed from their eyes. The next moment, as if to confirm their suspicions, the bloody man was bizarre and slowly turned around, no longer aiming at Flower Woojue, and the blood worm instantly opened its bloody mouth and, with lightning speed, a player beside Hua Wuju was gnawed down, along with half of his body. This seems to be just the beginning. The bloodworms kept moving, and everywhere they went, there were bodies without heads. Screams and wails resounded through the modest classroom. It caused those surviving players to be shocked for a moment, and a strong sense of horror appeared in their eyes. Soon there were more than 20 bodies in the classroom, and the bloodworms, too, came to the last of the testifiers. No, don't you come over here. The players from the Malayan nation backed away in terror, flailing their fists wildly as they trying to fight the creepy. Instead, it turned out to be just swallowed along with the arm. Amidst the horrified wails of the Malayan players, his body was left with only one arm. And half a leg. After all this, it was only then that the bloodworm wriggled its fat body and burrowed back into the bloodman's bizarre body. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Bloodman creepy, like nothing had happened, walked slowly up to the podium again. Chapter 41, Red Silk. A large portion of the players in the classroom died all of a sudden, and the atmosphere of the scene was depressing. The shadow of death hangs over every player. Why were the rules suddenly changed? This has never happened before. Various players were shocked and afraid, looking at the podium and the bloodied man's eerie gaze, filled with hate and fear. If anything, the previous Weird Tales game was kind of a rules-based villain. So now, the rules are gone, and there are only villains left. The other side wants them to live or die. They are like ants on the ground, at the mercy of others. It's funny how they just really thought that they could take out a huge threat by utilizing the rules of weird talk. Reality slapped them hard. Not everyone is a cutie though. Could it be that Hana Wujue has moved? Some players sneaked their gazes towards Flower Wujue. Hua Wuju seemed like he knew nothing, like an indifferent statue, even though he was just sitting there, not moving at all. The feeling he brought to others was like that of a king, not to be blasphemed. No one's going to get any more ideas. All they want to do now is hurry up and finish this damn game of kings. 10 minutes observation time. 10 minutes to open a 3-minute debate. Third 10 minutes. The time was the same, but it was rather the hardest 10 minutes for the crowd. The rules have been changed. They can't just vote anymore. They have to find the real trick. 3 minutes later, the third referendum begins. Dr. Armin. Is she really the creepy pair? A player couldn't wait to ask Armin. The look and tone of his voice carried a palpable sense of agitation. What a load of unsettling. Surviving is what matters. They couldn't do something as stupid as killing each other, even if they wanted to. Armin nodded calmly, as if he had little desire to speak. In fact, the moment the rules were modified, Armin fell into a bizarre state. It was a self-doubt. It's as if what has always been known has been shattered and is now being reconstructed and reshaped. For the average person, wrong is wrong. No big deal. But for Armin, it was an important one. It's like a paranoid psychopath where everything must be under his paranoid perception. But then one day you tell him that he is wrong in these perceptions. It could turn his world upside down in an instant. A blinding red filament, short and small, appeared under Armin's pale blue pupils and it was almost negligible. But there was no denying that the red silk existed in his pupils. The smell of madness. The corner of Hua Wuju's mouth slightly curved up in an arc. The code of the 12 wheels is not that every time a stage passes, that stage disappears forever. Rather, it would lurk within the essence of the soul, waiting for an opportune moment when it would once again rage back. And this madness, with the same tainted honored one that we encountered at the beginning. There are similarities and differences. Apparently, Armin was once again reeling from the madness. It's still just a seed, and it remains to be seen if it will become a sharp thorn later. The result of such an early intervention would have been nothing but a failure. He'll be like countless other failures and will just be a leaf to set off others. Hana Wujue was a bit of a pity. It wasn't the result he wanted. A failure that wasn't even worth his attention. Though the changes in Armin now were less associated with his intervention. But it can't be helped. Zhu Chui's mission required his cooperation, and this game had to go on. He kills off the bloody man bizarrely, which is concise and clear, and the game will end there. Chui Zhu's mission would have failed in this regard, as opposed to an unfinished semi-finished product, and a copy of a reverse connection to the channel. Hua Wuzhu chose the latter. Failure is failure. Armin couldn't make it to the end. That would only prove that he didn't have it in him. That outside interference was never less than the slightest suspicion to break down the codex of the 12 wheels isn't that easy to pull off. Failure and death, which looks to be down to the last 2 rounds. Flower Wujue could obviously go ahead and intervene successfully, but this unpredictable forbidden canon, deliberately interfering with instead, it's counterproductive. What you get in the end will never be the full 12 rounds more likely other unforeseen changes. 12 rounds, not as literal as, think of the contaminated Hongmeng Venerable, contaminating the entire Hongmeng universe. Didn't all living beings turn into his dependents without success? Without success, everything is a sham. It didn't work out. The guy behind this 12-round codex, it's natural not to bother checking out a failure. Without success, he doesn't deserve to be taken seriously. Eiffel, is there anything you want to say? The crowd had one last bit of doubt, and decided to give Eiffel a chance. And not wanting to fully trust Armin. After all, they don't want to pick another mistake. Eiffel seemed to have resigned himself to his fate, and sat down in his seat, without a word, with a stony look of, just like a puppet, not saying a word. The players frowned in unison. The nastiness of this game is something they're just now feeling, because the previous rule was that the testifier was fine. Only the person being testified against would die. It's like the Huddle effect, where the onlooker is fine and the onlooked is subjected to the abuse of others. Now it's the complete opposite. Onlookers can hurl insults, but if the facts are wrong, they're going to pay for it with their lives. A no-cost thing that all of a sudden becomes an unequal transaction at the cost of lives. Anyone would feel bad. That's a total gamble. Psychologically, they preferred to trust Armin. After all, as far as we were all on the same side at least, and if they died, what good would it do to Armin? But emotionally, Eiffel looked nothing like he was faking it. and it felt a little heartbreaking. It's like being abandoned. Damn it! Is she pretending or not? The players felt a bit annoyed for a while. If it was really her, and they didn't have half of them voting for her, but for someone else, it's pretty clear that many more people will die. If it really wasn't her, they all voted for Eiffel and the result was a reunion. It's a price they can't afford. They need to deliberate carefully. Third referendum begins. The icy beep sounded again, signaling that the next step, perhaps a successful game, the nightmare ends, or perhaps the game fails and the nightmare continues. The players of the countries were in a fidgety mood, and after some flickering of their eyes, they gave their answers. Armin's eyes lifted slightly, calmness returning to his pupils once more. It seems to be back to the way it was earlier, but only Flower Wujua knew that the red silk that represented madness was still present within his pupils. He was able to get through that phase before, and just didn't know that. Refacing. And will it be possible to hold on to the past again? Chapter 42 Game Success. Referendum ends. Towering Kingdom player, Eiffel, gets more than half of the identifications. Reveals identity, trick. The game was successful. A simple tone rings in the players' ears. Obviously, they chose to believe Armin in the end. After all, they didn't dare bet on whether Eiffel was faking it or not. Now it seems to be true. Eiffel is really pretending. While the players from various countries breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts were also flooded with the slightest bit of cool air. The way the spooky appearances are getting scarier and scarier. It was actually possible to infiltrate their players without a word. But this? For what? Players from various countries froze for a moment. After casting their votes, they realized something. If Guile infiltrated their player base to accomplish something. And why is that? Eiffel followed Armin to the dormitory building, and made no move to assault him. Every move is just like a normal player. Not spooky in any way at all. Then there's that creepy guy who got crushed by Flower Wujua at the beginning. Didn't do anything weird at all. The crowd is puzzled. But it doesn't matter. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The bloody man walked eerily slowly from the stage and slowly came to Eiffel's side. The crowd frowned. Isn't Eiffel creepy? Game over? Shouldn't creepy be out of her body? In the minds of these players, Eiffel had actually died a long time ago, and now manipulating her. It's only spooky. Not sure why the death broadcast didn't go off. Though, I'm afraid it has something to do with the body still keeping functioning. The first player to be bizarrely possessed was the one whose death was announced only after his body exploded into a bloody mist. The blood worms coalesced again. A chill ran through the players. No matter how many times I've seen it, the blood worms are as grotesque and horrifying as ever. The limbs and broken arms that littered the ground were its work. Eiffel watched silently as the blood worms came to him, pursed his lips and, at last the teardrops fell trembling. She's always been scared, always been afraid, but she really did think of Armin as someone she could rely on for everything. She doesn't understand. Don't see why it's creepy to say it's her. But it didn't matter. Someone as timid as she was would just be a drag to live. Eiffel closed his eyes, teardrops slipping under his fluttering lashes, as they had earlier. The difference is, last time, Armin saved her. This time, Armin himself pushed her off the deep end. Goodbye, doctor. The bloodworm instantly gnawed at Eiffel's cheek with that hideous, monstrous mouth. Swallowing it in one gulp. Tower country player, Eiffel, dead. Weird tales of the descent. Wow. Those plasma from Eiffel's body, slowly coalescing together. Until it recoalesced into another blood man. The crowd was inexplicably in a difficult mood. They always felt that there was something wrong with it. It wasn't like Eiffel was weirdly possessed. It was like she was still alive. Creepy took over after her death. But, the truth doesn't seem to matter. Important. The exams are over. Mr. Principal, Bruce Peel is pleased with your performance. I'm very pleased with your performance. Will be recognized in person. Finally, players from all countries have a bright spot in their eyes. According to what Armin had said earlier, the principal's appearance was the key to them accomplishing this weird talk mission. All it takes is for the school's lies to be exposed when the principal arrives. This mission will be completed, and they'll survive. The principal will be coming soon to make the recognition. The following points should be noted by the players. The principal doesn't like people talking when he's talking. 2. The principal won't allow anyone to look away from him while he's speaking. 3. The principal will not take questions from anyone. Finally, don't piss off the principal. It will lead to terrible consequences. A new alert went off that. The crowd pondered the meaning. The principal won't take questions. So how are they going to expose the lies? The principal is not allowed to speak without looking at him. And the principal is not allowed to speak without someone else is talking. These two are a bit strange, but not really difficult rules. Only this third one. No questions. They can't talk. So how do you debunk it? Armin looked at the rules thoughtfully, his light blue pupils flickering slightly. Everything seemed to be back in his control. The matter of modifying the rules seems to have been successfully resolved by him. The red filaments in his eyes did not continue to spread, but were completely contained to a very small area. He made it. The madness was temporarily suppressed. I just don't know what's going on in his mind right now. Hua Wuju's abyssal ink-like eyes flickered slightly, seemingly holding a smile inside. Good. It doesn't seem to be a failure. He was looking forward to it, to the moment when the 12 chakras were cultivated. Armin, don't let me down. Otherwise I'd be bored. Hua Wuju snapped his fingers and the classroom door exploded open with a bang. Lin Hua's snake-like tongue, licking his lips, carried a terrifying pressure that finally came through the door. What is Hana Wujue going to do? Players from various countries subconsciously backed up, fear mingling in their eyes. Those of them who were alive just now didn't vote for him. Is it hard to believe that he's going to retaliate now? The players from various countries felt chills rise for a moment and looked at Hua Wuju with apprehension. Lin Hua, settle them, Hua Wuju said faintly. Unfortunately, these players are clearly getting ahead of themselves. A bunch of mole crickets were not worth his trouble at all. Yes, Lord Flower Emperor. Lin Hua smiled cruelly and once again reverted to his cleft appearance. Toward the two bloody men on the podium. They bit eerily. The two bloody men were eerily like statues, not moving at all, oblivious to the attacking Lin Hua. Lin Hua bit the air. The flowing plasma was like a swamp. Any attack that hit it, it all gets swallowed up. Lin Hua, who had swallowed a mouthful of blood, flashed a strong dislike between her eyebrows. There was a hidden sinister poison swelling in his eyes. The Flower Emperor is watching. What's going on now? Adults don't take the trouble to train themselves to be rice bowls. Lin Hua hesitated for a moment, then determination appeared in his eyes, and his entire head split down the middle. Turned into a blooming cannibalistic flower. The current Lin Hua could no longer be associated with the human-like at all, at least in terms of visual impact it seems. Lin Hua was even more terrifying than those two blood screams. Damn you! Die for me! Lin Hua's heart couldn't help but be filled with resentment for making her show such a bad appearance in front of the Flower Emperor. She had to get these two guys killed, so that their bodies turned into her own sustenance. Chapter 43. It was only at this moment that the bloody man bizarrely moved stiffly, and underneath those plasma-flowing cheeks not the slightest expression could be seen, just quietly gazing at Lin Hua who was attacking towards him. Bang! Lin Hua's ghost power stirred, directly in front of a bloody man bizarre, as if it were a water balloon that crumbled open. Splattered in all directions. What's going on? Why didn't the devouring work? A deep uneasiness flashed across Lin Hua's brow, and she had just learned her lesson from the first time that this attack was a direct attempt to swallow the bloodman's bizarre body, but the results were clearly unexpected. The bloody man's bizarre body disintegrated like a water balloon. The other bloodman creepy remained in his sculpted form, quietly looking at Lin Hua. Between Lin Hua's uneasiness, the splattered plasma coalesced again, and soon it then reverted back to being a bloody man creepy. Everything seems like nothing happened. Lin Moe knew that she had messed up, and with uneasiness and guilt, she looked at Hua Wuju. Hua Wuju's abyssal ink-like eyes did not contain the slightest fluctuation of emotions, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. Lin Hua gritted her teeth and stiffly continued her attack. She has been twice ennobled, and if the only value shown is that of, might as well return the favor then. Hua Wuju's Jin Yan was hungry and thirsty, and had long wanted to have a good meal in this weird world. This time the bloody man was spooky and didn't remain impassive. The whole bloody man was like a four-cornered cloth spread out, gathered forward and surrounded, wrapping Lin Hua tightly underneath the plasma. The weird rules encroached on her anew, but instead of manipulation, it's obliteration. Hua Wuju sat in his position indifferent, as if the emperor was watching the performance of his subjects. Joy and anger do not show their colors. The gazes of the players pranced back and forth between the two, mostly with puzzled looks. Lin Hua, isn't that Hua Wuju's creepy henchman? Why is he seeing death now? Wouldn't it be a great loss if Lin Hua was devoured? In their minds, trying to take in a creepy henchman, the price to be paid must be extremely high. It would be a shame to waste it just like that. The outside dragon audience was equally anxious. What's Hana doing? Why don't you save Lin Hua? Lin Hua isn't weak. He just carried out a wave of great devouring outside. How is it possible to be powerless? Ugh. It's so thinly veiled I can't even watch it. You're thin-skinned. It's not like you're one of your men. Ha ha. You mediocrities. You don't even understand what Flower Invincible is saying. Growth is not a matter of writing in the shade, but of learning to make progress, to flourish in the face of adversity, and only in this way that, to reach greater heights. Hospitalization is recommended for middle child. Confirmation complete. I'm sorry, gentlemen, But this was an oversight on the part of this hospital. We'll send someone to pull him back here. The scene fell into silence. Everyone watched silently as Lin Hua was eerily enveloped by the bloody man, and no one uttered a sound that. Only the sound of ticking echoed through the classroom. Everyone wants to know the final outcome. Did Lin Moe escape? Or did the blood man succeed in devouring her? Woe is not alone. The other bloody man, Creepy, after a brief silence, slowly took 2 steps forward and, then as if it were a dissolving spigot, it flowed into the bizarre body of the first bloodman, and the two briefly merged into one. Lin Hua's pressure increased steeply. It's over. Bloodman Creepy is going to win. The crowd made up their minds. One bloodman Creepy Lin Hua already couldn't handle it, and now the two were attacking together. The end is obvious. The crowd sighed longingly, but at the same time they were happy and joyful. It's not like they're their own men anyway. If Lin Hua was devoured, it would only benefit them. No harm done. As the master, Hua Wuju was not in a hurry, so they naturally did not care. Now, there's only one thing they're thinking about. Wait for the principal to arrive, solve this mission, and get the hell out of here, even if you're waiting outside in the clearing. They also didn't want to go back inside this weird school. What else is called 103 Ivy High School? It should be properly renamed Ivy Ghost School. Hiss. Strange hissing sounds suddenly resounded in the classroom, and the crowd's faces changed, looking towards Lin Hua, who was wrapped in plasma. It's like a big blood clot there now, with the plasma dripping off of it. Can't see inside at all, but that hissing sound made the crowd feel uneasy. It's like something is gnawing away. The crowd's minds conjured up the appearance of bloodworms. It can't be that the bloodworms are devouring underneath this ball of blood, can it? That's a bit of a scary scene. Creepy devours creepy. The sense of impact can be much more watchable than devouring unarmed humans. I don't know when dead people weren't a novelty for them anymore. In the context of the Weird Tales game, if you can't adapt early enough, that would result in nothing but early elimination. This is an ancient truth that has been passed down since ancient times. So, what exactly is the situation now? Armin's eyes lit up, and his pale blue pupils flashed with a blue aura that, look at the blood orb with interest. If those who know him well were here, they would know that the look was a unique one that he would give off when he wanted to dissect something. Soon, the crowd realized what was wrong with the blood ball. The blood sphere was shrinking, and in less than a few short seconds of work, it had shrunk by nearly a circle. Mind you, that's the weight of 2 bloodborne creeps put together. Shrunk nearly a full circle? So what exactly is the bloody man bizarrely half swallowed? Or was Lin Hua's body half swallowed? The curiosity of the crowd was piqued. Who will win this confrontation between the weird and the bizarre? The results were quickly apparent. The blood orb could no longer envelop Lin Hua's body. That exquisite figure was quickly revealed. Only that the position above the chest was still within the blood ball, completely unable to see the slightest bit. The players looked at the near-perfect proportions of the body, but didn't think anything else. Joking aside, the head of this body is enough to scare any male into shriveling up. Lin Hua has succeeded. Armin spoke up. It seemed to have anticipated the final outcome. It was only until this moment that Flower Wujue nodded slightly, not ready to call out the golden flame for the time being. An excellent Ghostbuster. It was as if he saw himself before. He decided to give the other man a chance to join hell. The last bit of plasma was soon swallowed up as well, and Lin Hua's condition was somewhat wretched. Blood and plasma smeared all over her, but as far as the outcome was concerned, it was good. It's a pleasure, Lord Flower Emperor. Lin Hua respectfully saluted. Chapter 44 Latitude Annexation. Lin Hua smiled faintly from the podium, but the players under the stage had a stiff face, breathing somewhat hard. Thud. So quiet that they could even hear their own heartbeat. Lin Hua's face, if originally it could be described as slippery milk, was now that it's like layer after layer of eerie red eyes set underneath the folds. The red eyes were so numerous that they almost took up the entire face. What's weird is that the pupils of these red eyes are darting around and each one turns in a different direction, making the targeted player uncomfortable. It was like being watched by a spider. The eyes, they were eerily like the earlier one that was a teacher. However, the creepy one was removing all the eyes and eventually transforming into a giant bundle of pupils. What Lin Hua did, on the other hand, was the opposite. From nothing to something, from something to something. Earlier that creepy managed to drive its own ability, but because the target was Flower Wujue, this results in an inability to manifest. It's actually not a weak ability. Instead, it's strong. Otherwise, Flower Wujue wouldn't have evaluated it as having reached the level of a top Ghostbuster. The principal is on his way, so please keep quiet, but if he hears you, he'll be angry. The beep sounded. That rumored principal is finally going to show his face. At the same time, Manhwa's brows were furrowed and the creases on her face retracted. Once again, she transformed into a well-behaved young girl and arrived in front of Flower Wujue. Lord Flower Emperor, it's coming. Awe was hidden in Manhwa's eyes. Well, stand down. I'll take care of it next. Yes. Manhwa disappeared. Hua Wuju stood up from his chair, then walked slowly towards the classroom door. Armin, too, stood up with the crowd as they watched and he still had the creepy doll in his hand. Let me come along. Maybe I can be of some help, Armin said. Hua Wuju's footsteps paused. Then he continued to walk forward. Come if you want. I'm not responsible if you die. Armin smiled slightly and the two of them exited the classroom together. The remaining dozen or so players left in the classroom looked at each other. You looked at me and I looked at you. For a while, it actually felt like being alone. Go with it. Fear of death. If you don't follow it, you feel like you're missing something. In the midst of the silence, everyone simply didn't want to think that much about the group mission. Anyway, they just have to be honest and be a sidekick. I'm afraid this classroom is the only known safe venue. The only two creeps are taken out and it's so dangerous out there. Sure enough, it's better to lie flat. Save the world or something. Let's leave it to the supers. People don't want to think about why they're breaking the rules anymore. Can you believe that the rules that were originally drawn up could be changed at the last minute? They don't want to think about anything else as long as they can stay alive. Armin, Hana Wujue, just leave it to them. Outside the classroom, after the two of them stepped out of the classroom, the examination room behind them slowly dissipated. Once again, the obscured staircase was revealed. Armin looked away, calm and not surprised by the disappearance of the room. We can work together. Armin said this for no reason. Doesn't matter. I can handle myself. Hua Wuju shrugged. I mean, about dimensional annexation. Armin shook his head, his pale blue pupils flickering slightly. Hua Wuju's expression stagnated, and some surprise flashed in his eyes. Dimensional annexation. Interesting stuff. Hua Wuju laughed and shook his head, pretending he didn't know what he was talking about. But some interest showed in his eyes. I know that you are not of this latitude, or that you have ever left it. I once did an experiment where dimensions collided with dimensions between the. There is a 36% chance that a crack will be cut. Those who enter the dimensional rift cannot come out alive. But by controlling the extent to which the torso enters it will be possible to leave a portion of the severed limb, and some of the breath of another latitude will remain in the cut above. You know, I've noticed this since the beginning of the Weird Tales games. The strength of the aura of the other latitude in you is so strong that it almost completely obscures the aura of your own latitude. And your performance in the follow-up to the Weird Tales game validates that for me. You're a returnee from a different latitude, and have likely participated in the Weird Tales game. I didn't realize until just now that I made a mistake. Armin spoke to himself, not caring if Hana Wujue acknowledged it or not. What a mistake? Hua Wuju asked with considerable interest. It seemed that this Armin was aware of something, but the cognition was still limited. Dimensions. What are dimensions? The vastness of this heaven and earth. Even if you exhaust your life, I am afraid that you can only glimpse a root. The first rise of the Hong Meng continued in all things. What he had on him was not a latitudinal aura, but the ghostly aura of the underworld from hell. I liken the Weird Tales game to one, and we're all under the latitude of one, so suppressed that they can only walk within the rules. After entering the Weird Tales game, all my calculations were based on this guideline. Even if you are special, I'm only comparing you to a returnee from a higher latitude, still under the one of the Weird Tales game, but I was wrong. You're the one. Armin gleamed as he stared at Hua Wuju, seemingly desperate to verify something, not caring in the slightest about the terrifying aura that was getting closer and closer. The principal is coming. At the end of the stairs, a bloated, fat body was halfway out. Good reasoning, but unfortunately your eyes are still too narrow. This world, it's far more exciting than you think. Flower Wuju's abyssal ink-like eyes did not ripple, and then his body's aura burst forth. The incomparably huge black dragon covered the sky and raised the black sand to roll, its huge dragon eyes gazing down as if it was a heavenly god. Ju Chui. Above the dome of the sky, the winds and clouds stirred. The ghostly green mist rapidly churned and eventually completely engulfed and occupied the firmament. The obese body, which had already revealed half of its body, stalled slightly, and then, in a whirlwind, as if sensing something, it actually tried to shrink back, but it didn't do much. That obese body was soon pinched by a large hand of ghostly energy that he was pulled directly in front of Hua Wuju. Armin frowned, the blue aura in his eyes rapidly churning before eventually falling flat again. So, this is the real you? Armin muttered to himself in his mind, before he then cast his eyes on the plump body in front of him. Who are you, assholes? How the hell did you sneak in here? Where is it? Why hasn't it shown up? This is not what we agreed upon. The fat body's shenanigans. Shocked and angry. While looking up at the sky, he looked at Flower Wujue in horror again. Speaking of cheating, aren't you cheating too? Flower Wujue's abysmal ink-like eyes seemed to be smiling, as if he were a god, as he looked at the strangeness in front of him. What are you talking about? A flash of horror flashed in the fat, weird eyes, followed by deep anger. You lied to it, and the origin remains in your hands. Flower Wujue's gaze froze, his sharp eyes forcing a look at Guile. The fat and bizarre aura suddenly changed, becoming extremely gloomy, and his breath was rapidly soaring. The ground began to shake. I was going to wait until the next handover to activate it, but now, maybe it's time to move it up. You cannot sway my will. My kingdom must only be dominated by me. Madness filled the fat, weird eyes, and the school began to riot. The uncountable numbers of creepy wanderers have appeared everywhere, and that number is growing, almost filling the entire school. Chapter 45, Extracting the Origin. Ha ha, you ing assholes. Get out of my world. Fatty laughed with weird abandon, and fought too. It seemed to want to break free from that ghost-chi big hand, but it turned out to be futile. The ghost-chi big hand didn't move. Nothing changed. No, this can't be. A little panic was revealed in the fat, creepy eyes. Nothing is impossible. Weakness is your original sin. Flower Wujue looked at it indifferently. Then a ball of golden flame wrapped it up and, from time to time there came a nuisance sound or two of bursting flames from the burning flames. Jean Yan was cheerful and was enjoying this rare delicacy. Spare me, please. I'll make another pact with you. I'll take my will out of the. Give me another chance. Please, give me another chance. Fatty Creepy squirmed and kept struggling, hissing and roaring. No, you're mistaken. I'm not them. I'm another family. Flower Wujue smiled faintly, and the strength of the gold flames increased once again, accompanied by the eerie screams of the fatty. A mass of silver substance as if it were silk was drawn out. Ju Chui, come. It was accompanied by a soft drink, like a gust of wind. Chui Ju held the Book of Life and Death in his hands and stood respectfully to the side. The Book of Life and Death automatically detached itself from Chui Ju's hand under the weight of some power. It flew into mid-air, swirled around without wind, and quickly flipped through it. A majestic and ancient will descended. This is the will of hell. In the innate treasures of hell, even if they contain only a trace of will, for the other realms, it's also absolutely oppressive in its effect, and the only person who can manipulate this will is its master. Feng Du Da Di. Hana Wujue is the only one who can do it. The will of hell intertwined with these silvery threads, and in less than a moment's time, it's already fully integrated. The ghostly mist in the sky was also slowly drifting away, and the moonlight overhead. The head tilted down in its entirety for the first time, and look at the fat creepy, who has lost all sanity. Just like the bloody creepy. It will only be repetitive for mechanical rules. The principal asks you to return to the classroom or you will be punished. Fatty Creepy bulged a pair of eyes and stared stonily at Hua Wujue and his group. Alright, Ju Chui. You go back first. I'll call you again if something comes up later. Hua Wujue nodded. The world origin was in hand. One step closer to the next step of the plan. It's thanks to this dumbass, too, or else it would be extremely difficult to get the anchor point of the creepy main universe. Unless the Six Paths grinder is here. But unfortunately the grinder can't pull out right now. The construction of the channel cannot be interrupted by Weird Tales game that he alone can dominate. There was absolutely no need to let the 6 grinding wheels go forward. And the moment the 6 grinding wheels were completely broken through, it's when the Supreme War opens. Congratulations Emperor. My subordinates will leave. Chui Ju smiled faintly and bowed respectfully before slowly dissipating in place. How does it feel? Hana Wujue looked sideways at Armin. Armin, who had witnessed the whole thing. His eyes sparkled, and those pale blue pupils were like the sea. Radiate the colors of the sea. Incredible, Armin said honestly. All the scientific research obtained during these 26 years of living on the blue planet, none of it is as much as what you get from this change of heart right in front of you. It could be said that Hua Wujue was equivalent to opening a door to a new world for him. The back of this gate is gorgeous and colorful, and it makes you want to come back for more. He couldn't help it, couldn't wait, right away, to unveil the mystery behind this door. Until then, I think you'd better help the idiots in there. Hua Wujue looked at him with a smirk, as if he had seen through his heart. Yes, I will. Armin didn't deny it either and came to where the stairway was. Where it had been empty, the vanished classroom reappeared, and the door number of the 405. Lie still. Armin opened the door and walked in. Going in with it was the massive body of Fat Creepy. The capacity of the classroom door doesn't allow it to pass through in one piece, but the fat and weird somehow. It was as if there were countless lubricants coming out of the body. Many oil stains, to help it get in. Fatty Creepy went in. Instead, a large patch of yellow corpse oil was left on the ground. The stench was unbearable for a while. Inside the Green Vine Ghost School, the weirdness that had been conjured up by the fat weirdness was raging wildly. Everything in sight becomes their target. It was as if the limitations of the rules were lost, and only the killing intent for living things remained. Yes, it was the fat and weird that invoked the will of the realm. Causing this sudden appearance of weirdness and losing the rules. Inside the campus, there were vague screams coming from the campus. That direction seems to be exactly the women's dormitory building. The screams were fading until they were low enough to be heard. Click! Flower Woodjue snapped his fingers. Then a bright yellow flame appeared. After the burning of the weird woods, and the fat and weird, Golditis has grown considerably. Although it wasn't as good as Immortal Flame, it was still too much stronger than normal earth fire. Go on, Hua Wuju said softly. Soon the bright yellow flame, as if it were a small child with parental permission, can't wait to rush towards their food. All the creepiness that pervades the campus, all of it will be its target. Hua Wuju had no thoughts of interfering. This world had already lost its value. It might as well be turned into nutrients and supplied to Jin Yin. Hana Wujue didn't enter the classroom. I went to the roof of the school building and sat on the edge of the. Dropping his legs, he looked up at the curved moon in the sky. The abyssal ink-like eyes were pitch black, deeper than that dark night. The Weird Tales game, and he's going to keep taking part in it. The setting for every Weird Tales game is a spooky realm. Within this realm, everything is at his disposal. Perhaps, one can take this time to cultivate something unbeatable. Right, as if something had occurred to Flower Woodjue, an instant later. A wicker chair made of woven rattan then appeared underneath him. It's Granny's wicker chair. Another ringer. An ancient-style TV appeared out of thin air, quietly suspended in the air. Give me a socket suspended in the air and a bottle of 82 Lafite. Hua Wuju commanded. Depending on your needs, a total of 0 ghost coins are needed. A socket hanging in the air appears. Flower Woodjue plugged the TV in. An old king's TV. After a flicker of, it's becoming clearer. What is reflected on it is exactly what is happening inside classroom 405. That's life. Hua Wuju lay on the rattan chair, the sweet rain entering his throat and sliding down into his abdomen. Looking at the curved moon, his eyes drifted a bit. Thousands of years, just like yesterday. He also grew up from a ghost officer to a party supreme. Chapter 46, Fatty Sarcoma. Armin is back. There was an error in the content of the previous chapter, which has been corrected. The idol player was in his chair, and on seeing Armin come back to, the mind was uncharacteristically relieved. It's like the backbone is back. But the next thing that happened was that their expressions stagnated. At the doorframe, a fat, purple-gray lump of flesh was trying hard to squeeze in and, even if you slam the doorframe, progress is very difficult. As the fat sarcoma exerted itself, a strange oily yellow liquid began to squeeze out of its body in a steady stream. This liquid covers the area where it touches the doorframe to help lubricate it so it can come in more easily. The strange oily yellow liquid was being squeezed out in a steady stream, gradually spreading under the podium. Is it the principal? The hearts of the players jumped. Associated with what the prompt said about the principal, they envisioned a myriad of ways that the only thing I didn't expect was such a large sarcoma. To be honest, in fact, before being scorched by the golden flames just now, this sarcoma is still human. And now, Armin returned to his position, not bothering to look at the sarcoma working its way in through the doorway. Instead, he pulled out the doll that he had brought from his dorm. The doll's trembling was evident, unidentified blood seeping from its empty eye sockets. With each impact of the sarcoma, the doll performs a tremor. A sound like jelly popping and rubbing with sticky liquid rang out. The fat sarcoma finally squeezed in. The players also got to see the full extent of this sarcoma. Doll eyes, misshapen body, massive fat. It's totally a sarcoma with a head on it. Huge fat covered all of its body, leaving only a head on the outside. At the same time, a corpse-like stench came over the crowd, smothering them with frowns. The principal of Ivy High School congratulates you on passing the exam and has decided to give you a gift. The fat sarcoma was motionless on the podium, like a statue. All that was left was the eerie beeping sound ringing in everyone's ears. What gift? Players from various countries brightened up and their minds couldn't help but come alive. The world of Weird Tales is a dangerous place, but if you can get some good stuff, it's not impossible to be salty. But the gift looked a little different than they had imagined. On the table of every player still alive, a bloody lump of flesh appeared. The lump of flesh was still writhing, like an irregular mass of oddly traveled. It's also accompanied by a sickening stench. What the is this? The players held back their nausea and didn't throw up, but they didn't want to see this thing for another second. A gift from the principal. Please eat it within the time limit. Otherwise, you will be punished. Clock starts. 30, 29. The beep sounded. The faces of the players instantly turned ugly. Their brows almost balled together as there was resistance in the eyes. What's the difference between asking them to eat this stuff and eating Ollie's give? However, the fatal beeps ringing in their ears made the hearts of the crowd jump. Will the rules change again? They don't know. They knew that if they didn't eat, they were afraid they would really die here. They don't have a choice. The players began to drive, forcing back the nausea and bringing his hand to the unidentified writhing mass of. The hand touched it and the unidentified object squirmed more violently. Bring it to your mouth and take a bite out of it. A pervasive taste of decay and scarlet exploded inside his mouth. The faces of the people were twisted. Their entire faces almost scrunched together. It's no longer a matter of whether it's hard to eat or not. It's challenging the human taste buds. Vomit. One player didn't hold back and threw up. The moment it spits the wriggly thing out, the fat sarcoma standing on the podium moved. A wobbly one, like a nonpareil moving. But the Unabomber doesn't have so much fat and the pervasive stench of decay. The fat sarcoma reached the player and froze for a few seconds before. Surprisingly, a withered arm reached out of that fat and picked up the squirming thing on the floor. It went to the mouth and chewed it up rhythmically and finally swallowed it right down. Only then did he move to look at the spitting player. The principal doesn't like wasteful people. With a snap, the fat sarcoma's entire body fell forward, tackling the player underneath. Oddly enough, with the head exposed and not the slightest movement of the. Instead, the sound of chewing and swallowing came from inside the classroom. The player's howl was creepy to hear. It was like a last struggle before death. Powerless, but tragic. About a minute passed. It was only then that the fat sarcoma wobbled to its feet and the crowd saw a pair of withered legs under that mass of fat. Those withered legs are like fragile twigs that break at the slightest break, and it's hard to imagine that what exactly is holding it up to hold such a large sarcoma together? Blood was dripping from the fat. A large mouth slowly retracted from its belly, and the crowd could only vaguely see a bit of blood residue. And on the ground, there was nothing left but a dark puddle of blood. The crowd is creeped out, not caring what the contraption in front of him actually was. He pinched his nose and just brought it to his mouth. And then look at Armin. By now had wiped his mouth without changing his face, and there was nothing left on his table. He actually finished eating? A player noticed this and the shock in his eyes was unmistakable. How is that possible? How desperate this stuff really is. Only those who have experienced it firsthand understand. In 30 seconds, all they could manage was to barely swallow the vast majority of the. There is still a small residue. There were only 10 people in the whole classroom, and while the last second or two of the licked that last little bit of residue down as well. Whether it's ground up with your teeth or shoved in your mouth, it's always shoved in. 5 or 6 others were similarly punished for not finishing their food. Their flesh and blood were swallowed clean, leaving only a puddle of blood. The bloods are creepy. Well, at least they left some limbs behind. This fat sarcoma left only a puddle of blood. The principal is pleased with you. Next, please begin the praise. Any one of the players can be praised. You have 5 minutes. Please finish the chant before the clock runs out. If the praise is not performed, it will be punished. If the praise is wrong, it will also be punished. Praise? What the is that? The last 10 players who were still alive, excluding Armin, had anxiety in their eyes. Is it meant to be a biblical approach to praise? A Western player, in a hurry, was the first to start singing biblical praises. It was so fast that no one else reacted. He was a faithful believer. He believed that the ugly sarcoma in front of him was a believer, even if his appearance was horrible. All that was needed to defuse this crisis was to use the Bible to evoke good thoughts in him. But sadly, he was wrong. The fat sarcoma wobbled down again as if attracted to something. The player who was chanting the Bible, with fine sweat oozing from his forehead. Still, I dare not put a stop to the praises. It wasn't until they were pinned down that the screams alternated with chants. Chapter 47 The Green Vine Code. Isn't it the Bible? The number of remaining players, down to 9. The roof of the building. Old King's TV is showing footage from the classroom. Flower Wujue laid back on the ghost rattan chair and relaxed. Lord Flower Emperor, do you need me to go and pass the code on to them? Beside the ghost rattan chair, Lin Hua pounded Hua Wuju's thigh while respectfully. A tentative question. The Ivy Code. The only textual reading taught within the school. It's all about how to be deferential to the principal, as well as praise. In Lin Hua's opinion, since these people were here together with Hua Wuju, I'm sure the relationship is somewhat special. Otherwise, Hannah Wujue wouldn't have let her repel the high-heeled creepy in front of the dormitory building. or inside the school building, devouring those student shenanigans. No need. Hana Wujue shook her head and sipped her cocktail leisurely. Not the least bit interested in what's on TV. More time was spent looking up at the curved moon. If they can't even accomplish this grind, they might as well die here now. No one is bound to help anyone. The one who can help you is always yourself. Hana Wujue muttered. It was both like saying it to Lin Hua and to himself. Lin Hua looked submissive and just buried her head and pounded her legs. Outside, the blackout of the screen had been broken for some time, and the crowd had no idea what was happening inside. Nor have we received any news of the deaths of any players from any country. All is calm and quiet. It's like nothing happened. But this is for the people of Rice, who are used to watching the huge curtain of light that towers over them. But it was agitated, because out of all the countries, only they, Rice and Dragon, had a black screen of light. The light curtains of the other surviving players, still intact and clearly showing the screen. Although the content was a bit boring, just sitting around the classroom, but they didn't see Flower Wujue and Armin's figure. The windows on the classroom were as if they were for show and there was nothing there. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were calm about it, eating and drinking as they should, not the least bit worried about what was going on inside the light screen. Black screen, this kind of thing, the whole blue star only they Dragon Country encountered the most. It's like someone purposely didn't want them to see it. Indeed it does. From the moment Hana Wujue and Armin walked out of the classroom, the projection broke. It was not long ago that it was restored again. Armin returned to the classroom, followed closely by Fat Sarcoma. The atmosphere was once again tense. However, switch your eyes to the Dragon Nation light screen here. The people of the Dragon Kingdom subconsciously looked up when they saw the curtain of light being restored. What was in the light screen was something that made the corners of their mouths twitch a bit. I only saw Flower Wujue lying on a rattan chair, crossing his legs and leisurely sipping a small drink, watching over the air TV from the roof. Instead, they are watching the classroom from the TV. It's so weird. Flower Wujue is inside looking at the other players, and we're outside looking at him. It's like the anchor running to someone else's live room to hang ours. This brother has a point, and I'm watching it live right now. It looks like this anchor's live room, but it's actually another anchor's live content. But what the heck is the auto code? And wouldn't the group in the classroom be mailing it in if they didn't know about it? What Flower Invincible said makes so much sense. Lone shadow on a cold river. Old man of the rivers and lakes. If we need each other, we should rely on ourselves and not just rely on others. I have a plan to bring the blue star back to life. All we have to do is activate the Tarzan sacrifice. Seek the help of the ancient ancestors and just, upstairs in the shelter. Why are you letting him out again? Pull him back now. Ha ha. You really should be allowed to play this weird game. I'd really like to see if you still have a plan for me. You've played too much Three Kingdoms, don't you? You really think you're Jiang Wei? Humph. You pikers, how can you know the will of my great swan? You're the swan, we're the sparrow. So go end the game of weird talk. Don't watch it live with us. I'm going to follow the net over and you. Come on, you want to get down? What shall we do? What praxis? The remaining 9 players were sweating with impatience, none of them coming up with a decent idea. The Bible? Scripture? One option having been eliminated. The crowd began to think about the viability of the sutras. Let's not talk about whether or not the sutra will work. Even if it does, they don't have anyone who will. That's right. No one here is a believer in Buddhism. You don't have to make up your minds. The praises are not the ones we know, but the ones on campus. It's not accurate to say it's a tribute. It's really a pamphlet he uses to brainwash people. Armin shook his head, clicked his tongue, and tore a rip in the doll on the table. Reaching into the doll's belly, he removed a bloody pamphlet. The crowd saw the words on the top of the booklet. Ivy Code. LT. Colonel. Ivy's only reading material, which is extremely uninteresting and, I'm afraid, only compulsive. It's the only way to get people to look in. And it's true. Look on and you'll find a secret. As soon as this pamphlet appeared, the head of the fat, fleshy tumor twisted violently 180 degrees and, straight hook pinning Armin. It was as if the lost spirit had returned once again. What is it? The crowd pinned their hopes on Armin, had made the other man his last leg up, and no matter what Armin said, all of them will be taken as supreme textbooks for this school, Armin said succinctly. The crowd's minds turned, and they vaguely understood what was going on. This school wasn't exactly a normal school in the first place. Even with the principal and a group of management to suppress the situation, it was difficult to face several times the number of students. And the best way to solve this problem is obviously mind control. This pamphlet is akin to the kind of brainwashing propaganda that is used by unscrupulous organizations. It's all about brainwashing from a mental standpoint, making the pamphlets all about their worldview. Every move is made in this worldview. Typical mind control. Armin turned the bloodied booklet over and stopped after 2 or 3 pages. And the doll, whose stomach had been plowed open, at some point, cocked its head and, staring straight at Armin as well, as if waiting for something. The eyes of the crowd in the classroom stared straight at Armin, waiting for him to begin. Just get the damn chant out and the hurdle is passed. Let's not talk about exposing the lies. Saving your life is the priority. Armin was well aware of this. He didn't have the power that Hana Wujua had to try and survive within the world of weird talk, except for the foreknowledge 3 times a day. It's all in your head. The latter is the root cause of his ability to get here. It's not right. Armin frowned and looked at the words on the pamphlet with a slight gaze. But I can't say what's wrong, but it's a gut feeling. Weird doll, fat sarcoma, and the remaining 9 players that, all waiting for him to say. Armin looked puzzled, not rushing to speak, the blue aura in his eyes flickering. He opened the 3rd, Precognition. Chapter 48, Precognition. Armin lied. It's not really a lie. It's just a selective hiding of some information. Like, precognition. It's true that precognition can only be used 3 times a day, but the key to this is that each prediction is not just for 10 minutes, rather, 10 minutes of countless possibilities. For his first precognition, he enters both Greenvine High School and the Gray and Black Monster Woods at the same time. Enter the former survived and the latter died. 3 separate directions were explored on the way into the school: cafeteria, academic building, men's dormitory building, women's dormitory building. Entering the cafeteria, he is pursued by a creepy one with a half-assed cleaver and is cut off at the waist. Enter the school building and get killed by the wandering swarm of shenanigans. Enter the men's dormitory building and get wrapped up in a creepy leash and hang from a beam. Entering the women's dormitory building produced a bizarre change. The female dormitory manager disappeared. In its place was darkness. Also, one more discovery. Once on campus, staying too long invites an attack of red heels. The first time he was forewarned. He died 17 times in the space of 10 minutes, entered the women's dormitory building and survived, but only made it to the 1st floor. And, in this precognition, Eiffel did not enter the dormitory building with him. Instead, they chose to stay where they were and wait, just like the crowd. The second precognition came after entering the women's dormitory building. 5 minutes later, the bell rang, and he headed straight for the women's dormitory building, where he was threatened by the female dormitory manager. He entered unnoticed and nothing happened, but this time, in the precognition of the campus, Eiffel went up with him, and in this precognition, Armin didn't get the ghost fire. It wasn't even clear about the characteristics of this bizarre being at all, because in the previous precognition, he wasn't attacked at all. It was easy to get to the corridor location between the 1st and 2nd floors. He didn't bother working in the precognition, but went straight to the 2nd floor to explore the situation. There are 10 rooms in all. 7 with certain death shenanigans behind them. Only one room at the beginning is safe. But there's a weird doll inside with 2 button eyes that wants 2 real eyes. He gouged out his own eyes and gave them to this doll that. Then the doll's abdomen slowly split open and a bloodstained manual fell out. IV code. That was the first time, and having set his course, he immediately began the second. Time began to go back. Armin opened the door to the room, and the creepy doll sent out a request to exchange eyeballs, just as she had earlier. This time, instead of agreeing, he just ripped the doll apart. The creepy doll's button eyes begin to ooze blood and emit a creepy, weird scream. Good thing he took the manual out. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly went black, and he then fell to the ground. In the last moments before he died, he saw the button eyes of that doll that, it had turned into those blue eyes of his. The doll's mouth curled into an evil smile. For the 3rd time, he entered the room again, this time without ignoring the request for an exchange of eyeballs. Instead, they chose to trade in a different way. 100 ghost dollars. Here's Almond's bid. The creepy doll, however, was impassive and shouted in that crow-like voice. Swap. Eyes. Give me. Eyes. He gouged out an eye and the deal fell through. He died again. The creepy doll took his eyes again. For the 4th time, Armin decided to start breaking in from something else. He looked up the hallway to the ghostly fire. Since this round of shenanigans can't be traded, let's find some fixed items. Armin chooses to trade directly to Weird Tail's will. The ghost coins make it very clear that you can exchange them for whatever you want, and that when you don't have enough money, you can take a credit for body parts. How are the ghost coins going to be spent? Just call out the deal and the will to Weird Talk will come into its own. The ghost fire trade went through and he got his first Weird Tales of the World item. Getting the ghost fire, he went to the 2nd floor and opened the door to the room once more. The creepy doll still sends out exchange requests. Armin ignores it, and scorches the doll with the ghostly fire in his hand. The creepy doll let out scream after scream and the ghostly flames of the and it's giving off some black gas. The doll asks you to stop, and in exchange, it's willing to come up with something for you. Instead of giving him a pamphlet, though, the doll conjured up a mass of thin hair out of thin air. Armin forced out the booklet again. The doll let out a scream as always, blood oozing from its two button eyes. But the scream, heard more often than not, was more like a shuddering laugh of excitement at the height of its power. The creepy doll is apparently trying to take the eyes by force again. Armin shrouded its body in ghostly fire, screaming in agony, accompanied by rising black gas. This time, he didn't die, but he was haunted, and left the room, and the creepy doll appeared on his shoulder. Just by looking down slightly, he could see its two button eyes, staring right back at him. Armin plucked the doll off and threw it back into the house. As soon as the door closes, the creepy doll reappeared on his shoulder, still staring straight at him. The ghost fire began to burn. The creepy doll, however, made no more screams, looked straight at him, and did not move at all. And yet nothing is done. Armin frowned, and before he could think about it, the doll on his shoulder suddenly became unusually heavy, as if a mountain of flesh was pressing down on it. His legs broke instantly. Even if that was made of machinery, it snapped in a flash. Armin was pinned to the ground, cheeks down, lungs breathing normally, but the pressure continued to grow until it crushed his respiratory system. Insufficient oxygen supply. His bodily functions began to break down and his brain fell into a state of hypoxia. His vision began to blur and he died. For the fifth time, take the ghost fire, enter the room, and the creepy doll sends out a request for an exchange of. The ghost burns, rips open the doll, and removes the booklet. This time, though, he stayed in the room and didn't rush out. The creepy doll lay mangled and motionless on its side, and as he walked out of the room with the creepy doll in hand, the familiar feeling of pressure came over his shoulder once again. Where was the doll still in his hand? Somehow climbing onto his shoulder. Even burning it with ghost fire did not help at all. He's dead again. For the sixth time, still following the same steps as above. But this time, instead of ripping the dolls apart, he took it and walked out of the room. He survived. The creepy doll didn't attack him again either, as if he was scornful of the ghost fire. Outside, he ripped the doll apart, ignoring the screams of the creepy doll, and took out the booklet again. Nothing happened, but having just left the second floor and come to the stairwell between the first and second floors, the feeling of pressure is once again coming from the shoulders. With a slight sideways glance, the creepy doll was looking at him with an evil grin. He's dead again. Chapter 49 Praise. For the seventh time, Armin had figured out all the rules of this doll. Creepy dolls possess two laws of attack. Refuse to exchange eyes and launch an attack. Take the pamphlet and get out of the way and launch an attack. If you don't make an exchange or take away the booklet, and if you do the cauterizing with ghost fire, you will be at peace with each other. Following the above three rules, Armin moved again, this time with unusual success. The Eiffel remained trapped in the darkness of the first floor, most likely dead, but the death broadcast never went off. Getting the creepy doll, Ghostfire jumped around his body, always on the lookout for the doll. Starting down the stairs, the ghostly fire dispelled the darkness and stepped down the last steps to the first floor. The creepy doll began to get restless, trembling slightly in Armin's hands. The darkness in front of him was driven away by the ghostly green fire. A pale face snapped to life. It's the Eiffel. She seems to be in a bit of a state. Her face is unusually cold, like a stiff puppet. It scrutinized Armin. Armin frowned and scorched it directly with ghost fire. Eiffel was very calm and still, seared by the ghostly flames, the ghostly green flames under the face was unbelievably calm. The ghostly fire burned off her hair, seared her skin, scorched her clothes, and a smell of coke came from it. Armin stepped around her, taking the doll and preparing to walk out. But as he had just passed the Eiffel, a stiff arm came to rest on his back. It's the Eiffel. Behind him, Eiffel's body, like a puddle of mud, skin, eyes, ears, in its place is a tall figure made of plasma. Vaguely, it could be seen that it was a bloody man made up of human bones. The ghostly fire was extinguished in it. He was swallowed by a bloodworm. Creepy doll screamed from the sidelines. 7th, death. 10 minutes of precognition is up. It's worth mentioning that the 10-minute precognition period is relatively static in relation to real time. His thoughts returned to the front of the women's dormitory building. The first precognition was just roaming around the locations, judging where it was safe to go. It doesn't need to consume much time. 10 minutes of precognition. It's really a simulation of every time until death. Then a reboot. Die again until the end of 10 minutes. The second precognition was far more time-wasting than the first. Many laws can't be rolled out by reasoning, and it takes human life and trial and error. Fortunately, he had foreknowledge. Dr. Armin, I'm going in with you. Eiffel rushed up panting. Armin gave her a sideways glance, his face calm and unruffled. Well, follow me. 8th. Start. But this time, it was not foreknowledge. Thoughts returned to classroom 405, where the bloody booklet was still in front of Armin. The creepy doll next to him looked at him sideways, fat and fleshy, and stared him dead in the face. Please perform the praise. 3rd precognition. Start. Armin flipped through the booklet and landed on the 3rd page of the Green Vine Code. Great tribute. Oh, dear Punairu, you are like the sun. Shine on us, the seeds in the soil. Thy light. Let us thrive. Oh, dear Punairu, you are like the moon. Gently soothe us little lambs in the night. Your soothing presence keeps us from being lost. Oh, dear Punairu, our food is given by you, and everything we have, created by you. You are our Father, our everything. Praise the great Punairu. Praise the Father. This is the greatest of all praises. This is the truest of all sentiments, and all given to the greatest Punairu. He gave us shelter, food, everything, at all times and in all places. The greatest Punairu will be the object of our eternal obedience. Without Punairu, there would be no us. And now, praise the greatest of all, Punairu. This will be the greatest tribute of all. End of praise. The fat sarcoma suddenly laughed grotesquely, even if it remained lifeless. Like stiff puppets, but that weird laugh still made people feel full of danger. The principal has received your compliments with great satisfaction, so it asks you to offer your heart now in order to test whether you are sincere or not. Hint, please give your heart to the principal, or the principal will come and get it himself. Armin is dead. His heart was ripped out. The mechanical body shattered all over the place. Mixing oil with blood. Time starts to go back. Armin was once again back where it all began, with the bloody pamphlet on the table. The creepy doll stared at him sideways, and the fat sarcoma looked right back at him. The other players looked at him expectantly. Once again, he was stuck with a choice. In praise of. Armin was already certain that the chant was a pit. The requirement for hypertrophic sarcoma is to start praising it, but when he had really finished praising, the fat and lean sarcoma would demand a heart, and if it was not given, it'll just come and get it on its own. It's a situation of certain death. No, there's more. Armin's gaze fell to the beginning of the 1st page. Obeying, here's another quirky piece. After a little contemplation, Armin began to chant. Our principal, Punairu, you raise us little lambs like a shepherd. You raised us little babies like a father. You have given us the utmost care and attention. You have given us everything we have, so we will obey. We are some little lambs who must obey the shepherd, or be thrown out. We are our father's children and must obey him, or it's thrown away. And by being thrown away, they will be eaten by the monsters out there. If we don't want to be eaten by monsters, we must listen to our father, our master, the orders of the greatest Punairu. Remember, whatever orders Punairu gives, just obey. That's all. Punairu won't harm us. Everything he does is for us. We shall likewise give to Punairu all that we have, our obedience. Follow the rules and never touch. Having said that, the players in the classroom tensed a bit and looked at the fat sarcoma, but the other side was unmoved. There are neither requirements nor penalties. The scene was a bit weird, and the players were a bit confused. Why is there no hint of the end of the chant if it worked? That countdown is clearly still going, and Armin, with his pupils slightly constricted, saw only the creepy doll on the table. The evil smiled and stood up, then slammed down on his back. Then Almighty felt a sharp pain come over him, and his eyes gradually grayed out and, until it goes out completely, his skin, peeled off by the creepy doll, draped over himself, like a child, dressed in the clothes of a grown-up. Comically, and yet not funny, but extremely creepy. Chapter 50, The Secret Hidden in the Book. The roof of the school building. The corner of Hua Wuju's mouth curled up into a smile that appeared to be a smile. Looking at Armin in the TV. It seems a little playful. For the second time, Lin Moi, who was concentrating on her massage, froze for a moment when she heard this. Carefully, he glanced at the TV with his afterglow, saw what happened on TV. Oh, it's this guy. Pretty smart to have found this manual, though. You can't just read from this manual. A flash of realization passed through Lin Moi's eyes, and more than anything else, it was gloating. She didn't think that Armin would be able to discover the secrets in this booklet. Anyway, her master was Flower Wujue, and she was happy to see this guy suffer. Aside from her master, Lin Moi was indifferent to the death or life of anyone. Inside classroom 405, Armin's pupils cleared, and everything that had just happened faded as if it were an illusion. It was still the same bloody booklet, calmly laid out in front of him. Time goes back again. This is the third time it's been back in gear, and the precognitive time, which has passed, is a full 6 minutes. All wrong, there must be something else hidden in this booklet. Armin's face was calm and indifferent, as if 2 deaths in quick succession had. It didn't affect him in the slightest. He reopened the booklet, flipping back and forth between the obedience and praise sheets. Obedience ranks in the first column of the Green Vine Code, and praise is the second chapter. As for the contents of the latter, they are all ordinary school rules and regulations. The only reading material at Ivy High School is extremely uninteresting, and I'm afraid it's only forced that. It's the only way to get people to look in. And it's true. Look on and you'll find a secret. Hints about this code resurfaced in Armin's mind. Secret. Armin's gaze steepened. Starting on page 1 and ending on page 36. He read it in a very short time. And, taking all the words and meanings of the words in it. The rearrangement of combinations. First is the most common fence removal method. Arranging the letters in the message to be delivered in alternating top and bottom rows. The following line of letters is then placed after the top line, thus forming a cipher. He tries to list the first letter of each word and then parses them one by one. What comes out is a string of gibberish. The parsed meaning is ambiguous. More like an elementary school student's wrong sentence. School, cage, kill, can't talk, only if you listen. Armin's face was calm and unruffled, and he immediately began another parse. Caesar's law of transposition is one of the simplest methods of misplacement, moving the alphabet forward or backward a few places. The parsing begins again. The blue aura in Armin's pupils flickered as if they were performing high-speed calculations. It took a few dozen seconds for the parsing to complete, but the results were not satisfactory. Messy code again. This time the garbled content was even stranger. More like unrelated words fitted together. Cuckoo. Hey, I have to run. Can't run. 96,376 character checks. After 763 times of compression and parsing, why do you get 2 strings of gibberish? Armin's gaze was slightly fixed, looking at the booklet in front of him in deep thought. In fact, the 2 most commonly used methods of parsing, even in 100 words. You can also get a sentence at the end that is complete in its general idea. And the more words you have, the higher the chances of getting the full word. In other words, if it's an article that, using this method might yield a sentence that is less complete in its general meaning. But if it's a book, what you get will surely be a sentence complete with the general idea. Because a book has a lot of characters, at least for parsing, so it needs to be compressed, to compress out some of the non-critical characters, to retrieve the real key character. It can also be understood that, through an infinite number of permutations, and comparing them with each other, finally get a really perfect paragraph. Here's where the quirkiness comes in. Over 90,000 characters, and all Armin got was 2 garbled sentences. Unless he got an incomplete character. There are 2 copies of the Green Vine Code. Armin frowned. If that was the case, he wouldn't have time to find another copy of the Green Vine Code. But then he vetoed the idea. The prompt made it very clear that this was the only reading material for Greenwood High School. In other words, there is no such thing as a second Green Vine Code. So, what is that hidden message? Wait, why must it be hidden? Armin's eyes were as calm as water as he quickly filtered through the entire book in his mind. We are the lambs and you are the shepherd. We are little babies and you are the father. Be obedient or you will be thrown out. Being thrown away gets you eaten by the monsters out there. You are like the moon, soothing us little sheep in the darkness. You are like the sun, providing light for us, the seeds. Follow the rules and never touch. Armin Yao closed the booklet. He knows. Third precognition. Over. Oh. Hua Wuju came to be interested. His fingers tapping rhythmically on the chair. The corners of his mouth slightly upturned. He couldn't help but ask Lin Moi, who was lying on her back and massaging her body. Lin Moi, do you think he can tell? Hearing Hua Wuju ask, Lin Moe immediately raised her head respectfully, first glancing at the TV. Only then did he reply respectfully. Honorable Flower Emperor Sama, my subordinate thinks that he shouldn't be able to tell. Lin Moi threw out her earlier thoughts. As usual, she didn't think the guy could tell. Humans, even if they were smart, couldn't have known about their time. Unless the guy had the ability to go back in time, straight to when they were still alive. A pamphlet that, at best, gives out some literally cryptic hints. It's impossible to push out the real truth. Are you going to bet me? Hua Wuju's abyssal ink-like eyes, holding a smile, swept slightly and hooked Lin Moe's chin. Lin Moi's cheeks rose a scarlet red. Immediately, he said in a quick tone, my subordinate doesn't have that qualification to bet with my lord. What my lord said is right. So what if my bet is this? A flash of essence flashed through Hua Wuju's eyes, and a purple-colored elixir appeared out of thin air in his hand. Lin Hua was slightly shocked when she saw this elixir. Longing appeared uncontrollably in her eyes, even if she didn't recognize it. It's a ghost elixir. It can instantly raise a ghost cultivator's ghost power by a large level, almost the equivalent of upgrading a stage at no cost. He claimed almost a couple million bottles when he clocked in at hell. Although Lin Hua wanted it badly, she didn't lose her mind. She had no relative cost to offset the value of the ghost spirit elixir. As if he could see Lin Hua's hesitation, Hua Wuju added on. It doesn't matter. Win or lose, this elixir is yours. The struggle in Lin Hua's eyes intensified, and finally gritting her teeth, she seemed to have made up her mind and, the hesitation in his eyes faded and he replied respectfully. No, my lord is in no position to bet against you, much less entitled to something so precious for nothing. Ha, kinda smart. Flower Wuju smiled faintly, and with a grip on her palm, the elixir disappeared, gently closing her eyes. Lin Hua didn't say much, nor did she ask much. She just silently continued to massage. Chapter 51 The Key to Breaking the Situation. It's almost time. Dr. Armin, have you found the tribute yet? Some players were a bit eager and couldn't help but open their mouths to urge. There was actually more than half the time left, except he was a little scared. Armin sat impassively in his seat, ignoring the players' prodding, just sitting quietly in his seat, neither talking nor flipping through it. It is as if nothing has been done. The crowd's brows furrowed as they saw the copy of the Green Vine Code on the table, and someone tried to go over and get it. However, they are afraid that they will be ruled in violation of the law, so they can only sit in their seats and do nothing. Armin, what the hell are you doing? The crowd couldn't help but shout anxiously in their hearts. The scene fell into an odd atmosphere for a while. The creepy doll with the fat sarcoma stared sideways at Armin. The players urged Armin with anxious faces. Armin closed the bloody booklet gently. Only then did he slowly rise from his position. The players breathed a sigh of relief and looked at him somewhat nervously. If Armin failed as well, they were afraid that they would really have to be destroyed as a group today. Being stared at by two bizarre ferocious creatures, Armin's face was calm, like an iceberg, cool and self-contained. Estimating the time, before he spoke slowly, there's no praise at all. It's a hoax. The players froze. Then cold sweat began to ooze from their foreheads as they stared nervously at the fat flesh tumor. Surprisingly, the fat sarcoma was like a puppet, not moving in place. How? Is it hard not to really have praise? The crowd had an unbelievable implication in their eyes. How is this possible? Is it hard to believe that the rules are wrong again? There's really no such thing as a bull ***** tribute. As long as you're saying that, then it will be ruled wrong through and through. However, the next moment, all of them received a beep. The principal's anger is iterating, and it demands that you explain. What do you mean by what you say? The crowd froze once again, and then their pupils dilated slightly. A sudden realization of something very important. The principal won't allow anyone to ask it questions. It was a rule that had been announced before the principal came in, and they did ponder a question before the order of praise. That is, how do you expose a lie within the constraints of all the rules? Especially, they are not sure of the specifics of this lie, totally ambiguously brought up by Armin. However now, instead, they are completely figured out. This bull ***** tribute is clearly the key to accomplishing the task of exposing the lie, because if you don't take that opportunity, there is no time to speak proactively at all. If you want to expose the lie, then you have to take advantage of this bull ***** praise. However, there are still doubts about this method. Judas watched the developments with uncertainty. May I ask what you mean by your praise? Armin seemed to have expected this and replied very calmly. The creepy doll still looked sideways at Armin, and the fat sarcoma froze in place. The only thing that rang out was the familiar beep. Title 2 of the Ivy Code. In praise of, the very same one that Armin recited during his third precognition. No, that's not a compliment. That's a lie on your part. Armin shook his head, his tone calm and, it was as if there was not the slightest concern that the next moment would be a bizarre death. Astonishing. The fat sarcoma still didn't act, and the beep that rang out remained the same. This time, however, it took on more emotional overtones. The principal is furious, and angrily accuses you of farting. That's the article it wrote itself. It's precisely so that you can have gratitude, and it's pissed off that if you don't give a reasonable explanation for it, you're going to get into a huge mess. And, well, your companions are going to get caught up in it, too. The faces of the people stagnated, and a fine cold sweat once again oozed from their foreheads and slid down the angles of the back is unaware of even a soaked patch. It's over. If this is a mistake, they're all going to be buried with it. I'm afraid. Armin, what the hell are you up to? The crowd could not help but roar again in their hearts. They had long forgotten what Armin had done for them. and their hearts were now filled with nothing but anger. The outside audience was also feeling cold sweat all over the place, because they don't see the logic of it in the slightest. If the chapter of praise is real, then Armin did this. Is it hard to just get a debunking? But what is the result of this? If the explanation was unsuccessful and the principal became furious, wouldn't they die all the same? When that happens, I'm afraid the entire blue planet will have to face the second coming of the weirdness. Although some countries have already felt it in advance, like Cherry Blossom Nation and Kimchi Nation. So the surviving populations of both countries have no feelings about it. Can't even wait to see Armin fail. That horrible strange talk descended upon the world and made the people of the world feel the same fear as they did. That horrible creepiness that roams the streets and alleys, the balloons of human heads that litter the sky, that horrible deadly ringing, and the strange gray and black trees that coiled around the steel forest. Those who can emigrate to a large country are, after all, a minority. They, the ordinary people forced to remain in the country, whose minds had long since descended with the strange talk of the, it's getting darker and darker, even more twisted. Look at that domestic curtain of light. Look at the surviving players. Their hearts were crying out, jealous, almost mad with envy. Why are they the only ones hurting? No, I want others to feel the same pain I did. Let the weird talk come to the world. Ha ha, ing Hana Wojue, ing Armin, you all ing die. Inside the world of weird tales, the atmosphere inside classroom 405 was extremely depressing, and despair almost welled up in the eyes of some players. Damn it, if they angered the principal, wouldn't they still have to die? Why not be honest in your praxis? As for the roof of the school building, Lin Moyi's eyes widened slightly, covering her small mouth and looking at the TV screen with amazement. It seemed a little unbelievable, more than curious. Armin, how on earth did he know? That tribute is, indeed, a hoax. Every final person who passes the exam is asked to perform a praise and then it is. So, if you want to survive, it's better not to say anything. The real way to break the ice is precisely to pick it apart. My lord is wise. I am impressed. Lin Moi, with hindsight, hurriedly bowed respectfully. No harm done. Hua Wuju waved his hand and looked at the situation in the screen. More than anything, it's still interesting to see what happens next. It's not enough to go this far. It's not even close to breaking the ice. If that's all he thinks about, I'm afraid he's going to fall. Armin, will you still not let me down this time? A smile spread across the corners of Hua Wuju's mouth as he quietly gazed at the screen. What are you going to do next? Chapter 52, Exposing Lies. Explanation. My explanation is, it. With a calm expression and a steep gaze, Armin grabbed the creepy doll at the side. Blood was still seeping out of the creepy doll's abdomen, sliding downward, along Armin's fingers. The fat sarcoma's eyes locked onto the creepy doll. The creepy doll shuddered violently, shaking like never before. A doll. The crowd's brows were furrowed for a long time. The current scene is like a riddle. They are all in the dark and have become drummers. The principal asks you to continue explaining. The beep sounded and the crowd breathed a small sigh of relief. As long as it was right. You say that praise is in the second chapter of the Symboline Code. So I have a question. And who wrote this green vine code? Armin asked again. The crowd listened in silence, but their hearts were getting more and more confused. Who else could write this kind of stuff? It must be written by managers. The principal said he wrote it. The fat sarcoma froze in place without the slightest movement, and only the beeping voice continued to answer. So, who made this doll again? Armin's gaze was calm as he looked at the bizarre doll that was constantly trembling in his hands, not making the slightest ripple. Once again, the fat sarcoma answered his question. This time, though, it was obvious that the time dragged on for a few moments before it rang out. The principal said he did it. It's more like a reluctant admission. It could be clearly seen that the crowd of players heard this beep and both eyebrows were almost wrinkled together. All the horror and weirdness around them was temporarily cast aside. They feel trapped deeper in this vortex, firmly contained by the. Even trying to look up to see beyond the vortex was out of the question. The more you struggle, the deeper you fall. The more they thought about it, the more puzzled they became. Dolls, rules, praise. What the hell is all this? Okay, in that case, what did you make the doll out of again? Armin gazed at the fat mass of flesh. The air fell silent. The beep didn't go off. The only sound coming out of the entire classroom was the blood coming out of the creepy dolls. The tick-tock tick-tock. After about 2 minutes had passed, it was only then that the beep sounded. Man, the crowd's pupils violently shrunk to the size of pinpoints, as if they had thought of something that. Deadpan stared at the pamphlet on the table. The ID code. The only reading material at ID High School. Creepy dolls, wacky shenanigans in school. Why would such a reading book be in a doll's cavity? We can't say that it was shoved in by this fat sarcoma, can we? And since the doll is made out of people, Out of what people? And why are they identified as candidates? Weird Tales of the Wool sends out another mission to debunk the lies. The answer becomes obvious. This exam is more like a screening of who is more delicious. The ones that are difficult to eat and are of poor quality are simply disposed of. The good ones, the ones with the best taste, are presented to the one with the most power. And they, the remaining 10, were that last delicacy presented? I'm afraid the so-called praise is just a pretext. Right or wrong, the end is a death. And the people who died, I'm afraid, had their skins stripped off and their bodies dismembered by this disgusting sarcoma? Made such a weird human skin doll. Damn. Thinking about this, panic welled up in the player's eyes and his breath shook slightly. If that's the case, even if they've accomplished their mission of exposing the lies, there's also no way to get out of this classroom alive. At the end of the day, the ones who survived were instead the ones outside who didn't follow. Uncontrollable remorse appeared in the eyes of the players. Damn it! I should have known better than to listen to Armin's bull ********. But these people don't know that the players who supposedly stayed outside and watched it had already been cleaned up not too long ago, by the weirdness that raged and permeated the campus. As for why the beep didn't go off, just worth making people think. The principal's patience is about to run out. He's giving you one last chance. Won't answer any more of your questions. The fat sarcoma straddled forward slightly, looking little changed. But it did move. This also signaled. I'm afraid that next, this fat sarcoma was about to make its move. Armin didn't seem to be the least bit flustered by this, and continued to speak calmly with a calm face. According to the chants of Chapter 2 of the Green Ivy Code, you shelter the student and the student obeys you. But praise, by definition, is the praise of song, of a person's qualities, singing the praises of a man's virtues. This is not a tribute, but a nakedly mandatory provision. A student cannot have a mind of his own and can only obey you as his only philosophy. You can't have freedom within the school. Freedom can only be given by you, defined by you. You treat your students like objects, but ask them to treat you like a god. This school is like a farm and everyone is your plaything. This isn't even a chant. This is clearly your self-righteous garbage. As Armin's last words fell, the beep belonging to the will of Weird Tales sounded. Lies exposed. Mission accomplished. Automatic transmission after 64 hours. Those who survive will gain powers. Those who die will have a strange story to tell. Jia. Good luck to you all. The players who were still alive weren't happy about this in the least. Their faces were filled with fear. Mentally, he looked at the sarcoma on that podium. The principal is so angry. It's going to kill you all. This is the first time I've had such a blunt tip. From this, it could be seen what kind of ferocity they were about to face next. The players were bitter and at the same time couldn't help but curse angrily at that damn weird game. Let's just say that it's okay to have them do this near clueless task. And after completing the task, I can't believe they are still not being moved and required to live until the required time limit? What kind of a ing game is this? It's simply one-sided killing. Weird Tales game. Did it really consider letting the player get out alive? A seed of despair and fear was planted deep in the hearts of the crowd. While there's not the slightest thing you can do about your fate, because they're weak. Because they're deceptible. Those who decide the rules are always only the strong, and the weak can only obey the rules, even if the rule is to let it die. On the podium, the fat sarcoma began a bizarre transformation that, only to see the layer after layer of piled up lumps of sarcoma-like flesh on its body begin to wriggle and gradually fall off. Soon the ground was littered with a large mass of sarcoma, like the intestines of an animal. The coils are intertwined and still smell disgustingly bad. Looking again at the image of the fat sarcoma, which had been transformed into a skeleton frame. Clearly visible skeletal outlines with a thin layer of skin wrapped around the periphery, eyes dark and empty, devoid of life. And when the last of the fleshy tumors fell off of it, its desiccated body made a clicking noise, like a large mass of bones, colliding back and forth. It moved, and moving fast. Chapter 53, The Creepy Doll Strikes. Almost in the blink of an eye, that skeleton-like creepy had then arrived in front of Armin's body, staring at the other party with those empty eye sockets. Dead on. The crowd's breath stuttered and their pores were trembling madly. Everyone looked to the back door, all trying to escape in a swarm, but when they do act, they realize that it's as if they're frozen in place, can't move in the slightest. It was like something was holding them down. Armin, being the closest straight-faced person, didn't show panic in his pale blue pupils. Instead, he opened his mouth and drank as if he had planned it. You still don't make a move? Don't you want to die together? When the players from various countries heard these words, suspicion flashed in their eyes, and for a moment, they looked sideways. Who's Armin talking to? It can't be them, can it? But how could they have that power? Could it be Hannah Woodue? This isn't right either. From the time that Fat Meat Tumor came in until now, there's no shadow of Flower Wujue in sight. And how could it be him? Their doubts were soon answered. It's just a little creepy though. Armin's words fell, only to see the creepy doll in his hand. Extremely reluctant, it began to tremble, and its hands, striving to tear once more at the gaping belly of a large amount of blood gushed out as if it were a waterfall. That small size and great amount of blood created an extreme sense of contrast. The scene was unspeakably bloody and bizarre. And all this blood and water gathered wildly at the soles of Armin's feet, and kept surging and, surprisingly, a brief barrier was formed. The creepy, stiff, skeleton frame that was all that was left. Looking down, unable to span a fraction of a second on its two bony legs, the whole body clicked even more violently, as if something terrible was about to happen. Not enough? You still want to keep it? Looks like you really want to die together. Armin's eyes were steeply fixed, as if he were a different person. The sword-like eyes stabbed at the doll's empty sockets. The creepy doll's body trembled, as if it had made a great determination, and it simply tore straight up and the crack spread directly from the chin to the root, and had turned into a broken doll that was almost completely scrapped. But the effect of this is also obvious. The already huge blood water skyrocketed once again. At the same time that a barrier was formed on the soles of Armin's feet, it vaguely began to instead invade the skeleton bizarrely, as if it were a blood-colored silk thread. It began to climb up towards the skeleton's bony legs like a bug, at a very fast speed. But for some reason, the blood was clearly gushing downwards. But the moment it landed on the floor, it could only barely soak an area around it, and couldn't spread at all. This is especially true when it comes to reverse intrusion. The huge amount of blood and water came to the skeleton's bizarre feet, and actually only one after another of the blood filaments that, at this speed, trying to form a barrier like Armin did was almost impossible to accomplish. Keep it up. Armin nodded, seeming to know that this was the limit of the creepy dolls. The ghostly green fire rose for an instant and spread rapidly. The flame, which was originally just a cluster of flames, intensified after coming into contact with the blood on the ground. Just like a flame meeting kerosene, the pupils of the players at the back of the room shrank as a sea of ghostly green fire appeared steeply before their eyes, occupying their line of sight completely. It was impossible to see inside the sea of fire. The weirdest. Even how vigorously the flame burned, they acted as if they had no sense of. It was impossible to feel the slightest bit of temperature. It was as if the flames, which couldn't affect them at all, were. There was just something vaguely eerie about it. Players with poorer cold tolerance couldn't help but shiver, but the fear in their eyes didn't diminish in the slightest. Hana Wujue wasn't here, and Armin was just smart in the head as far as they were concerned. If you really want to compete in battle, with that creepy henchman, Hua Wuju, missing, they didn't have much hope for Armin at all. But the battle within the sea of fire was not so unpleasant. The ghostly green flames reflected on the faces of all three parties, setting all three parties off in an eerie and spooky manner. This sensation of sight is especially dramatic when relayed through a light screen, especially now that it's dark on Blue Star time. Almost a large portion of the entire Blue Star had turned a ghostly green color. Ghostly fire burns ferociously in the skeleton frame of that bloodstain after bloodstain became the perfect fuel for the fire. The clicking of the skeleton's bizarre body sounded as if it had been forced to be stopped by it actually came to a complete stop. Instead, there was the sound of flames bursting into flames, ghostly flames quickly wrapping the entire skeleton spooky. Every now and then, a snort or two came from underneath the ghostly green flames. It's like a pile of firewood. The sound it makes after the flame burns. The creepy doll seemed to be afraid of the ghostly green flames, and hugged Armin's palm tightly as if in fear of the other side throwing them into the fire. Armin gave a sidelong glance at the nearly scrapped creepy doll and said nothing. Shifting his eyes back to the skeleton shenanigans, the skeleton stood eerily still, letting the flames sear and engulf it, and the dark eyes that, still staring at him lifelessly. However, it clearly didn't end there. On the ground, the lumps of flesh that had fallen from the skeleton's trickery on the squirming in unison, they blended into each other as if trying to form something entirely new. The clicking on the skeleton's creepy body resumed. And this time it rang out again at an extremely terrifying rate. It was like a person driving 20 times faster, and it made your head spin to hear it. Everyone on the scene, with pale faces, apparently realized that what horrible things will happen next. The flesh tumors that wriggled around each other came in like liquid, and the ghostly flames that touched them were extinguished. The creepy doll trembled even more, and uttered a piercing shriek. That had cracked. The crack that couldn't be split any further actually widened by a hair, trying desperately to fend off those sarcomas with that gushing blood. With a clicking sound, the skeleton's bizarre right arm slowly began to lift, and the sharp, bony palm of the is slowly moving forward. And that location, that's exactly where Armin's heart is. The situation has clearly reached a place of extreme danger. The creepy doll can no longer offer any other help as an outside force, and the only bizarre item Armin possessed, Ghost Fire, was at its limit. He no longer had the bottom card to stop Skeleton Creepy anymore. But here's the strange thing. Armin still had no intention of panicking. His whole face was ghostly green from the ghostly flames. But it couldn't hide the pale blue pupils under those eyes. The skeleton's bizarre bone palm was slowly approaching. The threat of death was just around the corner. Underneath his pale blue pupils, but not a ripple. Quiet. Flat. Gazing into the skull's eerie eyes. Chapter 54. The game. Replacement. The skeleton's bizarre bone claws, at the last moment, stalled, just a hair's breadth from Armin's heart. Just a little further. It would be like opening his chest. But after those two bland words, the skeleton weirdly froze in place as if it had stood still. It was like a real skeleton. Look again into its empty, black, silent eyes, and somehow it was actually replaced by two buttons. Creepy human skin skeletons, creepy button eyes, and everything just seems weirder. If you looked more closely, the two buttons were clearly the original eyes of the creepy doll. Armin's pale blue pupils rippled, and it was he who shouted that displacement. Cursed button. The user calls out displacement to force an exchange of eyes with the opponent. The person being exchanged. Mankind will die, and the bazaar will fall into stasis until the buttons fall apart. The two buttons that Hua Wuju had gouged out were picked up by him, but this is obviously a drop in the bucket. Less than a second passed before a tiny crack appeared on the very edge of the button. At this rate, the button will be completely disintegrated in 2 minutes at the most. Through the ghostly green flames, the crowd could vaguely see the skeleton eerily stopping. But the general picture is less clear to see. It just vaguely felt as if something had changed. Someone moved tentatively, and then their face revealed ecstasy. Yes, they could move. The only 9 players left in the back stood up, not caring what was really going on in front of them. Open the back door and just storm out. The first to reach the back door was a bearded Western man, who struggled to twist the handle of but the face was frozen, and the handles did not move. Damn, the back door won't open. The bearded man cursed indignantly. Break down the door. A delicate-looking blonde woman, glancing back at the front, said coldly. Ahead of them was the front of the weird encounter between Armin and the skeleton, and they didn't want to go through the front, especially in this situation, which is still unclear. Bang! Bang! No matter how much they banged on it, the back door didn't budge, just as they were at a loss. Puff! A blood-stained manual flew toward the back. The bearded man caught it blankly. They had recognized it as the manual that Armin had taken out at the beginning. The crowd didn't understand Armin's intentions. Read the first chapter. Armin snapped. The bearded man frowned, but forced by the pressing atmosphere of the moment, he opened the manual. The first chapter, Obedience, comes to mind. Read it. Armin droned again, his voice piercing through the sea of ghostly green fire and seeming more serious. This was the first time they had ever seen Armin in such a serious tone. The bearded man's body shuddered, and his nerves and body were doubly strained as he, uncontrollably, he began to read. Our principle. You are like a shepherd, raising us. Follow the rules. Never touch. The bearded man stumbled over the chant, even if he didn't know why he was doing it. It took about a minute before the whole thing was read. Go on. Armin inexplicably said so. Then all that was seen was the nearly scrapped creepy doll, wobbling and floating towards the back. It was as if the two had inexplicably reached a tacit agreement. The creepy doll headed straight for the stoutest of the 9 players in the back. It was also the man with the beard that went. The bearded man, as well as the rest of the players, instantly blanched and couldn't understand why the creepy doll was coming at them, but it was too late to think. Such a creepy contraption, coming straight over, is not a good thing by any stretch of the imagination, and indeed, it does. The bearded man let out a miserable howl of pain, only to see the nearly crippled and bizarre doll that it was currently on his back, slowly peeling off his skin, in its entirety. Puff! The man with the beard collapsed to the ground with lax pupils, while his whole skin it was also raked over the coals in a bizarre way, and draped over the creepy doll. The creepy doll's aura had become decidedly more sinister, and the broad human skin was like a coat of draped over it, and it, having obtained the skin of this man, did nothing but turn the empty eye sockets, dead eyes on the back door. The remaining 8 players leaned against the back door, their pupils trembling at the moment that they even began to stop breathing. It was a sign of fear to the extreme. They couldn't even be bothered to hate Armin because they were also being targeted by this weirdness. If you really want to die together, I won't stop you. A voice with indifference in its coolness pierced through the sea of ghostly green fire. And it passes straight into the horrific surroundings behind it. The most direct evidence that the creepy dolls in human skin have apparently undergone a pause. It was the 8 players that were targeted that felt the pressure loosen. That deadly terror that was slowly dissipating. But even so, these last surviving 8 players were still shivering and clinging to each other, even if it didn't help. The creepy doll in human skin stalled in place for a few seconds before finally slamming out of existence. And it appeared on the skeleton's bizarre body. That wide human skin, infinitely distended in the body of the creepy doll. Far beyond its original scale. Like a giant open mouth, it wrapped the skeleton bizarrely into the human skin. The human skin was shrinking slowly, as if squeezing the space inside, being as anaconda that digest the prey. This did not last long. After about 40 seconds had passed, a chipping sound, crisp and clear, exploded through the classroom. And the shrunken human skin, which had evidently begun to tremble violently, trembled so much that vaguely all could see something sharp about to tear through the human skin and come out of it. The pupils of the 8 players in the back were even more violently shrunken, and the fire was already much smaller compared to earlier. They have seen what is happening in front of them. Armin seems to have come to an understanding with the creepy doll and is combining their efforts against the skeleton creepy, though they don't know how. But as of now, Skull Creepy still seems to have the upper hand. The human skin, now, was like a leather strap torn at the limit, and with a little more force, it would be a total collapse. At that time, I'm afraid that all of them will be unable to escape death. Straight in the face of the skeleton bizarre Armin, light blue pupils under the flying flashes, as if the icebergs, standing still, not moving in the slightest. It's like the ever-stretching, ever-shaking, about to be collapsed human skin that it couldn't create the slightest mood swing for him in general. The creepy doll in human skin, obviously feeling the immense pressure, let out a mournful, strange cry that it seems to be trying to convey something. Armin, however, was unmoved, as if he was slowly calculating. Then his gaze steepened. The human skin, which was constantly trembling, slowly subsided, as if the skeleton within had been eerily. No more struggling. All is quiet again. Chapter 55, Dignity and Begging for a Living. The griffin nobody cares about. The ghostly fire that spread through the classroom gradually died out, and the ghostly green flames faded. Armin made it. Skeleton Creepy was pinned under the skin of a human being, unable to move, as if it had been expected. A crunching sound as if it were fried beans. The skeleton under the human skin collapsed with a weird thud and was crushed straight into a ball. Creepy dolls in human skin seem to be at a loss when it comes to this situation. 2. It wasn't until a minute had passed that the human skin was retracted as an afterthought, and what was going on down there was reflected in the eyes of the crowd. The layer of sebum on Skeleton Creepy's body had been burned clean off and between one white bone after another, there was a trace after another of blackness engraved, as if it had been scorched by flames, especially in the joints. This pitch-black marking is especially noticeable, clustered in large numbers. Apparently, Skeleton Creepy lost and literally turned into a pile of dead bones. Armin bent down slowly, and without the least scruple in rummaging among the bones. Eventually a bone palm was taken out. It was the same thing just now, almost about to cut the human skin off. This was the same bone palm that had just nearly pierced his heart. Creepy dolls in human skin. Somehow, surprisingly, he just quietly watched Armin rummage around without any thought of attacking. This strange scene caused the crowd to look at each other in disbelief. They know that Hana Wujua has a creepy henchman and has the ability to explain it. But what's going on with Armin? How did he get the creepy doll to listen? It just doesn't make sense. The truth is, creepy dolls are not all that obedient. The creepy doll's eyes never left Armin's body as he rummaged around. There was no telling what was going on in those empty sockets. An eerie aura filled the air around Armin, but it didn't affect him in the slightest. Ghostly green flames were pulsing from Armin's body. I'm going to transplant this section of the palm, Armin said in a shocking voice. Meanwhile, to the consternation of the 8 players behind them, who's he talking to? He's actually going to transplant creepy palms. Transplanted ghost palm. 190 ghost dollars. Deal. 2 ghost coins with a denomination of 100 appeared in Armin's hand. After a flash of white light, only a ghost coin with a denomination of 10 remained, and Armin's right hand was literally replaced by a white section of bone palm. The creepy doll in human skin lets out a strangled cry that it was as if the fear that had just left had returned. It was the fear of skeleton creepiness. Armin, master this knuckle bone palm. Armin's eyes steeped in sharpness, and he grabbed straight for the creepy doll that was still hanging in midair. Watching, the body of the bizarre doll shuddered violently, and the already badly broken body that it's even more wobbly. The human skin that had just been used to wrap the skeleton creepy was not intact. Numerous hideous scratches were etched into the interior. It seemed that one more moment and it would shatter completely. Be honest or die. Armin's tone was unusually cold, and under his light blue pupils was even more extreme coldness. Seemed to understand Armin's words, and after uttering a quivering, strange cry, the human skin that was draped over its body slowly retracted and finally retracted within its abdominal cavity. Only after doing this did Armin move his eyes away to look at the 8 players at the back door. Armin, you. The players looked at him with some horror and relied on each other more closely. At this moment, Armin's body was pulsing with ghostly flames of a ghostly green color. In the white bony palm of his right hand, he also held a bizarre doll, a figure shrouded in green light. The live and let live is more like a spooky. The crowd raised their hearts to their throats in unison. If Armin was going to attack them, there was no doubt that all of them would die. As for resistance, LOL. It's just a deathbed wail. Please, leave us alone. One player couldn't take it anymore. Well aware of the desperation of the situation at hand, with their lives and deaths at Armin's whim, they simply knelt down directly in an attempt to get Armin to let him go. This approach is spineless, but it's reality. This player has only one thought right now. I hope the other guy will just let himself go like a fart. The mission is done. The creeps are all cleaned up. Please, let him live. Thinking about it, the player simply burst into tears. He was homesick. He missed Blue Star. Armin walked slowly, ignoring the other's words, and with each step, the hearts of the 8 players in the back trembled, step after step, like a heavy hammer hitting their hearts, making them gasp for air. 1, 2. At the end of the day, with the exception of one man, still stubbornly standing, the rest of them all fell to their knees in pain. Dignity, at this moment, has been thrown to the back of the head. They just want to survive. The last person left was the Bear Country player, Yurito. Only his face was pale at that moment, but his eyes blossomed with the flame of anger. It was the ultimate in hatred. Instead of kneeling like the others, he chose to stand proudly. He knew very well that someone as cold and unfeeling as Armin wouldn't even get down on his knees because of it will create other emotions that will leave you alone. This is an emotionless, cold-blooded animal, so he chose to stand. He'd rather die with dignity than in a sorry state, like the rest of them, die without dignity. Armin came in front of them, like an indifferent god. The crowd prostrated themselves at his feet, not daring to raise their heads in the slightest to look at him. Only Yurito, chest heaving, glared at him with hatred. Yurito had thought about death in this moment, but it's a shame. Armin didn't even look at him, just with the white section of the bony palm. Twisted the handle on the back door. Click. The back door was pushed open, perhaps because of the opposite angle, that originally impregnable fulcrum. In this moment, it was broken hard. The iron door creaked and squeaked. Armin skipped past the players, whose dignity was all but gone, and walked out, and outside the back door, Hana Wujue was sitting on the porch fence, one leg hanging down. Bored. He propped his arm against the fence with a smirk under his abysmal ink-like pupils. Next to her was Lin Moi, standing aside with a submissive face, like a meek maid. No one who saw this scene would have thought that the meek-looking maid that. It's actually an extremely scary shenanigan. Out. Hua Wujue asked with a hint of a smile. Well, it's a little tougher than I thought. Armin nodded, his light blue pupils gazing at Hua Wujue. At this moment, it was as if those remaining 8 players had been forgotten by the No One Cares. The Ivy League Ghost School episode, the end. Chapter 56. What a blessing. Lies exposed. Mission completed. Participating players, 321. Surviving players, 10. About to start a new round of Weird Tales games with random players drawn in. Inside the Green Vine Ghost School, the 10 players, along with Hua Wujue as well as Armin. It was slowly wrapped in a white light and gradually dissipated. Outside Bear Country, the chilly streets covered with a thick layer of frost. Cover up those buildings through and through. Inside one snow house after another. In the only gaps left in the windows, there were several pairs of apprehensive eyes, red and bloodshot, looking out uneasily, since the failure of the 3 email missions. On the blue planet, with the exception of the Dragon and me, almost all countries are experiencing the same kind of shenanigans, aka the creepy counterpart to that slaughterhouse. Ka, ka. The sound of thick snow being trampled rang out, and was especially noticeable in the quiet street. The eyes, one after another, in the cracks of the windows, were tense and extraordinarily grave. It's like something terrible is coming. The footsteps stopped in front of a house. Through the gap, a tall shadow could be roughly seen, and in the shadow's hands, carrying a rusty knife. Knock knock. The shadow knocked on the door of the room, but no one in the house responded, and there was silence. The shadow stalled in front of the door of the room for 2 seconds before suddenly, as if the air was, disappeared in front of the door of that room. What followed was a scream of terror to the core. There was a splash of blood on the window, and something flew out the back. The screams subsided. Faintly, some subtle crying could be heard. The shadow didn't come back. The owners of the other houses breathed a sigh of relief and shrank back from behind their windows. Didn't pick them. These people's eyes were filled with fluke, while at the same time there was a deep despair and exhaustion. They don't know exactly how many of these shadows there are in the country. But the good thing is, there won't be multiple shadows per area. It also gave them a chance to catch their breath. The frequency with which this shadow appears each time, full of irregularities. The only pattern they've come up with now is that after a shadow kills someone, there will be at least 6 hours where it won't show up again. This time is also a safe time, but just relatively nestled in the house. Outside the house, the credibility of the government has dropped to a horrific low. This shenanigans simply cannot be resolved and credibility collapses. Firearms are no longer controlled in order to keep the nation safe. Bang! A gunshot. Open the door, open the door. Several voices filled with impatience rang out. On the street, a couple of punks in thick cotton suits with a couple of automatic rifles in their hands, was knocking menacingly on the door. Off. The door to the room was jerked open, and a tiger and a wolf. The bear countryman with a hideous scar on his face was holding a shotgun, strapped with explosives and, more aggressively, a gun was pointed at their heads. The atmosphere instantly chilled. These tattooed punks were all of a sudden dumbfounded, and seemed to realize that they'd messed with a tough guy. He didn't even dare to put in a harsh word, and left in a gray slip. With another thud, the bear countryman relocked the door. The eyes that had just been filled with ferocity actually turned red, and tears unconsciously seeped out of the corners of his eyes. Why, even let me live? Trembling, the bear countryman pulled a photograph from his arms and, the picture was of a little girl, 7 or 8 years old, and a beautiful mother. And in the center of them was this man from bear country. At this time, though, he didn't have that hideous scar on his face. The bear countryman stumbled over to the couch and grabbed the vodka on the table as he, gulping it into his mouth. Quite a bit of liquor ran down the corners of his mouth. But the bear countryman didn't care. His eyes were red and swollen, and he sat down on the couch. Oh, help! Get off me! You animals! Let go of me! Let go of me! Outside the house, there was a heart-rending cry, synchronized with and the reckless flirting of the punks just now. It was clear that the sound came from across the street, the house that had just been patronized by the shadows. The bear countryman's hand paused with the vodka, then he continued to pour it on his back. The pleas for help and screams from the outside world fell on deaf ears, as if they were numbing themselves with alcohol. The bear countryman looked at the picture of the family and closed his eyes and, letting the tears slide down his sides, he then placed the photo carefully in his arms. It was as if they wanted to feel that they still existed beside him in this way. The bottle of vodka was quickly consumed. The bear countryman casually tossed it down, clattering it against the other bottles on the floor, and it made a crackling sound. Bottles of wine were piled up with bottles of liquor, nearly filling the aisle. The bear countryman's eyes were misty as he lay on the couch, haggardness and pain written on his face. And across from him was a television that was flickering with snow. Zip! A new round of the Weird Tales game is about to begin. Jia. Are you guys ready? On TV, the real-time broadcast of the Weird Tales game, which is once again open. And the other side, Dragon Nation. Compared to the pre-Weird Tales scene, the post-Weird Tales Dragon Kingdom remains unchanged. If I had to say change, that's more prosperity, both economically and technologically, which has improved by leaps and bounds. The streets were filled with smiles on the faces of every Longwa, wandering the streets peacefully and carefree, eating snacks, watching new movies in theaters, hanging out at the mall with friends, shopping for clothes, and buy something. If you're walking down the street, looking at your cell phone while, from time to time, he also raised his head to look at the huge light curtain that towered over the dome of the sky, and after glancing at it, he moved his eyes back to do what he was supposed to do. It was as if the huge curtain of light didn't affect them at all. And indeed, it does. The man on the light screen gave them absolute security. The strange tales of terror that had spread across the globe were firmly isolated from the Dragon Kingdom by this man. Boing! A middle-aged woman, in her early 40s, was pushing a baby stroller that, inside the stroller was a tiny, powdered baby girl. She was carrying some baby items in her hands and had placed them on the stroller as well. The little girl child was sitting in her stroller, her eyes glowing as she pointed at the curtain of light in the sky. The clear eyes reflected the figure of a young man with white hair. When the middle-aged woman saw this scene, a smile unconsciously hung at the corner of her mouth. And with that, He also looked up at the curtain of light above his head. Instead, a complex emotion of worry and delight flowed from his eyes. After a moment of stunned silence, the middle-aged woman pushed the stroller and it faded away with the baby's clear laughter. How fortunate for the Dragon Kingdom to have him. Inside the Supreme Strategy Conference Room, Marshal Nia looked at the screen with relief, filled with emotion. Chapter 57, The Great Terror Ship. Wow. The gray-black sea, with the tide rising in waves of. The sky was filled with a tyrannical swarm of black clouds, within which flashed one red light after another from time to time, fiercely illuminating the sky into a blood-red color. And it was in this almost suffocating atmosphere that a gigantic ship, so vast as to be incomparably, slowly traveling across this gray-black sea. From a close distance, that huge ship looks like a giant whale, perched on top of this black sea, slowly and methodically, traveling slowly, but from a distance, on this boundless black sea, this huge ship is like a drop in the ocean, a tiny leaf, unobtrusive. The infinite black water is the dominant color. The deck of the great ship was filled with the smell of decay, and where the deck crevices were, some of the moss was growing, adding many years to this huge ship out of nowhere. The calm didn't last long. A large silhouette of people slowly appeared on the deck of this huge ship. Jia. Welcome to the Weird Tales game. Participating players, 286. New mission issued, Hidden Treasure. Huge cruise ship slowly advancing. Dusty secrets. No one knows. The boundless black sea. The raging red thunder. Find that treasure. Mission time, 288 hours. Reward for survival, none. Penalty for death, strange tales of descent. Jia. Good luck to all of you. On deck, the new faces look at each other in disbelief. The terror in his eyes was generalized to every wave of players before him. Vomit. In the midst of both psychological and physical discomfort, some players who are not good at water have come to the handrail and vomited. Among these people, a few seemed out of place. The 8 surviving players, led by Bear Country player Yurito, looked at these new players with cold eyes. Their eyes were filled with indifference, even a blandness similar to Armin's. It was as if in their eyes, these new players were simply a bunch of dead people. These new players were looked at in such a way that their brows were lowered, although displeasure flashed between them, not daring to show the slightest sign of dissatisfaction. Either way, these 8 are survivors of the last round and they've all got powers. That's the root of the awe of these new players. However, compared to these 8 people, more players who have gradually stabilized their minds to the involuntarily, he turned his gaze to the man at the very front of the deck. Silver white hair, cold side face, upright figure, a black dragongon robe without wind. The abyssal ink-like pupils were as bland as the gods. He brought an unrivaled pressure to everyone just by standing there. Who is he? He was a Dragon Kingdom player. Flower would you Whether it's Weirdville or the Green ID Ghost School, everyone understands who the real big man is. After gazing for a few moments in awe-filled, it was only then that the many new players were looking at another person. Armin stood quietly at the edge of the crowd. The white bony claws on the was clinging to a thin layer of moss, while his eyes were silently gazing at the endless black sea. Lord Lin Mua was taken away together, and at this moment, was standing quietly next to Hua Wuju, eyes hesitantly looking at the hatch. He gave a tentative shout. It appears that permission is being sought. In all fairness, Lin Mua was a living beauty when she wasn't changing her bizarre appearance. The color is enough to outshine over 90% of female gamers. But even so, almost none of the male players had any feelings when they saw Lin Moe. Instead, it was a kind of awe. They had all seen Lin Mua's appearance in the light screen. No need. Hua Wuju shook his head slightly, and underneath his abysmal ink-like eyes, he didn't know what he was thinking. It's another group mission. Great. There were more people on deck and a cacophony of voices. New players to this third Weird Tales game. Tolerance has clearly been improved over the first 2 rounds. As for the reason, it's also because they've already experienced 2 Strange Tales descents. The vast majority of people's tolerance for weird talk has also gotten a huge boost. So after the initial panic, most people calmed down and start analyzing the situation at hand. Apparently, this time, the Weird Tales game is still a group quest. Hidden treasure? Thought flooded the eyes of the crowd as they looked back and forth between the giant ship and the sea. The Weird Tales of Will Prompt continues to be pitiful. It only says to look for the treasure, but it doesn't even say where it is. Hidden treasures, possibly in the sea, possibly on a giant ship. It could also be on some unknown landmass. How are we going to find it? Especially the time limit, 288 hours, 12 full days. That's a full 9 days more than the last Green Vine Ghost School mission. How dangerous was the last round of the Green ID Ghost School mission? They had witnessed it for all to see. The 8 survivors would never have existed if Armin hadn't ended up in a juggernaut. For these 8 survivors, These new players had a common opinion in their minds: pick up the slack. It was entirely thanks to Hannah Woojue and Armin that they had the life to survive until now. Knock knock. Two sharp footsteps sounded like two sledgehammers hitting the ground. The decks were shaking slightly. The faces of the people changed slightly, and they unanimously looked toward the hatch, behind which looks like something's coming up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Anxiety was in the eyes of the crowd, and they all backed up, all wanting to get away from the location of the hatch. They're in a game of weird tales. They should never get too close when they encounter unknown shenanigans, otherwise it's likely to die without a clear conscience. Armin cast his eyes over the hatch, flickering slightly beneath his pale blue pupils, and looked at feel the footsteps that were getting closer. Nobody talk, and nobody move. Among the new players, someone spontaneously shouted this, and the crowd froze when they heard it. Thinking back to those heels from the last time we were in the Green Vine Ghost School, the backward steps couldn't help but stop. And the new player who spoke up was in an excellent position too, neither at the front nor at the back edge of the crowd, in the middle of the pack. Poof! A cold hum rang out. A few of the new players ignored the man's words and backed away with a surge of energy. It caused the front of the crowd, which had already stabilized, to riot again. The 8 surviving players found a spot to stand off to the side and, distinct from these riotous newcomers, while Armin stood with Hua Wu-ju, Lin Hua stood with a calm expression, not at all concerned about the upcoming shenanigans. Pop! A loud bang came as the hatch was violently pushed open, revealing the hidden darkness. It coincided with the sound of a red thunderclap, and lighted the whole deck half red. All the while revealing the spookiness of the darkness. It was a head rotting, one eye drooping. A mouthful of rotting yellow teeth were arranged like crooked stones, but he was extremely tall and wore a tattered sailor's uniform. It swept over the crowd only slightly, and grinned like a hairless, mangy dog. Very creepy. The suppressed, sticky voice opened slowly as if it had been dipped in several pieces of gum. Hey, welcome to the Great Storm. Of course, I prefer that you call it the Great Giant Ship of Terror. Chapter 58, The Rotten Sailor. There was a flash of red lightning, and for a moment everyone seemed to see a myriad of extra patina on that hatch, reflecting the rotting head. The Great Giant Ship of Terror. The hearts of the players were abruptly startled, their expressions filled with gravity, and the atmosphere instantly became oppressive. It's a weird-sounding name, even if it's a bit of a pirate alias, but one has to admit that this giant ship does deserve the word terror. A sea of eerie blackness, a cloud of treacherous red thunder, a ship that can travel smoothly in such a harsh environment is enough to say a lot. Not to mention it's still Weird Tales world. The crowd stood silent without a word, no one responding to the rotting sailor's shenanigans. The rotting sailor creep, who seemed to be feeling a little bored, and whose drooping eyes like an arm raised, dripping eyes, gazing at the crowd. A chill ran through the crowd, as if they were being watched by a tentacled monster. Hey, don't you guys have anything you want to ask? It's no fun. Are all you guys on board so boring? Instead of reaping the imagined screams, or even panic, the rotting sailor creep was clearly a bit disgruntled, with a hint of impatience in his tone, and as it did, it stepped out from behind the hatch, completely exposed above deck. The crowd also got a full view of it. Aside from the fact that the sailor's eerie level of decay is severe, except in the areas we just saw, it was almost impossible to find a single spot on the entire body that wasn't decayed. It looked like a piece of rotten meat that had been rotting for months, and just the stench of it just let your brow furrow, like a tidal wave of vomit raging. The rotting sailor's bizarre arm is only one. The other, though it is also present, has a broken hand. There was only one bare arm, with a dark brown leathery surface, like a rotting piece of pig's leg, with white worms wriggling on it. Who are you? A newcomer player hesitated, bit his teeth, and opened his mouth to inquire. He was the newcomer who had just told the crowd not to move, standing out at this moment. I don't know what considerations are at play. Me, rotting sailor creepy, grinned once more, then answered the question. I'm a member of the crew of this searching ship. You can just call me Old Dog. Old Dog. What kind of bird name is that? The newcomer who had spoken was slandering in his heart, but he didn't show the slightest bit of it on his face. Dog, we're new here. I don't know if there's anything we need? The new player asked in a slightly curt manner. The eyes of the crowd were also drawn to the focus on the rotting sailor's bizarrely rotting head. They were also curious about this weirdness of being able to communicate. Maybe this mission should be quite easy, at least as far as we could tell. Creepy wasn't killing people indiscriminately, but instead was being friendly and engaging. I can't tell you how much better this start is than the last 2 rounds. Of course, if any attentive person, at this moment, was paying attention to Armin, his body unmoving, He leapt up into ghostly flames that covered his surface. Ha! The rotting sailor, creepy, suddenly laughed, and his body quivered with some excitement. And then in its slimy voice, it said sinisterly, "I told you to scream and you did, didn't you?" After all was said and done, a pool of water seeped quickly from the bottom of the rotting sailor's weird feet. Then its body melted like this standing water, and flowed rapidly over the deck, and finally appeared steeply in front of the new player. Looked at him with that drooping eye. The new player's face instantly paled, and his pupils instantly shrunk to the size of pinpoints. He didn't understand why the other party would suddenly change his face after just saying something. It's hard not to? This bizarre law of murder is the very thing that speaks. The new player couldn't help but feel chagrin in his heart, while a desperate sense of powerlessness rose up. He'd seen the projections from both rounds of the game, so naturally he knew a thing or two about spooky attacks. In this case, saying nothing and doing nothing is the best thing to do. But he stepped forward anyway. He wanted to try. He wanted to catch a slim ray of hope. This newcomer player was well aware that he, along with the 8 other players who survived as well as those 2 almost humanoid hangers-on that vary the most from each other, it's that he's still a regular guy. No creepy items or abilities. If one can get something or a situation in one's favor from this bizarre exchange, that's naturally excellent. And under his observation, which came out of the sailor's weird, there doesn't seem to be any malice of an obvious nature. That's what made him brave enough to try. But he never thought that sometimes the weirdness of being able to communicate is more terrifying than the weirdness of not communicating. "Help me." This new player mumbled his lips, his tone trembling as he sent out a plea for help like the surrounding players, however, quickly dispersed as if they were avoiding the plague. Get as far away from this new player as possible. The rotting sailor creeper, slowly bringing his head up to then violently snapped the new player's neck, instantly pouring blood all over Sailor Creepy's body. The tattered clothes, the rotten flesh, and the white, writhing worms that, once again the blood was poured out. The rotting sailor Spooky, seemingly enjoying the sensation. Gulp, gulp. It was not until the blood of that new player was completely drained that he threw it aside in satisfaction, then looked at the rest of the crowd with that disgusting and grotesque rotting face. The atmosphere dropped to freezing. The only sound on the entire giant ship was the constant lapping of the waves. "Take us to our room." A cold voice came out. The crowd was alarmed, and they all turned their gazes to the person who had spoken. How dare he? Now that it's been tried, this rotting sailor's bizarre attack pattern is to talk. How dare he speak? The speaker was Armin. He didn't seem to care about it, while the players on either side in front of him consciously spread out a path as if in fear of the rotting sailor's eerie proximity. The rotting sailor's eerie eyes narrowed, and there was no tendency to move, just looking at him with that drooping eye. Armin's face was calm, his light blue pupils as cold as icebergs. Interesting kid. Rotting sailor Creepy suddenly laughed, and then, step by step, limp and twisted, toward the hatch from which he had come. When it takes a step, a black footprint appears on the deck. The black footprints seem to be adhering to some kind of liquid, with a tendency to flow. Makes the heart skip a beat, but it was too late to think, and the eerie toad-like voice of the rotting sailor came through. "Get down here, all you neophytes." Chapter 59 Tidal Wave. Instead of moving at the sound, the players flashed a flash of hesitation, and the hesitation on his brow was unmistakable. That's wariness of the weirdness, but it was quickly eliminated, for Armin took the lead towards the hatch and disappeared into the darkness behind it. The crowd had been a bit impressed, but hadn't rushed to follow, still in a wait-and-see attitude. Those 8 surviving players, however, did not hesitate and directly followed. It was only then that most of the new players dropped their wait-and-see and scrambled to follow, but not all of it. There were a few others on the deck sporadically. It is difficult to say in what frame of mind these men stayed on deck. Probably each with their own agenda. They just watched as the men fishtailed and disappeared into the darkness behind the hatch. The eyes were cold and devoid of any expression, as if they were ice sculptures. The dark tide is about to begin. If you want to die you can go on and stay on the deck. The rotting sailor's eerie voice came again, his tone filled with disdain. Still, those who remained on deck did not move. Ignore the eerie voice. After about a minute, the hatch was closed straight away by a huge force. Rotten Sailor Creepy is clearly not going to care. "Mr. Flower, we want to follow you." After the hatch closed, the few remaining players on the deck headed in one direction. That's right, Hana Wujue didn't go down either, but leaned against the fence and, looking out over the endless Black Sea. The reason these people stayed seems to be exactly what they were looking for. Hua Wuju didn't turn around. Next to her, Lin Hua seemed to have read Hua Wuju's meaning. Coldly, he forced them to stop with his eyes. These players had a step in their footsteps, and there was hesitation in their eyes. They knew very well what kind of existence this woman really was. Compared to the rotting sailor creep just now, this looks more like a normal person. Lin Moi. It's the more terrifying presence. Mr. Flower. We adore you. Please give us a chance to follow you. The player at the head of the group said vociferously. The remaining few players also chimed in, a frenzied look in their eyes. They have to see it more thoroughly than other players. It's a game that's as dangerous as it gets. Trying to survive in it, must find a thick enough thigh. And out of those nearly 300 players, who is the one with the big legs? There was a clear answer in the minds of the crowd. A cold smile flashed across Lin Moi's eyes. Still standing respectfully beside Hua Wuju. Do not express any opinion of your own. Are these guys worthy of being Lord Flower Emperor's subordinates? For these few new players who were trying to climb up the ladder, Lin Moi disdained them in his heart. But even so, she still didn't make any indication and just waited for Hua Wuju's instructions. Whatever she thought, it didn't matter. What matters is what Hana Wujue thinks and what Hana Wujue thinks. Lin Moi knew exactly who his master was and what his position was. Smarty Pants henchmen never end well. You want to cling to me. Hua Wuju finally spoke. He didn't turn around, just spoke faintly. Not a single ripple could be seen under his abyssal ink-like eyes. It was as if these few new players were as insignificant as air. Yes, Mr. Hana, please give us a chance. These few newcomer players showed fervor on their faces, and immediately opened their mouths in excitement. Good. The corner of Hua Wuju's mouth curled up into an arc, then violently disappeared in place. It appeared on top of the ship, dangling its legs and looking down on them as if they were ants. The players froze for a moment, not seeming to understand what this meant. A smirk flashed through Lin Moi's eyes, and then it too dissipated into place like air. Buzz, buzz, accompanied by an eerily long horn sound. The surrounding space instantly underwent a bizarre change. The tide of the Black Sea had gotten noticeably more furious, turning from the small waves of earlier into mountainous waves that, whistling towards the giant ship. The thunderclouds on the dome flashed red one after another for a time. That one after another red thunderbolt that was like a snake's letter fell, reflecting the entire Black Sea into a blood-red color. The pupils of the few new players still left on the deck exploded as a sense of panic filled the room, yet not because of the bizarre change in the scenery, but because with the flashes of red light they saw the front of the deck, something crawling up. A palm made of white bone grasped the deck rail, and then an unusually ugly and strange fish head appeared in their vision. That weird fish head. I say fish head, but it's really just a little bit of fish, because the eyes of this fish, like spiders, were densely packed, and they were all flashing with a weird red light. The other hand of the strange fish also grasped the fence, but it was not a white bone that. Instead, it was a beast's claw, with what looked like fish scale skin on the back. What the hell? Several of the players on the deck began to breathe heavily at the sight, for in their view, at the same time, the crackling of that fence that, never under a couple dozen, and indeed, it does, merely the position of the deck where they were, just immediately logged up no less than 50-odd fish. These monstrous fish have unusually well-developed lower limbs, and almost as soon as they step toward the fence, they fly right up and, steadily, he plopped down on the deck as if he were a wild animal, on all fours, and looked at them. Quick, get to the boat. A few players, as an afterthought, ran like mad to the mouth of the barn, then fought to grab the handle and, trying to get the hatch open, but no matter how hard a few of them pushed, the hatch never moved. It was as if they were grasping not the handle of a hatch, but a mountain. The players looked at the monstrous fish that was getting closer and closer to them, their faces reddening as they tugged on the handle. No, this hatch won't open at all. We must repel these monsters. One of the players seemed to realize the current situation, and his eyes reddened as he, hysterical yelling. The few remaining players who still viewed the hatch as a lifesaver shuddered at the words that, though reluctantly, everyone loosened their grip in unison. What's it going to take? Another player, whose body couldn't stop trembling, looked at the monstrous fish that was getting closer and closer and, almost clenched his fists as red as coals of fire, as if that was the only way to alleviate the fear in his heart. The player who was asked the question couldn't say anything about it, because his mind was also filled with fear. The monstrous fish was getting closer and closer, and with each step forward, his heart buzzed as if it had been hit by a boulder. The strange fish wouldn't give them time to slow down, and after reaching the right distance, straight away, he jumped up as if he were a toad and pounced on the players. Dang! The monstrous fish's body slammed into the top of the steel hatch with a strong buzzing sound. Two players with quick reflexes sidestepped the blow. As for the others, they were firmly pressed against the hatch, but they weren't spared, and the other strange fish that came up swarmed the press it directly to the deck. The monstrous fish, with their myriad red glowing eyes, gazed greedily at them, and spat out the tongue as if it were a snake's letter, leaving birth water on their cheeks. Chapter 60 Restlessness of the Black Sea. Screams echoed across the deck as crimson blood flowed freely, mingling with skin and fur. The strange school of fish feasted on the fish, making odd grunts from time to time as if to express their excitement. But whatever the sound was, it was soon overshadowed by the same sound. Boom! Red thunder like a tidal wave poured from the sky, as if it wanted to turn everything in the world into blood red. Underneath that wave of higher and higher tides, pitch black and incomparable in color, was the absolute greatness of the Black Sea. The incomparably large and terrifying giant wheel was incredibly small under this greatness. Wow! The tide poured down and washed right over and slapped the huge ship, but in addition to bringing in more monster fish and allowing them to land on the boat, but could not overturn the huge ship, and could only vent their anger by means of one huge tidal wave after another. Wild winds and red thunder, black waves and huge tides, a scene in the middle of the apocalypse. Wah! After the strange fish had chewed up the new players on the deck, they spontaneously started looking for new targets. Hua Wujue, who was located above the ship, naturally became their target. The monstrous fish crept forward, their powerful limbs crawling rapidly, to the iron wall of the. It crawled up like a gecko and kept spitting out its snake letter-like tongue. Its eyes, which emitted red light, dribbled. It is not difficult to imagine that it is in this way that these strange fish, with their ugly and bizarre appearance, are probably. From underneath the giant wheel, he climbed up, sitting on top of the wheelbarrow. Hua Wujue, with his face as usual, didn't look the least bit concerned by the strange fish that came in like locusts. Those abyssal ink-like pupils gazed silently at the Black Sea that was reflected in blood red. Lin Hua stood next to Hua Wuju. A hint of agitation flashed in her eyes under her lowered eyebrows. There was some urgency in picking at his fingers and pursing his lips as if he was holding something back. Along with the monstrous fish getting closer and closer, this restlessness of Lin Hua became more and more obvious. But even if the agitation in his heart has become too much to hold, Lin Moe remained strong and stood peacefully in place, respectfully waiting for Hua Wuju's command. Pop! The first of the strange fish came swiftly, with innumerable pairs of scarlet eyes, dripping with. Then as if leaping up like a toad, he pounced straight at Flower Wujue. As for Lin Moa, who was on the sidelines, she was obviously targeted as well. The second one, the third one, it swooped up without a pattern, like locusts, but they are on the verge of touching both the. Just as if it had touched some inviolable domain, it instantly exploded into a bloody mist, without a sound, without any padding, and was hard wiped out. A flash of shock flashed across Lin Moa's eyes, and the fear in her heart was self-evident. 1, 2, 3, 4, no matter how many of them pounced up, they were all wiped into a bloody mist in a gesture of equality. In a moment, blood poured from the deck, pouring down from above the great ship. It was as if a rain of blood had fallen, coloring the entire huge ship a true red. These monstrous fish were as if they had no consciousness, even though countless companions exploded into a bloody mist right in front of their eyes. These monstrous fish are also not the least bit tired or intimidated. Gradually, Lin Hua's agitation had vanished, replaced by a touch of solemnity. Even then it was stayed, for these monstrous fishes are as numerous as the shoots after the rain, the weeds on the plain. Wave after wave, crop after crop, endless killing and extermination. In particular, there are more strange characters among the strange fish as time goes on. Pop! As if a huge hammer had been swung on the ground, a tremor came from the deck. Like something was thrown up, surrounded by several monstrous fish. One was significantly larger and something also more bizarre looking. Something appeared. 3 or 4 things like sea serpents acted as its head, and the earthworm-like body of the writhing on the deck, and under the black and red stripes, a dense, spider-like fuzz of. This bizarre species of odd walker was enjoying the fishy smell of blood and water, albeit from the blood of a strange fish. A flattened tongue protruded from beneath the skull and greedily licked the blood from the deck. Lin Hua's pupils shrunk slightly. She could feel the danger of this guy in front of her. The level of danger has long since surpassed the blood man shenanigans in the classroom. This aura of danger made her instinctively uneasy. After some licking, it was only then that this bizarre Qixing species raised its head, which was made up of 3 sea serpents, in unison, as if it were a real python, and gazed at Flower Wujue above. Danger spreads. Lin Hua clearly felt that pressure steeply rise up all of a sudden. It is not an aura, but a foretaste of danger. This thing is going to attack. On the contrary, Flower Wujue, like an unchanging iceberg that had remained unchanged for 10,000 years, loomed large and unmoving. the eyes never left the sea of black water. The weird odd-shaped species moved, as if they were earthworms, wriggling swiftly on the deck, with all the strange fish around them crushed underneath them. It was mercilessly crushed into a mass of minced meat, the fine fluffy fur, stained with blood from the deck. It made the strange walking species look even more hideous and terrifying. Come to the iron wall. It didn't have developed limbs like the monster fish, and naturally, its gecko-like crawling ability wouldn't exist. But something weird happened. This strange walking species had actually wormed its way up so hard that the curved iron wall was like a flat surface that it doesn't act as the slightest impediment at all, and left a trail of red slime where it had wriggled and sticky bloodstains and severed limbs. The odd rocklock soon wormed its way to the same plane. The flattened tongue, which extended from under the head, licked its lips involuntarily. Seems to see something delicious. At that moment, he rushed forward impatiently. Manhwa subconsciously tightened her heart and prepared her body for battle. On her cheeks, a single restless eye seemed about to open, but she was clearly overthinking it. With Flower Wujue as the center, within a 100-meter radius, any creature that came close would explode into blood mist. This weird odd line of bells is no exception, like those strange fish that come so close, without a sound, without a ripple. Joining the erupting spray of blood, the rain of blood got a little heavier. The blood on the deck began to pour downward, along the edges, and into the Black Sea. Buzz, buzz. The long, eerie trumpets sounded again, and this time the red thunder of the dome. Obviously more furious, as if the god of heaven was pouring out his wrath. Flashing red thunder, as if it were rain, pouring down, and a more violent agitation took place in the Black Sea. The area around the giant wheel gradually began to swirl, and was accelerating rapidly, eventually forming a huge vortex center that, one after the other, on the deck, on the hull, countless strange fish that were like locusts were pulled by this vortex, and without any resistance, they were directly devoured. And this vortex, without the slightest tendency to alleviate, but instead becoming more and more rapid and terrifying. Until a terrifying black storm formed. Chapter 61, Weirdness Under the Whirlpool. Terror of the Black Sea. Hoo. A sound like the cry of a water ghost, sharp and eerie, scraped across the sea, making one's scalp numb. The extremely fast rotating maelstrom seemed as if it wanted to roll everything around it in and crush it into pieces. That terrifying big black storm was charging straight towards the giant wheel. Unstoppable. The great big wheel of terror is right next to the maelstrom, but the churning currents didn't seem to affect the giant wheel one bit at all. The big giant ship traveled smoothly as I did, not even shaking a bit. The great black storm drew nearer, and this sea tornado that galloped over the black waters, with a look of extermination. The raging crashed into the big giant wheel. The strong pressure of the wind mixed with the black water washed indiscriminately over everything on the huge ship, and the blood on the decks of along with those strange fish and strange rows of species, they were swept into the great black storm in an instant. By the blade-like big black storm, it was torn into pieces. The great terrorist will suffered such an attack, yet it was happy too. Everything around it seems to have no relationship to it. Everything remained the same as before. It's as if this huge wheel is imbued with some bizarre power. Make it enough to sail recklessly on this horrible Black Sea. Flower Wujue, who was located at the top of the giant wheel, was similarly attacked by the great black storm. The black water that swept over, under the augmentation of the great black storm, was like a shrunken sharp blade. It crackled as it struck the ship, but this black water, when it came close to Hua Wuju's surroundings, it was as if it had been vaporized. Quietly, everything around him was calm and calm, seemingly out of place with the horrific scene around him. Linmua's scalp was tingling at the moment, even if she was a creepy. But under such power, one could not help but feel shivering. But in synchronization, her awe for Hua Wuju rose to a whole new level. She was almost certain that even the principal of the Green ID Ghost School, faced with such a terrifying great black storm, and definitely not good enough. And, by principal here, I mean a principal in his heyday who has not been scorched by the golden flame. The principal, whom Armin dealt with, lost his mind, not to mention the weird power of his whole body. All of them were absorbed by Jin Yen for the most part. The whole body strength can be described as 10 to 1. Even so, it took almost all of Armin's strength to deal with it. Roar! The Black Sea took another bizarre turn as a roar that resonated through the heavens filled the Black Sea, only to see that the center of the maelstrom, slowly poking out ahead with a black body. An unusually hideous and bizarre snake head. The reason why it's a creepy snake head, mainly because this probing head is similar to a python, except for the general style of its epidermis, however, is the same as the bark of a tree, dry and shriveled. not to mention the scales that seemed to crumble at the slightest touch, more like bark that had been forcibly glued on. There's a weird sense of discomfort. The bottom line isn't even here. Crucially, it reached out from the vortex with another delicate palm. It looked out of place and highly asymmetrical with the bizarre snake head. The body of the strange black serpent continued to poke out of the vortex, and the massive size of the, almost equal to the terror giant, Hua Wuju and Lin Moe were as small as a grain of sand under the body of this bizarre black snake. Unobtrusive. In fact, the creepy black snake did ignore them, too, and after a shrill roar, as if it had some deep hatred, it slammed towards the terrorist giant wheel. Bang! A violent roar rang out, and as if the giant wheel had been struck by an iceberg, its massive body slightly stagnated. But it soon returned to normal. The bizarre black snake, which didn't even manage to leave a dent in the giant wheel it just stalled the speed of the giant ship for a moment. Roar! The bizarre black snake seemed unusually angry, its scarlet eyes gazing at the terrifying giant wheel. Then as if it were a python, it wrapped around the giant wheel. The two behemoths, at this moment, rested together. The ship of horrors was still on its way, and not the least bit concerned by the extra passenger, and it was forced to come to a standstill. The creepy black serpent didn't make its next move anymore either, as it found a new plaything, a pair of scarlet eyes, moving slightly, like a great sun, gazing at the top of the giant wheel. Hana Wujue, Lin Moa, who was on the side, was staring at this horrifyingly bizarre creature, and her face turned slightly white. The pressure was so immense that it almost took her breath away. Hua Wujue, however, did not care in the slightest, seemingly because this weird black snake was blocking his view, and under the abysmal ink-like eyes, indifferent as ice, his eyelids slightly raised, and then, bang! The bizarre black snake exploded into a bloody mist. The entire giant wheel looked like it was raining blood, and even the Black Sea was drenched in a blood-red color. Lin Moa's pupils shrunk to the size of a pinpoint, and the shock in his heart was almost seismic, volleying the mountains and the seas. So powerful, so terrifyingly bizarre, and in front of Lord Flower Emperor, with a mere glance it exploded into a bloody mist. This is how powerful it is to be able to do this. Hua Wuju was sparse. His abyssal ink-like eyes did not contain the slightest fluctuation of emotions, just stood up from the top of the giant wheel, gazing at the Black Sea like a god. He then disappeared in a flash. The one who disappeared in tandem with it was Lin Moa, who was on the side, above the Black Sea. The massive vortex was still spinning, an extremely fast-spinning vortex enough to turn anything that came close into pieces. But when you get really close, you realize that underneath this massive vortex, it actually swam with countless huge and bizarre. These bizarre shapes were of different shapes, but all were of equally large size, and any one of them carried out, all of them can compete with the Terror Jumbo. At this moment, however, these terrifyingly bizarre creatures, focused in unison under the vortex. It seemed to be waiting for the moment to get out of the vortex. For this reason, these shenanigans go out of their way to antagonize each other. You stepping on me, I bumping into you. Just to get out of the vortex a step ahead. At the moment, these horrible, weird creatures didn't notice that just within the eye of the vortex's wind, two figures the size of sesame seeds appeared. It is the flower without awareness. Hua Wuju's silver hair fluttered with the wind. His expression was indifferent, and the black dragon robe he wore looked like it had come to life. The black dragon was swimming on the clothes and was radiating tyranny, coldly staring at the weirdness below. Next to him was Lin Moa, who had been brought in together. Lin Moa didn't know how she moved, only that she was suddenly pulled here. Looking at the countless horrifying weirdness under his feet, Lin Moa felt his scalp go numb. The pupils were shrinking and shrinking. Underneath this Black Sea, it actually possessed so many terrifying strangenesses. How is that possible? If so, what is it about this huge ship of terror that allows it to travel unharmed? The deeper I thought about it, the more horrified I felt. The only thing that can be stronger than terror is an existence that is more terrifying than terror. Chapter 62 Gifts and Killing Opportunities. Lord Flower Emperor, we are. Lin Moa's pupils shook slightly. The sight under the vortex was just too shocking. Hua Wuju faintly glanced at her with his afterglow, then directly manifested a pair of large ghostly chi hands and, as if it were the palm of a prime, it slammed downward towards the vortex below. A raging ghostly aura fills the air, and the horrible spooks below, all sensed the threat from above at the same moment. Roar! All sorts of massive terrifying weirdness roared in unison, rolling up countless waves under the vortex. But soon, their roars were rapidly diminishing, transforming into an extreme panic. The great hand of ghostly chi slapped on top of that hideous vortex, and for a moment it seemed as if time had been reversed. the entire Black Sea shuddered. And beneath the vortex, drenched in a bizarre blood-red color, there were bizarre limbs and broken arms and dented eyeballs everywhere. With just a single palm, the weirdness under the vortex was directly exterminated for the most part. The rest of the horrifying weirdness moved away from the life-threatening meat grinder as if they were lost. Eat it. In Flower Wujue's hand, there was inexplicably an extra, beating, eerie heart. It was densely packed with eyeballs, but thumping like a heart. Lin Hua was stunned, and after reacting, without the slightest hesitation, her mouth immediately cracked to the root of her mouth. And then swallowed the heart. After swallowing this heart, Lin Hua's face flushed red, his veins rippled, and countless bizarre eyeballs grew all over his body. That hideous face seemed to want to explode like a balloon. This heart, the bizarre power it contains is too powerful. She only felt like she was going to be burst by the power, and the feeling of limbo came from every part of her body. Just a hint more, and she had no doubt that she would have blown up like a balloon. There are no bones left. Hanatai-sama, why are you doing this? Lin Hua's consciousness was already blurred at this point, and the huge weird energy that, it almost buried her will. Could it be that Lord Flower Emperor wants to kill me? Lin Hua's consciousness was intermittent, struggling to hold on. No, it can't be. Lord Flower Emperor would never kill me. Even if you want to kill, you don't have to do it this way. Lin Hua's consciousness was gradually drifting away, and she was about to be swept away by the bizarre power. If she didn't manage to master it, there was no doubt that she would turn into the kind of creepy that was as creepy as a bloody man without the slightest bit of sanity. She didn't want to be like that. But, what was she going to do? Never mind, Lord Hanatai. Thank you, for getting out of that filthy hut. I would have been satisfied. My life, it's yours. If you want to take it back, I'll give it back to you. Everything around them faded to gray. The waves of clouds, the flashes of thunder, everything fell silent. Her divine aura was rapidly dying out. Hua Wujue stood in the void, his face like ice. His abyssal ink eyes did not contain the slightest emotion, coldly looking at Lin Hua. A moment later, at the last moment when Lin Hua's consciousness was about to die out, a golden flame of light rises and, like a lotus flower, it entered Lin Hua's body. So warm, Lin Hua's divine sense, which was about to die out, was like a spring shoot after the rain, and was once again revitalized. And as her consciousness cleared, she couldn't help but be shocked by the changes in herself. The gold flames helped her absorb the excess weird power, and the rest of the weird power that, it melted smoothly into her body as well. She felt full of power now, like she'd ascended and, easily kills the kind of horrible creepiness that just happened. After being shocked by this powerful force, Lin Hua immediately bowed. Thank you, Lord Flower Emperor. She knew very well that this power was given to her by Hua Wujue. As for the heart just now, I'm afraid that it was sacrificed by that group of horrible weirdness down there. So, why wasn't Hanatai-sama like this in the first place? Lin Hua's pupils shrunk slightly as a cold sweat swept over his body. She gets it. This is both a gift and a test. Lord Flower Emperor didn't need slaves that were like mole crickets, but at the same time, he didn't need slaves with backbones either. If the king wants me to die, I have to die. As long as she showed the slightest hint of dissatisfaction, or antipathy, in the absorption she had just experienced, I'm afraid that the golden flames that entered would not be helping to absorb it, but would simply devour her. Thinking about all this, Lin Hua couldn't help but have fear swept through her eyes, but it didn't show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction, even though she almost died just now. Aha! Flower Wujue's face was calm, without any ripples, and that wisp of golden flames wasn't withdrawn. It just turned into a lotus flower and was planted in Lin Hua's brow. Lin Hua stood obediently behind Hua Wujue, his expression respectful, with a hint of excitement hidden. She understood that she had passed Lord Flower Emperor's test. Great! Up until this moment she had never really been considered to have climbed halfway up the ladder. As for trying to actually climb up, you'll have to prove your worth. You feel something. Flower Wujue looked down at the sea of blood at his feet, the broken limbs and arms below him. It's as rare as a weed. Killers, killers of guile, killers of gods, killers of emperors. In his eyes, there was not the slightest difference. 5,000 years. He had both from the time of the Ghostbusters, for his first ghost-killing mission, and felt uneasy, and at the end of the day, had also slaughtered billions of living beings outside of the imperial palace. While expressionless, the billions of living beings in the world, like weeds, fell down with a gentle caress. In his eyes, the only difference in this is the difference between the imperial court and the external court. Those who go along with me will prosper. Those who go against me will perish. That was the only concept he, Feng Du Emperor, Hua Wujue, had. Yes, Lord Flower Emperor, Lin Hua's complexion stared and she immediately began to perceive. About a few breaths passed. Lin Hua looked startled and immediately opened her mouth to report. Lord Flower Emperor. This. She sensed it. This boundless black sea. There was no end to it. It's like an infinite loop of a straight line without any concept of boundaries at all. At the same time, she sensed that the ever-moving giant wheel of terror that. It was as if something peculiar drew her to it, and it was as bright as a torch in her mind. She devoured a heart made from those horrible and weird sacrifices, and correspondingly, naturally, they also inherited their aura of rules. Yes, these things are coming for it. Hua Wuju nodded, then continued, I want you to go back, to get the ship straightened out, if necessary. You can listen to Armin's arrangements. Yes, Lord Flower Emperor. Lin Hua bowed, but then his face revealed a hint of hesitation. What about you, my lord? Honestly, that's something she shouldn't have asked, but this sea vaguely had some very dangerous aura inside it, and worried, she couldn't help but blurt out. This sovereign has his own arrangements, so go ahead. Flower Wuju abyssal ink-like pupils were calm, and with a single leap, alone, he headed towards the center of the vortex, crossing that sea of blood, that sea of corpses constructed from countless limbs and broken arms. Chapter 63, Under the Black Sea, The Maiden in the Crystal Coffin. Flower Wuju, alone, came under this black sea. Wherever he passed along the way, the black water poured and avoided him, and he was strangely forbidden to travel. He's like an emperor walking in his own backyard, walking at the very bottom of this black sea. Countless horrifying and bizarre entrenchments. The cold face was devoid of any expression, just like a god, indifferent and unparalleled. Stand down. Flower Wuju's plain words were as if they were the words of heaven that could not be disobeyed. The horrible weirdness that peered around them were all shocked and fled. These horrible weirdnesses. I don't know how many years they have been majestically entrenched under this black water. Yet at the moment, they were terrified of a human. From the bottom of their hearts. Even if it was just a plain sentence, it was enough to send chills down their spines. Under the black water, for the first time in countless years, it was so calm. All these horrible weirdnesses lay quiet and dormant, and under the grotesque eyes of the, revealing a strong sense of unease and panic, as if they were afraid of angering some being. Hana Wujue walked towards the front. Whenever he took a small step, it was as if he had extended it by countless steps, and appeared straight in somewhere in an impossible area. It was just as Lin Hua had perceived it. This black sea forms a closed loop, and no matter how one travels, at the end of the day, it's also nothing more than a futile exercise. In other words, that huge ship of terror is, in fact, trapped on this black sea. It's like a curse that lasts forever and can't be broken away from, and the flowers are unconscious. With each step, a piece of the closed loop was stepped out to within another closed loop. It was an extremely terrifying power. What is counterintuitive about closed loops is that they can be logically closed. You're traveling on the Black Sea, which is likewise traveling, both together, closed loop formation. Whereas, what Hua Wujie came to at this moment was outside of this closed ring, the real domain outside of the ring. The location of the Weird Tales game is by no means an empty one. The secrets on this Black Sea are far more horrific than imagined. The Great Terror Ship could survive the Great Black Storm unscathed, even under the terrifying and bizarre attack of the, not a hair out of place, but could not cross this Black Sea. For all eternity, it's all about sailing on this Black Sea. Closing the loop is not a place. Flower Wujue took 7 steps in succession before he finally came to the real area where there was no closed loop. One thing is equally interesting. That is, the horrible weirdness coiled under this Black Sea, which can likewise ignore the closing of the ring. But they cannot reach the end, they exist within the Black Sea. And all that is in the Black Sea is all that is in them. In fact, it remains to be seen whether this Black Sea, in fact, has an end. At least on Lin Hua's account, there really was no end to this Black Sea. And where did the ship sail from? It can't have just appeared out of thin air. Roar! In the realm beyond the ring, a cool worm-like horrifyingly bizarre, angling its countless jagged teeth. It came with a ferocious attack. As for the target, it was none other than Hua Wuju who walked in faith. I don't know what's going on. The weirdness of the area, as if fear doesn't exist. Like a humongous little strongman, twisting his monstrous body, he attacked in a frenzy. Even if it only comes to 100 meters away from Hua Wujue, it will explode into a bloody mist with a bang. But without turning back, the onslaught continued. That look, like the strange fish at the beginning, equally humongous, then equally, and all will fall into silence. This outer rim is rapidly turning red with blood, and the man. There was no need for any extra movements at all. Just by taking a step forward, countless horrifying weirdness would perish. After walking past an unknown number of horrific and bizarre corpses, Hua Wuju came to an unusual place. He stopped slightly, abyssal ink eyes, gazing silently at the white sanctuary before them. Countless beautifully shaped runes were carved into the four pillars of the sanctuary. The creamy white material that it adds a touch of divine splendor. It is a sanctuary under black water. The sanctuary was surrounded by countless ruins, as if to tell posterity that this place was once glorious. Buzz, buzz. It seemed as if, because of the arrival of Flower Wood Yue, the trumpet which had been heard on the great ship of terror. Surprisingly, at this moment, it resounded. The silent seas were rapidly agitated, and the horrible weirdness of that almost killed and dried up. Out of nowhere, countless more massive horrifying weirdness came pouring in. If Flower Wood Yue's screen hadn't gone black at this moment, I'm afraid the audience in Dragonland is now stunned into silence. This is a much bigger fight than it looked at the beginning. In particular, these huge terrifying weirdnesses actually began to devour each other. And it kept writhing together, like some kind of flesh and blood undergoing an irregular reorganization. As for the reason, as if they knew they couldn't defeat the humans who broke into this area, so they make changes. Buzz, buzz. This weird horn sound, as if it had some weird effect. It made these huge terrifying weirdnesses, resonating in unison, almost churning the sea up to the sky. They completely blocked Hua Wuju with their flesh and blood. It was as if a step would not be allowed to be taken again. The corner of Hua Wuju's mouth hooked into a cold smile, and his abyssal ink-like eyes filled with contempt. With these, they are worthy of stopping me. Flower Wood Yue continued to step forward, a gentle step that, it was as if it had evoked some kind of nebulous rule, causing space to crack and fear to begin to spread. These drop-defying horrors of the creepy. At this moment, the monstrous eyeholes of once again, the color of fear appeared. It seemed to be afraid of something. Even that weird horn sound, after this step, actually appeared to break. The blood began to pour. All the terrifying weirdness that came close were crushed into pieces. The blood and water completely covered the area, and even the white sanctuary of it was also tinted with a thick color of blood, becoming weird and blood scarlet. It's hard to imagine how many creeps there are under the Black Sea, because after this step, there were still many bazaar located at the outer edge of the ring scattered in all directions. After the trumpets had ceased to sound, their brazenness, as it were, lost its effect. No further roll. Go. Underneath Flower Wood Yue's abyssal ink-like pupils, a streak of killing intent flashed. The gold flames came out of his body, like joyful infants. They cheered, like waves of golden flame, spreading rapidly across this ocean and ignoring the closed-loop limitations of toward the Black Sea below. All the shenanigans. The Great Purge began. At this moment, under the Black Sea, it was actually on fire. Countless horrifying and eerie wails resounded. All obstacles are removed. Hua Wuju continued forward. 1 step, 2 steps, until he came before the sanctuary. A flash of disdain flashed through Hua Wuju's eyes, and with a wave of his right hand, an ancient horn that had been broken in half, it just appeared in his hand, and as if the sanctuary had lost its power to shelter it, it rapidly paled, and the pillars began to crumble. The cracks began to spread. Everything is reduced to the same dust. However, located right in the center of an exquisite coffin poured out of crystal, but it appeared in front of the eyes. Transparent coffin, a young girl, lying quietly, as if sound asleep in it. Chapter 64, 5 rooms. The outskirts of the Great Terror megaship were old, and the moss on the decks and the rust on the armor of the ship nothing speaks to that, but that's not the case inside the ship. 102, 103, 104, 105, 106 are your rooms. Get your ass in bed and get up in the morning and work for me, the rotting sailor said with weird impatience. The crowd followed its gaze, and saw a row of 5 brand new rooms in a horizontal shape that stood before them. How is this going to sleep? The crowd frowned slightly. They didn't have enough knowledge of weird powers, but they still understood this kind of common sense in life. 5 rooms, and they have more than 200 people. Wouldn't that be nearly 50 people crammed into each room? But they didn't dare to say this, for fear of triggering the attack pattern again. Unexplained death. However, some players steeply flashed cold auras in their eyes after hearing this. A few of the quickest to react were the first to grab the doorknob and rush in with a flash. More than that, someone had already unlocked it from the inside, completely isolating it from the outside world. The people behind them, after freezing for a moment, also reacted as if they were a swarm of bees pouring in towards these 5 rooms. Everyone scrambled and poured in. Since there aren't enough spots in the room, it means that there must be people who don't have a room to sleep in. As for the consequences of not having a room to sleep in, The rotting sailor creep, leaning silently over the edge, that eye drooping and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a wry smile. Please return to your room and rest before lights out. The bosun will check. Those who do not take their breaks on time will be penalized. Note, it will be very dangerous to be in the corridors when the lights are out. Current time to lights out, 10 minutes. The beep was as if it had come late to the master. The bland narrator. The pupils of players from various countries shrank, and those who were already in the room breathed a sigh of relief but those who were still outside were white with panic. Worst of all, the players who've already gotten in have started spontaneously blocking the doors of they're trying to keep the guys out there isolated. Open the door. Open the ing door. In the corridor, the players who hadn't gone in, screaming in panic. Trying to get the guy inside to open the door. The icy countdown, little by little, ticked away. The rotting sailor creepy watched silently from the sidelines. Even if he did nothing to, it was equally unnerving to them. Come on. There's 3 more rooms. Let's break down the doors and never let them close them. 102 and 103 had been closed and could not be opened from the outside. Unless, of course, you have a key. But that's obviously impossible. So with almost 200 players left, Tonto locked his eyes on the remaining 104, 105, and 106. There was only one occupant of 102, and he was one of the fastest responders in the crowd. Almost the next moment the rotting sailor finished speaking, he rushed into the nearest room and unlocked the door. 103 was then taken by the 8 players who survived the previous round. Again, they were the fastest reacting group. As for 104, 105, and 106, which were flooded in by a responsive crowd of people, there was no way to close the door in a short period of time, unless the people inside could push out the players that were pouring in. Get out of here! Get out! The players inside were equally defiant and fought to push the door open. Players on both sides used playful tactics some even stuck their heads in the doorway just to keep the people inside from closing the door behind them. The man outside, on the other hand, was struggling to pick at the doorway with his fingers, his face suffocating with redness, even grimace. The men inside were likewise all red in the face and blue in the face, and after seeing that the regular effect was ineffective, simply have a heart of gold, and evil comes out of the guts. A couple of the more burly players, after boosting inside, slammed straight forward into pushing the player inside. He slammed the door so hard that the player who had blocked the door with his head instantly lost half of his head. The whole head was like a sandwich loaf of bread that had been squeezed, instantly dried up and oozes a milky white fluid. Even so, with the internal and external players, that head remained stuck in the door. And it's getting deflated. Good chance. The player outside seized this opening and slammed the door of the room hard. In an instant the room was flooded with an eager-eyed crowd even though there were only a measly 8 beds inside, none of them wanted to be outside. As soon as you enter the room, there must be life. More than 200 people competing for the remaining 3 rooms, a scene that could not be described as less grandiose. Each one kills with real fire, gnawing at the flesh of others with their teeth, gouging out their eyes with their hands, and all sorts of tricks were used. It interpreted the saying in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, the king becomes the loser. One man, however, was out of place and not part of the grand spectacle. Armin had been at the edge of the crowd, watching it all plaintively. Underneath his pale blue pupils, not a ripple could be seen, only to see him finally start walking and, calmly, he came to the 102 that had been unlocked to begin with. Knock knock. Armin knocked on the door. The rooms were still pretty well spaced out, at least from where Armin stood. Barely any players were seen fighting out real fire. Only a few fringe characters were squeezed out and then rushed back in with a scowl on their faces. Off. A cold voice came from room 102. This is the player from Sakura Nation, Kazuki Yamakawa. Kazuki Yamakawa, a third-generation Weird Tales player from Sakurakuni, who is a renowned writer of speculative fiction in the Sakurakuni, and it's a prestigious enough presence to be ranked in the top 3 in the global IQ rankings. At the same time, Yamakawa Ikimoku is seen as the last hope by the nation, which has been tormented by strange stories. At least, as far as it seems, Kazuki Yamakawa isn't doing anything less than his title, having only just listened to the eerie words of the rotting sailor. Just as quickly, the right conditions for survival were arrived at. This scene, projected on the Sakura Nation's light screen, caused all the Sakura Nation nationals to cry tears of joy. Great! They finally don't have to endure more weird talk than other countries. Every time, their Sakura Valley players don't live to see the end of the day. It was even them that the first strange talk descended upon. This has led them to endure more devastation than other countries, and most outrageously, the The populace of Sakura Nation have to deal with all random weirdness, not at all the kind that unifies them with other countries. Even the populace of the pickle country next door? Well, they've seen that kind of weirdness in the light curtains. At least, there are certain ways of coping. But what about them? Head balloons, ghost brides, what the is all this? Weird Tales game. Are you sure you're not targeting us in the great Sakura Nation? Chapter 65 Yamakawa Kazuki's Ambition. Room 102. Yamakawa Kazuki was dressed in a casual outfit. His face was cold, and his black pupils were filled with indifference. Listening to the cacophony of voices outside, his mind was impassive. He got a whole room as the one who reacted the fastest. He didn't think it was luck. Bunch of stupid losers. A cold smile played at the corner of Yamakawa Kazuki's mouth. In fact, not only does he think the people out there are losers, as well as the first two Sakura Nation players who participated in the Weird Tales game, which was equally crap. The heart of the game lies in mastery, like a headless fly, only following others around and messing with guys you can't mess with. You can't blame anyone for dying, but that's okay. The Sakura Kingdom will be saved by him. Kazuki Yamakawa, open the door. Open the ing door. There was a knock on the door of the room. You. Get the outta here. Disgust surfaced in Kazuki Yamakawa's eyes, filling them with indifference to the player who had knocked on the door of the room and, with full malice, this angry cry of his seemed to have an effect. After a futile jostling, the people gathered at the doorway left in a huff, and the fire rushes to the few remaining rooms. Ha! Yamakawa Kazuki shook his head with a sneer. He's been studying this Weird Tales game for a long time now, and as long as any item that has anything to do with weird powers, it will never be damaged by human power. In other words, he unlocked the door to his room. Unless it's a trick entry, it can't be opened by as many guys as come from outside. After lights out, I'm afraid there's been a change. Discarding the outside influences, Kazuki Yamakawa closed his eyes and pondered. It was a habit of his to close his eyes, if he had to comb through some clue to intersperse these clues and comb through them. This habit has been practiced almost since he was a child. That time, he was the one who killed a homeless man, and he was going to perfect the crime. He liked the feeling of mind games. It gave him a thrill, especially knowing that Armin is in this game. He had even more thoughts of competing against each other. The World IQ Rankings. Armin is the premier number 1, and as for number 2, then there is a mysterious man, and thirdly, there is he, Yamakawa Ikimoku. This list has nothing to do with accomplishments, but is entirely modeled by a wide variety of cases. The list that has been ranked. That's why this list is also known as Forbes Detective List. Armin, just wait. I'll take everything you've got and step on it. The corners of Yamakawa Kazuki's mouth involuntarily lifted, though as of right now, it seems that Armin has built up through 2 games of, not only do you get asset-rich ghost coins, but you also complete the transplantation of weird powers, with creepy dolls in his hands, and bone claws of unknown effect, of course, and the almost universal ghost fire. Ikimoku Yamakawa was outside and noticed, keenly, the lights in the corridor. The same ghostly green fire. It seems that in the world of Weird Tales, whenever the concept of light is needed, all of it is replaced with this ghostly green fire. Let's see. Here, Yamakawa Kazuki opened his eyes wide. Just surviving the first stage is far from enough. It's just the beginning of the game. Next, he needs to arm himself with everything he has. As a new player, the biggest difference between him and other players was the weakness of his own accumulation. Even the 8 rookies from the previous round likewise gained abilities for picking up the slack, and he had nothing on him. Everything started from scratch. There was one thing that was a relief to him. That is, upon entering the room, he realized that the ghostly erosion on his panel had disappeared. More accurately, it's stagnant. It didn't continue to reduce his life value. This alone greatly facilitated his actions afterward. New players almost always have a common weakness. That is, if you can't find a way to isolate the ghostly erosion within 11 hours, you will die. Isolating the ghostly erosion. As far as it seems, there are a total of 2 ways. First option, complete the Weird Tales game, survive, wait for the game to settle, and gain the ability. The second way, find the creepy item and use it. To a certain extent, it is able to produce inhibition, or elimination, of ghostly aura. The first approach is bull ***** to him. With 12 days of game time, he's trying to do it in 11 hours, which is nothing short of a fool's errand. So he could only hope for the second one now. Kazuki Yamakawa was in the outside world, before he was picked for the Weird Tales game, and was already thinking that, how to avoid this after entry. Under a great deal of observation, he came to this conclusion, and the most promising, by far, is Ghostfire. As for the other bizarre items, They were also within his consideration but required opportunity. I want to trade Ghostfire, Yamakawa Kazuki said indifferently. Above his head, there was a light bulb that emitted an eerie green light. He's taking a page from Armin's book now. Initiate a trade to Weird Tales of Will. Not enough ghost money. Weird Talk Will's voice was lifeless, like a dead ghost. I would trade body parts. A cold aura flashed in Yamakawa Kazuki's eyes. Heart, 50 ghost coins. Kidney, 30 ghost coins. Lungs, 30 ghost coins. Legs, 10 ghost coins. Arm, 10 ghost coins. Skin, 10 ghost coins. Lower body, 1 ghost coin. Head, 30 ghost coins. Eyes, 9 ghost coins. Left kidney. Left arm. Right eye. Lower body. Kazuki Yamakawa said without hesitation. Even if it will cost him a lot of important parts. By selling these things, I'll be able to exchange them for a base card. Yamakawa Kazuki doesn't regret his decision in the slightest. These parts, when sold, will not hinder his movements in the slightest. A total bargain. Transaction successful. Yamakawa Kazuki's pupils shrunk steeply, an extreme agony that caused him to curl up into a prawn-like shape. It was as if someone was digging the kidneys out of his body with a raw hand. The feeling was still spreading, gradually coming to his left arm, to his right eye. This agony, as it spread to the middle of his legs, was causing him to breathe even more heavily. The mental and physical torture reached its peak as if his lower body was soundly ripped open. But on the contrary, there was no blood coming out of his body, just like a smooth incision. Took everything and left no trace. It's good to know that giving is not without reward. Finally, it worked. With what was left of his left eye, Kazuki Yamakawa looked at the ghostly green flames that pranced in his hand. There was a flash of brilliance in his eyes. With it, he's going to have more leverage than anyone else. Other people's participation in this game may still be limited to staying alive. He sees more. It's not just a game of life and death. It's an opportunity. It's him. The opportunity to go from man to God. Knock knock. The knock on the door came again and, this time, however, it seemed calm, as if the person at the door was not in the least bit anxious. Off. Disdain flashed in Yamakawa Kazuki's eyes. Ghostly green flames jumped about him, and the eerie aura was inexplicably comforting. With ghost fire, he at least doesn't have to worry about triggering the law of certain death and getting killed directly by creepy. Safety is greatly enhanced. All watch. He, Yamakawa Kazuki, is going to buck everyone from now on. Chapter 66, Miscalculation. An eerie aura spread through the room, but it was not one that came from Yamakawa Ikimoku. What is it? Kazuki Yamakawa frowned, his eyes staring suspiciously at the door of the room. Seems like there's something back there in general? Who's behind the door when the ghost fire jumps so hard? Yamakawa Kazuki looked at the ghostly flame in his hand in disbelief. The latter was trembling uncontrollably in his hand. Like a fire about to be blown out by a gale. Could it be the creepy sailor? Yamakawa Ikimoku's gaze steepened. Subconsciously, he targeted his suspicion on the creepy head, but then he shook his head. It can't be it. It's almost 4 minutes before the 10-minute mark. Time's not up. It couldn't have made any other move. Ikimoku Yamakawa's study of the Weird Tales game shows that the rules are an insurmountable part of the, except for the one time when the flowers were unconscious. There was basically no deviation from this general direction at any time. More likely, Armin. Yamakawa Ikimoku's face turned cold. A cold aura filled his eyes, and then he let out a cold smile. Even if you are, what are you going to do? Is it hard to force the door of the room open? Yamakawa Kazuki sneered and shook his head back and forth. There is a price to be paid for breaking the rules. Leaving aside the question of whether or not the door to this room can be forced open, even if it could, that's not the point. The point is, what would that rotting sailor creep do? One doesn't have a second life for trial and error. Armin, would you bet on it? Or maybe, precognition. Yamakawa Ikimoku sat as if he were an old monk, coldly gazing at the door of the room, waiting for a good show to begin. Even if the door does manage to be forced open and that rotting sailor creepy won't interfere, then when the door opens, the calm room 102 is sure to be flooded with a frantic crowd. At that time, even if there are weird powers, so what? People's lives will be lost. Still care if you're an ableist or not? LOL. Hearts and minds. Armin, would you do that? Yamakawa Kazuki's eyes flashed with essence. Though Armin's persona is not portrayed well in these 2 rounds of the game, cold-blooded, liar, ungrateful asshole, executioner, and so on add to the list of titles. But the mountains and the rivers and the trees look real. All Armin did was to make this game more in his favor. In other words, the necessary hearts and minds will make the difference when it's not obvious. In the first round of the game, Armin played the players for fools, and sold them as goods to creepy. It is reasonable to assume that with the foregone conclusion that the players attending after they Never trust another word from the other side. But the situation has evolved in the opposite direction. For the second round of the game, Armin removes the threat of ghostly aura from the players, by means of ghostly cookies, thus winning a portion of goodwill, and again, by dabbling in danger first, and by saving the crowd at the moment of crisis. The offsets most of the wariness, so much so that by the end of the day, when Armin was needing them to recite the weird green vine code of, that player will subconsciously follow, because in their subconscious mind, what Armin did in the first round was a little unorthodox, though, but the second round, indeed, compensated them and had no tendency to add insult to injury. So do what he says and it should be. Nothing will happen, right? This was exactly the effect that Armin wanted. Armin, you're such a fascinating guy, and from when exactly? You just start laying it out. Yamakawa Ikimoku spoke from the bottom of his heart, but what flashed in his eyes was disdain. If it was him, he wouldn't even need to go through so much trouble, and would just use the young to force them to die. There's no need for such hypocritical tactics. The dagger that is raised with false benevolence will eventually smash into your own hands. Yamakawa Kazuki covered his entire body in ghostly fire and waited for the fun to begin. Forcing the door of the room open, the crowd outside poured in, and Armin, in his own interest, kill them all and secure your spot. In that case, the last bit of Armin's phony, benevolent persona would crumble. What he says will have no credibility. Those 8 players who intended to be spared by him became useless. No one will believe him anymore. Or, in consultation with himself, leave the door open, and the two of them occupy room 102 together, and unconditionally throw in 6 slots to make the gate fight amongst themselves. The strongest of the strong reside. In this way, without losing his false benevolence, and securing a place in the, it can be a double whammy. You're a smart man. I know which one you'll choose. A smirk swept across the corners of Kazuki Yamakawa's mouth, and he wasn't worried about Armin, who had forced open the door to his room. It'll kill him. For a guy like that, a more valuable guinea pig, far more in his interest than worthless mice. So either option, Armin would never kill him, unless he felt that there was no way he could be mastered by him. Yamakawa Kazuki's grin widened at the thought. If Armin did kill him, then not only would he not regret his miscalculation, instead, it will be exciting. What does that mean? He, Armin, is nothing but vanity. He's afraid of me. Yamakawa Kazuki hemmed and hawed as if he had thought of something very pleasing, not noticing, in the slightest, the doorknob that was turning. Wait, what? Yamakawa Kazuki's reaction is still quick. The twisting doorknob quickly drew his attention back to the door, disbelief thick in his eyes. It's actually the key. How did he get it? Yamakawa Kazuki's gaze was fixed, deadpan on the doorknob. The door to the room had a key, something he had long ago projected, but the key, shouldn't it be on Creepy's person? Wait a minute. Spooky? Yamakawa Kazuki, as if he had thought of something, his eyes widened abruptly. What happened next seemed to prove him right. The door to the room was opened and, come on, guys, get in there. Countless faces of hideous anxiety swarmed in and, the mountains and rivers were buried in the waves of the crowd all at once. Get the outta here. Reacting. Yamakawa Ikimoku's eyes flashed steeply with substantial fury. The ghost fire on his body spread towards the surroundings, burning those players who were close enough to shiver, as if they were being invaded by cold ice into their bone marrow. Yamakawa Kazuki, what are you doing? What are you doing? The surrounding players were shocked and angry, looking at the player who was rolling around in pain on the ground, and an angry question was issued to Yamakawa Kazuki. What for? Yamakawa Kazuki sneered, a cold aura flashing in his eyes. You, damn you. No, please, let me in. Like an emotionless robot, Kazuki Yamakawa was indifferent to the various pleas and yells. The ghostly flames on his body were as if he had opened a bloody mouth on one player after another. Jumping back and forth, player after player fell to the ground, gradually piling up a small mountain at the entrance. 102 The commotion gradually subsided. Damn, got laid. Kazuki Yamakawa looked a little hard, casually sitting on the bed where the body had been buried. His face was cold and he didn't know what he was thinking. Chapter 67, Keys to Transactions 101. After knocking on the door of the room to no avail, Armin looked calm, as if he had expected it. I want the trade key. Armin came up next to rotting Sailor Creepy and gazed calmly at his opponent. Yo, that's pretty rare. What do you want to trade me for? The rotting sailor spoke with eerie rapt attention, and the drooping eye dripped with, over Armin's body, sweeping back and forth, especially lingering the longest in the brain area. Ghost money. Armin spat out those 2 words calmly, but behind this is an unspeakable bravado. Ghost money? The rotting sailor was strangely startled, and May repeated the words, with a tone of incredulity. And then, somewhat menacingly, "Kid, you'd better not fool me or you'll die a horrible death." Apparently, it doesn't believe that Armin will have ghost coins, and in its perspective, the so-called ghost money of the other side, I'm afraid, is just some strange paper items, which don't have any weird effect at all. For $100, I want the key to 101. Without much ado, Armin simply took out the ghostly coin with a denomination of 100, floating silently in his hand. 101. The only room that hasn't been opened. This kid actually has it. The rotting sailor's eerie eyeballs steeped in surprise, and after repeated viewings, he finally determined that it's literally $100 in ghost money. You know, it works diligently on this giant wheel every day, and the ghost coins it can get every day. It's also much less, to be counted in cents. Only at the end of the month is there a pathetic little bit of employee benefits, like extra meals in the cafeteria. So naturally, these players who come aboard are the bread and butter in its eyes. It's impossible to expect to squeeze out the oil. It's more of a mouthful, as well as forcing them to work to gain benefits for themselves. It's not like these players have to pay a salary, so when the time comes, won't all the money be its? You're changing the keys to 101? Rotting sailor creepy, gulped, and his tone changed dramatically. Those drooping eyeballs never left those 100 ghost coins for a second. Obviously, this is an unquestionably huge amount of money for it. Deal, or no deal. Armin's countenance was unchanged, and his calm vision, as the rotting sailor eerily seemed to, but it was like a harsh sword, making it a little anxious. Switch, as if fearing that the other would cancel. The rotting sailor, bizarrely, took the maggot-ridden arm and, straight into his mouth, he shoved it, then removed a moldy set of keys. Here's the key to 101, do you want the rest? Rotting sailor creepy asked, somewhat expectantly. It's not like these keys are of any use to it. This thing has plenty of them. For the player too, like an impenetrable minefield, the door to the room could never be opened. For all their shenanigans on these boats, it's a matter of words. How much do you want? Armin did not refuse, and remained in the same unperturbed manner. The others agreed that. It seemed to have fallen into his calculations long ago. Well, rotting sailor creepy pretended to hesitate and deliberately paused for a few seconds before he was speaking. Tell you what, seeing as how you're the first customer in this, I'll give you a friendly price on this deal, plus the key to 101, 500 ghost dollars. The rotting sailor's eyes glittered with greed and his breath was smoky. 500 ghost coins. Ha, I'm afraid it's not worth that much on its own. No, I refuse. Armin shook his head in a very dry refusal, his pale blue pupils unperturbed by the change. He had a huge amount of money on him, but he could never account for it all. Besides, it doesn't deserve to use so many resources on its own. 500 ghost coins, and a real dare. The difference between human and creepy also seems to be nothing more than an ideological shift. The greed in his bones remains unchanged. Hey, kid, there's only 5 minutes left before the end of the. If you don't deal with me and get the key to 101, you're going to have to stay in the hallway. The rotting sailor let out a weird, wacky laugh that seemed to eat at Armin. Said wistfully, when the 10 minutes were up, the lights went out in the corridor, and he did not return to his room, and by that time it's hard to tell what will appear in the hallway. It's a naked threat. For the battle for the room was now gradually coming to a close. Room 102 is occupied by Kazuki Yamakawa. Room 103 is occupied by the 8 players who survived the previous round. Room 104 is occupied by the 8 people who survived a bloody fight. The situation in room 105 was still at a stalemate, with dozens of people still scrambling inside as we watched. The situation in room 106 was no better, again with dozens of people. The corridors were littered with bodies, bleeding out and trampled to death. Now it's all like unattended garbage, quietly tossed in the corner. No deal, and I'll get in the room, Armin said slyly. Over his shoulder, a tattered and torn doll with ghostly flames that was lying on his back, with 2 empty eye sockets, looking across the room at the rotting sailor creepy. Rotting sailor creepy blanched. This kid does have something over the other guys. In 5 minutes, I'm afraid I could really be killed in by this kid. At that point, there's really no need for a trade. Name your price. Then, the drooping eyeballs of the rotting sailor creepy compromised somewhat reluctantly. Looking dead at the ghost coin in Armin's hand. There was no way it was going to let this deal go yellow. Proper greed since it didn't work out. Forget it, at least get the 100 ghost coins. Yes, my bid is. The corners of Armin's mouth lifted in an arc, as if he'd already lured some guy into falling for it. How much? The rotting sailor asked, with bizarre impatience. It can't wait to get this deal done. If it wasn't restricted by the rules, it would have even wanted to go up and rob it. Let's see how much ghost money this guy has on him. 50. Armin calmly spat out the number, and with the 100 denomination in his hand, it also became 50. What? Rotting Sailor Creepy, who seemed a little incredulous, and whose voice rose a couple of degrees, and it made the players who were scrambling for it look over with sideways glances. Are you ting me? Rotting Sailor Creepy, a little angry, his aura steeply changing. The cold aura spread rapidly in all directions, making those ordinary players almost gasp for air. Even the players who were in the room felt the grim aura spreading that. There was a flurry of disbelief. Of course not. I was the one who begged you just now, and now you're the one who's begging me. It's natural to bid a little lower. Armin shook his head and gave a harmless smile. Chapter 68. $10 is also money. Ha! The rotting sailor smiled a weirdly cold smile, his drooping eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty, cold light that droplets of water ticked down on his body, as if the next moment, he would be a puddle of flowing liquid. Dare to play it, a district human. How dare it? Looks like you don't want a deal. Well, deal's over. With a rather sad sigh, Armin ignored the eerie threat of the rotting sailor and looked calm and then twisted around and headed for the remaining 2 rooms. Fighting still permeated the area, with the remaining players killing for the last chance of survival. If he goes down, there is no doubt about the end. Naturally. Come back. The deal goes on. I agree with your offer. Seeing that the other party really wasn't ready to trade, the rotting sailor Creepy looked gloomy. There was no good-natured shouting. It backed off after all, even though it knew the other side had tricked it. At least it's $50. Rotting Sailor Creepy consoled itself mentally with the fact that $50. Which to it, it's also an unquestionably huge amount of money. Well, steady as she goes. Oh, the corners of Armin's mouth lifted, purposely lengthening his tone as if to confirm. $50 is $50. Get back here. It's about time. I'll see how you still trade, the rotting sailor said with eerie anxiety. It stopped pretending altogether, and the tendency in its body to go nearly berserk disappeared. All at once, with the reverting back to that eager look, the greed in his eyes was clearly visible. The rules are there, after all, and if it attacks for no reason, it won't be allowed. Like the unlucky one on the deck, while calling out its name, that's what triggered the law of assault. It's a pit. Well, the deal can go on. Armin pondered slightly, then smiled. Then he stretched out his palm, which was squeezing a ghost coin. The rotting sailor looked with weird impatience toward the palm, the drooping eye that, after reading the denomination, it instantly widened, and even the pitch of his voice rose again. $10? You, human, you're really pissing me off. The rotting sailor's weird breath became extremely unsteady again, and the ugly face of the rage is clearly etched on it, over and over again. Do you really think it's made of clay? Vaguely, it appeared that there was something extra in the limited space. Like I said, deals don't stay set in stone, Armin said in a flat tone, the ghostly fire on his body, calmly prancing and wrap it securely. Ha, you just said $50. Why is it $10 now? That's what you call change, the rotting sailor said in a weirdly sinister voice, his drooping eyeballs revealing a deep murderous intent. Its patience with this human boy was running out. I can't kill you, and I can't hinder you from accomplishing your mission. When the sailor chief comes out in the hallway, let's see you die. Rotten Sailor Creepy hated the thought. I don't know when, but the greed for ghost coins was much weaker all of a sudden. I'm afraid it's the sight of 10 ghost coins, from 100 to 50 to the final 10 that, the contrast of a near 10-fold shrinkage is too much for anyone to bear. Not to mention that it was a guy like it who had a deep greed for ghost coins. It was worse than taking its life. No, $50 was the going rate at the time, and at that point I had a trade in mind. So it's 50, but now that I no longer want to trade, and you're the one who wants to continue this deal doesn't mean much to me anymore. So I'm only offering $10. Armin shook his head and narrated with the calm demeanor of a shrewd businessman. Makes Rotting Sailor Creepy hate his guts. Damn it! How did this kid get so savvy? Rotting Sailor Creepy was almost frantic in its mind as it felt more and more that this was the pits. At first, $100 instantly whetted its appetite for the, so much so that it offered a bigger price tag. As it turned out, Armin didn't play by the rules and just cancelled the deal. The reason, on the other hand, is that it is too costly. So the next thing you know, Rotten Sailor Creepy had to take the offer of $100. But what you get is a $50 bid from Armin, because of the key in its hand. Dispensable. Armin, by his own power. Places are also available. The rotting sailor shenanigans and has to grit his teeth and accept yet another $50 offer. In its opinion, having been set up by this guy already, this human should always be satisfied, right? But as it turned out, it was very wrong. $10. $10. How did this human make such a deranged offer? But it's so biased that it can't find a place to refute it. First trade, cancelled because it was too appetizing. For the second trade, it had a request, but was exasperated by Armin's second offer. The deal is cancelled again. For the third deal, it has minimized the posturing of the, and it turns out that Armin drove straight to 10? In the beginning, it was indeed Armin who had a request for the rotting sailor creepy and needed to get the room key, but then it was like the opposite. It became that it had a request for Alman. Just like a hooked fish, the more it wants those ghost coins, the deeper it's in. The more it clings to the bait, the tighter the hook is hooked. It's not coming off anymore. $10, trade or not. I'm leaving, Armin said coldly, with an air of unconcern, his face calm and unruffled. Deal. The rotting sailor trembled eerily, forcing down the anger in his heart. And, ultimately it was actually agreeable to that $10 offer. There's not much time left in the countdown. $10 is better than nothing. Forget it, it's cheap for this kid. Let him laugh for a while now. Next, there's going to be a time when this kid begs for himself. Rotting sailor creepy kept soothing himself, trying to soothe his damaged mind. Being a creepy and being forced to break defense by a human is also a long time to live. The deal between the two parties was quickly finalized. And, rotting sailor creepy, a set of keys in his hand, appeared directly into Armin's hand. The ghost coins in Armin's hand also turned into white light and appeared in the rotting sailor's creepy hand. Happy trading, Armin said with a smile, shaking the keys off his hand and finding the 101 one. Get the hell out of here, said the rotting sailor in a weirdly impatient voice, who naturally didn't give Armin the benefit of the doubt, clutching the $10 in his hand tightly, as if he was afraid the $10 would fly away. Armin smiled slightly and shrugged, then called out towards the players who were still fighting. Gentlemen, in my hand are the keys to these 5 rooms, so you can take them yourselves. What? There's a key? Some of the players who were still fighting shouted in instant surprise when they heard Armin's words. This is like rain from heaven for them. Armin tossed the set of keys straight over. I remember 102 is the only one in there. Come on, let's get in there. Yes, it's that Sakura Nation player. He's the only one. Let's rush in. The players were agitated, and in their view of the 2 remaining locked rooms, it's all full inside, and they can't always push it open even if they have a key. But 102 is different. With only 1 player inside, how could it possibly stop the push of so many of them? Chapter 69, Photographs in Room 101. A swarm of players poured into 102 and began a bloody scramble. Yamakawa Kazuki's exasperated voice could be faintly heard over the din. Armin didn't bother to look, but took the key to 101 and, straight through this corridor to the door of 101. 101. There was a flash of blue in Armin's eyes, and his light blue pupils darted and flashed. It was as if there was something in there that piqued his great interest. No one is allowed in. 101 has this notice on the front door. I'm afraid this notice is also a big reason for not opening up. Having the key isn't enough. Armin shook his head and took the battered doll into his hands and, sharp bone claws pinched its head. Get your human skin out, put it over the doorknob, and unscrew it, Armin said coldly, then inserted the key to 101 directly into the lock hole but it didn't twist. The worn-out doll gave the other a visibly sultry look, then reluctantly floated up and, the human skin slowly poked out of the torn cavity. Unscrew it. Armin's gaze froze, and the ghostly flames on his body pulsed as if he was wary of something. Broken old dolls behaved themselves and did as they were told. I don't know if it's because of the ghost fire or the bone claws. The human skin twisted into the shape of a human hand, then grasped the key exposed in the lock hole and gave it a slow twist. Click, like a dusty box being opened. The mechanism inside the lock hole slowly twists and, it brings a sense of dusty age. The worn-out doll's body suddenly shook, as if it had encountered some major crisis. The key-twisting human skin, as if it were coming to life, kept swinging, fighting the worn-out doll for control. Armin looked unchanged, indifferent to the abnormality of the worn-out dolls. Just staring at the door to room 101. Soon the door to the room opened as if by its own accord, revealing a crack. Beyond the gap, it was dark and nothing could be seen. A shadowy aura came out like a tidal wave. A cold frost even formed on Armin's brow, but his face remained unchanged. The gaze never shifted. Go. With a leap, the ghostly fire on Armin's body covered the door to the room and gradually spread inside. The frost on his face gradually melted away and he returned to his original appearance. And the crack behind the door seemed to be going through something, with the occasional click of burning. The crisis doesn't seem to be lifting. The door to room 101 was violently pushed open by a huge force, with the speed of a strangely fast. A dark shadow sprang out from within 101 and lunged straight at Armin. Armin reacted quickly, His light blue pupils condensed, and his transplanted bone claws were like sharp iron hooks. That deadly containment of the black shadow's neck prevented it from moving the slightest bit, and it could only keep struggling. There seemed to be coldness in Armin's eyes. The dark figure that was being controlled was a tattered mannequin, only it was extremely tall and, it's like a living, breathing person that transforms. Like the creepy doll, its mouth was sewn shut with silk thread, but its eyes, yet it looks like a real human eye, not the buttons of a creepy puppet. After this creepy doll was contained, the creepy doll over there, who was being held by the door to room 101, as if breathing a sigh of relief, the constantly shaking human skin finally calmed down. Don't just stand there, come and help. Without the slightest regard for the feelings of the creepy dolls, Armin, the opponent, was almost lost to the creepy mannequin. That human skin is the equivalent of a creepy doll's lifeblood, and if the skin breaks or is taken away, it's no different than being dead. The creepy doll looked stricken, and even though it didn't have the concept of godliness, it wasn't hard to make out that it was in a mood to curse at this point. But it's time to work, or it'll be the next one to get Ed. The creepy doll floated over and then wrapped itself in human skin onto the figure. It's exactly the same as when you wrap the principal. I can't let you swallow it completely, so you control it here. Armin's pale blue pupils rippled as he directly revoked his control over the mannequin. Only a certain portion of the ghostly fire was left to burn on the creepy mannequin's body. The creepy doll obviously had a lot of questions, and looked at Armin somewhat numbly with empty eye sockets. Armin, however, had no intention of sympathizing. Keep an eye on it. If it gets out of its trap, you know the consequences. Armin went straight inside room 101, leaving the creepy dolls outside the door and, holding back alone. The creepy doll's body shuddered, but it still held the doll under the human skin with all its might. The reason is simple. This creepy mannequin is trying to grab its human skin, and once you let this guy out of the bag, he was the first to suffer. Instead of that, it would be better to work for Armin honestly, at least without fear for his life. Inside room 101, there was a single bed, and a table, and a closet. The furnishings were simple, yet so much better than the other few rooms. 8 people crammed into one room, with no extra furnishings in the entire room except for the bunk beds. Found it. With a flash of essence, Armin used that bone claw to pick up the photos laid out on the table. The photos on the table were a set of black and white photos of a single person in a mugshot. The man in the mugshot, looking numb and dead, his pupils out of focus. Just like a dead man, but in full officer's uniform, with 3 stars set on the right shoulder. Chronologically, this would have been centuries ago. This is very unusual, because the man in the mugshot is wearing an officer's uniform that is standard old-fashioned uniform. The corresponding date is exactly 3 centuries ago, and in those days, there was no concept of cameras. As for ships, it's never going to happen, and the star on his right shoulder reveals even more eeriness. Of all the military merit systems of 3 centuries ago, none matched this photograph. Armin's gaze steeped and focused on the 3 stars over his right shoulder. His knowledge of all of human history, as a 3-time Nobel Prize winner, not to say that he knew it like the back of his hand, but the vast majority of the knowledge that was in his mind was definitely not misremembered. So he's pretty sure that the uniform style in this photo is similar to what it was 3 centuries ago, but the military merit system is definitely not on Blue Star. The person in this photo does not exist in the history of the Blue Planet. Parallel universes in different dimensions? The blue aura in Armin's eyes flashed one after another. Armin was looking at the man in the photo and was in deep thought. The man in the photo, however, moved and pressed his face up to take up the entire photo, staring stiffly at Armin. Chapter 70, It's Dead. The atmosphere became weird all of a sudden. Armin held the photograph in his hand, and the man in it, staring at him with dead, ghastly pupils. Not a hint of anger. The two stared at each other. Armin's impassive, pale blue pupils, calmly gazing at each other. Photo ghosts. Armin looked calm, and the ghostly fire on his body rose steeply, wrapping it up. The ghostly fire creaked and burned, and the photograph, set in a wooden frame, was impassive. See ghosts and fire as nothing. Ghost fire unable to pose a threat. Danger level 3 stars. Armin muttered to himself in his mind, his eyes staring, neither putting the photograph down. No other moves were made either. The scene is at a standstill. The ghost of the photograph, in the photograph, slowly raised his pale right hand, and then toward Armin. A light grip, like grasping air. Armin's pupils shrank, his expression steeped in seriousness, and he firmly gripped the photograph with that bone claw that, not the slightest bit of slack. The ghostly fire on his body disappeared. Is it possible to inflict an attack even through a picture frame, but only against shenanigans? Or, it's to drain the weird power from me. Armin's gaze went to his bone claws, his pale blue pupils flickering slightly. Creepy fruit can't cross another creepy to cause an attack. If there must be an attack, another kind of shenanigans must be addressed first. Armin had long ago come to this conclusion. Whether it was Ghostfire or Bone Claw, even the creepy dolls are based on this theory. Gaining control of the Ghostfire through ghost coins, the creepy dolls can't get past the Ghostfire attack. Ghostfire can't absolutely overpower the dolls either, and the two can stay in balance. And the Bone Claws were obtained from the principal of the Green Vine Ghost School. It can be absolutely crushing to the creepy dolls. This creates a situation where he can control the creepy dolls. Now, it's the same situation, but much more sinister. Suppressed by a Bone Claw, yet still able to launch an attack. Armin's eyes stared and gazed firmly at the man in the photo. The man in the photo was wearing a military uniform, and on the right hand that it extends, herself flickered with a ghostly flame. Armin tried, and found that he couldn't make a connection with the Ghostfire. It's like being cut open raw. So, his current bizarre power is just a Bone Claw. The man in the photograph, after a brief pause, raised his left hand again and same direction again, same handshake again. A cold glint flashed in Armin's eyes, and the transplanted Bone Claw pinched hard and the frame shattered with a click, and the man in the photo stopped his next move. The shattering of the photo frame doesn't seem to be a good thing though. The man in the photo, his body twisted up in a strange amplitude, his whole body swelled up, like a twitching octopus that had turned into tentacles all the way down to the neck. It was looking at Armin in a hideous manner. Armin looked as if he were an iceberg, not at all moved by the strangeness within the photograph. The Bone Claws renewed their force, vowing to crush the picture frame. Click, click, as the frame continued to break, and the creepiness in the photo became more frantic. Constantly twisting and turning, as if trying to break out of the photo. Armin responded stoically, without the slightest hint of his feelings being touched by the. It seems that fear is a foreign term. The picture frame finally broke completely. All Armin had in his hands now was a single, thin photo. His bone claws were so sharp that it seemed like it would only take one click to tear the entire picture apart. But he didn't do that. Come, light words came out of Armin's mouth. I just saw the ghostly fire in that photo. Suddenly disappeared and reappeared on Armin again. After this is done, the creepiness in the photo seems to have shriveled up as if it was back to being the dull-looking man in uniform again. And everything was as if nothing had happened. The eerie aura in the space does not dissipate. How much longer are you going to watch? Armin said this for no reason at all, and calmly gazed at a corner of the room. The air seemed to be silent for a few seconds. Then only a slender and beautiful figure suddenly stepped out from the shadows in the corner. If you took a closer look, wasn't this person Lin Hua? How did you find out? Lin Hua asked with a frown. Puzzled. Your breath. Armin shrugged, rather helplessly. Lin Hua froze at his words and looked at the ghostly flames jumping on the other party's body, seeming to understand something. This guy. So he found out a long time ago. There was an indescribable displeasure in Lin Hua's heart, as if she had originally thought that the sky was the limit. It turned out that the other party had seen through it long ago, only that she hadn't said anything, leaving her with an unspeakable dislike. There's a problem on this ship. Lin Hua's expression was cold and she hadn't forgotten Hana Wujue's order. Even with all the dislike, this guy was needed to fulfill Hanati-Isama's order. I know. Armin nodded, showing no surprise at all. Nor did he inquire why the other was here. Lin Hua couldn't sit still now. Lord Flower Emperor said that I should cooperate with you, and that you can ask me for help if you need it. The secrets of the ship, I need to know. Lin Hua's tone was cold. Armin nodded, not taking his eyes off the picture still in his hands. Lin Hua was silent and simply didn't say anything anymore, ready to see what this guy is planning to pull. He's going to suffer when what's in this picture is released. Lin Hua looked at the photos and suddenly had a wicked sense of humor. There is indeed a creepy inside the photo and it can't come out for some reason. If you rip the photo apart, this creepy one will come out. She had just been hidden in the shadows, watching this very scene. In fact, was waiting for this creepy to come out so she could strike. By the way, I want to kill this human's sharpness. Did you feel anything? Armin suddenly asked out of the blue. Lin Hua frowned, not understanding what Armin meant. That's the only questionable photo in this room, other than the creepy mannequin. To feel what? No. Lin Hua said dryly, a layer of doubt lingering between her brows. It's dead, Armin said softly, before tearing the photo apart as soon as he could. Lin Moyi's pupils shrunk slightly, and as she watched the photo being torn in half, but nothing came up. This can't be right. Lin Hua's eyes were filled with astonishment. She could be sure that the weirdness in the photo definitely existed. How can you die? Nothing is impossible. Armin shook his head, then said in a somewhat grave tone, The creepy one in the photo is just a replica, not the real thing at all. Chapter 71 Room, Bed Check, Danger Ahead. What do you mean? Lin Hua's eyes narrowed, vaguely thinking of something. The photographs are reproducible. The weirdness in them doesn't exist. It just retains the form. They're long dead. And if the photos were torn apart, the spookiness would cease to exist. It's just a photograph with a weird power. And when you lose the carrier, you lose everything. The fellow in the photograph, if I'm not mistaken, is the captain of the ship which, it's actually a warship. Armin looked calm, his pale blue pupils flickering slightly. And if that's the case, what role do they play in this? 10-minute countdown ends. Lights out in the hallway. Bed check is about to begin. Wake up in 6 hours. Note, if the bosun finds out that you're not sleeping, something bad is going to happen. As the lights in the corridor, one by one, went out, the midnight hour on this great ship of, and there it is. Come on, stop talking and go to bed. The players were solemn. The 5 rooms along the corridor were silent, and the doors to the last rooms, 105 and 106, remained wide open, engulfed in darkness. Those players who didn't make it within the allotted time, and get a spot, were all eliminated. In the dark corridor, you could faintly see something dripping with water that, one step at a time on the floor. 6 hours? Phew, that's pretty rare. The player lying on the bed couldn't help but think in his mind that it actually felt like some tossing and turning. The word rest just doesn't seem like it should exist in the world of weird stories. Vigilance and crisis go hand in hand, and a single moment of laxity can have disastrous consequences. These players, even if they had been granted a place in the room, did not dare to close their eyes in the least. Or two, after closing your eyes, you can't help but open them the next moment. Psychologically depressed, they can't sleep at all. The door to room 102 was the first to be wrenched open. A tall, shadowy figure stepped in and a drooping eyeball is faintly visible. Coming, Yamakawa Ikimoku, lying in the center of the corpses, austere, surrounded by corpses. All he could do was lie in bed surrounded by these bodies. With a slight sideways glance, one could see player after player, killed by the ghostly flame of. Masanori stared at him in death. Knock! The sound of a sibilant voice came. Vaguely, a sound of something being stomped on could be heard. What's in room 102? It's corpses. The size seems huge. Yamakawa Kazuki had his eyes closed, but it didn't affect speculation in the slightest. The shadow stopped in front of the first bed and unusually roughly, he threw the body off the bed. Then the second bunk, the third bunk, until he came to the bed where Kazuki Yamakawa was lying. Damn, why does it feel a little cold? Yamakawa Kazuki, with some tension in his heart, knew very well that I'm afraid that creepy is coming to his bed. Corpses aren't considered living, so there's no such thing as going to sleep. It was ruled that they didn't sleep, and creepy was the one who threw them out of their beds. Yamakawa Ikimoku muttered silently to himself in his mind. There was some inexplicable nervousness about the proximity of the shenanigans. It always feels as if something is going to happen. Did something go wrong? Kazuki Yamakawa frowned. He could feel that instead of leaving, the bedside creepy stayed a little too long, as if it was thinking about something. Room, bed check, 8 places. Where the hell is it? Yamakawa Iki, inexplicably annoyed, thought himself infallible but the situation at hand is absolutely telling. What exactly caused him to be targeted by creepy? Creepy suddenly moved. Kazuki Yamakawa felt an extra sensation of being covered in mucus on his face, and there was a single tentacle, sliding back and forth across it, accompanied by a sickening, fishy odor. Alarm bells went off in Kazuki Yamakawa's mind, and almost subconsciously, he was about to summon the ghost fire out of but at the last minute, it was suppressed in a raw manner. It should have been some kind of test. If I broke the rules, I should be dead by now. There's no way there's going to be this kind of tryst. Iki Yamakawa thought firmly, thinking that he hadn't violated the rules so right now it's just a matter of surviving the nasty tryst. What the hell is that? Yamakawa Ikimoku's heart churned with evil. He could feel tentacle after tentacle that was traveling back and forth all over his body, and encountering blank spaces that still have to reach in and try it out. Several times, Yamakawa Kazuki couldn't help but use the ghost fire, but underneath reason. Still, I forced myself to endure it. It was only after 5 long minutes of ravishment that the shadow was content to withdraw all of his tentacles. Then came the next bed and continued to repeat the process of throwing away the bodies, looking again at Yamakawa Ikimoku, in relief, but with a strong sense of shame. That sticky feeling all over his body made him feel uncomfortable. This damned thing, the day I become a god, I'm going to get you killed. An intense indignation filled Yamakawa Iki's chest. Room 102 was examined, and the shadow retreated from the midst of the room. And Yamakawa Kazuki never opened his eyes from the beginning until 6 hours had come. He was never going to open it. Actually, he's right. For, the moment the door of room 102 was closed, the shadows did not withdraw from the room. Instead, he came next to him silently, gazing at the mountains and the trees. It wasn't until 2 minutes had passed that the door was reopened, closed again, and left 102. It stinks. Yamakawa Kazuki felt his body filled with a fishy stench, a sensation that drove him crazy, and one can only silently contemplate the key points of this strange game of talk. Closing his eyes was just enough to clear his mind. 6 hours is not too boring. The next room. The 8 players who had survived the last round were silent, just lying on their beds, quietly asleep. None of them were equally asleep. Yurito was in bed number 1, his eyebrows knit together as his heart beat violently. Something's wrong. Yurito's heart fluttered, and just now, his ability was unleashed. Hazard sensing, passive ability. When there's danger approaching, your heart will buzz to warn you. The next impending danger. A skill that isn't exactly cocky, nor is it excellent. It can only be described as middle of the road. Armin's precognition could give him countless opportunities for trial and error. Instead, he can only sense danger ahead of time and has a good idea of what it is, how to respond to it. None of it. 8 people in a room, checking the bed. Why is it dangerous? Yurito's heart thumped. Chapter 72, The Real Trap. It's the identity. At the last minute, Yurito, the Bear Country player, finally figured it out. Where exactly is the problem? Though he didn't know just how big the Terror Mega Wheel was, but there could never be only 5 rooms inside. These spaces are open, but are they really open? There's a problem with the rules prompt for Weird Tales of Will. Please enter your room before lights out, and when the bosun checks in, go to sleep or something bad will happen. He hadn't met the Sailor Master, but that didn't stop him from knowing that it was also a creepy. He'd already learned the insidious nature of these shenanigans in the last round of the Green ID Ghost School game. How many killing machines are lurking in a small 405 classroom? It's true that these shenanigans don't break the rules, but again, they lead you into the blind spots of the rules. In the last round of the Weird Tales game, our true identities were not students, but candidates. This round, what is our identity? A question that jumped into Yurito's mind, causing fine beads of sweat to ooze from his forehead. While on deck, Armin had asked the rotting sailor trickster to bring them down. Rotting sailor Creepy did as he was told. This suggests that it was going to take the players down in the first place. Later it mentions getting up for work after 6 hours. What are the players' identities? Sailor? No, it's not. If that's the case, how could this rotting sailor shenanigans be revealed on purpose? Unless they are not. But, stowaways. Yurito was chilled and his body involuntarily trembled lightly. He understood it all. The rules on Weird Tales Will are correct. Not entering the room before lights out will kill you. It would kill you not to sleep while the bosun comes in to check on your room. But there's one more thing. If you are not a passenger on this huge ship, you will die just the same. This is a hidden condition. If it's a cruise ship on the blue planet in this situation, the stowaways are on board. It is naturally impossible for others to throw people off the boat, and they can only make them responsible for some manual labor to offset the money for the boat ticket. But where is this place? This is Weird Tales World. It's a ghost ship. The end of the stowaways being discovered on this is, naturally, obvious. It's going to die. I'm afraid that's, in fact, the source of his heart warning. Thinking of this, Yurito opened his eyes fiercely and sat up straight with a carp. His sudden movement left the player in the lower bunk, somewhat confused. What's going on? The weirdness is coming soon. Wouldn't it be a death wish to sit up now? Yurito obviously knew this, especially since the doorknob had begun to turn. It made a clicking sound. The atmosphere in the room was tense to the core. The remaining 7 surviving players were intent on alerting, but were unable to protect themselves. The only thing you can do is pretend you didn't hear anything and pretend you're asleep. Play dead. Don't breathe. Immediately after Yurito's anxious cry, he lay down again, and drew a great breath of, caught up in holding my breath. He didn't know if this method would work, but it was the only way for now. They don't have a weird power addition like Armin's, only a middling ability. The fact is, all 8 of them have about the same abilities that. There's the ability to briefly hide your breath for 2 minutes, the ability to circumvent a bizarre attack once, and the ability, like Armin's, to, but then pull down a little bit, like Yurito's danger warning, for example. Those few life-saving abilities are, after all, few and far between, and they only activate once an hour. It's more of a more sparse ability like Yurito, the Windmill Nation player in his bunk, for example, was Perspective, a cockamamie ability. Weird Tales of the World, Perspective doesn't help at all. At least they haven't found a use for perspective yet. It's so crotch-pulling compared to other skills, but at least they were the 8 who had survived the last round together. And the 8 had spontaneously formed a small group, and led by Yurito. Reason? I'm afraid it's because he was the only one who didn't take an E. What's he up to? Bed number 4, the Hansa-addict player. The sensual black silk glasses beauty. Her pretty eyebrows knitted. She gained the ability to maintain exactly 2 minutes of invisibility. This ability was very similar to Lin Mua's initial ability, but it's pulling down even more, because Lin Mua's concealment had no time limit. Playing dead? Did he find something? The player from the Hansa-addict country. Helena stumbled in her mind and her pretty face went slightly white. Obviously, she thought of Yurito's ability. Hazard warning. Abominable. Helena obviously didn't dare gamble, even if her powers could only be activated once a day, so she chose to go straight into hiding. Ka! The next moment the door opened directly, and 8 men lay moodily on the bed. Almost everyone subconsciously did what Yurito asked, but not all of them got the gist of it. For example, bunk number 2, Yurito's bunk, the Yiddish player, who at this point is just motionless and, there's no holding your breath. Like him, there are 2 more. Enter the shadows of room 103 and stand in front of the conjoined beds number 1 and 2. Yurito on the top bunk had his breath tightly shut, like a dead man. The Italian country player on the bottom bunk is pretending to be asleep. Shade seems to have a choice. Ah! The Yiddish player suddenly shrieked, as if he were killing a pig, and grasped the bed with a death grip that, it was as if something was dragging him down. And following the red light from the window, the shadow could see that at the same moment, with at least 8 tentacles that wrapped around the body of the Yiddish player. You devil! Let go of me! Oh, I don't want to die. The Yiddish player resisted feebly, and was dragged, step by step, to the body of the shadow. Then it was swallowed whole by a pair of large fang mouths. The sound of chewing echoed through room 103. The remaining 7 players turned pale. Yurito, located in bed number 1, was apparently holding up, not moving in the slightest. Even as the bed was rattled by the Yiddish player, he didn't exhale even a single breath. The results of this are remarkable. Or rather, he bet right. The shadow lingered for a few more breaths, then left directly in front of the conjoined beds of Nos. 1 and 2. Came to the conjoined beds of 3 and 4. Bed number 3 was the Sunset Nation player. A handsome young man with light blonde hair and a delicate face. He's a smart guy. Did as Yurito said, holding his breath tightly. He didn't give up, even if that suffocating feeling, coming in bursts, was. Hold it firmly. As for the bottom bunk, Hansa-addict player, Helena used concealment early on. It's no longer in the shadows attack. Helena, who had used concealment, stood off to the side, watching the shadows with some nervousness, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 73 Decisions. The red light from the window poured out silently. No more, no less, just enough to light up a portion of the area within the room. Just in time, too, nestled into the side of the shadows, covered with red light on the side. A drooping, dead eyeball drooped, the arms covered in white maggots and the trademark rot, all without fail. This shadow, the rotting sailor outside the corridor. What's going on? Could it be the bosun? In an instant, Helena associated a lot of things, and underneath her beautiful eyes, she looked at the other party in astonishment. Under the 2-minute cloaking effect, the rotting sailor couldn't spot her. From the side, the physical features on this shade, and some of the landmarks of it's all pointing to the fact that this is that rotting sailor shenanigans. The only place where there is still controversy. It's this rotting sailor shenanigans. Exactly what it is to carry out the work of a bosun's mate in a conscious manner. Or is it unconscious? Helena felt she had discovered the key. While on deck, the rotting sailor had said himself that she's a sailor on this big, scary ship. So, is it a sailor? Or a bosun? Or maybe, before the lights went out, it was a sailor. After the lights went out, it became a bosun. Why would Helena have this conjecture? For the rotting sailor's bizarre appearance, though much worse, in the cavernous belly of but a big hole was broken open. Countless slime-covered pink tentacles stuck out from inside, and in the center of this gathering, something else was clearly present. Most critical. Rotting sailor creepy looks really, really creepy. If it starts out with this dead, numb look, Helena might not have had that doubt yet. Now, however, the rotting sailor had apparently gone from communicable to a walking corpse. There's a big problem here. The last round of Ivy League ghost schools, she'd seen the bloodman creepy that could hide inside a player. So creepy, how could it not? Maybe, inside this rotting sailor was another creepy. Rotting sailor creepy, as always, stood in front of the Siamese bed. For once, it didn't rush off and Instead, he stood in the middle of the two conjoined beds as if he was thinking about something. Yurito's heart was beating hard. Thud, thud, thud. His heart almost jumped out of his chest, and this is a sign that this strange shadow has already set its sights on him. Or maybe, staring at him at the same time. The Sunburst Nation player in bunk 3 is nervous, too, because that grimness seeps right by the head. It was obvious to feel that horrible creepy, standing right next to it, peering in. This horrible atmosphere naturally made him very nervous. Add to that, the choking sensation that hit me with a burst of. In a moment of inadvertence, he exhaled a breath outward, and even though he quickly recaptured his breath but it's too late, the shadow moved, and from under its head, that open cavity of the belly, 7 or 8 pink tentacles reached out and yanked straight at the Sunset Nation player in bed number 3, and at this distance, Helena could see it even more clearly. The pink tentacle with barb after barb that, like a fishhook, it leaves a deep mark on the player's body and drags them downward. Miserable hissing sounds rang out, and the players from the Sunset Kingdom were clearly experiencing immense pain. To the side, Helena watched in slight silence, impassive. The shadows didn't keep him in pain too long. In just 2 or 3 breaths of effort, the player from the country of Sunset was dragged from his bed, and right into that huge, open mouth, chewed up and down by fangs. Blood dripped from Shade's body, gradually spreading to where Helena stood. Helena's pupils constricted, for she found that her own body, on being dipped in this bloody water, a footprint was clearly formed on the ground. The blood that flowed on the ground, covering a patch those footprints of hers are so obvious that Shade could have spotted her with just that one look. Gulp. Helena was obviously very nervous, her body trembling slightly. She wasn't sure if Shade was conscious now, or not. If there is one, the shadow must be able to realize that there is still a person hiding in this area. Just a little touch like that and she would simply withdraw from her concealment, or stand still and wait for her to reveal herself. Once the 2 minutes are up, by then, she'd be dead. It was well that the shadow made no other move, and after remaining a second or two, once again, he came to the conjoined beds of number 5 and 6. Yurito, located at number 1, has not given away a single breath of air, from the beginning to the end, except for that thumping heart. It's almost flawless. Bunks 5 and 6 are unlucky, even if they're holding their breath, and yet, it still couldn't last that long and accidentally gave away its breath. What awaits them, naturally, is the same fate. Bunk 7, and Bunk 8. Then there are the last 2 people that 103 needs to check. The shadow stood before this last bed, unmoving, and blood dripped from his body onto the ground. Bed 7 was clearly composed, again not giving away his breath from start to finish. As for Bunk 8, it's a little hard to tell. The shadow struck, 7 or 8 tentacles attacking together, curling around the player in bed 8. The sharp barbs, however, could not break through the opponent's flesh, and shrank back as if they had touched coals of fire. Bedlam 8 player's ability, absolute immunity, immunity to one bizarre attack, cooling time, 24 hours, shades of frustration. Helena's heart was but a stutter, for the shadow stood directly still, with no tendency to leave. Crap, being immune to one attack doesn't mean it'll keep creepy off his back. If we let it stand here forever, everyone in this room will die. Helena's mind was greatly agitated. She's down to the last 40 seconds or so of her cloaking time. And when that time passes, the people in the room, none of them will escape, all of them will die. Maybe the guy with the one-time immunity will live longer, because he has a 3-minute immunity period. Yurito has been holding his breath for over a minute now, though he's not showing signs of not being able to hold on just yet, but his cheeks had reddened slightly. Bedlam 7 players aren't much better, if not a little worse. The whole face turned a big red color like an apple, not to mention the shade, standing here for a few minutes. Even if it's just for a minute, a few of them are afraid that all of them are going to be in trouble. Come to think of it, a cold, chilling glint flashed in Helena's eyes. Chapter 74, Clothes in the Closet. Before the players in bed 8 realized what's about to happen, was breathing a sigh of relief at having dodged a bullet. I don't know. Helena had come to his side. There was a flash of cold. The player in bed number 8 covered his right eye in pain, and reddish blood was oozing out of it. Helena's right hand held a rectangular heel that, it was broken off her heels, chosen to come to weird tales. For some reason, she was wearing a pair of heels on her feet that were more than 10 centimeters high. Movement is naturally very inconvenient. In the last round of Green Ivy Ghost School, she'd broken the heel off her shoe. That just made that discomfort a little bit better. However, it's just a drop in the bucket. Good thing this didn't last long. Last round Sakura Nation player, Kishichi Itoshima, died after provoking Hana Wujue. The body swells and explodes into a bloody mist. The shoes were covered in plasma, but luckily they were still wearable. So Helena put her shoes away then and there. As for her original high heels, she threw them away. Only the 2 pairs of heels that were 10 centimeters long were left behind. Put it in the inside pocket of your shirt, just in case. Sure enough, it was the right decision at the time. Helena's eyes glittered with emotionless indifference. The player in bed 8 covered his right eye in death, writhing on the bed in agony. Don't blame me, Helena mused in her mind. Then without the slightest hesitation, it poked him in his other left eye. She had blood on her hands, but she was expressionless, mending the knife one at a time, until the player in bed 8 stopped moving and died in agony. He probably never dreamed that the person who ended up killing him wasn't actually creepy. I hope this works. Helena's mood was a little heavy, now that she's down to the last 10 seconds of her hiding time. As soon as this time is over, if the shadows hadn't left yet, all 3 people left in the room were going to die. Good thing she made the right bet. The shadow stood in front of the bed, silent for a second or two, then walked slowly toward the door. Before the last second of Helena's hiding time expired, the shadow walks out of room 103. With a thud, the door to room 103 closed. Helena looked at the door of the room with a palpitated heart and, who? The player in bed 7 sucked in a large, sharp breath, the redness on his face fading slightly. Yurito, in bed number 1. After confirming that the vibrating sensation in his heart had lessened, it was only then that he breathed violently. One only lacks something when it's only then that you realize what is more precious. Yurito and the players in bed 7, naturally, knew what had just happened, but they all tacitly refrained from mentioning it. In fact, if it weren't for Helena's snap decision, they don't even have to wait for creepy to strike. They're suffocating themselves by holding it in. The 3 are silent, to each his own. After this battle, only 3 members of the short-lived 8-member alliance remained. The shadows did not fold in 2. There was a quick scream from room 104. Compared to the good fortune of the first 2 rooms, by the time this room was, none of the 8 escaped being killed. Every man was as powerless as a lamb to the slaughter in front of the shadows. And then 105, 106. The bed check was soon over, for the last 2 rooms were swallowed up in darkness the moment the lights went out. And there's nothing to check. The shadows gradually paced away in the darkness. Worth mentioning, from start to finish, room 101 was never inspected. So, this round, your status is that of stowaways. A look of realization flashed in Lin Mua's eyes. Armin nodded, then said, I come into this room, and besides the fact that I won't be inspected, there's one thing. There could be a breakthrough here. The identity of the creepy one in the photo is still an unknown, and the captain is just a speculation at this point. After all, if one follows the projections, the real captain is still hiding behind the curtain. This room provides information for another thing. Lin Mua's expression became serious as she pursued. What is it? She stayed on board precisely to find the Black Sea's connection to this huge ship. If we can get it done sooner, when Lord Flower Emperor returns, she will also have an explanation. It's this. Armin opened the cabinet in the room and took a set of clothes out of it. If you look closely, this is the same outfit that Creepy is wearing in the photo. Clothes? Lin Mua was a bit confused. The outfit is the same one that Creepy wore within the photo, though, but there was no weird fluctuation at all in her perspective. In other words, it's really just a regular outfit. It is, but it's not exactly what you see. Armin briefly straightened his clothes, patting the dust off the top of his uniform, spread out on the table. Lin Mua didn't say much. She just watched, quietly. She also wanted to know what Armin had found out. After this is done, Armin dragged in the creepy mannequins from outside and, under the effect of the bone claws, the bizarre mannequin didn't have the slightest possibility of resisting. As for the creepy dolls in charge of the marionettes, finally, he was relieved and slumped somewhat shakily onto Armin's shoulder. If you look closely, there were obviously a few more tears and cracks in the creepy doll than there had been earlier. As for the ghost fire, it was also lying quietly on Armin's shoulder, forming a flame-like tattoo. 3 layers of weird power. Lin Mua looked at Armin with interest. As a human being, controlling weird powers is not an easy task. Apparently, mastery of power presupposes that you have the ability to master it. The ghost fire was exchanged for ghost coins, so there was no need to worry about the backlash. Although the bone claws were also transplanted, they were also trophies obtained after a bitter battle. As for the creepy dolls, instead, they are clearly in an unequal partnership. Whether it's ghost fire or bone claws, both greatly limit the suppression of the creepy doll, forcing the latter to do its bidding. 3 layers of weird power combined together. If we meet her in the cabin, without having been indoctrinated by Lord Hana Wujue, It's even really possible that you can't beat the other guy. Watch it for me. Armin threw the creepy mannequin to Lin Hua. You are to drape your clothes over it. Lin Hua held down the creepy mannequin as she gazed at the military uniform on the table. She could vaguely see what was going on. The body of the bizarre mannequin, assembled entirely from piece after piece of human skin. There was no clothing covering it at all. And the mannequin came out of room 101 again. The uniforms in the closet obviously has something to do with it. Chapter 75, The Hidden Treasure. You could say that, but I'd still prefer letting it wear its own clothes. Instead of explaining too much, Armin maneuvered the ghostly fire that it began to cauterize from the cuff position of the uniform. Ghost flames are flames, after all. Not to mention the fact that the burning is a product of the bizarro world. So as soon as it touched the cuffs, it immediately ignited a circle. The bizarre mannequin being held down by Lin Hua trembled, with a tendency to struggle away. A disdain flashed through Lin Hua's pupils, just the ghostly aura bursting from his body. It made the creepy mannequin honest again, but it didn't last long. The bizarre mannequin was actually struggling to extend his right hand against Lin Hua's pressure. That direction. It was the uniform on the table. Lin Hua's gaze froze. The intensity of the pressure increased again, even if it wasn't directed at the object of. The ghostly fire in Armin's body couldn't help but tremble. As for the creepy doll, not to mention, hiding on Armin's shoulder, he didn't even dare to show his head. Armin, on the other hand, looked as if he was in his element, quietly watched the events unfold. Shock flashed in Lin Hua's eyes. The creepy mannequin was still trembling, looking at the uniform that was gradually being spread by the flames of the body is struggling to get out of control. I'm surprised the intimidation didn't work. Nope, it worked. A flash of gravity flashed in Lin Hua's eyes. For every inch the creepy mannequin moved forward, a crack almost crumbled out of its body. The cracks, though small, but it is a real presence. At this rate, by the time the creepy mannequin gets to the table where he can touch the uniform, it's probably going to fall apart completely as well. Lin Hua was somewhat silent. Creepy, while not as emotionally rich as humans, but some things are etched in the bone, like before she died. That resentment, even if it turned out to be bizarre, still endured. It's so weird to be able to make such a clothes to be preserved at the risk of death and dissipation. What is it? It's an obsession. Or is there another reason? Okay, Ms. Lin, you can let go of it now. As if she had finished her appraisal, Armin spoke out. Lin Hua nodded, releasing her own control and regaining her freedom as the creepy mannequin. Immediately, he rushed up and extinguished the ghostly fire on his clothes. Interesting, what the uniform has to do with this guy. Lin Hua looked at the creepy mannequin that was as careful as a treasure and burst with interest. The photo's creepy. She saw it, too. The guy up there is not the face of this creepy mannequin. What exactly? Leave it to the creepy mannequin to view this uniform as something larger than life. Come to think of it, Lin Hua couldn't help but twist her head to look at Armin. It's true that the creepy in the photo isn't it, but the identity in it is this mannequin. Armin gave an explanation. Lin Hua first frowned, then soothed, associating it with the eeriness in the earlier photo. There seems to be a realization. We shouldn't necessarily assume, on the basis of preconceived notions, that the photographs are spooky. It must not be this doll with a different face. On the contrary, I think the creep in the photo, perhaps possessing the ability to steal identities, like face swapping. Armin's pale blue pupils shimmered slightly as he looked at the creepy mannequin, covered in scars. And, the more it strengthens itself, with that little bit of information, you're so sure that the creepy in the photo can change faces. It's not too far-fetched. Lin Hua was a little less than agreeable. Armin's words, although on the face of it they seem unproblematic, but therein lies the problem. He hadn't been on this giant ship, so how could he possibly know what had happened before? The creepy dolls were in this room to begin with. Yes, but the two don't necessarily possess a connection. And if, according to Armin, the creepy guy in the picture is indeed the captain, and has the ability to change faces, and why did it switch faces with this creepy mannequin if it was the captain? And took this photo, put it in the room. I realize you might think it's a bit of a stretch, but it is precisely because normal logic does not yield more information that the other extreme is used. Armin shook his head. If normal logic dictates that the creepy doll is just a creepy, there's nothing to be particularly concerned about, and that their attention would be focused on the uniform shenanigans in this photo, only tracing down towards the face in the photo, but it's obviously not working, because that uniform isn't even the creepy thing in the photo. A bizarre world requires bizarre logic, Armin said calmly. Lin Hua nodded after a moment of silence. She's only in a secondary capacity. Anyway, the flower goddess has told me, everything is dominated by this human, according to this guy's idea. If not, when Lord Hanabishi returns. It has nothing to do with myself either. Okay, so according to you, this creepy mannequin is actually the guy in the picture. Then the face in the photo. Who is it? Manhwa cast her eyes on Armin's face. Quietly, he looked into his pale blue pupils. The creepy doll is the captain. Who's the face in the photo? How did creepy, who was the captain of the ship, end up in such an untenable position? Manhwa was well aware of the laws of the Weird Tales world. The higher the status of the guile, the more terrifying the strength. As captain of this great ship of terror, the strength displayed could never be at the level of this doll. Treasure. Armin looked calm. What? Manhwa was obviously a bit nonplussed. How is this possible if that face in the photo is the treasure? How can a hidden treasure be this face? Nope. If we go by Armin's statement, that face in the photo could steal identities. The face it possesses may have many. In that case, who's the real it? This moment, even if Manhwa herself was bizarre, she felt very tricky. Knowing the identity of the treasure and not knowing it are two entirely different things. At least when the mission was released, Manhwa naturally couldn't see it, but through those guys on the deck, she could guess. If we can find the hidden treasure, the task of these humans can be the direct equivalent of completion. And this treasure, is it hard to believe that it's really a creepy one that can change its face? Impossible. This is unimaginable. Your mission doesn't even say where the treasure is, so how can you possibly conclude that it's this human-faced creep? Manhwa shook her head repeatedly. She obviously doesn't agree with that statement. According to the perception she got from devouring the heart given to her by Lord Flower Emperor, there exists something on this huge ship that is closely connected to the Black Sea. It is likely to be closely related to the treasure these players seek. It turns out that Armin told her that this treasure is actually a human-faced creep? Chapter 76, Daylight. Well, so what do we do now? Manhwa appeared to understand Lord Hua Wuju's intentions. This human kid really has two tricks up his sleeve, trying to find what's hidden on this ship by himself. I'm afraid it's really up to him. The room seemed mediocre to her, with at most a few bizarre items that didn't pose a threat. I didn't expect to come up with such a crucial piece of information directly from this kid's perspective. Armin's answer, however, was unexpected. Sleep, Armin said lightly, while making up the bed under Manhwa's puzzled gaze. Sleep? Manhwa repeated it with a frown, her eyes filled with doubt. Now that you have a direction, shouldn't you strike while the iron is hot and go to the next step in your quest? Being too eager is not a good thing. At least not right now. Armin lay on the bed, his hands behind his head, and under his pale blue pupils. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Manhwa's face showed her displeasure. She naturally wanted to strike while the iron was hot to find out the truth. But Armin was in no hurry. There was no way she could do it alone either. She didn't dare to disobey Lord Flower Wuju's order. You come down. I want the bed. Manhwa had a cold face and looked at Armin condescendingly. You're creepy and don't need to sleep. Armin shook his head and refused Manhwa's request. Manhwa was exasperated and laughed, then said, I'm creepy. What's the matter? Creepy can't sleep? Armin frowned. He could naturally tell that Manhwa was deliberately trying to get back at him, retaliated against him, refusing to proceed with the probe. But how could Manhwa understand what he was really thinking? There are eyes hidden everywhere on this ship. Be my guest. Without engaging in a pointless argument, Armin found a corner and faked a nap against the wall. This time to Manhwa hole will not. There is a kind of fist to hit the cotton feeling. Soft and fluffy. Poof. Manhwa grunted and nonchalantly lay down on the bed, following Armin's lead. Fake sleep. But that didn't last long. Manhwa frowned repeatedly. She hadn't felt it when she hadn't been lying in this bed just now. Now lie down on it. There was just an inexplicable sense of voyeurism, as if something was watching her. Manhwa didn't move and probed up with his divine sense, but he found nothing. She looked a little grave. After Lord Flower Wuju's promotion, her current strength was not to say that she was at the top, but it's definitely considered scary. But with just this little bit of space, she actually found nothing with her divine sense, as if it was her own mental trickery. But Manhwa knew that this was absolutely impossible. Ghosts are very sensitive to the detection of danger. No feeling is empty, there must be a reason for this feeling. Thinking of this, Manhwa's divine sense couldn't help but sweep towards Armin. Armin was just lying in this bed. If nothing else, he must have felt the same way. Armin, there's something snooping around. Manhwa's divine sense transmitted a voice to Armin. Having been remodeled by Lord Flower Wuju, she's long since escaped her bizarre limitations, stepped into the ranks of ghost cultivators. Except for the lack of a physical body, other abilities are no different from those of the average monk. Armin didn't move, like a statue, leaning against the wall in a false sleep. This is my divine message. You can think of anything you want to say in your mind. I can hear it too. Manhwa continued to transmit his voice. She wanted to construct a sound transmission channel with ordinary humans. Not too easy. After waiting a few minutes, Armin remained impassive, as if he hadn't heard anything. But Lin Hua knew that Armin had definitely heard what she said and was now just pretending to be asleep. Lin Hua's mouth twitched in anger. After taking a deep breath and continuing to fake sleep in bed, but then her divine sense hadn't relaxed for a second, alert to everything around her, and that sense of voyeurism has never gone away, until 6 hours later. Dawn. No, I can't say it's dawn. It should be. It's time. Please proceed to the deck for a 3-minute assembly time. Those who do not arrive within the designated time will stay in the dormitory. Hint, staying in the dormitory after sunrise will be dangerous. Armin opened his eyes and, he'd been leaning against the wall in that position for 6 whole hours. Yet it didn't affect his movements at all. Get up, open the door and walk out. A set of actions in a single breath. Not even looking at Lin Hua, who was vigilant in bed for the night, watching Armin's back. Lin Hua's teeth itched with anger, but she still vanished into concealment and followed. After she got out of bed, the prying feeling disappeared. The deck, still the same scene as when it first descended, with its faint rusty odor of iron, and the moss in the cracks. Only, the sky was no longer red, but an eerie green, flickering between one cloud after another. A wandering green aura replaced the previous red color. As for the rest, the Black Sea is still vast, and the giant ship of terror is still traveling smoothly. Nothing has changed. 4 men came on deck, one after the other. The first to step out, a sickly young man with one arm missing, his head slightly bowed. Under his thick hair, he couldn't hide his whitened face, a pair of grimy pupils, quietly looking around. He is the only living person in the mountains and rivers. 102. It was also the only player who didn't muddle through by virtue of faking his own death under Shadow's check. Regarding the causes, experts on the blue planet are divided, though there is a more general opinion. That's the creepy item. 102 and 103 were also players, but the latter suffered a heavy loss of 8 players. Only 3 players survived by playing dead as well as their abilities. The difference between the two, it lies in the fact that Yamakawa Ikimoku, by sacrificing his body parts, obtained the ghost fire. This means he has the trickster item. The 8 players of 103, even though they have the ability, have not possessed the trick item. That's why experts believe that bizarre objects are the cause of inconsistent shadow checks. Is it possible that Yamakawa Iki is being used by the shadows as a certain eligible resident? Blue Star can't say much about this. Everyone adheres to their own speculation that but regardless, there were still 5 players who survived. Yurito was close behind, and behind him, the tall Helena, as well as the lucky bed 7 player. Yamakawa Kazuki and Yurito glanced at each other, each seeing a flash of surprise in the other's eyes. Obviously, neither of them thought the other could have survived yesterday's bed check, but only for a moment. Both parties then averted their eyes and turned to what they were looking for. And under their stony gaze, a figure in a white lab coat slowly steps out of the hatch. Chapter 77, Clearing the Decks. Looks like everyone is here, so we can get started. The slimy voice came again. Above deck, the long-awaited rotting sailor hemmed in Hod Riley. Yamakawa Ikimoku, as well as the 4 Yolitos, averted their gazes from Armin's body, came on the rotting sailor. Yurito 4, for it had been known that the sailor captain who had checked the bed last night was it. So there was still a deep scorn in the gaze. Armin, on the contrary, had a calm face and waited quietly for the following. Rotten sailor creepy, walking around the deck, and then as if he'd found something that, found you, only to see the rotting sailor, creepy, stomping hard toward the deck, kicking open a hole in then pulled a gooey mess out of it. What the hell? The 4 of them, Yurito, had their pupils shrunk. Brains. A glint flashed in Kazuki Yamakawa's eyes as he looked at the gooey contraption and, I don't know what's being combined. Armin remained calm, but his eyes were off the gooey mass of. Instead, they landed on the deck. The rotting sailor, creepy, opened his mouth wide and swallowed the slimy contraption in a single gulp that. Then a little disgustedly, he said, blah blah blah, I didn't realize it was as bad as ever. It is easy to see from its words that the rotten sailor creepy haven't had a lot of this stuff, and I'm afraid there's a lot more of it below decks here. And it is true. Listen up, you have a total of 6 hours. Clean up below decks and I'll check in 6 hours. If you don't do a good job, hey, rotting sailor creepy, with a greedy grin, if it doesn't dry out, it's ready for another meal. After that, the rotting sailor stopped looking at the 5 of them and prepared to leave the deck. Wait a minute. Yamakawa Ikimoku opened his mouth and called out to it. The rotting sailor's feet lurched and his entire head rotated 180 degrees. Staring straight at him, Yamakawa Kazuki said with an expressionless face. Deck cleaning. Is there a standard for everyone or is it the same standard for everyone? The rotting sailor's weird words didn't make it clear that there were 5 of them, and there was no telling how much was below decks. If it's a group task for everyone, it's a very tough piece of work. 5 people working together. If one of them is not up to standard, all of them will be buried. But if each person is individually standardized, it becomes a monolithic task it's not that difficult to just finish your own. There are no standards. You can come as you wish. The rotting sailor smiled wryly, plausibly, and then proceeded to leave. Until the figure disappeared behind the hatch. Yamakawa Kazuki's face was a little hard to see. There is no standard. It means the same thing as the same standard. If one point is not up to standard, everyone dies together. There is no such thing as doing your own thing. Yurito, Helena and the 3 of them were also frowning. They are not cuties either. Naturally, they hear the point. Oddly enough, since the first round of games, it seems that every quest has something to do with groups, and single quests are not available in reverse. The seizure of the dormitory 6 hours ago barely qualifies as a single mission. But in a broader sense, it's still the same group task. There was some oddity present, but the men were no longer in the mood to think about it. All heard, Yamakawa Kazuki said to the others with a cold face. Well, we need to work together. Yuri Alito nodded with an expressionless face, and the men were not looking good, because of the word cooperation. Yamakawa Ikimoku is a competitive mindset towards Armin that borders on the extreme, and naturally doesn't want to cooperate. The 3 Yolito people also had an obvious hatred for Armin, so naturally they didn't want to cooperate. Rotting sailor creepy, this one quest is notoriously nasty. Together, the 4 of them turned their attention to Armin. It doesn't matter if they work together, it's the latter that matters. Armin, you're a smart man, cooperate. Yamakawa Kazuki opened his mouth. Armin hadn't said a word so far, and the crowd was waiting for him to make a statement. Of course, it's a pleasure to work with all of you again. Armin smiled faintly, not seeing the slightest hint of a grudge. Yurito's complexion was a bit ugly, clenching his gums tightly, and after exhaling several times in a row, it was only then that the mood calmed down. It seemed as if what they cared about, in the eyes of Armin, it's only a trivial matter, rivalry or hatred, as long as one is willing to work together. It seems to him that it would be nothing, trying to get him to have mood swings over these things. That's impossible. The 3 Yuritos also knew this well, so they just stood to the side with expressionless faces. Yamakawa Ikimoku, on the contrary, hemmed and hawed, with a measuring gleam in his eyes. Armin, where did you sleep 6 hours ago? If I remember correctly, with the exception of 102 and 103, the remaining 3 rooms can be no man's land. The 3 of them, Yurito, changed their faces. If Armin wasn't in those 5 open rooms 6 hours ago, where is he? Come to think of it, the 3 of them coincidentally conjured up in their minds the bloody creepy man from the Green Vine Ghost School. Armin, hard to believe that, has turned into shenanigans? If that's the case, they're 4 human players, working with a creep. Wouldn't that be shooting yourself in the foot? But in a whirlwind they felt that something wasn't right. What kind of person Armin probably was, they thought they still knew a little bit. There was no way he would put himself in danger without absolute certainty, so it's more likely that he found another rule. 6 hours ago, thus circumventing the rules of bed check. The 3 men did not move, and made it very cooperatively, with furrowed brows and constrained expressions of. It was close to having the word skepticism written on his face. Whatever petty thoughts Yamakawa Ikimoku has in mind, all 3 of the Yolitos understood the importance of hiding themselves, so they cooperated by being idiots, and easily incited whites may have a surprising effect when it counts. You're not the only one, Armin, who hides herself. Yurito, Helena, and the Bedlam 7 player, smiled coldly in their hearts. Getting to go through a full round of Ivy League Ghost School, and last night's bed check. If it wasn't for the fact that his mind was beyond normal, there would have been no crumbs left. I'm in the other room. Well, folks, we've got to hurry up or I'm afraid everyone will be in trouble. Without getting too carried away on the subject, Armin, in fact, he didn't care in the slightest about Yamakawa Kazuki's provocation. Yamakawa Kazuki meant nothing more than to tell those guys next to him that he couldn't be trusted. It's still with him when it counts. The crowd was unimpressed. Indeed, getting the job done is the first priority right now. Armin calmly looked over to where the rotting sailor creepy had just stomped on it. The other 4 followed his gaze, and their faces instantly stiffened and became unusually ugly. Chapter 78, Helena's Calculations. On deck, the hole that had been bizarrely made by the rotting sailor was actually recovering in a slow motion at the moment. It's not the kind of recovery that's a straight restoration. Rather, like a sprout just emerging from the ground. growing little by little. Ditto. The edges of that hole were hooking together bit by bit, like the growth of that wood chip. Suffered. The people were struck by lightning, and their eyes showed their gravity in unison, and they stopped talking nonsense at that moment, came right up to that hole and tried to stop it from growing. For this game of weird tales, these players naturally understand the simple truths that it is an unbreakable ironclad fact that the items of the bizarre world will not be damaged by human hands. No, at this rate when this hole closes, how else are we going to accomplish our mission? Yurito frowned. Whether or not the deck can be pierced by them at this point remains in a state of artifact, and the rotting sailor bizarrely demands that just cleaning up the same items as what it just pulled out. It's possible to just clean this hole, or maybe it's clearing the full deck, but as far as practical feasibility is concerned, it's the former that's a bit higher. After all, this huge ship is so huge that the deck was also the size of 3 or 4 full soccer fields. There is no giant ship on the blue planet that can match each other. Sculpture. Yamakawa Ikimoku sneered. Then the ghost fire in his hand leapt and scorched the top of that hole. Ghost fire. Next to him, Yurito's eyes flashed with surprise. It's having an effect, but it's only delayed, so we'll have to hurry. Helena's gaze froze, and then, under the slightly startled gazes of a few people, straight away, he put his arm in. Well, Yurito inquired about progress. I ran into it, but I couldn't catch myself. Helena's brow furrowed repeatedly as she tried to pull back her outstretched right arm, but couldn't. It's like being attached to something. Something's wrong. That thing is now adsorbed to my arm, but there's no next move. Helena shook her head, looking grave, but maintaining a composure. After what happened 6 hours ago, her mind had long since been turned upside down. It may seem reckless to go straight for the jugular, but with thoughts of his own, both Armin and Yamakawa Kazuki made an example of getting the creepy items through their respective methods, and with all her empty abilities, she simply cannot improve her own probability of survival. Creepy items are essential if you want to survive the quests that follow. In this contemplation, naturally, Helena made a target of the blob of stuff that the rotting sailor had, bizarrely, pulled out. Can spooky items be sold or perhaps used directly? Now though, it's caught in an unknown and dangerous situation, but give and take is always proportional. She made the first move, removing the risk for the remaining few. Then a few others would have to help her bring up what was down there in order to complete the task. By then, things in her possession, either to use or to sell, all of them have absolute initiative themselves. TCH, I really underestimated you. Originally I thought you were just that too flabby big. I didn't realize it was quite so smart. Yamakawa Kazuki seemed to be smiling, but disdain flashed in his eyes. The hole is limited in scope and can only fit one arm in right now. Yurito tried to help Helena yank up, but it was of little use. I'm afraid there's not much else to say right now. I'm already losing feeling in my right arm. Helena didn't let Yamakawa Kazuki's molestation move her anger. Her face unchanged. Even when he began to lose feeling in his right arm, he did not panic. She's waiting for that one. Plus, she lied about it. She has a 6-hour cooldown on her concealment and is immune to trick attacks for the duration of her concealment. She made the right bet. A bony claw, white as drifting snow, reached out and, grabbing Helena's arm, she yanked it up in a flash. Helena's right arm was yanked up, while blood flowed from the scratched and bruised by a sharp piece of iron. It had obviously cut an artery of some kind, but it can't be helped. The narrowing of the hole had been going on steadily, and if it had been so many dozens of seconds later, when the hole is completely closed, she was afraid her arm was about to become one with the hole. So getting scraped by that rotten hole was inevitable. Unexpectedly, Helena's face had not been flustered, but instead, after being yanked out of her arms, straight away, he shouted this. I would give my right arm as a price for a ghostly bite of meat. The words, Helena's right arm then disappeared in its entirety, leaving a smooth cut section that, then the slimy mass of strange pink flesh began to wriggle and lengthen, eventually changing into a limp right arm that, connected to her cut. A flash of surprise passed through Yurito's eyes. Yamakawa Ikimoku, with a somewhat somber expression, watched the scene without saying a word. Dr. Armin, thank you so much. Helena gave a modest smile, but it fell a little harshly in the eyes of a few others, because that closure is completely closed. Not even a ghost fire can stop that. Yamakawa Ichiki, a cold smile spreading at the corners of his mouth, and with a gaze like a knife, carved into Helena's face. Helena, at first, on touching the writhing mass of monstrous flesh, I'm afraid I got the message about this meat. The reason why I haven't panicked. It's clear that the information was already known to be transplantable, and for a price, just take a portion of the organ. But Helena didn't say that at first. Instead, he muddled through with other reasons, trying to confuse the others into helping yank out the arm. The reason for doing so: it's a clear case of stalling. Exchanging body parts for each other can cause substantial pain. This has not been a secret for a long time. After the first round of Wacky Town games, everyone had pretty much figured out that this deal is how it's done. Raw gouge. It can be extremely painful. Helena's hand had been down there for so long, numbing the pain through the properties of the strange flesh, but it also establishes connections. At this time of year, it's equally possible to trade even below decks, but Helena waited until her arm was yanked out before she started. There are no two reasons for this. No deal can be made until the arm is yanked out. The arm is not yanked out to complete the deal, and will suffer an inexplicable crisis down there. But either way, it's essentially the same thing. There's something weird down there. Helena refused to say anything, clearly determined to use them. Yamakawa Kazuki had to use ghost fire to prolong the time in order to keep the hole from shrinking. Armin, even though he could see why, still chose to help yank it out. There can only be one reason: information collection. Only if the cost of enough information is established will Armin make a move. Not helping Helena yank her arm out, they wouldn't be able to know what properties the strange meat actually had. When the hole is completely closed, it's going to be a few notches up in difficulty to get that kind of first-hand information again. Stinking. Yamakawa Kazuki spat those 3 words from the corner of his mouth and stopped talking with a cold face. Chapter 79, A Soul Eating Flesh. The wood has been turned, and there's not much to say about it. One could only say that Yamakawa Kazuki still thought too much of this woman at first. He thought Helena was just plain stupid and greedy. I didn't realize that this woman's shrewdness was in no way inferior to his. The feeling of being used made his heart burn, but right now he really had to rely on this woman to accomplish his mission. So he chose to shut up after cursing. Helena, tell us what's going on down there. Armin didn't have any mood swings. But by the way, even if one is deliberately counted on a wave, who knows who counted on whom? Helena nodded, glancing at her new arm with some fascination. And only then did he begin to tell it. There's more than one thing down there, and I'm certain that the number is extremely large. There's no way a few of us could have done the cleanup alone. I have a question. Although you knew from the beginning that you could trade, why don't you just deal below deck instead of having to wait until the arm is yanked out? Yurito returned at this point and asked with a frown. A glint of gravity flashed in Helena's eyes before she was speaking. I could indeed trade down there, but then I wouldn't be able to keep this arm. Under the unanimous gaze of the crowd, Helena continued with the words. At first I was prepared to deal directly, but there are some complications down there. This, ghost-eating meat, will devour each other. The only way to not devour each other is to be under the same breath. At these words, it could be clearly seen that several people, excluding Armin, the brows were unconsciously furrowed. Kazuki Yamakawa had understood what that meant. First of all, if the bizarre item had an owner, there was absolutely no way it could be traded by them. That is to say, the breath of these strange meat should all be in a state of no ownership, so it counts as the same breath. Once Helena is trading below decks, she's no longer considered ownerless. This strange meat will likely be devoured down the arm and may even come out of the hole. The reason Helena is hiding it. I'm afraid that's why. She didn't want to gamble that these seemingly one-minded players wouldn't use her as bait, so as to draw the strange meat to the deck. You stupid ass. Yamakawa Ikimoku's face turned ugly in a way that was visible to the naked eye. Obviously, it's just been an absolute blast. If we follow this trail down, there's a good chance it will draw the strange meat below up through this gap. The gap would be shrinking, but at least when Helena's arm went down just now, it was stuck without further expansion. It's like an elevator door. If there's nothing blocking it, it just closes. But if something, even if it's just a strip of wood, can block the elevator door, opportunities are fleeting. They're afraid it's going to be tough for them to get as good a chance as they just did. What? You only see opportunity. So what if they devour even me with them? Your lives are lives, and I'm sorry, so is mine. Helena sneered and shook her head. And why wouldn't she know that just now that was a great opportunity to? But the consequence of doing so would be to raise one's danger to an extremely high level. Concealment time is only a few minutes. When that time expires, in case these strange meat would follow the same breath and attack themselves, even if I were God to come, they would not be able to save themselves. Helena. Yurito was also a bit silent. By heart. If Helena had just put that information out there, out of the 5, it is feared that every one of them, except those involved, would agree to the plan. If Helena won't agree to a deal, they'll force her to trade. Possibility of death, and certainty of death. In the face of such a proposition, a smart person knows which one to choose. You're being selfish, Helena. By contrast, the Bedlam 7 player is not as sentimental. Bedlam player number 7 said somewhat half-anxiously, half-accusingly. You were just not going to die if you traded. There's a good chance we can follow this one lead and finish this mission with everyone surviving. Now that you've done that, and the hole's closed, it's also an open question as to whether we'll be able to crack the deck, and as you say, there's so much weird meat down there. Are you sure you can beat that horrible creepy without completing the cleanup in the allotted time? You are so stupid. Helena's face was cold. Then her mouth curled up in a smirk that, a pair of eyes looked directly at the bed 7 player who had spoken. If I remember correctly, I saved both your life and Eurito's. Who are you to accuse me? You. When the bed 7 player was choked like that, he felt like he had eaten a yellow fever and couldn't say anything. As a matter of fact, Helena was pretty much right about that. He wouldn't be able to stand here if she hadn't killed that bed 8 player. Long dead at bed check. Well, I don't think there's any need for an argument. MS. Helena, you must have some words left to say. Armin smiled slightly and put a stop to the pointless bickering. Helena's pretty face chilled slightly, but continued. Soulmouth flesh possesses a trait that allows it to slowly devour objects it comes into contact with. The exact devouring time, however, hasn't been attempted yet, so there's no way for me to estimate it. With these words, it was only then that the faces of a few other players eased up and Eurito, who hadn't said anything, was even more relieved. He was worried that if the argument continued, it would turn into an untenable situation. At that point, don't even talk about completing the mission. It's nice for everyone to sit down together and discuss a plan. He hasn't gotten his revenge yet. He can't die. He has to live. There's nothing wrong with what Helena did, and there was nothing wrong with the thoughts hidden in their minds. If baiting is really an option, you'll just have to ask for a sacrifice. Now that there's another way out, we can only hold our noses and admit it. In terms of practical utility, they would definitely still prefer to use the bait option. It says it can be devoured, and who knows exactly how long it will take. If it takes hours at a time, do they have time to complete the task? Let's get on with it. No more bickering. All 5 of us are in the same boat right now. Working together is the key. Eurito stepped up at the right time. Helena nodded, then began to devour that. Stick that transplanted arm to the deck. Still in the same position it was just in. She had her own calculations, but she couldn't avoid the fact that she wanted to live. 2. This small, temporary team, though still functioning, is already at odds. Armin listened to the words coming from Manhwa, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked into a smile. Chapter 80, Seduction. Helena was quickly productive. The crowd looked towards the small hole that had been corroded out, vaguely agitated. Great. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to open the deck and failing the mission. Don't get too happy. How to clean it up is still a problem, isn't it? Yamakawa Kazuki skimmed his lips, intentionally or not, and looked at Armin with his afterglow, as one who regarded the latter as a rival. Naturally, it is understood that in this situation, Armin definitely had his own way of doing things, and that way would definitely allow him to complete this mission successfully, which in turn are group assignments. That's why Yamakawa Kazuki had no fear that Armin would get them killed. In the present situation, if they were dead, it would be absolutely useless for clearing the decks. But it's not true that there are no. Yamakawa Ikimoku. A touch of evil intent flowed from his eyes, and Helena's figure flashed in his pupils. Who says you can only just be bait? But Helena was obviously on guard against this, so she's keeping her arms at a relatively safe distance. Absolutely refused to extend below decks. I'm afraid she has something to hide. The conditions for mutual devouring should be harsh. For example, there must be contact. Almost there. One of you. Helena withdrew her hand, then turned her attention to the others. Just now, although she had put her hand down for her own good, but it's undeniable, she did act as the forerunner of this, and there was nothing to be said about it. If we're going to be fair, it's natural to switch to someone else for this one. Player 7's eyes darted around for a moment, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. But after a moment's hesitation, it seemed to give up on something. Seeing Helena with weird powers on her, if it's not coveted, that must be bull *******. Creepy power. Who wouldn't be jealous? And Armin, by virtue of a combination of bizarre powers, hardly is the creepy boss that dry crushed the Green Vine Ghost School. If he can get a copy, even if the mission is not accomplished, it is not necessarily without a fight in the face of a bizarre attack, because of his unique ability to. Neither is it an early warning type of ability, like Eurito's, nor was it Helena's ability to hide briefly. Rather, it's a ghost story. Ability, Ghost Talk. 1. When acquiring spooky items, it can be 200% as effective as the spooky item itself. 2. When faced with creepy, use ghostly words. which puts its judgment into effect and prevents it from attacking. Judgment was again successful before the attack could be launched. You can also understand that getting the spooky item, the owner of this ability can then act as a ghost with 200% of the effects of the spooky item. As for this second effect, it's pretty much the same as playing a segmented cast. How to say? The use is there, but not much. The launching condition for ghost talk has to be to talk. If you got lucky the first time you spoke and interrupted the spell casting successfully, what about the second time? Once the conditions for a bizarre attack are constituted, it's a no-win situation. Just started the first attack because it required breaking the rules, so the ability owner has enough time to activate Ghost Story. But once the conditions of the attack are established, it's a straight-up attack of certain death. Can you guarantee that you'll talk that fast every time? But once in a while, the mouth is not quick to speak. That would be the only way to declare you cool. If he could have a copy of the spooky item, while resisting the spooky, doesn't that give you plenty of time to unleash the bull asterisk 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 asterisk? But eye-rolling was eye-rolling, and he hadn't gotten to the point of losing his mind. I think it would be better for you to continue. After all, you're the only one here with the most experience. How about your left arm this time? Yamakawa Kazuki said wistfully. In the current situation, everyone knew about the baiting path. He wouldn't dare to find death to get together. God knows how much weird meat is down there? In case you get tangled up, who can guarantee that you won't get caught in the crossfire? Helena's gaze went cold. Yamakawa Kazuki, what do you mean? Either we all live together, or no one does. Helena was nakedly threatening. It was a situation now, but they were begging for her, trying to get her to be bait. No way. TSK, just kidding. What are you nervous about? Yamakawa Ichiki said playfully, before he straightened up. Now that the deck is open, I'll go ahead and give it a try. The crowd looked over. There was some vague disbelief in the virtues of Yamakawa Ikimoku, and although they had not been together very long, but we can all see that. This is the same guy with no boundaries, if not worse. How can a guy like that risk himself? And indeed it was within their expectations. I saw the ghostly fire on Yamakawa Ikimoku's body, and it pranced underneath the armor plate, was trying to burn the weird meat. The ghostly green fire reflected the darkness beneath the cave entrance and gave a glimpse of what lay below. One by one, one looks at the scalp of the strange flesh layered on top of each other. Slowly squirming, in those inconspicuous crevices, it was vaguely evident that it was a combination of different monstrous flesh. Ghost fire burns on it. It made the strange meat visibly agitated, wriggling more frequently, and it even began to twist weirdly, reaching out in the direction of the cave entrance. It's like there's a fire and people who can't stand the searing heat are desperate to get to the open outdoors. It seems that Odd Meat has the same idea. Helena saw this scene, but she was vaguely uneasy. But what's wrong with that? And she hadn't come up with it yet. Armin, help me! Yamakawa Kazuki shouted so steeply. The other three couldn't help but tense up due to their sensitivity to the name, even knowing that the other side meant for Armin, who also had it, to help. But there was always a sense of intrigue, or in other words, Armin in the image of the three of them. It's the kind of demon that drags you down into the abyss without even realizing it. You don't even understand when you die exactly when you start falling into the abyss. Hearing Yamakawa Kazuki's request, Armin nodded, and then summoned his ghostly fire. Then joining up with Yamakawa Ikimoku's to one place, Healy seared the strange flesh below decks. Two waves of ghost fire came together. The strange meat below was clearly pressing on. Finally, the first of the monstrous flesh burrowed along the narrow hole, like a writhing, monstrous maggot. And this moment, the alertness in Helena's eyes flourished as she finally realized the problem and subconsciously stepped back. But it was held in place by a man. Helena looked back. Only the heavy hair covering most of the man's face. But it can't hide the sinister eyes written under the hair. Helena's heart sank to the bottom as if she had been hit by a hammer. Chapter 81, Hidden Information. Yamakawa Kazuki pressed Helena with a bit of teasing. Ouch. MS. Helena, what are you nervous about? Only to see the strange meat drilled out of that small hole, as if it were a dead dog, generally lying motionless on the deck. Yurito and the Bed 7 player were also surprised in unison, not understanding why Helena was so nervous. Even if weird flesh and weird meat would devour each other, isn't contact necessary? Now that there's no contact, why is Helena so nervous? A flash of thought passed through Yurito's eyes. Sure enough, everyone has something to hide, but alas, it seems that Helena's concealment appears to have been seen through. Who said that? Don't you touch me, let go of your hand. Helena quickly adjusted back, shrugging off Kazuki Yamakawa in a rather disgusted manner. Yamakawa Ikimoku spread his hands and smiled slightly, but remained behind him without moving. Helena's heart sank, and Ko did not continue to be aggressive. She's afraid. I'm afraid Yamakawa Kazuki will say it. She didn't know what had gotten into her. Why would he know about something so hidden? Various thoughts collided back and forth in Helena's mind, desperately trying to come up with a way back. Look! The crack in the deck has gotten bigger. Bedlam 7 players have made a new discovery. As the strange flesh burrowed out of the little holes, one by one, the cracks looked as if they had been corroded by the. It keeps expanding. The hole is even larger than it was at the beginning. And here's the beginning. Referring to the large hole that the rotting sailor had bizarrely stepped out of. The crowd could even stick their heads around the hole and watch. It's just that no one is stupid enough to do that. What are we going to do with all this weird meat? A multitude of monstrous flesh piled up on the deck, emitting one foul odor after another. It's a wonderful combination of the age-old rusty smell of the deck, but the crowd didn't care too much. Who can stand here who hasn't seen more disgusting than this? Just talking about the Ivy League ghost school. They had eaten that disgusting piece of meat to survive. Yamakawa Iki, throw it overboard. Leaving it on the deck won't help after all. The crowd agreed. Since these weird meats need to be devoured with different scents, then all these decks of strange meat with the same scent, and not acting as bait, throwing overboard became the best option. Helena, is it okay to touch these weird meats directly? Just to be on the safe side? Yurito also asked. Could be. Helena nodded, and for some unknown reason, used that intact arm to start helping as well. Soon, piece after piece of strange meat was thrown off the giant wheel, splashing inconspicuous waves on the endless Black Sea. The process. Kazuki Yamakawa had been stuck behind Helena's stance, and the two of them had been seeing each other frequently. But overall there are no major conflicts. Ghost fire repels strange flesh. The crowd carried and threw them overboard. With her bone claws, Armin could grab a pile that looked like a small mountain at once. This kind of power couldn't help but make the other few people look at it with envy. Damn it, Armin. I'll soon be in your shoes. A flash of jealousy pressed into Yamakawa Kazuki's eyes. Time just ticked by. The amount of strange meat below decks was also rapidly diminishing, and after about 2 hours or so beneath that hole, the strange flesh was already barely visible. This result can well be described as highly effective. It's starting. Armin. It's starting to move. Linmua's voice rang in Armin's mind. Armin, who had been working silently and hadn't said a word, slightly arched an arc. Yamakawa Kazuki suddenly spoke up again, loudly. Now that the effectiveness of using ghost fire has waned a bit, and there's still bits and pieces of weird meat down there, we'll have to go down and clean it up. I'm afraid. A few of the rest of the group looked at the hole and nodded, but there was a flash of nervousness in Helena's eyes, which was then hidden. And it's generally the same as what the crowd looks like. Who goes down? The question was raised, though not in much danger now. But who's to say there's no danger underneath the hole either? Where is this place? Here's the big scary jumbo good number. If there's nothing down here, I'm afraid people won't believe it. It's not like a house. You can start over if you fail. It's the blame game. A death is a death, even if it involves your own country. The first thing that was brought up was who was strong and who was going to go. Armin, Yamakawa Ikimoku, and Helena have trickster items and are more than capable of defending themselves. So it's time for the three of them to go. Yamakawa Iki and Helena objected outright. Then in that case, we might as well just kill you both. You're useless anyway. Yamakawa Kazuki's tone didn't hide any killing intent. As for the second, instead, it was a request for the Bedlam 7 player and Yulito to go down. You guys don't have weird powers, so why don't you go down there and make a path? If you survive, maybe even a blessing in disguise. Armin, however, dismissed it lightly. If there's really danger down there, the two of them going down there won't help. They'll just be wasting 2 lives. To be fair, let's go down together. Yurito offered a compromise. The remaining few nodded finally after some thought. All 5 people going down together face a common probability of risk. It is just like the fairest of them all. Helena was in the middle of it, somewhat resistant, but she didn't dare to show it, and could only secretly watch out for Yamakawa Ikimoku. And no, Armin. Helena stole a glance at Armin and Armin jumped first and disappeared into the darkness below decks. It was followed by Bedlam player number 7. Right behind him, Yurito was the third. By the time he too went down, there were only 2 men still left on deck. Helena turned her head away, looking serious. Don't think that what you're thinking will work. When the time comes, don't say you can't do what you want to do, and all 5 of us will be buried down here together. Yamakawa Ikimoku shrugged, the ghostly flames on his body pulsing eerily. What are you talking about? I can't understand it. Helena laughed in exasperation. You guessed it already, didn't you? Monstrous meats can devour each other, and the reason I was able to get my share of the lack of an owner is part of it. But more than that, it's because of the pattern down here. The vast quantities of monstrous flesh piled up down there, but scattered separately, unable to bring their forces together. That's what gave me the opportunity to take advantage of it. At the cost of just one arm, a portion of bizarre power was exchanged. And all you're thinking about isn't trying to use me to get all the rest of that weird need to move. It would be best if you could kill me. And even if you can't, you will, by all means, throw me right overboard. It does look good. But have you ever thought about what if all this weird meat coalesces together? Kazuki Yamakawa smiled slightly. Nice lie, but it leaves something to be desired. What's next? Are you going down there yourself, or am I going to ask you to? Helena was on ice, and she knew that her last words had failed her. That truth he really knew. Chapter 82 Return of the Flower Emperor. Ahem. Because author Go's plot is pulling a little too much out of his ass, causing Hana T to be affected by an inexplicable power that originally appeared more than 10 chapters ago and dragged on until now. Degree. Flower would you author Go, do you already have a way out? If you anger this emperor, I will directly cross the border to you. Again. Sorry. Well, from now on, there will be no more of this detachment from the protagonist's point of view. A dozen chapters in, Omega, under the Black Sea, before the crystal coffin, Hua Wuju stood there quietly, his abyssal ink-like pupils rippling. Everything around them seemed to stand still. The young girl's eyelashes suddenly fluttered, and then a pair of star-like eyes opened. How long did I sleep? Bewilderment appeared in the young girl's eyes. Then she locked eyes with Hua Wuju, who was not far away. Blue Snow. Hey, hand-painted human, why are you in our sanctuary? The young girl looked like a different person all of a sudden. Her tone steeply serious. Hua Wuju, his face as frosty as ice, answered this young girl with his raised right hand. A powerful suction force directly grabbed this young girl from the coffin, by the flower without awareness. The deadly chokehold. A touch of shame and indignation appeared on the young girl's delicate face, but then her eyes widened. It's the sacred horn. Why do you have the scent of a sacred horn on you? Flower Wuju didn't reply, and with a slight force from her palm, the young girl's face changed all of a sudden, an illusion that she would be pinched and burst in the next moment. It horrified her. This moment, she's got a million questions. Why was this human so strong? How did he get to the temple? Why was the holy horn sent on him? What's going on around here? Why has everything changed? I ask. You answer. Hua Wuju raised his eyelids and stared at her without any emotional fluctuations. My name is Blue Snow, and I am the princess of this ocean. I just turned 18 this year. I'm single, and my bust is. Lan Xiaoshui directly said all that needed to be said and all that shouldn't be said. Hua Wuju listened with a black line on his head. God is 18 years old, and he can't see that, just by the years of his life. The young girl in front of me was at least 5,000 years old. As a result, still pretending to be innocent in front of him? Hua Wuju's right hand tightened a little more, and Lan Xiaoshui only felt an unnameable greatness that advent, up and down the circumference. It was met with unprecedented pressure. The entire person instantly turned red in the face in blood. I'm asking you, the restraints in your body, who set them for you? Flower Wuju's abyssal ink-like eyes flashed with a hint of red aura as she brought Lan Xiaoshui up to her eyes. Lan Xiaoshui's body had a strand of prohibition that was used to prevent the reading of memories. Flower Wuju can forcefully break through, but he didn't. Because of that, sticking Fengdu's breath, Lan Xiaoshui struggled and punched Hua Wuju's chest, then pointed at herself and, signaling that he had something to say. Hua Wuju's intimidating pressure loosened a little. Lan Xiaoshui quickly struggled and took 2 big breaths before she was saying, the prohibition you speak of is the sacred text of our temple, and I, as a princess, and at the same time, as a holy maiden, it is the very thing used to pass on this sacred text. Hua Wuju looked at her and signaled for it to continue. A long time ago, the sanctuary existed, and I am the 365th holy maiden. The origin of the sacred text, I heard, was passed down to our Bohai kingdom by a black-haired man, but so much time has passed that there is little information left about that lord. I only know that the lord's name is Zheng. The words fell. The light of Hua Wuju's eyes, steeply condensed. What else did he leave you? The previous lord of Fengdu in the Hellmouth, the missing emperor, was precisely surnamed Jiang. Why don't you open it and see for yourself? Lan Xiaoshui asked tentatively. The sacred text has been passed down from generation to generation, and no one knows what's really inside. While saying that, Lan Xiaoshui slipped off her clothes and, on the snow-white skin, if hidden, some patterns that looked like star-like dots. Fine sweat oozed from Lan Xiaoshui's forehead, but the incantation in her mouth didn't stop for a moment. It is thought that this holy text must be done if it is to appear. Hana Wuju looked over. The star patterns on Blue Snow's body are not the so-called sacred texts. Rather, it's a secret method recorded in hell. This secret method allows the band to be shifted artificially. Theoretically, as long as the star pattern could be engraved onto a person's body, the transfer could be completed. But again, this transfer is not for everyone, because there is a hard condition. The transferer must be a body of Tai-in. The secret method of hell itself is the work of the Supreme In, and only Tai-in, who is also the body of the Supreme In. It is only then that this prohibition can be transferred. Realize that the originator of this prohibition was the previous Fengdu emperor. Interesting. The corner of Hua Wuju's mouth curved up. That so-called incantation is not a companion secret spell rather, it's the ancient language of hell. Bring her well. There is a great use for her. Do not frighten the snakes. Flower Wujue already understood in his heart. This so-called virgin. It's just a pawn used by the last Fengdu emperor to pass on information. Generations have been pawns. There was one thing that intrigued him though. Although the Tai-in body was not considered a top physique, it could not be passed down from generation to generation. How did this Blue Snow's family do it? Or was it the previous Northern In emperor who had moved again? And that, my lord, is that satisfactory to you? Lan Xiaoxue was a little apprehensive. She was really scared. This guy in front of her was furious and unpredictable. It's too scary. Instead of answering Lan Xiaoxue, Hua Wuju sneered. Lan Xiaoxue's expression was immediately stagnant, like a puppet on strings. And no matter what the prohibitions are, the will belonging to him, Flower Wujue, surged in as if to force it open, leaving so much behind. But only give me so much information. If he is not wrong, this bull ****** ban, buzz, an equally vast force collided. However, compared to Hua Wuju, it was still inferior. A transparent figure stepped out from within Lan Xiaoxue's body and, even though the figure was transparent, it couldn't stop the arrogance of ignoring the world. A pair of Danfang eyes that appropriately caused that boundless arrogance. It seems that I have a lord in hell again. Relief spread across the figure's face. But Hua Wuju had no intention of catching up with him. It was just a divine thought. Zhongli, what the hell are you up to? 30,000 years ago, you took away the underworld treasure records of the earth and were nowhere to be found. What have you been doing for the past 30,000 years? Hua Wuju didn't spoil the other party in the slightest. His pair of abysmal ink-like pupils filled with red aura. The underworld treasure record. The most precious treasure of the Earth's capital that is on a par with the Six Paths grinding wheel. For the use of the Northern In Emperor, hell has lost half of its Hongmeng supreme treasures all of a sudden. The sphere of influence and impact shrunk dramatically at once. With deep pockets, it is only barely standing still. This situation was only reversed after Hua Wujue became the Lord of Fengdu, conquering nearly 100 Hongmeng and re-establishing the majesty of hell. It could be said that the fact that the Earth's mansion could have gotten to where it is today has not a single thing to do with this Zhongli. Chapter 83, coming soon, Fengdu Hell Online. Embarrassment flowed across Zhongli's face, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Indeed, he took the pantheon away. Cool, hell will suffer. However, Zhongli also had his own hardships, only there was no way to say them now. I can't say. Zhongli sighed heavily. Hua Wuju, seeing this, sneered. Can't say, or don't want to say? His body's aura erupted, and an ancient black dragon, which covered the sky, crawled out from his robe Afghan. The huge dragon eyes stared straight at Zhongli's silhouette. Zhongli was startled. Ancient black dragon? This was a primordial race whose strength was in no way weaker than that of the great emperor of Hongmeng. And judging by the breath, this is still the king of the Taichou races. You'd actually submit to Flower Wujue? Zhongli was shocked in his heart, and in the absence of the spectral treasure records, he wasn't even sure that his main body was here to be his opponent, plus the owner of this ancient black dragon. Zhongli was afraid that he would be suppressed in a single glance, and even with the spectral treasure record, he would not be spared. Since you won't talk, I'll make you talk. Flower Wujue's abyssal ink-like pupils flashed with a hint of tyranny. According to the records of hell, the last Fengdu emperor was missing. The widely circulated term today is encountering danger and being trapped somewhere. But today it seems that the other party clearly has nothing to do with it. It's more like stealing the Hongmeng supreme treasure of hell, and then walk away. This is certainly a betrayal of hell. A layer of crimson blood color enveloped Hua Wuju's body, as if it was a burning flame that drenched the surroundings. Underworld heavenly flame. Zhongli's surprise deepened in his heart. The underworld heavenly flame was a technique that could only be cultivated by the Fengdu emperor after receiving recognition from the will of the earth. A color like that of Flower Wujue's degree of, at least to the extent of the 8th level. And it's only the 6th floor. Zhongli pushed down the chaotic thoughts in his mind and said with a complex expression, I know you have a lot of questions, but now is not the time to reveal them. Believe me, I'm not the enemy of you. What I'm doing is important. This concerns the survival of heaven and earth. Hua Wuju didn't talk nonsense to him. It was impossible to sway him with a sentence or two, unless he's allowed to see the truth with his own eyes. The underworld heavenly flame rapidly expanded and collided with Zhongli's silhouette. A faint halo of light emanated from Zhongli's body, which was used to counteract this force. However, it was dwarfed by the crimson spectral fire. Zhongli's body was dissipating a little bit. Even if you kill my void, you'll still get nothing after all. If you kill this girl, it will have an unpredictable effect on the situation. Zhongli's face was helpless. He'd like to stop it, but he's just a vapor after all. It's good to have 1/10 of the strength in your body. And not only did the other side completely inherit hell, he even raised his strength to an astonishing height, surpassing successive generations of Feng Du Da Di. The restraints are starting to loosen, but instead of opening it, it's going to self-destruct. Since there would be losses, Zhongli naturally wanted to minimize them. Zhongli has completely dissipated. It's like it never existed. And the ban, carrying its contents, shattered with a bang. An overwhelming storm fills the Black Sea below, and along its path passes. Everything turned into nothingness, and above that Black Sea, more than that, it set off a huge black storm that surpassed anything ever seen before, crossing the closed loop limits of the, with an amazing speed towards the giant ship on the sea. Time closed loop flow rate is different, about 1:7. Previously on Black Sea, there are 7 closed loops, each with a discrete area of time. It took 7 closed loops for the giant will to go through 7 closed loops to equal 1 hour outside the closed loops. Above deck, Helena stood before the entrance to the cave, and suddenly turned around, her eyes actually showing a cold glare, and the knuckle of pink arm quickly extended and gradually changed into a huge palm that slapped towards Yamakawa Ikimoku. There was something below decks that she must never meet. Yamakawa Ikimoku had expected this, and the ghost fire leapt and turned into a sea of fire as well. Wrapped securely in front of his body, that huge palm of flesh, as if it had touched coals of fire, began to melt like ice. More like paralyzed and eventually retracted back to Helena. Ghost fire is only available with 50 ghost coins, and this strange meat, which can be exchanged for nothing more than the cost of an arm, is better or worse, since it is known at a glance. The battle was lost. Yamakawa Ikimoku pressed on, with an evil smile at the corner of his mouth, and was just about to open his mouth to say a couple of harsh words. Instead, his face suddenly changed to panic, only to see that not far away, that the Black Sea rolled up a big storm that was never seen before. They seemed like raindrops, unobtrusive, before the wave that covered the sky. The massive black storm, which blotted out even the glow of the green lightning in the firmament. It only casts a darkness below. Black storm quickly crashed into the ghost wheel. A lurch came over the Yamakawa Iki. On the deck, falls forward, falling down the hole with Helena. And on deck, that one oddly weird and spooky looking one relands, behind the hatch. Rotten Sailor Creepy felt that lurch too, and that drooping eyeball snapped shut and, how did the black tide come so quickly? This can't be. Its face clouded over as it looked toward the location of the hatch for a long time. Under the Black Sea, Hua Wujue, who was located in the center of the fluctuation, was not injured in the slightest, and his complexion was a bit icy. It's even cold and scary. Even if the backhanders were to be destroyed, they would never reveal the news. Zhongli, it looks like you're really hiding a lot of things. In Hua Wuju's arms, Lan Xiaoyu, who had lost all her clothes, woke up quietly. Shortly after waking up, Lan Xiaoyu caught a glimpse of her naked body, and with a glance up, seeing the side of Hua Wuju's face again, a scarlet red rose in her cheeks immediately. Blue Xiaoyu obviously thought of something strange. Hua Wuju was in no mood to care about her at the moment. At the last moment when the prohibition was destroyed, Hua Wuju saved her. He tries to reverse it with time, but can't. Strange talk about the honky-tonk universe closing the nodes here. They've noticed Flower Wujue, and attempting to sever the connection with the will of the strange talk controlled by Hana Wujue. Hana Wujue prevented it. The Weird Tales will in his hand could still contact the various nodes of the Weird Tales Hongmeng universe. A bright flash of light. A small one-eyed ball with wings appeared in Flower Wujue's hand. There's something not quite normal about the way this blob looks. Strange Tales no. 394 at your service. Zip. Jia. Destroy. The Weird Tales game descends. Are you guys ready? The one-eyed blob closed its eyes as Flower Wujue gently stroked it. Strange talk about the Hongmeng universe. I'm afraid I've hooked up with Zhongli. The will of the Weird Tales in his hands was kind of half ruined. There's no way to build a stable projection next, but it's not without its rewards. The corner of Hua Wuju's mouth slightly hooked, and then a star label appeared in his hand. In the brief collision with the weird-talking honky-tonk universe that just occurred, He hacked into Weird Tales of the Divine's master database. In other words, now he can hack into other scenes in Weird Tales of the Will at will. It's his turn to reverse project. Next, it's only the beginning of the game. Reverse projection episode is about to begin. Members of the Hellmouth will appear. Chapter 84. The light of the righteous path shines on the earth. Mother said that the girls of our Bohai kingdom have to marry strong men who are stronger than themselves. I think you're. Barely. From now on, you are my husband. Lan Xiaoyu smiled playfully, her eyes full of little stars as she looked at Hua Wuju's side face. The body was also, at some point, redraped in a dress. Flower Wujue frowned and put away the star marker, then said indifferently, "Call me Lord Flower Emperor. Besides, I'm not your husband." Lan Xiaoyu pouted her lips and nodded extremely obediently, but in her heart, she was skittish. The Flower Emperor is really arrogant. It doesn't matter. We, the girls of the Bohai kingdom, are to grasp happiness for yourself. Then, Lord Flower Emperor, what do we do now? Lan Xiaoyu cooperated by spreading her smile. Flower Wujue's face was as frosty as ice, and she didn't answer her, but instead, she moved her steps to Qiankuan, stepping out with Then he had already arrived in the air above the big horrible giant wheel. Lan Xiaoyu had a jolt, and hugged Hua Wujue like a gecko, fearing that she would fall. A slight sideways glance downward, but a wide-eyed stare. It's those damnable bandits. Their country of Bohai was once not like this. Once they lived on an isolated island. Until one day, a huge, black smoking ship docked. The earth began to break up, the sea began to turn black, and the high priests of the clan, among others, seal her in a crystal coffin to guard the sacred text. This sleep is the end of days. The Bohai kingdom has long been a thing of the past, and her people, who have become ugly-looking sea gue, they snatched the Bohai kingdom's sacred water pearl. Husband, you must teach them a lesson. Lan Xiaoyu's face turned red with anger. The sacred water pearl, the treasure on which the Bohai kingdom depends for its survival. It allows them to live above the oceanic sea. It is also the life source of the sea. Once lost, the oceans will die and the earth will crumble. Everything dissipates. Blue Xiaoyu didn't realize that the people of this giant ship had already paid the price. Trapped for all eternity in 7 closed loops. Trapped on top of the treacherous Black Sea for eternity. And their bodies, too, have long been transformed into bizarre. Shut up. Hua Wuju's eyes went cold and he looked at her with a sideways glance. Since Jiangli was going to destroy Lan Xiaoyu, he was going to stay, and he wanted to see. What the hell is this guy planning to do? Lan Xiaoyu shivered and hugged Hua Wuju obediently. She had no cultivation, even, like an ordinary person, but it has a long and immortal life. The body of Tai Yin is not an immortal body. Flower Wujue withdrew his gaze and took a single step, as if heaven and earth had been brought to a standstill. The terrifying great black storm dissipated into nothing but smoke in an instant, and the sea creepers, densely coiled on the deck of the. It's also like being erased by a big invisible hand. They're landing on the deck. Meanwhile, the light screen of the Dragon Kingdom, which had been dark for quite some time, finally resumed. The Dragon Kingdom exploded all of a sudden. Their domestic light curtains don't know for what reason. Each time it goes to a black screen for an undetermined amount of time. And this boring time, with nothing to do but check on the progress of other countries, the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom, to speculate about their own country. The internet environment in other countries is full of worries and anger. And when we meet the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom who come to paddle in the water, that's a lot of hate. Dragon Nation netizens, that's a comfortable, but after all, it's not a projection of their own country. There is some loss in the end. Alas, what's wrong with Brother Jew? Other people don't want to see the light screen, but we can't see it if we want to. What's with the black screen every day? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This can't be a bad network transmission, can it? Damn. Trashy weird talk. Bad review. Money back. 66. Watch out for weird talk about Ryu. Hey, you guys, look at the light screen. The Dragon Nation viewers quickly noticed the light screen returning to normal. In fact, Netflix got it right. The reason why Hana Wuju's light screen intermittently experienced a black screen was because of the operator. Previously, it was the will of strange talk that maintained the projection, and when it encountered Flower Wujue radiating the fluctuations of a great emperor, projection can't be supported, so it's disconnected. Now that Weird Tales will is half-voided, it can only be used as the equivalent of a key. And now the operator. It's Hana Wujue. Naturally, the light screen will not fall back into a black screen. They quickly discovered the young girl in Hua Wuju's arms. Ouch! There's a story, ow! Longhua netizens' eyes lit up and gossiped about the story of the black screen. Flower Dad and Flower Mom were even more bright-eyed and oh so happy. Xiao Ju can do it. You've kidnapped a daughter-in-law? Something's not right. This kid doesn't look like a blue star. What's with the horns on his head? Hey, that's right. Hua father and Hua mother's faces instantly changed, as if they were as black as the bottom of a pot. And Hana Yogakure looked at the TV screen with big innocent eyes and clapped her hands. A box. Dragon Nation's netizens have also discovered this. This Jew wouldn't have become the evil knight, would he? Holy, cowhide. I'm impressed. It's still true? She even called her husband. No, you let her go. I want to be the evil knight too. Polarization on the Dragon Nation network. Part of it was the little fanboys of Flower Woodjue who hated their gums. The other part of the equation is chest-thumping male compatriots. Nothing else. It is true that Blue Drizzle fulfills all the fantasies of men. Innocent face, proud body. Especially when he saw Hua Wuju's cold look. He was even more angry and wanted to smash the keyboard. No, you don't like it. Let me do it. That's spooky. You lickspittles who think with your lower bodies. I don't know what you guys like about it. Flower Woodjue really isn't the kind of person you think he is. How could he like a creepy Dragon Nation Women's Network online hairfist? This is now a dry run for the male netizens of Longwa. Creepy, you guys want to send out punches too? Does it have anything to do with whether or not Flower Woodjue likes it or not? Or whether they like it? Yo, are you fairies breaking defense again? I'm sorry, not that I'm blowing it, but as far as the weirdness in your mouths is concerned, the face is enough to kill 99% of the female internet users. You guys want to compare yourselves to her? Sorry, you're not worthy. The male boxer of the Dragon Nation started to line up right away. The female netizens of Longwa cannot sit still, as if they really broke the defense. I really don't know what you guys are babbling about. Let's see if you guys can still say this kind of after this weird transformation. The male netizens of Longwa immediately disliked it. I don't know what you look like after the transformation, but I do know that you can't even compete with creepy. What are you guys? Are you not worse than Guile? Ha, pithy, cool spice. On this day, the Dragon Kingdom fairies have broken their defenses, especially the fantasy of waiting for Flower Woodjue to return to reality. The fairies who came to the door to be their daughters-in-law were even cursing on the internet, and were eventually blocked by the authorities to deal with them. There is no shortage of female celebrities who speak from their trumpets, as well as female netizens with various personas. Longwa male netizens have praised this, and there are its words are, the light of righteousness shines on the earth. Let every dark place be illuminated. Chapter 85, Cowhead and Horseface. Seeing the Emperor, the great terrorist ship has been purged. Hua Wuju stood on top of the deck, while Lan Xiaoyu stood to the side in a well-behaved manner. Meet me quickly. Hua Wuju coldly shouted into the void. The next moment, there was a subtle ripple in the air that, greetings, Lord Flower Emperor. Lin Moa respectfully knelt on one knee, fervor in his eyes. Lord Flower Emperor, finally back. Lin Moa was excited in her heart, but when she saw Lan Xiaoyu's face in her afterglow, but a sense of crisis surged inexplicably. This woman? Why can you stand next to the Flower Emperor? Lin Moa, for some reason, was inexplicably a little tasteless and sour in her heart. A trace of inexplicable hostility likewise flashed in Lan Xiaoyu's eyes, her intuition telling her that the respectful-looking subordinate in front of him seemed to have some emotions that he shouldn't have. Oh, trying to steal a man from me? Cunning flashed in Lan Xiaoyu's eyes as she leaned towards Hua Wuju's side again. Lord Flower Emperor, my subordinate is incompetent. The things you explained. Lin Moa's expression was well managed. Only a hint of despondency flashed in her eyes before she regained her composure. Reporting commenced. Flower Woodjue waved his hand, his expression as lofty as an iceberg. Well, this emperor is aware of it all. Lin Moa nodded respectfully, then waited for Hua Wuju to order. The ship's secrets he hadn't yet ferreted out, but they weren't far off. All that's missing is the final proverbial kick in the pants. That said, it seems like Amon and the others are having a crisis. But Lin Moa knew what to say and what not to say. Lord Flower Emperor had returned, so naturally he didn't need to interrupt. Open your mouth wide, Hua Wuju said calmly. Lin Moa froze, but quickly realized what Lord Hua Wuju meant. Ah! Lin Moa respectfully opened her mouth, and a touch of shyness flashed in the corner of her eyes. A rune appeared out of nowhere and shot into her mouth. Lan Xiaoyu watched from the sidelines with wide eyes, always feeling that something was strange, but she couldn't tell. And after this rune entered Lin Moa's body, soon, something changed around them, as glimmer after glimmer of green mist filled the air, exuding pure ghostly power. The LW viewers familiar with this scene understand. Oh wow, it's time to shake people again, and it is true. As the green mist filled the greater part of the deck, a white-faced scholar in vintage robes, just step out. Greetings, Lord Flower Emperor. Ju Chui respectfully knelt on one knee. Exempt, as I have requested. This realm will be included in Fengdu. Hua Wuju said faintly. Cui Ju rose after receiving his orders, and from the front of his sleeve a scroll flew out and grew larger and larger, until it covered most of the firmament. The scroll slowly turned over and an extremely dense green light began to reflect the heavens and the earth, and the bizarre power that flowed through the air that it also appears to be undergoing a marvelous transformation. This time, it wasn't the doppelganger that came, but the main body. Flower Wujua has taken control of this heaven and earth by 9 points. All that is needed is for the earthly will of the Book of Life and Death to receive it. Cui Ju, who was on the celestial dome, maneuvered the Book of Life and Death while a glint flashed in his eyes. He found out clearly that this heaven and earth had been tampered with, and the originator was none other than Lord Flower Wujue. Originally a standalone projection, it appears to have been implanted with a reverse intrusion. Using it as a node to, it actually counter-registers the rest of the Hongmeng. The more Cui Ju looked into it, the more heartened he became, and in the end it was a kind of thumping surprise. The last time I came to a world like this one, he hadn't cared yet, thinking only that it was a nameless youngster from somewhere who dared to mess with their Fengdu great emperor. The only thing you can say about being written down as coordinates is that you deserve it. The spooky bits of the Green Vine Ghost School. Having had the world core refined by the Book of Life and Death, Flower Wujue could, by virtue of the world core, easily find the chasmic barrier between the two worlds. Although I don't know why Lord Flower Wujue didn't go directly to that Hongmeng interface, but now it seems, Lord Flower Wujue seems to have found a more efficient way of conquering. No doubt about it. It was only a projection, but with a series of operations, it had invaded the real realm in reverse. By the time this projection has been refined, the other realm of the Hongmeng realm would also be refined in tandem. This is completely bypassing the Hongmeng barrier. Ju Chui didn't know that. The reason why Flower Wujue didn't head directly to the bizarre Hongmeng barrier was in addition to his contemptuous mindset at the beginning. There is even more vigilance now. If he did go recklessly, I'm afraid there would be a trap waiting for him. In particular, it is almost certain that the last Fengdu emperor actually colluded with the bizarre Hongmeng realm. The likelihood of this trap is even more greatly enhanced. It was never just the system that allowed Flower Wujue to step by step get to where he was today. More than anything else, it's a different kind of heart. The contempt is just a gesture he puts on for others to see. In his mind, any plotting and scheming will be the first to be rehearsed. So by way of this reverse projection, he'd like to see that. Exactly what his bizarre Hongmeng and Jiangli first could not help but expose. Or did he have to travel to the trap set by the other side? It's a game. A game of stand-up and a game of wacky talk. Both players on both sides of the board are playing on this board. The one who gets a head start can make the ladder. Step by step. Have to follow the rhythm of the head start. Now then, the first hand. It's Hana Wujue's, Lord Flower Emperor. It has been received. Cui Ju respectfully descended from the firmament and handed the Book of Life and Death in his hand to Hua Wuju. Flower Wujue took the Book of Life and Death and spread it out with one hand. The Book of Life and Death was instantly opened, as if turned over like a falling leaf. It ends up resting on the top of the wheel page. Bull head, horse noodle, Fengdu Emperor, Hua Wujue, order ox head and horseface to come for an audience at once. A red ghostly aura flickered around Flower Wujue, drifting around as if it were a whirlwind. And the space in front of him was even more like being stabbed with a knife, cracking a large slit down the center. As if an eye were open. A blood-red vortex. In the vortex, a bull's head, a horse's face, two gigantic figures of gods and demons. The muscles bulged like gnarled dragons, bringing an unrivaled sense of visual oppression. Bull head, horse face, greetings to Emperor Fengdu. Ox-headed horseface figure rapidly shrunk until it became the size of Flower Wujue's. That's what it took to get down on one knee respectfully. Hua Wuju nodded, his afterglow scanning the two. It's been so long, why are they still ghost generals? Oxhead and Horseface sniffed the corners of their mouths. They couldn't say that they, in fact, were groping for fish in hell every day. You're just looking for a female ghost and not concentrating on your training, right? My subordinate should be damned for not cultivating well. Please punish the Emperor. The two would certainly not say what was in their hearts, and they immediately knelt down to receive their punishment. No need. I'll give you guys a chance. Go and swat this place down. All weirdness, kill without pardon. Flower Wujue waved his hand, and a touch of bloodthirsty red aura flowed out of his abyssal ink-like pupils. Chapter 86, You Could All Be Creeps. The Great Big Wheel of Terror. Below deck. It was dark, damp, and from time to time there was a ticking sound. Ghostly green flames illuminate below. What's going on? What's happening up there? Seeing Yamakawa Kazuki and Helena fall down, Yurito couldn't help but speak up and ask. There was a vague sense of bad feeling between his eyebrows. They felt the same sensation of that bumpy ride just now. Sea storm, hit the ghost ship, Yamakawa Ikimoko said heartily. The crowd froze at the words, and at the sight of Helena's stony countenance also realized the seriousness of the problem. The hole is starting to seep. Yamakawa Kazuki's face changed, only to see the strange meat near the position of the cave's entrance. They all shrank back as if they had met a natural enemy. Then the hole, having lost the corrosive limitations of the strange flesh, it has resumed its slow growth enclosure. No good. Helena, quick! Yurito drank anxiously, but in the next moment, his pupils shrunk to the size of pinpoints again and the words were very different. Don't stop the hole from closing. Leave it alone. Helena had already made her move, and heard the latter remark with a slight, but the arm was already attached to the hole. Hole closure was prevented. At the same time there was a sibilant sound, like someone was crawling on the deck. But people, why are they crawling on the deck? No, all the people on this ship, they're all here. Everyone changed color, but Armin was calm, and the ghost fire came roaring in, blasted the arm that was leaning against the deck. Helena fell to the side in pain. What are you doing? Helena questioned angrily, and the hole closed at that moment. The faces of the remaining few were ugly, and only Yurito was vaguely relieved. Just moments ago, his danger warning kicked in again, and his thumping heart was reminding him that if you don't close the hole, your life will definitely be in danger, though he didn't know where the danger came from. Listen, Armin said faintly, a few brows furrowed, then listened. Da-da, da-da, pang, da-da, da-da, pang. A dense sound came from above their heads, accompanied by occasional tremors. There's something up there. Is that sailor creepy? Helena looked a little alarmed. Judging by the number of them, there was absolutely no way that this was the kind of commotion that a single creepy could make, but the only thing they'd seen so far that was creepy was the old dog. Not it. Armin shook his head. No, you don't. The bed check 6 hours ago. I watched Sailor Creepy turn into another creepy. Helena voiced her findings. Yurito and Seven played bedlamist colored slightly at their words, but didn't say much. It was something that only the three of them knew about, but now the information was shared. Kazuki Yamakawa was a bit surprised, as he associated what happened to him at that time with the tentacles were sliding haphazardly over his body, and reaching in where they shouldn't. So, it's this guy. Inexplicably, a wave of anger rose in Yamakawa Kazuki's heart. I know. Armin nodded, showing no surprise. You know? Helena sniffed, incredulous. The few people next to him, however, looked at each other and stepped back unanimously. Of the 5 open rooms, but Armin didn't enter any of them. In other words, he most likely did not encounter a bed check. So how did Armin know? Or rather, he's the trickster. As much as it sounds like a bit of a stretch, it is. By Sailor Creepy not realizing he's turned into another creepy. Then Armin. It's also very likely that it's not him anymore. That's why it didn't surprise me to hear such things. But the crowd was only skeptical for now. For his part, Yamakawa Kazuki understood that Armin had not turned out to be creepy, but he was happy to trip up Armin on an occasion like this, so he followed along and backed away. I went to room 101. There, I found a photo. The photo was of a creepy, with the ability to attack from across the room, but after the frame shattered, the weirdness went away. Armin said calmly, his pale blue pupils gazing into the deep darkness. Room 101. You mean the one that comes before 102? The Bedlam 7 player was a bit surprised. The remaining few vary, but there is no denying that they did know about room 101. After all, of the 5 rooms open, the first room is 102, which means there must be another 101 up ahead. But what does that have to do with what they're talking about? Photo ghosts, a different shenanigan at best, and why it was singled out by Armin. I think the creepy identity in the photo is the captain of this ghost ship. Captain? You found the clue to the treasure. Bunk 7 players have a steep light in front of their eyes. Hidden treasure, their 12-day mission. If they could find it, then all they had to do next was make sure they didn't die. Mission accomplished is always better than having a sword hanging over your head. Well, you could say that. Great. Where is that hidden treasure? Is it hard to believe that it's below this deck? I'm not sure, but I think that it's everywhere. Kazuki Yamakawa frowned as he understood something. Why do you say that? What happened to the photo ghost? Armin gave him a look. There's another mannequin in room 101. Instead, the cabinet contained a uniform identical to the one in the photograph. Yamakawa Kazuki's pupils shrunk, and his voice trembled a little. You mean that the ghosts in that photo can swap identities? Yurito, Helena, and that last Bedlam 7 player, listening to the clouds of I don't understand what the two are playing at. Yamakawa Kazuki, however, was a bit anxious. and immediately walked over to Armin with a bit of a scolding feeling. If you know, why are you saying it now? Such a trick. Following us around. We don't even know when we'll die. Helena's three faces changed. Creepy? The three men saw horror in each other's eyes. They thought of the king's game at the Green Vine Ghost School. Wasn't that the case with the Eiffel at the time? She didn't even know she was a trick. Not even at the moment of her death. But she has turned into a trick. From the meaning of Yamakawa Kazuki's words, such a trickster had appeared among the five of them as well. It's a bad situation right now. This isn't the game of kings, where you just need to complete the finger-pointing session to end the game. Now the question is, even if the shenanigans are found out, then who is going to fix it? It's so eerily powerful that words are almost not needed to describe it. Because, you could all be creepy. Armin spoke with deep meaning and turned to walk into the darkness. Chapter 87 Ox Horseface, brother. I thank you. Hey. Bullseye gets it. Jie. Horseface gets it. The two of them, Oxhead and Horseface, looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths hooked up in a sardonic smile. Then he violently bounced off the deck and came over the Black Sea, his body violently growing so large that it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as covering the sky. The law of heaven. Cui Ju stood beside Hua Wuju with a smile. These two guys. Hua Wuju smiled and shook his head. His abysmal ink-like pupils flashed a hint of laughter for the first time in a long time. Obviously, with the strength of Oxhead and Horseface, there is no need for the law of heaven and earth. It would have been enough to level this realm. Now this is a deliberate show of muscle. It's as if he's telling Flower Wujue, boss, it's not like we haven't grown. Look at this Fatiancian D. My brother and I have cultivated to the 5th level. However, the breath is a bit flimsy, more like a bluff. Ju Chui smiled, revealing the truth behind both. Dharma heaven and earth is divided into real and imaginary cultivation. Actual cultivation is that the strength of a phantom can be as much as several times that of the main body. Void cultivators, on the other hand, amplify themselves, and the strength of the phantom is, most likely, not as much as that of the main body. It can also be interpreted that one is solid muscle and the other is a punch in the face. It's more of a fox and a tiger. Cui Ju, go back and tell King Qin Guang that these two guys should go under him. Hua Wuju similarly smiled faintly. King Qin Guang, the cultivation fanatic of hell, is not only demanding about his own cultivation, even the subordinates are equally harsh. If Bullhead and Horseface fall into his hands, let alone looking for a female ghost, it's impossible to even get a break. According to King Qin Guang's words, rest? How dare you rest at your age? Get your ass up and practice. Becoming a ghost cultivator has benefits that no other human cultivator can hope to achieve. Ghost cultivators don't need to eat or sleep, and are completely made for cultivation. You have such a good condition not to use it and leave it to eat dust? Come shout with me. You don't cultivate. It cultivates. Once closed, it's hard to catch up again. Think then, and only repent. What you suffer today will eventually become tomorrow's cultivation. Come on, all cultivate for me. The bull's head and the horse's face that are performing on the Black Sea, still unaware of what their brother Ju Chui had done, and foolishly showing off his muscles. What could have been a one-time shot at creepy? Bullseye had to rip in half and regenerate to swallow. Horseface was even more exaggerated, waving a wolf-toothed stick in his hand like a madman, a set of chaotic cloak and hammer technique that shattered the entire closed loop of the Black Sea. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom watched the scene, clearing their brushes ***. You can't see anything else on the pop-ups at all, no matter how you look at it. What you see will always be just two words. At this moment, they had a whole new perception of Flower Wujue. Above deck, Linmua's scalp tingled as she watched, her fists clenched, and with every attack from Bullhead and Horseface, it all made her feel small. Unable to help himself, he looked to Lord Flower Emperor. To be able to harness such a terrifying god devil, Lord Flower Emperor, Blue Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was glowing and oh so rare. Looking around very rarely, Flower Wujue's expression was unusually flat. Everything seemed to be as it should be. Worth mentioning, behind decks at the moment, was slightly opened, and one drooping eyeball was peeping nervously. Seeing the godly and demonic Bullhead and Horseface, as well as Flower Wujue standing on the deck. That's called a scalp. The fact that its scalp was gone didn't stop it from tingling. Rotten sailor creepy, what the is this? Aren't these guys just regular humans? What is this called? It had recognized Flower Wujue at this very moment. Just remember that this guy didn't come down during the black tide. I didn't expect it to reappear. Thought Flower Wujue had died long ago. The rotten sailor is too weird to look at more than that. Originally, it thought that the pattern of the second coming of the black tide was somewhat misdirected. I didn't realize that it now appears to have simply been artificially induced. Can't mess with it. The rotting sailor closed the hatch eerily and quietly behind him, tiptoeing around trying to get out of this place of wrongdoing. The next moment, however, a slender hand rested on its shoulder. The rotting sailor cackled weirdly and turned his head, somewhat shakily, too, and then meeting that horrible guy. What's the rush? Under the abyssal ink-like pupils of Hua Wuju, he seemed to be smiling. That. You? No. Master, do you have any orders for the little one? Rotten sailor creepy rushes to do the honors. It was a far cry from the way they had treated Armin and the others earlier. This weird chi is quite pure. If it's used to make a ghost spirit elixir, I think it must be a good oven. Ju Chui stepped out from behind the rotting sailor's weirdness in a deus ex machina. It made the rotting sailor spooky, and again, his heart fluttered. How did he get out from behind me? Help! It's haunted. Hey! No! I'm just creepy myself. The rotting sailor's bizarre performance made the dragon's netizens laugh. 66. Iron. Are you trying to say that you don't know that ghosts scare ghosts to death? Blue Xiaoyu. Hana Wujua let out a soft huff. Lan Xiaoyu, who was still searching for Hua Wuju's figure on the deck, was wrapped in a great power that brought to his side in an instant. Hey, husband, so you're here. Lan Xiaoyu smiled wryly and was about to pounce on Hua Wuju. As Cui Ju watched this scene, his narrow phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. Who's this? How dare you call Emperor Feng your husband? Jokingly, when the heavenly court claimed that the unparalleled Yaoqi fairy of the ages, those who wanted to discuss matters of cultivation with Lord Emperor were ruthlessly rejected. Who the hell are you? Hua Wuju's brow furrowed, and with one hand he picked her up and the abyssal ink-like pupils flashed with cold red aura. Any more insolence and you'll disappear. Again and again. Not again and again. If it were not for the usefulness of keeping them, and for the fact that in hell there is no rule of honor, it was enough to break her spirit. Lan Xiaoyu was instantly frightened and didn't dare to move, pouting in aggression, wanting to cry. And yet, he dared not, and bowed his head in fear. This scene made the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom look very heartbroken, and cursed Hua Wuju, who didn't know how to have mercy on her. Pissed off, they pounded their chests. How can you spare to be so mean to my Xiaoyu? You bad silver flower Wujue, you piker. You don't want it. I want it. Oh, Xiaoyu, don't cry. Go with brother. Brother loves you. In contrast, however, there's also been a craze for famous terriers on the dragon's internet, such as the cyber lickers, the creepy lover and all that. Ha ha, open your eyes, be a cyber licking dog and fall in love electronically. You guys are real talents. Real life lickers aren't satisfied. Even cyber lickers are arranged. I don't know what you guys are paying attention to. It's a weird game. Side note, don't be so weird, okay? The great big wheel of terror. Could you recognize him? Hua Wuju's aura dissipated and re-internalized back, putting Lan Xiaoyu down. The abyssal ink-like eyes were calm again, ancient and unperturbed, so that one could not see what they were thinking. Lan Xiaoyu bit her lips tightly and sniffled a little, which was to look up, and then, she then froze. Chapter 88, Life and Death are decided. It's you, High Priest? Lan Xiaoyu lightly covered her small mouth, her eyes filled with uncertainty and surprise. I only saw that under the pressure of Hua Wuju's might. That rotting sailor is weird, with a big hole cracked in his chest. An odd head with dirty hair was reaching out with dozens of tentacles, trying its best to climb out. Can be wacky. Rotting sailor creepy. 4-1, is oblivious to all of this. The one eye that drooped down was filled with panic, and grassily looked at Flower Wujue. Hearing Lan Xiaoyu's words, a trance flashed in the eyes of the rotting sailor, as if he'd heard it somewhere. But then I can't think of anything. Interesting. Flower Wuju's abyssal ink-like pupils flashed with a bright light, then snapped his fingers. A soft crunch. The rotting sailor bizarrely and instantly exploded into a mist of blood that exploded inside the cabin. Click. The odd head fell to the ground. Dozens of only pink tentacles wriggled back and forth in the blood on the ground. It tried to escape, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't move, as if it was being pressed by a huge mountain. High Priestess, how did this happen? Lan Xiaoyu murmured with her eyes lifeless. That head, though odd-looking, by virtue of a peculiar connection, she still recognized it instantly. When the Bohai Kingdom first suffered a crisis, at the beginning of the crisis turmoil, the High Priestess herself sealed her inside a crystal coffin. This sleep, the world has changed. The Bohai Kingdom has become a passing cloud, and the clear ocean has become filthy. Those who were once members of the clan are nowhere to be found at this moment. The only place she's still familiar with. It's also nothing more than that ruin. I didn't expect to meet my old friend again, but it was such a scene. Well, curse, the power is not bad. That's not quite a compliment. Ju Chui stroked his chin. Those writhing blood were actually proliferating with white worm eggs at an alarming rate. It was densely packed, rather like the coming of an ant tide. Ka! Extremely subtle light noise. The eggs began to crack and tiny tentacles poked out of them. Town! Chui Ju pointed out a finger. And the restlessness of these insect eggs stopped. The tentacles that had already poked out stayed in the air. He was a subordinate of Flower Wujue, and a few thousand years of time could make it so trusting. Friendship is one thing. It's more about ability and vision. This kind of thing naturally didn't need to bother Flower Wujue personally. Just leave it to him, the judge of hell, the pen of life and death. Chui Ju, Emperor, may I have this object bestowed upon me? I have a hunch that it will be of use to me in my incantations. Maybe there are some new breakthroughs. Chui Ju smiled faintly and pleaded with Hua Wuju. In addition to his title of Pen of Life and Death within the Hell, he is also known as the Soul-Snatching Curse, proficient in the 10,000 spells of the heavens, covering the aspects of sword, poison, sorcery, compulsion, the 5 elements, longevity, and so on. There must be something unique about a curse that could interest him, and it is true. Using resentment as a guide, bridging time and space, penetrating isolation, and sacrificing the future again. Een is hidden in the past and the present, the living dead, the living and the dead soul. The soul is there and the person has disappeared. The person is not there and the soul is hard to die. Flower Wujue also showed a flash of color. The road is infinite. There are so many talents. The highest cultivation in this world was no match for a ghost general like Bullhead and Horseface. But this so-called High Priest's curse, if it acts on the body of the bull, yet it definitely works. Eternal, back-breaking torture. Being like a walking corpse has been the best outcome. But alas, this high priest's tactics were ultimately a lost cause. There is a shadow of the bizarre Hongmeng behind everything that works. A curse of this magnitude cannot be completely avenged after all. The creepy honkers themselves don't need overly witty henchmen, so that just saves them some effort. Rotten Sailor Creepy, known only as Dog. If someone calls its name, it can kill them. Every once in a while there is a lot of fresh blood food on the deck. It needs to follow the rules and lure them to their deaths little by little. When they were all dead, then it would continue to wait for the next wave of blood meal, but it didn't know that it had been the captain of the ship. The sailors, the cooks, the mates that were once there, are all dead. It was the only one that survived. No, it's dead too, only, it was not relieved. The daily rolls, as if, they were all still with him. Flower Emperor, can you save the High Priestess? Lan Xiaoyu's body trembled lightly, her eyes already red. High Priestess, why have you become like this? Where are the clansmen? Have they become like this too? Father? Mother? Lan Xiaoyu actually had the answer in her heart, but she had never deliberately mentioned it, because she doesn't want to face it, until the head of the High Priestess appeared before her. Flower Wujue pondered slightly and shook his head. Life and death have been decided, and there is nothing I can do about it. Its soul, long ago, has been dispersed, and now, it is nothing more than an evil spirit that has been bred. It's like some of the universes that haven't seen reincarnation yet. All creatures return directly to the will of the world after death. There is no such thing as reincarnation. Dissipated is dissipated. No longer exists. Without being relegated to the hellish cycle, death is dissipation. It's strange that Hongmeng keeps sending out viruses to other universes, but it's also collecting souls. Grow the origin of your own universe. These realms under their rule, long ago cut off from the normal course of the light of day, in order to prevent, by persons of goodwill. Start with the long light and take it straight away. Viruses are easy to come by and easy to remove. Instead of cutting the long river of time, just turn back the clock and nothing will exist. Otherwise, Flower Wujue, who had just used time regression under the Black Sea, just stopped the ban from breaking, but he didn't make it, because this light period has been broken. The conquest of the earth is the convergence of all the rest of the long rivers of light and shade into the mainstream of the earth. As the Lord of Feng, he could call up all the light and shade from any of the nodes. There is no such thing as a non-existing light time, and naturally, there is no such thing as a reversal of time. So, he couldn't save the so-called High Priest. Even if he were the Fengdu Emperor, he couldn't get out of a non-existent river of light. Fish out the long-gone beings. However, it's actually possible. As long as Flower Wujue is willing to use her great power to reshape a period of light, then copy what has happened here into it, and then finally a plausibly similar being is fished out of this fake light. Rather like a resurrection. But the crux of the matter was, why did Hua Wuju do this? Non-relative. For the sake of Lan Xiaoyu, why should he remake a period of time? Just for each other's selfishness? Compassion. That's what bald asses do. The great Fengdu Emperor, who kills and destroys, is honored by 10,000 ghosts, and the demons and monsters, all bow down and kneel. Hana Wujue, only for the benefit of the hell, and at the same time, for his benefit. Chapter 89 Whether or not to inform the Heavenly Emperor? Hearing Hana Wujue's reply, Lan Xiaoyu was a little disoriented, biting her lip, trying her best not to cry out, twisting her head and, tears still slipped down her smooth cheeks, silent choking. The most I can do is help it out, Flower Wujue said calmly, then her eyes flashed at the strange head in front of her. Then a peculiar change occurred. The pink tentacles were dissolving, the stray hairs on the head were melting, and the next thing you know, it was shattering. But that's not the end of it. Wait for everything to settle down. Another hapless soul appeared before his eyes. Xiaoyu, a somewhat old, uncertain voice rang out. When Lan Xiaoyu heard this voice, she reflexively turned her head, then her face revealed delight. High Priest! Lan Xiaoyu lunged, but pounced, passing between the soul bodies. Alas! I am dead. You cannot touch me. The spirit was a pale old man with white hair, but his body was not stooped. The words that came out of his mouth inexplicably carried a hint of sadness. Why, High Priestess, what happened to the Bohai Kingdom? Where did everyone go? Lan Xiaoyu's expression was a bit agitated. She had so many questions she wanted answered from the mouth of the High Priestess. The High Priest was silent, but then spoke again. I don't have much time left, and I have a feeling that this is just a wisp of obsession, and I'll be gone soon. The Bohai Kingdom's sacred water bead was tampered with by me, and all they'll get is disaster. Fine skinless, the sacred water pearl is in its brain. Inside lurks my life's work, and your father and mother, all of it. Only you, boy, only you can open it. Bohai Kingdom, I'm counting on you. The old soul sighed languidly. Lan Xiaoyu's expression was pained, obviously suffering a considerable blow. The pale soul body stretched out its transparent hand and tried to touch Lan Xiaoyu, but it just passed through. Then he looked up at Hua Wuju. My lord, you're back. Fortunately, the Bohai Kingdom has not failed you, and the sacred text has been preserved to this day. The High Priestess clearly thought of Hua Wuju as Zhongli. Don't know why though. Rest in peace. Hua Wuju didn't count on it. A clan that kept its word deserved respect. Please help look after Xiaoyu for a moment or two. The High Priestess laughed, then slowly dissipated. This time, it was truly gone. Hua Wuju's abyssal ink-like eyes calmly looked down at his feet. He knew what the High Priestess meant by his lordship. Because the holy water beads of the Bohai Kingdom are simply something from hell. That's not called holy water beads either. It's only right to call it San Lanju. It's not a rare object that has the ability to protect against water. There is another reason for the darkening of the waters here. Interesting. There would actually be objects from hell here. Could it be that someone has been here? Or who brought something from hell here? Cui Ju was clearly greatly interested. Hana Wujue, on the other hand, satisfied his curiosity. It's Zhongli. Cui Ju's expression stagnated, and a strong surprise flashed across that bookish face. How is that possible? Zhongli, isn't he missing? How did it come to be here? Is it hard to believe that the murder was faked? But Hellswell clearly doesn't have his scent anymore. Wait, after Cui Ju calmed down, he seemed to understand something. Emperor, you've already met him. Hua Wuju didn't hide it either, telling Cui Ju in a big way. Sort of. He's defected to Hell and is now hooking up with one of the Hongmeng universes. This out of the Hongmeng universe has a wide range of powers. Just like this realm under our feet, they radiate an unknown amount. Speaking of which, you've seen them before. The ones from the underworld Chaos Sea. Cui Ju had a serious expression on his face, then said very seriously, I understand, Lord Emperor. It is at your disposal, and we will die by all means. He didn't doubt Hua Wuju's words, even if what Hua Wujue was talking about was the previous Fengdu Emperor. Zhongli was no longer from hell after all. Not when he took away the book of the underworld and let nothing happen to him. And Lord Flower Emperor is their only lord. The only thing that surprised Cui Ju a bit, it's that Zhongli actually hooked up with another power. Rebellion to hell. This can be simultaneously equivalent to defecting from heaven. If the Heavenly Emperor were to know this news, I'm afraid Su Changliang will come too, because this simultaneously amounts to a matter of face for the Heavenly Court. The Fengdu Emperor and the Northern Emperor are bound. Heaven and hell are never separated. But the thought of the Heavenly Emperor and Flower Wujue meeting gave Cui Ju a vague headache. These two lords are lucky if they don't fight when they meet. Emperor, should we inform the Heavenly Emperor of this? Cui Ju was confident in Hua Wuju's strength and didn't think that dealing with Zhongli would be met with any trouble. But after all, another unknown force is involved. It's always a good idea to inform your allies. The Heavenly Court is always unable to stay out of the way, because the jurisdiction of hell and heaven is, in a way, the same. For the two are themselves the equivalent of a wide scattering of conjoined forces. Tell him what for? No. Flower Wujue bluntly refused. and a trace of displeasure flashed across his iceberg-like face. Can be based on a name. The only guy who could make him have a change of mood was the Heavenly Emperor. Heaven. Ugh. It's so boring, and I wonder what Hannah went to do. Going home for a visit. That's how long it's been. And you're still not back. I don't even know what to do. Su Changliang was sitting on the Heavenly Emperor's throne, long on short size. While saying this, he unconsciously picked up a strangely shaped pitch-black fruit that, then bit down hard on it, next to the throne. Sword Spirit looked on in disbelief. Not many people knew that Hua Wuju had gone home to visit his family. Everyone thought it was Emperor Baiyin who had gone to fight again. It's only the people at the top of hell who know about it. It's the Emperor coming home. And at the first moment that Flower Wujue went back to the Su Changliang ran directly to the side of the hell, and gave all sorts of geniuses and treasures to scavenge. In particular, the yellow spring bijou fruit, which he didn't get last time, was hardened and pried out from Flower Wujue's prohibition. Yellow Spring's bijou fruit, Hongmeng sacred fruit, 90 million years a knot, more rare than the underworld holy fruit, deservedly the first holy things of the hell. There are only 12 in total stock in hell. His master is hardwired to take 10. Aho! Su Changliang sneezed violently and opened his eyes as a thief. What's the situation? Hannah is back. Hua Wuju's brows furrowed. The thought of the Heavenly Emperor gave him a vague bad feeling, but I can't say what's wrong. Throwing away stray thoughts, he was back on deck again, and by this time the Black Sea had turned red. There's blood everywhere, and Bullseye and Horseface are having a great time. As for the vault, the cloud that had not lifted for so long dissipated. It is here subsumed in the wheel of hell, the long river of time and light. At this moment, also reconnected, Hua Wuju beckoned Chuiju over, looked at the deck at his feet, and said faintly, "Go, it is time to end this matter." Chapter 90, Heavenly Emperor, who dares to call me by my name? After Chuiju received his orders, it then slowly retreated into the void and disappeared. Flower Wujue beckoned and a rustic-style rattan chair appeared behind her, and after she lay down in it, spontaneously adjusts the angle of the chair for the comfort of the person reclining on it. As for the front, Old Wang's TV set is out again. Hua Wujue points a finger at the screen with snowflakes floating on it. Then the images start to appear. Hua Wuju quietly closed his eyes. The warm sunlight shone down, and Lin Mua stood behind it obediently. Then the self-conscious massaging began. The events of a short while ago were projected onto the Dragon Nation's light screen, leaving the Dragon Nation's netizens stunned. Even if they didn't want to believe it, the facts were right in front of them. It seems they have been overlooking an important possibility. Dragon Nation. What with the Bohai Kingdom and the High Priestess? Do you have any feeling that this Weird Tales game is going in increasingly strange directions? I've been starting to feel a sudden change in the picture for a long time now. The other players are really playing a game of life and death. Our Dragon Kingdom's Flower Wujue, who has been acting strangely from the beginning to the end. If it weren't for my limited brain capacity, it's been putting me off, and I suspect high and low that he's some kind of hidden god. No, I seem to understand. Is it possible that the ability of that Fengdu Emperor too? It's not actually the ability, but the identity of Hannah Wujue? ***. Could it be that the aura has revived? Blanche, I feel like my 10 years of compulsory schooling was for nothing. Science. Ah shucks. I'll start learning monasticism now. It's true that only the arcane arts are true. The mediocre passerby is a god and goddess hidden under the neon of the city. The night moon shines down on the lights and looks away from the fairies on the moon palace. Master, I've come to my realization. It turns out that immortals really do exist. Dragon Nation's netizens have begun an almost outrageous maneuver in response. I hung my brother up and beat him for 3 days and 3 nights. He wouldn't admit he was a hidden bigot either. So I proceeded to fight. And then he died. I went on somewhere and bought a big tank and got some scallops and threw them in there. Every time I come home, I yell for the scallop fairy. And no one gives a, and I think the scallop fairy's shy. Then I did something intimate across the tank, and what am I feeling dizzy and hot right now? Is it hard to believe that I'm hated? 66. You two are really the crouching dragon and the phoenix. How dare you believe in feudal superstitions? And that's a snail girl. What are you doing with a scallop? You're doing it through the tank. You're afraid of a bacterial infection. Talent. Hey. No. You look familiar upstairs. Didn't you brag a couple of days ago that you were about to meet up with Miss Tianluo, and now you're looking away from the world? Words such as these exploded across the dragonnet about the perception of the gods and goddesses that it's basically growing by the second. Throughout history and up and down the line, while there have always been legends that, but no one had ever seen a real fairy with their own eyes until the Weird Tales game came along. But people didn't think that way at first. But there is an outlier here. All the things that Hannah Wujue has done, and the things that his ability has demonstrated. It makes everyone think in terms of the gods. It turns out that hell really does exist. The Weird Tales game really pulled a Feng Du Da Di over, but that's just a guess. After all, no one has any substantial evidence, and we can't rely on 1 or 2 sentences plus some speculation. Just be sure that the other party is Feng Du Da Di. If that's the case, does that mean that heaven also exists? Where's the emperor? Distant heaven. Su Changliang was lying on the eaves of the Golden Palace, looking at the blank, empty dome of the sky, a chaos intertwined with white mist, a trance, not knowing what to think. Suddenly, aho, a big sneeze. Su Changliang suspiciously got up, looked around again, and after making a fruitless rounds of, somewhat furious, he spoke. Outrageous. Grandma's leg. Who the hell is it? Don't let this heavenly emperor know. The celestial emperor carries a set of peculiar feats, the heavens and the boundless heavens, but whenever anyone recites its name, he senses it all, within the realms of the heavens and the earth. When someone called out, he was able to lock on directly, within the boundless chasm. Some people associate, while the effect is much weaker, unless it's lots and lots of chanting that he can feel, or it's someone with a high level of cultivation, like the Hongmeng Emperor or something like that, so that it can also be felt. And it was not the case that this set of feats would be sensed by calling out the true name of the heavenly emperor, just by chanting about the heavenly emperor. The karma of the underworld will be directly implicated. As for why the celestial emperor wanted the whole of this out, it's rumored to be for fun, and to prevent anyone from stealing bad words about him. But after cultivating it out, a few emperors with sky-high cultivation were caught after the. Basically, all the areas within the jurisdiction of heaven and earth are known. So when people say heavenly emperor again, they use other pronouns, like he, or that person, etc. Su Changliang didn't play for long before he couldn't, except for some fragmented and weak beings in the lower world. The higher-ups in heaven and hell chatting about him all use pronouns, which don't mean much. This set of feats was put on hold. I didn't realize that after so much time had passed, the sensations in this section were actually so dense, and it's all in the boundless divide. Su Changliang, this can be angry enough. It is not guaranteed that wherever the Hongmeng universe is denigrating him Su Tiandi. No, only I. Su Tiandi, talk about others, where is someone else to hack me? You watch my back here. I have to go find that Hongmeng universe. Su Changliang's eyes glared, leaving behind a bilocation full of helpless faces. Before stepping on the small sword end, it directly disappeared into the heavenly court, and after he left, he's gone. It was accompanied by a quiet voice transmission from Su Changliang's native doppelganger. All up and down the heavenly court, everyone cheered. South Heavenly Gate, North Heavenly Gate, the guards from all sides cheered. The large and small group of gods and goddesses were also happy with their faces, happier than the beginning of the Peach Festival. What's more, like Tota Li Tianwang, he was even more excited and shed a handful of old tears. Finally gone. If not, my oldly family is just a little good stuff. It's all gone. Taishan Laojun was deeply touched by this. Finally, I can open the furnace and make pills. My 9 turns treasure god pill. This time I will definitely not let you be stolen away again. Even the Chang'e immortal above the moon palace, with her cold and pretty face that has not shown any emotion for 10,000 years. At the moment, he also arched both leaves of his eyebrows and danced around the moon rabbit in his arms. Inside the palace of the heavenly king, the doppelganger Su Changliang left behind looked at this scene and smiled faintly, then silently took care of the political affairs. Hey, boss. When's Big Boss coming back? Tota Li Tianwang and several other heavenly hierarchies, such as Taishan Laojun, the god of wealth, the Erlang Shun, and Wu Xiu Xingjuan, all scowled in front of the heavenly emperor's preliminaries. I don't know, but it should take some time. He went outside the domain. The gods cheered again. The news soon spread in hell as well. Without exception, the 10 temples of hell and other top officials of the earth's capital were as happy as if it was New Year's Eve. Su Changliang, who was already shuttling through the Hongmeng boundary wall and locking his bearings at the moment, another suspicious glance back, the corner of his mouth suddenly hooked, seemingly. There's something that this emperor has forgotten? No way. I'm going back for another look. Chapter 91 Who? Darkness below decks. Armin turned and walked into it, disappearing from the sight of the other 4. Yamakawa Kazuki glanced warily at the 3 Helenas before rushing after them. The 3 Helenas didn't dare delay. They had no ghostly fire, and left Armin and Yamakawa Ikimoku. One would simply lose the light and be completely consumed by the darkness. It's not a nice place to be down here. All around, at the hollow walls, the strange-looking weird flesh was writhing, losing the burn of the ghostly fire. These monstrous meats were attracted by another scent. A spontaneous desire to devour. Helena was especially anxious, almost the fastest runner of the 3. The four men quickly resumed following behind Armin, and silently speculate on who was the shenanigans that got its face swapped. Each person thinks the other is the one. Yamakawa Iki, though, has always harbored a competitive attitude towards Armin, but he understood. In this situation, there is no need to tell such a lie, especially since Yamakawa Kazuki knew full well that Armin would start laying things out without even realizing it. But basically everything he said was true. That is to say, that face-swapping trickster has probably infiltrated without even realizing it. Yamakawa Ikimoku can be sure of that. He or she is definitely not the creepy one that got face-swapped. The theory of bizarre offsetting, which he also studied, Ghostfire was on him, and Creepy wanted to attack him unless he stripped himself of his creepy items first. And then think of the time period in which face-swapping shenanigans are likely to change faces. The only time that is most appropriate is for bed check. From there, the suspicion of the three Helenas could have skyrocketed. Helena, Yulito, and the unknown Bedlam 7 player. In the dim light, the three of them had cloudy complexions, and their eyes were filled with all sorts of thoughts. Obviously, they weren't sure if they were weirdly possessed or not. Even if there is, they are also reluctant to peel away from the small group. Leaving Armin must be a dead end. If we follow him, we may be able to find out the real trick, and thus clear ourselves of suspicion. It also allows you to complete tasks. It can be a double whammy. Armin didn't say anything, just walked forward silently. Ghostly flames reflected ahead, dispelling the deep darkness. The four behind them followed one after the other. Without uttering a word, he walked in silence. Walking, it was only then that the others vaguely felt that something was wrong. Yamakawa Iki frowned. There was something vaguely odd about looking at Armin, who was leading the way ahead. It's a stretch of road that feels like it will never end. No matter how far they went, they couldn't see the end of the road ahead. This ghost ship is big though, but it can't be that outrageous. It's impossible to go this long without even a single wall or other object. Armin, Yamakawa Kazuki called out to him. Armin didn't look back, still walking on his own. The crowd was behind it. Couldn't see the look on Armin's face. This shout, all four men panicked. Yamakawa Ikimoku, his pupils filled with astonishment. Face-swapping shenanigans, with the possibility of not just a face swap, but a real alternative identity. Become a new person, topping a stolen identity. Survive among them all. Unconsciously goosebumps rose on Yamakawa Kazuki's body. If he's right, it was likely that they had been separated when Armin had walked into the darkness. Now this Armin is probably just an imposter. True identity. It's the face-swapping trick. Yamakawa Iki quietly turned his head away. The three Helenas also sensed something was wrong. Several people's eyes met in silent agreement. In here, Yurito's demeanor changed again. A few of them tried to get away from Armin in front of them, heading in the other direction. Then the heart thumped. This is a warning of danger. Yurito hurriedly pulled the others back. Sign language was used to gesture the heart, and then another expression was used to inform the others. Lighten up. There will be danger. Kazuki Yamakawa took a deep breath, and after looking deeply at him, then continued to follow Armin as if nothing had happened. The distance between the two was not even an arm's length. Helena's eyes flashed one after the other, with all sorts of emotions flashing through them. Wary, he looked around at the darkness, then followed as if nothing had happened. As for the bottom section of the team, that Bedlam 7 player, who got Armin, in a vague way, most likely that's what the trickster's message was after. Obviously scared, goosebumps after goosebumps rose on his body, especially within this eerie atmosphere. Everyone blindly and aimlessly following a creep. Obviously, it was beyond his mental defenses. The darkness around them could very well be dangerous at any moment. The mainstay of the front is again likely to be an imposter. Armin, where the hell are you? Player 7 misses Armin immensely in this moment. The one who is always calm and responsive, no matter what. The one who has the situation firmly in his hands. If he's in now, there must be a way to deal with it, right? Bedlam player number 7 followed in a mood of apprehension, given the psychological resistance that he stayed at the far end of the line. If there are any surprises ahead, he wasn't the first to be found either. After a bit more walking, it took him a moment to realize he might be wrong. For walking, it was just a wobble, and everything in front of him disappeared. Boundless darkness greeted him. Armin, Yurito, Helena. The Bedlam 7 player was in complete and utter panic. A man walking aimlessly through the darkness, with an anxious gait. Unusually hoping for some response from the darkness. But there's nothing. Not even an echo came. No, where are you guys? The fear on the face of the Bedlam 7 player was close to turning into substance. In the darkness, some stray sound is accompanying the squirming, precisely close to him. Bedlam player number 7 didn't care, and in extreme fear, ran straight ahead of the Everything else was left behind. Now he wants to do it. Just get away from those weird noises behind you. The good thing is that this is working. The Bedlam 7 player panted and ran for an unknown amount of time. Those creepy, writhing sounds behind them finally died down. Everything is silent again. It was still dark, but at least it was better than the earlier situation. Like a lost cause, he walked around for a while longer. Excitement suddenly welled up on the face of the 7th bed player. It was difficult to look at the flash of green light not far ahead. Immediately, he trotted over. Hey! The green light was getting closer. He was also able to determine that's what ghost fire looked like. Under the ghost fire, he saw Helena and Yulito at the end. Also saw Armin in the forefront. And they apparently also saw the Bedlam 7 player who came trotting in. Only instead of surprise, their faces were thick with horror. Next to them, there was another figure. The face, identical to his, also showed horror and looked at him in fear. Chapter 92 Emond. No. Who are you? The 7th bed player's face abruptly paled, and his heart stopped abruptly as if he had been pinched violently. Helena, Yurito. The expression was one of straight-up fear. Kiichi Yamakawa's face was cloudy. Armin, on the other hand, was gazing at him calmly with those light blue pupils. Look at the expressions on these people's faces. Bedlam 7 players understand. His identity has been replaced. But, when is it? A kind of panic inexplicably rose in the heart of the Bedlam 7 player. Because of the imposter in front of me, there is not a single thing that is different from yourself. Even the emotions that are being displayed now would be completely normal reactions that he displays. In that case, how is he going to prove that he's for real? After Helena and Yulito, bed player number 7, did not say anything, just turned to the remaining few with a look of apprehension tinged with fear. This situation. There's no dog and pony. Mutual identity reveal session. Because what's true is that, now this bed 7 player of the 5. Not for a minute did it disappear from their sight. On the other hand, this sudden emergence from the darkness of the 7th bed player, it would be hard not to be skeptical. No one spoke, there was silent contemplation in every eye. Which one is Guile? You guys, trust me, I'm the real deal. He took my place. The voices of the players in bed 7 took on a hint of pathos. He's very clear. This situation is one of the worst, because his own original teammates didn't have the slightest desire to confirm the authenticity of either. In their opinion, himself is a fake. I'm afraid if we talk hastily, we'll cause some kind of attack pattern. Naturally, they won't do it, but since they don't talk, a true Bedlam 7 player, but can't keep quiet if he's truly defined as an imposter, and then abandoned in this dark space, he'll go crazy, truly insane, especially after experiencing that horrible writhing sound. He doesn't want to be left behind, don't want to be left alone again. His name is Emond, born into a not-so-wealthy civilian family. The father was a hard-drinking alcoholic and a gambler at the same time. Back when he was 2 years old, the mother then hanged herself because she couldn't handle the pressure. 3 years old, father lost the family house. He began to follow along and sleep in the street. When you're hungry, you look for food from the garbage cans. And when you're thirsty, you go and drink the stagnant water on the ground, or a faucet on someone's lawn. 5 years old, his father began to make him go begging. Emond took it very seriously and never complained. Even if he didn't have enough to eat or wear every day, he gave all the money he had earned to his father, hoping only for a compliment from my father. But reality, after all, is cruel. The drunken father snatched up the crumpled coins with one hand, then shook himself and, I don't know what casino or bar I went to. Only Emond's thin body was left behind, huddled alone under an overpass on a snowy street. When you get cold, lean against the wall. When I'm hungry, I look at the side of the road, at the people who are busy because of Thanksgiving, the food that smells good. Cast envious glances from time to time. Take a few more greedy inhales of the aroma coming from the restaurant. Even so, Emond, nor did he ever want to leave. Because of father. That's what a father is. But even so, his father still abandoned him when he was 8 years old. And he, taken back by debt collectors. The menacing debt collectors discussed selling the organs from his body. Emond broke into a feeling that the days of living here in the debt collectors, it seems to be better than under the flyover. Because there's food. Because there's a place to sleep. Daddy will come for me. Little Emond said so. The debt collector just sneered and contacted the buyer on his own. Well, in the end, he was saved. Because the debt collectors organization, which is suspected of human organ trafficking, is being investigated by the police. Him as a victim. Since they had no relatives and were outcasts, they were brought to the orphanage. Inside the orphanage, there are a lot of little kids just like him. There are clothes to wear here too. There's even delicious food that you wouldn't normally even think of. Even the bed. It's also soft. Nothing is real. So much like a king's palace. Little Emond didn't like it, because the father is not here. Soon, he's because of his cute appearance, and his quiet personality, adopted by a rather wealthy family. The man and woman in the adoptive family were unable to conceive because they had been unable to do so for many years. That's why they went to the orphanage for adoption. And they instantly fell in love with this child, born with a melancholic and quiet air. Little Emond did listen, too. It was a happy life. Unfortunately it didn't last long, because the hostess is pregnant. It's a girl. Little Emond was busy taking care of this unrelated sister. This sister when she was little, and very clingy to this brother, but not when you're older. His sister resented him, disliked him for being wishy-washy, disgusted that he was adopted, resenting him for sharing his parents' love. So she falsely accused Emond of trying to do something unspeakable to her. No doubt about it. The parents didn't have the slightest doubt and just kicked Emond out. He's back to having nothing. Or even worse, because the foster parents are thinking of prosecuting him and want him to go to jail. Ultimately the court, because of insufficient evidence, the indictment was dismissed. But Emond, no doubt, was expelled from school. He was back on the street again, under the familiar overpass. But this time, it's just him. To survive, Emond began to try his hand at stealing, and all sorts of unseemly jobs. He tried to work hard. The shopkeeper who hired him, however, threatened him and refused to pay him the wages he deserved because of child labor. So he's changed. He became cold. He became selfish. He became so that he hated himself. He doesn't see much point in living anymore, but he didn't want to die. As for the reason, it was only because he was afraid. Just day after day, muddling through. For years, he was all alone. All alone. Someone once liked him, and he refused, because he didn't want to taste abandonment again. A little bit of time passes. He became a bartender, day in and day out. I watch guys with broken families of alcoholic kids. Sometimes he wondered, was his own father one of these men? Actually, yes. Even worse, when he was 19 years old, the police found him, and his father, who was in debt to the, got hacked to death in the street. A dozen years apart, Emond saw his father again, but it's a body collection. Seeing my father again, Emond's heart, however, did not ripple. Can't say it's sad or relieving. There was just the general calm of strangers, facing staff inquiries. Emond chose to give it up. He didn't want to pay for his father anymore. Back to that tavern again, calmly mixing drinks. Serve the gamblers and drunks calmly. Life could have just gone by, until that evil voice rang in every ear. Jia Jia, welcome to the Weird Tales game. Chapter 93, The Mona appears. Dr. Armin, you must be able to see that, right? I'm the real one. I'm Emond. Emond put his last hope in Armin. Yamakawa Kazuki and the others also looked at Armin. Everyone was trying to see something in Armin's face, but Armin showed it. It was just as flat as an iceberg. The atmosphere was briefly silent afterward. Armin turned and walked straight into the darkness, just as he had done in the beginning. Kazuki Yamakawa glanced at Emond, then followed Helena, Yulito, and the imposter bed 7 player. The three hurriedly followed, didn't even look at Emond in the back. The ghost fire was far away and fast. It's almost like it's going to disappear in the blink of an eye. Once again, he was abandoned, consumed by the infinite darkness. Emond went forward in a frenzy to catch up with that. But you can never catch up with someone who is deliberately trying to avoid you. The world went back to pitch black. The eerie squirming sound came to his ears once again. Armin and his group of 5 disappeared in a flash. Deck. Lan Xiaoyu stepped out from behind the hatch. He came straight to, next to Flower Wujue, who was lying on a recliner. Hua Wuju had no intention of opening his eyes. Lin Hua also naturally ignored Lan Xiaoyu. Obviously, she thought wrong. Lan Xiaoyu didn't have any special relationship with the Lord at all. Besides, there is no one in the world that is worthy of the Lord. She, Lan Xiaoyu, is not worthy. Flower Emperor. Lan Xiaoyu seemed to have suddenly matured a lot, as if she had shed her childishness overnight. That naive romance, gone. What is it? Hua Wuju slowly opened his abysmal ink-like eyes. Puff. Lan Xiaoyu directly knelt down. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm not doing this for you. Hua Wuju's tone was flat. It was true that he wasn't doing it for Lan Xiaoyu. It was just that he needed to extract the memories of that obsession. Let Blue Xiaoyu say goodbye to that obsession. It's also just a matter of going along for the ride. I know. Flower Emperor, can I become one of your men? Lan Xiaoyu didn't hesitate and spoke her request straight away. Lin Hua's massaging hand lurched. She had a vague feeling that something was wrong. For the character of your family, 10,000 years old, and steadfast in its promises, I can give you a chance. Hana Wujue paved the way and agreed. What promises are in here are complete nonsense. Even if they were keeping their promise, It wasn't Flower Wuju's promise. Zhongli is now a hostile state with the hell. It was good that Hua Wuju didn't implicate Lan Xiaoyu. Nowadays, having Lan Xiaoyu stay by his side was entirely a backhanded move against Zhongli. On his watch, there was absolutely no way that Zhongli could make anything out of Lan Xiaoyu. To be held in such high regard by the previous Fengdu Emperor, the backhand on Lan Xiaoyu must have a great use. Thank you, Flower Emperor Sama. Lan Xiaoyu spoke with some excitement. She had recognized it. She herself is no longer the princess of the Bohai Kingdom. In fact, even if she was still the princess of the Bohai Kingdom, she was simply not worthy of Hua Wuju. Her country is overthrown. Her family and friends are gone. Lan Xiaoyu knew she couldn't continue to be so naive. How could a strong person like Flower Wujue look at himself? If you want to shelter each other, just have to show your worth. Lan Xiaoyu knew very well that the murderer who caused the destruction of her hometown was a behemoth. Without the shelter of a strong enough powerhouse, she was afraid that she would have no hope of revenge for the rest of her life. So she figured it out. She wanted to become a subordinate of Hua Wujue, to become a strong person like Bullhead and Horseface. Sure, all of this presupposes that Hana Wujue allows it. So with permission, it was Lan Xiaoyu who was happy from the bottom of her heart, her innocent smile flashing across her face again. With a lift of Hua Wuju's hand, the Book of Life and Death appeared in his hand. It's like including Lim Hua like that. The Book of Life and Death quickly turned to a brand new page, accompanied by the 3 words Lan Xiaoyu appearing on it. Lan Xiaoyu's temperament and aura were also rapidly transforming into hell. My subordinate, Lan Xiaoyu, pays homage to Emperor Fengdu. Lan Xiaoyu kneeled down on one knee with extreme respect, made the same salute as Bullhead and Horseface as well as Cuiju. The scene was broadcast live to the Dragon Nation light screen. Another ghostly cry was elicited, and the minds of the netizens came alive once again. The Weird Tales games are up to now. The argument in favor of identity theory has been overwhelmingly dominant. The Lords of Hell are out. Where's the God of Heaven? Does hell really exist? Brother Flora, can you take me as a ghostbuster? It's hard to say about other countries. The Dragon Kingdom is the country with the richest and most complete mythological system. If the guess is correct, they will most likely discover a whole new world. I don't want to work a day in this class. Get up. You'll be the ghostbuster of the Pale Army from now on. From now on, serve me. Hua Wuju nodded. The Tsangming Army, the direct army before Hua Wujue became the Fengdu Emperor. It was also his direct unit as Ghost Marshal. The Tsangming Army is divided into the Tsangming 18 generals. The number of Ghostbusters even reaches 100,000. Every Ghostbuster can be compared to the top class A Ghostbusters. It's one of the most elite troops in hell. They don't normally take on any quests. Listening to Flower Wujue's dispatch was the only mission. From here, it seemed that Lan Xiaoyu, who had just become a Ghostbuster, was ridiculously weak. I'm afraid the strength is just tied to a grade D Ghostbuster. There was no way to compare it to the Ghostbusters in the Kangmang army. The Book of Life and Death continued to turn over until it drifted to a special page. This page is red. Light red with a hint of old lamp-like yellow in it. Mamba, the 2 words take up the entire page. Mona, come see me. Accompanied by Hua Wuju's words, a circle of red light erupted from the Book of Life and Death, and it was as if space had been slashed through. A purple ghostly aura radiated from it. Yo, what are you looking for me for? Don't you know I'm busy on the Naiad Bridge? A slightly disgruntled voice rang out. One was dressed in a purple robe, with a face like gelatin, fingers like green onions, and no powder. But the woman who was better than the heavenly creature walked out. She's Mona, the person in charge of the Neho Bridge in hell. Everyone else only knows that she mixes the Mona soup, but only a few people know that. Mengpo's strength was not inferior to the 10 temples of hell and the 10 ghost emperors. It's considered to be the top hierarchy of hell. On weekdays, Mona is not involved in the ruling affairs of the hell, and is only responsible for a piece of the Naiha Bridge. No one can usually tune her out. That is, except for Hana Wujue. Mona, she's yours, tune her up. A strange color flashed in Mengpo's eyes as she repeatedly sized up Lan Xiaoyu. The body of Taiyin, although good, was not worth calling out to her specifically. TSK, you're really blessed to be able to make our Flower Emperor Sama speak personally. Mona cackled, obviously poking fun at Flower Wujue. Flower Wujue, however, did not count. During his 5,000 years in hell, Meng gave him help many times, counts as one of his few close friends. Want me to take her back to hell? I don't have time for this. Mona retracted her eyes from the red-faced Lan Xiaoyu. Chapter 94, Cameras. Go back to hell. Feel free to contact me with questions. Hua Wuju waved his hand, the ancient well under his abyssal ink-like eyes. For a short period of time, it was unlikely that Zhongli would use Lan Xiaoyu as his backhand. Let Meng take Lan Xiaoyu back to hell. One is the joint Hongmeng universe of hell and heaven. Once a powerful person of the level of a Hongmeng Emperor enters, both the Heavenly Emperor and Flower Wujue would be the first to know. The Celestial Emperor is usually a bit more cynical though, but as far as battle and homekeeping goes, it's never dropped the ball yet. If Jiangli really dared to return to hell, I'm afraid the first person he would face would be Su Changliang. Except for Jiangli. There are many factions within hell though, but at least on the surface they were all subservient to Flower Wujue. Let Lan Xiaoyu stay at Meng's place. With Meng's strength and the unique mechanism of the Neho Bridge, there's no need to worry about Lan Xiaoyu's safety. At the same time, if there really were scouts buried by Jiangli in the hell, Lan Xiaoyu would also be an excellent bait. Jiangli, I'm waiting for you to take the bait. Hua Wuju sneered in his heart. Whether Jiangli erased Lan Xiaoyu at that time on purpose or not, Flower Wujue, after all, had stepped in to save Lan Xiaoyu. It was hard to say that it wasn't something that Jiangli had done on purpose in order to rebel against Flower Wujue. Jiangli succeeded, but it also reaps a dilemma. It was tantamount to sending a soft underbelly into the hands of Hua Wuju. If Lan Xiaoyu was really just a dispensable pawn, Jiangli could have just left her alone. Let it be in hell. But if Lan Xiaoyu was an integral part of some plan of Jiangli, then Jiangli had to make that choice. Either that or invoke their own backhanders buried in hell. Either that or the real thing in person. But, if that's the case, he was about to face Hua Wuju and Su Changliang siege together. No matter how he chose, Jiangli was bound to lose. It's a giveaway. Well, I'm off then. Meng pursed her lips, then turned around and was about to walk back into that vortex passage, but the footsteps paused again. You shouldn't work too hard. It's okay, you can relax too. Meng Po's beautiful eyes flicked to one side before she led Lan Xiaoyu to cross into the passageway. Hard work. Flower Wujue's lonely heart seemed to be plunged into long-ago memories. 4,5,000 years. He misses home all the time. Missing that cozy family. But the harsh reality of hell. But it hardened and broke up this few thoughts he had. Because he has to live first. So he went from being a B-class Ghostbuster to an A-class Ghostbuster. That's why he went from a yellow character Ghost General to a heavenly character Ghost General. That's why he went from being a pale Ghost Marshal to being a Fengdu Emperor. A person's cultivation is through the sky and recluse the mystery. Looking at the 8 universes and boundless horizons. He alone can kill through everything. But what is he for? 5,000 years just to get home. Back home. Yet there was little mood swing. Even if only 2 years have passed since my hometown. And his heart was as lonely as a dead tree. Regret? Regretting that you're a man of heavenly cultivation, but no longer have any feelings or desires? No. He was unrepentant. Hua Wuju's eyes snapped open, and his abyssal ink-like pupils shot out a flash of essence. All the people in the world are sorry, but he is the only one who is not. The path of the strong is a lonely one, and to gain you must first lose. The greatness of Hong Kong is so wonderful, and what does he regret? Since he had embarked on this road of no return, he was going to rock up and go all the way. Even if there was no road ahead, he would have to reclaim it, because he was the Fengdu Emperor, the strongest emperor since the ages of the ages. Flower Wujue. Under his feet, that is, the road. Below deck, the group of 5 had been walking for who knows how long. Armin always walked ahead with Ghostfire raised, not a word of verbal conversation from start to finish. The 4 people at the back, however, gradually evolved from their initial apprehension into chills. For walking, the crowd finally peeked out of the darkness a bit, seemingly ordinary darkness. Yet it seemed as if there were countless pairs of eyes that were peering at them. Appears to be waiting. Waiting for what? The first to realize this was Yamakawa Iki. During this seemingly boring walk, Yamakawa Ikimoku's thinking has not stopped, and also keep an eye on all the winds around them. Finally he got a glimpse. Endless roads, endless darkness, yet there is some sort of ineffable being. It seems to be everywhere. Again, it's as if it never existed. The peeping sensation was so peculiar that Yamakawa Kazuki at first was completely unaware of it. His discovery stemmed from one of these incidents. It's the Bed 7 player who hasn't had much of a presence. After another identical Bed 7 player appeared in the darkness, everyone else is terrified of the appearance of yet another Bedlam 7 player. He was the only one who acutely sensed the flickering sense of voyeurism, and after he felt it, reliving what I had just felt again, that feeling reappeared. It was dense and seemed to be everywhere. No matter where you think it is, that feeling comes from a different place. It's like a million prying eyes watching you. Yamakawa Kazuki. His scalp went numb. He seemed to understand that the real face-changing ghost, from the beginning to the end, never appeared. All that appeared were replicas of unknown contraptions. Yamakawa Ikimoku echoed the beginning of the road. When Armin uttered so many words, I found it in a picture frame. It could be a replica of something, since the photo in the frame was reproduced by photoshopping. So is it possible? The face changer is actually the camera. And the cameras of the weird world are not the same as the cameras they perceive. After feeling the prying eyes of these countless eyes, Yamakawa Ikimoku, chilled to the bone, realized, these numerous eyes are probably all cameras. And the photographs they take may be more than limited to one form of photo. More than likely a bit of anthropomorphizing is in order. Live to create a real person. Realize that. The photo in the frame seals a trick. And now, what the camera creates is a person. This may be the root cause of the difference in performance between the two. As for the reason for Helena and Yurito's chills, on the other hand, it's not because of the thought of the real reason for the camera. In fact, they were engrossed in nothing but the appearance of another Bedlam 7 player. It didn't even catch the flickering sense of voyeurism. The reason they feel fear, it's because of the temperature coming from the Bed 7 player who's been following them around. At the time Armin was the first to turn and walk into the darkness. After ignoring the Bedlam 7 player that popped up out of nowhere, they followed in a hurry. But by accident, he made physical contact with the player of Bed No. 7-inch. It was as cold as if it seemed dead. Bedlam player number 7 obviously hasn't realized something's wrong yet, and is just hanging on to that look of horror. I didn't even have the courage to look back and see the other him that popped up out of nowhere. Yurito and Helena seemed to understand. This one is the trick. Chapter 95, Ghosts and Shadows. Armin, he should have realized this a long time ago, but why hasn't he made a move? Yamakawa Ikimoku can't keep his feet moving. A group of 5 people walked eerily through the darkness. If my guess is correct, the camera really means this. Then this creepy, maybe there's no entity. What's a spooky going to do with a solid that doesn't have one? The bottom line. Why did the deck clearing task on the panel disappear? There are now only the last 2 hours left until the deck mission, but as the initiation of the mission, this one quest however has strangely disappeared from the panel bar. Damn it, we're all being watched. Yamakawa Kazuki's heart cracked with anger. He would never have imagined the disappearance of the mission. Not at all because it's a trap. Rather, it's because as the initiator of the mission, rotting Sailor Creepy would have exploded into a bloody mist long ago. There wasn't even a hair left. This task naturally disappeared. It's a shame Yamakawa Kazuki doesn't know that. He thinks it's a trap that was about to lead to their total annihilation. The rotten sailor shenanigans start by taking advantage of the fact that quests can't be denied. Lure them to treat the deck. By the time they've mastered opening the deck, then you encounter a black storm that suddenly appears on the sea, forcing them all to jump. They may have only thought at first that they just had all this weird meat down there, but actually, Yamakawa Iki, from the very beginning, understood one thing. So that's what the weird meat underneath is preventing from appearing? According to Helena, monstrous flesh can corrode and devour objects it comes in contact with. This time will be converted depending on the object. So the regenerative power of the deck and the corrosive power of the strange flesh would hedge. This leads to a descent into a relatively stable state. That is, a hole that doesn't continue to shrink. So here's the question. Since the deck can be corrupted by strange flesh, how is it that so much weird meat below decks keeps the ship safe and sound? Even the deck doesn't have the slightest tendency to be affected by the strange meat. What does that tell you? This means that the deck must possess something else below. It's because of this thing. It's what caused the strange meat below decks to similarly fall into a relatively stable state, or perhaps deprived of the corrosion of the strange flesh. Whatever this thing is, the mountains and rivers are absolutely certain. That must be spooky or a spooky item, and then associated with that almost ubiquitous sense of prying eyes. Yamakawa Kazuki was already sure of it in his mind. It's definitely the camera that's in charge of the control of the strange meat down there. It was then that he forced Helena to come down. The original idea was to lure the thing out by virtue of Helena getting hold of a portion of the strange meat, then join with Armin to each other. Destroy that thing in one fell swoop. After all, since that thing can cancel each other out with weird meat, it just means that thing must possess a fatal attraction to weird meat. Or maybe it's just weird meat that's fatally attractive to that thing. Either way, it's hard for any of the Helenas who were used as bait to escape a good end. Because he and Armin didn't need to discuss it at all. It would be possible to tacitly arrive at the unanimous answer of letting Helena try the bottom of that thing, but now it seems, he's wrong. So very wrong. Because what's underneath is camera. The camera isn't interested in weird meat at all. His original offset theory naturally falls apart. There is another reason for keeping the strange meat down there from affecting the deck as well as the hull. It's likely because of the near-endless corridors of darkness. Dark corridors. Since they are endless, then the corrosion of the strange flesh is nowhere to be found. Damn. How do I get the camera destroyed? Yamakawa Kazuki's gaze was grim as he turned his attention to Armin in front of him. This situation is now completely out of control. This endless dark corridor is obviously the black corridor of the camera. Objects enveloped by the camera are forced into an infinitely dark space. It's like a scene captured on camera. was permanently etched into the tape. Kazuki Yamakawa thinks they're in that situation now. It would also explain why he could feel that omnipresent sense of prying eyes. No way to escape from the camera. Even if they weren't attacked by the weirdness, they would die of hunger and thirst in this endless dark corridor. If you don't figure it out sooner rather than later, the longer it drags on the worse it gets. Even if he possessed ghost fire, he couldn't avoid it, because he remained essentially human. There was no way to get rid of the necessary need to eat. Actually, he was already getting hungry. The time of Weird Town, the reason why Armin survived. In addition to completing 3 emails, during the subsequent wait time, it was clear that the deal was on food. That's why it survived intact. Otherwise starved to death. As for the Green Ivy Ghost School, most people would have died early in the game. It didn't take long to complete the task. It only took half a day. There were only 10 people in total who survived. Hana Wujua doesn't know why he doesn't need to eat. Armin, on the other hand, exchanges to Creepy will via ghost coins. The remaining 8, on the other hand, by eating rotten meat and surviving. People live. It will be necessary to eat. Whatever this food is, Creepy will doesn't refill your food out of thin air. Either that or you're trading ghost coins like Armin. Either that or you find your own food. It doesn't matter what you eat. You'll survive. As for this game of Scary Ghost Wheel, it's not like either of the previous 2 games. It has a staggering mission length of 12 days. It also means that this game is unusually long. Even after completing the mission, you have to think about how to get food to live. There are times, living itself is harder than accomplishing the task. At first Yamakawa Kazuki didn't worry. After all, there's so much food in the hallway. Lasted 12 days, no problem at all. But now they were in weird darkness. No food supplements. All that awaits them is death. Think about it. Yamakawa Kazuki had a hidden plan in his mind, but he didn't show it. Still following Armin blindly and aimlessly. But this time, his eyes were filled with ferocity. Armin, who was walking ahead, after walking for an unknown amount of time, suddenly it stopped. Even the 3 people and 1 trick behind them stopped together, as they fixed their eyes ahead. Yet everyone couldn't help but feel a coldness from their backs that went straight to their medulla oblongata. Nearly suffocating fear permeated their entire bodies. Even the heart stopped for a moment. In the dark, they saw another identical looking Armin. Chapter 96, A Little Flower Emperor Shock for Blue Star. On the TV screen, it's playing out below decks. One Armin and the other Armin looked at each other. The remaining 3 people looked shocked. Under the abyssal ink-like pupils of Flower Wujue, the waves were unperturbed. The code of the 12 rounds. Are you related to Jianli again? A chill rose in Hua Wuju's heart. The Hongmeng universe where Blue Star was located held too many secrets. As far as the current stare is concerned, weird talk about the Honky Tonk universe. The unknown founder of the Code of the 12 Wheels. If you add yourself, that was the entrance of the 3 Hongmeng supreme powers. No more going to see what's going on as it plays out on TV. Hua Wuju stood up. Then the whole thing disappeared as if it had vaporized. Lin Mua, on the other hand, stood respectfully and was not the least bit surprised by this. Lord Flower Emperor, his cultivation is profound. Not surprisingly, in a rare moment of relaxation, she turned her attention to the television. On top of the TV, more wacky situations have arisen. Lin Mua realized in her heart, no wonder I felt an inexplicable prying at that time. I didn't realize it was actually like this. And let's see you humans, can you break the game? Lin Mua stood calmly in front of the TV. Lord Flower Emperor hadn't ordered her to help, so she naturally wouldn't act rashly. And again, that terrifyingly powerful Judge Ju Chui was already on the move. There was no need for her to get her hands dirty. Compared to Blue Drizzle, Lin Mua has always been very clear about her position. A loyal henchman. And the other side, Blue Star Space Beyond. Flower Wujua appeared in the Bear universe without any warning. That shackle that plagues mankind. The inability to explore the universe in a physical body. This moment was actually just overturned? Rice satellites quickly picked up on the scene. Holy, look gentlemen, what's on the screen? Rice's top strategic command room. A group of executives looked at the photos coming back from the satellite. Everyone was in an incredulous daze. The first thing they were confused about was not that Hua Wuju was able to survive in space. Instead, it was Hana Wujue, who actually came out of the Weird Tales game. How is that possible? It's not scientific at all. No, the Weird Tales game is out, so there doesn't seem to be much science or unscience left. The news quickly went viral. Can't even hide it. There was an uproar up and down Blue Star. The Weird Tales game is actually detachable? This is the only thought that remains in the minds of the top brass of every country that still thrives. But Rukoku wanted more, even to be more excited. The Dragon Kingdom's highest strategic command room. Yes, I didn't realize that our Dragon Kingdom's great men were so good. Quickly contact Flower Woodue by satellite. We need to get in touch as soon as possible. The more grumpy one, the Dragon Marshal, was happy at the moment. Flower Woodue as a part of their Dragon Kingdom. The strength and mysterious background shown made him feel a surge of excitement. In his opinion, this is the time to get in touch with Flower Woodue as early as possible. Come together to formulate where the Dragon Kingdom will go next. Or destroy the Weird Tales game altogether. May not. Marshal Nye, who had the highest prestige, stopped it at this moment. The remaining 4 Dragon Marshals were puzzled, not understanding why Marshal Nye was preventing contact from being made. They were waiting for Nye Shui to give an answer. Nye Shui's vicissitudes of face shook his head. Don't take yourselves too much for granted. As I'm sure you've seen from this game of Weird Tales, Hana Woodue, although it is indeed from our Dragon Kingdom, and we did take refuge in him, but there is one thing that I think we should face up to. The remaining few Dragon Marshals flashed thought in their eyes as they heard this. Only the grumpy Dragon Marshal who was the first to make the connection scratched his head. Elder Nye, I know that you can see farther than any of us, but just say what you have to say. I just can't think straight. As a member of our Dragon Nation, that boy Hua Woodue, what can't we just say and discuss directly? This short-tempered Dragon Marshal is not so much clueless about political wisdom as he is worrisome. The reason why he was one of the 5 Dragon Marshals, nor by virtue of political savvy, but by virtue of extremely superior military literacy. The Dragon Kingdom's foreign battles, large and small, as long as they are maneuvered through this Dragon Marshal, just not once has it failed. He is also known internationally as the Pillar of the East. It means to hold up the East to stand. And, of course, there's a rather bloody nickname, Blood Butcher. Have you ever thought that if Flower Woodue is willing to have a discussion with us, contacted us on our own a long time ago, but he never cared for our attitude from the beginning? Do you see why? Nye Shui's face, which was showing its old age, suddenly looked like a lion in its twilight years. It was revealing a majesty that could not be disobeyed. At this moment, several of the remaining Dragon Marshals, their faces all showed gravity, and the key to this has been vaguely figured out. It's like those hidden immortal cultivation families, immortal cultivation sects. The attitude of these organizations towards the state has never been one of listening to the tune. Only when it comes to a situation that possesses an extinguishing effect on the Dragon Kingdom will it step in. And beyond that, these organizations don't give a about the state. It's more like a standalone Taisho, because they have the power to call the state head-on, but at the same time they do not interfere in worldly things. So the two sides count as an alternative symbiosis. Immortal cultivation clans and lineages will not interfere with the normal functioning of the state. If a cultivator commits a crime, they are killed by the Han generals under the direct authority of the state. To put it bluntly, or do the forces on both sides count to various degrees, there's nothing anyone can do about it. Or maybe, the country can't afford it, to take on these immortalist Taoist sects. The grumpy Dragon Marshal who had requested to get in touch in the first place was the one who held the title of Blood Butcher. And no more talking. Flower Woodue possessed a strength they couldn't imagine, and was still different from those more independent Taoist sects. They were simply not qualified to command or demand Hua Wujue. They could only follow Hua Wujue's orders. Or rather, in the face of absolute strength, those so-called taken for granted. It's all a farting moral stricture. The Feng Du Emperor, who delegates, orders, not consults. Don't look at them, the Dragon Marshals, standing at the top of the Dragon Kingdom's politics, but in front of Flower Woodue, not even as much as one of the Ghostbusters under his command who had more points. The Dragon Kingdom was nothing more than a hometown in his heart. He'll shelter the Dragon Kingdom, but that's as far as it goes. In front of my parents' house and didn't even go in. And why should he bother to confer with these so-called Dragon Marshals? And what qualifications do they have? Having lived most of his life, Nye Shui understands this very well. That's why he's adamantly opposed to this foolishness. The only way to get on good terms is to get on good terms with Hana Woodue. Only then can we seek the rest. And it can't be sought directly. But you can start with your loved ones, such as giving some special care to the parents of Flower Woodue. From that point on, there is no pressure on them to go. Chapter 97, Tai 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 Immortal Demon Gun. Punished, the other side. Hana Woodue, who had temporarily detached herself from the Weird Tales game, didn't come out to hang around. Only around his body, circles and circles of red ripples began to erupt, and then the void before us was like a broken mirror. Dense and, almost the next moment it was going to shatter completely. Taishu Immortal Demon Gun. A reddish aura flashed across Hua Wujue's abyssal ink-like eyes. A ghostly lance appeared in his hand. There seemed to be shadows swaying around this lance. Or gods or demons. Or fairy or demon. Numerous silhouettes of gods, devils, immortals, and demons appeared densely in space. The galaxy beyond the blue star has never seemed more alive. Taishu Immortal Demon Gun. The sign-in reward that Hua Wuju received for signing in at the 1638th year of Hell, accompanying him in his conquests through the millennia. The power was in no way weaker than some latter-day Hongmeng supreme treasures. At this moment the shadow of the gods and devils swayed and Flower Wujue was holding a long spear. A little cold aura blossomed, and the void in front of him took place. The extremely violent shaking, to the point of shattering, an unspeakable eye was revealed, revealing the culprit that was blocking the entry of the six-way grinder. The eyes were extremely strange looking. You can feel that it's the eye, but when you think back on it, it's like it's shapeless. Again, it simply cannot exist in memory. It's like you know what it is and can't describe what you're seeing in terms of anything. Unable to comprehend. Clutch. Souls are churning. Sure, this does not include Hana Wujue. The conquest has been over the Hongmeng universe, which is filled with chaos and distortion. He had long had a way of coping with this sort of thing. After the void in front of him was broken open, the unnameable, twisted eyes then began to radiate contamination in all directions. Passed along the way, everything was twisted open. Sculpture. Flower Wujue laughed coldly and pointed out a finger. Everything around him was imprisoned. Even the unnameable object that was constantly polluting was restricted from moving the slightest bit. Oh, an extremely peculiar roar began to spread. It sounded like a roar, but yet it was actually more of a whisper from the depths of the soul. Submit to me. Give everything you have. Become my insignificant favorites. Become my favored. This spiritual pollution is most deadly, because there is nothing you can do to stop this spiritual pollution from being transmitted. It is unlike any mental attack, because there is no spiritual attack that possesses this distorting and contaminating property. Anything it touches is contaminated by the distortion. Not to mention this mental pollution. Air also worthy? Hua Wujue's abyssal ink-like eyes violently evoked an extremely terrifying might. Feng Huang phantom eyes. All false arts are shattered in front of this eye. An extremely terrifying fluctuation swept across the world. Collide with that tainted mental fluctuation. The contest from two very different forces reached its peak at this moment. Everything in the galaxy is trembling. They can't withstand two supreme and boundless divine forces. The void is shattering. The planet was trembling. The fluctuations from the collision of the two forces were extremely wide-ranging, and if it wasn't for the protection of Flower Wujue's ghostly power, the entire galaxy could be gone in an instant. Worth mentioning, at this moment, the many moons beyond the blue planet are unaffected, because under the patronage of Flower Wujue, Blue Star didn't have a scratch. Those satellites were also naturally spared. The scene is then transmitted back to Blue Star in no uncertain terms, whether it's the Dragon Kingdom standing in the east, or any other country. At this moment looking at the satellite and the transmission back, that is like the power of God and the devil. No one was left without a quivering heart. Oh my God, what is this? Is this the legendary God of heaven? The president of Rice dropped to the floor, trembling, and watched the images coming in from the satellites of the. It felt like every pore of my body was trembling. The kind of power that humans can't even comprehend. Crashed together. What a horrible, heaven-destroying scene this is. It comes as no surprise here in the Dragon Kingdom. Anyone who saw this scene was all lost in thought. Flower Wujue's Taishu immortal demon gun, standing proudly in the Milky Way, with just one look. It could then explode into such a powerful might. As for his opponent, the crowd had a hard time describing what they saw. It just felt gross and uncomfortable inside. Something was whispering in his own ear. They are unfortunate. Anyone who saw this scene would be contaminated by that almost perverse ability to contaminate. Again, they are lucky, because in front of them was the Fengdu Emperor, Hua Wujue, who stood proudly in the boundless Hongmeng, under the shelter of Hana Wujue. This perverted connection of contamination was hardened in two. The crowd on the blue planet hadn't realized what was happening. It just felt like that whisper in my ear was rapidly fading until it was low and unheard. And then look at their backs. Her was already completely drenched in cold sweat. The moment, whoever it is, all of them couldn't help but feel a tinge of coldness from the bottom of their hearts. Even the fear that fills the mind. They are so close to being contaminated. Break! Hua Wujue's aura steepened even more. The Feng Huang spectral eyes erupted with even more power at this moment. The indescribable spiritual pollution was instantly crushed. A hint of it. None of it exists anymore. And the unnameable eye appears to be extremely traumatized. The figure hidden in that void dimmed and receded considerably. In this collision between systems and systems, Hana Wujue is clearly finished. Just one glance of the Feng Emperor's spectral eyes was used. Just completely crushed the supreme spiritual pollution. Not an exaggeration in the slightest. The creator of the 12-wheel codex, if it's actually here at this moment. It was also not certain that he could beat the flower without awareness that had been prepared. The reason why I had to banish that universe the last time I was in the chaotic and twisted Hongmeng universe. It's because that universe is completely tainted. Trying to disperse that contaminating force, it would be necessary to shatter the entire Hongmeng universe all over again. This is a thankless task for Hana Wujui. So he chose exile. But he was not a man who was stuck in his ways. After having that one collision, he then immediately began to study how to counteract this unnameable pollution. Eventually the Feng Huang Phantom Eyes were created. It's, so to speak, completely made to restrain this unnameable contamination. Any falsehood would shatter in front of the Feng Emperor's spectral eyes. Hua Wuju, who had perhaps had enough fun, moved his lips slightly, but enacted an unbreakable imperial punishment. Taishu Immortal Demon Lance, by order of this emperor, execute. Accompanied by the might of boundless chaos, the Taishu Immortal Demon Gun pointed straight at the unnameable object in the void. Boundless immortals, demons, gods, and demons accompanied the stabbing away like streams of light. The void collapsed. That unnameable eye is ruined. At the last moment, those dead eyes turned violently and stared deathly at Flower Wujue. Chapter 98, We pay our respects to the Flower Emperor. The eyes, so dull that they were almost completely dissipated, were violently animated by a single governor. Instantly, the body that was about to dissipate was solidified again. At the same time this unspeakable eye produced a bizarre change. The body was densely covered with spider-like legs. The eye also split a large slit from it, vaguely trying to take the shape of a mouth. Obviously, this ineffable eye is empowered by the Lord of the Favors. Like that tainted Hongmeng universe, that tainted honored one, he transformed everything in the Hongmeng universe into his dependents. And he himself is the Lord of these dependents. As long as the Lord of the families doesn't die, these dependents can then be empowered by the Lord of Dependents. But all of this was obviously useless in front of Hua Wuju. It's more like a last-ditch effort by a clown. Heavenly punishment. It was accompanied by Hua Wuju's final drink. The Taishu Immortal Demon Gun trembled violently, as if countless immortal demons had revived and returned. The mountains and rivers trembled, and everything bowed down. Huge energy aftershocks spread all over the four fields. It almost made the entire Hongmeng universe tremble, and the unspeakable that is ennobled, and also the dependence of the Lord of that dependence. It instantly disintegrated. There is no longer the slightest possibility of recovery. But at the last minute, the endless chasm that was separated by an unknown distance, an eerie and lonely void, a black-robed sculpture that resembled a statue violently trembled and opened its eyes. Flower Wujua coldly supervised a glance at the emptiness that was closing up. There's some kind of chaos about to spill over. Just like that contaminated Hongmeng universe at that time, leaning against the boundary wall that was broken through, trying to reverse pollute the Hongmeng that hell belongs to. Feng Huang's spectral eyes, Flower Wujue's abyssal ink-like eyes steeply reddened, as if some ancient god or demon had awakened. The entire heaven and earth was filled with his Flower Wujue's mighty pressure. That separated the ruptured void, trying to pass in the chaos, shattered without question. The ruptured void was gradually closing. Everything falls silent. It's over. Flower Wujue's face was as calm as an iceberg as he stood silently in this lonely void. The Taishu Immortal Demon Gun was put back. The pressure that filled the entire Hongmeng universe also gradually dissipated. Come, accompanied by a soft cry from Hua Wujue's ground. The Hongmeng boundary wall in front of him was distant, yet as if it was close at hand, as if it were an egg in its broken shell. Snap, a crunch, it's completely busted open. A stream of light flew into Flower Wujue's side and eventually disappeared again. The other side of the boundary wall, countless horrors towered over it. Countless shadowy ghostly auras filled the air, densely packed. In the endless void, the 10 legions of the Earth's capital stood. Standing at the head were 10 square ghost emperors with different appearances and sizes. Following that stood 10 huge and burly and stout bodies of gods and demons. Also, the 10 temples of Hades. And after them, it's a million ghosts. It's black and white. The 4 judges. It was the countless ghost soldiers that couldn't be seen at a glance, towering like a sky full of stars. The only recognizable sign was the Earth flag that fluttered in the wind. Southern Ghost Emperor, Du Ziren. Western Ghost Emperor, Zhao Wenhe. The Eastern Ghost Emperor, Kai Yubi. Northern Ghost Emperor, Zhang Heng. Ziwei Hongmeng, Jikang. Zhou Bei. Heavenly Pivot Hongmeng, Yang Yun. Yi Qianxiu. Tianxian Hongmeng, Wan Tung. Li Buxue. Greetings, Emperor Feng Du. King Qin Guang. Jiang Ziwen. King Chu Kong. Rifu Zi. Emperor Song. Yu Qi Min. King of Bearers, Lu Meng. King of Hell, Bao Zhang. King Diansheng, Bai Gonggao. King of Taishan, Dong Zhongshu. Urban King, Huang Xiang. King of Equality, Lu Chuan. The Wheel King, Xue Qianqiu. Greetings, Feng Du Emperor. We, the Ghost Congregation of Hell, pay our respects to the Flower Emperor. This seems to be a little long. so bear with me, and you'll be in. Yuck. Over. Soon. Accompanied by the unanimous worship of the ghostly congregation of hell, the Blue Star side has gone numb. Because the satellite was intact, the scene was beamed back. The West is incoherent. On the Rice side, even a large number of senior management began to pack their luggage, ready to move to the Dragon Kingdom overnight. As for the Dragon Kingdom, whether it's the Taoist sect or the Dragon Commander, the whole face was a big dumbfounded. The legend of hell is true? Are we going to be extradited back now? The 336th generation heavenly master of the Dragon Kingdom, looking at the vision in the firmament, muttered in disbelief. The dragon marshals don't even need to be mentioned. You look at me, I look at you, and no one speaks to anyone for half a day. The impact of this scene was horrifying. It was even more shocking than the battle between Flower Wujue and that ineffable object just now. A single Weird Tales game had already tossed them half a breath away from Blue Star. Results now. Flower Wujue alone could make this boundless congregation of ghosts bow down. How could they not be shocked? How can they not be shocked? The top side of Rice has started to swing for the fences, not caring if it causes domestic unrest. Synchronize the images coming back from the satellites directly to the Rice folk. The meaning is clear. We're gonna make a run for it. Make yourselves at home. The MiG looked at the roaming ghost congregation on the screen and pressed on. Too scared to walk. It's a million times scarier than the thieving shenanigans of the Weird Tales games. That's a ing million hellions. Quickly pack up our things. Let's move to the Dragon Kingdom quickly. I can't stay a little longer in this Rice country. Actually, I've always possessed dragon blood. I am the purest Yanhuang Han Chinese, and I am now returning to my homeland. Asterisk you. Don't you always claim to be the great Mizo? Now you want to recognize your ancestors? The riot caused by the Rice country soon spread to the Dragon Kingdom. Flower Wujue alone stood proudly in the void, quietly enjoying the pilgrimage of 10,000 ghosts. Such an impactful image was circulated to the Dragon Kingdom. The whole of the Dragon Kingdom was even as if it had exploded, chanting about the revival of Aura. Yanhuang Dongqing's that call is all over the place. Be excused. Above the void, Hua Wujue wore a black dragon robe, and with a wave of his sleeve robe, 10,000 ghosts rose. The 10 square ghost emperors and the 10 temples of hell had long been waiting here. The stream of light that just flew past. It's none other than the Hongmeng supreme treasure of hell, the 6 paths grinding wheel. The reason why the 6 millstones have never penetrated the 2 realms. It's because of the unspeakable eye candy that just happened. Now Flower Wujue was taking action himself. Naturally, nothing can be in the way of the 6 paths grinder. Just for a moment, the divide barrier between the 2 worlds was then blasted open. It's now fully connected. By the edict of this emperor, this realm shall be returned to hell. As soon as Flower Wujue's abyssal ink-like eyes condensed, the 6 paths grinding wheel immediately erupted with an astonishing roar. On the Blue Star, a will was drawn away. Then it intertwined with the will of hell on the 6 paths grinding wheel, gradually melting into one. Chapter 99, Who's for real? Wait until this will is fully intertwined with the will of hell. The Hongmeng universe, where Blue Star is located, has also officially declared its merger with hell. From there, Blue Star returns to the hellish wheel. This place, the path of reincarnation, is owned by the hell. Weird Tales of the World. When, in the darkness, an Armin led the 3 remaining men. Meeting up with another Armin who had emerged from the darkness. Such scenes, inexplicably a bit spooky. Neither side spoke. Both Armin gazed at each other with pale blue pupils. It didn't seem the least bit surprised by the other's appearance. But that could be difficult for Yolito and Helena in the back, because it was obvious to them. When this dark Armin suddenly appeared behind them, Bedlam player number 7. Inexplicably, it started to get stupid. Getting closer to them, the eerie aura sent a chill down their spines. Helena's eyes glazed over, and the monstrous arm of flesh in her right hand, acquired through sacrifice, ready to attack at a moment's notice. As long as the Bedlam players in the back do something, she will not hesitate to go on the offensive. But the truth is, Bedlam player number 7 just approached without making any next move. Yamakawa Kazuki's heart snapped as he looked at the 2 completely identical Armins. Both are Armin? So which one of them is real? If the one you're following is a fake, so it's been a trick that's been carrying them around all this time? The thought made him shudder a little, trying to get a glimpse of something from this Armin in front of him, and couldn't find anything, because both are just as cold, just as calm, even the ghostly fire and bone claws on his body, the creepy doll crawling on his shoulder. It's all exactly the same. The moment Yamakawa Kazuki was creeped out from the bottom of his heart. Turns out this camera can replicate even bizarre items. He thought about the picture again. The photo shows a spooky, but the creepy in there is just a replica. But it has the same ability. That is to say, The bizarre items on the two armen in front of them were real, as long as they want to. Who are all armen? Kazuki Yamakawa took a deep breath, and his gaze steepened as he, in one direction it went straight for it. Ghostly flames shone ahead of him. He needed to get away from this place, and indeed it does. He rushed and rushed and rushed in the darkness, not knowing how far he had run, before he panted and changed his breath, then start walking slowly. The result is a walk. He saw a bright light up ahead. With a frown, he headed there. Instead, he ended up seeing a scene that he would never forget. It's exactly the same as the Bunk 7 player at the time. There were 5 people in front of them, led by Armin, who was holding up a ghostly flame. Behind them, in order, were Yamakawa Ikimoku, Yurito, Helena, and the 7th bed player. Nothing seems to have changed. Even the frowning and grim expression of Yamakawa Iki among those 5 people was exactly the same as his. What the hell is going on here? Yamakawa Kazuki's scalp tingled as he was stared at by 5 pairs of eyes that he didn't know if they were human or creepy. That feeling is visible. And next to him stood a man. Kazuki Yamakawa craned his head. It was the same Armin that I saw emerge from the darkness. The mountains and rivers and trees. The mind was instantly enlightened. He understands. He did run away himself, but he didn't exactly escape. He's back again. He was back in place, but his identity was replaced by an unknown weirdness. He became nameless. He became an imposter. Just like Armin beside himself. But when exactly? Was Armin replaced a long time ago? Or is the one next to him the real trick? The sweat on Yamakawa Ikimoku's head was instantly dense, dripping down his cheeks. This bizarre and deadly situation is arguably the most dangerous. You don't know what Creepy is really up to. If it's trying to kill you, fine. It's a matter of opening and closing your eyes at best. But what if it doesn't? And it's going to live in your place? Kazuki Yamakawa was taken aback by even his own thoughts. Creepy. How can you possibly want to live a human life? No, you're right in thinking that. It just wants to be human. Beside Yamakawa Kazuki, the shapely Armin spoke. His tone was so calm. His expression was so flat. Even though his identity had been replaced, he remained calm and unperturbed. What do we do? Yamakawa Kazuki asked with a frown. He didn't dwell on how Alman knew what was going on in his mind. Actually, if the two of them switched places, Kazuki Yamakawa could guess what he was thinking, too, because it's all plain as day. There's no need to get deliberately hung up on it at all. Where are the others? Are they still there? Yamakawa Ikimoku asked one after the other. At the same time, the ghost fire in front of him took a defensive stance. He had a very strong premonition. Creepy. Going to do it. Since Creepy is going to live as a human being, there must be only one of the genuine and the imposter. The moment the two meet each other, the end was already predetermined. Either he's going to die out bizarrely or he's going to be completely replaced. Alive. Armin shook his head, the bone claw in his hand raised. That's right. The moment Creepy meets a real person is the moment Creepy attacks. Kill them, Armin said in a hushed voice, a flash of blue under the light blue pupils, and then toward the front of the Armin to kill. Masamichi Yamakawa was about to make a move right after him. The other Armin spoke up. Don't believe it. The conditions of the bizarre attack weren't met. It is going to kill itself by the hand of you and me. This one I'm faking. It's doing this to weaken your and my psychic powers. If you do that, at the point where the power of your trick item fails, you'll be sent straight into the darkness and disappear completely. The other Armin said in a quick tone. Both the depth of feeling and the tone of voice were generally the same as Armin's. Even said, he's more like the real Armin. Yamakawa Kazuki's eyes flashed coldly in succession, and an inexplicable sense of anxiety exploded within his chest, because he doesn't know exactly who is telling the truth. And I don't know who's really the fake, because everyone says it like it's true. Looking again at this Yamakawa Ikimoku in front of him, also frowning in thought, but there was no thought of doing anything at all. The grimness of his brow was so similar to his. Everything was so similar. A thought like thunder exploded in his mind. Perhaps, the Armin in front of me who has never left. It's true. Chapter 100 Dark Swamp. Creepy in reproduction. The terrorist wheel is coming to an end. So Choejak is wrapping things up. Then the hellish legions are going to start full reverse projection. The next phase will be a character chapter on hell, which you can use as a finale for the next few. It's a screening elimination among several human players. Those who survive will be valued by Chueju, with other arrangements behind them. You can leave a comment if you have thoughts on these blue star characters, and if you don't feel anything, I'll arrange for them to GG. Yamakawa Iki, with a decision in his mind. There was no more hesitation at that moment. The ghostly fire, exchanged through the sacrifice of body organs, swelled steeply, then killed towards the front, opposite the team in the mountains and rivers. A wood, face a little gloomy. However, the ghost fire on his body was not delayed at all, and also rapidly expanded. killing towards the other party. Armin and Armin are killing each other. Yamakawa Kazuki and Yamakawa Kazuki killed together. Only Helena, Yulito, and the replaced Bed 7 player were left looking at each other in disbelief. They don't know what they should do, watching the entanglement between the two sides as if they were spectators. Didn't Helena and the others know that one of the two groups was bound to be a wave of shenanigans? They know, but what can they do? Yurito has no spooky items evening out on him, and only a hard warning feature. It basically counts as no combat. As for Helena, the right arm is instead fused with weird meat, but the usage is worrisome, and going up there probably won't do much to turn the situation around. Either side could easily finish her off. As for the player in bed no. 7, as the two sides tangled together, the look gradually became strange. It was as if something was dominating his body. Helena and the girls couldn't move by the time they reacted. Both legs were plunged into darkness. The darkness was like a swamp again, sinking their legs deeper and deeper. The faces of the two grew creepy. On the contrary, the dark swamps, as if they were descending. Something is also about to come out of this dark swamp. Gobble gobble gobble. The darkness bubbled underfoot in true swamp-like blisters. Then two ghastly white heads rose. Helena and Yurito looked down, their pupils instantly shrinking to the size of pinpoints. For the two ghastly white heads, whether from the likeness or the demeanor of the on are identical to both of them, even down to the details, more alike than they are in person. Along with Helena and Yulito, each additional point fell into place. The more vivid and animated the demeanor of these two ghastly white heads became, as if something was about to awaken from these two ghastly white heads. The two of them were truly feeling desperate at this moment, trying to make a noise. Instead, the knot in his throat seemed to be sealed by some unknown force. Couldn't say anything, but the sight was not affected in any way. Not far away from the four people who were tangled up in the fight, Armin, Yamakawa Kazuki, like going blind in unison, didn't even notice the difference here. A thought rose steeply in Helena's mind. The reason why lookalikes keep popping up, it's entirely because the real one was devoured, so the fake one became the real one. But that didn't explain her and Yulito's current situation. Yurito looked at Helena as well. Both understood that they could only rely on themselves in this situation now. The two began to clear their minds of the journey. First up is the first Bedlam player to make his debut, Bedlam 7. It was the first to come out and the first to appear as the exact same player, so he's taken for granted as being creepy. No one felt anything was wrong. It went on for an unknown amount of time again. They were in the darkness but met another Armin. The other side is alone. It seems like one has been gone for a long time. Met them without the slightest surprise. The look and attitude were exactly like the real Armin. It's not like spooky at all. And then what? The two sides faced each other. Yet another Yamakawa Iki ran out of the darkness. The look on both sides. That almost uniquely somber face. I can't believe it's a perfect 1:1 replica too? That's kind of incredible. But that's not even the point. The point is what the shapeless Armin says later. One must kill the shenanigans that are trying to replace oneself, or else it's shenanigans replacing you. The situation they are now experiencing is somewhat similar to what these two sentences say, because in the middle of this dark swamp, there are two tricksters about to turn into what they are, and they will be pulled into the dark swamp. Wait until these two miserable white heads, completely surfaced from the swamp, and they were completely sunk into the dark swamp. The replacement of identity may be complete. The world will not have them again. Creepy will take their place. This view then raises a new question. If Guile took their place, so what will the Weird Tales game rule? Say they're dead. But, Guile, instead of simulating the same thing as a real person, if the same people hadn't been there before, then this replaced dummy is the real player. The thought just flickered. After all, whether or not this replaced dummy will inherit their player's identity or not, it simply doesn't matter. Because if their actual players die, do you expect Creepy to go and finish the job for you? Aren't you bull ting me? Wait until mission time is over. All players who do not complete it will be erased from the next level. In that case, wouldn't their country still have to suffer a strange talk coming down on it? Helena and Yulito's eyes met each other briefly. Then both sides came to an agreement. Helena's monstrous fleshy arm began to wriggle, and tried to form a point of gravity that it will slow her decline. But alas, it failed. Yurito blinked twice in a row, signaling that she couldn't wait any longer. Helena took a deep breath. Then the monstrous flesh began to plunge deeper into the swamp and extended a short distance, grabbing Yurito's leg. Pain surfaced on Yurito's face, but his eyes were signaling Helena to continue. Helena nodded. The strange flesh began to shrink and gradually engulfed Yurito's legs. Their eyes made eye contact out of the response program. It seems that this is the only one that will work. Monster meat has the property of devouring. So after devouring Yulito's legs, Yulito's descent will be lessened quite a bit. It was not something they guessed at. The reason why Helena had just tried to see if the strange meat could help them out first, for the sake of figuring out if the rate of descent is weight related. Yurito and Helena certainly don't carry the same weight. The reason they are doing this test, it was because of the darkness of the swamp that there was a vague difference in their rate of descent, but it's not obvious yet. The strange flesh extends out of the dark swamp, and that speed drops significantly. And that wasn't the only thing the strange meat had devoured Yurito's legs for. More than anything, it's the key to their ability to get out of there. Chapter 101, A Strange State of Coexistence. In the dark swamp, there's Helena devouring Yurito's legs. Then the strange meat connected with Yurito in a weird position, like a snowman made of snowflakes. Carrots or sticks of different materials were inserted, and the rest of Yurito's body is obviously this carrot or stick. It's always just an implant. Helena maneuvered the strange meat and pushed upward. The next miracle happened. His original body, which had been unable to move, was actually held up hard by the strange flesh. It's like a drowning man in the ocean. Once there is a person below holding him up, then the drowning man will be dragged out to sea level. Now this situation in the dark swamp is similar to this example of drowning. Helena's monstrous fleshy arms took on this role of holding up, but it's not quite the same, because the drowning lifter and the drowning person are, after all, two different individuals. Instead, they now became an alien community due to the devouring fusion of the monstrous flesh arm. Helena and Yurito are not sure if this change is good or bad. Anyway, they knew that if they didn't take such steps, both sides would die. Helena can't devour her own legs, or else it'd be like one of those half-arcs, lifting himself upward, unable to move and bending downward. The end result is that his head is replanted into the dark swamp from above. Good thing as far as it goes. The future of their kind of program is bright. Yurito was quickly lifted out of the way by the monstrous meat, completely out of range of the dark swamp. In contrast to his clone, that ghastly white head, it's like a cassette tape that won't budge. Then it retracted again in an extremely weird way. It's like being ready to carve and finish a work of art, only to end up having to start all over again because of a mistake. For whatever reason anyway, the ghastly white head belonging to Yurito, even if it had reached the waist of it also still instantly shrunk back. It's like there's something pulling at it from underneath. Helena's, however, continued to rise. The real Helena is still descending. Yurito, who had rushed out of the dark swamp, didn't dare to slack off. Immediately, his eyes glazed over. Then with two strong arms tugging at the strange flesh, he fought to drag Helena from the swamp. He wasn't sure if that approach would work or not, but this is the only way. If it doesn't work, Helena is completely engulfed in a dark swamp, and the strange flesh belongs to her bizarre items, is sure to be swallowed up with the swamp as well. Then he's now connected to the weird meat, and when Helena's yanked down, be equally with her yourself. So the two are now on the same rope. There is simply no room for the slightest bit of small-mindedness on either side, unless they willingly let imposters take their place. For his part, he was dragged to nowhere, or death, or maybe it's another gesture of survival. But either way, the predestined end is not going to escape the shroud of death after all. There was a deep flash of gloom in Yurito's eyes. His mind couldn't help but flash back to Armin. It also flashed back to the players who had died along the way. Flashes of the weirdness of those experiences. Green Ivy Ghost School, Red Heels, Creepy Weird Crow, Wandering Swarm of Shenanigans, The Secret of the School Building, Bloodman Creepy, Fertile Sarcoma, and even now the horrible Ghost Wheel, Rotten Sailor Shenanigans, a hidden secret bed check. Honestly, going through these series of events, his mood towards Armin was long past the anger he felt when he first arrived at the Weird Tales game. Rather, it is an extremely complex emotion, on an objective level, because Armin sold out the first round of Bear Country players, causing strange talk to descend. His whole family died in that shenanigans. He hated it. But what obligation does Armin have to make sure that all players survive? Really get involved in this horrible game of weird talk? Yurito could feel his helplessness straight away. His flurry of anger, shattered to pieces in the face of cold reality. Without Armin, let's not worry about his motives for a moment. But the fact is that they live to tell the tale. Only a few people in the district though. But it's true that he didn't lay a hand on them. Otherwise, they died a long time ago in the second round of the Green Ivy Ghost School. Various contradictions and motives are intertwined. It makes it impossible to tell Alman's reality. Unconsciously thinking about that scene at the time, Armin was clad in ghostly fire. A worn-out creepy doll, honestly slumped over his shoulder. Cold bone claws dripping with crimson blood. Pale blue pupils rippled. Didn't even look at them. Just walked right out. Yurito appeared in a momentary trance, but quickly threw away the clutter in his mind again and did his best to pull Helena up. Let's hope it works. Yurito sighed in his heart. He couldn't see through Armin, but he understood one thing. No one is obligated to have to help others. Even if Armin didn't sell the Bear Country player out in the first round of Weird Talk Town, Bear Country players alone, it's just as likely to die, but it's just a matter of time. Armin. But it's bringing that time forward, along with Yurito's exertion. The strange meat showed amazing toughness while at the same time, it did pull Helena up a bit as well. Helena and Yurito both had a gleam in their eyes. Useful. Yurito continued to push as it disappeared from the waist down. Instead, they are in an extremely special survival situation. That is, he seems to share the trait of weird meat. Yurito could feel his strength increase a lot. This change is extremely noticeable, because his power is growing. It is not that he is producing some special change that, rather, he was familiarizing himself with mastering the brand new power he had acquired. Power from the strange meat. Individuals engulfed by monstrous flesh either fail or are completely devoured. It seems that there has never been a situation like the one in front of us. Helena maneuvered the monstrous meat to devour only half of it, leaving the other half of Yurito behind. This caused Yurito's brain to remain in an intact state, but the legs are gone. He has no pain, because that's what weird meat is. Helena was the same lack of pain at the time when she first touched the strange flesh, but the key ladder deal makes it a part of itself. The former was forced to become part of the strange meat, always as far as results are concerned. Yurito lost his normal life cycle system as a human, but gained a weird survival of weird meat in general. Yurito wasn't sure what he counted as now, if he had to say. He thought of the raggedy doll that had been lying on Armin's shoulder. Chapter 102, You Lost, My Shadow. Don't froth. Quick. Helena used her sight to make contact with Yurito. This is far from a time to rest on our laurels, because the head in the dark swamp that belonged to Helena appeared to be about to open its eyes. The current situation is bizarre. After Yurito was lifted out of the dark swamp, the head that belonged to him then rapidly descended until it disappeared. But you can pull yourself out with a little bit. Instead, the eyelashes of that head of hers fluttered, as if they were going to open the next moment. They couldn't wait any longer. Yurito also knew the situation was critical, so he didn't dwell on what he counted as now, human or not. So much for being weird. Always survived. There's something down there. Yurito had been able to speak. Only his neck was bruised and, as if wrestling with some unknown creature, Helena's pupils shrunk to the size of pinpricks when she heard that, because she didn't feel a thing. Didn't feel anyone pulling her at all. Looking at Yurito's expression, it wasn't like she could be lying, unless she had been unaware of it. Thoughts clashed rapidly in Helena's mind. While she was devouring Yurito's legs with her monstrous flesh, didn't feel anything else present. Now the reason for this change, most likely because Yurito was pulling himself out right now. What's stopping something unknown? Helena's mind was on ice. She guessed what it was. For the head before her had opened its eyes and the body's rate of ascent is rapidly increasing. What can make it go up at an increased rate? There would be only your own decline. The imposter strikes out. Helena didn't have time to think about why she'd been prevented from going out and Yurito was propped up but unharmed, because her neck had gone into the darkness. Helena's eyes showed despair. She did her best. Use your powers. Yurito fought with a roar. He was really using all his strength. Even if by chance he became half human and half creepy, he couldn't fight against that power under the dark swamp. Helena's mind stirred violently, and she remembered, at this very moment, that she had that ability to stay alive. I don't know why. It should have occurred to her the moment she entered the dark swamp. And yet, I've forgotten. Until Yurito roared out at the moment. Helena didn't dare to delay and immediately used concealment. Stealth unleashed. Helena's figure disappeared in place, but was actually still in place, but is immune to bizarre attacks. 2 minutes of time. Yurito took this opportunity to finally yank Helena up. The two hugged each other and gasped for air, their eyes filled with the celebration of the aftermath. On the flip side, Yamakawa Kazuki and Armin duel with an imposter. This moment is also about to wrap up. The bizarre powers on both sides were indistinguishable, or actually indistinguishable from each other, because it's simply an exact replica. Even the bone claw on Armin's hand was an exact replica. This leads to a final situation that is really a lose-lose situation. Yamakawa Iki's side, however, is catty. Neither of the two had consumed much of their bizarre power, and the two collided in a seemingly awesome manner. It's really just a lot of thunder and a lot of rain. The two Yamakawa Iki are almost identical in this regard. They actually made the same decision in silence after listening to the two Armin. Watch STH. Regardless of whether or not it's a fake replacement for actually trying to kill the other guy. Or maybe the darkness will consume them after consuming the bizarre power. None of this matters. The important thing is that both Yamakawa Iki made the same decision. What does that tell you? The two Yamakawa Ikimoku possessed a unanimity of thought, and they had no idea who was the fake. And that's a side note. The previous statement is completely wrong. because the imposter possesses the same thinking that. It would also prove that he would never have entertained the idea of killing the real queen instead, because there's no way this is going to be handled by Yamakawa Iki. Against the weirdness, he could only have handled it with care, definitely not a hard fight, and it did turn out that way. In the beginning, the Armin who said the fake one killed the real one and then replaced it, was a fake one. Kazuki Yamakawa took a deep breath. He knew how to handle it. The ghostly fire on his body swelled steeply, then attacked towards one of the two Armin. Interesting, his other self, across the table from him, made the same choice of, and attacking the same Armin. Originally evenly matched, the two sides instantly separated. It's become two Yamakawa Iki plus Armin. Together we're going to deal with that Armin that came out of nowhere. What are you doing? Armin, who was knocked back by the double ghost fire, stared at the two Yamakawa Kazuki angrily. Both of the latter parties just laughed together. A touch of dangerous information flowing shallowly in the depths of their eyes. They made the same decision. It was as if an extra thorn had been placed in the heart of Kazuki Yamakawa, and until he could not determine how to pull out he wouldn't move it deliberately, as it would only intensify his pain and not help the extraction one bit. The real one, Armin, had a calm gaze, as if he had expected this situation. You lose. Armin's pale blue pupils rippled as he walked up to the imposter. Armin was clearly becoming less like Armin, because his face was showing more emotion, getting angry. I didn't lose. You imposter. Armin almost growled the words, as if trying to prove to everyone that it was the real thing. Armin's light blue eyes looked at it silently, then said calmly, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it, because you've already lost. With the fall of Armin's words, the creepy dolls on Armin's shoulders began to disappear, and the bone claws on his arms began to crumble. What did you do? What are you doing? The imposter's voice was steeply shrill, with a shiver hidden behind it. It seems to have anticipated its fate. Monkeys imitate humans because they want to imagine humans. But no matter how much a monkey imitates, it doesn't change the fact that a monkey is a monkey. And you, too, will never change the fact that you don't even exist. Come back, my shadow. You can't be me, because you don't go through what I go through. The imposter's expression grew pale, even bleak, gradually disappearing into nothingness under the illumination of the ghostly flames. Everything dissipated. Armin's form was slowly disappearing as well, a flash of light dragging him away. When the light completely wrapped around Armin, dark space, only Yamakawa Kazuki, Helena, and Yurito remain. Chapter 103, The weirdness is growing. As Armin's body disappeared into this cold, dark corridor, Yamakawa Kazuki's pupils instantly shrunk to the size of pinpoints. Original. These imposters. It's a shadow of yourself. Yamakawa Kazuki quickly connected several logical points in his mind. Armin had been holding up the ghost fire at the beginning. Did he realize something was wrong at that point? Why didn't you find this out yourself? That's not possible. Yamakawa Kazuki's face was vaguely twisted, and he couldn't believe that. The answer is actually in the most immediate beginning. If only he could have noticed the lack of shadows in the crowd under the reflection of the ghostly fire. Is it also possible to leave long ago? But how in the world did Elman do it? There is darkness everywhere. Darkness that consumes everything. Even holding up a ghostly flame. It's just a fight for that glimmer of light. It's impossible to see what's going on the ground, because the ground is made entirely of darkness. And how did the shadow appear? Wait, so he found out by that. Yamakawa Kazuki's eyes stared as all the logical points ran through. Cameras do exist. That trick does exist too, but that ubiquitous sense of prying eyes was no trick. Or maybe you could say shenanigans. For that was the shadow that lent itself to the eerie power. That was brewing. Yamakawa Kazuki jerked his head around, only to realize that his shadow had made the same move. The looks of both, the movements of both, and that same physical defect, the bizarre item that, everything is the same, to the point where both think exactly the same. Yamakawa Kazuki felt unusually tricky in his mind. He was being used. Armin now lent him a hand to get out, but left him stranded. If we can't find a way to break it, I'm afraid it would be a real switch with shadow. It was very clear in Yamakawa Kazuki's mind that the creepy namely used everyone's shadow for something. There must be something to it. What's the benefit of propping up a shadow? What's in it for the shenanigans? Yamakawa Kazuki asked in his mind. And then he got his answer. What was the relationship between himself and the shadow like? The shadow would have been a second self. They will synchronize the movements of the real person without the slightest deviation. Spooky in the use of shadows to kill. Yamakawa Ikemoka's mind was creeped out as he looked across the room at the shadow again. The expressions on both remained so similar. On the composition of shadows, no one will be unclear. The light refracts onto the body and creates a projection on the ground. But if it's in a completely enclosed and dark space, does your shadow exist? You wouldn't know, because there's no light. You can't see your shadow. and you wouldn't know it. Does your shadow make different movements than you do when it's completely dark? Kazuki Yamakawa hadn't thought about that before. Now he figured it out. This dark corridor was made entirely to replicate the shadow, or maybe to copy something else. His shadow was copied, given the same memories and thought patterns. No, it is not conferred. Rather, it's the shadow of a life form that wasn't originally a life form, hardwired out of you. Become an individual. When you meet up with the separate individuals formed by your shadow, both you and the other person will think that the other person is the imposter, because you share the same memories, same body, everything is similar. Only when the real you and the shadow no longer align. It takes a shadow to recognize its place. Armin apparently did this, but it's not quite the same. Armin's shadow didn't really acquire his way of thinking, otherwise the two would not have said different things. Yamakawa Kazuki's brows knit together. He knew that he was in big trouble. It was okay if the shadow in front of him tried to kill himself, but it's just that both are moving in the exact same way. Exactly the same. This leads to the fact that neither side can do anything about it at all. Armin had deliberately used that ambiguous word to make both he and the shadow realize it, thus believing that he is the real deal, and helped him defeat his own shadow. No, maybe not defeat either. Rather, it's making the others stop believing that the shadow is real. When that frustration hits, it was only then that the shadow would truly give up the fall and revert, or be forced to revert, to the original owner. Asterisk. Come out if you dare. Yamakawa Kazuki felt very stifled at this moment. He really wanted to out this creepy, wrestle with his own shadow. And, what's the point in the end? There was no way this would bring the shadow back. Shadow couldn't come back. He'll be stuck here, or he's dead. Shadow couldn't get out either. The shadow even went out, without the original owner. When the burning light shone down on and whose shadow is the shadow? That's what makes this bizarrely sinister and vicious. That's where that photo came from. The original owner was swallowed up in this place, and the shadow was included in this dark corridor. That's why the camera can readily print out the kind of photos that have eerie powers, because that would have been a duplicate carrier of the original master's shadow. Kazuki Yamakawa felt his mind wandering and he closed his eyes. He needed to get his thoughts in order. He hasn't lost yet. He'll get out before he's devoured. Kazuki Yamakawa wasn't worried about his shadow coming to attack. Because of his shadow, the same was done. Both believe that they are the real thing and the other is the shadow. There's no getting out of here without taking the shadow back. What's the best way to lure the shadow into a trap? Armin is relying on the inconsistency of thought between the two sides, and that's why he's using me to get out. But this one in front of yourself, is it the same? Yamakawa Ikimoku thought about it and caught the crux of the matter. Armin's words were still fresh in his mind. Monkeys mimic humans. But it doesn't change the fact that a monkey is a monkey. Humans talk and think. Monkeys don't. Yamakawa Kazuki snapped his eyes open. Then said to it, "You're a fake." Opposite. Yamakawa Kazuki made the same reaction and expression. I wonder if it's over time of the two getting along. The mountains, rivers, and trees fit the shadow to an unparalleled degree. They even talk the same way. This was not the case earlier. You don't have to pretend anymore. If you don't believe me, ask the two of them. Let's see if you're a fake or not. Yamakawa Kazuki sneered. This time the shadow across from him didn't say the same thing anymore. A grim and hesitant look spreading across his brow. Yurito, Helena, if you guys still want to get out of here, just squeal. Yamakawa Ikimoku bellowed and peered towards the darkness around him. Helena and Yulito, who had just emerged from the dark swamp, then looked at each other and there was consternation all over his face, because they've been standing here for a long time. Chapter 104, Ghost Will Copy, 1/2. Yamakawa Kazuki was silent. The words he shouted out seemed to sink into the sea, and across the way, the shadow recovered immediately after a momentary break. The two become mirrored again. In fact, Helena and Yulito, who had been right next to her the whole time, the stony look in each other's eyes. Although Yamakawa Kazuki couldn't see Helena and the others, yet Helena could hear the mountains, the trees, and every word Armin had said earlier. So, two, no, actually become one. Helena and Yulito frowned. Have a rough idea of the situation at hand. This dark corridor, the replica copied is actually a shadow. Then just now in the dark swamp, the same bodies that are about to rise are their shadows now. Helena and Yulito since they escaped from it. Then the shadow should be back in its original position. But why didn't the duo go out like Armin? The two were lost in thought. Eventually a chilling answer came. The shadow did not go back. They are now in the same space as the shadows. Folding with the offshore on the bright side is created. It's like a two-sided mirror. Yamakawa Kazuki should be outside the mirror right now, while Helena and the others are inside. The two are no longer in the same space, yet in the same space. But what is the dark swamp? Could it be some sort of restriction on shadows coming out? Helena and Yurito were not allowed to know. They were more concerned about how they should get out. Armin had made an example, and that was to return the shadow to his place. But they seems to be in a dead heat. What do we do? Helena was a little down. They didn't have ghost fire on hand, and the encounter was a little worse. Yamakawa Ikemoku can still be straight with his shadow. Ultimately, it's about having the opportunity to go out. What's this about them now? Trapped in a world of mirrors, yet not quite trapped. Is it at the intersection between the two? I don't know. Yurito shook his head, bracing himself on the ground somewhat weakly as his legs were gone. The atmosphere between the two was silent for a moment. Do you think we can survive? Helena's tone was low. I didn't realize that I had just retrieved a life from the dark swamp, only to end up in this situation again. I don't know. Yurito still answered the same, the light of hope already lost in his pupils. Oh, Helena responded flatly, seemingly with a little emotion. Hello. What? I like you. Time seemed to freeze. Yurito's pupils, which had lost their light, refocused again. Across the deep darkness, Yurito wanted to see Helena's face, to see her expression. Or rather, why? Yurito inquired, adding after a pause. This situation doesn't seem like a good opportunity to confess anything. Why? This time it was Helena's turn to ask a rhetorical question. Yurito didn't seem to realize that Helena had kicked that ball back again. Stunned before speaking, because people who make flags don't die. Helena snorted a laugh. Are you thinking we're making flags right now? Yurito nodded, his eyes dimming again. Helena seemed to be emotionally affected and lowered her head as well. It was only a moment later that he added, Are you afraid to die? No fear. Why? That was the second why Helena had asked. Yurito felt a little amused that he was the one who asked her why first. How come it's the other way around now? But even so, he answered, because my family is done dying and I'm done dying. Yurito's tone was somewhat complex, unable to say whether it was heavy or emotionless. Aha. Helena gave a soft Actually, I'm quite timid. You can be scared half to death when you meet a spider. This time it was Yurito's turn to be amazed, for Helena had shown herself to be resolute and ruthless. Not someone who is scared half to death when they come across a spider. You must be very strange. I can kill a fellow human being without hesitation, and yet before the game of weird tales, it's scary to meet a spider. Helena laughed and followed Yurito's lead, bracing herself on the ground. Let that head of blonde hair of yours hang down. Yes, Yurito was sincere. That's what the other man had in mind for him. Fruitful and ruthless Helena, versus Helena who gets scared when she encounters insects. The two are like poles that never fit together. It never merged in Yurito's mind. Do you usually drink? Drink. Vodka? Aha. It's a shame there isn't any here, or it would be a bit of a conversation starter. Yurito never had much desire to talk. He was thinking about how he could break through this intersection and get out, and the thoughts drift away. Do you know why I'm the way I am? Yurito didn't answer her. Helena, however, spoke to herself. Because my professor violated me. Yurito eventually had a godly fluctuation, but he opened his mouth and ultimately said nothing. Two people trapped in a game of weird talk. What's the point of talking about it? Silence seems to be the best comfort. Helena suddenly laughed. Yurito couldn't tell what mood he was in. After coming to the Weird Tales game, everyone seemed to have lost the emotion of laughter and put on nothing but an icy face. Helena, however, seemed like a different person at the moment. More like a living, breathing human being. You know why I like you? Helena changed the subject. I don't know. Yurito had a response, probably finally giving up. 2. The two had a conversation, looking at the mountains and rivers that confronted his shadow not far away. Kazuki, everything felt tasteless. In that school, you drew away the strange crows around me, and I couldn't have survived without you, Helena said softly. Yurito, however, fell silent. He didn't mean to help, but those strange crows rushed over on their own when they smelled blood. Helena, who was beside her, suffered the smallest attack instead. This may be the fate of the underworld. I didn't mean to, Yurito said gently. He didn't want Helena to mistake him for anything else. I know. Helena's answer was unexpected. But you just saved me. Yurito was silent. You shouldn't. How can there be love affairs in the world of weird stories? How can you talk about liking it when you can't keep your head above water? It shouldn't be like that. We're all going to die. So why can't we show what's in our hearts? Helena's voice was getting a little weak. Yurito finally sensed something was wrong and peeled forward with his hands, leaning over as hard as he could. Helena smiled and touched Yurito's bearded face. Yurito's body, however, was trembling. The hand was icy, cold, and what remained of its residual warmth was fading. Helena's feet, while pulling against an unknown force under the strange talk, break. The blood is flowing. Come on with the weird meat. For the first time, Yurito's tone wavered, taking on strong emotional overtones. It's useless. I'm leaving it to you. Helena, with a smile, kissed Helena, death. Chapter 105 Ghost Will Copy, 2 halves. A ghostly green aura was filling the air. Yurito, however, didn't realize it and just held Helena's body dumbfounded. Still not able to get over the fact that the other guy was dead. Didn't even bother to think about why I was still alive. What more could a man want with a wife like that? A sudden voice. It always made Yurito look up. Judge Choi-ju was standing in front of him, with a strangely shaped mirror in his hand. It's being covered with a cloth. You're in luck. I'm done with my business. If you want her back, be the Ghostbuster. You don't have to stay in this 10,000 ghosts mirror. Ju Chui finished faintly. Then Yurito was wrapped in a white light and sent out. Yurito was sent back to the deck before he could understand what had happened. Kazuki Yamakawa was actually sent out as well, but he looked hideous and stayed where he was, motionless and without any shadow at his feet. Armin. Yurito caught a glimpse of the man. He just leaned over the fence and looked out to see like nothing had happened. That has turned into a turquoise blue sea. Yo, another one from the mirror of 10,000 ghosts. How did you kid do that? It's hard to get in here and get out. The bullhead and horse face that had returned to normal size curiously came up. Nor did he care in the slightest about the gap between the person in front of him and his status. Yurito didn't know what to say to that. One could only hold Helena in her arms in a daze. Why are you a stuffy guy too? Hey, big brother, this place is really boring. I want to go back to hell. Who says it isn't? Second brother. Bullseye sighed in unison. The spooky cleanup of this place had been completed long ago. And on the contrary, Lord Flower Emperor hadn't returned yet. They wouldn't dare just back off. I can only hope that Hua Di will come back soon so that I can go back and continue drinking with the Yunyan brothers. Just as Oxhead and Horseface were thinking about the life of eating meat and drinking wine in hell, a ghostly green mist suddenly erupted before his eyes. Bullhead and Horseface's eyebrows jumped. This was Cui-ju getting it over with. Sure enough, the next moment, looks like a crown of jade, but gives the impression of a heavy kidney deficiency. Cui-ju was back, and Yamakawa Kazuki's grim face stretched violently as if he were drowning, and exhaled loudly. Bullhead and Horseface hemmed and hawed, then came over to Cui-ju. Brother Cui, this 10,000 ghosts mirror is back. Can I go back and lend my brother a hand? Cui-ju's face was unchanged, and he gave the two a faint look. Yeah, I'll go ask the Flower Emperor for you. Bullhead and Horseface instantly stopped mentioning this and looked embarrassed. It's okay to get high. They wouldn't dare to go mess around in front of the Flower Emperor. The mirror of 10,000 ghosts is also considered to be an object that has been lost in hell with a history. With the disappearance of Jianli in the first place, the 10,000 ghosts mirror was also lost. Interesting. The previous generations of clansmen of the Bohai Kingdom thought that the 10,000 ghost mirror was a holy water pearl. It is also known as the Canyon Pearl of Hell. Actually, the Tsonglan bead was just the surface. What was really hidden inside was the 10,000 ghosts mirror. There are evil spirits inside the mirror of all ghosts, suppressing spirits and demons. It holds hundreds of millions of severe ghosts. It's coming up. It's all about suppressing spirits and demons. Any severe ghost will have its ability greatly reduced in front of it, to the point of being at its mercy. I don't know how many years without control, infiltrated by the will of the weird tales, but it didn't fully penetrate. Ultimately it's just for these human players. The 10,000 ghosts mirror, as a treasure of hell, is not something a district's weird talk can control, but even so, it still took some effort for Cui-ju to retrieve the 10,000 ghosts mirror, because he was facing billions of murderous souls. The control core of the 10,000 ghosts mirror was in the core area of these billions of ferocious souls. Want to get or control these billions of murderous souls are an unbridgeable step. Weird talk about will didn't do it. Ju Chui did. Mission accomplished. Hidden treasure, game over. The next copy will open at. Weird Tales. Will's voice actually stopped as if it was on a cassette tape. This one confused Yamakawa Kazuki and the others. The mission's done? What's the situation? Armin, however, had expected it and his face did not change. It was also after the sound. The sky cracked open. The sky, which was so clear, looked like it had been split in two down the middle. Hard to split. While Yamakawa Kazuki and the others were terrified, they couldn't help but look upwards again. The bullhead and horseface waiting on the deck was a happy face. Even Lin Hua's eyes flashed with scorching heat. Cui-ju stood still with a slight smile. Then the ghosts all knelt on one knee together. Greetings to the Flower Emperor. Look at the sky above. Boundless ghost chi churned up, making heaven and earth change color at the same time, and not daring to show it. That black dragon robe, that stood in the middle of 10,000 ghosts, abyssal ink-like pupils, looking out of the world. It is not precisely Hua Wuju who has returned. Looking at the shocking congregation of hellish ghosts in the sky, Yamakawa Ikimoku was trembling and at the same time his face was scorching as he craved this power. As Armin watched this scene, a trace of dumbfoundedness couldn't help but spread across his face. A powerful sense of impact that would move anyone. Lord Flower Emperor, what you have explained has been accomplished, and these people, whom my subordinates have not dealt with presumptuously, please also decide. After Cui Ju finished speaking, he handed the 10,000 ghost mirror to Hua Wuju on the deck. Aha! Flower Wujue received the 10,000 ghosts mirror, then cast his gaze on the few remaining blue star players. Armin, Yamakawa Kazuki, Yurito, give you a choice. Return to the blue star, or join this emperor in his conquest. Hua Wuju said lightly, his expression as indifferent as a mountain. The pact between us is not over. Armin was the first to take a stand. Kazuki Yamakawa, after quickly running through the current situation, also took a stand. Mr. Hana Wujue, I'd like that too. Flower Wujue looked at him, and a feeling of danger inexplicably arose in the latter's heart. Sweat began to break out on Yamakawa Kazuki's forehead as he wondered why he felt in danger. District Ghost Slave, is there a place for you to speak? Accompanied by Hua Wuju's cold words, Yamakawa Ikimoku fell uncontrollably to his knees, shaking as if he were a dice. And, it seems to be entangled with something. A cloud of black shadows was mingling across his face. Then it turned into a black light. Smash STH. Yurito froze. The change of events one after the other made him somewhat unable to accept the way things were going. The scene of Hana Wujue returning with all the ghosts was more shocking than anything else, but at the sight of Flower Wujue turning her gaze to herself again, tensely, still, I want to be a ghostbuster. Cui Ju pretended not to know anything, and looked as if he was wandering away. There you go. Hua Wuju was the one who recognized it at a glance. Cui Ju was a little embarrassed, pulling Yurito to thank him for his kindness before standing to the side. Do it all. With a wave of Flower Wujue's gun robe, countless crystalline points of light appeared on the cracked firmament. All of these are bit databases for weird tales of the divide. Ghost Congregation of Hell. Follow this emperor in his conquest. The Terror of the Ghost Will chapter ends, and the next chapter will go into reverse projection. Chapter 106 House of Blood Nativity. Yellow springs in. Everything seems to be fading like the tide. Everything seems to be coming in like a tidal wave again. The void was rippling. A power I can't describe is carrying me through dimensions. I've been preparing for this day. Get the Nobel Prize. Access to national support. All for the sake of crossing dimensions. Not realizing when this day would come. But a man too powerful to be described as a cellular individual, took me across dimensions. Here I glimpsed the final chapter of life. My name is Armin. This is the beginning and the end of my story. Much later, in the outer space of the blue planet, a raggedy doll has appeared that, interspersed with it was a blood-stained parchment. This inexplicable quote comes from this paper, but I don't know. Will anyone else remember the name? Armin. Welcome to the game. Server 302 at your service. Weird Tales number 0 has intervened. Copy loading. The House of the Nativity of the Blood. A furious father, a vicious stepmother, and 2 siblings with polio. What is the hidden background of a family with a quirky style? Mission, find out their secret. Current task progress, 0/4, with the familiar sound of strange talk. Hana Wujue, as well as Armin, arrived at an inexplicable venue. They appeared in a dilapidated room. Darkness fills. The windows were like papier-mâché and were whistling with a harsh wind. There's no bed, just a pile of hay. The walls of the eaves were covered with cobwebs. One strange-looking spider after another perched on it. Flower Wujue's abyssal ink-like eyes watched this quietly. Is this another dimension? Armin's pale blue pupils flickered slightly, as the legions of the hellish congregation kicked off. Countless ghost congregations have invaded the different Weird Tales realms. The Lord of Fengdu, Hua Wujue, then came to such a place. That's right, this is another Hongmeng universe. Hua Wuju said faintly. The main rules haven't changed. It's still in this mission mode. This is the birthplace of the Weird Tales game, isn't it? Armin looked at his personal panel, keenly unearthing that nothing about himself had changed. The tattered, creepy doll remained slumped over his shoulder. The bone claw in his right hand was unchanged as well, but he had a vague feeling. This Weird Tales game doesn't seem to welcome them very much. It's a radical change from the earlier one. It's like the previous one was actively pulling someone into the game. This one is forced into someone else's game. Thoughts hadn't been dispersed for long. A dry voice came. Why? Yikes. Eat, eat. The worn-out wood door was opened. The outside is mapped in. A medieval farmhouse. The house is a stone and brick building with a thatched roof, and there was the faint sound of a horse's neighing outside. Open the door. Instead, it was a head that was oddly large, with 2 eyes joined together toward the center. And a huge snotty nose. Disgusting. Sloppy. But at least it's normal. At best. It's a weird freak. Note, please accept his invitation or you will be expelled. Armin observed keenly. It seems that the cost of breaking the rules has changed. Before it was death, but now it's expulsion. He felt that this change was directly linked to Hua Wuju. Go. An inexplicable smile spread across the corners of Hua Wuju's mouth, then walked out of the shabby house, with Armin following close behind. The two were taken by this freak to the thatch-roofed stone house. Opened the door. Bright light shone in. A kerosene lamp had been lit inside. It's sitting right on top of the fireplace. Sit down and eat. A deep voice. Table. A few simple dishes had been laid out. A dish of potato stew. A bowl of vegetable and meat soup. A man and two women sat around the table. The man was a well-built, muscular buffalo-like fellow that, sitting in the chair, looks extraordinarily different and makes you wonder if it will hold his weight. And his hair and beard surrounded him like the ring of hair on a lion's head. As if it were a lion in human form. There was a woman sitting next to him. Slim build. It's as thin as chopsticks. A strong gothic dress. There was still an unhealthy white color on his face. With long black hair that covered her forehead. She was smiling at Armin and the others. As for the woman next to her, it's a little girl with crocheted hair and a face full of pus. Eyes didn't stray from the mincemeat soup the entire time. Totak, come back. The freak who had led them here seemed to be terrified of the man, and his body trembled and, trembling, he sat down in his chair. It was then that the family of four was looking at Armin and Hana Wujue. Aren't you guys coming in to eat? The man, robust as a buffalo, had gotten a little testy between words. Armin frowned. He wants to go over. Hana Wujue, however, did not move. Just when he was wondering, another voice rang from his ears. Hell's Strange Tale system intervenes. Rule change. Unrestricted gap opens. Full projection coverage. Copy. Yellow Springs Inn has intervened. There was a ticking. 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 The faces of the family of four sitting in the room changed dramatically, as if they had encountered something that had seen a ghost. Because their house is changing. The chair also becomes a stool. The fireplace becomes a cabinet. Along with the surrounding walls, they were changing in some odd direction. Everything around them began to possess a strong ancient style of the Dragon Kingdom. What did you do? The man, robust as a buffalo, appeared horrified and couldn't help but question. It's as if the place where they live is changing towards another kind of weirdness. The eeriness of this is alarming to them all. Nothing, except that, now the game is mine to dominate. Please abide by the rules of the Yellow Springs Inn, or you will regret it. Hua Wuju smiled faintly. The abyssal ink-like eyes did not contain the slightest bit of emotion before striding into the inn. In compared to the previous house, the overall area is enlarged by almost 3 times, and everything around them began to change towards the unknown. They seem to have come to a different land. Again, it seems like it's still in its original territory. One upper-class VIP, upper-class room, serve, the shopkeeper, who appeared out of nowhere, greeted him with an eager face. This shopkeeper was dressed in ancient robes and had a thick goatee that, those 2 eyes revealed a shrewd vision. Worth mentioning, this guy's legs are 3 points off the ground. It's a ghost that came out of nowhere. The rules have been invaded. Armin's pale blue pupils flickered slightly as he saw it all. Chapter 107 Establishment. Yellow Springs Inn. It's a projection of the rules from Hell to the Weird Tales universe. It has somehow replaced the original rules, like the house that disappeared, as well as the original scene. It's the best proof. They have stepped into a game dominated by the rules of Hell. The previous Weird Tales game invaded Blue Star. It's all about relying on the Weird Tales game to add its own rules to the Blue Star. For every player that dies, there will then be a projection of a portion of the Weird Tales game into the Blue Star. When the Weird Tales game has finished covering the projection, Blue Star would also be incorporated into the Weird Tales of the Honky Tonk universe. The current projection of the Hellmouth game. It is also based on this situation. But, what are you four doing? Why don't you go and fetch me a customer? The shopkeeper cursed at the bizarre fury of the 4 Weird Tales of the world. Change of identity. Shopkeeper. At the same time, Armin also accepts the change in his own identity. He became the shopkeeper of this Yellow Springs Inn. The 4 spooks froze. It seems to be struggling to come to terms with the change. The creepy father's brow furrowed as it went up against the shopkeeper of the Yellow Springs Inn. Eat or die. Straight to that table. The potato stew that has disappeared, and the bowl of meat and vegetable soup. Surprisingly, it began to loom up again. I'm sure that eating is an important rule of the original Weird Tales game. What do you mean? The owner of the Yellow Springs Inn is like a changed ghost. There was no longer the respect and humility that he had originally received Hua Wuju with. The entire person began to emit a majestic ghostly aura. It made the temperature around it drop drastically. The creepy father didn't let up a bit, those huge eyes staring at the shopkeeper, then raised a fist as strong as a buffalo's. Hercule was going to hit the Yellow Springs innkeeper in the face. A green light radiated from the Yellow Springs innkeeper's face, and then lightly caught its fist. That muscular, strong, creepy father. The muscles in his face screwed up and it was as if the whole face had been pinched and started to grimace. A clash of bizarre forces. The Yellow Springs innkeeper smiled coldly, then violently squeezed with his right hand. Kada! Immediately, creepy father's head was in pieces like a burst watermelon, into chunks of meat scattered on the ground. The headless corpse slowly collapsed. Raymond dead. Yellow Springs Inn erosion progress 1/4. Issued assignment. Please work at the Yellow Springs Inn for 10 days. You too, carry it into the back kitchen for me. You too, entertain my guests. The innkeeper of the Yellow Springs Inn snorted coldly before giving the order. Armin is among this group, because his identity has now changed, turned into a shopkeeper at the Yellow Springs Inn. Creepy stepmother and creepy daughter physically shuddered and, rushing out as requested, carrying the creepy father who had been turned into chunks of flesh all over the floor. Yellow Springs Code issued. 1. The Yellow Springs Inn is open 24 hours a day. Remember that. 2. Please don't step into the back of the kitchen, or you'll piss off the cooks in the back. Please believe me, it's not very good-natured. 3. It is important to keep the inn table tidy when there are no customers. Flower Woojue is a valued guest of this inn. Please don't neglect him, or you will receive the harshest retaliation from the innkeeper of the Yellow Springs. 5. During the daytime the palmist will disappear and come back at night, so please don't be lazy. 6. Please try to fulfill whatever requests the guests make. 7. Don't step foot outside the inn. You'll be thankful for this decision. 8. The staff of the Yellow Springs Inn establishment, not being present at the inn, are subject to any threat to their lives. This Yellow Springs Code suddenly rings true. The creepy stepmother who was carrying the body parts of the creepy father, and the creepy daughter. It froze instantly. Please do not feel free to step into the back kitchen. Then they are now with the permission of the shopkeeper, so they should be fine. An unexplainable emotion suddenly welled up in the creepy stepmother's heart. Originally it was they who held the rules, but now it's suddenly dictated by a different rule. It makes them feel lost, but they don't dare to resist, because they don't know why. The power of this rule is very strong. It actually directly overrides the original rules. The mind was made up. Creepy stepmother and creepy daughter, combined, headed toward where their kitchen was. They think the back room should be in that area, and when they took that step out, a rusty chopper stuck out of the darkness, chopped them into pieces. Evely dead. Yellow Springs in erosion progressing 2/4. Don Ave dead. Yellow Springs in erosion progressed 3/4. Then out of the darkness stepped a large man with one unicorn horn, covered in gauze and, yet again, he was wearing a thin shirt with a half-open placket, picking up the body parts on the ground and then going back into that darkness. All is silent. The shopkeeper also resumed his place behind the counter, staring at them with those glowing green eyes. And Armin, and the geeky son, both stayed inside the inn. The geek son's heart trembled. Yeah. The geek son went crazy and ran out, straight out the door of the Yellow Springs Inn. The innkeeper of the Yellow Springs Inn just watched this scene with cold eyes, did nothing to stop it. The freakin' son is as good as it gets. Successfully ran out of the Yellow Springs Inn. Then there was a mournful hiss from outside. It was as if some lone spirit was wandering. The doorway is on the stopper. It's seeping blood into it. It can be perceived very clearly. The son of a freak who just ran out has been torn to shreds. The darkness outside is deep, keeps people from peeking in. The only thing I could perceive was the cold wind that was blowing in burst after burst. Hoo-hoo, as if it were a ghostly wind blowing from hell. The shadow of a bleak soul was flashing in the shadows. Almighty was aware that eyes were upon him, and at once he did not tarry any longer. Straight away, he picked up the rag on the table, started cleaning up the blood on the doorway. Seeing Armin in action, it was only then that the prying eyes were withdrawn. The innkeeper of the Yellow Springs Inn lowered his head and took out his ledger and began to account with his abacus. Shopkeepers are so inattentive these days, and I don't know how I've survived this long, like in my day, but I worked hard and did my job. That's what brought me to this Yellow Springs Inn. Kid, do a good job and I won't treat you badly. The innkeeper of the Yellow Spring Inn said with a smile. I just don't know what he meant by that. It wasn't long after that, the screams outside finally came to a halt, and Armin was always cleaning up the blood from the doorway. The screams at the doorway stopped as soon as they did. The beep sounded quickly. Alyosha is dead. The Yellow Springs Inn is eroding at a rate of 4/4. Erosion of the Yellow Springs Inn completed. Large-scale projections have been made. Mission settlement, participation, 5. Survival, 1. Reward settlement, prepared by the Yellow Springs Inn in Hell. I haven't thought of these two yet, so I'll write them out to test the waters. If you have any comments to make, please do so. I'll see what's going on in the back of the write-up, and how everyone feels more comfortable with it. You can leave a direct message. Chapter 108, please live for 5 days. Lord, the heavenly guest room. Hua Wuju was half lying on the bed, his right hand hooked over his head as he was looking at an ancient book. As you commanded, the rules of hell, strange talk, have been fully invaded. The Yellow Springs innkeeper, who possessed a slender goatee, respectfully bowed his head. He was one of the 3 commanders of the Tsangming army, directly under Hua Wuju's army, Ghost Calculator Li Dai. Few people know who he really is, though. Everyone thought he was just the innkeeper of the Yellow Springs Inn. I have known. Hua Wuju's face was as usual, just like the same start into the Weird Tales game. Hana Wujua then had the idea of creating an identical version of the Strange Tales of Hell. It's just in a trial state at the moment. Each ghost congregation can create rules based on its own characteristics. Ghost Calculator Read is a good example. Lord, the reality projection channel has been opened. Do we need to drop that human down? Ghost Calculator Read asked respectfully. Let him go. Hua Wuju nodded slightly, his gaze still on that ancient book. There is nothing on the cover of the antique book. It also seems to have a line. Makes it hard to see. Yes. Wait until Ghostbuster Reed retires. It was only then that Hua Wujua put down the ancient book. This emperor would like to see when you guys won't be able to hold back. The countless ghostly congregations of hell launched a powerful reverse projection against the Weird Talk Hongmeng universe. Hell and spooky. It's the real deal after all. Hua Wuju wasn't going to do it himself. He was waiting for a moment. Waiting for the other side to show their hand. Yellow Springs Inn. Armin cleared the entire inn as instructed in the Yellow Springs Code. Then wait for the guests to come to the door. The outside was blurry, and there was no light shining in. Inside, however, the hall is brightened by the simplest of candlelight. The bell at the door suddenly rang. Armin's pale blue pupils flashed. It was a visitor. Xiao Air. Serve the wine and food. The sound came before the person arrived. A woman in Zotzi armor, holding a Xianhua axe, with many scars on her face. Striding in, the armor on his body crackled. An inexplicable might came over him. Have a seat. Just a moment. Armin was quick to sub in for his character. Soon mastered all matters done by the shopkeeper. Yo, Oldly, is this your new store boy? The woman with the inexplicable identity of Zagat, curious, took a cup of tea first. Well, the work was pretty good. Ghostbusters sat behind the counter, not looking like he wanted to come up and entertain. The armored woman didn't care. Quickly, Oldly, serve me wine. Ghost Calculator Reed gave her a blank look and then he said without any good humor, when have you ever paid for my drinks? Do you know how much silver you already owe me? Ghost Abacus Lida was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes, and the abacus in his hand fiddled heavily. It seems to be used as a way to express dissatisfaction. Isn't it true that hell is fine these days? And don't worry, the next conquests, I'll be sure to pay back the silver I owe you. The woman in the Zagat armor laughed, her hearty laugh shaking the teacups. I hope so. Ghostbuster Reed shrugged. Armin listened to the conversation between the two, then came to that shadowy front, a thick arm that, bring 2 small plates of food, picked it up, then it was placed directly in front of the woman with the zagged armor. At the same time, a jar of wine appeared on the table out of nowhere. No need to think. This is the handiwork of Ghost Calculator Reed. With another bright smile, the woman with the armor lifted the lid, took a sharp gulp, and cried out for good wine. It was only then that he began to savor it without slowing down. Hurry up and eat. After you're done, go out on a mission with my guys from the store. Ghostbusters Reed rode. What a mission! The armored woman visibly flinched. Armin's pale blue pupils flashed. He could sense that there was no ill will towards him in this inn. As opposed to the weird games that kind of get you from all sides. This Yellow Springs Inn is so much better. But yeah, it's not like he's the one who owns the rules. Those 4 weird talk about the shenanigans of Hongmeng were obviously just being opened up. Just don't know. Is this how the rest of the ghostly congregation unfolds its projections? But listen to this shopkeeper. One seems to be more than just an establishment person in this inn. It seems to have other uses. Don't you dare try to renege on your debt. I'm keeping track of every dollar you owe me here. All you do is drink every day. It's time to do something serious. Ghostbusters grunted coldly. Obviously there was a lot of resentment towards this woman. Okay. Going anyway. With this little brother of yours at the store. The woman with the zipper armor shrugged helplessly. Armin listened quietly to the conversation between the two and did not make any comments. It just felt like the identity of this woman with the zipper armor should be uncomplicated. Maybe it's from the same place as the owner of the palm. The woman in the Zagara drank quickly, and the jug of wine was like a glass of water. A few moments of work and it was all gone. Drink up. Wiped his mouth, and then hooked Armin straight up. Go. The woman with the armor piercing finished. The scenery around them then changed rapidly. Everything is overlapping and changing. The landscape is rapidly becoming dim. Yikes. Dinner. Armin's eyes sank slightly as the geeky son next to him was looking at him. He appears to be back in the Weird Tales game? As for the woman with the zipped armor just now, she was nowhere to be found up. Armin was already familiar with the process beforehand. After confirming that it's back to the original Weird Tales scene, even encountered these creepy ones that came back from the dead. Gradually, Armin understood the pulse of things. Dimensional invasion. He had studied. The situation now appears to be somewhere between some kind of peculiar tipping point, the Yellow Springs Inn, and the House of Blood in Christmas. The former has indeed obliterated the latter all over again, but that was inside the projection. The House of Blood dystopia was indeed obliterated as well, but weird talk about will, not nothing. It utilizes segregation. Let the causal link between the two be disconnected. Armin understood why he had been sent back again. He needs to get the karma of the two to reconnect. Think about it. Armin then followed his geeky son into the thatched stone house. The house was the same as previously seen, but it's not quite the same, because in addition to those four creeps, there was an additional man and woman. Armin could see that. The man and woman were human like him, but not quite human. It's humans with weird powers. A man and a woman also lifted their gaze to Armin. The gaze wasn't very friendly, though, more like with icy scrutiny. Zero is involved. Mission modification, please live through 5 days. Chapter 109. Dinner. Armin sat in that empty chair around the table, next to the creepy puss-faced daughter. On the right is the unknown human woman. This human woman, with her silver hair, had a deep layer of indifference in her eyes. The human man was much the same. Blonde hair and blue eyes, and a cold face. Armin sensed a different latitude in them. This latitudinal scent is the same as the one on Weird Tales. As the creepy father, robust as a buffalo, spoke, the crowd moved their chopsticks. The pusillanimous, creepy daughter, who had been impatient for a long time, grabbed on even more hastily, as if afraid to slow down a little more. Then you won't be able to eat the meat in the pot. Who knew that at this time creepy father would slap him like he was angry? Slapping the pus-faced creepy daughter against the wall. That bit of thick juice jetted out. It can be seen. The silver-haired woman sitting next to Armin frowned visibly. Armin captured the scene. At the same time, it was noticed that behind the woman's indifference, the fingers under the table were twitching uneasily. The blonde man, outwardly calm, had a heart rate several times higher. All of this was seen by Armin. A player from the home universe? Armin came to a conclusion in his mind. These two humans were players who participated in the Weird Tales game just like him. But I just don't know the purpose behind this anymore. Armin already knows the truth behind the Weird Tales game invasion of Blue Star. It's dimensional annexation through play. And why does the native universe, then, need this? Unless, it's not about annexation. Rather, it's something else. Dinner. The eerie father, robust as a buffalo, sat back and spoke again. The two native universe players were visibly a bit perturbed, confronted with the demands of their creepy father. Squeeze the knife and fork. It's slow to get started. Seems like the pussified daughter who was slapped against the wall will be their next downfall. Compared to these two, Armin was much more forthcoming, moving his knife and fork as the two men looked on in shock. And extremely standardized table manners are applied. The food was extremely elegant. Fork out the pieces of meat first and then cut them apart piece by piece with a knife. Father Creepy gave him a look, didn't say anything, then moved his knife and fork to himself as well. Then there's the creepy stepmother, and then there's the obsequious geek son. Why don't you guys eat? Father Creepy suddenly stopped, his eyes staring straight at the two human players. The two human players looked at each other and moved their knives and forks as well. No one at the table spoke, just ate the dishes in front of them. The atmosphere was dull, not at all like the atmosphere a family should have. The creepy daughter who was slapped against the wall crawled back up after she got her breath back. It's like a shadowy creeper, with a face full of pus and blood, and licked his lips, before changing his look from one of anxiousness at the beginning of the eating up with a knife and fork. The meal was soon over. Armin, however, finds a note in the soup. By the time you see this, I'll be dead. Please memorize every word that follows. 1. Do not try to shelter them. They cannot be sheltered. 2. Stepmother will sneak out around 1 o'clock at night and keep an eye on you outside the thatched hut. Remember not to make a sound. 3. If your daughter asks you to play with her, don't say yes. 4. Stay away from your son. Always remember. 5. Please try not to talk to your father, or you'll be in big trouble. 6. When you hear a horse's cry, please do not approach. Some terrible changes will occur if you do. 7. Don't try to pass perfectly. Live through the survival time. Armin didn't move to burn the note. What are you burning? Creepy father, however, suddenly raised his head and stared straight at him. Instead of replying to that comment, Armin steered the conversation to another matter. The broth was delicious. Thank you for your hospitality. Father Creepy, this time, stared at him for a long time before he looked away. Having paid for it, it is only natural that I should offer hospitality with all my heart. Father Creepy stopped staring at this. The heavy atmosphere was relieved. This dinner was soon over. Armin memorized the time on the mantle. 10:12. He and 2 other players from this universe returned to the thatched hut and the house where the meal had just been served. The lights had gone out at that very moment. Until this moment, it was only then that Armin and the 2 across from him had a chance to communicate. Humph, you're the one who caused the copy to bug out, the blonde man whispered. He was clearly upset with Armin. Well, since we're all in, we'll just have to work together. The silver-haired woman frowned and chided. It seemed like they didn't want the blonde man to implode at this point. What level of asylum seeker are you? Why did you get into the same copy as us? The silver-haired woman looked at Armin. I am willing to remain silent if silence will answer you. Armin's pale blue pupils gazed at her and did not say anything else. He's not sure what's going on right now. Too much talk is too much. The silver-haired woman's expression went cold, obviously not too satisfied with this answer. Sister Lu, I think this brat will definitely drag us down. Why don't we just kill him? A flash of ferocity passed through the blonde man's eyes, obviously trying to kill Armin. Are you crazy? Now the copy time has gone from 1 day to 5 days, and the change in between is all because of him. Even if we kill him, it won't change the reality that the time of the copy has been altered. It's even possible to make the situation worse. No more infighting if it doesn't matter. Are you trying to unbalance the weird power inside you? He can't talk if he doesn't want to. At least we're in the same boat now. The silver-haired woman was fairly calm and didn't agree with the blonde man's reckless proposal. Well, I hope you're somewhat useful and don't go into anything superfluous, especially sheltering them, the blonde man said coldly. Shelter. Armin's light blue pupils flickered as he heard the term for the second time. Did you see a clue while you were at the table? What does it say? The silver-haired woman asked with a grave expression on her face. You could tell that the note was supposed to be a very important item. It says that they must be sheltered. It's the only way to live. Armin said after a little thought. The note has been burned by him, so you can say it's dead. The 2 native players heard this. Apparently it was a big shock. Some can't believe it. How can it be sheltered? Wasn't this copy identified as unshelterable a long time ago? Chapter 110 Explanation of some settings. Processor 0 has been remitted. 039 processor accessed. Central interference has been sent. Inhibiting. Weird Talk Honk's vast database had an intense encounter. The overall purpose was to cut through the projections initiated by Hana Wujue. They are trying to make projections into parallel lines that cannot overlap. Let this reverse invasion be shielded from the home universe. The will of the rules of hell could not penetrate in. By heart. The Weird Tales Honky Tonk universe can design a game like Rules Weird Tales. Natural to this projection invasion door please. So responding to the same projections, they come up with the most common approaches. Sever STH. As in cause and effect. There is a cause and then there is an effect. Where there is an effect, there must be a cause. But if you split cause and effect, the linkage rule does not hold. There would be no way to cover the database level of connections to the Weird Tales native Honky Tonk universe. Keep it simple. What's happening now is that Flower Wujue and the ghostly congregation of hell. Currently it's eroding and destroying the vast database of the Weird Tales of the Honky Tonk universe. And the vast database of the Weird Tales Honky Tonk universe is a true projection of the various native realms. Both are fundamentally the same. An example. As per the Weird Tales game's encroachment on Blue Star, whenever a copy of Weird Tales descends on Blue Star, it would then have a portion of the rules of the Weird Tales of the Divine. The rules of the Weird Tales of the Divine completely override the native rules. It would be a no-brainer to annex Blue Star. The attack from hell is now at the data level as well. It also transforms itself into a projection. But the ghostly congregation of hell has not lost any of its strength. When their projections invade the database of the Weird Tales of the Divine, they instantly destroy a large swath of normal data. It's like a card game like One Man Plants vs. Zombies. Suddenly a bullhead with a garbled attack power value appeared. Both the plant and zombie sides, totally all trampled on. And Bullseye doesn't have to follow the rules of this card game, even whenever they want to. The house could have lifted. They can leave after the destruction anyway, without doing any damage to themselves at all. This is the situation facing the database of Weird Tales of the Divide. They are cutting off assimilation at the database level from local rules as much as possible. It's like this card game operation. After Bullseye destroys the entire server, get back up there and fix it. But what Strange Talk Honk faced was an invasion of the rules of hell. So they can't go fix it. Or even just get rid of the server. Otherwise the server spreads to more core areas. For example, the source code. Some confusion about the last copy. That's why NPCs reappear after they die. For example, an Armin has now come to the source code that, and meet the players of the Weird Talk Honky Tonk local universe. Sure, Flower Wujue could actually choose to directly break through the Hongmeng realm wall. In that case, no matter how hard strange talking Hongmeng tried to sever the connection between the two sides, but as long as they don't live in a different universe, there would be no way to get out of Hua Wuju's lock. Even if it does change one, Flower Wujue was also able to pursue it with causal information. Count on going up and down. But he didn't. Currently it's just in the Yellow Springs Inn as a commander-in-chief, overseeing the whole situation. Previous copy in the reverse projection chapter. That is, among the terrorist Ghost Wheel, the last Fengdu Emperor, Zhongli had made an appearance. According to the rumors within the Hellmouth, and what Flower Wujue himself saw, he had reason to suspect that Zhongli had betrayed the hell. It is no longer even necessary to wonder. Zhongli's behavior itself is the hell that has been betrayed, and he appeared in a location that happened to intersect with the weird tales of the divine universe. The underworld chaos sea of hell suppressed countless terrifying and bizarre great powers. These were not Zhongli's achievements alone. Rather, it has gone through 7 generations of Fengdu Didi's battles. The origins of these bizarre powers were as inaccessible as floating weeds, but they were all suppressed in the underworld chaos sea. Even the Book of Hell doesn't have much to say about this. It's just a record of how many weird powers a certain great emperor suppressed. And after the last Jiang Li suppressed a recent bizarre great power, he disappeared. There is no soundtrack. As for the underworld treasure record, one of the 2 great Hongmeng supreme treasures of the Hellmouth, it also disappeared. After Flower Wujue succeeded the Fengdu Emperor, he was faced with the disappearance of a major Hongmeng supreme treasure. Alone, he carried the pressure of facing the entire underworld chaos sea. It was also fortunate that his cultivation far exceeded that of successive great emperors. This was the only way to suppress the underworld sea, which had hoarded an unknown number of bizarre powers. If Zhongli really disappeared because of the critical situation, he wouldn't have labeled the other man a betrayer either. But a whole 30,000 years of being nowhere to be found. And what it looks like when you see him. Nothing was indicating that Zhongli was not in any trouble at all, and that he had simply left on his own. A Fengdu emperor who left hell without any reason. One walk is 30,000 years. How many vicissitudes has the hell gone through in these 30,000 years? And if it were not for the help of the heavenly court strengthening, I'm afraid it's long since broken. How can we wait for Flower Wujue to succeed the Fengdu emperor? Zhu Chui understood this well. That's why his words were clear. His allegiance was only to Flower Wujue. A defector is a defector. This cannot be uncovered for whatever reason. It was precisely because of this that Flower Wujue didn't rashly open the boundary wall of the Weird Tales Hongmeng universe. His cultivation was heavenly, but he wasn't reckless. The forces behind this dig have involved 2 behemoths. On one side, there was the possibility that it was the place of origin of those weird powers under the underworld chaos sea. On the other side, a random seed. Then the 12 rounds of the Codex founders who could create a party of honored ones of Hongmeng could be created. Now add a previous Fengdu emperor, even if the 2 sides don't cross paths. But since they were all in the blue star against Flower Wujue, there is no crossover and there will be a crossover. Zhongli though conversed with an expression full of unspoken words and difficult words. To Flower Wujue, it was a performance like that of a clown. 5,000 years. He had seen too many ugly plots. When he was a ghostbuster, there was a veteran ghostbuster who treated him very well. Hua Wuju treated the other party as a true elder. But in the middle of a mission, this ghostbuster got a bribe from a demon, and was actually greedy. He swindled Hua Wuju into a deadland and was chased by demons. And the reason for all of this was simply that he didn't want Hua Wuju to become a loophole for him to collect this bribe. Child, you must believe me. I will not lie to you. We can only go by the broken valley ahead of us. The places next to it are coiled with a large number of demons. So we can't go. The veteran ghostbuster was full of affection and hardened Hua Wuju to walk on that desperate path. And he himself ran away satisfied. Chapter 11 The wailing of the weak is but drifting dust. So, even if Zhongli said it in a flowery way, at the time when Hua Wuju gave him the opportunity to show evidence of actuality, he chose to decline. And in the end, it was even more important to destroy Lan Xiaoyu, a deeply hidden backhand. Hana Wujue would be basically certain. Kong Li defected. He's organizing a bureau against hell. Zhongli, I'd like to see what you're talking about that affects the survival of the heavenly court and the earthly palace. Exactly. Flower Wujue's abyssal ink-like pupils were calm and incomparable. On the ancient volume in his hand, at the edges, there was a bright red color that was spreading in other directions. Wherever the color of blood goes, nothing can stand in the way. It's now covered a large area of the location. If the momentum continues, just wait a little while for half an incense stick to burn. The color of blood would then spread throughout the ancient book. But the momentum stopped. Creepy Honk finally opens up a counter. According to the time then, it happens to be the Yellow Springs Inn, with projection coverage. Can't help it. The corners of Hua Wuju's mouth hooked slightly before disappearing in place. After a treacherous, he came to avoid a darkened space. The surrounding area was quiet, but it possessed an extremely depressing atmosphere. The firmament is densely populated with stars and buckets, and the space below was pitch black. Warning, warning, intruders invading the core area. Please leave immediately or countermeasures will be opened. 0 Strange Talk is in position. Weird Talk number 1 is in position. 369 Strange Talk is in position. What's the hurry? What? Are you guys hardly afraid of my projection from hell? Under the abyssal ink-like pupils of Hua Wuju, he seemed to be smiling. Please leave immediately. Just because we don't want to start a war doesn't mean we don't have the ability to start a supreme war. Extraterrestrials, leave our homeland. Weird Tales of Will has been carrying out a soundbite here and there. They are quietly building up their strength. That starry sky in the firmament is undergoing this bizarre change. A large mouth that is gradually emerging. What a racket. Flower Wuju's abyssal ink-like eyes flickered with a flash of red light, and a touch of tyranny swept past. Instantly this void was filled with the sound of shattering here and there. One-winged, one-eyed monster after another split apart, then fell heavily into the darkness below. Ha! Hua Wuju, what if you kill us even in the source realm? Do you dare to come to our universe? Ha ha, you coward. One of those weird talks let loose a taunt that. They don't seem to care that they died in this area. They seem to come back to life somewhere else. Do you think you can control us if you control 339? If you're really conceited, come on, break through the wall. Come to our universe. A real fight. Do you dare? We are sheltered by our great mother. Don't you dare. Nor do they deserve to run wild under mother's watchful eye. Jia jia. One wave down. It's amazing that Weird Tales of Will hasn't died out yet. He was still mocking Hua Wuju with abandon, seemingly certain that he would be furious as a result. Who knows? After listening to the mockery of these weird talks about Will, Hua Wuju's expression was however very plain. His abyssal ink-like eyes rippled with calm. The cold side of his face was like an iceberg that would not melt for 10,000 years. Then he suddenly laughed, the corners of his mouth rising slightly in a smile that meant something. The tone was relaxed and calm, with no anger contained in the slightest. The last time, the person who spoke to me like this, had been from this boundless chasm of. It's been wiped clean of all the crumbs. His divine soul was ground by me. His spirit mark, erased by me. His universe, smashed by me. His dependents, slaughtered by me. And everything related to him, dissipated. He named himself the Lord of the Demon Region, commanding the 9 sides of the Hongmeng, and you guys sound a lot like him, but there will be no more traces of him in the course of time, nor will this so-called Lord of the Demon Realm be remembered in the boundless Hongmeng. I admire your courage, but you, it seems, do not have the strength to match it. What happens when you don't have the strength? I think it's time for you to come to your senses. In words, not the slightest bit of attention was given to whatever Mother Superior they were talking about. Hua Wuju walked slowly step by step, taking each next step. On those who have died or are still alive with the will of strange talk, it all rises up in a bloody red mist. The dead will of the weird tales can no longer speak. However, the living strange talking consciousness's face changed drastically, and panic flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. What have you done? No, no, how could you possibly affect the real universe directly? This is the source realm. Hua Wuju's face was as normal. His abyssal ink-like eyes, without the slightest expression of emotion, remained bland. The clouds are light. Reality, unreal. If I say it's true, it's true. True or false, false or false. There is no truth, nor falsehood, in my presence, true or false, and nothing more than a slave before my throne. Please, my lord, we were wrong. Let us go. We know we're wrong. Sir, we're willing to tell you about a conspiracy. Please spare us. My divine soul is burning. No, my spirit mark. No, 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 I'm about to be erased. Mother, help me. Facing the plea for mercy from the will of these weird talks, Hua Wuju was indifferent, only slowly walking towards the sky above. And the red mist draping over these strange talk wills will intensify, gradually burning their bodies, gradually erasing their existence. You devil, you shall not die. Everything that happened to us, one day, and it will come back to you. It seems to realize the unavoidable end. These monstrous wills cursed one last time before they were consumed by the endless fire of karma. By a hand in the underworld, the existence was erased. Chow Chow was quiet. Nothing ever existed but a drifting red mist. These strange talks of will, after all, pay for their words. And the mother and father of their mouths never showed a single trace from the beginning to the end. For 5,000 years, it seemed that every departed soul that died at his hands, all will have the same curse. Cursed he would be killed by someone more powerful than himself. If curses really do stack, what he carries on his back is the resentment of countless living beings, the countless spirits of the outer realms who lorded their heads under the ghostly congregation of hell. But he's alive and well. They, on the other hand, have long since become dust in the chasm. The wailings and indignities of the weak are but dust that floats through the universe without a trace. Zhongli, I'll be waiting for you. Flower Wuju's abyssal ink-like eyes stared slightly, as if he was looking at something beyond the dome. In the meantime, the great mouth on the dome finally grinned, and with a deafening roar, moving up the entire firmament. Chapter 112, each is right or wrong, true or false. This is copy 078, a 3s rated horror scenario called the House of Blood Nativity. 348 players have entered at one time or another, but none have ever completed the intake. The mortality rate is even higher at 92%. Regarding the 4 derivatives, we don't do any sheltering at all. And now you're telling me that it says shelter is the only way to live. I don't know where the hell you came from, but if you lie to us, it won't do you an ounce of good. The silver-haired girl's eyes narrowed, just staring at Armin as if waiting for him to say something. The other blonde man, too, had a glint of ill will in his eyes. Their original mission was just to survive long enough to teleport away for a day. They had stayed up until dinner time. It's obviously just the last bit. Wait until 12 o'clock and then you can leave. Now it's gone straight to 5 days. The difficulty of the sub is no longer summarized by the 3's level. The level is going up to unlimited. Difficulty is going to be even more difficult. Even if the 2 of them were elite asylum seekers, the probability of survival was very slim. I'm afraid you don't realize what's going on right now. MS. Anna's a level 7 asylum seeker. I'm a level 6 asylum seeker. We've done all we can to survive here long enough for one day. And now, because of you, our survival time went up a full 4 days. Quadrupling. You know, if it weren't for the weird powers you have in you, I've killed you now. Even if I have to spell out the failure of the weird balance. The blonde man's eyes erupted with unabashed murderous intent. A small purple and green hand came up from his neck and then retracted. I'm not kidding. It does say that. And mentions several other laws. Don't grant your daughter's play requests and stay away from your son. Try not to talk to your father. As well as, your stepmother will come to the door around 1 o'clock in the evening. Armin's face was as usual, his pale blue pupils rippling. The silver-haired girl known as Anna was surprisingly quiet. No further pressure was applied. His eyelashes flickered for a moment, and a pair of stunningly beautiful eyes stared straight at him. It seemed like he was trying to see something in his face. A moment later it was retracted again. I believe you. He's telling the truth. I'm afraid the only way we'll survive is to take shelter. Anna dropped her eyes a little stonily. From his own clothes, he pulled out a dagger engraved with an odd inscription. This is the one's dagger. It can break the spell that ghosts can't be killed. The blonde-haired youth visibly froze for a moment before fervor appeared uncontrollably in his eyes. You're talking about Lord Feng. It's his one. The blonde youth's tone was trembling and there seemed to be an unspeakable admiration for the owner of this dagger. Aha, that's the one. Anna nodded gruffly. The blonde young man's face became very different from before, his eyes glowing and it was close to writing ambition on his face. Great. With this breaking blade, we'll definitely succeed in sheltering. Instead of blind confidence, Anna poured cold water over her head. Don't take it for granted. You and I both know the use of this breaking blade. Without a way to find the laws of these 4 derivatives, we will never be able to complete the internment even if we have Lord Feng's dagger. The blonde youth blanched. The flesh will fade the enthusiasm. Armin, on the other hand, watched the scene in silence, quickly organizing the content of the duo's conversation. Shelterer, I believe, is the title of an organization. Level 7. Level 6. It's graded by numbers within the organization, and the 2 of them could be so conceited that it means the rank is high within the organization. Creepy is known to them as derivative. The worldview of the native players of Creepy Honk. It's different from other universes, and it's very likely that the tricky honkers did it on purpose. Derivatives, copies of this universe may possess a weird game entry system similar to the game interface. These 2 are not confident that they will get through. It's more of a starkness and hidden desperation. It means that this copy is a forced pick, which is the same as the Weird Tales universe. Interdimensional invasion in reverse. But if the invasion of other dimensions is about assimilation, so the native universe was selected to collect something, or to nurture. Both of these men possessed bizarre powers in their bodies, and the way they fused the bizarre powers of the, unlike me, the 2 didn't lose any body parts, but rather allowed the weirdness to lodge in their bodies that, and it's more than one. 3 inside the silver-haired woman and 2 inside the blonde man. The role is unknown, but perhaps it is meant to be used to harmonize. It's also true that you can harness bizarre forces by doing this, but it's too risky to do so. There is a danger of being revolted at any time, and once the balance is disrupted, it will be instantly revolted, which is equivalent to a precarious situation. Though I have lost part of my body, the bizarre items that can be obtained can't cause any backlash. It's a power that's firmly in my grasp. The woman in front of me, Anna, has a peeping-like ability within her. The blonde man has no doubts about that. It shows that Anna definitely has the ability to validate chemistry and authenticity. Just now, after I had said those words, she did not proceed to ask for further proof through words of. It was a move to shenanigans, but the doll helped me block it. While I don't understand the specifics of how this works, in terms of Anna's performance, the dolls likely fooled Anna, or perhaps made a deal with Anna to use to fool me. Armin's pale blue pupils flickered slightly. Various thoughts collided in his mind and gradually analyzed more possibilities. The likelihood of a doll tricking me is at 62%. The likelihood of a doll deceiving Anna, at 13%. Whatever it is, both possibilities require more response options. The creepy doll leaning on Armin's shoulder seemed to feel something and respectfully crept its head down again. It seems to be demonstrating, in this way, that it has absolutely no small mind. Data re-estimation. Chance of a doll tricking me, 23%. Chance of dolls deceiving Anna, 11%. Armin's pale blue eyes stared slightly beneath there, but on the surface it doesn't seem to make the slightest difference. Creepy dolls, if indeed there are no cats. Based on the data Armin has collected on it, it doesn't make such superfluous movements that it wouldn't have thought of it. But if it is desperate to prove that there is nothing wrong with it, and more tendency just to show that it may, indeed, have problems. It's coming. Don't talk. Armin suddenly interrupted the duo, eyes cast to the worn wooden door. Speaking of a setting, the probability calculations for Armin are not ordinary percentages. Instead, it's an original 110-point system. I can give a closer look at the setting later when I get a chance. Chapter 113, It's Coming. Hearing Armin's words, Anna and the blonde male deity who were in the middle of the conversation instantly held their breaths and their faces became grave. Their professionalism as shelters is evident. It seems these two really aren't attending a copy. Anna cast her eyes toward the door. The worn wooden door, rattling. This came after the last 2 seconds before they stopped talking. Armin's cue was just shy of 2 seconds. A little. How are you sure it's it? The young blonde gestured in sign language, skepticism filling his eyes. Wall clock. Armin illustrated with the same simple gesture. The blonde youth's eyes glazed over, staring viciously at Armin. Do you think I didn't look at the time on the wall clock? It's obviously just after 10 o'clock. How long has it taken to get back to the house? Do you really think we're stupid? The corners of the blonde youth's mouth hooked out in disdain, and his eyes were filled with contempt. But even how upset he was in his heart. He used to express his thoughts and also used sign language throughout. He wouldn't dare bet on the truth. Armin shrugged and made a gesture to go ahead. As the blonde youth took a look, sparks instantly rose in his eyes as the anger value in his heart rose. He thought that Armin was just watching him discussing with Anna the use of the dagger that Lord Feng had left behind. He was sidelined. So he said that on purpose. The blonde youth sneered. The best way to break Armin's claim is to prove it by actually doing it. Only his lips had just opened. Just as he was about to say something, he was gagged directly by Anna with a dagger. Feel the icy chill. The blonde youth was obviously a bit confused, and questioning flowed from his eyes. He didn't seem to understand why Anna was doing this. Shoo! Anna made a gesture of silence, her eyes filled with gravity. The blonde youth's mind was a mess, as if it had been gnawed on by a dog. The emotions in his eyes were mixed. Damn it! Anna-sama actually believed this kid's nonsense as well. How long has it been since I got back inside my room after 10 o'clock? How could it get to a point? The blonde youth had absolute confidence in his passage of time. There's no way he could have been so slow. Actually, even if it does deviate, the deviation is not likely to be so outrageous as to be a few hours large. With the flow of time measured in hours, there was no way he wouldn't be able to spot it. It seemed to know that the blonde youth didn't believe it in his heart, and it was more like in order to keep this guy out of trouble. Anna used her lips and made a gag. The panel. The blonde youth's brows subconsciously furrowed, but when he opened the panel, he froze in place, cold sweat seeping from his forehead. It's the same as Almond's panel. These native players also own the panel. The panel also boasts the passage of time. No, perhaps it's more aptly described as quest flow. Previously they were tasked with living through the day. That's 24 hours. Now the task is to survive 5 days. That's 120 hours. At the normal flow of time, it's just after 11 o'clock at the most. But the blonde youth saw the flow of time under his task panel. And yet, 95 hours. By the reckoning of time, it was indeed now 1 o'clock of the next day. The blonde-haired youth instantly rose from his back with a chilling aura that went straight to the sky. It just came up just short. If he does make a move. Armin didn't lie about what was in the note. So stepmom. It should be standing outside the door at this very moment. The blonde youth's breath caught. But he was doing his best to suppress it after realizing. He saw it. Hidden behind the door. The ragged gap between. Is having black hair. And getting closer. Closer until it was stuck to the door. At the seams of the ragged boards. Blonde youth. Saw a eyeball with no whites. Damn. What the hell is going on here? At this moment, even the blonde youth, who was a level 6 asylum seeker, and also from the bottom of my heart, I felt a chill down my spine. It all changes. It was literally instantaneous. Before he could react, he had dangled in front of death. There was a knock on the door. None of the three men moved, just staring silently at the broken wooden door. The blonde young man adjusted his emotions, and a flash of decisiveness flowed from his eyes as the small, ebony-colored knuckle once again reached out from the bottom of his neck. The air in the room seemed to have grown chilly, but none of the three cared. Even that level of grimness was not felt at all, because all three of them, in a way, are not really people. Whether it's using the art of balance to navigate the bizarre, or maybe it's just weird manipulation through body sacrifice. Essentially, they all possessed bizarre powers, people with shenanigans in their bodies. And how could one care about this level of grimness? Obviously, the blonde youth was ready for a firefight, even if it was a hard one, and never want to die unknown. As an asylum seeker he knew it well. Fighting against weirdness is no way to win in itself, but it's just lingering. Can't be killed because of the weirdness, just because it can't be killed. That's why they came up with their shelterers, used to harbor these derivatives that can't be killed. That's where the asylum seekers came from. And now, what they were facing head-on was a 3's level copy, a derivative of the House of Blood dystopia, defined as a being that cannot be institutionalized. There is little hope, but there is always something. Anna gave him a stern glare with her eyes. The meaning of that couldn't be clearer. Taking the weirdness back, the young blonde took a deep breath and forced himself to hold back the uneasiness in his heart before heeding Anna's words and, putting the shenanigans back, Armin made a silent note of the scene. At a time like this when self-safety is at stake, the blonde youth, however, still managed to listen to Anna, indicating the relationship between the two. It may not be as simple as just plain old subordination. Admirer, slave, both are possible, but slaves are less likely, because slaves want to live too, no matter how monstrous the power on the outside. Enter the weird tales game. Everything is useless. Slaves are more likely to release their repressed natures in this environment. No one wants to be a willing slave, especially those who have the ability to. Mediocrity is what those slaves really were. They will only blindly obey their masters. Thinking is nothing more than a distant and useless thing for them. Wake up to food. Wake up to work. That's enough. Because their lives are already stuffed to the gills. The house was awfully quiet. Even just the whistling of the wind seemed extremely conspicuous. Hoo-hoo. The whistling wind pushed against the wooden door. The creaking doorway makes you wonder just how long the wooden door will last. And in the next moment, ta-da! The knock on the door came again. This time, the wooden door creaked open with the sound of the whistling wind. Chapter 114, Important Clues. Deadly silence. The cloaked stepmother stood stiffly in front of the door, the whites of her eyes absent from her pupils. Yet you can feel the eyes rolling. The room was dark. At the crucial moment when the door opens, Armin, blocking the light from the window with the human body of a creepy doll. Light is the rule of necessity. Anna figured out a lot of things in a flash. The opening of the wooden door was almost completely unexpected. Creepy items possess a trait. Whether it seems crumbling or solid, it cannot be shaken by violence, unless you're violent enough. Creepy stepmom apparently fulfills this condition. Can be spooky, never had any active rule breaking. The log cabin serves as their area, unless rules are triggered, or quests. Otherwise creepy has no reason to enter. This is almost an ironclad rule within the shelter organization. This guy. Anna glanced at Armin without a trace, even through the darkness. Yet she still imagined Armin's bemused expression at that moment. Armin is a man of mysterious attraction. Even though we spent only a few hours together, it was impressive. Deep enough to make Anna wary. Anna's a level 7 asylum seeker, the best of the asylum seekers. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are sought after by millions. She who had experienced several S-rank copies. None of the younger generation of receivers could match it. But here it is. For the first time in her life, Anna felt ashamed of herself. She actually felt subconsciously pressured to even think she was inferior to Armin. be evenly matched. Anna's eyes lit up slightly. She knew what the feeling was. It's the chess match. Anna's expression turned cold as well. She had almost forgotten the feeling. The last person who ever made her feel that way already died in the S-rank copy, the death cabin. She had to admit that the feeling brought back its long-lost competitive heart. In this 3's rated copy, she actually didn't have much certainty in her mind. More like suppressed despair. The difference between humans and animals, isn't it being that humans have more copies of emotions? The mortality rate for 3S ranked copies, level 7 asylum seekers, has always been as high as 97.12%. She, Anna, had done her best, just finally made it to midnight. Originally she was able to change the probability, but because of the lengthening of the mission, her mood had actually fallen into an abyss, but she didn't dare show it, and couldn't even go deeper on the idea, because it would continue to lower the survival rate, which is already slim enough. The young blonde next to her was already inferior to her in his own right. If you show yourself to be decrepit again, it would lead to a full plate. Now this emotion called stress was washing away the despair in Anna's heart. It's like an excellent harmonizer. The all-powerful silver-haired witch is coming back. Armin didn't realize that with one of his moves. I can't believe that Anna has such rich inner drama. He's watching the creepy stepmother. More accurately, watching its hair. Armin hasn't forgotten the content of the quest that had been posted when himself and Flower Woodju at first came to this copy. A furious father, a vicious stepmother, and 2 siblings with polio. What is the hidden background of a family with a quirky style? Mission, find out their secret. Armin was well aware that weirdness was also logical. Behind the creepy stepmother coming outside the player's cabin in the middle of the night and watching to see if they are asleep. Must be a vital clue. Armin turned on precognition. For the first time, Armin stood still and Anna and the young blonde also made no sound or movement the entire time. The creepy stepmother watched for a while longer and reluctantly walked away. The wooden door was closed. The blonde youth had just breathed a sigh of relief when he ended up touching something near his feet and clattered. A few bases of firewood were scattered about. The atmosphere was instantly tense. But it seems like nothing happened. The creepy stepmother seems to have really left. Anna sighed in relief as a tail retracted from behind her. Armin made a mental note of the scene. The tail might be one of the 3 ghosts inside Anna, and the most powerful. As for the young blonde, with that ebony arm under his neck, it was also completely revealed in its entirety. A small hand resembling a baby's arm, yet it has an extremely bizarre stretch length. Boarding location, located at the right center. Look out! The blonde youth's most powerful undercard was this ghost arm. In subconscious danger, people are always habitually dependent among the items they trust the most. Record the duo's undercard. Armin noticed that Anna did not take out the dagger called the Blade of Delusion. You moved the duo's earlier conversation. You remember well that Anna and the young blonde had a discussion about this dagger. There is no way to gain insight into the pattern, so they can't use it. Daggers can kill ghosts. Insight into the pattern of bizarre attacks can be used to kill ghosts with a dagger. You memorized the dagger. The next moment, however, the creepy stepmother has appeared out of nowhere with its hair-covered face in front of the 3 of you. The blonde youth's pupils instantly dilated. He was scared alive, or perhaps because he received interference from weird forces. Once the blonde youth died, the ghost arm located in the right center suddenly began to wriggle, and then an eerie aura spread. A spooky revived. The room got too spooky. Anna's tail had just appeared, and in the next moment, her pupils began to lax. She's dead. The tail, which began to change and gradually became like a snake, but without a head or a tail. Only the blue and white pattern. The second creepy also revived. Inside the woodshed are now 3 creepy, but it's not the end. The blonde youth's stomach let out a toad-like grunt that, then a monstrous, ghost-faced worm, burrowed out. The 4th spooky. A more drastic change came from Anna's body. A red belly band appeared. The front of your viewpoint is blood red. The ghostly fire deadens you, but it's just a drop in the bucket. You can feel your own faculties breaking down. Attacks from the spiritual plane are tearing your consciousness apart. You pulled through with an amazing will, and you saw the last of the weird, illusory souls inside Anna's body. A faceless man in a cloak appears. Now, there are a total of 5 spooky recoveries in the woodshed. If you add in the creepy stepmother from earlier, Armin was now facing a whole 6 creeps. You feel your scalp tingle. Armin, however, remained aloof, that even though consciousness was being bizarrely ripped away from him, and yet he still managed to hold it together. He's relying on bone claws, ghostly fire, and a desperate fight against the rest of the creepy dolls that got the dagger. The pale blue pupils stared slightly. Armin stabbed straight at the creepy stepmother's heart. He had found the clue. Chapter 115, The True Rules of Using Daggers. Armin is dead. The dagger shattered the moment it touched. He failed to block the 6 unidentified dangerous creeps and was torn to pieces. Second flashback. Consciousness reappeared in the woodshed. Everything is still before it happened. Armin's light blue pupils flashed. The young blonde next to him remained in a state of motionless tension. Anna was still on guard. 2. Creepy stepmom was even standing still, not making a move. Everything goes back to the way it was at the beginning. Like a set-up NPC plot. The creepy stepmother left the woodshed after a fruitless stare. The young blonde breathed a sigh of relief and didn't relax for a few seconds before touching the woodpile again. There was a loud bang. Armin's eyes glazed over and he pulled Anna outside. It's the only time to escape. Anna looked doubtful, but subconsciously, with a sixth sense of danger. She's still following you, and after you step out of the room, a cloudy wind drifts over you. Anna's chilly hair stood on end, her pupils shrinking slightly. It's like she saw something, and you didn't see anything. Behind. The moment Armin pulled Anna to run outside, the blonde youth also hurriedly tried to follow, but it failed. A transparent wall blocked him. The blonde youth opened his mouth and shouted anxiously, but no sound came out. He was isolated inside the cabin. It's tricky domain. He's dead, Anna tells you with a grimace. Then without needing Armin to continue saying much, he quickly ran towards the forest aside. There is nothing in the rules that says you can't run into the forest, but it's the ones that are generally unspecified that are often more dangerous. Armin pulled her back. After a brief meeting of eyes, Anna gave up on continuing to the forest, knowing that the latter held danger, but there was no better way, and the forest was Anna's answer, but not Almond's. She believed Armin. Armin pulled Anna behind a woodpile, the two of them close together. A scream came. Without having to think about it much, the young blonde died again. The same. The weirdness contained in his body also began to enter a revival. Ghost arm. Ghost worms. But, this time, the revived creepy plus the creepy stepmother are just 3 creepy. Anna is not dead. The ghostly tail, the ghostly belly band, and the illusory faceless creepy on her body did not revive. The pressure is much less than last time. But, the bottom line, the dagger was still on Anna. Armin can be sure that Anna hides some key parts of the rules for using this dagger. The shattering of this dagger was proof of that. The shattering of the dagger must not have been due to a different user. There must still be crucial information being withheld. That's the part that's being hidden. It is precisely the part that determines the crux of the situation. What are the rules for using a dagger? Armin inquired straight away. Anna visibly froze for a moment. A flash of indifference then flashed in her eyes. There are 2 rules for stepmothers, and in the absence of other creepy family members present, it will kill the one who makes the noise. The way to attack a murderer is by fear. Second, outside the cabin, it will kill indiscriminately. Ignoring the rules, Anna looked puzzled. There was a definite chill coming from behind him, only to see the creepy stepmother, not behind them. The fear buried deep in Anna's heart was tickled, even if it was just a little bit. In this moment, it became the sharp edge of the soul solstice. On the contrary, Armin, it was as if the word fear had been erased from his body. Can't feel their own SAN value at all. And that's not even the worst of it. A blood-purple covered worm burrowed in the hair of a creepy stepmother. The back heel was an extra ghost arm. It actually took the weirdness inside the blonde youth and absorbed it. Anna was obviously aware of the situation. Her reaction was even greater. While her pupils shrunk violently, the ghost tail behind her directly stabbed previously. Behind him, even more slowly, a transparent silhouette began to appear. It has been freed from its original rules. Killing with fear is no longer the only way to kill. After Anna cried out, the creepy power in her body collided with the creepy stepmother, but the flesh is visible. Anna was clearly down. Just as the creepy stepmother grabbed the ghostly tail, Anna's complexion quickly paled. That's the life force running out. Armin struck out. Bone claws flared up and twisted off the creepy stepmother's hand. Ghost tail was loosened. Anna's complexion had improved a little, but she was still pale overall. Pine, with that ugly human face, like an arrow, the ghost-faced worm, out of the creepy stepmother's hair. Beware, if touched you will fall into a poisoning effect, and your body will become unbalanced in a bizarre way. Watch out for its saliva, Anna shouted. The bottom line of this ghost-faced worm seemed to be that she knew it well. Armin's demeanor was unchanged. This ghost-faced worm was unsuccessful in getting close, and was pinched to death by the arm formed by the ghostly fire. As if to corroborate Anna's words, the ghost-faced worm did indeed spit out a green slime and lunged towards Armin's face. Predictable. If this slime is hit, I'm afraid it's no laughing matter. The creepy doll moved, rose steeply, and enveloped the creepy stepmother in human skin that, naturally, the same includes ghost-faced worms, but that doesn't work well. Visible to the naked eye, the human skin was bulging rapidly, as if it were a blown-up balloon. The one scratch that was rapidly becoming visible. Creepy dolls can't hold out much longer. What are you waiting for? Kill it with the dagger. Armin gulped. It's like the sound of a returning soul on the way to the Yellow Springs. Anna had a jolt while weighing the pros and cons. From his chest, he pulled out the dagger engraved with a strange inscription. It clicked. The dagger cut a long line of blood across his hand. The blade of the breaking blade was shrouded in a once thin red light, as if a demon had opened its eyes. Anna whispered something in a small and quick whisper as the red glow of the blade intensified. It's a small sound, not even faintly audible, but it was still captured word for word by Armin. Great Lord of the Grey Throne, your people are calling out to you, asking you to send down your divine gifts and give me miracles. The red light reaches its peak. Lumpless as the creepy doll, or the creepy stepmother. Tom felt a shiver run through his body from the bottom of his heart. It was as if something terrible had descended. A cold glint flashed in Anna's eyes as she stabbed the creepy stepmother directly where her heart was. This time, the dagger stabbed in smoothly. Then with a burst of red light, the creepy stepmom disappeared in a flash of life. But in Armin's point of view, it was clearly an unknown silhouette made of red light, opening its mouth wide and devouring the creepy stepmother. He even heard the sound of chewing, like the ravings of a demon. Chapter 116 Identity. Creepy stepmom is dead, but the other three creepy family members never showed their heads from beginning to end. Armin's pale blue pupils flickered, then took advantage of the precognitive time while it lasted. Under Anna's awestruck and skeptical gaze, he went straight to the house where he had eaten in the evening. The door was opened. A darkness. The kerosene lamps were not turned on. The light inside is dim. Still, in the light of the moon overhead, he saw a large, two small, and three pairs of eyes were looking straight at him. Instead of sleeping, they sat in their chairs and remained untouched. Father Creepy stood up. You're seeing blood in front of your eyes. You're dead. Predicting the end of time. Armin's consciousness returned to the present. The creepy stepmother still stood in front of the door, staring at them with dead fish eyes covered by her hair. The blonde-haired youth really looked and acted exactly like an NPC. If nothing else, after the departure of the creepy stepmother, the young blonde is bound to repeat the same mistake again, and he will once again walk at the fork in the road of choice, whether to save Anna, or the young blonde, or neither, and wait to settle for a dagger at the end. Armin's pupils flickered slightly, and a thought came to his mind. This precognition of his lassoed out a lot of crucial information. For example, the eerie features of the blonde youth, like the weird stepmother murder rule and the fusion of other weird traits, like the real rules for using that dagger. And then there's the kicker, which is that among the blood nativity, the attitude of the remaining three family members towards the death of the stepmother. Indifferent. Armin had already roughly analyzed the situation of the House of Blood Nativity in his two observations. Or rather, the network of relational forces. Father Creepy is the authority, the unquestioned authority, the head of the family, in charge of discipline, iron discipline. So when Creepy daughter shows unorthodox dining practices, it took a weird father to slap him against the wall, because it embarrasses itself in front of its guests. Armin found a generic situation in his research for this weird game. Nolan, you are in the midst of what copies, after ostensibly what you thought you were. There must be another real hidden identity. Armin and the others boarded in the woodshed. Poor accommodations with horse manure. First impressions can lead to a subconscious belief that this is in some sort of unfavorable relationship. Servants, helpers, even slaves. But immediately after, bizarre son. That is, the big-headed son who looked like he had a tumor on top of his head came to call them for dinner. Is a servant, a helper, a slave, entitled to enter the house and eat with his master? The answer is obviously no. So, they became guests. For some reason, boarding guests. But do you think that's all there is to it? No, it isn't. The truth is much more than that. According to the scenario presented in the House of Blood dystopia, the creepy father's personality is one of rage. Creepy stepmothers are vicious. Creepy sons and creepy daughters, on the other hand, have only a polio introduction. But don't forget, this is followed by the question, what is the secret behind a family with very different styles? Armin had already guessed a little bit about this secret, but now is not the time to talk about it. He needs more information gathering. In this cut, yet it is possible to conclude the real role they play in this copy. Creepy father, since he is a representative of rage. Why would they be polite in front of their guests? It's even a little harsh on the face. That's why creepy father, when questioning Armin, he neutralized the danger with just a compliment about dinner, because creepy father gets the face. It didn't care what Armin actually burned. The note, don't communicate with your father, is the reason. Because if that comment of yours makes it feel disgraced, and you're in danger. But here comes the wacky part. Since it's polite to save face, and why would they let Armin and the others sleep in a place like the woodshed, which was a hostile environment? It doesn't fit with the setting where it has to be polite and facetious. Unless, that's not the creepy father setting at all. The context says it all. Rage is the only setting for creepy dad. Because of what rage? Because of what is possible. Because people who are raging are the ones who get out of control because of all sorts of things that affect their mood swings. To be facetious can only be described as a pseudo-setting. As for why this pseudo-setting, nothing to do with who they really are. Creepy fathers have to maintain a high level of self-cultivation while refusing to be genuine with their guests. Then, in all fairness, the decor of the place is no more than that of an ordinary medieval peasant family. Even with borrowed guests, the creepy father doesn't even need to be that contradictory either. Remember when Armin quipped after dinner? The creepy father implied inexplicably said something like, "Pay up. It is only natural that I should offer hospitality with all my heart." Another hint. Imply that you are a guest and that you are paying to eat here. This may seem infallible. There isn't a single flaw in the logic. But it's not right. This is wrong. In Armin's eyes, this possessed a huge logic problem. First, if they pay for it, just goes to show that they are perfectly capable of paying for a little better accommodation. Choose here. The indication is that there is no choice. Then the words of the creepy father suggest it is nothing more than valuing money. But if that's the case, why don't you vacate your son and daughter's rooms? Wouldn't that be an opportunity to collect more money? Of course it's possible. Because creepy father really doesn't care about creepy son and daughter. Judging by the words and actions, and the reactions of the creepy son and daughter, they are afraid of the creepy father. That's odd. Creepy father says it's about the money, but doesn't try his best in that direction. As it is, creepy fathers need to save face. And the fact that they were allowed to live in a woodshed in a hostile environment, then there must be another reason. As for the reason for this, may I ask at what point you neither want to make things better for the people who stay in your house, and trying to maintain a high level of literacy in front of all these borrowers? Then everything is clear. That's right. Armin and the others are not guests in the house of the bloodbath. That's even if everything here is suggesting that you are. You're a guest. But you're not. In this copy, they play what they really are. Friends, fallen friends who have thrown in the towel. And in all likelihood, they may have had a less than stellar past. Only then can all the inconsistencies of the creepy father be explained. And they, more than anything, need to use that identity to dig into the hidden karma behind it. Friends in distress. That's the real key to surviving this copy. Chapter 117 Exchange. Important note. We play as relatives. Anna said. After consciousness returned to reality, Armin made a different choice than what was foreseen. He pulled the young blonde this time when he was about to cause a crisis. For the golden youth made no sound. Naturally, the creepy stepmother did not enter the woodshed, and they did not suffer a creepy attack. That dagger of Anna's didn't come in handy either. In determining the time has gone off a little bit this timestamp well. It was only then that Anna resumed the discussion. That line of speculation about true identity is what she said, but both Anna and the young blonde, neither would have known that in a split second. They were so close to death. Aha, MS. Anna, there's no question about your inference. No need to have doubts that. On the contrary, you, remember this well and don't get us into trouble. The blonde youth's eyes slanted and his words were directed at Armin. Anna didn't say a word. A sort of acquiescence. The only reason she was repeating it was so that this sudden companion would learn about the background of this copy, so that the next copy survives without encountering some unnecessary dangers. Keep it simple. Now it's Anna and the girls who provide information to Armin for free. Well, what's your name? We'll need to spend the remaining 3 days and 22 hours together next, for ease of communication, and to develop an understanding. We'll tell you what happened during the day, and the patterns that have been postulated. In return, you'll have to tell us about your findings and ideas. Our companionship was brief, but all of us were high-ranking asylum seekers. I trust you won't slow us down. Everyone's goal is to survive, Anna said looking at Armin. She also wanted to know how much this guy really weighed. Armin smiled slightly. He didn't mind the crooked hooks in those words. Their companion's request just went Armin's way. As a matter of fact, Armin had left these two native universe players behind with exactly this in mind. I didn't realize that these two were even talking ahead of time. If they had watched the performance of the Almond Blue Star Weird Tales, I wonder if they will make that choice again. Blue Star players, young people are just different. Well, just now how did you know that light is the rule of certain death? Anna threw out the question. She appears to have a way of verifying whether or not she will die under certain circumstances. The young blonde stared back at him. Having just nearly knocked over the woodpile myself shortly after my creepy stepmother left, it was only thanks to Armin that he didn't really get into serious trouble. Spara thought. The blonde youth's back still couldn't help but get wet. I have precognition type abilities that allow me to glimpse what's going to happen in 3 minutes. There are only 5 opportunities for precognition per day. and using them up falls into a 24-hour cooldown. Armin half-truthfully explained his abilities, but Anna and the blonde youth's eyes flashed with deep doubt. You're talking about some weird powering you. You must not make such sweeping generalizations, or you will not be able to know each other. If we want to pass the level 3's copy, we might as well give ourselves a shot now and save ourselves from being killed by creepy. The blonde youth said sarcastically to himself. Armin's light blue pupils were however flickering slightly. He noticed the micro-expressions of the duo and immediately changed what he said. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking straight. This ability is really weird on me. Armin yanked the creepy doll down. That's the weirdness of being predictable. And just now the reason why I'll be withholding. I'm sure you can understand that. After all, only a few hours have passed since we met. And precognition is my bottom card, so I subconsciously chose to hide it. Armin's scowl was impeccable. Creepy dolls? Creepy doll stated that I didn't even know I had a precognitive ability originally. If I had that kind of power, why would I follow you around and be so transparent? Doesn't it smell good to be the king of the mountain in the weird world by yourself? Anna believed it. Well, you really do possess this ability, and this doll shenanigans ability is important. What comes next could be the key to our survival. The blonde youth bristled, but didn't retort. The weirdness of precognition is a bad place to house it. And you can do it with out-of-body coexistence. It can't be some nobody. By now, let's all just be honest. The blonde youth sighed, then continued. We're A-list members of the shelter organization. And this time, the MS. Anna and I were transported to this copy in the midst of randomness. A 3's rated copy, known as a nightmare copy. The highest level of intake entering is level 8 and the lowest is level 1. We can't refuse. That's kind of sad for the asylum seekers. They've been pretty good with this lineup. Anna, a level 8 Nova asylum seeker, and a level 7 asylum seeker, a young man with yellow hair. The two obviously knew each other. It's so much better than two rookies who don't know anything getting together. The interns. Interesting noun. Armin already knew the way the rank ordering of this organization worked. It's based on the level of danger of the shenanigans within. That seems like a pretty apt term for a shelter. Well, we can't stop these things. We can only try to get through. The House of Blood nativity has a strangely high mortality rate, resulting in the information that comes out being extremely scarce. But a level 8 asylum seeker is already qualified to view that part of the profile. Anna paused. In the information, the existence of the note is clearly indicated, but it is not clear exactly where it came from. That's why it's also known as the mysterious note. The note is an extremely important prop, and the words on it should never be the slightest bit out of place. Otherwise this will surely lead to the failure of the mission. That was meant to be said. Anna is still extremely skeptical about the internment. Armin grimaced. You may doubt it, but I can tell you with certainty that not a word of the note is true. As to why it says that up there, I can't possibly know. Anna was silent, then nodded heavily. I'm sorry. I think about some of the suspicions and disconnections being said ahead of time is what will make us and so on work together in order to have a better understanding. The matter of internment is at stake. That's why I've asked for proof again and again. Armin shook his head seriously. You're right. I don't mind. Anna's temptation was destined to be useless. Armin had been sure for a long time that Anna and the young blonde didn't know what the note said. Anna reveals that she has access to the sealed files and is aware of the note, trying to use this to knock Armin out. But she doesn't know the contents of the note. What that means is that the person who came out lost that part of their memory. While Armin was verbally gaming Anna, the young blonde interjected silently. So what's your name anyway? Chapter 118, The Disappearing Female General. Anna and Armin both turned their attention to the young blonde. Half the time, this kid also said his name, so I couldn't help but be curious. The golden youth made a case for himself. Armin, my name is Al. He didn't use his real name. Even if this was in another universe, the possibility of all sorts of weird things happening. The blonde youth nodded without another word. Anna, on the other hand, quickly crossed out the names of a few level 8 asylum seekers in her mind. Search to the end. Anna couldn't find any hosts with the name Al either. Unless this is a vegetarian. But is there anyone left who doesn't join a shelter organization? Anna asked herself no. The name Al was also labeled as a pseudonym. In short, in addition to the note, the copy background setting is extremely critical. We're setting the position in this context to be relatives. Relatives in distress. The conversation is back on track, but there are some problems with this setup positioning. While Armin thinks it's a friend, Anna thinks it's a relative. There's something wrong with what you're saying. Armin interrupted Anna. Our status is not as relatives, but as friends. Anna froze, as did the young blonde. There is essentially no debate about the background positioning of this copy of the setting. After Anna came to this copy in person, again, I don't think there's anything wrong with the setup position of relatives. Relatives in distress. Because they have survived until now by virtue of the setting of relatives in distress. They came to the copy at a different time than Armin. They had obviously arrived during the day. But, if they came in the daytime, why did Anna and the blonde youth decide that it wasn't their own presence that they can leave this copy after dinner yet? Something is wrong with their perception. If they hadn't had a problem with the timing of their mission. But that's not the only explanation. It was possible that Anna and the young blonde had been here at 0 hour of the night. Only they ignore that part themselves. Or influenced by other forces. Why do you say that? Anna looked at Armin seriously. This is no joke. Friends and relatives represents a very different storyline. The blonde young man's ears were also strained as he had already expected Armin to be disliked. Falling friends, falling relatives. The difference in appearance is small, but in reality it's huge. Relatives, on behalf of which this is an internal issue. Friend, on behalf of which this is an external cause. Why do you guys think it's a relative? Armin asked rhetorically, his pale blue pupils looking at Anna. Because of our situation. Because of the way Creepy treated us. We're relatives who have fallen on hard times and have come to join us. So what's the problem? There was a flash of displeasure in Anna's eyes. The detailed logic of this. But it was the unanimous conclusion of several hundred experts who deliberated together. That's what she thought when she came to this copy. It's even been verified. Armin's light sentence broke that conclusion right down. It's no wonder Anna is not pleased. Okay, I'll ask you then. A relative in distress. Why would he pay his father? If the relative didn't do it for financial reasons, then why would he make a special trip here? Armin's eyes glazed over. Because he was in some debt. No, because. Anna's eyes widened slightly. She knew that answer. It's because of being hunted and why. Since it's not economic, it's on a higher level. Offend someone, break the law. But it doesn't make sense. If that's true, wouldn't a relative who hides from his father be jumping into the fire himself? If one were this relative, it is absolutely impossible that one would be boarding in the home of another of one's loved ones. Too easy to spot, not to mention. And always beware of his father betraying him to protect himself. You've committed a crime. As soon as you escape, then your relatives will no doubt be the absolute first to be investigated. This, clearly unreasonable. You have a point. Those who participated in the replica before, even if they came out. And no one has ever encountered a game like this where you're halfway through the game and then suddenly add so much time to the quest. It's really time for some of the inherited impressions to be broken down. Al, I was right about you. Your thinking is positively wrong. If the original hypothesis is to be met, there is no getting around this crucial point. What we are, really, is friends. Anna decisively agreed with Armin's words after thinking about it. A friend is indeed a more reasonable identity. The blonde youth was dumbfounded, his heart filled with doubt. And that was overturned? The blonde young man wondered why. Under the sudden desire to go out after it's time to give those professors a big mouthful. Waste. Mouthy experts who have been researching copies for 2.5 years to research to give this? Being seen straight through by someone's first time copying a vegetarian. You guys really have the nerve to be experts. Good. Identity now that it's established. Let's talk about sheltering. Anna was quick to accept. Friendship quickly brought her into the perspective of this copy. Gee, I didn't realize that our only chance to live would be an internment. I don't know if I'll be able to get out in one piece this time. My weird imbalance is close. I need to get back to real time as soon as possible so that I don't die a weird recovery. The golden youth sighed, then firmly expressed his thoughts. There are 2 creeps inside him. A ghost arm, a ghost worm. Armin had not only seen it, but he had even touched his attack method not much more than Cha. I'm not doing so well either. 3 shenanigans, 1 S, 2 aces, and I can't afford to do any more sheltering. So, it'll have to do with this. As always, Anna pulled the dagger from her chest. Breaking blade. Armin had already seen the horror of this thing. The danger level is extremely high, fusing the creepy stepmother of the ghost arm and the ghost worm. In the midst of the precognition, it was all poked in as cleanly as chopping tofu. And then the weirdness of such a fused one disappeared completely. I also wonder if it has anything to do with any lord of the Ash Throne. But sure, the original owner of this dagger must have been a man of legend. Lord Feng. Armin suddenly remembered the female general who had sent him here. Also under Hua Wuju. After sending myself here, and she disappeared without a trace. But actually no. That female general, the direct subordinate of Flower Wujue. Yun Yen, one of the 3 commanders of the Pale Ghost Army. Also in this realm at the moment. Chapter 119, Hua Wuju. Do you really think that no one can restrain you? Hua Wujue, do you really think that no one can cure you? A rolling sound of heavenly thunder came from a bell. The star-dotted firmament was moved by a hideously gaping maw. In an instant, heaven and earth shattered. Everything is swept away into nothingness. the mother of the strange talk of the monument has descended. I thought you'd be hiding all the time. Like a mouse. Hua Wuju gave a mocking smile. Arrogant. The mother of the strange talk of Hongmeng is obviously angry. Waves of rippling waves came from the shattered void, and burst after burst of eerie aura filled the air. Want to assimilate everything they touch. Flower Wuju's gaze was bland, and in the moment when these waves collided, darkness filled the. It was like he was being consumed by this darkness. The giant mouth on the sky did not drop the idea of taking it lightly, but instead the mood grew heavier, as if it was a bit of a struggle. Next moment, golden light instantly filled the air, and boundless golden flames raged and filled the air. Rampant searing devoured the eerie auras that permeated the area. What did you do? Oddly talking about Hongmeng's mother. His tone revealed an unspeakable resentment. Nothing, just feeding my flame. A little something. Hua Wuju's abyssal ink-like pupils were neither happy nor sad. No emotional fluctuations could be seen on his frosty face. However, the golden flames that permeated around him erupted with extremely terrifying fluctuations. This kind of horrible fluctuation is completely unrecognizable from other days, like the vast, endless black sea of the terrorist ghost wheel. Nowadays, the golden flames could be instantly scorched and vaporized in just a split second. The reason for this, what exactly was it that made Jin Yen gain such a terrifying boost? I'm afraid only Flower Wujue herself knows. The seed of that Feng fire back then. I didn't expect it to return to your hands. Hell, do you guys really want to go to war? The main mother of the eerie divinity spoke in a stern tone. Feng Shui fire. Flower Wujue's abyssal ink-like pupils flashed with a flash of essence. Regarding the origin of the gold flames, he had gotten it from traveling to the lower realms one day, but he would travel to the lower realms because of a system that was not yet detached. Hades clocking in at 36,821 days. Sign-on bonus, 1 indicator. Hell has been punching the clock for 5,000 years. Except for the final reward at the end, the blue star coordinates. There wouldn't be any reward of any kind related to the coordinate indicator. It's the only one. At that time, the then heaven-level ghost general, Hua Wuju, also froze for a moment. Clocking in for so long. Pills, gong fu, treasures, divine weapons, ghosts, poisonous demons and insects. What haven't you seen? But the coordinates really puzzled him. The location of the indicator is located in a mountain range in the lower world. Flower Wujue took a leave of absence and hurriedly passed through the Naiha bridge to that lower realm. The mountain range is called Wujia. It was in the depths of the underground that Jin Yan was found. The golden flame at that time was mediocre, just a bit stronger than the upper average heavenly flame, and no further enhancements can be made. Flower Wujue didn't care at the time. There had been both good and bad things since so many check-ins. Signing up to open up the usual stuff is also available. This Jin Yan counts as moderate. After that, when he thought of this gold inflammation again, it was when he came into contact with the underworld Chaos Sea. It's absorbed the weird gas from the periphery. It was also at that time that Hua Wuju realized the growth attributes of this gold flame. After becoming the Fengdu Emperor, it wasn't as if he hadn't thought about sweeping away the bizarre great powers of the underworld Chaos Sea with the golden flame. However, these suppressed bizarre powers were the best energy source to provide refinement for the will of hell. This was because the aura on these bizarre powerhouses was similarly related to the ghost Tao, only two diametrically opposed ones. The ghost cultivators of the hell were likewise becoming stronger step by step through a slate of cultivation. But these shenanigans are not. They could become infinitely stronger as long as they were able to devour, as long as they had enough souls. The back sounds buggy, but the reality is not so easy. Any creature that reaches a tipping point and then tries to get a boost. It's not just racial traits that count. Like this Taiku black dragon on Flower Wujue's body. It was born with the strength of a great power, but its strength was never able to break through a shackle. That's the way. Hongmeng Emperor, Hongmeng Venerable. The difference between the two is as great as a gulf. An example, like those weird powers that were suppressed under the underworld Chaos Sea, even if they were allowed to absorb the souls of an entire Hongmeng universe, nor could he break through and step into the realm of a Hongmeng Venerable, let alone a Hongmeng Emperor. The successive generations of Fengdu Emperors in hell, with the highest cultivation level being the Hongmeng Emperor. The lowest cultivation level was that of a Hongmeng Exalted, and the hell led by Flower Wujue. The strength is even stronger than ever. 1 Fengdu Emperor, 20 Hongmeng Venerables. With a lineup like that, sweeping across the landscape is not an option. It was also because of his confidence in his strength that Jin Yan was left stranded. Reappearing. It was when he returned to Blue Star for the Weird Tales game. Hidden. He detected a hint of the unknown. System, you've really dug a big hole for me. Flower Wujue's abyssal ink-like pupils flashed with a red aura. Or he still didn't understand that. The system had known what would happen after the return. These 5,000 years. It's the system. in order for him to inherit hell. Flower, would you, eh? Since you inherited the Hellmouth, I'd like to see which one of you is stronger or weaker than Zhongli. The weird Hongmeng mother sneered, and then twisted the dome of the sky and smashed it. It's going to banish the entire void. The Hong Kong universe possesses a long storm of chaos between it and the Hong Kong universe, traveling through the chasm. It's never an easy task, even for a Hongmeng venerable. In the midst of this chaotic storm, if one does not have something to stand on, it will also perish in endless attrition. And the existence that can force the opening of the banishment must be the Hongmeng Emperor. Banish me. You deserve it? With a flash of the Feng Emperor's spectral underworld eyes, the void that had been banished by the flowers without consciousness was reversed in a raw manner. Boundless spatial storms were yanked into this area, then turned into blades that, straight up and tearing into the firmament. The weird Hongmeng, mother of the Lord. Obviously some surprise, but the response is quite calm. These space storms didn't do much damage, or didn't do much damage to its will. For that matter, manipulating the storm of chaos. You're afraid you haven't lost your mind. An existence like ours. Would one fear such a storm? The creepy honky-tonk master mother let loose a big laugh. Jejia sound in the ears for a long time, as if the magic sound through the ears. Feng Huang's decree. Absolutely. Flower Wujue's face was cold, and he didn't even care to fight with the other party over this verbal dispute. A majestic legal decree with golden light appeared, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. The entire void collapsed. The creepy Hongmeng master mother finally felt tricky, to the point of being creepy. At this moment, Hua Wuju wasn't even trying to use the chaos storm against himself. He was trying to infuse the space storm into the bizarre Hongmeng. No, don't you dare. Flower Wujue, die for me. Chapter 120, A Million Miles Around. Kill. The creepy Hongmeng master mother let out a bellowing cry, and the huge dome of the sky pressed downward. Flower Wujue raised the sky with one hand, and the monstrous red ghost chi pierced through the heavens. Let me die. You're not good enough. Two fingers together. It was like two nodes colliding together, obliterating all traces of existence. The detachment that had descended from the weird Hongmeng master mother shattered. This level of sloshing was enough to cause the creepy Hongmeng master mother to suffer a heavy blow. There was silence all around. A cutout stood straight in front of him. This was what Hua Wuju had just left behind by penetrating the firmament, leaving behind the Hongmeng channel. There's an old saying. It's called spinning a cocoon. The weird honky-tonk universe created the Weird Tales game that established the Source Realm. The Source Realm is deeply connected to the Weird Tales of the honky-tonk local universe. At this moment, the Source Realm was penetrated by one of his fingers. Immediately afterward, the one reality channel that crosses the divine avoidance barrier also appears. Look at the cut in front of you. Flower Wujue's abyssal ink-like eyes rippled, then walked forward step by step. And it's actually going to cross right over. I've seen through your tricks. Next, whatever you can do, feel free to use it. Flower, without awareness, took a step out and entered the strange talking honk. As soon as he entered this Hongmeng universe, the repulsive force from the rules came in like a tidal wave. A Hongmeng universe could only have one Hongmeng emperor. Another Hongmeng emperor entered. It will surely be rejected by the rules of the native Hongmeng universe. Stand down for this emperor. Flower Wujue's eyes steeply reddened, and the rules of strange talk that repelled them instantly collapsed and receded. All rejection is gone. He completely entered the world. The breath of the strange talk honky-tonk universe was very muddy and carried an extremely dense gloom. This gloom is very different from hell. It's full of blood and evil. Wang Tung. Hua Wuju gulped lightly. The book of life and death turned itself without wind and landed on top of a scarlet leaf. Emperor Wang Tang is here. One of the 10 ghost emperors. Hong Kong Supreme. Dressed in a blue and red python robe. His brow was resolute and his eyes revealed heartfelt respect and admiration. You are ordered to lead the heavenly pivot Hongmeng Ghost Congregation to begin the laying of the Naiha Bridge in this realm. If anyone dares to stand in the way, kill without pardon. A killing intent flashed in Hua Wuju's eyes before he whisked his sleeves away. Wang Tang's expression was frozen. I respectfully obey the Emperor's decree. Naiha Bridge, the conquering treasure of hell, used for large-scale military conquests, equivalent to a direct connection from hell to this side of Hongmeng. Countless fallen ghost congregations, all receive a marker here. And death is resurrection. The Yellow Springs opened a special channel for these ghost congregations. Death itself is in charge of hell. Unless a great power strikes, these ghost congregations are just immortal. Sure, there is a more direct approach. That is to directly destroy the Naiha Bridge. And the countless fallen ghost congregations cannot be resurrected again. But, the Bridge of Naiha. Now it was Wang Tang who was presiding over it. One of the heavenly pivot Hongmeng ghost emperors, with astounding strength, was promoted step by step from the lower realms by Flower Wujue. There is no such thing as loyalty. Behind Wang Tang's back, Some vague figures were appearing and gradually solidifying. Order the 12 armies of the Zodiac, under my ministry, to slaughter millions of miles of living beings in this realm, starting immediately. Insert the array flags in the 6 directions. The souls of this realm are all thrown into the river of forgetfulness. We respectfully submit. Behind Wang Tong, there were 12 tall figures strong into the gods and devils, with goat's horns and bull's horns, tiger's head and snake's tail, eagle-billed elephant trunks. These are the 12 zodiac legions under Wang Tang. It was also known as Hua Wuju's second full-fledged unit in the hell. More vapors began to appear. The eerie ghostly aura of a uniform, the uniform costume, the uniform hairpiece, and the uniform and unabashed murderous intent of the eyes. The 12 armies of the Zodiac. Out of the army you will see blood. They were previously blocked from attacking by the projection and were unable to project into reality. Now summoned by Wang Tang, they got the bond. These bloodthirsty, life and death-defying congregations of ghosts, like beasts out of their cages, desperate to start a smooth killing. Countless crowds of ghosts killed towards the millions of miles around. It turned into a stream of light. Slaughter everything they can see. If there is a powerful rebel, the 12 ghosts of the Zodiac, it would then directly beat it to the point where its soul was dispersed. One time, a million miles of blood and grievances filled the air around them. Within the jurisdiction, this appalling massacre is not permitted. But this is not the realm of hell. They're not bound by those rules and regulations at all. The carnage goes on. Wang Tang was also hauling the Manhwa bridge to descend. As for Flowerless, Flower would you I didn't think that you would actually dare to come after me. The words came from the eerie Hongmeng Master Mother eerily. Responding to it was Flower Wuju's Fengdu spectral eyes. You asshole. You wait. The bizarre Hongmeng Master Mother was enveloped by the Fengdu spectral eyes and was greatly restricted. It was created to deal with guys who are extremely polluting. It also has an extremely powerful and strange effect on the Master Mother who controls the weird tales of the Hong Moon universe. It's all cut and dried pollution. But here it is. But it is the connection between the weird Hongmeng Master Mother and the Hongmeng will that is severed. Both of them had reached the level of Hongmeng Emperor. If one side tried to escape, it would be difficult for the other side to directly exterminate them. The creepy Hongmeng Lord Mother had completely abandoned her self-respect as a Hongmeng Emperor at this moment, is fleeing in a panic, desperate to get the will back within the body. Hua Wuju was in hot pursuit. The two gradually arrived at an odd place in the bizarre Hongmeng universe. The aura of rules in this place was extremely chaotic and possessed an extremely strong oppression. This place is sheltering the will of the eerie Hongmeng Master Mother. Come here. It was only then that the creepy Hongmeng Master Mother finally breathed a sigh of relief before sneering. Zhongli, the time has come to prove your sincerity. You better not pull any tricks on us. He and I are watching you. Against the pressure of this heaven and earth, Flower Wuju pointed out a finger. The will of the weird Hongmeng Master Mother was steeped in terror, as if it had sensed something horrifying. The will was melting away. You're pretending. The words were not finished. This wisp of will then completely flew away. Then an extremely violent vibrating boom came from this heaven and earth. Hana Mujue. The aura of this place was rapidly coalescing and converging into a black silhouette this silhouette's figure was extremely graceful, with a hairpin sticking out of her forehead, and she was described as a stunning beauty. But the face did look a little twisted at the moment, to the point of anger. The wisp of her will had actually been forcibly erased. Instead, Hua Wuju didn't look at her, his abyssal ink-like pupils staring in one direction. A few moments later, only then was there a ghost of a sigh. A man with a rich god and a crown of jade slowly emerged. Looking closely, if it wasn't Zhongli, who was it? You showed up after all. Zhongli was silent. But I really don't want to face you. Chapter 121, yes or no? What's it to you? Zhongli, as the Lord of Fengdu of the previous generation. Now, he's actually willing to perch beneath others. The face of hell is really disgraced by you. Hua Wuju's abyssal ink pupils looked straight at Zhongli. The latter's face stagnated, and Zhongli took a deep breath and, open mouth. Flower Wuju, you have no idea what's really going on. We are equally as the Lord of Fengdu. You don't have to do things so desperately. We can seek to coexist. Hua Wuju waved his hand. His abyssal ink-like pupils were like looking down on an ant. You've reminded me to hand over the underworld record of hell. You don't deserve it. Zhongli's face changed, as if he had removed some burden. His face was as heavy as water. In that case, we have nothing more to say. You will pay for your arrogance, and hell will fall to pieces just the same because of you. You'll be 1,000 sins in hell. Listening to the speech, Hua Wuju shrugged his shoulders, mockery in his tone. I don't know if the sinner of the ages is me. You bet. You'll be the only renegade in hell to defect. Zhongli's Danfeng eyes narrowed slightly, and in terms of words, he could not take any advantage at all. Keep this bull asterisk 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 going. It didn't help at all. Strange. Even though he had only met Hua Wuju a handful of times, but Hua Wuju's kind of loneliness and arrogance, he was extremely impressed by the killing and decisive character, obviously burying so much ambush confusion on his own. However, Hua Wuju was still able to remain unmoved and insisted on going to break his back, now that he was clearly stalling. Flower Wujue was perversely cooperative. Zhang Li vaguely regretted it. It's not the right time to engage with the new Lord of Hell, but things were moving beyond his control. No one would have thought Flower Wujue would actually have something to do with that remote blue star. We can't delay any longer. Start the Hongmeng Ascension immediately. He has found out. Zhang Li shouted, and the spectral treasure records arranged themselves in a fan-like pattern behind him, emitting a bizarre purple light. He battled with Flower Wujue. When the creepy Chaos Master Mother heard this, her willow leaf eyebrows arched slightly. The preparations are simply not complete now, and if you open the Hongmeng Ascension and Latitude, we're not sure at all. Lu Mei, you fool, if you don't turn it on, when he summons the Naiha bridge over to the will of hell will follow along. Zhang Li shouted angrily. Flower Wujue's abyssal ink-like pupils were bland, looking at the manipulation of the underworld treasure record. The last Lord of Fengdu who came to attack himself. The 6 paths of grinding wheel. Shin. In an instant, the light blazed forth, and this vast and ancient millstone of chaos that, just like the first birth of Hongmeng, that wisp of Hongmeng Qi, carrying the pressure of 10,000 pounds, killing. The spectral treasure record was divided into 8 volumes, which were arranged in a fan-like fashion at the moment. A tight stalemate with the 6 paths grinder. Put. Zhang Li spewed out a mouthful of bruised blood, and the void collapsed wherever the blood reached. Those planets that touched were reduced to pieces the moment they were carried. This is the Hongmeng Emperor. One strand of blood, popping out thousands of worlds. How can it be? Zhang Li was horrified. In just a moment of collision, he was actually injured, instantly breaking his Yuan Qi, falling to the absolute bottom. They were clearly both Hongmeng great emperors. How could the difference in strength be so great? The lord of the creepy Hongmeng, the demonic woman named Lu Mei, also had her eyes slightly widened at this moment. It's unbelievable. She was well aware of Zhang Li's strength, even in her home universe, where she herself just barely overpowered him. For that matter, it was only after countless rounds of entanglement. This new Lord of Hell, named Flower Wujue, how was it possible to beat Zhang Li out of his internal injuries in a single exchange of blows? Where is he? At a time like this, he's not coming? Zhang Li brushed his sleeve to wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth and gritted his teeth to continue carrying on. Lu Mei also panicked at the moment. Originally, she thought that she had herself and Zhang Li, 2 Hongmeng great emperors, to deal with Flower Wujue. A newly minted great emperor who had only been certified for a few thousand years didn't need to put in much effort at all. Now it seems, one is completely delusional. I don't know why he hasn't shown up yet. Hold on just a little longer. Hongmeng Ascension will be completed soon. Lu Mei no longer had the contempt she had earlier, and was flustered, not knowing what preparations she was making. This odd piece of heaven and earth was like a four-cornered cage. Numerous obscure patterns appeared, intertwined and linked together. It became an extremely complex supercomposite teleportation array. The dimensions have frozen. The everlasting Hongmeng, in this area, stopped functioning. Flower Wujue, you asked for it. Underworld Sky, Tidal Night. In the treasure book, life and death appear. Zhang Li knew that conventional means of attack couldn't stop Flower Wujue, so at this moment, he simply released the great move of the spectral treasure record directly. The 8 volumes of the spectral treasure record, at this moment as if they were alive, with countless obscure characters. Out of the flipping title page, it formed a huge and incomparable formation of Taiji. Flower Wujue's expression was flat as he quietly watched Zhang Li perform his actions. The ultimate skill of the spectral treasure book, the spectral life and death. As previously stated, great emperors are also living beings after all. The ultimate skill of the spectral treasure book, which can instantly kill any being. If it were an ordinary Hongmeng emperor, encountering the supreme treasure of hell, this strike from the underworld treasure record must have led to a hateful death. There's not an ounce of room to bounce back. But who is Flower Wujue? He possessed the other greatest treasure of hell, the 6 paths grinding wheel. How could he be instantly killed by the underworld book of the underworld? When the underworld treasure record, which contained the unbreakable rules of the underworld, approached Flower Wujue, trying to silence him at the time, the 6 paths grinder is on the fritz. Reincarnation of the 6 paths, 6 paths of reincarnation, grinding the souls and shattering the spirits. The disc presses down on all beings. The 6 paths grinder made a sound like a flood bell. There was only a clang. Invisible fluctuations spread, instantly shattering the approaching spectral life and death. Whoa! Jiangli violently sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, and his complexion paled with the naked eye. The whole man leaned forward violently, doing his best to hold himself up so he didn't fall. You! Who the hell are you? Even the six paths grinding will also, could not possibly reach such power. You're not the Hongmeng Emperor. Jiangli coughed up blood and said intermittently, whether I am or am not is none of your business. Flower Wujue was like looking down on a mole cricket as he took a few steps and arrived in front of Jiangli in an instant. The slender palm of his hand reached out and grabbed Jiangli's neck, and it looked like only a little force was needed to. You can just crush each other instantly. Jiangli struggled fruitlessly and tried his best to pop out a few words from the corners of his mouth. Hurry up! Lu Mei was sweating profusely in her haste, the anxiety in her eyes almost becoming substance gushing out. The Hongmeng ascension is not yet complete. There's simply no way to turn it on now. What to do? Lu Mei was in a big hurry in her heart. Just at this critical moment, an unnameable force came and, surprisingly, it hardened and shook Flower Wujue and Jiangli away. Chapter 122. If you try to stop it, I'll kill you too. Lu Mei's eyes lit up and she immediately shouted out. Great! You're finally here. The Hongmeng ascension has come to an end. I still need some time. Hua Wuzhu and Jiangli both cast their gazes over. The latter let out a huge sigh of relief in his heart before forcibly smoothing out the restlessness in his body. You're finally here. There's been a few mishaps with the plan, but it hasn't gotten out of hand. The presence that suddenly descended. It was a man whose entire body was hidden under a wide black robe, revealing only a pair of white-like woman's palms. I know. I'll take care of it. The voice was a little husky, but it had a magnetic magic to it. The black dragon robe on Hua Wuju's body. The ancient black dragon that was striped on it was inexplicably agitated. It seemed to sense something ominous. The eyes of both sides met. The black-robed man saw a pair of abyssal ink-like pupils, and with just one glance, it was as if his heart and mind were going to be absorbed. It was a pair of eyes that ignored all living beings and looked out of the corner of the eye. As for what Hua Wujue saw, it was empty, senseless, like a lost soul, filled with endless loneliness. The surrounding void produced wave after wave. The sharp popping sound instantly shattered all planets close to this area. The exchange of words between the two sides was just a look. It's already unfolding. As Jiangli watched the scene, a trace of undetectable complexity flashed in his eyes. He is stronger. This power had almost thrown him off. Obviously both of them were Hongmeng Great Emperors. Obviously, both he and Flower Wujue were also Hongmeng Great Emperors. But the tiers of engagement between the two sides are completely off the field. Jiangli secretly thought in his heart, if he were to fight him, what would be his chances of winning? The two men backed away after exchanging blows once. The black-robed man was the first to speak. His voice as husky and fantastically magical as ever. You're good. You are qualified to join us. Flower Wujue's abyssal ink-like pupils rippled. The black-robed man's power was very familiar, carrying an extremely strong contaminating force, yet not contaminating. It's a return to basics. Like those unnameable polluted things, he has attained to a word and a deed. It is possible to produce assimilation without realizing it. It's real strong. And Flower Wujue was already certain that the black-robed man in front of her that it is the founder of the Code of the 12 Wheels. The 12 Wheels attributed to one person, who is invincible across the Hongmeng and has boundless dependence. 12 rounds of the Codex. It's yours. Hua Wuju spoke faintly. There was no answer to his earlier question. The black-robed man's face was hidden under his cloak, making his emotions invisible. He was just about to open his mouth. Who knew ginger would leave his mouth? Jiangli tried his best to act as if he was fine, maintaining his apparent majesty, before opening his mouth. We're full. He can't join. Besides, he didn't do anything, so why should he be in the game? Lu Mei, you have sacrificed the will of the entire Hongmeng. Is it hard to believe you're going to let him in like that? Hearing Jiang Li's words, creepy Hongmeng master mother, Lu Mei two tips of willow leaf eyebrow wrinkled. Face some complexity. Finally taking a deep breath, he spoke. Jiang Li is right. He didn't do anything. He definitely can't enter the game like this, and with so much at stake, how can we be sure he won't betray us? Jiang Li and Lu Mei gave into the pressure at the same time. They didn't want to let Hua Wuju into the game. Flower Wujue listened to the conversation of the several people, and her abyssal ink-like eyes flashed with thought. It seems that these three are not ironclad. There is an exchange of benefits between them all. I just don't know. In the face of this situation, the founder of the Code of the 12 Wheels in front of me, how will it be responded to? Exactly what is succumbing to the exchange of benefits? Or maybe they don't bother to respond. It turned out to be the latter. The black-robed man's figure stalled slightly, sensing the threatening intent of the two. The surrounding void began to disorganize. I think you've got one thing wrong. I'm the only one who can decide whether or not there is eligibility and how it's going to be determined. The world changed in an instant, modified by a very different and complex aura, containing chaos, madness, confusion, disordered breath all intertwined like a storm. And yet, it's extremely amazing how stable it's formed. What are you doing? You polluted my Hongmeng. Lu Mei's eyes widened and her face quickly twisted up into a grimace. It was only a moment's effort. Strange talk about the will of the Hongmeng universe has changed hands. No longer owned by Lu Mei. Zhang Li's pupils even shrunk to the size of a pinpoint, and the underworld treasure record was subconsciously spread out. Seize control of a Hongmeng universe in an instant. Where is this something that Hongmeng Emperor can do? Has he reached that point? How is that possible? The divine ascension has clearly not yet begun. Hua Wuju watched the scene in front of him with interest. In particular, the will to contaminate a Hongmeng universe in an instant was instantly seized for himself. Such strength. In the time he has been conquering nearly 100 Hongmeng universes. Among the endless number of boundless Hongmeng powerhouses he met, enough to rank second highest. As for the first, it's always the Celestial Emperor. The black-robed man ignored Lu Mei's exasperation, and the Hongmeng will had already been seized. She was no longer able to stop the Hongmeng ascension. All the dominant power was now in the hands of the black-robed man. The 12 rounds are mine. You've seen my seed. The black-robed man admitted it frankly. For endless hours, I hope that someone will be able to cultivate. But I have sown countless seeds and have reaped but little. 12 rounds, perhaps just my own extravagance. I can tell you that I only have 10 rounds. For countless years, I've devoted myself to everything in the 12 wheels, but this simply won't work. I no longer think about this. The heaven and earth we live in is just a side of a cage. Only by breaking it can you and I step into a whole new world. You and I can only glimpse that endless splendor, that final chapter of life. Not only did the black-robed man confess that he only had 10 rounds, he even revealed some shocking news. Is the boundless chasm in which they live a side of prison? How is that possible? I'm afraid that not many Hongmeng universes would believe this if it was spread out. This is simply nonsense. Flower Wujue, however, had a flat face and didn't feel his heart stirring because of what the other party had said. A whole new world. Interesting. Yes, I can join your bureau, but with a caveat. Flower Wujue's abyssal ink-like pupils revealed a hint of a smirk. The black-robed man spoke calmly. What conditions? He seemed to really want to get Flower Wujue into the game. About breaking out of this side of the cage in the innings. I'm going to kill them both. If you try to stop it, I'll kill you with it. The corner of Hua Wuju's mouth hooked up slightly, and his abyssal ink-like pupils erupted with terrifying killing intent at this moment. The black-robed man was slightly silent. Chapter 123, What I'm going to do. No one can stop. I can't. They can't die now. I'm sorry, I can't promise that. You can change your terms. Any known Hong Moon, I can give you. The black-robed man rejected Flower Wujue. Hua Wuju's eyes fell on him. Next moment. Clang! The black-robed man's body was covered in a churning gray aura, and it was somewhat difficult to block the 6 paths grinding wheel. It can be clearly seen. On his arm, the black hooded robe, like a kite with broken strings, completely cut open. Zhang Li's pupils shrank, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. That black hooded robe looked like nothing more than an ordinary piece of clothing, but it was actually an extremely terrifying Hongmeng supreme treasure. It's not on par with the spectral treasure book. At the moment, a piece of it was actually broken hard. What kind of demons are these? Zhang Li was very depressed in his heart, and Lu Mei was equally skeptical. Obviously everyone is a Hongmeng emperor. Isn't this too much for you too? Everyone is a demon. You are the demon of demons. A battle between the two. One is Zhang Li, the former Fengdu emperor, and the other as the main mother of the strange talking Hongmeng universe. I can't believe there will be a fight they can't even get their hands on. Scary as hell. There's really no talking about it. I can give you everything except this if you ask. The black-robed man remained undeterred, manipulating that raspy voice to ask. Hear that? Zhang Li and Lu Mei breathed a sigh of relief as the heart was even surging with an extremely forced sense of crisis. Who are they? They are the Hongmeng emperors who suppress one side. Now it would actually be manipulated by someone else's words of life and death. If the black-robed man nodded in agreement as well, the two of them might actually be killed like chickens. It's an unspeakable shame. Zhang Li and Lu Mei were silent. The former was in direct conflict with Flower Wujue. The latter and the black-robed man had a conflict of interest, but they have no way to express their opinions. Their lives and deaths are at the whim of both parties. The black-robed man was now going to bail. Not that the relationship between the two parties was all that good. Zhang Li and Lu Mei knew it very well in their hearts. That's because the Hongmeng rises in latitude. The two had already invested a large amount of true spirit in it. If they die, the divine ascension is bound to collapse. As for why the black-robed man would directly plunder Lu Mei's Hongmeng will, it's to keep the ascension on track. It would not be swayed by the will of Lu Mei. Just now, Lu Mei was telling the black-robed man to kill Flower Wujue or else he was going to carry out the threat. The black-robed talent had taken away the will of the Hongmeng in an instant. This might be a key. The person with the key is the one who dominates the progress of the lock. Flower Wujue's gaze was ghostly, as if it was a 10,000-year-old cold pool, and fiercely condensed. It's not your turn to give me what I want. The six paths grinding wheel emitted an even more grandiose hum. Heaven and earth trembled in unison, and the void bowed down. It was as if the only thing left in the entire Hongmeng was this solemn and vast voice. If this emperor wants them to die, they will die. This emperor's edict. Who dares to disrespect it in the 9 heavens and 10 lands? To completely break someone's soul and even their body. The sixth way overtone. The 6 volumes of spectral treasure records surrounding Jiangli formed a protective structure in the shape of a fan. Deadly resistance to this huge sound of solemnity and vastness. As the last lord of Fengdu, he was naturally able to recognize what it was. The sixth way ogive sound. Since the disappearance of the first lord of Fengdu, none of the successive generations of Fengdu lords in the past could use this sound of the 6 paths grinding wheel. As the lord of Fengdu, it also has a strong and weak ranking. Like him, Zhongli, he could only use enjoining sounds when he was in charge of the 6 paths grinding wheel. These 6 Ogata sounds are known as the extinct 6 divine sounds. There was only the first, unknown name, unknown face, everything was unknown. The first lord of Fengdu, only available out. Zhongli had never heard of the 6th ogive tone before, but in the midst of this solemn and vast voice spreading out, it was as if his soul had been struck through by a thunderbolt, and his organs, his 7 souls, all trembling. Has he gotten to that point? A trace of thick suspicion flashed under Zhongli's eyes. The first Fengdu lord. It was a presence that could be described as terrifying. It is rumored that an unknown number of epochs ago, the boundless Hongmeng was once complete in one. There was only heaven at that time. All is under the control of the heavenly court. There was no infinite chasm at that time either. That's called the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The heavenly court is the only king of heaven and earth. The establishment of the primordial Gehenna. It was that unknown lord of Fengdu who had hardened the heavenly court and killed the contemporary heavenly lord. Create your own reincarnation. From now on, all things in this world have a fixed number of rebirths. Hell was thus created. Oddly enough, the construction of the primordial hell was completed, and it leapt to become a giant alongside the heavenly court. He even became the new emperor of the Northern Yin for this purpose in the heavenly court, sharing the same rank as the heavenly lord. That's what the words say though, but everyone knows that. The hell of that time was in existence that even the Lord of Heaven had to look up to. How powerful it is. What an honor it is. Hell, as if it was going to be the absolute supreme. But it was at this critical point. It was as if the history of that epoch had been erased. Wait until there is another calendar since that initial founder of hell has already disappeared from the river of history. The heavenly court and the earthly mansion are also no longer the behemoths of the 9 heavens and 10 earths that share a common respect, because the 9 heavens and 10 earths disappeared, split into countless pieces of scattered Hongmeng. To this point, boundless chasm established. But it is said, even through such a major change, the Hongmeng universe occupied by the heavenly court and the earthly mansion also remained the upper 3 days of the 9 heavens. The two are exclusive for 3 days. Scary as hell. Next, it would be nothing more than development and conquest, boom and bust. The 9 heavens and 10 earths will never be unified again. Boundless heroes rise up, heaven and earth, exiting the center stage of history. The eye sees the flower without awareness, unleashing the 6 paths of the Ogata sound. The black-robed man's lusterless eyes flashed one after another, and the black robe on his body was windless. Then it gradually expanded, and a dense and chaotic aura greeted it. Endless ravings that haunt the ears. Violent collision. Almost in the blink of an eye, victory and defeat were decided. The black robes on the black-robed man's body were all shattered, and blue blood dripped from his arms, at the same time revealing his figure hidden under a wide black robe. It was an indifferent youth with a clear face. Can't say it's indifferent either. It's an indifference to anything. The pupils contained no luster, like a piece of wood that had gone through the years, withered, and it does not contain any vitality. The black-robed man is wounded. The blood dripped down and disappeared right after. It fell into the unknown void of the Hongmeng. Just a drop of blood. Wherever it lands, it will be a havoc. Negotiation. That's the compromise of the weak. What I'm going to do. No existence can stop. Chapter 124, Emperor's 5 Scrolls. Exterminating the Dragon. The splendor is like the words of heaven. The black-robed man violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body instantly retreated violently. Those indifferent eyes were finally rippling. Countless nourishing unnameable things appeared wherever they passed along the way. Flower Wujue's abyssal ink-like eyes flashed with red light, and every time he stepped out across the void, just countless unnameable names that produce ravings are erased. The situation is completely out of control. No one was more surprised than Lu Mei. She hadn't thought that the black-robed man would actually face the same fate as Zhongli. I can't believe it fell so crisply. If she hadn't understood the importance of the Hongmeng ascension to the black-robed man, as well as the black-robed man's obsession with the ascension of the divine, she was even going so far as to suspect that the black-robed man was acting on purpose. As it turns out, the black-robed man really wasn't acting. Blood was spilling from the corners of the black-robed man's mouth as he was doing his best to fight against this Flower Wujue. Roar! A long dragon's chirp sounded. It was clearly the swift black dragon that was on Flower Wujue's body. Moment by moment, though, it looks a little different. The lines of the scales were covered in blood red, and the slender dragon area exuded a tyrannical aura. That pair of huge dragon eyes was even more occupied by the abyssal ink-like pitch blackness at the moment. Endless killing intent and majesty rushed to the sky. It broke through to the point of Hongmeng Supreme, tearing up and swallowing those unnameable things like chopping up vegetables. Hua Wujue was still slow. It didn't care about the black-robed man's avoidance of battle, as if a god was playing with an ant. It can be contemptuous to the extreme. Zhongli watched this scene with his mind spinning. The spectral treasure book instantly collapsed. You think he's going to help the black-robed man? No, he's getting out of here. The Hongmeng ascension to this point can already be declared a failure. As long as they couldn't solve the big trouble that was Flower Wujue. Don't say that it's a Hongmeng ascension. It's hard to even save your life. Zhongli, who had lived for endless years, didn't want to die like this. He wants a glimpse of the end of life. Of course, there is a more important reason. I could never die as a traitor to hell. I, Zhongli, am not a traitor. Jiang Li's eyes were unusually determined, and they seemed to contain a million thoughts. The spectral treasure book began to glow. This piece of heaven and earth had previously been confined by the black-robed man. The black-robed man was naturally unable to take care of the stability of this heaven and earth now that he was preoccupied with himself. Hua Wujue didn't turn the spear on himself now. This is the best chance to leave. There was a rip. A hole was made in the void. Inside leads to the honky-tonk storm. About to step into the passageway, Zhongli's pace paused. Finally, he looked back at Hua Wujue. He had to remember that he was chasing after the black-robed man, Hua Wujue, and wondered what for. Zhongli's thoughts were complicated, but to say it now is just a laugh. Time will eventually tell. Hell, it's only up to him to save it. Zhongli, let's go together. Lu Mei followed. Zhongli, however, did not pay any attention to her, and he was about to enter the shut-off passageway. There was absolutely no intention of letting Lu Mei in. Bastard! Get your ass back here! Lu Mei was so angry that her features were deformed, but she could only watch the hole shrink smaller and smaller. Lost the honky-tonk wool of the Weird Tales universe. Her strength had long since been reduced to an outrageous level. It could only be considered an end-of-the-line Hongmeng Emperor. This was why she needed to leave with Zhongli, because she couldn't even break the confinement. Like gingerly, that is even if it is no longer recognized by the will of the earth. But the strength could still be on par with Lu Mei, who had mastered the will of the Hongmeng. The reasoning behind it. Self-manifestation. Bang! Next moment, Zhongli was blasted out of the soon-to-be-closed passageway in some distress. A large dragon's head peeked out of it, scaled black as night. The blood kills like blood in his eyes, trying to slip out from under his master's nose. Ever ask it? You beast. Zhongli's face became surprisingly ugly. His strength had been damaged by nearly 60% due to his earlier fight with Flower Wujue, now bumping into the ancient black dragon that had already metamorphosed into a Hongmeng Supreme. I can't believe you haven't fought? How is that possible? The shocked suspicion in Zhongli's heart was almost like waves of water gushing out. Even if he only had 40% of his entire body's strength left, and how could it be defeated by the ancient black dragon that was merely a Hongmeng Supreme? It's simply not possible. Unless, what did Hua Wujue do? Thinking of this, Zhongli was not careless. Immediately re-examined the odd-looking Taiku black dragon in front of him. This look, it was as if his heart had been struck by a sharp hammer. This isn't the breath of Taiku at all. It's a weird vibe like no other. It has transcended the swastika. Zhongli's eyes couldn't help but widen slightly, surpassing the Taiku black dragon of the Taiku aura. How can such a thing exist? And the scent has not been documented at all. It's like it was artificially created. It can actually ignore Hongmeng Emperor's Tao. Zhongli had understood the crux of the matter. The reason why he himself had been slapped out of the Hongmeng void by the ancient black dragon. Totally because of this swift black dragon in front of him. He was not affected by his own Tao as a Hongmeng Emperor at all. In a way, the Taiku black dragon in front of him, which had produced a strange change, could no longer be viewed in terms of a Hongmeng Supreme, The significant difference between a Hongmeng Supreme and a Hongmeng Great Emperor was above the Tao. The latter owns the road. It can be used by virtue of to form a crushing state against the former. But if the Tao of the Great Emperor of Hongmeng could not have an effect on the Supreme Emperor of Hongmeng, then the Great Emperor of Hongmeng could not have an effect on the Supreme Emperor of Hongmeng. Then I'm afraid things are going to be different. And right in front of him was also the race of the swift black dragons, who were known for their physical prowess. Zhongli and the ancient black dragon, who was at the peak of his strength, actually really couldn't fight against each other. Underworld treasure records. Emperor 5 scrolls. Exterminate the dragon. Zhongli let out a low gulp. The centrally positioned volume of the Book of the Underworld came out of the fan arrangement. The word Dragon Execution blazed with splendor. The word Dragon Execution, which carries the endless killing and bloodshed aura. More obscure runes appeared in the surroundings, as if they were all stars surrounding the word Exterminate the Dragon in the center, as if serving their kings. Zhongli was clear that with his strength compromised, the definitely couldn't beat this Taiku black dragon that had produced a mutation in front of him, so one could only use the spectral treasure record. It so happens that because in the long course of time, because the swift dragons once flourished for a time, and did so much evil, the first founders of Hell left a special scroll to kill the dragon, establish the absolute supremacy of the human race. The Dragon Execution Scroll was definitely a nemesis that restrained the dragon race. No dragons can be accepted from this category. Execute the dragon. The obscure runes emitted sparkling purple light, reflecting on the Taiku black dragon in front of them. The scales on the body of the Taiku black dragon began to break apart. An uncontrollable roar erupted from the abyssal ink-like black pupils. Ignore the searing pain that spawned from his body. It actually charged hard towards that word Dragon Punisher, to smash it alive. Chapter 125. Roar. A smear of blood characters appeared in front of the ancient black dragon's skull, and the words Exterminate the Dragon ruthlessly collided with each other. That's the word flower. Zhongli's pupils suddenly shrunk. The Emperor's 5 scrolls left behind by the creator of the first Earth's mansion, exterminating the dragon. It actually crashed. The encounter with the first founders of Hell. Flower Wujua actually helped the Taiku black dragon break through the Dragon Punisher with just the word flower. The Book of the Underworld is not only one of the 2 great Hongmeng supreme treasures of the Hellmouth. There is also an important hidden identity. The Laws of Hell. The Book of Underworld is divided into 8 volumes, such as the Dragon Execution, which is race-specific. There are 8 volumes in all. A total of 8 powerful swift races were targeted. The dragons could only be ranked 5th among these. Also the Emperor's 5 volumes. So, Zhongli understood. He understood why Flower Wujua had such a Taiku black dragon on him all the time. After taking the Pantheon book for yourself, the 8 races were foolishly moving, and Flower Wujua was clearly suppressing these 8 races, and in order to prevent the loss of the Pantheon book after there'll be people disrupting order in Hell with the Book of the Underworld. I'm afraid that Flower Wujua has long been laying out a plan for this point. This Hongmeng supreme level ancient black dragon in front of him today was one of the results. The later generations are fearful. Zhongli had to admit this, and it was impossible to say whether it was gratifying or complicated in his eyes. The 8 races have always been a problem. Hell hadn't worked hard for these powerful Taiko races. The underworld treasure records were even more important treasures to maintain the stability of these 8 races. Apparently, Hana Wujua did a good job. Even without the Phantom Book, he still did well. Pop. The Emperor's 5 scrolls and the execution of the dragon. Fallen and dissipated. Zhongli's eyes dimmed as he mobilized the other 7 scrolls together to fend off the black dragon in the Taikori. But he understood. This is just quenching the thirst and will soon lead to problems. Waiting for Hana Wujua to free her hands. He was obviously determined not to have any chance of survival. What are you gawking at? Come together if you don't want to die. Lu Mei let out a cry, and she was clearly striking out to engage the swift black dragon. Lu Mei is a smart person. Earlier Jiang Li left her behind and wanted to leave alone. Now it's in this sorry state. She didn't fall on her sword, because they are on the same rope. What's more, the ones that Hua Wuju wanted to kill were them. Jiang Li froze for a moment, but his eyes soon became firm, forcefully lifting up a mouthful of true qi. Holding an evil Punisher sword in his hand, he battled on. The Taiku Black Dragon roared. Not the slightest bit of the 2 Hongmeng Great Emperors. The other side. The black-robed man suddenly stopped after fleeing and delaying for some time. The brow was unmoving. Flower Wujue, you really are interested in my plan. I promise you, when the ascension is complete and we escape this side of the cage, at your disposal, even, I can restore the Hellmouth back to being the overlord of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The black-robed man looked at Flower Wujua with a heated gaze and made an extremely tempting offer. 9 heavens and 10 earths. To be able to say such words meant that the black-robed man must be in possession of something extremely secretive. Hua Wuju's footsteps gave a slight lurch. The black-robed man thought that his offer was very tempting, and Flower Wujue had no reason to refuse. He's going to say yes. The black-robed man was excited in his heart. As long as he escaped from this side of the cage. What are the 9 heavens and 10 earths? What's hell to you? That's just something to do with your hands. But he was overthinking it. Hua Wujue shook his head slightly, his abyssal ink-like pupils rippling. What makes you think that I won't kill you by now? It's for what you call ascension, then. A hint of wrongness subconsciously flashed in the black-robed man's eyes. Hua Wujue was strangely strong. Without using his own undercard, he really wasn't a match for Hua Wujue. So in this chase, only then did the black-robed man come to the conclusion that Hua Wujue was interested in his Hongmeng ascension. But now Hana Wujue means you. The black-robed man's lips just shrugged. In the next moment, his complexion changed drastically, ultimately completely dropping the calmness on his face. You found him, bastard. You seek death. The black-robed man's black aura lingered, and his entire aura reached its peak. The black-robed man who had completely ceased to carry out cover-ups was far from being comparable to what he had been earlier. The black robe that was comparable to a Hongmeng supreme treasure turned into inches and broke. The masked aura pounds and pounds. Even Zhongli, Lu Mei, and the swift black dragon, who were fighting fiercely on the side, were all affected, being hit directly with internal injuries. Hua Wujue was not affected by anything, only the black dragon robe hunting. The abyssal ink-like eyes were like autumn water. The slender palms were like green onions. A finger pointed out. It was as if time and the void had been stood still. The black-robed man's expression was sinister as he slowly tried to raise his right arm up. Up there, an extremely evil aura was emanating. You. Out of the void came a cry that came out of nowhere. So like a little child crying, it's like a beauty sobbing again. And yet, it's like a strong man crying out in grief. What the? There was an extreme panic in Lu Mei's eyes. She recognized it. This wasn't the black-robed man's tactics. This was her strange talk about the origin of the Hongmeng universe, directly attacking with the origin of a universe. Lu Mei no longer had the time to consider the black-robed man's strength today, as well as being heartbroken about the honky-tonk universe that once belonged to her. It was because the black-robed envoy was now able to use the power of origin. What does that mean? Hongmeng ascension. It's probably already going to be done. No, maybe it's done. The ascension is about to begin. The black-robed man was trying to use the last of his origin power to kill Flower Wujue before that happened. It's better to weed out factors that are out of your control. Zhongli frowned as he naturally thought of it. The origin of the Hongmeng universe. That could no longer be described as thick. It's not even possible to accurately generalize what the strength of this source really represents. All of the great emperors of Hongmeng needed the approval of the Hongmeng will before they could use a portion of their origin power. Now directly across the will, moving out the power of the origin. Even the great emperor of Hongmeng would never be able to eat to come. The Hua Wujue who was going to kill himself was about to face such a major crisis. Instead, he tensed up for no reason, even a mixed emotion. He actually tried to step in and ruin the hit. The Hongmeng origin was not something that Hongmeng emperor could directly ingest, unless one borrows some special means. As it happened, he knew about this tactic and knew how to break it. Able to. One thought about his purpose, and his own persistence over the past 10,000 years. Zhongli eventually fell silent as he chose to do nothing. Cold eyes. Flower Wujue, you brought this on yourself. Why come? Hell, I'll take it back to its glory. You, rest in peace here in the boundless heavens. Chapter 126 False. Everything is false. The Hongmeng origin is a strange existence. It's hard to put it into words. You think it doesn't exist, but the next moment. And yet, it's like being crushed to pieces by a huge road roller on your heavenly. The invisible pressure is steep. Hua Wujue closed his eyes, and the next moment steeply broke them open. The tyrannical aura spread out until the entire void was dyed red as an abyss or ink. Feng, kill, a shaking of the sky. The abyssal ink-like blood-colored avenue greatly shattered this heaven and earth. The universe trembles. The void wailed. Zhongli and Lu Mei were half kneeling in the ruins of the collapsing void, imperial blood falling all over them. The horror in their eyes could no longer be contained. Desperate. That blood-colored avenue was the iconic feature of the great emperor of Hongmeng. The way. A situation that countless Hongmeng supreme beings could not reach even in their entire lives. Willow Mi has a way with it. The black robes have a way of saying. He, Zhongli, also has a Tao. But either one of them. It is also impossible to use the Tao to shatter the origin of the divine light. Unheard of. Amazing. Game over. Hua Wujue said faintly. Then an instantaneous body, as if it was a god that could not be blasphemed, came in front of the black-robed man. You. The black-robed man's expression tightened and his lips moved, wanting to say something. Hua Wujue, however, didn't give him a chance to open his mouth. Pop. A slap on the wrist. A solid hit on the body of the founder of this 12-round codex. The words didn't come out after all. The black-robed man's body exploded into a mist of blood in an instant, along with half of the Weird Tales Hongmeng universe. It was also slapped to pieces. Unspeakable pollution began to swell. Flower Wujue, however, didn't bother. Humans don't make molehills out of life or death. The gods don't care if humans live or die. He, Hana Wujue, did likewise. He died. Lu Mei's body trembled, simply unable to accept it. That's him. Seemingly reluctantly, he added. Able to take away the will of a Hongmeng universe in an instant. Yet he would be slapped into a bloody mist by a powerhouse of the same level? How is this possible? Zhongli also froze, his mind violently swirling. His strength, even if it wasn't as good as Flower Wujue's, it wouldn't be so bad that he would be slapped into a bloody mist. This was a top-tier Hongmeng emperor. A slap was slapped into a bloody mist. Zhongli could no longer imagine just how despairing Hua Wuju's strength was. A living Hongmeng emperor. In front of the real Flower Wujue, a slap wouldn't even last. Hana Wujue, from the very beginning, didn't move for real. Zhongli closed his eyes. Things are not turning around anymore. He didn't have much feeling in his mind about impending death. Terrified? No. Guilt? No. Regrets? No. Some, surprisingly, were just relieved. With you in hell, perhaps, I am not needed. Zhongli smiled faintly and just looked at Hua Wuju, who came to his body. Hit the road. Hua Wuju didn't have much to say, and with the phrase "let's go on our way," he sort of gave Zhongli the last of his dignity. He wouldn't ask Zhongli if he was suffering, because he's not interested. Flower Wujue saw very clearly that things, no matter how convoluted the process was, ultimately left there are only results. The only thing Zhongli left behind was the word defection. Therefore, Weiwei's arguments and pleas for mercy would only lose the last bit of his dignity. That's final. Lumi thought otherwise. No, leave me alone. I'm willing to give you the Hongmeng universe, and I'm willing to become a Hellion. Lu Mei had already abandoned the dignity of a great emperor. She just wants to live now. I can tell you exactly what Hongmeng Ascension is. Lu Mei's words caused Zhang Li's expression to change drastically. What are you doing? This matter must never be revealed. Zhang Li was like a returning patient, glaring at Lu Mei in death. Lu Mei directly ignored Zhang Li. What can't you say? I'm dying and I still can't talk. Who do you think you are? I'm under no obligation to be as stupid as you. Hua Wuju cast his eyes over and landed on that delicate face of Lu Mei. Lu Mei's heart was relieved. It seemed that Hana Wujue was still interested in the truth. Otherwise, she'd be really cold. Seeing Hua Wuju looking at him, the bottom of Lu Mei's eyes sank slightly. Then she made up her mind. One must use the secret of the divine ascension in exchange for one's survival. Having lived for endless years, it's hard to have everything today. Lu Mei didn't want to lose even if she was stuck in this cage for the rest of her life. It's for that dimension. We are folded into a flat dimension, interlaced with the real one. The dimensions of the plane have no boundaries, and from this comes the infinite chasm. The real dimension has always existed and we live under the mirror. Flower Wujue, this is all fake and false. It's a huge cage. This isn't even called Boundless Hongmeng, this is Exile Lost. Void Horn. This statement was made. Zhang Li's complexion completely dimmed. It's all over. Lu Mei glanced at Zhang Li before continuing. The reason why we don't tell anyone else about this, in addition to having a hard requirement for strength, it's even more critical. There are monitors present in this place of banishment. Once more than 3 people know the truth about this place at some point in time, this realm will then automatically begin to censor, and our preparations for ascension will be ruined. By now, we should have been discovered. Lu Mei also looked bleak. Endless years of preparation. And finally, a single day. Wait for the next surveillance loophole. Another endless epoch. I'm afraid. Hua Wujiao's abyssal ink pupils did not ripple, and even wanted to laugh a little. Then pointing behind them, he said, "Is it he of whom you speak?" Lu Mei and Jian Li looked shocked. What do you mean? The watchdog has descended? How is this possible? The overseer will oversee all those in this realm who wish to ascend and escape though, but it also just erases their hope of success, and then ends Shio early. The entire boundless Hongmeng was once again shrouded in endless darkness. What does it mean that the overseer himself has descended? Lu Mei was a little apprehensive and didn't even dare to turn around. Zhang Li's face, however, was extremely ugly and even a bit sickly. He felt something. And guess what? Turn your head. A guy whose body was hidden under a black robe was quietly watching them. The white man's hand. Those indifferent pupils. It was actually the black-robed man who had exploded into a bloody mist. How can you not be dead? Lu Mei also realized something was wrong. You are the monitor. Zhang Li's face became even more ugly. What did you say? Lu Mei turned her head violently to look at Zhongli. Zhongli said with some bitterness, "We have been deceived. The monitor is not asleep at all. He is with us all the time." Chapter 127, True Hung. I didn't realize that so many eons had passed. The Hellmouth actually managed to come out with a great emperor comparable to True Hong, rather underestimating this lost land. The black-robed man was quite sorry. Very naturally, he admitted his mistake. His carelessness led to a reversal of plans and a near collapse. "Why aren't you dead? It's obvious that your breath is literally dissipating." Lu Mei asked reluctantly. She preferred to believe that the guy in front of her was both, along with the black-robed man from earlier. But apparently yes. "No, I've already died once." The black-robed man glanced at Hua Wuju before continuing. "But the ones I died were only great emperors of the false Hong realm. In a sense, that dead, lost double. It's who I am in this lost land. Unfortunately, I don't have this native scent anymore." The black-robed man lamented. His body was like two extremes from the black-robed man from earlier. The latter's breath was incomparably disorganized, with an extremely strong distortion. But it was clean to the point of clarity. There was an aura of searing brightness that they had never seen before. "You lied to us. You're a monitor yourself. You want to kill us? We have no power to fight back. What on earth are you going to all this trouble for?" Lu Mei still felt unbelievable. The monitors of the Lost Lands had actually been at their side. The former has the strength to stand above the crowd. There is no doubt about that. And as a result, the fact that Flower Wujue was able to kill his bilocation was what made it doubly shocking. "You have truly played a great game. We've all become tools for your escape from here." Jiang Li's eyes were gloomy. There is little that the monitor can do to intersect with them. Sure, they want to form the Hong Kong Ascension to leave here counting one, even if the lead is him, also known as the overseer of this lost land. He didn't use Jiang Li as well as Lu Mei to start and pave his own merits. That means kill them. There is no benefit to the monitor. The overseer got an ascension platform built entirely by the banished people of the Lost Lands. Then it's obvious. There is a direct connection between what the monitor is trying to do and the true Hong outside the Lost Lands. One less doppelganger, but one more you. It wasn't too much of a failure. The monitor shrugged, then turned to flowerless consciousness. As an emperor of the lost land of Pseudo-Hong, to achieve such a level is already exceptionally rare. I can give you a chance, a splash of riches, even get you out of the land of the lost for good. Hua Wuju couldn't see any emotions. That was even if things had taken one turn after another. "Funny, just funny, the Weird Tales game. It's your handiwork, isn't it?" Hannah Wujue inquired. The monitor was very frank. "That's right, I'm the founding father of this cosmic weirdness game." Hua Wuju nodded slightly before continuing to ask, "So it's you who are behind this emperor's hometown?" The monitor's face changed abruptly, but he quickly regained his composure. "The arithmetic logic of the Weird Tales game is something I'm creating, though I have not interfered too much in the conduct of the game." Flower Wujue, although I am laying out but not every coincidental pivot is intentional on my part. Flower Wujue didn't pick up on this and turned to ask another question. The Blue Star soul went there. The monitor's pupils shrunk slightly, forcibly suppressing the vibrations in his heart. Perhaps it was absorbed by the Hongmeng will of this place. This is a blatant falsehood. Flower Wujue had long ago realized the moment he stepped into this universe. Those vanished souls on the blue planet did not appear here. No, can't say exactly. Only the spirit of Rokoku did not appear. Those western monkeys, as well as the black Niger, still exist in the willful aura of this place. All sorts of coincidences collide. Could be more than a coincidence. The next sentence even made the monitor's face change. The Blue Star, the Milky Way, that's where the seam you call the Lost Land is, isn't it? Flower Wujue said indifferently, ignoring the inspector whose heart and mind had changed drastically, and continued. "You created this weird game, if anything, to complete the Hongmeng Ascension and find the origin, and there's nothing wrong with that, but you're biased, and you shouldn't leave too many breaks at Blue Star. You may not know that I was once born there. You can't hide what you've moved from me. If I were you, I'd get the truth out. Instead, they continue to cover up their true reasons with other opportunities." The inspector's face sank into a deeper shade of water, and he sighed after a long time. "You really are different from the other pseudo-Hongs. I didn't expect to be forced to this point in the end. I'll tell you why. Before I do, I can answer another question for you. Those spirits from Blue Star, they were taken by name from above. What to take it for? I don't know." Jiang Li, who had been listening, froze for a moment. A great power from the Lost Lands, naming an ordinary soul from the primordial Hongmeng universe? This reveals an odd flavor. "Aren't you going to start yet? If we don't start, we won't have a chance," Hua Wuju suddenly said. The inspector's expression was grave, as if he had been nailed by Hua Wuju for his small action. Jiang Li's pupils stared slightly. Are the watchdogs finally going to do it? All of them are not enough in the eyes of the overseer. Damn! Lu Mei also realized something was wrong. The ombudsman doesn't have a good relationship with them. It's nothing more than a linkage of interests. If there's no more use for you, you're dead, aren't you? Run! Jiang Li and Lu Mei looked at each other. Just now, the sparring match between Flower Wujue and the monitor's doppelganger rippled through them. It's already almost too much for them. Now the overseer himself descends. Whether Flower Wujue loses or wins, it will not end well for them. Poof! Run! Can you run? Looking at the two great emperors who had vanished, the monitor spoke out indifferently. The right hand was slightly raised. The two were then like lambs to the slaughter and were effortlessly captured. Jiang Li smiled bitterly. Lu Mei was also pale. Both foresaw their fate, whether it falls into the hands of Flower Wujue or into the hands of the overseer. None of it will end well. Hana Wujue, I'm curious. Why are you so calm when you know what I'm doing? If you don't make a move, I'm really going to start. The monitor's eyes gazed at Flower Wujue. Long-winded. Flower Wujue, however, felt tasteless, and a red ghostly arm that, with a morose and terrifying might, it slapped up at once. Since you've already started, don't move your mouth in front of this emperor. Whether you succeed or fail, let's see if you are strong or weak. Chapter 128, Wait for me. The overseer didn't seem to expect that Flower Wujue would make a direct move and let out a cold snort, followed by a wave of his sleeve robe. A force with a different style collided with Hua Wujue's Fengdu ghost force. The fluctuations dissipated. Ding! A little cold aura arrives at first. It was a black and red lance with a tip pattern of 3 dragons in white. The monitor's pupils shrunk slightly, and subconsciously was about to strike, but the tip of the gun was already straight to his chest. Click! The tip of the gun stopped at the chest level. There seemed to be some kind of film in the way there, preventing it from advancing an inch further. The monitor breathed a small sigh of relief. I almost forgot that I have the authority to be a watchdog. The people of this realm cannot break the defense. The reason why I just lost my temper. It was still too much pressure from earlier with Hana Wujue. Understand that the home position is back. The monitor was in no hurry, and his lips were slightly parted, just about to say something. Who knows the next moment? He then saw Hua Wuju's smiling eyes. Suffered. The monitor's mind stuttered and brushed. I felt a coolness in my chest. The tip of the pointed striped dragon white spearhead that flashed with a cold aura pierced through his chest. Whoa! The monitor vomited up a mouthful of blood. His pupils in disbelief. A big hole was churned out in his chest, and the morose hellish ghostly aura was corroding it. Make it impossible for it to heal itself. Jiang Li also glanced at each other with Lu Mei. Both are feeling incredulous. How could the hellish ghost chi break through the monitor's protection? And it's organized to heal itself? It's a watchdog. As if. They quickly realized something was wrong. This morose hellish ghostly aura contained the Tao of Flower Wujue. That's why it's so effective. But it's almost impossible for the two to blend. Unless it was the case that Hua Wujue's Tao could already override the will of hell. That's what makes it possible to be compatible. Hua Wuju. You. Cough. Ha. Ha. The monitor suddenly coughed up blood while laughing wryly. As soon as Flower Wujue raised his right arm, the monitor located at the top of the Taishu Immortal Demon Gun was picked up. The monitor's injuries became more and more serious. Like a dead dog. Unable to move. Looks like you lost. As the loser, I allow you to die. Hua Wuju's indifferent tone of voice. It made one wonder if the one being picked at the tip of the gun was really a monitor of the Monitor One realm. Jiang Li and Lu Mei looked at each other in dismay. Their hearts already unable to put into words the feelings of shock and horror. It's as unreal as a dream. The 10,000 ancient god emperor who was overseeing the lost land was being rubbed by Flower Wujue like a dead dog. The highest in the hierarchy of the boundless Hongmeng was the Hongmeng emperor. But few people know that. Above the great emperor of Hongmeng, there was the ancient god emperor. But the latter cannot be witnessed in the land of banishment. It must be outside the land of banishment. It is the being located in the real dimension that can be witnessed. And the watchdog, undoubtedly possessing the cultivation of a 10,000 ancient god emperor, easily bouncing off the Hongmeng emperor should be simple. I didn't expect the result to be a shock to the eyeballs. Death? Ha! Ha ha! Jie jie! On the other side of the underworld. I'll be waiting for you. Words fall. The monitor actually blew himself up. The majestic energy almost set off everything. Naho Bridge. Wang Tang was sitting in the center of the 12 Dao formation when suddenly his eyes opened abruptly. Feeling the huge storm that rippled through, he immediately shouted angrily in the air. Ten Shu. A gleaming, peerless divine weapon appeared in his hand. Yu Lin Lin. With a wave of the divine soldier. A halo of energy that covered the sky swelled out in all directions with this as its center. The 12 god demon tall zodiac ghost generals stood silently. Countless ghost congregations were clad in silver scales and golden armor, with stern gazes, and were distributed around in legions. Kill, kill, kill. Countless ghost congregations shook the weapons in their hands and opened their mouths to shout angrily. Wisps after wisps of red breath drifted out, melting into one place with that energy barrier. Then it ruthlessly collided with the rippling storm. Blood spilled from the corner of Wang Tang's mouth. The 12 Zodiac Ghost generals behind him also touched out a large mouthful of blood and half-kneeled in the void. With their strength they wanted to fight against the fluctuations generated by the self-explosion of the ancient god Emperor. It's still too much of a stretch. Those ghost congregations that were shaking their weapons were also presenting a range of casualties that began to arise at this moment. Those ghost congregations were like candle wicks that had finished burning, turning into flying ashes at this moment. If the hell does not die, the Flower Emperor will last forever. The 12 armies of the Zodiac live forever. Kill, kill, kill. The weapons and scale armor of these ghostly congregations swayed against each other, facing death with openness. Wang Tang's eyes turned blood red in an instant as he watched his men turn into flying ash one after another. Hissed, gambled his divine soul on it. Hold on, Wang Tang roared. As long as the Naiku bridge is there, they will all still return. The ghostly armies of the still living hells responded with roars of fury. Kill, kill, kill. But in the end, it's just a mayfly shaking a tree. More and more of the ghost congregation turned into flying ash. That energy barrier was also getting harder and harder to maintain, with cracks everywhere. Wang Tang, as the sustaining subject, felt like his body was going to be torn apart at the moment. Lord Pivot Emperor, we, first, 12 heavenly level Zodiac 12 generals. At this moment it's turned into flying ash, leaving the last of his power to Wang Tang. Wang Tang's pressure eased a little, but he mumbled his lips sadly. No, no, Lord Flower Emperor, where are you? Wang Tang's body trembled slightly as his heart was covered by a tidal wave of despair. He knew very well that he wouldn't last much longer. It was like that energy storm was never ending, and there was no way to fight it. But he didn't dare give up. Can't give it up either, for at his feet was the Bridge of Naiads. It's the last hope for the brothers to come back. I must not lose. I must wait for Lord Flower Emperor to return. A lotus-shaped flame flashed through Wang Tang's pupils. He burned everything. If he lost, there would be no more Wang Tang in the world. The light of day becomes so long in this moment. The shouting beside him faded. It's not that those ghostly congregations in hell are afraid and have no faith. Rather, they died standing up. Wait until the last ghost congregation dies and turns into flying dust. Wang Tang had been left with only him by his side, as well as the Naiha bridge. He was kneeling on the bridge, his body as if it were porcelain covered in cracks, his eyes streaming with tears of blood, and his weapon broke with a loud bang at this moment. Over. It's all over. Wang Tang closed his eyes in despair. He didn't take care of his brothers, and he didn't wait for the Flower Emperor. Would you I'm sorry, I am a sinner in hell. Once the Bridge of Naiha is shattered, from then on, there will be no more 12 armies of the Zodiac, and hell. There will also be significant ripple effects. The rules are damaged, and the universe is broken. The impact could never be lower than the original 8 Ancestors' rebellion. I, Wang Tang, will protect you with my last life. Wang Tang had a decision in his mind. He is going to sacrifice his own Taoist fruit and the last hope of resurrection, to preserve the Naiho bridge. A white light ignited on Wang Tang's body. Out of the blue, a hand slapped him, extinguishing the white light. Behind, the white-haired, abyssalite Hana Wujua smiled slightly and said with a mouthful of words, "Wait for me." Hua Wuju's body dissipated. Wang Tang's pressure also suddenly disappeared, and his body injuries recovered as before in an instant. On the Naiho bridge, one disappearing figure after another kept appearing. By the time the 12 generals of the Zodiac reappeared by Wang Tang's side, he was still in a state of daze. Tears of blood kept slipping through his eyes. Hana Wuju's breath disappeared. He's not there anymore. Chapter 129, Stables. Let's go. The cold Anna gave a slight sideways glance before opening the door and walking out. Right behind him was the blonde man, Armin at the end. The tilted sunlight shot down just enough to catch a ray of it on the ends of his hair. I didn't realize that the daytime of the weird world would have such a hot sun. Slightly shaken. Then the light blue pupils flickered slightly. He walked out. Come on you guys, we have a lot of work to do today. Creepy sun. Big head creepy. At the moment a touch of sadness was lingering on its large head. Seems to be fretting about something. What a job. Anna didn't have too many inhibitions and asked directly. That's one of the rules they've experimented with during the day. Creepy sun. Doesn't attack for talking. I don't know how. The horses in the barn are so sick they can't even eat. If this keeps up, we'll have to sell them. Creepy sun muttered again in a whisper. I don't want to sell them. They're my last friends. Anna's eyes drooped. So what are we going to do now? The creepy son sighed again before continuing. We're going to get the horses in the stable back on their feet. Anna, the young blonde, and Armin looked at each other. They saw the problem in each other's eyes. According to that rule that Armin stated last night, when you hear a horse screaming, please do not go near the stable. Something terrible will happen if you do. In this way, they traveled to the stables to have the horse healed, as the creep had requested. And what's to ensure that the horse doesn't scream in the process? What are you waiting for? Come quickly. The creepy son was getting a little impatient, and I don't know if it's a mistake that a layer of black liquid appeared on its hands. Coming, Anna answered. Then the three of them followed up together. The stables, as far as they knew, had always been close to the woodshed, but that's not the case. The stables actually created a separate running track outside of this small medieval farmhouse. Anna thought darkly in her mind. It's not something a farmhouse could build. That's the stables up ahead. You're from the city. You should be able to cure them, right? Creepy son stared at the three Armins with two dead fish-like eyes. Anna and the young blonde felt a chill run down their spines. Appeared. Death quiz. You are in the middle of this bluntness of questioning, and if you answer with a meaning that does not fit the other person, then the law of death is triggered directly. The higher the level of the copy. Why is creepy harder to kill? That's the root cause. Because you have no idea how many laws of death the shenanigans in the copy actually possess. One currently known S-rank creepy has a full 50 plus laws of death. It's triggered by almost every word and every move. It even contains some conceptual laws. Like winks. If some bad thoughts rise up in your mind, then it is possible to kill you with this conceptual law. It's almost a rogue concept, because the right to define whether or not you have a bad idea lies with creepy. You just have to have spooky figures in your head. Then you can be ruled to have triggered the law. Not sure yet. We'll need to observe to find out what it's because of. Armin replied to creepy son. The creepy son gave a despondent oh and left after a brief explanation. And I don't know where it went. The three of them were the only ones left in the large happy valley. You remember to make sure you heal them. I really like them. Don't let them be sold or I'll feel bad. Weren't you just afraid of answering incorrectly and triggering the law of certain death? The young blonde was a little confused. Armin's reaction was too quick, as if he knew the answer in advance. It was just a fluke. Armin shrugged and didn't reveal the precognition. He had already discovered one thing. These two players do not have any special abilities within them. It's nothing but weird power. Several simulation exercises. Neither Anna nor the young blonde showed any ability. Maybe it's the weird talk here that hasn't been given to them. Or maybe it's, there's no such thing as weird talk we'll hear. Armin somehow associated this speculation. But he always felt weird. The female general of hell who had brought him here in the first place was as if she had evaporated without a trace. There are also heavy suspicions about these two men. Lord of the Throne of Ash. Why would he give these two humans the power to kill weird people? It's for devouring. Or for something else. Or maybe it's a self-directed drama. Various thoughts collided in Armin's mind. Let's check out the stables first. The mission has a total of 6 hours. Looks like we'll be staying until the afternoon. Anna could tell that Armin didn't want to talk much on the subject and took the initiative to steer away. The blonde youth nodded in his mind even though he wasn't satisfied with the answer. The three entered the stable. It was very dimly lit inside, accompanied by a strong stench. Anna was the first to frown. Used a weird power to block out his senses. Otherwise, she would have been the first to be unable to stand it. The blonde youth's approach was much more violent, with the ghostly arm on his chest pinching his nose directly, to keep that odor from bothering him too much. Armin, on the other hand, didn't need to do what the duo did. He walked right in. Because the stables are a dark distance away once you're inside, the ghostly fire pranced and lit up. Partition door after partition door appeared. Whinny, the sound of a horse screaming appeared. This sudden turn of events caused Anna and the blonde youth to turn pale. Anna's reaction was extremely quick. She summoned her spooky evening. To prevent any sudden and surefire attacks, there's no need to be nervous. There's nothing going on yet. Armin reached out to stop them. It's like they don't want Anna to break something. What are you up to? Didn't the note say not to approach when the horse is barking? The young blonde was the first to question. I think it's too risky to come out first. I can fight it a little bit straight up with weird powers, but in a safe location. Anna hammered away. The tone was irrefutable. The differences between the three were immediately exposed. The two Annas don't trust Armin. Okay. Armin's pale blue pupils flashed as the three of them came out of the stables again together. Just out. Suddenly they saw a little girl, staring at them. That pus-filled face and the disgustingly cloudy eyes. Enough so that anyone who sees it can't associate it with cuteness. Chapter 130, Horses. Have you healed the horse? Creepy daughter asked. Its tone was unusually cold. Two extremes from its earlier bizarre son. It was as if there wasn't as much concern for the life or death of the horse as was shown in the questioning. It doesn't really care. Creepy Son's emotions are then clearly expressed through his tone of voice. Not yet. We're making a preliminary diagnosis. But this case, which I have previously studied, gives me some time to. I believe it will heal them. This time it was still Armin who made the reply. Oh, like Creepy Son. It says an O. But the next words were not so relaxing. The horse is sick and can't play with me. Can you guys play with me for a while? The creepy daughter blinked and looked at the three of them, especially staring at Anna of the three. I like the way you look. It'll be fun to use as a doll. Anna's scalp tingled, and she subconsciously hooked her fingers, as if trying to do something but Ra held back. I'm sorry, but we're still working on the horse, so I'm afraid we can't play with you. After all, it was your father's request, and I'm sure you wouldn't want to upset your father. Armin opened his mouth to refuse. The bizarre daughter's face changed before she said in a resigned voice, well then, you must heal your horses and then come and play with me. Uncle from the city, you must be able to do it. You must be cured quickly and come and play with me. It doesn't matter if it can't be cured. Father has contacted the merchants in town to come over. Creepy daughter smiled wryly, then limped off as well. Anna came up. You found it. Without looking at her, Armin replied casually. It's because of the horses. Aha. Anna nodded. Based on the information that has been revealed so far, the horse is probably the key plot for this second day pass. Creepy sons and creepy daughters and even fathers who haven't shown up today. All of them have an attitude towards the horse situation, either intuitively or in a sideways manner. The blonde youth said after some thought. In that case, the key to our survival today is how to get the horse back to health. Armin, however, shook his head. No, not really. Just now its last words. The merchants from the city will arrive. What do you mean? Anna's eyes lit up steeply as she seemed to have thought of something. We probably don't need to get the horse fully healed. Just need to keep the horse healthy and alive until the town traders come. This fulfills both the creepy son's request and the creepy father's request for concealment. As for the creepy daughter, the life or death of a horse has no bearing on it. All it cares about is whether we'll play with it. Armin offered an explanation. I see. So hurry up. We need to figure out the horse first. The blonde youth also understood what the two were saying, and then leapt into action. It's not like he's some asshole. There's still something to be said for being a level 6 shelterer. Don't you move. Let me. Anna stopped the young blonde. With that, a furry, creepy tail appeared behind her and, then like a real live animal, it wriggled on the ground and crawled towards the stables. Anna-sama is really powerful, controlling shenanigans outside of her body. She's already able to do so. I'm sure I'll be able to be promoted to an 8th level shelter after I get out. The blonde youth marveled from the bottom of his heart. Wait a minute. Armin's brow suddenly furrowed. Anna and the young blonde turned their eyes to Armin. You guys hold still for a second. There's something strange. What are you talking about? The blonde youth wondered. It's not like they needed Armin for a tryst, so why was it a little weird? Have you noticed that the time is starting to go wrong again? Armin's face was like an iceberg, his pale blue pupils flickering. The two men woke up as if from a dream and generally rushed to check it out. I can't believe it's true. It was only 8 o'clock when we were woken up. It's only been a little while. And you're already at 1 o'clock? Anna was obviously a bit surprised as well. How is this possible? Obviously it wasn't like this yesterday. If time is so swift, I'm afraid the length of our mission poses a significant threat as it shrinks. Anna keenly sensed the menace behind it. The rapid flow of time is at first glance a good thing, but in reality it's a no-brainer. Originally you had 6 hours to complete the stable quest. Now it's been narrowed right down to 1 hour. Wouldn't that kill them? Never mind that for now. Let's get moving then. If the horse is not allowed to remain alive until the traders arrive, I'm afraid we must face the penalty of death for breaking the law. It's all 3's level shenanigans here, and with just our shenanigans, we can't resist. The blonde youth got a little agitated and stomped the ground hard, having a fit of rage but I don't know where to vent. Just calm down. We've probably missed our chance to resuscitate, but maybe there's still a chance. Armin, I know your concern. Let me try. Anna eventually chose to put her spooky tail into the stable, and soon her face changed abruptly. I lost contact with Creepy. It's like it disappeared. The blonde youth's eyes widened abruptly as something in the stable was about to walk out. Damn it. Armin was right. There's something extremely sinister and weird in there. Go on. Get out of the range of the stable. Anna scowled and was about to make her move when she was pulled back by Armin. What are you doing? Anna was shocked and angry. Look. Armin signaled her with a look. Only a pudgy man with heavy shackles on his hands struggled to crawl out. After seeing the three of Armin, a light clearly radiated from his eyes. He opened his mouth, but it made both Anna's faces change. Winnie, what's going on? I can't believe it's a horse calling. Why is there a man in the stable? And with such heavy shackles on this man, and deep whip marks at the waist level, It's like being held and tamed as a reel. Their doubts flickered for only a moment. Just realized another problem. You can't go near a horse when it's barking, or there will be unpredictable changes. So now, all three cast their eyes over it. The pudgy, shackled man's complexion was suddenly livid, his body visibly convulsing. Then changed towards the horse's form and features. The weirdness thickened. Noisy. Suddenly there was a foot sticking out of the stable. With one foot, the shackled man about to make a change stomped into bloody foam. The three men fixed their eyes on it. The white-haired, abstruse-eyed, Flower Wujue, dressed in a black dragongon robe, walked out. There was another man and a woman close behind. Chapter 131, The Flood World Live Streaming Platform. Who are you? Anna's eyes were wary. Anna and the blonde youth obviously didn't know who the three Flower Wujue people who suddenly appeared in front of them were. It's just not creepy to be able to feel each other acutely, most likely as much of a player as they are. Hana Wujue glanced at Anna and ignored it, instead looking at Armin. Looks like you're having a good time here. Armin's light blue pupils flashed, then said, Mr. Hana, the way we reunite is always so wonderful. Flower Wujue's abyssal-ink-like pupils flashed with a smirk before he examined this heaven and earth. I didn't realize that the overseer designed this game to mate with the true dimension. Damn it, I was kept in the dark for so long. Lume stomped her foot with some hatred, then directly slapped the side of the stable into slag. Chunks of broken wood crumbled to the ground. Anna and the young blonde looked dumbfounded. Did she just tear down the stables? The two hadn't been shocked for a while when they suddenly realized a crucial point. How are they going to accomplish their mission when the stables have been torn down? The blonde-haired youth immediately said in an urgent and angry voice. What are you doing? How are we going to finish the mission with the stables torn down? Anna, however, was thinking with a furrowed brow. Interesting, are these the creatures of this true latitude world? Lu Mei, it seems that your weird talk game is really working for you one day. Zhongli raised an eyebrow and smiled. Lu Mei's eyes narrowed slightly before she raised her palm and slapped it. The blonde-haired youth was instantly washed into a mist of blood by an invisible force. Beside Anna, was suddenly empty, except for the blood splattered on her face. To justify the presence of the young blonde just now, killed in seconds. Anna was creeped out. The blonde youth is the strength is no longer good, but also at least the body has too bizarre evening. How is it possible to be killed in an instant? Terminal system has taken over. Weird electronic sound access. Jia. Hello to you all in the Lost Lands. Now that you've joined the game, you can't just break the rules. Lu Mei had just struck out to kill the blonde youth. The next moment there was an invisible pressure that made her fall to her knees and spit out a mouthful of bruised blood. And then there's Kong Li. The veins on Zhang Li's face rippled as he braced himself and kneeled on one knee. In the meantime, on a flooded, universal live streaming platform, all sorts of weird and wacky beings that watched the big screen with interest. The host was a black man with one eye and a mouth like an octopus. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we have a new addition to our game. Let me next introduce you, in grand style, to these people. The man in green, kneeling on the ground, is called Zhongli, and is the sin house of that lost land, previous house master. The woman kneeling on the right, on the other hand, is a pseudo-Hungarian emperor who has stolen part of the game mode. It's called Willow Mei. As for the one in the center, it's the current master of the Sin Mansion, Flower Wujue. As the presenter finished his introduction, the audience, in all their different forms, mingled on stage. I didn't realize that people from the Lost Lands could actually come out of that place. What do you know? When have you ever seen a flood show crew play off the, at first glance, it looks like the show is doing it on purpose. The House of Sin. I remember that there was also a resounding name for it countless eons ago. What's the name Feng Du Da Di? Since we know it was countless epochs ago, what else is there to say? Actually, I don't have any objection to joining the members halfway through. That Armin is pretty good, but the cultivation of these few people behind us is not as good as ours. But it's already more than the carrying capacity of this show, right? Indeed, all of them are of the same cultivation as a mole. The more powerful mole comes next to the weaker one, and the end is clear and programless. I think the flood programmers are really out of their depth, that they let the sinners from the land of the exiled come out and it all works out. Gee, I wonder if the program can afford to do that if something goes wrong. Listen to the murmurings of the audience off stage. The black man in the suit with one eye had a face that went from Titanic to offended at first. Please be assured, viewers, that we at the Flood program are fully confident that we will maintain this degree of the sinners in the stray lands won't have any effect on us, and we'll keep a high-pressure grip on them the whole time. Of course, the thing about the effects of the show's program is that we've made appropriate adjustments to the Hongmeng level. Diffracting beasts have been added to this program. You can all watch with confidence. There will be no crash effect. The stage was quiet for a moment. and then it stopped counting and decided to see what followed first. Over the years, the Flood cruise programs are all about finding molehills from all over the place to participate in even more molehills of life and death games. They found this life and death struggle between mole crickets a bit of fun at first, but gradually it doesn't feel like much. After all, a game between mole crickets is a novelty to watch once in a while. It doesn't feel that way after a while. They need more exciting and bloody programs. Then what are you waiting for? Quickly release the Hongmeng diffractive beast. Let these sinners of the lost lands eat their fill. Let the diffractive beasts tear them apart. The audience on stage hissed with excitement. Everyone settled down. The black man in a suit with one eye, apparently pleased with the audience's reaction, cleared his throat and continued. Our original intent for this program remains unchanged. Since it's a game, we're gonna play by the rules of the game. I'm sure people will be interested in the Penalty of the Land of Sin series we've been planning for a long time. The audience on stage booed. Asterisk you for letting us look at the broccoli for so long, and then finally getting some meat on it. Are you selling us short here again? Believe it or not, we'll lift your program? Some of the grumpy audience members stood up at once and, glaring at the host on stage with its fat, carnivorous head, I said, quiet. The host's one solitary eye narrowed slightly, and his tone steeped in coldness. The noisy scene was suddenly quiet. It was as if a big invisible hand had helped shut them up. The sarcoma spectator who stepped forward to make the accusation even exploded into a bloody mist with a thump. The spectators next to him watched the scene without any feeling, but instead some bloating. It's not a good place to sit on this Flood program. And this time they got kicked out of the. I'm afraid there won't be a next time. The scene went quiet. There were still occasional murmurs, but they were much better than just now. The host then proceeded to explain, with a smile on his face, popularizing some of the subsequent developments. It's the audience that is satisfied to stop arguing. But then an audience member stared in disbelief. No, didn't you say you could control these sinners? What's up with the white-haired guy in the center? What's he doing? Chapter 132, Flood Value. The host froze, then rushing back to check. This time Hurley realized that originally, under his own suppression, the three of them who should be kneeling respectfully on the ground, Hua Wuju, only the left and right kneeled down, and in the center, Hua Wuju still stood indifferently. There was also a heart-style contraption cupped in his hand. That's the heart of the world. Damn it, what happened? Why didn't True Dimension's rule suppression take effect? How can he get out of control as a false emperor of the Lost Land? The host was shocked repeatedly in his mind, but he didn't show the slightest on his face. Everyone settle down, but there's been a little hiccup and it's still under control. There's no way the world heart would be crushed by a false emperor. Everyone feel free to do so. Just after this sentence, the audience on stage immediately gasped. He's crushed the heart of the world. A cold sweat ran down the host's face, but he forced himself to stay calm. It doesn't matter. Even if the heart of the world is crushed, it's still just that one realm. We have many more such bits. He won't find out about our program's presence. The host rushed to contact a higher-level director after that, but the connection is not yet complete. I don't know if it was intentional or not. The audience on stage gasped again. He crushed the heart of the world. How else can the rule infiltration of truth and falsehood take effect? What's he doing? He's smiling at us. The moderator took a breath of fresh air on stage and, turning back, it saw that Hua Wuju was looking at it with abyssal ink-like eyes, smiling but not laughing. Look, he's talking. The audience on stage gasped again. Flower Wujue looked at the nothingness in front of him, seemingly separated by two dimensions of truth and falsehood. Seeing all these flooded viewers behind the screen, his lips moved slightly, but the words he uttered sent chills through the host's body. Wait for me, I will find you. The host was in awe, and no longer bothered with the clamoring audience on stage. Hurriedly, he retreated from the stage, not knowing what he had gone to do. The audience on stage, however, was glowing. Great. I feel like there's nothing to see here when I think about the show taking control of the situation. It happens to look much better that way. Ha. I'm still optimistic about this kid. Flower Wujue, the overlord from countless epochs ago. How much strength can you have today? The Flood program has stood down for ages, and I'm afraid it can be traced back to the everlasting ages. Can the already decaying House of Sin touch the program? Viewers have speculated that they don't care what happens when the show gets things out of hand. They're not the ones causing trouble. When the time comes for accountability from above, it will be the Flood programmers who will be questioned. Dare to mess with the land of the lost. Sheesh. Well done. I've had my eye on this programmer for a long time, and this kid does a good job of it. It's best to turn this program group upside down. I've decided that I'm going to reward him with a little Flood value. The Flood value, a direct way for true dimensional cosmic powers to trade, can be in the form of a direct transfer. Give it to the other side. as opposed to the consequences of things getting out of hand. Viewers are more interested in seeing things get out of hand and what happens to the show's crew. For this reason, they even went so far as to aid Hana Wujue. Hell and all that cloudiness. That was countless eons ago. The moderator looked like he obviously wasn't going to continue. As soon as things got out of hand, the program was trying to hedge its bets. What are they looking at when they obliterate this nice new addition? In the meantime, above the yellow meadow of the Yankee, against the dim light of the sky, the Flower Wujue also received an outgoing alert. Congratulations, you've gained 1 point of flood value. Current flood value, 1. You can utilize the flood value for anything, be it an item or a request. It can be reached by paying only a certain amount of flood value. Hua Wuju froze for a moment, taking a little time to come back to his senses. His face looked vaguely odd. Although he had spent 5,000 years in hell, he was no stranger to such things as live streaming bounties. So he's now being rewarded? Flower Wujue was a bit surprised. And then for the monitors, even if they blew themselves up, they had to send them in. There was some vague realization. I'm afraid that the overseer is not as honorable as Jiangli and the others think. He was likewise the bound party. So, what is this flood value? And what is the universal flood life platform? The monitor had made a comment of uncertain significance before blowing himself up. Flower Wujue, I'll be waiting for you on the other side of the underworld. Flower Wujue thought a little and came up with a generalization. In this true dimension, there is also a live streaming platform similar to the Weird Tales game, but this platform is much more advanced. It's called Flood of Nations Live. The dawn of Hongmeng rises, ready for all things. That's why their universe is called the Hongmeng universe. And here, it's actually a flood. Or is it just pulling a tiger? There are many secrets still to be discovered in the latitudes where the monitors lost their lives and tried to come. Flower Wujue looked at the blue panel that had surfaced next to him and vaguely actually thought of his own hell punching system. But the two are quite different, and especially special. This blue panel is not the same as the panel of the Hongmeng One World Life platform. You can recognize them by their scent alone. It's like a diamond with a glass stone, looking almost identical in appearance. The latter is not as solid as the former. Got to find someone who knows the ins and outs. Flower Wujue pondered slightly, then looked toward the distance, and pointed a finger out. A lanky creep with a pig's head was then pulled straight out of the void. It was richly dressed and had a distinctly medieval look to it. Instead of asking it questions, Flower Wujue directly moved to search its soul. The piggyback creepy exploded into a bloody mist in a scream, but Hua Wuju's face was as heavy as water. Piggyback creepy's mind is a blank, and it can't be ruled out that it's been artificially erased. Real Vic. Fake Vic. I'd like to see what you're up to. Hua Wuju whisked his sleeves, then stood in the air. Jiangli and Lu Mei, who had regained their mobility at the moment, were already numb. They had just clearly felt a higher level of rule oppression. Even so, latitudinal oppression. Why did Flower Wujue break through so easily? It makes them look useless. Flower Wujue, don't force it to break open. I still have some knowledge about this. The rules of the true dimension are not so easy to fight against. Jiangli said kindly. The confrontation with the rules is fraught with peril, and the slightest mishap can land you an injury. Hua Wuju frowned. He could feel a film in front of him that was preventing him from penetrating. The force is like an invisible medium. Anything out of order is abetted. Especially since Flower Wujue was attempting to directly break out of this layer of restriction and come within the true dimensional universe. I'd like to see if you can stop me or not. Hua Wuju's complexion turned cold, his pupils gradually turning red. A black and red aura began to linger on his body. Chapter 133, My name is Pangu. How dare you mess up the order? The invisible collision spread out. There was a protruding light screen that stood out on the Flood World live streaming platform. The audience on stage boiled to their feet. Gosh, I'm not dreaming, am I? There's actually someone who can actually get through to the true dimension? This can't be possible. The Flood World live platform. A behemoth that is directly connected to the true dimension. He's a man of the House of Sin who can actually cross this restriction for real? Too terrifying. What kind of existence has come out of the Lost Land? The Flood programmers have played it off this time and actually extradited an uncontrollable factor. There was no shortage of stillcom audience size. The Flood programmers, well, you can't blame them. It's clear that the 10,000 ancient god emperors guarding the Lost Lands are all in the middle of the manipulation. But only this Flower Wujue is different. If this momentum continues, I'm afraid we'll invoke him in the underworld. What? You mean the great god Pangu? Shoo, don't you know that name is off limits? Shut your mouth. Oh who? The host, who had just returned from behind the scenes, saw the bump on the Flood World live screen and that one-eyed steeple shrunk and fell on his butt. What the hell happened? Is it hard to believe that there really exists a being that can break through our program script? The host was trembling in his heart, and the cold sweat on his forehead was flowing continuously. Spinning around, he reassured himself mentally. It's okay, the director already knows. With the director around, the program will definitely not get out of control. Not to mention the host's mind was a little more settled. But still, a cold shiver ran through his heart as he looked at the swelling bulge. It should be okay? The Flood World live streaming platform was bustling with activity here. The footage with this being transferred to other realms through the main platform has caused even more of an uproar. The secret court of the Dragon Emperor. The old Dragon King's eyes exploded with essence as he grew older and rarer, deadly staring at Hua Wuju in the live broadcast screen. His body was even more excited to the point of slightly trembling, his lips stuttering as he tried to say something. Taishu Xiantian Fantasy Realm. The imposing Taishu Divine Emperor violently stood up from his throne, and his eyes were like out-of-body swords. Forced to look at the screen, the majestic aura instantly shattered the Grand Hall, and the entire Taishu Immortal Illusion region felt the vibrations. Countless subjects, in fear, prostrated themselves on the ground and prayed for forgiveness from the God Emperor. The Gazing Abyss, the first empress of the Abyssal Realm, with her two slender legs crossed and a pair of winking eyes, muddy, at the moment is staring at the screen in a daze, as if lost in thought. The Flood Program Team, a being whose body was hidden within the aura of chaos, cloaked in a broad suit that, quietly, he stood in front of the screen, not uttering a word. At this very moment, the flooded worlds were all shocked by the existence of Flower Wujue, even if it's for a variety of reasons. Spooky world. Hua Wujue's eyes did not ripple, but his two sword brows frowned. Then he violently summoned the Taishu Immortal Demon Lance, and along with the vast immortal demon might, he was directly struck in the nothingness before him. Lume gulped in shock at the scene, her body tingling. Armin's light blue pupils flashed rapidly, and his face was actually vaguely agitated. Zhongli, on the other hand, frowned with a look of shock. Nothingness is breaking up. Turns out it's just a stronger turtle shell. Hua Wuju's eyes were disdainful. Since it was these people who took the initiative to provoke him, they could afford to provoke him. The aura emanating from the surroundings was even more intense. The countless immortal and devil shadows had an even greater aura. It's going to break. Zhongli was also shaken and his mind flickered as he stared at the Taishu Immortal Demon Gun. As for Lu Mei, with Hua Wuju's figure in front of her eyes, her face flushed with red flushes, and she gave a cry that, the body fell limp. Armin even refused to let go of this crucial scene, whispering to himself, Makavi, even let me have a look. The Flood of Nations live streaming platform. The audience was already in a mess at the moment. The hearts and minds of all the people were firmly held by the huge curtain of light that protruded out. And I don't know who said it out of the blue. That breath over there is leaking in. He's coming over. The people in the audience were all so excited and inexplicable that no one seemed to care that the host with that ugly face that was literally dying. It's over. It's all over. Where is he? Why hasn't he punished this sinner yet? The host's heart was disheveled and his body was even trembling from fear. A being that can span 2 dimensions. The Lord of the Dragon Court Secret Realm. The Emperor of the Taishu Immortal Illusion Domain. And even the profound phantom of the Gazing Abyss. Neither can do it. What is this Flower Wujue? Really? That's clearly not what the script says. What the hell happened? No one knows what the host is feeling right now, for they all had their eyes and minds on the growing bulge. As it gets bigger, until it converges into a pointy. It seemed to stab through the entire curtain of light. But just at this critical moment, the sudden change caught everyone off guard. An incomparable aura of terror descended. Even if the aura wasn't directed at them. But these viewers and even hosts of the 10,000 Realms live streaming platform felt a tremor from their bones and even their souls. It was like meeting their founding fathers. Spooky world. Hua Wuju's eyes slightly stared, actually feeling a rare sense of oppression. This was still something he had never seen before since he ascended to the Fengdu Emperor's throne. Across from him, a wide, golden palm grabbed the tip of his gun. The oppressive golden body, and the golden eyes of all of them made people subconsciously feel the suppression in their bloodline. For the first time, Armin had a violent mood swing and fell to his knees uncontrollably. The head was pressed down, but the blue aura in his eyes was still hot, even sickly. Jiang Li's complexion changed drastically. His face was anxious, and he was just about to open his mouth. However, he was crushed to death by an invisible might. His face squeezed into the ground, devoid of the dignity of a great emperor, not to mention Lu Mei, unable to move her body. She could only stare with a pair of slightly widened eyes. Filled with worry, he looked at Hua Wuju. On her neck, a peculiar mark was shining. That's the slave seal of flower unconsciousness. Above the void, the golden-colored terrifying existence that was confronting Flower Wuju has suddenly opened his mouth and, with an extremely powerful might, shining with golden light on all. Armin's breath caught slightly beneath his pale blue pupils. The heart was thumping even more, almost jumping out of his chest. Anna was even more disoriented, with a golden light in front of her eyes and only that one sentence in her ears and mind. Words like the words of God. My name is Pangu. How dare you mess up the order? Chapter 134. So what if you are Hongjun? The Flood of Nations live streaming platform. The host's jaw dropped with disbelief. It's actually the descent of the spirit body of the great god Pangu. How could such high specifications be utilized? The spectators on the stage were also holding their breath as they watched the golden figure that, from the bottom of his heart, an unspeakable fear arose. It was like a junior in the family meeting an elder, not daring to say a single word. The director of the flood program who was behind the scenes at the moment also had a flash of essence in his eyes. Pangu, you actually did descend in spirit form. Ha ha, I'd like to see how this person from the House of Sin can fight against this leftover divine soul of yours. Chaos of life and death. Pangu, I didn't realize that one day you'd actually become an accomplice in destroying it all yourself. Would you be heartbroken if you were still alive? The tone of the director of the Flood Director program changed and became somewhat morose. Taishu Xiantian Fantasyland. Yes, with great god Pangu taking action, this sinful house curmudgeon will surely die. Above the screen, Flower Wujua had already been enveloped by golden light, and he was no longer seen in a single figure. The Taishu Divine Emperor laughed out loud, his eyes filled with a sense of unrestrained joy. It was clear that the two had no grudge, but he seemed to hate to eat his flesh and bones. The Dragon Emperor's secret realm. As the old Dragon Emperor watched what was happening on the screen, he was in pain and in a hurry. With a wow, he spat out a large mouthful of essence blood, then stomped his feet fiercely and sighed to the sky. Pangu, you're confused. How could you kill him? Muddy tears flowed from the corners of the old Dragon Emperor's eyes, choking to the point of being unable to stop himself. The gazing abyss. The Empress of the Abyssal Realm. Her eyes were red in a flash, and the corners of her naturally charming eyes were more than a little sad at the moment. She stumbled and stumbled, stumbling down miserably, looking at the Hua Wuju who was enveloped in golden light, sobbing blood and crying out in sorrow. Are you going to leave me behind one more time? No, you big liar. Why? Why give me hope and bring me despair? Why the hell did you? 3 parts reproach, 3 parts grief, and 3 parts aggravation. The Empress of the Profound Realm was crying like a little girl at this moment, constantly choking. The Flood program team. The moderator patted his clothes on his back as he breathed a sigh of relief and then stood up again with a smile on his face. Everyone, see, there will be no accidents in our flooded program, so there is no need to worry. No one escapes the true dimension. The established order is not to be provoked. A hush fell over the audience on stage. Gee whiz, a bunch of foxes hiding behind a lion. What's the point of pretending? Even words. The flood program team is not yet something you and I can provoke. Scared less. We can't die. What's there to worry about? I'll curse today. There were also some sighs of relief from the audience. Alas, it's not easy to have a decent existence, but I didn't expect it to be wiped out just like that. Yes, originally, I wanted to see what that sin house was capable of when it reigned supreme in the 10,000 ancient epochs ago. I can't believe I'm doing this. What can be done about it? His existence simply does not allow any existence to provoke. We're all just along for the ride. The audience cursed. Straight mother asterisk 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 her thief. What's this look for now? You think it's easy for us to buy a seat? I might as well go home and take a bath if that's all I read every day. Who says it isn't? My family has thousands of wives and concubines. Isn't it more comfortable to come here and sit dry than to go home? But on the contrary, we can't. I'm already envious of the guy who just got kicked out of this bird show. I am not able to see a bit more. These viewers of the Flood World Live platform. There seems to be a great deal of resentment towards this crew, even if they are bored with these programs, and yet it still seems to refuse to move on from it. Just between everyone's sighs, suddenly someone noticed the difference. Wait, why hasn't the great god Pangu's silhouette dispersed? A spectator pointed at the screen and shouted. This brought the rest of the audience back to their senses. Right, after violating the rules of the true dimension and exterminating it, the great god's void should also disperse. Could it be? Flower Wujua is not dead. The audience's eyes flashed with astonishment, and the atmosphere was instantly invigorated. It was called a momentum like a rainbow. It was a hustle and bustle. At this moment, the host on the stage was also in disbelief, and cold sweat broke out more frequently at this moment. He couldn't think of anything more to say about the scene, because he also realized something was wrong. Since the extermination was completed, why did the shadow of the great god Pangu delay in dispersing? This could only mean that Flower Wujua had not been exterminated. The host closed his eyes with a shudder. He no longer dared to take up the thought. Straight from the ages of ages. Countless heavenly prides and even mole crickets. It's all in the palm of their show's hand. Why was there actually such a big slip-up today? He the host. Is this the day for bloodshed? The facilitator was clear in his mind. He did all the dirty work on the flood show crew. About that ball of stars. Those spirits. The moderator was too jittery to think any further. One could only pray that the great god Pangu's shadow hadn't dispersed, and that it wasn't the case that Flower Wujua hadn't been successfully exterminated. Rather, it is the great god Pangu, who for some reason still exists. It only takes a while before it dissipates on its own. But will reality be what he thinks it will be? Quite the opposite. It's moving. Flower Wujua really isn't dead. Good boy. The audience on stage suddenly got excited. The golden light on the screen dissipated. One could only see the great god Pangu, his golden pupils devoid of any prowess, just gazing ahead. A black dragongon robe was windless. A pair of abyssal eyes, godless and self-possessed. A wave of the sleeve robe, a peerless spear weapon, pointing straight at Pangu. Heavens, he's actually going to confront the spirit body of the great god Pangu? The audience on stage smacked their lips. As for those who survived the confrontation, Zhongli, Armin and the others, at this moment, in a circle of red barrier shrouded, he also looked up in shock. Armin wondered how long it had been since he'd breathed like this. His right hand was trembling slightly. He was not afraid of death. Instead, it's in excitement. In excitement. Zhang Li's mind had already lost its grip, and he was lost in thought as he stared into the void. Great God Pangu. It's really Great God Pangu. Why? Why did he strike at us? Hell, don't you recognize it? Lu Mei didn't have that much emotional drama, and at the moment, in the midst of a great deal of excitement and tension, lightly biting her vermilion lips, her eyes were mesmerized as she looked at Hua Wujue, the slave seal on her neck gleaming. Hana Wujue was sharp as a tack. There was only cold killing intent in his eyes. He didn't care who was really in front of him. Pangu, even if you are Han Jun. So what? The only warrior, the Taishu immortal demon gun, devouring the heavenly prodigy. It fell like a shooting star, with the blade pointing straight at Pangu's head. Chapter 135, Hua Wuju. How is he worthy to fight against Pangu? Pangu's golden eyes shone brightly as he gripped the tip of the stabbing spear with one arm. Clang! The Taishu immortal demon gun appeared to be very unconvinced, spinning at an extremely fast speed. The powerful impact almost tore the void apart, but in the presence of Pangu, but it couldn't make the slightest ripple. Those voids were restored to their original state in an instant. Even the bump on the screen of the flood programmer managed to be a dissolve. The moderator looked at the screen, which was back to its original state, without much joy, and, instead, it was vaguely heavier. The spirit body of the great god Pangu has already surfaced. Why hasn't this man of the sinful house been ambushed? This is at the same time what many viewers are thinking. How is it possible that the great god Pangu did not manage to erase, in the first place, I can't believe I let this kid have a chance to fight back. TSK, interesting. This kid really didn't lose the flood value I gave him for nothing. If we could defeat the spirit body of the great god Pangu, the entire flood world would be afraid to vibrate. The large audience sighed together. The next developments appear to be of particular concern. A few people are happy and a few people are sad. The Taishu Divine Emperor of the Taishu Immortal Illusion region then appeared to be in a rage. What the hell is going on here? How can this guy possibly escape Pangu? The Taishu Divine Emperor's face was livid with anger, and he grabbed forward fiercely and a woman with a stunningly beautiful face in a palace dress was then captured. The dress gradually faded as much as it could, amidst the screams of the woman in the palace dress, and then, after the utilization of he was turned into a bloody mist with a single grip. The secret court of the Dragon Emperor. The old Dragon Emperor laughed out loud, completely unchoked from earlier, his eyes bursting with essence. Several good words in a row. If someone who was familiar with the old Dragon Emperor was here, they would have been shocked out of their wits. Even if the old Dragon Emperor encountered a demon with the greatest talent within his clan, the evaluation would be nothing more than a fair. So far, he had never heard of anyone who could get a good evaluation from the old Dragon Emperor, not to mention the fact that it's several good ones in a row. The abyss of the gaze. The first empress of the profound realm, with teardrops still lingering in her eyes, but the tears of grief in his eyes were not at all the same as before, but a kind of joyful happiness. Within a few short moments, the first empress of the profound realm, known as the first frost of the ancient worlds, the cold and pretty lady. I can't believe that I went through extreme reactions in both directions of great joy and great sorrow in a row because of Hua Wuju on the screen. This was a strange event that was enough to shock the flooded worlds. If what's happening here is broadcast live, the countless lords of the 10,000 realms who presumptuously tried to gain the queen's favor. It was feared that they would all be fixing their jealous gazes on Flower Wujue, the flood program team. The director, whose body was hidden in the mist of chaos, straightened the tie of the suit on his body and, sitting leisurely in his seat with a glass of silky red wine in his hand, there was no sign of anxiety. Kill each other. Whether it's the flood or the Hong Meng, both dimensions will be in my pocket. The scene cuts back to Weird Tales world. Pango's right arm slowly exerted force and, it actually hardened the Taishu Immortal Demon Gun and forced it backward step by step. The Taishu Immortal Demon Gun let out a mournful cry. It couldn't hold out much longer. Hua Wujue's abyssal eyes flashed, and his body moved violently, leaving only a residual shadow in its place. The monstrous ghost chi filled the air, carrying an overwhelming pressure as it ruthlessly collided with Pangu. Everyone else thought that Flower Wujue was relying on his cultivation to become an emperor. However, few people knew that Flower Wujue was one of the few ancient immortal demon bodies in the world. Ancient chaos immortal demon body, born of 10,000 immortals and 10,000 devils. One thought to become immortal, one thought to become a demon. Immortals and demons are in the same body, and now there's even the power of the ghosts of hell entering the body. His physical body had long since become an extremely rare supreme in the world. Apart from the heavenly emperor, it was enough to say that there was no enemy, but because after Flower Wujue claimed the title of emperor, he often just needed to use his cultivation to level the playing field, pressing down on the need to use the physical body. This ancient immortal and demon body has only gradually been forgotten. Actually, what Hua Wujue was strong in hadn't been his cultivation, it was his physical body, the most powerful physique, with the most powerful deity in the world. Collide in this moment. The spirit body of the great god Pangu appeared to be a bit angry, and he wasn't angry that someone dared to provoke him. Rather, it was someone who actually dared to fight him with his physical body. It's just humiliating. What kind of being is he? Splitting chaos with his flesh, using his arm to support heaven and earth, transforming all things in the body. A mere afterlife being dared to collide with him with his physical body? Is it not a death wish? Great god Pangu's godless golden eye snapped to life and let out a furious cry. It also responded to Flower Wujue's collision with its body. 10,000 immortals, 10,000 devils, chaos as one, supreme ghost power. At this moment, it collided with the spirit body of Pangu, who had created heaven and earth. The heartstrings of everyone present were drawn to the scene. Hua Wujue. Zhang Li's face was even more anxious. He tried to raise his head with great difficulty, and his palms were even slightly hooked. Appear to be trying to come up with something? Unfortunately, it was in the way of the pressure and was never able to do what it wanted to do. Will you make it? Such a grand epic has truly been recreated. Armin muttered to himself in his mind, his eyes not flickering away for a moment, even though tears of blood had flowed from his eyes. But also stubbornly refused to take his eyes off of it. In his mind, the moment at hand was far more important than his life. The strand of red silk, hidden under the eye, began to tremble. Lu Mei's eyes were like silk, biting her fingers with her vermilion lips, her two legs twisted together, refusing to separate. As for the silver-haired Anna, had already been shaken out of their minds by the scene that was happening right now. The entire person was in a complete state of double vision, staring blankly at everything. This grand collision, if it wasn't for Flower Wujue's intention to save them, I'm afraid they would have been crushed into pieces long ago, flooding the world's live platform. The host's teeth kept chattering and he stammered, but he didn't know what to say. The only thing it could do was to keep straightening the clothes on its body, the cold sweat on its forehead almost becoming a waterfall that had made its clothes get completely wet. The audience erupted in cheers. Woohoo! Kid, come on! Up the spirit body of the great god Pangu and let the two dimensions merge again. There was no shortage of viewers with their eyes wide open. You guys are really daring. That's the spirit body left behind by the great god Pangu, even if it's just a spirit body. The degree of solidity of the flesh is also beyond your imagination and mine. Even if Hua Wujue's cultivation is strong, using this method to collide is not easy to hit a stone with an egg. Make a fool of yourself. Alas, it is also true that, back then, the great god Pangu split the Mixodon with an axe, and his body supported heaven and earth. The strength of his fleshly body is evident. What ability does he, a pseudo-cultivator from the Lost Lands, have to dare collide with the spirit body of the great god Pangu? There were some sighs and some uproarious comments. Anyway, they were just watching the fun, and neither the success nor failure of Hua Wujue had anything to do with them. In fact, today's program is beyond boring as it has been for countless years. For the first time they felt like they got their money's worth out of this seat. Because really, Thai pants are hot. Chapter 136, Flesh and Flesh. Smooth fighting. The Flood Program Team. The director of the program, who was sipping his wine beautifully. Seeing Flower Wujue on the screen fighting against Pangu with his physical body, he immediately sprayed the fine wine in his mouth with joy and laughed. Oh Pangu, Pangu. You wouldn't think even if you were alive that someone would actually be stupid enough to use their physical body against you. I'm really curious. Pangu, are you still conscious or not? The program director smiled grimly. Taishu Xiantian Fantasy Realm. The Taishu Divine Emperor also had an odd expression on his face at this moment, without the furious grimace he had earlier. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and sat down again on the reimagined throne. I guess I was overthinking it. How could this guy be him? Using a physical body to fight against the spirit body of the great god Pangu, when one is also a chaotic ancestral spirit. The contempt in the eyes of the Taishu Divine Emperor was clearly visible. Leaning on his head with his hand and, smilingly, he watched the developments. The secret court of the Dragon Emperor. The old Dragon Emperor was also frowning straight. His thick wrinkles, wrinkled together, and his mouth was even muttering. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Pangu is an innate chaotic spirit with incomparable physical strength. A being that comes out later in life and, even that was also a chaotic being, colliding with the innate Pangu was like a moth to a flame. The difference between a firefly and a white moon. This move by Flower Wujue was enough to make the flooded world snicker. The spirit body of the great god Pangu. You are not only a district spirit of the afterlife, even more so. How dare the people of the Lost Land's sinful government fight against the great god of Pangu? Hopefully, you'll be able to last more than a second by then, even if you're good. This was the unanimous mindset of the realm masters of the heavens. Almost no one thought that Flower Wujue would be able to take advantage of the confrontation with the great god Pangu's spirit body. Both thought they would be smashed to pieces in a matter of moments. The abyss of the gaze. The first empress of the abyssal realm's beautiful eyes widened, and her two slight willow leaf eyebrows visibly curved downwards, obviously angry. He said gamely, "What are you guys doing? You've obviously come back from there, and now you're looking for death?" After a slight grumble, the anger had all but disappeared, and the sadness lingered again on his brow. "Don't die. You'll keep our promise, won't you? You never lied to me. This time, it must be the same." Weird tales of the world. Things didn't go the way most people expected. What happened on the screen shocked the jaws of the viewers of the flooded world. The clash of flesh against flesh was smooth. It was a total fistfight. Perhaps he found it less convenient to wear a dragon robe and simply took it off, revealing a toned muscular body, leaving only the short tie below. A punch hooked. The spirit body of the great god Pangu became trembling for a minute, and immediately following that was a fist made entirely of gold poured out of. It hit straight onto the cold side of Hua Wuju's face. Again, within the eyes of the Flower Wujue profound. The battle intent flourished as he wiped away the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth. The spirit body of the great god Pangu also gave a furious roar in response. The two sides were once again plainly engaged in battle. You punch, I punch. One leg for you, one leg for me. Such a raw way of engaging in combat stunned the jaws of a crowd of spectators. The Flood of Nations live streaming platform. The moderator is completely messed up. That one I wants to close, but doesn't dare. Stunned by the raw battle of punch after punch. You know, that's the great god Pangu. Even if it is not itself, it is a spiritual body. How can anyone be evenly matched? The audience on stage thought the same. No way. No way. That's too much livestock, isn't it? What in the world is the origin of Flower Wujue? Even if it was a sinful house 10,000 ancient years ago, it's also impossible to fight against the spirit body of the great god Pangu. Heavens, after this battle, no matter if Flower Wujue lives or dies, I'm afraid that his and the Hellmouth's name will spread throughout the heavens and the worlds. A steep reversal of events. Not only were the viewers and hosts of the Flood World live streaming platform shocked. At this moment, within the Taishu Immortal Illusion domain, the Taishu Divine Emperor was again shattering the great hall he had just constructed. With bloodshot eyes, he stared dead at the live screen in front of him, words that practically popped out of his teeth. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. And the subjects within the Taishu Immortal Illusionary domain, amidst their uncertainty, could only bend their heads on the ground once again. In fear and trepidation, he once again prayed for forgiveness from the God Emperor, the secret court of the Dragon Emperor. The old Dragon Emperor also opened his eyes and held his beard, recalling and opening his mouth with some uncertainty. As I recall, he was never this animalistic even in his heyday. Was he? The Dragon Emperor felt that his memories were in disarray. The great god Pangu, the first being of the 10,000 realms, is indisputable. The strength of the physical body was even unrivaled in the ages. Flower Wujue's such a raw and fierce way of fighting against each other was almost shocking everyone's eyeballs. The abyss of the gaze. The naturally charming first empress of the profound realm, who was currently displaying a smile, looked at Hua Wujue on the screen. Can't help but be smitten. gently caressed the screen. The eyes were even more filled with a million thoughts. I knew you wouldn't break our agreement. I waited for you. I always wait for you. Weird Tales of the World. Jianli was also shocked beyond words, having originally been struggling to come up with something that it was also forgotten in a trance at that moment, and there was a pang in his heart. Is Flower Wujua really the great emperor of their hell? Is it really not some reincarnation of an innate chaos being? Those who can use their physical bodies against the spirit body of the great god Pangu, except for the innate chaos beings. Otherwise it would never be possible. Lu Mei didn't pay attention to this. Her eyes always wandered to Hua Wuju's robust figure, eyes glowing. Ever since Hua Wuju spared her and Jian Li's lives, although a slave seal had been planted on his body, his mentality had already changed. Women are naturally attracted to a being that is stronger than them. It's called clinging to the strong. Hua Wuju obviously fulfilled all of Lu Mei's conditions, having been planted with the mark of slavery, which is regarded by others as a disgrace. Not only did she not see it as a shame in the slightest, but she was vaguely proud of it. See, this is my Lu Mei's master, pushing invincibility across the board and suppressing the ages. You just want to be your master's dogs, and you don't have the qualifications yet. Lu Mei was smug in her heart. Hua Wuju was an invincible existence in her eyes. Armin's light blue pupils flickered, and the corners of his mouth suddenly sketched a warm smile, watching the two deities fight each other. He was a mere mortal, but at the moment there was a very different feeling. It's everything he's been striving for all his life. Red blood gradually filled the depths of Armin's pale blue pupils. Gradually his eyes took over. The eyes were a blood red color, yet he still refused to close his eyes for even a minute. Anna couldn't hold out any longer. The battle of the gods, even if it was just a few peeks at it was enough to send her into a shudder. Chapter 137, Crazy Rewards. The sparring between Flower Wujue and Pangu continued, but over time, whether it was the viewers of the Flood World live streaming platform or Jianli, Armin, and the others at the scene, both keenly observed a change. The color of Pangu's spiritual body was fading, previously a radiant bright gold. It's like a dull yellow color today, flooding the world of live platform. The host's heart stuttered and his eyes widened. The spirit body of the great god Pangu was going to disappear. The audience under the stage had also been enthusiastic to the extreme, and every audience member was staring at the scene with a deadpan expression. They were witnessing a historic moment. Once the Pangu spirit body descends, no matter what kind of existence you are, none of them can escape the fate of having their bodies and souls fall. Flower Wujue's performance nowadays naturally broke this consensus, and an extremely important message was delivered to the flooded worlds. The spirit body of great god Pangu is not invincible. Some evil beings hidden in the darkness, always spying on the flooded worlds. Their bodies were hidden in the darkness, their eyes staring excitedly and nervously at the glowing screen. Spooky world. Hua Wuju's breathing had become a little short, but the battle intent in his eyes blazed unabated. At this moment it suddenly stopped. Thou art not thyself, and with one spiritual thought remaining in the present day, which is precious. Pangu's spirit body had certainly reached its limit at this moment, and its body was dimmed to the extreme. But the pair of golden eyes in his eyes were getting more and more animated. At the last moment of dissipation, the golden eyes of the Pangu spirit body snapped shut and once again opened his words. Those who defy order shall be executed. Hua Wuju skimmed his lips and expressed his attitude with his actions. Come on you. I'm right here. He stood with his arms folded, the Taishu immortal demon gun quietly waiting at the side. Those who defy order shall be executed. The Pangu spirit body spoke again, but its body didn't make a single movement. Just repeating mechanical warnings. You do it. Those who defy order shall be executed. Come. Against. Come. The scene looked like a war of words. No one on either side made a move. It was all mouth. The ones to be surprised would have to be those viewers projected into the flooded worlds. The heck? I'm not blinking, am I? The spirit body of great god Pangu. This is a mouthful? Asterisk. There's something shady. Something shady. The audience cursed and was close to shouting and refunding their tickets. Maybe it's the same wave of calm spectators. They realized one thing at the moment compared to the staggering eyes. The spirit body of the great god Pangu. Is this a compromise? The spirit body of the great god Pangu appeared. It must mean that there is some kind of destabilizing disorder coming up. The spiritual body is meant to weed out these unsettling elements. The best illustration of this was when the spirit body of the great god Pangu appeared at the beginning and directly launched an attack. But now, after the spirit body of great god Pangu had fought against Flower Wujue, is this caught in a bug? The spirit body of the great god Pangu could not help Flower Wujue, but because of his duty. So just colorfully repeating the warning over and over again. It doesn't actually do. It's more like a sign of bailing out when it's time to work for water hours. The Flood Program Team. The director, who is hidden under the mist of the Hongmeng mist. At this moment, he violently crushed the glass in his hand and splashed it in all directions, not knowing whether it was blood or wine. Pangu, Pangu, you actually kept this hand? Well then, I'd like to see how many more times you can do this. Come on, my script was written for you long ago. None of you can escape me. Taishu Xiantian Fantasyland. The Taishu Divine Emperor's person was already numb, and he wasn't yelling anymore, just with a gloomy and uncertain gaze. He sat on the throne that had once again materialized, not knowing what he was thinking in his gloomy gaze. After a moment's thought, this emperor decrees that the 3 gods and 6 ministries, and the subjects of the imperial court, shall immediately make their offerings, and within 3 days, the flood value has to be collected. The flood value is a rule set by the great god Pangu. Everything comes at a cost, and the flood value is the middle value that can accomplish anything. It can be used to replace the cost of getting everything done, a vague term that was definitively defined in this moment. The secret court of the Dragon Emperor. The old Dragon Emperor smiled as he held his beard, and as he watched the crisis of Hua Wuju within the screen had dissipated. After laughing out loud, he opened his mouth again by holding up his beard. Reward Flower Wujue with 100 flood values. The Gazing Abyss. The first Empress of the Abyssal Realm was presented in an enchanting posture, half lying on her throne, her charming eyes like a wave while she was. Another flick of the vermilion lips said, give this emperor a reward of 100 flood value for Flower Wujue, flooding the world of live platform. Oh ho ho, I didn't think it would turn out like this. Even if it's a tie, it's still very impressive. The name Flower Wujue will become a legend from today onwards. It's so wonderful. Next, Flower Wujue only needs to collect enough flood value to come to the true dimension in full compliance with the rules. That's an unthinkable leap of epic proportions. The audience marveled, but at the same time an uplifting and impassioned voice overpowered the others. Damn, give me a hot-blooded look. I want a reward of flood value. Only 1 flood value. So damn stingy. I'll reward 3 flood values. Asterisk asterisk, y'all playing for real, right? Showing off your wealth here? I'll reward him with 5 ing flood values. As soon as these words came out, the audience at the audience stage looked sideways at the fierce man who was going to reward the 5 flood values. I only saw the fierce man who had spoken out to reward the 5 flood values, scratching his head in embarrassment. Then he swept around with a smug and disdainful face and said in a very disdainful manner, what are you looking at? That can sit here. Isn't it easy to take out such a small amount of flood value? Is it hard to believe that you guys can't take it out? The next scene was strange. Can't say what these spectators are there for. It's like they're climbing? I'll offer a flood value too. Me too. Take me 1. Grandma, you animals, I'm ing out too. Flooding is worth getting is actually very difficult. Even a promoted great emperor, or even a 10,000 ancient god emperor, wants to get a little bit of flood value. It's all extremely tough. 2. It can be said that you may not be able to obtain a bit of flood value even if you cultivate hard for countless epics, because this stuff is acquired by fate. The source of the flood value is the chaos origin left behind by Pangu after he split the chaos. The chaos origin was made into a flood value by Pangu. Every time 500 epics passed, 100 points of flood value would randomly appear in the flood world. It's conceivable. The flood world, with so many great men, shared 100 points of flood value every 500 epics. It's not tough anymore. It's totally hellishly difficult. It's like having a pot of porridge cooking in front of you, only for you to look up and see that there's a ing city full of people who are grabbing this pot with you? Hundreds of thousands. Even more. What's the deal? Chapter 138, Clueless Flower Wujue. Flower Wujue stood in the void, his robes reset. There was absolutely no trace of a previous great battle, but at the moment, his face was not cold, but a complex state of dumbfoundedness. Since the disappearance of Pangu's spirit body, the ears just never stopped a sound. The weather is so bad that you'll be rewarded with a little flood value. I have a sword that can open the gates of heaven, rewarding you with 1 point of flood value. The devil who has nothing to pursue rewards you with 3 points of flood value. The Grandmaster of the Pegasus Fist, the invincible messenger of ultra justice, is definitely not the lord of the sacred heavenly realm. I'll reward you with 5 points of flood value. Flower Wujue's ears were filled with black lines. Especially this last one, the Grandmaster of the Pegasus Quicksilver Fist, the Super Justice Invincible Messenger, definitely not the Divine Heavenly Domain Lord? It was close to writing on his face that he was the Sacred Heavenly Domain Lord, right? Moreover, these strange names gave Flower Wujue an immediate feeling of returning to the blue planet. If he hadn't been sure that this was really another dimension cut off from the infinite chasm, I'm afraid that I will definitely think that Heavenly Emperor Su Changliang is the one who was messing around with it. Flood value. Hana Wujue put aside those odd thoughts and studied the thing that had captivated him from the start. It's interesting to note that everything in the world follows a cost, such a data-driven concept that I can actually encompass all the costs. I'm afraid it's not the wind that's blowing. Flower Wujue's disbelief in the introduction of the flood value still existed. The more you reach this point in your cultivation, the more thorough the understanding of the cost. All the things in the world that you wish to achieve, there must be a corresponding price to pay. An example. As the Lord of Fengdu, Hua Wujue's parents were only mortals, and if they were unfortunate enough to die, as a matter of common sense, all it takes is a snap of the fingers and the two old men can be revived, even immortality. But for a price, there will be two souls in hell, eternally degraded within the 18 layers of hell, suffer the penalty of disturbing the yin and yang. That's really still secondary. The most fatal price to pay is that Hana Wujue, from now on, will have a mind that is no longer penetrating, because of the ties. He's come home again, across 5,000 years of time and space. It is to fulfill the 5,000-year-old obsession in my heart. If you don't go yet, then his mind will not be complete. Now that the state of mind has been perfected, if one were to go and move one's mind again because of such a thing, the mind will be broken again. It may seem like there's nothing to lose. However, this was a fatal blow to a strong person who had reached the highest level of cultivation. What's more, the existence of the two old men may even be thought of day after day by those who have the intention to do so. It became a sharp sword that stabbed at Hua Wujue. Therefore, Flower Wujue would not take the initiative to do something. He would just go with the flow. He doesn't interfere. Also, no one else is allowed to interfere. This is his filial piety. The thoughts closed in slightly. Hua Wujue decided to test whether this flood value was overstated. I will destroy this world. 1 flood value. I'm going to bring this tree to life. 1 flood value. I'm going to make this mortal a Hong Meng supreme. 1 flood value. It's all 1 flood value. Flower Wujue's heart was slightly enlightened. This flood value is a minimum of 1 flood value for all the costs of things to be achieved. Whether you want to revitalize a leaf or destroy a side of the world. A flood value. That's what they cost. After Flower Wujue had a hidden calculation unit for this flood value, another inquiry was launched in another direction. I'm going to come to another dimension behind this void. Flower Wujue's gaze looked straight into the void, seemingly across the empty and treacherous void after the viewers who were watching the Flood World live streaming platform. 100 flood value, 10,000 flood values. That's the price of traveling through dimensions. True dimension, false dimension. Flower Wujue wasn't sure who exactly defined the two realms in this way, but he was certain. The guy who came up with this stuff must be in it for some kind of ulterior motive, because there is no such thing as truth or falsehood in the two realms. Or else, could it be that he, Hua Wujue, was still a fake person? It's simply ridiculous. I am temporarily unable to engage in complete suppression with that so-called Pango spirit body. Once I attempt to cross this dimension, that Pango spirit body will descend. Hua Wujue's abyssal ink-like pupils were very calm. It did not look disheveled or smug from a draw in the confrontation with Pango's spirit body, because it doesn't make sense. He could sense quite clearly that the descending spirit body was not something permanent, and just a disposable diversion. Like he was warned on this attempted crossing. Even though it was a tie with that Pango spirit body, it was even vaguely pressing ahead. But it doesn't make much sense, because as soon as Hana Wujue tries to cross again, there will be a new Pango spirit body in peak condition again. It's going to be a whole new tug-of-war by then. To Flower Wujue, this was naturally a meaningless matter. Unable to completely suppress the Pango spirit body, he would not have been able to cut through this dimensional membrane to another latitude. Go find out what's going on with that so-called true dimension. It's a shame. I should have had Cui Ju inform Su Changliang. Flower Wujue sighed slightly in his heart. Even though he hated to admit it, the situation at hand. If Su Changliang had been there, the two of them would have combined their efforts and suppressed a Pango spirit body as a simple matter of. Now there is no need to be stuck with choices over such things. Brute force is out of the question. And I can't go back easily enough now to. Otherwise it's all for nothing. Flower Wujue had her own scruples. The ancient god emperor who guarded the lost land. Even blowing himself up to send them over was an extremely heavy price to pay. If Hana Wujue goes back just like that, then he wouldn't be able to find a second 10,000 ancient god emperor to sacrifice himself and send him to this realm. Think about it again. In the midst of the silence, Hua Wujue took out a wooden flute with a red silk tied above one tip. Next to the red silk was the word, Liang. It was given to him by Su Changliang. If there's anything you want from me, you just blow it, and even if there's nothing, you can blow even if you want me to. Su Changliang's expression with a bad smile flashed through Hua Wujue's mind. I don't know if it will work. Let's give it a try. Flower Wujua had no time at the moment to count on what had happened before the Celestial Emperor. This other latitude. Definitely has a great connection with the heavenly court and the earthly palace, because in that moment of dimensional slashing, he actually felt the unique underworld yellow spring aura of hell. It was purer, even more mellow, than the one inside the hell. This time, it's no small matter. Su Changliang, I hope you can hear it. Chapter 139, I'm really not the sacred heavenly realm's domain lord. Flooding the world's live platform. What is this sun doing? Could that flute be some kind of supreme treasure? A musical treasure like a flute is really uncommon. It's not as good at felling as a sword, or as good at defending as a tripod. And the way of sound and rhythm. Little Doyle, not worth mentioning. Indeed, this is a strange move. I thought this son was very intelligent, but I didn't realize that he was also studying small paths, wasting his energy. It also pays for itself. Yes, this son should. A few white-browed spectators talked to themselves. They are also the same audience that has been objectively evaluating. It was a stark contrast to the staggering, enthusiastic audience on the sidelines. Hey, what are you guys muttering about? That flute, whatever it is, and you guys are just going by that, and that's all you can assert? What a bunch of uninformed dumbasses. I'm really not the lord of the sacred heavenly realm, who was just complimented by the audience. It was the same fierce man who had rewarded him with 5 flood values who sniffed in indignation. What do you mean? He's just finished his reward and you guys are bleeping about it? Wouldn't that be a slap in his face? Why be angry? We're just being rational. One of them stroked his beard. I'm really not the sacred heavenly domain lord, sneered. Rationally speaking, the spiritual body of Pangu has just descended. So you guys are rationally speaking too. How come the results weren't what you guys predicted? A few faces stagnated. That's not true. The world is ever changing, and it is impossible for us to see all the changes. I'm really not the sacred heavenly domain lord, the sneer intensified. If that's what you guys are saying, then why can't you just shut up? Don't embarrass yourself if you can't have insight. Do you really think we're all cuties here at the table? Do we need to hear you guys explain it? You. Several old men with white hair and whiskers instantly became taut and glared angrily. Who is simple to get a seat on the Flood World Live platform? Who's not a titled character anymore? If you take out any one of them, they would be an existence that stirs up the wind and clouds in all walks of life. Now he was being confronted by someone else, and he was humiliated and angry at the same time. Why? Are you going to hit me? Hey, if you don't like it, you can come and try. This is Flood World Live, unauthorized fighting. You'll be kicked out immediately. Don't you dare. I'm really not a holy sanctuary domain lord, laughed out loud while squeezing his eyebrows. The crowd was up in arms. That's right, don't just stare at me. If you've got it in you, make a move, and save the onlookers from laughing. Ha ha, Immortal Crane 3 Elders, why don't you guys say anything anymore? And why is your face still red? Did you like us? The Immortal Crane 3 Elders had a bad reputation in the outside world, often using innocence as a proxy. But how many of us have clean hands since we've gotten to this position? What this does rather adds to the hypocrisy. Everyone had been looking at the 3 of them with displeasure for a long time, and now they had just found a vent. Dugu Tian, don't go too far. The 3 elders of the Immortal Crane blew their beards and glared. I'm really not the sacred heavenly domain lord, raised his eyebrows in feigned surprise. Don't talk nonsense. You 3. How could I possibly be the founder of the heavenly horse-shooting starfest? Where's the super-righteous holy heavens royal master Dokuritan? The gathered audience laughed. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but all rise up and then agree. Yeah, how could he be Dokuroshin? You didn't see it written on his title. I'm really not the sacred heavenly domain lord, even more so. He spread his hands. Yeah, look at my blatant title. I've said I'm not a sacred heavenly domainer. Why do you have to compare me to that kind of being? Shameless. The 3 Immortal Crane Elders' faces grew redder and redder. If it weren't for the setting of the Flood World Live platform, where private fights are strictly prohibited, the 3 of them will also step in to defend their reputations. It's no longer a matter of fighting or not fighting. This is a much more serious face-saving issue. Especially guys like the 3 of them who treat face like their lives depend on it. Can I take that as a compliment? I'm really not the sacred heavenly domain lord, asked very seriously. A wave of rebellious blood surged upwards from the Immortal Crane 3 elders, and they uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. Hers was bleeding from anger. I'm really not the sacred heavenly domain lord, but tensed up. Ugh. Everyone saw that I didn't touch the 3 of them. These 3 guys spit up their own blood, so don't come touching me. Immortal Crane's 3 old men vomited blood even more viciously. Spooky world. Flower Wujua had already put the flute away, and suddenly raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised at a prompt. DJ Dragon Emperor rewards you with 100 flood values. In just a series of rewards, the highest is only 5 flood value. I didn't expect it to rise right up to 100 today. The odd name DJ Dragon Emperor immediately stuck with him. Dragon Emperor playing DJ? Hua Wuju's face couldn't help but look odd. The dragons under the jurisdiction of hell have never been so out of tune. Always a very mature and stable positive image. See the name. The black dragongon robe on his body was also a bit agitated. And that wandering swarming ancient black dragon also had a bad expression on its face. Who actually dares to name the Dragon Emperor? Don't you know that he is the swift dragon emperor of the dragon race? And with what DJ? What kind of weird name is that? How could our noble dragon race do such a thing? The crowd within the Flood Live platform also saw the change in the reward list. I'll go. Who rewarded 100 flood value? The spectators who were gathering around to vocally criticize the three elders of Immortal Crane turned their heads. There was a bounty list within the Flood World Live platform. There are unique lists for characters within each live platform. The one who was just in first place was the domain lord of the sacred heavenly domain. Now it's being squeezed out by another user named DJ Dragon Emperor. The sacred heavenly domain lord froze for a moment as he looked at the large, flickering golden letters. Frozen couldn't figure out who the DJ Dragon Emperor was. That's not right. Who would come up with a name like that? This look is the Dragon Emperor. It's just a little hard to guess who the DJ Dragon Emperor is. The divine heavenly domain lord shrugged his shoulders, then became somewhat smug. This kind of name reveals at first glance that there is no such thing as I am not the founder of the Tenma Meteor Fist. The Super Justice Sacred Heavenly Domain Lord comes in stealth. The secret court of the Dragon Emperor. The old Dragon Emperor stroked his beard. His face flushed slightly, but he quickly took it in stride again. The name of my youth is really still a bit ostentatious, so it seems like I need to find a chance to change it. Still, there were people in the flooded world who recognized the ID. Isn't that that old Dragon Emperor from the Dragon Emperor's secret court? In the Hydra Ancestral Land, the Snake Emperor with 9 heads rolled his eyes. The origins of the Hydra Ancestral Land and the Dragon Emperor's secret court could be said to go back a long way. Chapter 140, The Wonderful Use of Flood Value. The commotion caused by DJ Dragon Emperor's reward of flood value was far from subsiding, because immediately another name washed out his ranking. 1 life, 1 pair, white heads, no separation. Reward you 1000 flood values. Only large gold letters shown in all directions. It instantly overshadowed all the light under the list. At this moment, this somewhat poetic name became the center of attention. There was a lot of speculation as to who was behind this ID. Even the old Dragon Emperor in the Dragon Emperor's secret court froze for a long time before coming back to his senses. That name? I seem to have some impression. The old Dragon Emperor's memory fell into a long ago recollection. Taishu Xiantian Fantasy Realm. Having already enlisted all the flood values in the entire domain, the Taishu Divine Emperor hooked a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. These fools, how can you be compared to me with your lowly wealth? In my immortal mirage domain, I have an entire chaotic legacy source. After countless years of collecting, and a short period of scavenging by the Taishu God Emperor, at this moment, his flood value had reached an extremely terrifying point. It was only seen underneath the panel of the Taishu Divine Emperor. Heck, it had a balance of 10,000 flood values. It's a horrible fortune. Knowing that Hua Wujue had broken through the true dimension restriction from the weird world and bypassed the Discordian spirit body sanctions, it was only 10,000 flood values. I'm going to let Hana Wujue die. The Taishu Divine Emperor sneered a few times, but the next costly hint that came out hit him a bit in the face. 99. Flood value. The Taishu Divine Emperor looked at this scalp-numbing number in shock and disbelief. What's the situation? Such a horrible statistic. Keep in mind that the flood value has always been a fair price. Such a situation could only mean that the cost of letting Flower Wujue die completely was very high. I'm going to make it so that Flower Wujue can never come to the true dimension. 100 flood value. Still can't afford it. The Taishu God Emperor's face darkened a bit. This was already the limit he had accumulated over countless years. You can't even fulfill that request? There was no way around it. So he had to reshuffle his request. I'm going to make it harder for Hana Wujue to get stuck in the flood programmer's script. Can't break the script limit. 100 flood value. 10,000 flood value. This time, the Taishu God Emperor sent a sigh of relief. Finally, it's possible to afford this. But then there was a heartache. 10,000 flood value. It was almost like announcing that all his accumulations over countless years had been depleted in one go. However, thinking about the possible consequences of Flower Wujue entering the true dimension, still gritting his teeth, Emperor Taishu completed the payment and, by the time the balance on his panel was pumped to 0, he too was as disheveled as if he had been drained of his essence and plastered himself to the throne. Then his eyes stared grimly and incomparably at the screen. Hua Wuju's face. Hua Wuju was in deep thought at the moment. Because of this sudden appearance of white heads don't leave each other, His total flood value had now reached a whopping 2,000. Almost instantly the accumulation of countless years by others was accomplished. It is enviable and extraordinary. Associated with the 10,000 flood value that he needed to come to the true dimension, he suddenly felt as if it could easily be done without using some extreme means. But about the acquisition of flood values, he needs to probe further. What are you waiting for? Get up! Hua Wuju glanced faintly at the wretched few. Jiangli really felt that pressure disappear, and after looking internally at the changes within his body again, it was only then that he slowly got up from the floor. I know what you're going to say. You know it, and I already know it. Hua Wuju interrupted him. Jiangli froze for a moment before he was nodding heavily. As you and I agreed, I surrender my life to you to atone for the sins of hell. Next, everything that happens, I'll take care of it. Aha! Hua Wuju didn't object. This was considered to be the last act of decency for this previous Fengdu emperor, even if he is being used. But there are only results in everything. It was his fault and he had to pay for it. Master, you're awesome. Yo! The first thing Lu Mei did after she got up was to wriggle her water snake-like waist end, trying to take Hua Wuju's arm. The gazing abyss. The first empress of the profound realm was currently clenching her teeth as if she were a jealous little she-cat, staring viciously at Lu Mei on the screen. Damn it, after countless years of not seeing each other, there's still this kind of vixen pestering me after all. Ah, so angry. Liar. Scumbag. The first empress of the profound realm was unimaginative at the moment, like an angry girl next door. Sulky vented, but the next moment she was spreading her smile again. See it straight on the screen. Hua Wuju was looking coldly at Lu Mei, who was covering her face, and a clearly visible slap mark was imprinted on it. You may have forgotten that you are. Next time, you can end your life early. Lu Mei received a slap on the face, but did not show any grudges or resentment. Instead, she bit her lip lightly, not knowing what to think. Yes, master. Slave knows. What Lu Mei had in mind was simple, even a little morbid. She had long ago given up her dignity as the great emperor of Hongmeng. At the moment it was already fully committed to the role of a slave. Zhongli watched with cold eyes. He's not like the bottomless Lu Mei. He joins the regulators program, leaving behind the exploited part of the. Indeed really is thinking about hell. But the process and the result is just a little less than pretty. Armin, however, didn't pay attention to these things. He had an agreement with Hua Wuju. There was no beef between the two, even as a bet existed. What worked on Zhongli and Lu Mei doesn't happen to Armin. Armin's pale blue pupils rippled after he regained his freedom of movement, then wiped away the blood left in the corner of his eye. Take a step towards the already unconscious Anna, and then slowly withdrawing her garments. And I don't know what it's going to do. But there was one other person who was disgusted by Lu Mei's behavior, even to the point of making the man a little out of shape. The gazing abyss. The first empress of the abyssal realm was in a rage, her entire chest heaving with anger. Breathing was also shortened, and her flirtatious eyes were carrying a monstrous rage at the moment. Damn fox charming girl, how dare you steal a man from my mother? Fine, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The first empress of the profound realm smiled coldly. I'm going to make sure Lu Mei doesn't survive this copy. 5 flood values. One of the great things about Flood World Live is precisely the ability to use the flood value to sway the changes in the copy. The fate of the characters that appear inside the show is never in their hands. Instead, it's in the hands of these viewers who hold a lot of flood value. Chapter 141, You Just Want to Challenge Me. Difficulty of the game has been changed and the scripted world is being reshaped. Module change. A single copy has been made. Hua Wuju raised his eyebrows slightly, listening to the beeps coming from his ears. Silent for some time. The raised hand dropped. Single copy, immortal. Players are invited to pass this copy. Note, death within the copy results in complete death. Reward for clearing the level, depends on the level of clearing the level. Flooding the world of live platform. It's a copy of this. Great. This is going to be fun. The moderator has regained his composure and it was because he realized that although the strength Hua Wuju had shown was shocking, there was no way to come out What's there to worry about? It's hard to let him lift the sky? Hey guys, as you can see, this is a brand new copy of our flood program that we've researched. The content of the subplot has been revolutionized from the previous one, so please feel free to watch it and give the show a good review if you think it's good. The moderator spoke eloquently once again. Not many of the audience on stage gave it about him, though. Cien. It seems to be a copy of the traditional practice, but according to the urbane nature of the flood program, this copy must have a bizarre element within it. It's rather incestuous to get up. What's wrong with that? The flood program has been running for so long. What copy of the show have you seen that doesn't have shenanigans in it? Alright, let's see this first. This time, after all, there are those from the lost lands like Flower Would You so it's always going to look a lot better than before. Just as the crowd was discussing it, suddenly there was an extremely grand welcoming sound effect that rang out. It was a magnificent scene of 10,000 demons worshipping. The host on stage froze for a moment, and then showed his excitement when he reacted, rushing to meet them in one direction. Directly there the four big words special passage appeared faintly. A black-robed man with long hair and evil eyebrows slowly paced and walked out. Lord East Emperor, I'm sorry to have missed you. I'm sorry to have missed you. The host was very fawning. This black-robed man, known as the Eastern Emperor, did not look at him and, instead, he walked himself over to a white bone throne that had suddenly surfaced, condescendingly looking at the screen. It took the most forward position before all the audience seats, and in his hand, there was this odd-looking red button, in the style of a heart, it was beating slowly. East Emperor Tai, Sacred Heavenly Domain Lord Dr. Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the figure that was in front of him. A cold, chilling aura appeared in his eyes. Seems to have a sense of what's going on. The East Emperor Tai slightly sidestepped his head, the corners of his evil eyes carrying a touch of disdain. Then he withdrew his sight again, as if he was looking at a mole cricket, without any emotional fluctuation. Sacred Heavenly Domain Master Dr. Tian, breathing slightly, subconsciously exerted his knuckles and clenched his palms white. Some viewers recognized the beef between the two. The great god of the East Emperor, as an old-fashioned flood being, it's far from comparable to guys like us who witnessed the Tao later. That's the difference between innate and acquired. Rumor has it that Dr. Tian once challenged the great god of the East Emperor, but the result was that one person alone escaped the 10,000 demon sky in a sorry state. The murmurs of the people around him made Dr. Tian's face even more unsightly, especially since he was being challenged by an opponent who didn't give a damn, making his confidence even more shattered. Was he not even qualified to be remembered by the other side? Doctor's face grew more and more silent, and then he seemed to make a decision that, only to see him stand up and go to the front. East Emperor Tai Chi, long time no see. Dong Huang Tai didn't even think to raise his eyelids, just casting his eyes on the screen. You can ignore me all you want, but I won't ignore you and lose at your hands. I'm not going to make any cover-ups. A defeat is a defeat. But again, I'm not going to back down from this. I'm going to challenge you again. Dr. Tian's words were like a small stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripple after ripple. Is Dugu Tian crazy? That's the great god of the Eastern Emperor. If you can't challenge him once, you'll come back a second time. Doesn't he know that this is the flood program? Really looking for death. The great god of the East Emperor could probably crush him with one hand in the outside world. Now that the challenge is in this place, the flood program, I'm afraid it's also to gain fame. I can't see it. I've heard that people in special seats have special privileges. It doesn't necessarily mean that you'll suffer the punishment of a private drive. No, the flood program team isn't a director's dictate. Many of the rules here are laced with those set down by the great god Pangu, and the one about private fights driving away is never going to be changed. I don't know what Dr. Sky is doing this for, but if he's defeated, he's defeated. After all, it was a defeat to the innate Hongmeng true spirit, Dong Huang Tai, and there was nothing to be ashamed of. For such a little thing, it would be a waste of the opportunity to enter the program to participate in the innate chaos Tao, and the loss would be more than worth it. The audience whispered more frequently. As for what the reason was, Doctor himself knew in his heart. Dong Huang Tai's eyelids finally lifted, then moved his mouth. Not a bad idea. Too bad you don't deserve it. In the twinkling of an eye, Doctor then resumed his position. The audience clamored. It's true that spectators in special seats can use a hint of the chaos rules. The flood programmers are the ones who have completely banned rule arts. Dr. Tian's expression was ugly, and he didn't know if it was because his thoughts had been seen through, or was it because the Eastern Emperor Tai had refused his challenge. The face was green and purple after a while, eventually deflated and disheveled. He sat down in his seat and didn't bother talking about the challenge anymore. The immortal Crane three elders were so happy to see this scene. The verbal taunts didn't fall one bit short. Catching such a good opportunity, naturally, he wanted to take out his previous anger. Who knew that Doctor was suddenly standing up again? And everyone was thinking that he was going to go for another challenge when, instead, Dr. Tian arrived in front of the three immortal Crane elders. You want to challenge me? Immortal Crane Mountain Elder froze. A sardonic smile flashed across Dr. Tian's face when he saw this. Yes, as you wish. Only a white halo surged from his body, as if he was trying to unleash something. When the three immortal Crane elders saw this, their faces were shocked, and at the same time, they also carried a stifled anger. What do you mean? You can't beat East King Taichi, so you come to pick on us, right? And once Dokyoroshin makes his move, then whether they resist or not, both will be judged together as brawling parties and will be teleported away together. Dr. Tian, calm down. We didn't mean to challenge you. The three oldest cranes are in a hurry. You're in willful denial. You're just trying to challenge me. Dr. Tion's voice got louder, and the halo on his body got denser and denser. The three crane elders have traded with you for 3 flood values. Dr. Tion's figure lagged, then blinked. The halo on his body still didn't stop expanding. The 3 immortal crane elders' faces were as heavy as water. The 3 elders of the immortal crane have traded 3 flood values with you. Doctor blinks again. 3 elders of the crane. Chapter 141, Immortal Script begins. The picture on the screen had changed at the moment. The copy world had undergone an erasure, and Hua Wuju had arrived at a brand new copy of the world. As for the earlier copy, it was completely and utterly wiped to dust, and I don't know whether to say lucky or sad. As a player from the last copy, I don't know where the hell Anna came from. Followed along with this brand new copy. Shadows curl around the trees. The paths lead to traffic. The yellow hair grows on the children, and they are happy to be there. A wisp of smoke rises in the sky not far away. It's a small village spread out in a dotted pattern, with earthenware thatched roofs, the norm for almost every home. As for a little further away, it was a lofty mountain shrouded in thick fog. A few black dots could be seen scurrying back and forth among the hidden. It made a nice arc between the clouds, like a big bird with its wings spread. Hua Wuju stood quietly on a field, a hoe coming out of his hand at some point. Erniu, what's wrong with you? Get to work. Otherwise the immortals on the mountain will reprimand us. A voice pulled Hua Wuju's eyes over. Bare-chested, yellow-faced, with his hair tied behind his head, and wearing pants made of linen. On his feet, he was even wearing a pair of straw shoes and was working hard to plow through the dirt. A wave of memories flooded into Hua Wuju's mind. The man in front of him was named Dinyo, his elder brother, and the two of them lived their lives at the foot of the Green Ox sect. Food needs to be turned in on time every month, and failure to do so is penalized. You kid, you're still fuming and not doing your job. Do you want an immortal to beat you? Hurry up and work hard. I heard that in the next 2 days the immortals will be coming down to the mountain to take in disciples. You work hard and maybe they'll get a look in. Dinyo sighed softly and softened his tone a bit. After all, he was his own brother, and he couldn't bear to speak too harshly. People have to have something to look forward to. How could Bull not know that this life is bitter? But at least they have a choice. The rest of the world doesn't even have a choice. Flower Wuju pondered for a long time, associating the brief exchange with Pangu's will with the. Ultimately, it's a choice not to spoil the progress of the plot. Go on. You will find everything. You will end everything. Big brother. I know. Flower Wuju nodded and began wielding a hoe as well. But unlike Erniu, the mud on the ground seemed unable to stain the clothes on Hua Wuju's body in the slightest. But the bull seemed oblivious to this, and instead nodded his head in relief, and labored diligently again. My perspective is different from the other person's perspective. But, in order to ensure a reasonable degree of plot coherence, your cultivation is currently blocked. Cultivation is blocked. This means that items that require mana to power them are also unusable. That said, this copy of the Flood program is indeed a much better version than that forged version of Boundless Hongmeng. At least the strength isn't in the same league, but also limited. Flower Wujua's body shook slightly as she felt the chains that confined her body. Immediately cracks appeared in the chains. The ceiling is ineffective against Flower Wujui. Note that if you try to undermine the integrity of the script, as well as violate the current rules, you will lose the possibility of a perfect pass. The voice that echoed in his ears rang out once more. Hua Wuju's abyssal ink-like pupils did not ripple, and after some pondering in his heart, for the time being, he didn't bother to shatter the imprisoning chains within his body. Pangu, I am curious as to what you are trying to bring to me. Hua Wuju's mind was slightly withdrawn, and since his cultivation could not be used, his body, but it's not banned, under the shocked gaze of the bull, only to see Flower Wuju casually swing the hoe, and the hoe broke. You fellow, brute force to the crooked door. This is a farming tool distributed by the immortals. What if you break it? Dinyo looked a little anxious, but then he clenched his teeth, and a flash of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. You use mine for now, and remember, never break it again. After Dinyo handed the hoe to Hua Wuju, he walked in a direction that fade out of sight. You've obtained a prop, an ordinary hoe. Farming tools distributed by the immortals of the Green Ox sect, handed over to the slaves for cultivation. How is it not considered an immortal treasure when it is used to secure the food problem of the immortals? After all, it is something given by the immortals. Hua Wuju looked at the hoe in his hand and then at the ground under his feet, thought about it, and carried the hoe directly to the ground, and ceased to plow. And, instead, he tracked in the direction the bull had left. As for the others plowing in the field, there was a look of intolerance in their eyes, but they opened their mouths and yet, for some reason, it was closed again. Poor Yo. among the size of the other villagers plowing in the fields. They bowed their backs to themselves and began to labor again. Even though the beads of sweat on his face had covered his entire vision, he still didn't dare to stop. Armin looked at the hoe in his hand and at the big oxen urging him to plow. A nod was given, and then the labor began. He has a complete theoretical knowledge of such techniques as farming, so farming is pretty much a done deal. The only thing that made him a little uncomfortable, that is to say, the feeling of a living body again, with veins coursing freely through it. His palms, his body, reverted back to living flesh and blood. The mud on the floor reflected his face, which had become somewhat naive. Complete situational substitution? Armin thought about his current situation as he plowed. Creepy items don't work anymore. Even his original cyborg body had disappeared. He was now a complete stranger and a living human being at the same time. Ernie, I didn't think you could plow so fast. You were lazy before, weren't you? Do a good job. The fairies will be coming down in a couple of days, so maybe if they see that you're strong and capable, just bring you back to the mountains, and then our old ox family will be able to produce an immortal. Daniel said joyfully as he plowed. It's as if they work hard at plowing their fields, and then they'll be seen by the immortals and taken to the mountains. Naturally, Armin couldn't believe it in his mind. It's always only the top that oppresses the bottom, and leaves a tiny bit of hope for the lower levels. But that hope is just a candle in the wind and not worth believing in at all. So he focuses on the key to the phrase, the immortals coming down the mountain. Without realizing it, Armin had finished plowing. By now the sky had also completely fallen, and the setting sun was almost hidden in the dust and smoke. You have finished plowing the land, and the immortals are so appreciative of you that you will have a chance to be taken to the mountains. The sudden beep caused Armin's pupils to shrink slightly. After completing the plowing obviously triggers some key plot point. An immortal's reward? He's obviously done a full scout while plowing the field, but there was not the slightest hint that something was wrong. But then he realized why he hadn't noticed the immortal's presence. Because of his current body. No longer is he. Chapter 143 Murazhang. This body is too restrictive in its ability to observe. I cannot detect a presence above me. This immortal's reward. Look for the notification to be the key plotline. But what exactly was it that was rewarded for? Because of the physicality of this body, or because of something else? There is too little access to information and it needs to be done slowly. After some contemplation, Armin followed the big bull. Returned to the village with a group of croppers. The other three are making about the same progress, but there are occasional differences in the details above. Zhang Li's and Lu Mei's cultivation was similarly imprisoned, but the intuition of being a great empress, it still allowed them to discover the hidden immortal, but both are not vocal about it, especially after realizing that his body had been forcibly taken in. They are now no different from weak mortals. Only the protagonist's physique, which is overpowered, is not sealed. Sealing cultivation isn't a bug, physique is sealed along with it. But there was one man who did not receive the immortal's appreciation. That would be Anna. What's going on? Slowpoke, how long has this been going on? Everyone else has finished their work. Look what kind of work you're doing. It's a mess. Can this be plowed? Daniel accused with a displeased face. Anna was momentarily speechless, but at the same time she felt a wave of powerlessness and didn't know what to say. This wacky copy was still the first one she'd come across in a long time. Opening plowing? But she's never been exposed to this kind of knowledge. Someone who's accessed it was only in the theoretical aspect, and I never thought that a piece of land also has so many doors and ways. Okay, I'll help you along. I really don't know what you think. The immortals have been down for the last 2 days and, what kind of do you do when you're not on your best behavior? Although Daniel's mouth was unforgiving, his body was naturally already helping. Anna, after freezing for a moment, silently followed along with the plowing. She understood at least one thing, that the replica character before her, named Daniel, it should be the kindness camp, or a good person. In so many copies of her experience, almost all of the characters inside the copies were in bizarre shapes, and it was rare to see a copy like this one where they all looked like normal people. Did not receive the immortal reward this thread. Anna's chance opens up another one. However, you've earned the immortal scorn. This notice came to Anna, bewildered, as to the word immortal. Even more so, I've never heard of it. Deities, clerics, mages, necromancers. It was all the mythological systems she'd ever been exposed to, but as far as the worldview of the immortals was concerned, and yet, it's all over the place. Because of Anna's performance, viewers off-screen were left feeling so horrific. Almost no one watched her performance, and everyone's eyes always converged on Hannah Woodjue's copy, and gasp after gasp erupted. You've been given an immortal's watch. Flower Woodjue also gained a spur. Unlike appreciation and contempt, it was actually a surveillance? Why would an immortal spy on a mortal? It is puzzling. The bull came all the way out of the field, and after walking into the village the face was always in a kind of extremely tangled gloom and hesitation, finally stopping immediately in front of a large, high red door. Muramasa. The use of this house is recognized on a tall plaque in front of the front door. This is a governing body in a village. Looking at the expression on the daimyo's face, it was estimated that it was inextricably linked to the Green Ox sect on the mountain. The bull squirmed in the doorway for a while, then finally jerked his head up and pushed the door straight open and Ong stepped inside. Hana Wujue stayed behind, and Daimyo didn't have any gaps for that. Interesting, the source of chaos. Flower Wujue's abyssal ink-like pupils flashed with a flash of brightness. The house in front of him was covered with a layer of black and white intertwined chaotic mist in his eyes, which was clearly constructed with the chaos origin. A small amount of chaos also exists within the boundless Hongmeng, but this amount is ridiculously small, almost only a fraction of a chaos value here. What is abundant in the boundless Hongmeng is the Hongmeng Qi. Chaos, as a precursor to evolution, has long since dissipated. Without the slightest hesitation, Flower Wujue immediately walked up, inside the house. Ooh, bull, what are you doing here? With a prolonged yawn, a large-bellied, rich man in silk and there was no rush, no slowing down. Muramasa-sama. Daimyo stood in the courtyard. His face was instantly piled with smiles, full of flattery. You didn't knock just now, did you? So you're here for evil. The rich man known as Muramasa didn't bother with too many pleasantries and glanced away lightly. This, truth be told, it is indeed me who has wicked things. Immediately, a difficult situation appeared on Daimyo's face, but then quickly flashed a look of misery and made a smile that was worse than a cry. In that case, let's play by the rules. The rich man sat down in an old wicker chair at the entrance of the room and, while yawning, he stared at the big bull with his eyes. Yes. The bull said yes repeatedly. Then his face twitched, and after a great mental fight, taking a sharp breath, he slammed his sandbagged right fist, hard, into his knee. Puff! With a bone-cracking sound, immediately one of the bull's legs fell to his knees, and his forehead was covered with a fine, weak sweat. And the body was trembling uncontrollably. Well, that's pretty sharp. It's not over yet. Go on. Muramasa finally came to be interested, and a glint of brightness came out of his eyes. But it was a perverted flash of light. Yes. The big bull was coy, breathing heavily. His speaking voice had weakened considerably. Still, clenching his teeth, he lashed out with his right hand and hammered hard on his left leg again. Puff! Big bull is completely on his knees this time. Both legs are broken. There's something odd about this world. It's clear that Hua Wuju was wielding a hoe. It snapped open in just a moment, but this big bull was able to break his own legs with his fists, which was not something an ordinary person could do. Well, good. Muramasa licked his lips, and the teasing color in his eyes increased. On the contrary, the severe pain all over his body caused his face to turn white, and his body shook as if he were sifting chaff. Cold sweat was even dripping from his face, and his lips were bitten to the point of blood. Come on, there's more, Muramasa cried out excitedly, his tongue sticking out at the moment, but as if he were a lizard. It's bifurcated. Yes. The bull braced himself, raised his right hand with all his strength, and raised it to his right eye. The knot in his throat rolled, and the next moment, his arm snapped out to remove his eyes. A close call. A long, fair palm, unhurried, pulled down just the right amount of his. Chapter 144. So, what are you going to choose? You, Ernio, what are you following for? The bull froze for a moment, then his tone trembled a little from shock and anger. He came here precisely for him. Flower Wujue, the mediocre hoe. Obviously a very important thing. Yo, there's another one. You did evil too? Muramasa in the rattan chair asked lazily, but a steep chill ran through his eyes. No, he didn't. Look, Mr. Muramasa, the hoe is fine in his hand. It's not broken, Daimyo explained in a panic, and hurriedly tugged on Hua Wuju's arm. Lift that intact hoe up. Aha! Muramasa responded in a nonchalant manner, but a sardonic smile flashed in his eyes. True words, but, did I ask you? From Muramasa's mouth, the parted tongue extended quickly, and almost in the blink of an eye. Then he had come to the bull's eyes. The bull's heart thumped, and he knew that this tongue had come to take his eyeballs. More likely than not, it was his own life, but he also knew that he couldn't avoid it, and with his last reaction, he subconsciously pushed away Hua Wuju. Then face the incoming tongue yourself. You're going to have to answer for it here. Too bad we haven't seen Ernio yet. He was taken as a disciple by the immortals, my old cow's family. an immortal will come out. Definitely. Just as images of this life began to flash through the bull's mind, the tongue that was about to reach his eyes was yanked hard. The bull froze. Even Muramasa froze. For only the forked tongue, covered with barbs, was seen. At the moment, it was lightly tugged in the hand by Hua Wuju. What are you doing? Get off me right now. Muramasa's tone steepened in seriousness, and along with it, his pupils began to change slightly. Like the eyeballs of an animal, they change into bunched pupils. Hua Wuju's eyes were disdainful. You are talking to me. Muramasa's facade twitched, thinking that the Hana Wujue across the table wouldn't be a cutie. But he still said in a stern voice, or what? Let go of me right now, or none of you brothers will get out of here alive. Although Muramasa said so on his lips, a cold sweat was left on his forehead, for he tried to withdraw his tongue, but it was as if it were contained in a vice, and he could not move at all. The tongue was yanked right off, dragging on the ground as if it were blood-red intestines. Muramasa tore himself up, half kneeling on the ground, and covered his mouth in death. And the mouth was spilling blood. How dare you? How dare you? Muramasa stumbled over his words, his tone stern though it was, but fear did appear clearly in the pupils. How come? How could a mere mortal yank his own tongue out? Hua Wujue's face was like frost, and under the waves, he walked forward step by step, and with each next step, Muramasa then subconsciously stepped back a bit, and by the time he arrived in front of Muramasa's bloated body was already dead against the door of the room. What do you want? I'm a member of the Green Ox sect. How dare you touch me? Muramasa at the moment no longer had the same momentum he had at the beginning, as if he were a dying old dog. A sheep in wolf's clothing. And then what? Ran. Muramasa froze for a moment, as if he didn't understand why Hana Wujue was saying this. But still, he forced himself. And then you can't touch me, or else the Green Ox sect will definitely kill you two brothers, and you won't be able to get rid of them wherever you escape to. Muramasa laid down the gauntlet. Hua Wuju nodded and did not move on. Muramasa's heart was immediately pleased. It seems that what was said was useful, but did not show it on the surface. Instead, he said with a cold face, although what you did this time was excessive, it is not without the possibility of remedying it. Kneel for me now. The words were not finished. Murakasa was staring in horror as he felt a huge force coming from above his head before violently collapsing. Hana Wujue wiped her bloodstained hand on Muramasa's clothes made of satin. Then raising his palm, as if absorbing something, a milky white halo was drawn away. Source of chaos? The viewers of the flood world beyond the screen widened their eyes at once. All they get is just a little bit of flood value after a little bit of flood value. Chaos such as this, which appeared entirely in the form of the origin, could be few and far between. Naturally, the bull had no idea what this thing was, and more than likely never saw it at all. All he saw was the murder of Muramasa, but he didn't care to think about when Ernia had become so powerful. With an anxious face, he spoke. You fool, why did you kill the village chief? Our old ox family is about to be destroyed in your hands. Hinged on anger, Dinyo's body, which was already very weak, was actually able to hold on and finish such coherent words. You go, I'll stay here. Leave the village at once, and never come back. Remember, leave the incense. Dinyo also knew deep down that there was no use in making accusations at this moment, and his tone was weak, but revealed a determination. He's going to make sure Ernest never comes back. He would have to face the wrath of the Green Ox sect alone. But when I saw that Hua Wujue didn't move, anxiety once again climbed onto Dinyo's face. What in the world are you still fuming about? Do you have to let your big brother me die of anger? If the immortals find out, you won't even be able to run away. You run now, and when the immortal sect's people come down, I'll naturally explain to them that. You don't have to worry. Now go. Suddenly, an untimely voice but teasingly came from above. Explain? What do you want to explain? Shock flowed from the eyes of the big bull as he looked at a man dressed in white clothes and white robes, with an upright posture but the man with a face as ugly as a toad jumped down from the fence. Immortal. Immortal. It's all my fault. Please, let my brother go. Not caring about the severe pain on his body, Dinyo continuously kowtowed on the ground, refusing to stop. Explanation is all. It's no fun. This disciple of the Green Ox sect skimmed his lips, then slowly paced forward and he was about to head for Flower Wujue, but when he passed by the big bull, however, he suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Since you want to save your brother so badly, let's play a game. The bull froze for a moment, but immediately regarded it as a lifesaver. Hurrying to answer, he said, Immortals, feel free to command. The sinister look on this Green Ox sect disciple's face increased. The teasing in his eyes was even more undisguised. You and your brother will fight each other to the death. And the one who wins will live. The loser will have to die. Seemingly trying to make the offer more tempting. Or perhaps to make the game more interesting. He added a bit of a jackpot. If you can win, I can heal your leg injury. And even bring you into the sect and set foot on the path of immortality. So, do you still want to save your brother? Or do you want to step onto the path of immortality? Chapter 145, Hidden Mainline, Destroy the Sect. Upon hearing this toad-faced immortal's request, Daniel was visibly stunned, his lips trembling slightly. The immortals must be joking. How does this cheap life of mine deserve to go to the mountains? The bull clearly never thought he'd have the opportunity to go to the mountains one day. And that opportunity came from killing his brother. The toad-faced immortal smiled with obvious playfulness. There are various kinds of disciples who go up the mountain. If you can't be a formal disciple, you can still be a handyman. Why not? Of course. First you'll have to kill your brother. Or else you don't say you'll go up the mountain and not even alive. The toad-faced immortal suddenly sounded sinister. Under his watch, Muramasa was killed by Hua Wuju. And this kind of thing could be big or small. It depends on his mood. In a good mood, maybe, it wouldn't be wrong to let one of them go. A bad mood, that's extermination. The toad-faced immortal was visibly flooded with interest. And for some sinister consideration, a sharp longsword was thrown on the ground, laying across the center between Hua Wuju and the kneeling Daniel. Get up. This is your chance for now. The toad-faced immortal briefly restored the bull to mobility. Then slowly, he jumped back up to the fence, leaning his head and sketching a disgusted smile. The big bull's breath caught noticeably, and he swayed to his feet, the long sword in front of him, so wobbly that it seemed to be tempting the bull to pick it up. All the time, Hua Wuju was indifferent, his abysmal ink-like eyes calmly watching the scene. After a brief struggle of thought, the big bull's breath came out in a sharp lift and grabbed the longsword that lay across the ground. Yes, that's it. Kill him, and I'll raise you up as the new head of the village, and you can become an outer sect handyman disciple and a village head. What is there for you to hesitate about? The toad-faced immortal's smile grew even wider and his tone was full of temptation. Trigger hidden plot, brothers against brothers? At the instigation of the toad-faced immortal, the two brothers, who were once more than brothers in love, with the temptation to become immortal, does family love win out? Or is it profit? There appears to be few options for this question, because with enough temptation to, ethics appear to be nothing more than chains of thought. Break the chains and nothing can stop one anymore. The toad-faced immortal was very confident of his instigation, and before his eyes it seemed that he had already foreseen the end of Hua Wuju's bloodshed on the spot. The viewers of the Flood World live streaming platform thought the same thing. With such an opportunity, this great bull will surely strike out at Flower Wujue, as is always the case with the feelings of mortals. As soon as there is enough profit, it will immediately turn into a mad dog. If it had been a couple other guys, there might have been something to see. But Flower Wujue is obviously not confined by the power, and if he really dares to go up there, this Green Ox sect plus all of them won't be enough to kill him. I don't know if the Green Ox clan is enough to kill me, but if there's a source of chaos in there too, you'd have no problem letting me kill them 100,000 times a day. The audience commented in bits and pieces. Danyo's nose twitched, there seemed to be tears in his eyes, and his tone was even more choked. Ernyo, don't blame Big Brother. Big Brother is doing it all for our old Ox family. Flower Wujue seemed to have foreseen this and just watched coldly. The bull had rushed up, leaving 2 lines of tears in the corners of his eyes, and with a roar that directly lunged with his sword. The toad-faced immortal sitting on the fence looked on excitedly. The pupils instantly changed several colors, and a dark green tail poked out behind them. These people who called themselves the Green Ox sect seemed to enjoy playing with the emotions of mortals. The Muramasa who had just been killed liked to play with the pain of mortals. This current toadface likes to play with the emotions of mortals. It was very curious. What kind of a Tao did this Green Ox sect cultivate? And why were all the disciples under his door so strange looking? In the blink of an eye, Danyo had already brought his sword and bullied his way to the front, while Hua Wujue never moved. Standing with his arms folded, he didn't even bother to block. As long as Danyo slashed with his sword, he would instantly be shattered into pieces and die outright. But the bull didn't die. Flower Wujue's abyssal ink-like pupils flashed with a flash of color, and he was holding the sword handed over by Danyo in his hand. Blood flowed from the blade and trickled down to the end, turning into small beads of blood that fell to the ground. Danyo didn't choose to take a shot at Hua Wuju. He chose to stab himself in the chest with his sword, to take a shot at his own brother. He really, still couldn't do it. Ernyu, forgive Big Brother, for taking matters into his own hands. Ernyu, live well, Big Brother. Big Brother, go first. The bull's body was growing cold, but his eyes were full of tenderness, and with all his might he raised his palms up and wanted to touch Hana Wujue's face, but the arm had fallen heavily without lifting it after all. The bull is dead. Plot character Dinyo has died. Opening the main line of revenge. Main quest, destroy the Green Ox sect's entire clan. Eldest brother, who grew up together, followed his mother's dying words. The little brother who has been relying on his big brother's back has finally wielded the magic sword of vengeance. Mission completion, you can settle the rewards for this copy, and will be rated depending on the completion. If a hidden plot as well as a quest is triggered, it has additional rewards. An icy announcing voice rang in his ears, flooding the world of live platform. I can't believe it's a hidden thread. It's pretty rare. It seems that the main line of this copy is completely different, and all these things seem to have actually happened in the long light of day there. But it's different choices that lead to different results. Some eagle-eyed viewers saw it coming. The previous copies were all in a tasteless, integrated format that. This copy today is a real thing that has happened within a long period of time. Every choice leads to things going in a different direction. This Erniu, why does it feel somewhat familiar? Somewhere in the flood world, in a cave, covered in hair. The hairbeard is even more unhealthy white-gray. At this moment, turbid eyes looking at the projected light screen, but froze for half a second. The true length of time of light and light. Flower Wujue was also aware of it, but the main line, or rather the most crucial line, in fact, it's one he's going through right now. Magic sword. Interesting. Flower Wujue's abyssal ink-like pupils slightly swept, and then held the big bull's eyes shut. It was just a slow walk. Damn it, stupid dogs, how could anyone be so stupid? The toad-faced immortal who was sitting on the fence visibly blew up and cursed, and visible green scales appeared on the body. The toad-faced immortal's gaze steeped in viciousness. Kid, I'm sorry, but because of your stupid brother, I'm in a bad mood right now, so I'm just going to have to ask you to die for a bit. Chapter 146 Elder of the Green Ox Sect. Coming. The toad-faced immortal jumped straight down after that, curling his fishy maw and, like a whirlwind swooping forward. Pop. Hua Wujue gave a flat wave. The toad-faced immortal immediately flew backwards like a meteor, directly collapsing a fence. Ahem. You. That's impossible. I've learned to have immortal technique. You're just a mere mortal. How can you fight me if you can kill Muramasa? The toad-faced immortal was horrified. He had studied the immortal laws painstakingly for decades, and although he was no match for the inner disciples, but it wasn't such a bad defeat. How is that possible? With a slight sweep of Flower Wujue's eyes, the toad-faced immortal immediately felt the hairs of sweat on his body stand on end. An extreme fear filled the mind. Ignoring the dumbfounded toad-faced immortal, Hua Wujue took out the disciple token from his sleeve robe. Then it hung at his waist, and having done so, he raised his hand and swung it sparingly to the right. Moment. The dumbfounded toad-faced immortal was then slapped into a bloody mist in a kind of fearful daze. This place is really getting interesting. Every guy has the source of chaos in his body. Hana Wujue raised her palms as she had absorbed Muramasa's. A milky white light source was then stripped from the front and drawn into itself. You have obtained Source of Chaos X1. Source of Chaos can be exchanged for 50 flood values. The belated beep sounded. Flower Wujue estimated the portion of the Source of Chaos, and it could actually only be exchanged for 50 flood values. At that moment, it felt that this item, which was enough to be regarded as a supreme treasure in the boundless Hongmeng, had become worthless. The viewers of the Flood World live streaming platform were unaware of Flower Wujue's thoughts. I didn't realize that such a portion of the Source of Chaos could actually be exchanged for 50 flood values. Terrifying as it is. Scary as hell. I'd like to ask if I can be allowed to take a copy as well. Where is this a copy? It's clearly an incoming channel. Strange. Why are there so many chaos sources present in the copy? Could it be that the program group did this on purpose? But it couldn't be. If the program group had so many sources of chaos at their disposal, it would never have been possible to update to maintain such a scale, and would have long ago unified the flood. The audience whispered, their thoughts flowing into each other. The old Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Emperor's secret court also scratched his brain. There was no figuring out why there were so many sources of chaos. Something like the source of chaos had been completely absorbed when Pangu split open the heavens and the earth. And it was transformed into a brand new item like flood value. Throughout the flood world, if you want to find a piece of the source of chaos that has not been transformed into a flood value, it's no less difficult than searching for a long-extinct ethnic group. The first Empress of the Profound Realm also frowned her phoenix brows at this moment, her slender fingers lightly caressing the imperial chair. Things are going weirder and weirder, and according to the virtues of the guys on the show, if there were really so many sources of chaos inside these copies, the program would have grabbed them themselves long ago. How could they possibly keep them for the players? Indeed it does. and the copy and script have gotten out of hand in some ways. The Flood program team. The program director's breath was unsteady at the moment, and his body was constantly emitting wisps of black aura. Unpeakable fingers tapped rhythmically, then suddenly came a snort. Pangu, you're really willing to put down the money. Looks like it's the last of your treasure that's riding on him. Then I'm going to see if you're better, or if I'm playing a dangerous game. After the director of the program finished speaking, an ancient notebook appeared in front of him. The notebook flipped open, page after page blank, and he began to write and draw in it. The situation suddenly became wrong. The ground that Hua Wuju was standing on at the moment was trembling. The firmament also converged on black clouds in a flash. It's going to rain. Go home. There was a shout from outside the Murazhang's house. The people obviously didn't know what was going on in the house, and at the moment just sensed that it was going to rain, and called out to the families to go home. Damn, what's the point of going back home? Hurry up and come help. If these seedlings choke to death, we're all going to be in deep. But the crooks didn't appreciate it. Instead they talked back viciously. But it was also true that they were more concerned about the crops in the ground than the unpleasantness of getting wet. These grannies didn't make any pretense, and tada, they ran off to help. Flower Wujue was surrounded by a layer of transparent ripples. All the rainwater would bounce away as soon as it fell. Can't get close enough. It's not just any rain that falls. Bold, actually dare to kill my clan's disciples. Nyo, why don't you quickly kneel down with my father? With a roar of thunder, a hideous and weird augur circled and let out a guttural low growl. Eat more. The clanspeople are coming over tomorrow for a test. The immortals can't help but look at you. Good luck tomorrow. A simple table, 2 small plates of food, no meat, all veggies. A small bowl of rice for 1 person. That's the meal at Dinyo's house. Armin looked across the table at the bull who was restraining his desire and taking small sips of his rice. Suddenly, I felt that there was one thing I had overlooked. The great bull is so devoted to the immortals that he himself has gained their appreciation. It all came too smoothly too, like a big hand behind it had laid it all out already. Going by this pavement, tomorrow's test itself will surely be chosen to enter the sect by sodium, but one hasn't gotten a clear main quest so far, so what exactly does one have to do to complete it? Armin was acutely aware that something was wrong. Legends of the ancient Eastern countries say that an immortal can become an immortal by cutting off the 7 emotions and 6 desires. This bull is so close to the character to which I belong. It's highly likely that it's a major driver of the plot. But, how was it? Armin was in deep thought again, having realized that the big bull in front of him was an important plot character. But there is still confusion about the follow-up push. There are 2 possibilities. The immortal kills the bull, triggering the main plot. I kill the bull, trigger the main plot. But how exactly? Or until tomorrow? Armin paused in thought, then began to pick at the white rice. 2. There's something inexplicably delicious about feeling this long overdue return of your taste buds, even if it's just a sparse vegetarian dish. The meal was soon over. Big Bull and Armin went to bed separately. Stay until the latter part of the night. The Big Bull's snores were loud, but Armin was out of bed. It's just a little dirt hut, with 2 brothers sleeping on the bed, and hardly any need to move around much. Just walk the whole house. Armin carefully felt his way to the stove with his observations from the meal. Chapter 147, Bone Altar. Big Bull's killing intentions. Dinyo's house is very simple. Nothing of note at a glance. But sometimes the details are hidden in these unassuming objects. Like that old rustic stovetop at the moment. Armin was in the place of the stove, and felt toward it for a moment. And the charred, blackened coals that. It soon stained his hand, accompanied by a sickening touch, as if he had touched some liquid. But he was oblivious to this and continued to probe carefully. At mealtime, everything was fine. But there was a problem with the amount of smoke being spit out of the cooktop. The bull stuffed 3 sticks of firewood into it, but the cooker didn't emit smoke outward, which is impossible. Armin observed this while the bull was cooking. At first glance there is nothing wrong with sparking lit firewood, but the problem is precisely in the problem itself. This is not the latter days with modern technology. Firewood is bound to produce smoke unless it burns perfectly, but the possibility of perfect combustion is not met here, not even pressed into service. Then there is only one outcome. There is something in the stovetop that swallowed all that smoke. That in every way Bull behaved like a normal human being, and that he and Bull were blood brothers. If the Big Bull doesn't suffer when he cooks, then he, and the character he currently plays, the second Bull, must not be adversely affected either. Armin's groping arm gave a lurch, and he found, with a cold touch, a rounded Wang altar, which he took out. Ordinary earth embryo material, but with a smoothness and sturdiness inconsistent with earth embryo. There's something else mixed in there. It is impossible to argue anything from mere appearance alone. However, The weight of this wangtan is roughly 2 kilograms, and what's inside is likely to be something like ashes. Armin didn't open the odd altar without a fight. The mere appearance of it leads to a conclusion that is roughly in line with the truth. If it's ashes, why are they in the stove? And whose ashes are these? Armin thought darkly in his mind, associating his obsession with becoming immortal with the performance of Dinyo. The owner of this altar of ashes must have been part of this family. It's certainly disrespectful to put ashes in the hearth, but the point is, this is likely not your average altar. Armin had not forgotten that the smoke that was supposed to have been produced could have disappeared into thin air. It would be absolutely impossible to have nothing to do with this altar. The ancient Orient had a tremendous regard for filial piety, and the ashes of whomever. Putting it on the hearth would undoubtedly be disrespectful to the departed, and there was no need for Dinyo to specialize in making such a fine altar if it was an enemy of the. Then it could only be a blood relative. It is possible to make a man like Dinyo, who values affection so highly. There must be some extremely important reason for enduring the pain of placing the urn on the hearth. This could very well be the key to this script. You have obtained the key item of the plot, Bone Altar, the wail of the dead, which endures, and the last words of the dying, which make it hard for posterity to sleep. An ethereal ray of hope is enough for future generations to dedicate everything to it. Note, you have unlocked a new status. Big Bull's killing intent. Armin's pupils constricted slightly, and his afterglow looked at the bed, which was heck no longer occupied. Only the tilted moonlight from the window shone on the dirt bunk. What are you doing? Icy words came. The bull stood behind him like a tower of iron, his face as if the emotion had been wiped away. All that was left was cold, and the moonlight just shone on his side, adding to the coldness. With such a look, it was a far cry from the Dinyo of the daytime, especially in those pupils. There was an icy cold killing intent flashing. Where did this killing intent come from? If it's because of this altar, since it's Dinyo's kin, then it's his kin, too. Why did the bull react so badly, even to the point of bursting with murderous intent? You know, Dinyo had pinned all his hopes of becoming immortal on him. Why would you do that because of an altar? Just unleash murderous intent on him. If that's the case, the big bull is far less simple than he appears to be. He is by no means an ordinary crook. Armin's mind raced, and finally calmly set the altar down gently, then turned around and, there seemed to be tears in the corners of his eyes. Big brother, why didn't you tell me? Why did you turn us? Speaking of which, Ernyu, played by Armin, had sobbed uncontrollably, and clung to that bone altar with a death grip that, snot and tears. Dinyo froze at the sight, then pursed his lips and his eyes instantly reddened. Ernyu, don't blame Big Brother for treating our mother like this. Big Brother also has unspeakable secrets that he can't talk about. The big bull's voice also trembled a little, and the look on his face did not seem in any way to be a forgery. It's truly genuine. So it's mother. Armin silently memorized this detail as he continued his tearful performance. Sure enough, he bet right. The reason why the bull bursts into a killing spree is most likely because things are not as simple as they seem. The second bull can't see this altar, or it will trigger the big bull's scales. There must be unseen secrets. Either Ernyu knows something, and if he sees this altar, he'll immediately understand that and understanding things is not in favor of the bull. Either that or it's the other way around, and Ernest doesn't know any secrets that. However, Armin was the second bull at the moment but accurately found the location of the bone altar, which made the big bull think that Armin most likely knew something, and that's why there was a killing intent surfacing. So the breakthrough. It's only a gamble that he and Bull are really blood brothers, betting that the altar was really their kin, and betting that the big bull couldn't get a hold of it, and whether the second bull really knew something, betting on the big bull, not willing to reveal the current state of affairs. Luckily, Armin made the right bet. The bull's murderous intent stems from only one secret, and this secret is known to Ernyu, who will behave abnormally. But Armin's performance puts that doubt to rest for the bull. Then things get easier. Ernyu, here, it's about time we let you know. The bull huffed and sat down on a dirt bench, greeting Armin as he went over. Armin hugged the bone altar to death, then sat down next to the bull. He was incapable of resisting, and it was better to go along with the big bull at the moment, and that bull would never really want to kill Armin. After all, he was counting on Armin being inducted into the immortal sect. How can you just kill it? Since Armin acted like he didn't know the secret hidden in the bull's heart, so the big bull is acting like this, just to cover up the truth with another lie. I put our mother there for a secret of coming back from the dead. Chapter 148, Hatred. The Great Bull's Reluctance. Big brother, Ernyu, played by Armin, looked at Dinyo with a dumbfounded expression, and it was like being hit with the amount of information in that one sentence. What secret? Armin's heart, on the other hand, could not make waves. If he was right, This secret must have something to do with Xian. And what the bull is saying won't be the truth. It's a different version of what's been trimmed. Our mother is still alive. Danyo's tone was extremely certain, a gleam in his eyes, and one hand gently stroked the bone altar. Armin thought to himself, how are we going to resurrect them, when they've already turned to dust? It must be with the help of weird powers. I'm afraid it won't be Mother who comes back to life, but another creepy creature. This is presumably the main thread of this copy. Danyo, in order to resurrect his mother, made Ernyo worship the clan, and he himself possessed some means of. It is possible to resurrect Mother, but all this requires the cooperation of Ernyo. Really? Our mom is still alive? Armin pretended to be surprised, and then ecstasy welled up on his face. I have to say that Armin is doing a fabulous job with all the micro-expressions while playing his role. Not the slightest hint that anything was amiss. Everything seemed so natural. The bull was pleased with Armin's reaction, and after a pleased look, and a little sadness, only then did she continue, when our mother suffered that great disaster, she left our brothers behind, leaving us to be motherless children for so long, she said, but our mother didn't mean it. It's not easy for our mother to keep us alive when we're in the middle of something like that. Before our mother died, she instructed me to take good care of you and make sure to worship the immortal sect. Armin didn't move. He didn't take it lightly, just letting the bull speak for himself. The bull didn't have to let Armin pick up on it, or he wouldn't have thought that this brother next to himself had long since ceased to be his Ernyu, so what he uttered was known to both of them in common. There's no need to get all paranoid. The bull didn't suspect Armin, or maybe he hasn't gotten to the real secret yet. Our father, an immortal. The big bull's eyes were filled with pride as they flashed with essence. Armin did connect the dots for a split second. The copy begins inexplicably with the attention of the immortals. Danyo always intentionally or unintentionally spoke of the immortal gate. It's the same as saying that everything is because of this. If the bull is not lying in this matter, then the unseen father of this, I'm afraid it won't be good. Otherwise, their mother wouldn't have become the altar in front of them. Sure enough, Danyo's expression became despondent next. But our father, back then, was attacked by enemies, he said. Dead. Our family fell apart, too, when you were too young to remember. That's why Big Brother is urging you daily, just so you can worship the immortal sect at this time. Armin cooperated by slightly opening his mouth wide, full of astonishment, even to the point of being a bit excited. Big Brother, are you saying that our enemies are in this Green Ox sect? Armin was sure of it now. That incident of that year, as described in the mouth of the Great Bull, speaks of their being sought by their enemies. The near miss, but that shouldn't be all. First of all, the existence of the altar is not explained, nor is why it is so. Danyo, consciously or unconsciously, had already pulled this topic into the matter of seeking revenge. Armin followed the bull's words precisely. The bull was pleased with Armin's demeanor, and seeing that the effect of his words had reached now that's putting out an important message. Ernyu, remember, you have a spiritual root. You're different from everyone else. You were born to go up the mountain and become an immortal. You were born to live forever. It is true that our enemy is in the mountains, but he is old, and he has not the means to move forward anymore. You are still young. You must work hard to cultivate, and when you have accomplished your cultivation, you must not forget to avenge your father and mother. Armin manifested his grief and immediately nodded in response. The mind is circling 2 points once again. Spiritual roots are supposed to be similar to some kind of aptitude gift, used to distinguish ordinary people from one another. So much for why Big Bull is certain he can get in, or why he keeps mentioning it both consciously and unconsciously. The second point is that their enemies are very strong, and just because Bull is so emotionally oriented, if the strength of this enemy was average, Danyo would definitely not have covered up as much as he did now, to the point of not even mentioning his name. But then the quirkiness of this copy rears its ugly head. The bond between the two brothers may seem close, but deep down in their hearts, the bull was definitely hiding something important in his heart. Armin's mind was leaning towards the idea that the character he was playing was actually a puppet of the bull, and this bone altar in front of him, which the bull kept not for resurrection. I'm afraid it's for some kind of evil, weird power, kindred spirits. Oh, Armin never believed in the fragile feelings between humans, no matter how sincere the bull may be in what he says. To Armin's thinking the end was quickly discovered. The big bull was just too excited about the fact that he was getting revenge, and yet, what he does is so understated. Being a crop farmer in a village day in and day out, he never mentions revenge in his day-to-day life. It was only when he discovered the bone altar that he brought it up again, so just in time. The whole bone altar thing, there must be another being who knows. Armin was certain in his mind. The murderous intent the bull developed upon realizing he had the bone altar was genuine. There was only himself and him in the room, so this killing intent couldn't be directed at anyone else, could it? The bull thinks he's already had contact with the being but that being didn't tell itself about the core, so that's why the big bull is here for real. The bull's mind still favored a solid cooperation between himself and that being, or else, Armin isn't really that easy to fool. By virtue of the bull's incendiary words, Armin had realized what the bull was thinking, that the being had made contact with his own, but instead, it just referred things to mother, doesn't tell the core things, and referring to the bone altar. Daniel had obviously thought about these words for a long time, but never said anything, and did not bring up the matter of revenge. He obviously thought it was authorized by the being, to let Erniu, on the eve of his immediate entry into the clan, know that the matter of revenge exists. Why does the bull keep resisting? Armin was a little puzzled. If this whole revenge thing had been planned a long time ago, the sooner he told wouldn't that be the more likely to inspire one's own grief? Why would you have to open your mouth and tell as you do now? I know, big brother. I'll definitely work hard on my training. Then our mother. What the hell does it take to come back to life? Armin inquired impatiently, as if he had learned of a deep grudge. A filial son who desperately wants to do something for his parents. Danyo didn't say anything for a moment, just brought that bone altar over and lifted the lid. Chapter 149, When you go up the mountain, forget about me. The lid was opened. The temperature in the room plummeted, as if something had come out, was lying on the brothers' shoulders, watching them silently. Armin's heart fluttered. There were no lights in the room, but it still didn't stop the feeling of a gusty wind. If there's a candle flame on the table now, it must be fluttering. Something came out. Algernon felt a chill stabbed into his ear, and his physical self reacted by goosebumps already. He didn't panic, though. Instead, they are calm and collected. Sure enough, that bone altar is some sort of medium used to summon weird powers. Once this altar is opened, mediums with bizarre powers will appear and in its current state, the creepy doesn't actively hurt people. Maybe it's the big bull doing the controlling. If I'm right about this, the big bull is going to go along with it next and to prove to himself the possibility of resurrecting his mother, a creepy one similar to a dead man in life. Armin's mind raced, analyzing calmly. But the expression that should have been made on his face was not the slightest bit different. He first stared with wide eyes, pupils slightly contracted, then gulped and turned your head slowly in fear. Sure enough, there was an unidentified creepy, with a waxy face and lax pupils. It's floating there silently. The bull reached out his hand, with gentle eyes, to touch the unidentified, eerie, roughly modeled palm of this, but it just flopped. Erniu, see, our mother is still alive. Our mother needs us. The bull fell back and withdrew his hand, but his eyes burned with fire and the blazing heart seems to melt all the obstacles that stand in its way. Nothing could stop Dinyo from wanting to resurrect his mother. Mother. It's really mother. Armin's gaze was frozen, tears dripping from the corners of his eyes like a kite on a broken string, his voice choked with sobs. Haphazardly, he reached out, but only lunged at the air. Brother, what am I going to do? How is mother going to live? Armin, his voice sad, turned his head and shook the bull. Dinyo's eyes were red and swollen, and he wiped the corners of his eyes, which was to hug Armin. Nyo, don't be in a hurry. All we have to do now is wait, and tomorrow, you must be brought up to the clan. Don't worry, our mother will definitely come back to life. Armin nodded his head in response, and the two brothers cried out in pain together. Then each went back to bed and slept again. Armin had a sleepless night, and the big bull's purring hadn't reappeared. It was clear to Armin that the information that could be probed at the moment was at its limit. It's not easy enough to come up with these words, and it would be counterproductive to engage in further condescension. That's about the limit of the information that can be known at this point in time. Denyo didn't want to tell how to resurrect Nyang, and if he himself proceeded to pursue the matter again and again, Denyo would definitely be suspicious. But it wasn't unproductive, and at least one more thing was established. There is no way for the bull to communicate frequently with that other being who knows about this. Regarding the other being, it could be human or it could be tricky. If one will be sent to the clan next, it is likely that we will encounter another being here. Armin rolled over, right up against the window. The moonlight tilted overhead, shining in front of him. Suddenly, his pupils snapped, and the moon above his head turned into a full moon. Armin habitually captures all the information he sees and guesses. Even though the information might not be useful, he would still keep it in mind. For example, the moon out there right now. It's no different than a normal moon. It's light white. It looks like yellow from the ground. It can't be some red moon or anything. But here's the thing. At nightfall, Armin took a special look at the moon and it is to determine the yearly changes in this world. The moon was clearly waning at that time. How could it suddenly become a full moon over time? This is not a normal phenomenon. The change from a waning moon to a full moon. The counterpart is the rapid passage of time and tides. Ancient people would often determine the seasons based on various celestial events, such as the snowy weather that signaled a good year. Another example is the Earth Dragon rollover. Behind all sorts of things that are symptomatic, there is a connection to the heavens. The waning moon overhead suddenly turned full, signaling that something big must have happened. This matter is likely to have a direct impact on the current situation. Something must have changed, as far as one can see for oneself. These villagers are behaving like normal humans, and what the full moon represents must have something to do with the so-called immortals on the mountain. The waning moon signifies that an event is not over, that things are still evolving. The full moon, on the other hand, signifies that the matter is complete and there are no longer any stumps. Armin didn't infer from the weather that the setting here was namely the ancient Orient. The changes in time represented by the full and waning moons do not apply here, and are not represented by anything in particular at all. Most directly related to the moon are the tides, but there are no rivers here, so no inferences can be drawn from that. Since it can't be analyzed from a traditional worldview, it has to be supplemented from the other side. For example, some cryptic representations. Strange powers are always unexpected and impossible to judge by common sense. To understand the logic of weirdness, you have to step outside your own circle of perception. Armin is now doing exactly that, abandoning the traditional senses of the human world. Turning to a fresh perspective to speculate on possible changes. Something big might be happening on the mountain. This is likely to be very much related to one's mainline. All depends on what happens tomorrow. Armin had a very strong feeling that something big is bound to happen tomorrow that will affect the current situation. Denyo's attempt to resurrect his mother might take a sudden turn. This leads to a completely different course of events. Ernyu, still up, can't sleep. Jiang Li's face was expressionless. His body was turned back to the moonlight, unable to reflect his face. There was an extremely strong threat in his heart. It was unexpected that the bull could say such a thing, because mind you, he had his eyes closed the whole time, totally and truly faking sleep. It didn't take long for the big bull beside him to start snoring after he got into bed, but it was during this latter part of the night that the bull, as if by a ghostly act of pinpointing Jiang Li's current fake sleep, not talking. Ugh, I know you're missing your mother. Ernyu, go to sleep. Get a good night's sleep so you'll have energy for tomorrow. And it's only then that you'll be more likely to be picked by the adults on the mountain. Old Ox's family, it's all up to you. Denyo didn't say anything about the fact that Jiang Li remained silent, as if he was really asleep. Instead, he talked to himself. When you get to the mountains, forget about me. Chapter 150, The Other Presence. Jiang Li didn't move, but his heart was flooded with curiosity and he couldn't help but raise his attention. But he remained silent. Jiang Li asked himself that there was nothing broken, and that the big bull was currently acting like a mere mortal. There's nothing that could possibly be found. So he made up his mind he wouldn't talk. No matter how much the big bull tried, Jiang Li would not reveal the slightest crack. Jiang Li's silence made it seem as if Denyo had no desire to continue speaking. There was some movement at his side, as if the bull was lying down again. But Jiang Li could feel it. One pair of eyes was staring firmly into his face, scrutinizing him. That distance seems like it's only a piece of paper away. The distance was so short that he could even feel the other man's nostrils. A few moments passed. The sense of scrutiny subsided, and came the voice of the big bull muttering to himself. I guess I was wrong about that. It's not like Ernyu to actually fall asleep. The sound is very small, but Jiang Li still heard it. The bull got out of bed, and there was a sizzling sound, and something like an altar that was put on the table. That sound is very recognizable. A whing sound, and then what lid was opened. The temperature in the room plummeted. Jiang Li was shocked in his heart. He actually sensed some kind of ghostly aura that only hell would possess. What's going on here? This is a true dimensional junction. Things from hell can't penetrate at all. So where did this ghostly aura come from? Is it hard to believe that this so-called flood program team has actually been able to replicate the hellish ghost chi? But soon the idea was vetoed by him. The hellish ghost energy can never be duplicated by the rest of the rules, because this is something that can only be produced by the unique will of the earth. The rules of the earth. The rest of the existence outside of any of the others. If they want to copy the hellish ghost chi, even if they can imitate 90% of it, it is also absolutely impossible to imitate 10%. But right now, what he felt was clearly the purest hellish ghost chi, without a hint of faking. These are the ghosts in the hellish cycle of reincarnation. Interesting, looks like that asshole over there got what happened when the 9 heavens and 10 earths were still around. Wanting to get something out of it, counting on my hell, really looking for death. Jiang Li was furious in his heart and vaguely guessed the intention of the program team. A long time ago. That is, the boundless Hongmeng seated monitor, who once said in his own words about the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, this 9 heavens and 10 earths was not as narrow as he made it out to be. It is limited only to the boundless chasm. The true 9 heavens and 10 earths were a combination of the boundless Hongmeng and the flooded worlds. The boundless Hongmeng is the 10 lands, and the 10,000 realms of the flood are the 9 heavens. In that change of heart back then, the ultimate victor was the 9 heavens, and the ultimate loser, they were exiled from the 9 heavens along with the 10 lands. Since then, the true and false 2 dimensions have appeared. The boundless Hongmeng and the flooded worlds had finally replaced the original 9 heavens and 10 earths. Jiang Li wasn't very clear about the changes back then. It's just vaguely clear that there are some false facts. That's why he was so compelled to join the Monitor's Ascension program. It's about hell and heaven. It was a cause and effect of existence and non-existence. There was no way for Jiang Li to gamble. He had to see it. He had to destroy it with his own hands. Otherwise, when the other side of karma blooms, existence is tainted with karma on both ends of the other side of the river blossom and fail with the flowers. Everything no longer exists. Just as various thoughts collided violently in Jiang Li's mind, the big bull was looking after himself. With a long sigh. Mother, bear with me a little longer. By the time tomorrow comes, Ernia will surely be admitted to the Green Ox sect, and at that time, we brothers will definitely resurrect you. Mother, wait a little longer. No one responded to the bull. Perhaps the only response was the cold wind whistling through the window. Some more time passed. Denyo suddenly put the lid back on, and a sizzling sound came from it. Jiang Li felt that Denyo should have put that back. The bull should be coming back to bed. But he didn't. Jiang Li continued to watch the developments, slightly opening a small slit that was almost completely invisible. But opening it like that made his heart tighten, because it was right in front of him. Denyo's icy face, which was very different from that of the daytime, was staring at him coldly. The distance between the two was not even as thick as a sheet of paper. The bull suddenly laughed, but the laugh was extremely creepy and, it's like catching some kind of mouse in hiding. Jiang Li did not move. He bet the bull didn't notice. Sure enough, the bull just smiled sorrowfully, and then he was out of sight again. I don't know who he was asking, but I just vaguely saw him facing the wall. Denyo, you still don't believe me. I told you I would bring your mother back to life. Can't you honor part of your promise first and let me out for some air? The voice was full of strangeness, not at all like something coming from a big bull, but he and Denyo were clearly the only 2 people in the room. Who's the bull talking to? And who's talking to the bull? Someone soon responded to the voice. Jiang Li clearly saw that the big bull's neck rotated 180 degrees. Then another change of tone. Our deal hasn't been finalized. So naturally, there's no such thing as cashing in early. Whenever my mother comes back to life, when will you come out? You will not come out one step until my mother is resurrected. The bull's neck swivels again. It really is. Okay, you'll just have to wait and see. With this spirit root I got for your brother. Definitely could be by those cuties tomorrow, as a treasure. Just wait until you see your brother sent up the mountain. The neck rotates again. I hope so, and if you lie to me, I'll jade with you. Big Bull's voice is very recognizable. It can't exactly be described as a sound, but more so as a timbre. Although both voices spoke from the same mouth, the tones were completely different. It's like 2 tones. One is thicker, one is sharper. I'm really convinced. Other people become immortal by killing their closest relatives first, then their wives and children, and then the bystanders. I went through a lot of trouble to get you a spiritual root, and you gave it to your brother without batting an eye. What about yourself? Let's talk about resurrecting your mother. Obviously you planted your own spiritual roots, then went up the mountain and resurrecting your mother was much easier. You preferred to give your brother the spiritual root, and overdrawn your own life to sustain it until your mother was resurrected. I see you're almost dead too, so I really don't know what the figure is. The presence of the shrill voice was clearly mocking. It seemed to be extremely disdainful of the big bull. Denyo's voice, on the other hand, was unusually cold. I'd love to, by virtue of him being my brother, by virtue of me being his big brother, by mother's dying breath, she must ask me to take care of Erniu. I'm his only and last family in the world. Chapter 151, Killing Your Brother. Lu Mei's side encountered a similar situation. She didn't recognize the hellish ghostly aura, though, but rather the second time the bull tried to kill the bull. It's a shame. Lu Mei failed. Ahem. Lu Mei coughed up blood, covered her abdomen in death, and collapsed unwillingly. She actually lost to a mortal, even if it is a copy. But being the former lord of the creepy Hongmeng universe was also an absolute disgrace. Her chi and blood attacked her heart, and coupled with her physical injuries, she directly fainted. Danyo, on the other hand, was coldly looking at Lu Mei, who had fallen to the ground. The expression turned evil for a moment and then softened. Ernio, go to sleep. Just get some sleep. As the only other human in this copy, Anna isn't doing so well. She also tried to gather observations about this copy, but since she didn't find the bone altar, very little was gained. It was even suspected by the Big Bull. Unlocked new status, Big Bull's doubt. Anna spent the night safely under the water that the bull had perhaps intentionally, or perhaps unintentionally, let go of. The bull didn't snore any on this night. Anna, on the other hand, was always restless, feeling the increasingly strange changes in the main line of, as well as the spiritual impact suffered earlier. There was a hidden tendency to collapse. The shock that Flower Wujua had brought to her earlier had been too great, and the scene that followed in changed it also transcended all her perceptions, but clearly she had slowed down earlier. I didn't realize that on this night it was somehow like it was magnified a million times over. It made her breath catch and her body sweat even more all the time. But whatever it is, these four people, Armin, Zhongli, Lu Mei, Anna, they all lived to see the next day. Armin stepped out of the house in succession with Dinyo in the morning's early light. The busy croppers are also coming out of their houses one after another. Passing by Big Bull and Armin were saying hello. Armin replied one by one, with short clothes and short shirts. All of them carried their hoes together, talking and laughing as they walked toward the crop field. It's been a good year. There's been no disasters. There's enough food. Hey, maybe there's some left over? The topic of discussion among the croppers always centered on food, and from time to time a burst of laughter erupted. It seemed that this year's crop had made them happy, and the Big Bull always smiled. But suddenly someone else turned to the bull and asked, Danyo, you've been in the village for more than 10 years, and if I remember correctly, is the second cow 16 today? There was a trance in the bull's eyes before he nodded. Well, the second cow is indeed 16 today. The crofter who asked the question had a smile on his face. I thought when you two brothers came to you were only 5 or 6 years old, and Ernia was even more of a brat, so I didn't realize that in the blink of an eye it was also time to start a family. Ernia, according to the relationship between our village and the Green Ox Immortal Sect, as long as one reaches the age of 16, you'll have a chance to worship the Immortal Sect, and an immortal will personally test you. If you get looked at, you can fly, but it's not exactly a test. The fairies have come down in the last few days and have to look at all the aspects of these 16-year-olds. Character. The only ones in our village who are of age this year are Ernio and Uncle Wang, and the 3 in Uncle Li's family. Danyo nodded his head repeatedly. Yes, when mother left, she kept chanting, how nice it would be to have an immortal in the family. The crofter replied back, becoming an immortal is naturally good. The difference between the immortal and the mortal is like mud and clouds. 2 oxen. If you become immortal, don't forget us bitter hags. The crowd roared with laughter. Ernio, also known as Armin, scratched his head in embarrassment and, the shyness of a teenager is portrayed in the best possible way. Uncles and brothers, Ernio is a rough man. Whether he can be recognized or not is still a different matter. Even if I can, don't worry, as long as I'm still alive, we'll all be counted as one. I won't even forget it. The crowd laughed again. Then the crook who had asked the question in the first place, to the astonished and shocked eyes of the crowd, slowly removing his skimpy sweatshirt, he was suddenly transformed into an eccentric immortal in a white robe with a face like a toad. Greetings, immortal. The crooks bent their heads and knelt in awe. The toad-faced immortal seemed to be very flattered by this, and only after a moment of modesty did he allow the crowd to rise. Armin's mind said that it was true that, at that time, the immortal's reward for not from a hidden immortal, because immortals are always around, but since he didn't know much about the worldview of this copy, he just had this one guess. I didn't think it was true. Immortals, even if they have weird powers, but if it's an all-encompassing surveillance, why is it that they are rewarded in favor of their own plowing? For this immortal standard of judgment, Armin now has the following 3 guesses. First, it is not true that the immortal's supposed view of character is possessed of another aspect of, maybe it's screening backgrounds or maybe it's an investigation. Secondly, the immortal had an item on his person that resembled a test that, it can be a good way to view the difference between regular people and special people. Thirdly, he's being watched, the Big Bull's plan, by someone in the clan who's also aware of it. He remains in a daze as a pawn in it. Ernio, let me ask you this, are you joining my Green Ox Immortal Sect? The toad-faced immortal looked at Armin with a smirk on his face. Armin didn't hesitate. According to the main plotline, he had to say yes. Both Bull's words last night and his own guess as to where the main threat is, neither allowed him to refuse. Immortal, I am willing to worship the clan. Armin's face was frenzied, and excitedly kneeled on the ground and kowtowed 3 times in a row. This is the most direct way for simple croppers to show their appreciation. As the saying goes, kneeling to heaven and earth is kneeling to one's parents, and aren't the immortals heaven to them? Kowtowing is even used as the best sign of respect. The toad-faced immortal narrowed his eyes slightly, grinning as he pulled Armin up and, then while touching his hand, he said, "Get up, get up. Why are you so polite? In the future, we are all fellow disciples and immortals. There's no need to be so outgoing." Armin shook his head with a sincere expression. "Elder brother is joking. Even if I become an immortal with my senior brother in the future, my senior brother will always be my guide." Ernie bears this in mind, and this is by no means a polite. That's what the second cow should do. Many thanks to senior brother for his appreciation. I've already tested your spirit root. 3 spirit roots. It's considered to be the best. In time, there will be some achievements, and you can even enter the inner sect. But, there's one more thing you need to do before you enter the clan. Elder brother, please, kill your brother. The smile on the toad-faced immortal's face grew thicker with a cat and mouse-like teasing. Chapter 152 Ernie, big brother is sorry. This request came out. The surroundings fell silent for a moment. Even a pin falling to the ground was clearly audible. Those kneeling croppers have helpless faces, but can use their eyes to encourage Ernie. They are all aware of this last step. If you want to become immortal, you must kill your next of kin. This is an important step in severing the immortal from the mortal. What? Is senior brother not making fun of me? Armin's eyes widened and his breath caught slightly. Will a younger brother who has been carefully cared for day and night, and who is now being told to kill his own older brother with his own hands? That extreme ambivalence is on display. No, I'm not kidding you. This is what every disciple on the mountain has to do. A word of advice from elder brother. You can't afford to back down in this situation. If you kill your brother, you can become an immortal, cut off from mortals from then on, and become an immortal admired by mortals. Elder brother was like you at the time, and after learning of this request, although he was very reluctant and sad, but it's time to kill. Elder brother has a little advice for you that will make you feel better. After you kill your brother, you cut out his heart and ate it so that he could live inside you. The toad-faced immortal licked his lips as he spoke as if recalling something delicious. If you don't want to eat it, or if you let elder brother eat it for you, that's fine. Mortal hearts are the most delicious. It's hard to imagine this coming from an immortal, especially this image of him that is so out of place with the world's image of immortals. With a face like a toad and a body like a man, it's as grotesque as a monkey. Armin turned a deaf ear, but remained dumbfounded, hot tears welling up in his eyes, and shaking his head back and forth. Said nothing but refused to do so. Ernie, kill me, and remember that our old ox family produced an immortal like you. Very proud. Big Bull's performance was much more subdued, and his eyes were full of relief that there was no fear of death to be seen at all. Rather it was a relief. No, big brother, I can't, how can I Ernie yelled in grief. The toad-faced immortal was now annoyed, and impatiently pushed Ernie away. Ernie, remember, a good heart can never set foot on the path to immortality. You can't lay a hand on. Elder brother came to help you. You may hate me now, but you'll thank me later. You should treasure this opportunity. You're the only one in the whole village with a spiritual root this year. If you don't seize the opportunity to go to the mountain, are you going to be like these mortals, wasting away for a year and returning to dust? Earth to earth? Think it over. There's a difference between immortals and mortals, even if you don't kill your brother now. But what about 10 years? What about 20 years? What about 30 years? But what about waiting for a year to pass? Your big brother, your next of kin that you can't lay your hands on right now, aren't they still going to be reduced to a hunk of dirt? You kill them now, to prove the way for you, so you can have a better future. Or else, you're worse than a dog handyman. The toad-faced immortal splintered and exploded with murderous intent, and with a flutter of his sleeve robe, a long, chilly sword came out. Don't, senior brother please, don't kill my brother. Armin clung to the toad-faced immortal in an attempt to stop him, but it was clearly impossible to. The difference in power between immortals and mortals was too great, and the toad-faced immortal didn't pause in his footsteps for a second, dragging Armin directly forward. Seeing that she couldn't physically stop it, Armin just grabbed the longsword and, the longsword was obviously specially forged, and as soon as his hand cupped the ends, he immediately felt a coolness, and blood flowed out of the wound. What are you doing? Let go. It's poisoned. The toad-faced immortal was shocked and hurriedly put his sword away, and Armin was feeling a wave of dizziness at the moment, a blur before his eyes. Then he fell straight down, and vaguely felt that someone had shoved something into his mouth. Armin's mind was relieved that he wasn't taking any chances. The reason the bull was so calm was that Armin didn't believe he was willing to be killed. Or maybe the big bull appears to have been killed, but actually has a backhand. But in either case, Armin is all about carrying out his image as a loyal brother to the hilt. Such details may seem to have little bearing on the big picture. There can be times when it might just influence a person's decision. It was clear to Armin that since this toad-faced immortal could say such a thing, then even if he didn't kill himself, he would surely do it for him, and in the process, whether he accepts it openly, or stops it with all his might and faints with grief, are two entirely different concepts. The frank acceptance only shows that there is no love or justice in his heart, but only a desire for profit. In conversation with the bull last night, the bull had an agreement with him, and there was no way he couldn't have expected a situation like today's. Armin was well aware that he was too weak for his own good. There's simply no way to do something special to affect a plot change. And emotions, the only thing that doesn't require a lot of ability to, just something that can be carried out to maximize impact. Armin did it on purpose. He was going to let the emotion disrupt the bull's mind. Big Bull must have a crazy plan in mind. This brother of his plays an important role in this. Don't look at the big bull now treating him like a treasure in the palm of his hand. But Armin is all but not going to believe a single bit of it. The fact that the bull has such a plan means that he has, for his brother, there is a certain acceptance. Whatever the ending, whatever is going to be done to this brother of his, he was prepared for all of it, and for all the purposes that Bull did this. Or maybe it was just to make Ernio have an extremely genuine brotherly love for him. Either way, all this icing on the cake of Almond's play is enough to kill two birds with one stone. The toad-faced immortal was going to take him to the mountain, and there was absolutely no way he was going to die. It's the same as saying a wave like this comes down. Armin did it straight out of nothing. A little seed. Later in life it may grow to be a great tree that influences the balance. Daniel was also clearly stunned by this reaction from Armin, and a flash of pain flashed through his eyes as he, but soon it was all hidden again. Ernio, stop being capricious. Sooner or later, Big Brother will die. Kill me. Stop it, Big Brother. Proud of you. Daniel suddenly rushed up and snatched the sword from the toad-faced immortal's hands. At the toad-faced immortal's playful look, the sword was placed in Armin's hand and then driven through his chest. The bull is dead. A large hole was pierced through his chest, and hot blood flowed out of his chest. It was poured over Armin's body. Ernio, Big Brother, I'm sorry. The bull closed his eyes peacefully and landed heavily. Chapter 153, The Pit Buried by Toadface. Well, it's kind of like you killed it yourself. Well, senior brother, your mortal heart is removed. Follow me up the hill. The toad-faced immortal smirked as he led Armin away, the big bull's body growing cold on the ground. After the surrounding croppers sighed for a while, they also left to work. After all these years of living, this is not the first time I've seen a similar situation. They're just a bunch of mortals. What can they do about what the immortal Grand Master wants to do? Things went on thus till evening, and when the people had finished their work in the fields, thinking of burying the big bull, go to the heck found the body disappeared. The people look at each other for a while, speechless to leave. Behold, I, the Green Ox sect, am separated from the mortal world, and if I do not have a disciple's token, as I have, absolutely unable to enter the clan. It's not as if there weren't a few demented mortals with epilepsy who wanted to enter the immortal sect in past years, but they pressed on and couldn't even find their way, and eventually turned into a pile of dry bones on this mountain. The immortal way is ethereal, and is it something that these fellows can spy on? So my little senior, you mustn't do anything foolish. The toad-faced immortal kept his grinning stance but the words were inexplicably a warning, or something else, but he didn't explain too much, just walked up the manifested lapis lazuli steps. Armin followed, scrutinizing the surroundings as he did so, while pondering the words of the toad-faced immortal. I'm afraid he said that because since past years there have been a number of disciples who, because they couldn't part with the mortal world, did something against the rules of the clan? I'm afraid there's more to the so-called tired white bones than just seeking immortality. This place is full of Yin energy. Compared to last night's Yin Chi is much more massive. There must have been a lot of dead souls here. Armin didn't have any means of probing the netherworld, but he had intuitively felt the Yin spirit's aura last night, which was the mother of Dinyo and Ernyo, or something else. The chilling aura made his body feel a chill from the inside out. It wasn't unbearable though, just a little bit of physical torture. On the contrary, the toad-faced immortal, who was walking leisurely in front of him, was unusually relaxed, and it was clear that instead of causing him any physical discomfort, this Yin aura intoxicated him somewhat. The toad-faced immortal was surely able to help Armin fend off this Yin, but he didn't. Maybe it's saved for a downward spiral. This is the Green Ox sect. Even if you enter the sect, how about being talented? It's still not asking for me. He likes to play with emotions, as long as they are human, immortal or not. It is a pity, however, that this physical torture, for the average man of unsound mind, perhaps it was agonizingly painful, but Armin felt nothing. The pain of advanced cancer is far more intense than this pain. Transplant surgery, it's also more intense than that. In order to preserve brain mobility in the best possible way, Armin underwent surgery throughout the. None of it was done with any anesthetic drugs, and he carried it off hard. Feeling the scalpel slice through your own feeling your own intestines, spleen, stomach, and other things were picked empty. That feeling can be more painful than this in cold. Armin never showed any fatigue or call for help. Instead, the toad-faced immortal was greatly surprised, and gave him a parting glance, then said nothing. The two were finally at the clan entrance. The Green Ox sect was on the highest peak of this lofty mountain range, surrounded by immortal mist, with a huge gatehouse of dragons and phoenixes, engraved with the 3 words of the Green Ox sect. The huge stone pillar next to it was covered in countless engraved inscriptions. Disciple Ma Yen, here to bring new disciple Ernyo back to the sect. The toad-faced immortal, also known as Ma Yen, made a bow. Soon the vermilion carved and lacquered door, with a click, opened. This is actually vastly different from a real immortal clan, just by virtue of the peripheral doings of the. It didn't look like a clan, but rather like a private mansion. Let's go. Jun, your brother, master is waiting for you. Ma Yen greeted him, and then went on his own. Armin followed in a hurry, and the door closed with a loud bang as the two entered. It was like a beast with its bloody mouth open, closing its mouth at this moment, so that the prey could not escape in its own mouth. Perhaps it was because on the lapis lazuli steps, Armin's performance was too bright. On the way to lead Armin to the main hall, Ma Yen didn't say anything more about it. Armin was also keenly observant. It seems that my performance on the steps just now has made this senior brother feel threatened. Now that he simply stopped paying attention to himself, I'm afraid that he was hoping that he would be able to break some taboo. I had to find out for myself what was taboo. Armin's senses were keen, and Ma Yen, though he pretended to be careless, but there was always a smile, if any, at the corners of his mouth. This man enjoys torturing the feelings of others. There must be something about to cause itself pain. If this matter could not be avoided, according to Ma Yan's character, he would have informed, in advance, and then appreciate the ending that you are powerless to change. But if there is a way of avoiding this matter, and it is only offended by some special circumstance, the horse's words will be shut up. Was in the middle of a thought, Ma Yan's footsteps stopped. The scene in front of him had quietly changed. Once you arrive at the large hall with classical oriental features. No, more like a main room. The main room opened up. After Ma Yan signaled himself in, he bowed to himself and left. Why don't you come in yet? A rather authoritative voice came out, and Almighty felt a vibration in his eardrums that the mind tensed uncontrollably. There's a sense of wanting to obey without control. Yes. Ernyo, played by Armin, was sincerely terrified, but did not forget to bow first, then bow his head, and, respectfully, he walked in. He didn't look up the entire time. Through the lowered eyes, it was clear to see that 3 chairs were set up in front of them. 1 seat is in a centered position and 2 seats are on the left and right. The man in the center was wearing a deep purple robe, and on his left and right were crimson and vivid blue. Second bull, look up. Armin looked up just in time to meet the eyes of an old man with white hair and whiskers and a large number of pockmarks on his face. The old man had a contemptuous indifference in his eyes and was looking Armin up and down. Only then did he strike out and say, "Why did you come in and not pay your respects to us?" This statement was made. Armin clearly felt stares being thrown from left and right, and the temperature in the room plummeted. Vaguely, above the ground, Armin saw the unlike human-like shifting shadows to the left and right. Disciple is new here. I don't know the rules of the immortal sect, so I'm rushing. I'm terrified. I hope the immortal will bear with me. Armin realized that the toad-faced immortal hadn't been focusing on one thing the whole time. That's the rule. Instead focusing on seducing yourself into arrogance and pride and feeling the privileges of an immortal. But he himself did every rule tightly. There has never been absolute freedom in the world. Jumping out of one circle and into perhaps another cage. Chapter 154, The 3 Cultivations. The atmosphere in the great hall went cold. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. No one spoke. Armin just kept his head down and made a bow, waiting for the 3 located in his seat to speak. It was about a moment's work. Since it was unintentional, I'll spare you this time, but if there's a next time, you will not be spared. The purple-robed Taoist located in the first seat spoke. The grotesque shadows mapped out on the seats on either side of them quickly shrunk back to then changed to normal. The purple-robed Taoist was the highest in status. The red-robed Taoist was second, and the blue-robed was the same. Armin made a note of this detail. Yes, You're the only new disciple this year, so according to previous years, you should be given the trials first, then let the 3 elders choose their own disciples, which doesn't seem to be necessary this year. Ernie, you can now choose any one of the 3 of us to be your master. You can pick and choose. Each of us specializes in one genre each, and once one of us is chosen, you need to be prepared to immerse yourself in a school of thought. The path of the great Tao is not to be trifled with. You may choose only one door. The purple-robed elder stroked the somewhat gray beard, then quietly waited for Armin's reply. Without hurrying to give a reply, Armin looked up with a slight frown on his face and asked a very reasonable request. Elders, Ernie was previously nothing more than a mortal at the foot of the immortal sect. I don't know anything about immortals. I wonder if the 3 elders could explain. Ernie would be grateful. The purple-robed elder pondered for a moment, his hand stroking his beard giving a slight lurch before he nodded. It shall be so. It shall be so. Let me tell you about it then. First of all, immortals are categorized into Dan cultivators, artifact cultivators, and Dharma cultivators, the 3 mainstream cultivation schools, and all the remaining cultivation methods are all unorthodox sideways paths. My main cultivation method, using the heavenly Tao as a path, is comfortable in fighting against the heavenly tribulation. Compared to other schools of thought, it can go a long way. I am a Dan practitioner, using the Dan Tao as a path, taking in the essence of all things in heaven and earth, mixing and refining them, to become a strange Dan, and the Dan, which no cultivator can refuse. You can use alchemy to make an exchange with someone to make them do anything for you, and the potency of the potion is so powerful that it can even allow you to avoid the heavenly tribulation, free from the pain of heavenly thunder. I am the main cultivator of weapons, with the Tao of weapons as my path. Swords, spears, swords and halberds, through my hands, can be transformed from mortal to immortal. Similarly, the refining of any immortal treasure requires the hand of a weapon cultivator to fight against the heavenly tribulation, which allows the treasure to cross the tribulation. The situation is now clear. The purple-robed elder who was located in the main seat and obviously had the highest status, was a Dharma cultivator. The red-robed elder on the left was a Dan cultivator. The blue-robed elder on the right was a weapon cultivator. Heaven's apocalypse. Armin realized that all 3 people had one thing in common in their words, and that was that all of them mentioned heavenly tribulation. Heaven multiplies its 9, leaving only 1. He suddenly thought of these words from the ancient books of the ancient Eastern countries. These people violated the normal laws of birth and death, perhaps by drilling this remaining 1. Since the established laws are violated, they are bound to be set right. The apocalypse they speak of is, I'm afraid, a means of setting things right. In that case, this heavenly calamity will be a blade over the heads of all cultivators that, it could fall at any time. Their training was all about fighting this blade that could fall at any time. 3 elders, I choose Dharma cultivation, Armin said respectfully. The 3 are ordered according to their status, and again according to the introduction in their language. Though the red-robed elder and the blue-robed elder had many words of introduction, it looked much more seductive than the purple-robed elder's genre, but both genres are ultimately external, and the red-robed elder, by virtue of the elixir that, the blue-robed elder relied on artifacts. Only this purple-robed elder cultivated the method of internalizing his body. Armin was well aware of the drawbacks of enriching himself with externals, such as his cyborg body. It gave him strength far beyond that of an ordinary man, but at the same time it cost him most of his human organs. If you can, treating cancer in the first place, but where there is a second option, neither Armin would choose to remodel his body, because, he wanted to be the one who, having regained a full human body for once, and without any sick ends, this is an opportunity, an unprecedented opportunity. He must find out how these people manage not to remodel their bodies, and gain abilities far beyond those of normal people. This is the only time he's ever had the chance to get up close and personal, to really feel it. Immortalism, what is it all about? Although the red-robed elder and the blue-robed elder were a bit surprised, they didn't say anything. A disciple with a 3-spirit root, with or without it had actually little impact. The purple-robed elder nodded, devoid of sadness or joy. You made a good choice, and you'll be glad of it later. Unlocking the main quest, killing a brother and a teacher. The love of master and disciple is like dog on the roadside. It stinks. Kill your master, and inherit everything from the Green Ox sect. Brotherhood is but a dream, and before your brother is completely controlled by the demonic spirit, kill him and set him free. Note that if your brother is completely controlled by a demonic spirit, you will die completely. The above 2 tasks will be completed and the duplicate rewards will be settled. A beep sounded in Armin's ear. His pupils contracted slightly, vaguely seeming to catch the key to something. Killing a teacher and a brother. This is not a created copy at all. This is simply a person's experience in life. All of the tasks are completely about making him retrace everything that the former has gone through. What is the creator of this copy for? I should have thought of that. For the first time in her life, Armin felt a little tricky. All of the previous copies you've participated in have had an extremely high mortality rate, and often you don't know what you've done to get killed for breaking the rules. But since entering this copy, everything seems too calm and quiet. The only menace is nothing more than your own initiative to push the plot forward. If the creators of this copy weren't out to kill them, what was that for? What is the significance of this copy? Exactly. Injustice, immortality, hatred. Armin vaguely caught the key. This copy wasn't even meant for them to participate together, but was completely targeting Flower Wujue. This copy has something to do with Hana Wujue, or even someone deliberately reenacting it, for the sake of which a glimpse of what he wanted to know. They were actually safe until they knew what he wanted to know. But if we wait until this man behind the curtain gets what he wants, knows what he wants to know, I'm afraid it didn't end so well for them. Able to. No, that's not right. The experiences that Hua Wuju has gone through are likely to be different from his. There's no reason for them to be so calm. What does this copy want? Is it about killing? Or is it about something else? What are you gawking at? Why don't you kneel down and pay your respects? The purple-robed elder's voice was unkind, and even his shadow changed, gradually growing dragon horns. And the face is twisting. Chapter 155, If Gong doesn't give up. The ox is willing to be worshipped as a righteous father. Master, disciple still has one thing left to do, so I apologize for not being able to kneel first. Armin spoke out of turn and did not kneel under the might of the purple-robed elder at the head of the group. Instead, he replied respectfully. The purple-robed elder's change paused for a moment, but it didn't revert back to its original form. Somewhat hideously, he said, "What is it? It's actually more important than kneeling down to worship the master?" Armin went down on one knee, looked serious, and made a respectful bow. The cow has drifted half her life, having lost his father at a young age. If Gong does not abandon him, Ox would like to be his righteous father. Purple-robed elder. In the ancient Oriental countries, there was a saying that worshipping a teacher was like recognizing one's father, and it was clear that one had been neglectful earlier. The purple-robed elders didn't even show any bizarre changes, but why was it that at this very moment, there would be a change in bizarre tendencies? Obviously there is a step missing. Alman would have met an untimely end if she hadn't done it, so recognizing her father. It's also a critical part of the process. The matter of Flower Wujue was put aside for the time being. The information was not interchangeable. There was no way he could get information from it that would favor his own deductions. One can only bury this speculation in the back of one's mind and wait for the moment when the answer is revealed. The purple-robed elder's face was complicated, and the bizarre tendency change in his body gradually faded away. Then he leisurely sighed. Rather a filial child, since you lost your father at a young age. Once a teacher, always a father. From now on, you are my father's righteous son, and at the same time my lineage, the eighth disciple. After doing the complicated series of processes, Armin exited the Great Hall on his own. Wait for the doors to the Great Hall to close. The three elders sitting in their chairs gradually changed into three behemoths that, crushing the chair beneath him. The purple-robed elder at the head turned into a hideous and ghastly monstrous dragon. The red-robed elder, on the other hand, turned into a black-spotted red python with three strange heads. The blue-robed elder, with the most grotesque appearance, looks like countless eyeballs gathered together, but it had a body like an elephant, wrapped in shadow, making it impossible to see. The purple-robed elder was the first to speak, his voice sounding like a damaged cassette tape that. It was disconcerting. What do you say, guys, to this kid? The red-robed elder shook his three snake heads and then spit out snake letters in unison. This kid is very resourceful, different than all the previous blood meals. I always feel that there's something wrong with this kid. It's likely to threaten our position. The blue-robed elder with the strangest appearance emitted a strange fluctuation and did not utter a sound. But both the red-robed elder and the purple-robed elder looked like they understood. Are you saying that he will most likely not be honestly enslaved by our children and grandchildren? Refusing to integrate. The line is overstepping its bounds. The purple-robed elder and the red-robed elder fell into deep thought in unison, then suddenly snorted. If he dares not carry out the fusion, then wait for his death. I was actually just thinking about that, because something about this guy just felt wrong, and we demons have always been extremely intuitive. This second cow, there's a big problem. In any case, command the children and grandchildren to keep a closer eye on the. Do not approach a scion who has not been fully transformed, and forbid him to approach any classified site. By now, Armin had arrived at an empty square. In front of him was a stone statue of an extremely steely green bull, with eyes like electricity and four hooves raised. Hey, junior brother, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Behind the stone statue, Toad-Face, who had been waiting for a long time, stepped out. It was still the same trademark smirk, but this time there was more than a little bit of naked unkindness. Senior brother has been waiting for me for a long time. Could it be that he is taking me to familiarize me with the clan grounds? Armin asked faintly, but it was the purple-robed Taoist who had just handed out like that odd blue stone tucked into his waist. There's no need for you and I to be outgoing, and I'm not going to waste so much time talking to you about the weak and the strong. This is the constant truth everywhere. As a newcomer, your cultivation is not as high as mine, your strength is not as strong as mine, and you are not eligible for resources. So, now give me the stuff. Toad-Face made a straightforward threat, with a cold aura flashing slightly at his sleeve. Oh, elder brother, are you serious? Something like robbing a fellow disciple's belongings. The master teacher shouldn't allow it. Armin pretended to be surprised, and even more indignation showed on his face. The snicker on Toad-Face's face grew stronger. I thought you were as smart as me. I didn't realize he was such an idiot. You know it, I know it, God knows it. And where would master have the time to bother with you? A newly initiated disciple? Do you really think that the master hasn't acquiesced to these things? Armin laughed. A laugh that made Toad-Face a little flustered. What are you laughing at? It's fine. Since senior brother wants it, then senior brother can just take it. Toad-Face looked at the supplies that were handed over, but his eyes narrowed slightly, not bothering to pick them up. Just now, Armin was obviously still dying, but now he's in so much pain instead. Is it possible that there's a trick in it? Toad-Face swept around, remembering the words he'd just uttered. It was a relief to find nothing out of the ordinary. The bottom line is back. Toad-Face viciously dodged Armin's supplies, then put down a sentence, count on your kid's sense, or you'll have to suffer. Go on, find yourself a place to stay. Toad-Face weighed the purple stone and then took off. Only a set of clan clothes, a technique, and a waist tag were left behind for Armin. Armin watched Toad-Face leave, a rich smile on his face, as he watched, then walk in the opposite direction. He was itching to give the thing away. Having dealt with creepy creatures for so long, there's something wrong with that purple rock. It wasn't that he couldn't see it, but it was given to me by my nominal master, and if I threw it away or didn't use it, it's sure to arouse suspicion. Toad-Face snatched this away from him, giving him both a reason, and an opportunity. 2. You can step in this clan with honor. Oh, what a help. Armin followed the path, which took him past various places along the way, and there was a black pond there is a medicinal garden with a strong smell of blood, and, what are you doing here? The red-robed elder stood in front of a cavern with a displeased expression. It could be clearly detected that the shadow of the red-robed elder had begun to change. Gradually 3 heads extended out. Elder. I'm lost. Elder brother had something to do and left on his own. I couldn't find where I was supposed to go. Armin immediately said the pre-prepared speech. The red-robed elder's face was gloomy and uncertain, and he was scrutinizing Armin carefully. Then he lifted him violently, the wind whistling in his ears, and waited until he was on the ground again. Already a simple room that had been smashed into. Ahem. Almighty felt that his internal organs had shifted. Chapter 156, Heavenly Emperor? The sky was cloudy. The hideous-looking monstrous dragon came charging straight downward, and the tremendous wind pressure it directly caused the ground to split open in a large gash. Hua Wuju dodged lightly, appearing on the other side with a mere sideways movement. The monstrous dragon roared again in hideous fury, then quickly rolled over on the ground and the thin, curved dragon's claws struck off to the side. Boom! The powerful impact caused smoke and dust to scatter. The 2 pupils of the strange dragon shrunk violently, only to see that the place that should have been razed to the ground in its mind was still intact at the moment. As for Flower Wujue, he just raised one right hand and stood with his arms folded. The abyssal ink-like pupils quietly looked at the strange dragon. How is that possible? Who the hell are you? All of the human great cultivators in Yenzhou have obviously been killed. Where the hell did you come from? The strange dragon was completely nonchalant at the moment, its eyes filled with incredulous horror. This realm they are in is called Yenzhou, and once upon a time it was also a spiritual state. However, the follow-up was gradually taken over by the demon race, and all cultivators with but a little higher cultivation were beheaded by the great demons. And after the great demons killed these cultivators, they didn't go on a mass slaughter of mortals. Instead, he was bathing in monkeys and learning the same thing that the human immortal sect did in accepting disciples. But there is still a difference between that and a real apprenticeship. Their intake of children and grandchildren is to integrate their offspring with the human race. To cause the offspring to inherit all the monastic gifts of mankind is also known as seizing the body. Almost all of the great demons nowadays have done this and become half-true demons. But it wasn't these great demons themselves that thought of this, but the super great demon that attacked Yenzhou. What they were ordered to do. the unimaginable strength of this super demon. All the human cultivators with high cultivation levels were the ones this great demon was responsible for removing. That was why the strength shown by Flower Wujue had shocked it so much, flooding the world of live platform. The strength of this demon race has reached the Yuaning stage, and it is reasonable that in this copy where the identity template is a commoner, it's an absolutely insurmountable chasm. But now things seem uncertain. The audience was talking and rippling. Earlier, Flower Wujue had merely dealt with a few minor demons, and they were guilty of not being how shocked they were. But now, with the knowledge that the cultivation has been disabled, the fact that Flower Wujue was still able to manage to easily fight against a Yuaning great demon made it somewhat interesting. But they all saw it. The Flood programmer made it very clear that once they unlocked their cultivation, then it is automatically considered a failure. And a perfect pass has nothing to do with it. But it doesn't come to mind for broadcasting now. There's no need to even guess. If what I've expected is correct, Flower Wujue's physique is too powerful. Obviously it was not disabled, or could not be imprisoned, to give us what we see now. An explanation has been given and is gradually being recognized. Well, is that the right thing to do? Watching those weaklings every day, following some stifling rule that, it just makes me feel all over the place, just to fight, and to beat them into submission. The divine heavenly realm royal lord Dr. Tian showed appreciation on his face. The host was also a bit twitchy at the corners of his mouth at the moment, looking at Hua Wuju, who was unilaterally rubbing against the strange dragon on the screen. Couldn't help but secretly contact the director. Director, what's going on here? Is there something wrong with our copy? What's with the outrageous plot change? The director is not in a good mood at the moment. Asterisk 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 off. Leave me alone. Mind your own business and don't worry about the rest. The director changed the direction of the script, letting the monstrous dragon, who was the strongest in this copy, know in advance that his disciple had been killed, thus allowing the monstrous dragon to find trouble with Flower Wujue. I didn't realize that Flower Wujue was like the undead little strongman. This level of tactics was simply useless to him. In other words, he's revising this script direction for nothing. Instead, it is likely to hasten the end of the copy. The host snapped and ended the contact, looking at the screen with a sad face. Originally, his status as a live host was an iron rice bowl, and for even a trillion more epics, nor will it change in the slightest. Now, because of a Hua Wuju, it has become confusing. Ugh, sad. However, there was one spectator in the arena at the moment whose face was the most somber, almost dripping with water. It was none other than the demon emperor located in the frontmost seat, the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. East Emperor Tai's eyes were grim. His fingers unconsciously clenched into fists with great force before slamming them together and slapped the button on his seat. Demon Emperor, East Emperor Tai, uses 10,000 flood values to limit player Hua Wujue's strength. The crowd in the arena gasped. Special buttons are exactly the kind of special props that can be connected to a copy. There's no way for them, the viewers, to have their flood values work directly into the copy. Instead, it can only be given to players through bounties. If you want to use the flood straight to change the setting of the plot or to go towards a change, then the buttons on the special seats must be used. Otherwise it is impossible to influence the copy change. 10,000 flood values. East Emperor Tai Chi. Are you crazy? Divine Heavenly Realm Dr. Tian directly cursed out of his mouth. It's not your turn to tell me what I'm going to do. The Eastern Emperor Tai gave a cold governor and closed his eyes in his seat. The rest of the audience had ugly faces. I seem to know why this copy has appeared. Demon Emperor Donghuang Tai. There was once an alter ego that appeared to have appeared here for the purpose of competing for the human race's chi. The audience has finally come around. The fact that the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi was so generous was already enough to show that something was wrong with this copy. Donghuang Tai is clearly trying to get through this copy. Create an ending that is different from the realistic ending so that the original plan works. This may seem absurd, but who is the Demon Emperor Donghuang Tai? It is an innate Hongmeng spirit, second only to the latter-day flood spirit. The innate flood spirit, the third sequential existence in the order of heaven and earth. It's totally doable. East Emperor Tai, you're really crazy. Aren't you afraid of interfering with the karmic connection of the flooded worlds, thus causing a backlash against itself? Dr. Tian's eyes were also wide with disbelief. Most of the audience in the flooded world, all of whom were of the human race, saw the Eastern Emperor Tai, such blatant interference with causal change. For a moment the group was in a frenzy. This thing, Chi Luck, is mysterious. Back then, it was the damage to the demon race's fortune that led to the destruction of the demon court and the establishment of the human court. If we let the Eastern Emperor act like this, I'm afraid this will have a significant impact on the current power landscape. Ahem. Everyone settle down and calm down. and the hosts are watching it all with a big smile on their faces. There was still gratitude in his eyes as he looked toward the Eastern Emperor Tai, because then, as long as Flower Wuju had died, he wouldn't have to be afraid anymore. But suddenly, only the special passageway suddenly lit up again. The crowd looked sideways. Even the hosts froze in their tracks. This was because this particular passage had existed for so long that it was impossible to predict, and had not reappeared for countless epochs. The passageway gradually disperses, only to see an absolutely impossible person appear. All of the audience's eyes widened slightly, and some even exclaimed his name. It's the Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 157, The Eastern Emperor God Who Broke Defense. Yo, it's pretty lively, much more so than back when I was here. Su Changliang felt the gazes of the crowd watching and smiled. Then one step, walked over to the special seat next to the East King. Su Changliang, you've disappeared for so long. What are you doing back now? Do you want to break the original agreement? Dong Huang Tai's face was gloomy. A pact? When did I ever have a pact with you guys? Su Changliang raised an eyebrow, then asked back with a puzzled face. You? Dong Huang Tai's eyes looked like they were about to spit out fire. For this blatant breaking of the contract by Su Changliang, the clenched right arm was shaking with anger. The audience under the stage was also a little nervous as they watched these two unchallengeable existences clash swords. They've never seen a fight between a special seat and a special seat before. If they were to be affected themselves, wouldn't they have no place to cry? Su Changliang, you don't have to be a scoundrel here. Do you really think we believe you? After so many years have passed, you've long been no match for me, let alone us. If I were you, I'd find myself a shady crevice in the ground and burrow, like a bedbug, and live out the rest of your life. The East Emperor Taichi's face sneered, disdain underneath his honorable countenance. Su Changliang shook his head, not taking these words to heart. Instead, he yawned in boredom. Not that I'm saying, waste mouth Eastern Emperor, how long has this been going on? I didn't think I'd come back again. You're still so wasted. If I were you, you might as well give me your demon clan as a gift of worship to me. I'll teach you how to curse. If you can't, it would be nice to give me a few more feathers. Su Changliang grinned. East Emperor Taichi's face instantly and vaguely has the meaning of blue and purple. The breath is also a little unstable up. Instantly enraged, he instantly clapped his hands and stood up. Su Changliang. The attacking power of his words was not to say that the effect of his words on Su Changliang was not at all useful. Let's just say it has nothing to do with being useful. But when it comes to Su Changliang here, it's like the opposite. A flat sentence. It would be enough to make this demon emperor, who was honored beyond compare in all realms, so angry that he broke his defenses. Demon Emperor Dong Huang Tai naturally didn't have such a poor tolerance, and he was thinking more about the something that happened a long time ago, something that was enough to torment him into madness. Back then, he had a critical molt, one epoch at a time. The newly grown Demon Emperor's feather will be even more powerful, and the Demon Emperor's feather that is molted down will be equally extraordinary, with an efficacy that is even comparable to some of the latter-day flood treasures, because each of these feathers is the best part of the Demon Emperor Dong Huang Tai, the best part of his body. The feather of the Demon Emperor, the Eastern Emperor's feather, was condensed from these essences. Originally, the East Emperor Taichi treated these molted down Demon Emperor feathers with the original intention of refining and absorbing them again. Provide energy to the newly grown Demon Emperor feather. And in the middle of this process stage, the East Emperor Tai's strength would be at a rock bottom. So every critical period like this, the East Emperor Taichi would always choose to enter a completely closed place. Isolated from karma. Isolated from everything. Block out all contact and keep yourself absolutely safe. Actually, the stages of the East Emperor Tai's molting feathers are variable at every turn. No one knew exactly when he would start, and the only person who knew was the Eastern Emperor himself. But here's where the problem occurs. As a matter of fact, no one would set their eyes on the East Emperor feather of the great god of the East Emperor, because it's simply something that you have a life to think about, but not a life to live. Among the 10,000 realms of the flood, there were no more than 10 people who could fight with the Eastern Emperor Tai, and the one who can fight with him. Nor would he go and offend the Eastern Emperor over a molting feather stage for which an exact date could not even be determined, and even if it did, he simply did not know when it would begin. So the Eastern Emperor, before that day came, it never occurred to me that my own place of molting feathers would be touched by someone. The Eastern Emperor remembers it well. He was in great agony, feeling the pain of his body being separated from flesh and blood. It took all of his body's energy to be able to shed a brand new Eastern Emperor feather from his body. Great! It's finally molted. I have a feeling that this new growth of divine feathers, it's going to be a big surprise for me. The Eastern Emperor's breath was haggard, but his face was unable to hide his surprise. Finished the feather in his hand for a while, then he was ready to refine it away. The newly grown Eastern Emperor's feather needs a huge infusion of energy, and the best supplemental item. Naturally, this feather was molted, but just when it was about to start, a smile that would be hard to forget in this life was etched into his mind. Yo, Little East Emperor hid strangely far away. I really almost couldn't find it. Su Changliang cut a crack out of nowhere, and then snapped it from inside. It fell out, and instantly after it came out, his eyes glazed over and he stared at the Eastern Emperor Tai. No, more accurately, staring at that Eastern Emperor feather in his hand. Su Changliang, how could you possibly find this place? The Eastern Emperor Tai Chi had been completely confused. He really couldn't think of himself utilizing the supreme great divine power that the constructed causeless place would actually be found. And it's still the most critical stage of molting feathers. Gu, you're so welcome. I've heard that you're sick, Little East Emperor, and you don't have a single person around to take care of you. Look at it, it's not asking for trouble, Su Changliang accused while looking unhappy. While doing so, he took the glowing Eastern Emperor feather from the hands of the defenseless Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. Look, I told you I'm here to take care of you, and you're still being all polite about it. What kind of gift is this? Little East Emperor, you're out of line now. East Emperor Tai's eyes widened, and he was just about to open his mouth and say something. Instead, a piece of burlap soaked with an unknown liquid was shoved directly into his mouth. Don't talk when you're sick. Save your strength and get well. Just leave the rest to me. East Emperor Tai felt the rushing smell from the face, the pupil that was violently contracted. This is a ing blasphemous spirit liquid that has the effect of hindering the ability to recover. Even if you are an innate Hongmeng being, you cannot avoid opening up. If this Hongmeng living being is still in a weakened state, then it is possible to fall into a mandatory slumber with an indeterminate time of awakening. Dong Huang Tai closed his eyes in his unwillingness and then suffered a sweet sleep. That's right, sleep well. Su Changliang nodded gratefully, and after putting away the molted Eastern Emperor feather, looking at the East Emperor Tai Chi, who was now revealing his own body, the corner of his mouth suddenly hooked up into an evil smile. Little Dong Huang is really something too. So much hair has grown on his body and he doesn't know to shave. Alas, I've come all this way, so I'll be a good guy to the end. In this way, Su Changliang was happily plucking feathers while his eyes were glowing. Soon he had plucked off a whole bunch of Eastern Emperor feathers. The Donghuang feather itself is an extremely essential part of Donghuang Tai's body. Now these feathers that have not reached molt are being plucked with predictable results. Chapter 158, Su Changliang, move him, ask me first. In a kind of heart-wrenching pain, the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi, dazed and confused, he got rid of the sleeping effect of the blasphemous spirit liquid. As a result, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a satisfied and happy Su Changliang, is happily plucking feathers. East Emperor Tai's pupils shrunk, felt a coolness coming from his body, and subconsciously looked down so, almost fainted. The original full-bodied, gorgeously feather-covered East Emperor Tai Chi. At the moment it was plucked like a featherless crow's nest, bare and stumpy looking. Dong Huang Tai fainted directly in anger. Su Changliang froze for a moment, smiled faintly, and pulled out another unidentified bottle. Then disliked it towards the mouth of the East Emperor Tai. Come on, drink more. If you're sick you need to sleep more. Don't get up if you're not doing anything. After Su Changliang had done all this, and had finished scavenging all the bright treasures on the East Emperor Tai's body, it was then that he clapped his hands in contentment, then redrew a crack in the place and walked out. This is not the end of. The next Demon Clan's demon court ushered in one of the darkest periods in their history. Su Changliang, whose body physique had all changed into Donghuang Tai and was also covered with a large number of magnificent feathers, strutting around and sitting on the Demon Clan's Demon Emperor's seat. Then a series of absurd orders were issued. For example, let the demon generals guarding various important demon domains go to the human territory to countermand and pretend to defect. But none of these demon generals who went forward came back. All of them were beheaded. The domains guarded by those demon generals were naturally assigned under the human race as well. Another example is the selection of countless beautiful beauties of the demon race to enter the palace. But they are not blessed. It's just some weird little daily game. Whenever a group of ministers submitted a petition, or a minister asked for an audience. No, through and through, the always wise Donghuang Tai had suddenly turned into this weird looking. It instantly aroused the suspicion of many demonic powers, but all the skeptical demonic powers, when they went with their own elite to ask for a statement. Seeing Su Changliang, who was covered in the Eastern Emperor's original divine feather, he was also directly scared until his legs trembled and he directly knelt down, no longer even thinking about whether or not the demon Emperor Dong Huang could have been impersonated. Under the series of operations by Su Changliang, the demon court of the demon race, which has gone downhill, is rapidly declining. Being quickly squeezed by the emerging forces of the human race, they gradually withdrew from the stage of power in the flooded worlds. In the end, he could only huddle in one side of the 10,000 demon heavenly domain, maintaining the last vestiges of decency of the ancient demon court. That said, when the Eastern Emperor Tai, who was naked and washed up, woke up, that was a face that was green for a while and purple for a while, and he roared out in anger. But he didn't dare to step out in the slightest within the space that had been closed off, because his feathers were plucked. He directly lost 6/10 of his body's strength. Once the news leaks out, the countless existences outside that coveted his identity would instantly pounce on him as if he were a hungry wolf and eat them all. That's why the Eastern Emperor stayed in this space for thousands of epochs. By the time I came out, things had long since changed outside. The wood has been turned into a boat, and the East Emperor Tai Chi can do nothing but yell in anger. Thoughts return. An unstoppable killing intent flowed from the eyes of the Eastern Emperor Tai, who had his scars uncovered. The atmosphere around them was instantly condensed, and in almost every moment, an unprecedented battle could break out. Su Changliang was dumbfounded. Then he patted the shoulder of the East Emperor Tai, and his original debonair smile, which was instantly converged. Then in an extremely cold tone, he said, "You want to get back at me? No problem. You want to kill me? It's no problem. As long as you have that strength, you can do whatever you want, but you should never, ever have moved him." East Emperor Tai steeply felt a frightening killing intent from the Demon Emperor's sixth sense that it made him realize that he was likely at a disadvantage, but the aura on his face was anything but weak. "You're going to bail out this human, this guy from the Lost Lands, and I'm going to kill him instead, and I'm going to kill it in front of you." The atmosphere was tense. The hearts of the audience were in their throats and no one bothered to pay any more attention to the changes on the screen. But still, some sharp-eyed people noticed. On the screen's live stream bounty ranking, the number 1 was replaced by an existence named I. And within the weird world, Flower Wujue was unilaterally dangling the strange dragon, which was drenched in blood. His body was miserable, and he was wailing feebly. But suddenly Flower Wujue felt something was wrong. An inexplicable power descended. Familiar. It's the feeling from the flood value. This underworldly chaotic force was actually suppressing his body. Compressing his body physique to an extremely weak point. He came to the point where the vanguard immortal demon body physique had just awakened. His strength was compressed to an extremely shrunken level. Interesting, looks like there's still someone out there who wants to make a move on me. Though, to be able to afford to pay the price of suppressing my power is a real willingness to lay down the gauntlet as well. Hua Wujue Yuan eyes were not alarmed. Instead, he moved his body. The already dying monstrous dragon also sensed that the situation had changed. And this man, it doesn't seem to be that strong anymore? The strange dragon was overjoyed in his heart. Great! This was an opportunity. But next, instead, the situation has taken a rapid turn for the worse. Hua Wujue still was just a flat-out slap. The strange dragon was directly broken with a mouthful of fangs. Rolling on the ground as if he were a lost dog. "Who gave you the confidence to beat me whose physique just awakened?" Flower Wujue's eyes were disdainful. Then he directly reached his hand into the brainstem of the strange dragon, took a glowing mass of the source of chaos and melted it into itself. And then the next moment, that confining force collapsed like a tidal wave. Flower Wujue's body physique was once again restored to its original state. 10,000 flood values were actually only enough to restrict Flower Wujue for a few seconds. East Emperor Tai probably didn't expect that strange dragon to be so indisputable. Such a great opportunity to, I can't believe they can be killed. But he didn't have time to count on that. It was because Su Changliang ignored the rules of the Flood World live streaming platform's requirements and made a direct move. Dong Huang Tai's pupils tightened, and he was directly pinched by Su Changliang with one hand. Then it fell to the ground. One hand clamped down firmly on his neck and brought his mouth to his ear again. "Fight me. I think you've got one thing wrong. Are you worthy?" Su Changliang's palm exerted force, and the hallowed generation of Demon Emperor. East Emperor Tai was right here in the audience of the Flood World live streaming platform, having his neck snapped and his blood splattered on the spot. "Oops. Accidentally exerted myself. You all saw it. He died on his own. It has nothing to do with me." Su Changliang smiled faintly and looked at the people in the audience. The host was also trembling and didn't dare to speak, but could only nod his head as if he were pounding garlic. Naturally, the rest of the audience didn't need to be told that they were close to kneeling on the spot. Kidding aside, the live platform forcefully killed the Demon Emperor. Haven't been kicked out of Discord rules yet? Isn't that a ING bug? 10,000 demons heavenly domain. A mist formed steeply on a throne of white bones. And gradually changed into was the appearance of the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi, but his face was unusually ugly and humiliated. "Su, Chang, Liang, Chapter 159 100 Races Alliance. Soldiering to Lingxiao. The matter of Su Changliang appearing on the Flood World Universal live streaming platform was not projected out. Still, word leaked out quickly. There are only a few supreme beings in the flooded worlds, and every one of them appears. Everyone is able to perceive it. Su Changliang return also never wanted to hide his whereabouts. In an extremely ostentatious and overbearing move, he declared to everyone in the flooded worlds that he, the Heavenly Emperor, Su Changliang, has returned. The flooded realms of heaven. The Heavenly Emperor's throne, which had been silent for an unknown length of time, emitted a buzzing sound in the empty hall that, it seems to be joyful and celebratory. The return of Celestial Emperor Su Changliang is shocking. Whether it was for the flood superpowers that had existed for ages of eternity, or the emerging Hotian superpowers, they all recalled the fear of being dominated by the Heavenly Court. What's gone down is hell. The Heavenly Court, however, has never fallen, and remains the top superpower in the flood. Inherited from countless eternal ages to the present day, the first to react was heaven. Flooded heaven. Marshal Yao Heavenly King, standing at the entrance to the southern heavenly gate, looking in one direction, his face full of vicissitudes of life. Yet there was an extra touch of elation. Big brother, you're back. The secret court of the Dragon Emperor. The old Dragon Emperor was filled with astonishment, and he repeatedly recognized it several times before finally confirming it. And then the face fell into a state of eccentricity and complexity. Common sense says I should be happy, but according to reason, how can I not be happy? The old Dragon Emperor's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. There is no need to say more. Su Changliang and the old Dragon Emperor also had a past that had to be told. Taishu Xiantian Fantasyland. The Taishu Divine Emperor, who was now penniless, was looking at the images in the projection expectantly, but it turned out to be a big disappointment. What the heck? Getting some mortal griffins? You call that raising the difficulty of the plot? You call that keeping him out? The Taishu Divine Emperor felt that he had been defrauded, and that he had lost all his money. You've only scraped together 10,000 flood values, and you're showing him this? But then his face changed, and he steeply became panicked. This scent. Damn it, how is it him? How did he come back? The Taishu Divine Emperor was a little panicked, to the point of being terrified, to the point that he couldn't even care about his image. I faked my death that year to escape, and fortunately, there was a kind of sun so that I could take over my body and revive it. Now that he's back, won't he liquidate me again? Su Changliang had once killed the Taishu Divine Emperor back then. Kill until only a wisp of consciousness remains. This absconding strand of consciousness, seized from the bottom of the, step by step, he climbed back up to the position of the Taishu Divine Emperor again. By this time Su Changliang had already disappeared from the flood world, and he was relieved. I didn't realize that now that Su Changliang is back, it's not only a disaster for him, it's a disaster for the flooded worlds. An unknown number of existences in the flood world had spoken these words in unison. Their evaluations of Su Changliang rarely remained highly unified. Back then, Su Changliang left the flood world of the 10,000 realms. The flooded worlds were beating the drums and were happy for a long time. I didn't realize that the good times were coming to an end now. The fear of being dominated by the Heavenly Emperor once loomed over every victim, and those who were once rivals, enemies. At this moment, he was even more silenced, and his gray head was hiding. There are those who hide in the cracks of space. There are those who hide in the turbulence of time and space. Some even take coffins made of the world's trees, lie in them, and bury themselves. It always comes down to one word. Definitely don't want to meet up with Su Changliang. The Taishu Divine Emperor could be said to be the most panicked one. So many existences back then were all liquidated, and he was the first to be liquidated. How could this make him not panic? No, I panicked too much. I took over this body. The soul aura is all different from mine, so Su Changliang has no reason to suspect me, the Taishu Divine Emperor said in a self-assured manner, but he couldn't see the slightest bit of relief in his eyes. Heavenly Emperor Su Changliang, known as the first Black Hand of the ages. No one can escape as long as they are in his sights. If you get let off the hook by a fluke, it just means he hasn't had enough fun yet, instead of you actually dodging it. The innate Hongmeng beings, the Demon Emperor Dongwang Tai could not be spared, let alone them. The storm caused by the Celestial Emperor is continuing to happen and is driving a number of karmic connections. For example, the two great powers that are attacking, the leader of one of the forces, who had had a brush with the Celestial Emperor, and not a big one, but still the leader of this party of forces went down and buried himself on the spot, into the unspeakable abyss. The big power attacking on the other side wins outright, and the great power that won, with a man named Li Changxing on his hands. At the end of this fight, Soldier came to a secret place without bloodshed, and a relic treasure was obtained in this secret realm. A yin and yang bracelet is bound from this point on. The bracelet is engraved with a single word, white, and a bracelet. There is also a word engraved on it, black, but all of that is an afterthought. The flood director's team. The director was sitting in his chair at the moment, frowning and rare. Fidgeting, he stood up, muttering under his breath. It's not good for Su Changliang to break the pact at any time, but to violate the Flood World 10,000 Races joint pact at this time adds another great variable to my plans. However, I'm afraid that Su Changliang has angered quite a few old men with this one, and back then it was clearly agreed that the Su Changliang left the flooded worlds and went into self-exile into the Lost Lands, and since then they and the Celestial Court have been at peace with each other and their own affairs. Wells don't interfere. Heavenly Court, so many years have passed, and how should it conduct itself in the face of the allied forces of the 100 Races? The corners of the director's mouth suddenly curled into a smile, somewhat anticipating how things would unfold. If anything, Hua Wuju was just a thorn in his side. Su Changliang, then, was a thorn in the side of the flooded worlds, the people of all worlds, 10,000 demons heavenly domain. Pass on the word of this emperor. From now on, we will unite our troops and send them to Lingxiao. Dong Huangtai had changed into battle armor all over his body, and a long sword was pointing straight up to the sky. Underneath his feet, he stepped on a starry beast so large that it had no boundaries, leading 10,000 demon war soldiers, striking out the demon court's martial flag, and lifting up the strength of the entire clan to attack the heavenly court. The Lin demon clan is here by imperial decree. The Towiers are under an edict. The poor man follows the edict. Tao Tai. This banner of the demon court has surprisingly gained the support of many demon clans that do not listen to the orders of the demon clan. It's not even just the demon race. Su Changliang has violated the 100 Races Alliance Covenant. Buddha Realm. Send out troops. Su Changliang has violated the 100 Races Alliance Covenant. Demon Realm. Send out troops. Su Changliang has violated the 100 Races Alliance Covenant. The Great Diffusion Imperial Dynasty, and has sent out troops. Su Changliang has violated the 100 Races Alliance Covenant. Xiaofeng Celestial Dynasty. Send out troops. Su Changliang has violated the 100 Races Alliance Covenant, and the Great Qing Heavenly Kingdom has sent troops. For a time, Su Changliang as well as the Heavenly Court became the first of many lost. Chapter 160 White-Eyed Wolves. Villagers' Malice. Su Changliang may or may not have known about the movements. He just smiled, a debonair smile, and looked at Hannah Wujue. I don't know. With a slight wave from Hannah Wujue, Nuramesa's house was reduced to ashes as well. Only a large crater was left in vain on the ground. The dragon! It's a dragon! The villagers who had gathered to watch the scene had their jaws dropped and their faces filled with horror. After reacting they all pointed at Hua Wuju. Ernio killed Lord Long. The immortals on the mountain will surely blame him. We can't help but get involved. So let's go up and tie him up. When the immortals come down from the mountain, we can atone for our sins. The villagers were furious and rushed to take down Flower Wujue. It's weird. Weren't they worried that Hua Wuju would kill them all together? They should know that they had just witnessed that Hua Wuju had killed a dragon. How could someone who was able to kill a dragon beast not be able to help them? No. Of course they know. Don't be afraid. Everyone, Ernio wouldn't dare touch us. We're his elders. He dares. The slightly older villagers shouted. Some of the juniors who had been hesitant to wait and see were also finally barebacking to take Flower Wujue down. What's this neighborhood? What's with the childhood friend? All of it becomes a cloud of smoke in front of the immortals' possible outburst of anger. Some of the latter villagers, as a precautionary measure, together with their mothers-in-law, take everything you can get your hands on. Sticks, hoes, even kitchen knives. Greetings were exchanged. These attacks landed on Hua Wujue's body, worse than scratching an itch, but these villagers seemed to be tireless, and each one of them persevered as if they were mad dogs, while their mouths greeted them with unpleasant words, unpleasant and inaudible. Su Changliang, who was already elegantly seated in his own seat at the moment, the smile on his face was fading a little, gradually turning into creepy indifference. The audience colored slightly. This has no real effect on Hua Wuju, and it's also very strange as far as logic goes. It's like these villagers have been implanted with some strange program and their brain circuits have become very paranoid. It's weird how that looks though. Since this copy is all about logic, the behavior of the villagers is really odd. Shouldn't playing deaf and dumb be the best option in this situation? But anyway, they did. Pop. A small stone hit the corner of Hannah Wujue's forehead, and it was a little doll with 2 hair horns tied up. At the moment, he followed the example of the adults and looked for something nearby to smash. He saw it in Ernest's memory. This little doll is Irma from next door. Ernia used to spoil her so much, often bring her all kinds of delicious food and play games with her, just like her brother. But although Irma's expression was confused, when she saw that the adults in the neighborhood were attacking Flower Wujue, feeling excited myself, I couldn't pick up a big rock, so I picked up a small one and threw it with my little arms. There are many other cases like Irma's, the ones that smash and beat the most aggressively. Often they are acquaintances of Erniu. Hua Wuju's face was expressionless, and his abyssal ink-like eyes flashed with burst after burst of impatience. Again, Hua Wuju directly grabbed the man's arm this time. The villager whose arm was grabbed showed obvious alarm, but quickly returned to being aggressive. You white-eyed wolf, you've even learned to fight with your elders. Let go of me. Let him go. Let him go. White-eyed wolf. White-eyed wolf. Hana Wuju's patience was completely worn out. Clicking the tore off the limbs of the villager's hands. He saw it clearly. These villagers aren't there because of any outside forces. It's entirely because that's their own nature. It's simply not being manipulated by someone with an agenda. Their character is inherently so. Ah! A pig-killing squeal rang out. The villagers without their arms rolled on the ground with their wounds and cried out in pain. The surrounding villagers instantly fell silent, their eyes showing panic. Just when everyone was getting the idea of backing out, the oldest of them, the oldest villager, spoke. Don't panic, everyone. This little white-eyed wolf, but he's just got some brute strength and he won't be able to defeat so many of us. We just need to hold out until the immortals come down from the mountain. That's enough to prove our innocence. We don't have to worry about the rest. For the sake of everyone's village, for the sake of our home, we can't back out. Erniu, you have made a great mistake, and for the sake of us, the elders who cared for you, don't you ever get lost again. The old village chief's words seemed to be very convincing among these people. The crowd, which was still harboring a feeling of withdrawal, was like eating a tranquilizer pill. One by one, they were firm again, leaving the villagers rolling on the ground unattended and surging up together again, looking for death. Hua Wujue's face was chilled. The one who had friendship with them was Erniu, not him. Hua Wujue. Trying to kidnap him with something like that is ridiculous. Flower Wujue doesn't want to waste his breath with these things, and slaps one of them, fanning their bodies into a bloody mist that drifted into the air, one at a time, one after the other. People who were alive 1 second turned into blood-colored mist floating in the air the next. But it's just a few breaths of effort. It was as if the place had turned into a slaughterhouse. The smell of blood rushing through the air. The strong smell of blood also attracted vultures from nowhere. Standing on the roofs of these thatched huts, he angled his head at the scene. It was as if these villagers were waking up from a dream, finally realizing that the horror that even the older villager who had just spoken was shivering with fear at the moment. Originally, they thought they could use the emotional card to bind Flower Wujue. I didn't realize it was just a wasted effort. The older villager, though, seemingly trying to make a last-ditch effort. Erniu, you can't be like this. We've all taken care of you and Dinyo. It's ungrateful of you to be like this. Like this. Hua Wuju raised his eyes. His icy cold eyes looked at this old villager with a shiver. For no apparent reason there was a pang of panic in his heart. Just wanted to do something more. He was then slapped into a bloody mist by Hua Wuju. The rest of the villagers fled in a huff. Where do you dare to stay any longer? Where is this the naive Erniu from before? This is clearly a murderous devil. A murderess. Hua Wuju didn't let go of the villagers who ran. There are times when just because you ran doesn't mean you didn't do it. Since these villagers were showing malice towards him and were genuinely trying to kill him, then correspondingly, they weren't strong enough to kill themselves. He was strong enough to kill them. Heaven forbid. Soon the whole village was slaughtered clean. If Ernest was here, he couldn't help but realize, sadly, that the whole village was involved in the beating. None of them showed sympathy. Chapter 161, Cold Devil. Joke. You have reached the achievement. Demon of indifference. Losing the emotion and the weakness of the heart. Leaving behind the fierceness of the heart. You'll be a demon. A cold demon. The beep sounded. Hua Wuju hooked the corner of his mouth and said in a disdainful tone. Demons. He despises it. Things like demons were rumored to be terrifying in the low martial plane. But in the high martial plane, not enough to look at. Not enough to look at all. In front of him, Hua Wuju, it was even more of a joke. This so-called hint, I'm afraid, is demonstrating the route to second bull's demonization, but now that's second bull. But the flowers have no consciousness. To make the strongest Fengdu emperor of the ancient era turn into a demon? I'm sorry, but this is funnier than 100,000 cold jokes. It is important to know that all of the rule forces that built out the Game of the Flood program all came from Pangu, and Pangu's spirit body, descending in person, couldn't even help Flower Wujue. What about this one little flood program? Is this title not completely useless? It seems that the so-called demon blade is here, far above the top of the mountain, in the midst of a large, Milky source of chaos? But interspersed with a hint of out-of-place black. That's the green ox sect on the mountain. I'm afraid that the place where the black is the magic sword. Because of this title, the demon blade is summoning demons. Hua Wuju stepped over the mountains of corpses and blood under his feet and left the village that was already in ruins. Demonized second bull. Predictably, in one of the spin-offs, Ernio made the same choice as Hua Wuju. Are they wrong? I'm afraid not. There is a clear distinction between evil and decisive. Evil people sometimes do things without any motive. They are likely to strike out at innocent people for no reason, whereas decisive people, who make the right choices in a variety of specific situations, it will not be disturbed by any factor. The people of this village have had a neighborly relationship with both Ernio and Dinyo for 10 years or more, but the people of the village are not yet, for their own little hearts, regardless of green. Bad-mouthing and bad-mouthing Ernio. Who killed the evil dragon? People are good at being bullied. A horse is good to be ridden. The villagers saw the evil dragon slain, and if the man who killed him was not the Ernio they knew, they'll scatter in all directions. I'm afraid, but it was precisely because the man was a second cow. Instead of being so afraid, they rose up to accuse, to scold. Here's why. Events such as these are forever occurring in the annals of history. Strange relationships are sometimes more intimidating than familiar ones. When you're on familiar terms with someone, when they get to know you, and they won't look you in the eye and take you to heart, they think they will hold everything about you, so they don't hesitate to hurt you mentally as well as physically, because they see right through you. Instead, he was too much in awe of the strangers to dare to transgress in the slightest. Sad and pathetic hearts. Hearts are exchanged for hearts, and what they get in return is not genuine. It's not true that there are no relationships of absolute loyalty, but 99% of them don't exist. Underneath the seemingly calm surface, the undercurrents are raging, just waiting to explode at the right point in time, by the people you think you know best, give you the death blow. 5,000 years of tumultuous time. All of this had long been seen through by Flower Wujue. Ernio killed the whole village because of whatever external pressure. But always, whose fault is it that you can drive an honest man to that? Ernio's path to demonization was unfolding. The big bull is dead and the whole village is killed. What did the second cow of this branch go on to do? We don't know, because our perspective is on Hana Wujue. Now in this timeline, it is up to Hana Wujue alone to decide. For example, Ernio used to go out of hiding for a while at this time, and many years later, it is only after cultivation that you come back for revenge. But Hua Wuju didn't have that much patience, and he didn't need to hide. At this moment, the highest combatant of the Green Ox sect, the purple-robed Taoist, and also the hideous-looking monstrous dragon, the Yuaning stage major cultivator had been slapped to pieces. The red-robed Taoist and the blue-robed Taoist simultaneously felt the purple-robed Taoist's life tags shatter, and looked horrified. Panic set in. But I didn't know what to do. They both majored in the Tao of Dan and the Tao of artifacts, and were able to mix as elders in this Green Ox sect. It was also just relying on the purple-robed Taoist's terrifying battle power. The purple-robed Taoist was unbeatable under Flower Wujue though. But the truth is, the purple-robed Taoist has an extremely treasured mutant dragon bloodline in his body, and his battle power can exceed 2 major levels. This was what made him one of the great Yen states, heralded great demons, also known as epileptic dragon son. The red-robed Taoist and the blue-robed Taoist, after calming down the panic in their hearts, the final choice was to fixate at the mountain gate. The purple-robed Taoist didn't leave very far. This means that it was killed in the vicinity of the Green Ox sect. It would be best if the being didn't seek them out, which would be a relief to them as well. But if this being seeks out and comes to this Green Ox sect where they steal residence, that would be a serious matter, whether the being was a demon or something else. The path of immortal cultivation was nothing but for cultivation and resources. The red-robed Taoist and the blue-robed Taoist know in their hearts that their end will not be good. The best that can happen is to have your freedom restricted and become a prisoner without freedom. The demon race's style of doing things is just so overbearing. There's no such thing as a hypocritical preamble. That was why the red-robed Taoist and the blue-robed Taoist were so nervous. In his mind, he filtered through all the great demons in Yenzhou that were able to kill the purple-robed Taoist. But in the end, I didn't get any exact names. Can only take one step at a time. Amidst the anxious waiting of the red-robed Taoist and the blue-robed Taoist, the Flower Wujue had already set foot on the immortal gate to the Green Ox sect. Next time, expel from the clan. The red-robed Taoist said coldly and slammed the door to leave. Armin clenched his teeth, held his chest, and leaned hard from the floor to the table. I should have broken like 4 ribs. Armin coughed out a mouthful of blood, and a sharp sensation of pain came from his body. There was an element of gambling in his behavior. Although he did see something, it can be used as a punishment. His mortal body was directly injured. He almost couldn't breathe from the pain of just shaking it off. A mortal body was always no match for a painless cyborg. It's not a big deal though. This did not affect Elman's thought emanation. 30 paces to the black water pool, 90 paces to the unknown cave. Armin made a note of how many steps he had taken. These so-called masters don't seem to have the means to keep watch all the time. It's not ruled out that it's not emanating. It's actually possessing. But I would prefer that they not be able to keep watch at all times. That's why they put the surveillance at the top of the list. Armin closed his eyes and contemplated. Chapter 162 Divine Sense. Armin's inference. Armin's analysis is correct. It wasn't true that cultivators possessed divine sense, but these great demons who bathed in monkeys likewise possessed it. But the senses emanating from the divine sense are mixed. If it was on all the time, let alone cultivating, I'm afraid it wouldn't take long to get annoyed. That's why a true possessor of divine consciousness doesn't turn it on 24/7. This is because it can be a huge drain on their energy, thus preventing them from concentrating on anything else. If there has to be somewhere to watch, they, in turn, will focus their divine sense on specific places. They are only alerted when there are unknown unknowns in these places. This method is the most energy efficient and effective surveillance program. It's like surveillance in the modern world. Nor did they do it 24/7, putting one on every corner. First of all, not to mention the waste, a camera can see where you put even more. It's nothing more than seeing the same place from a different perspective. It can only be described as resource nullification. That's why societies on the blue planet also put in surveillance only in important places. It's also for surveillance gridding. Every area that isn't too long away, another monitor appears, creating a chain of connections. There can always be a dead spot problem between monitoring and surveillance. After all this time on the blue planet, never seen anyone address the full coverage surveillance of omni-surveillance either. This scenario is also known as divine consciousness, similar to the universal perception. A thought scattered. All places can be perceived and seen, but the drain on resources is enormous. It's the same for cultivators. It's a lot of work and a huge waste of energy, so there wouldn't be any immortal cultivators idly opening a divine sense scan. Let's not talk about whether or not other cultivators will sense it. You yourself first get a headache from the sounds and movements coming from this tedious scanning of your divine sense. The sound of falling leaves, the sound of birds crowing, even the sound of the creek flowing. All the sounds coming together. That's not a pretty thing. Especially the cultivators, who also have to draw from all the sounds to get the sound they want. It would be even more of a torturous thing. But when you're strong enough, this kind of trouble that most immortal cultivators had was not a thing for them, because a truly powerful being, when the mind is moved, all causes and effects will rise to the surface. They will know about your past, your future, and even everything that is about to happen. Or maybe you chanted one of their real names. They will also follow the chain of karma and perceive you. Everything is hidden under the mind's eye. This was far better than the way most immortal cultivators utilized their divine sense in a manner similar to asceticism. But the three great demons in the green oxen at the moment, obviously not among such powerful beings. The red-robed Taoist is a den cultivator. It needs a quiet environment even more. How can it have nothing to do every day with your senses on full surveillance? But that's exactly why. It took Armin to determine this. He's traveled so many places without encountering these masters coming to stop him. Only walked to the door of that cave. Only then did the red-robed Taoist appear with a cold face. No doubt about it. The entrance to this cave hides a huge secret and has great relevance for plot advancement. The first order of business, however, is not this, that I am not capable of eluding their watchful eyes to such similarly important places, unless there is a valid excuse. I fear that the next time I will actually be killed. Armin shook his head slightly. He was certain that what the red-robed Taoist had just said was by no means alarmist talk. If it wasn't for the fact that he really did have that conversation with Toadface, I'm afraid he's in a bad way this time. Armin was 90% sure that from the time he left the so-called Great Hall of the three were more or less watching themselves with their divine sense. See yourself talking to Toadface. They didn't stop it either, which was a side note that what Toadface said was true. Armin won't have any special care either for them to ignore Armin heading in the other direction, and gradually touch the places they are not allowed to approach. But it is something to play with. There must be something in between that doesn't make sense. If they were spying on Armin in the first place, why would Alman be allowed to go in the wrong direction and gradually feel her way to the cave? Associated with Armin's role as Erniu, there was a little-known background. Then the result is obvious. These three great demons knew something, and they wanted to know. Is there something fishy about Armin? That's probably why they never made a sound. But nothing was found along the way. Armin acted really like a newcomer looking for a place to stay, and really made the mistake of coming where they weren't allowed to come. That's why the red-robed Taoist had to appear with a cold face. The earlier extrapolation was not unhelpful. First of all, It was impossible for these few great demons to keep their divine sense on all the time. Armin had also acted in such a way to determine if they possessed the means to scout. At this moment, if another player knew about Armin's deduction, I'm afraid I'm going to be in a state of confused questioning. First it was Armin who pioneered the idea that the three dowsers could not be shoulder-held at all times. But then came the vision of three Taoists watching him all the way. The two scenarios represent the results of two bifurcations. They don't have a second life for trial and error. There may have been before, but there is absolutely nothing here. Armin has been making the right judgment calls all along. It's hard to believe that in this script he also appears to have a cognitive doubt of his own thinking. When you have two diametrically opposed voices in your head at the same time. Especially since you can't know which one is true, proving that you're not far from panicking. But that's not the case with Armin. The reason he lists two very different scenarios, with a premise. The three Taoists took him seriously. The emphasis was high. Then the likelihood of him being watched since he stepped out of the Great Hall was extremely high. Low priority. Then the likelihood that he hasn't cared since he walked out of the Great Hall is extremely high. The surveillance of these Taoists was indeed placed only in important places. Take a third party's perspective. It does seem that only these two possibilities exist. But Armin didn't think so. It's right to put surveillance where it counts. And it's right to keep surveillance on me after I get out. The two possibilities are not bifurcated, but are more likely to be simultaneous. Armin's pupils were slightly clenched and shimmered inexplicably. As it turns out, he was right. Hall of Elders. That human named Erniu. While it was indeed a misunderstanding, but I always felt there was more to him than meets the eye. The red-robed Taoist shook his head. But we've been watching this for so long, and he hasn't done anything weird. Maybe we're just being paranoid? The blue-robed Taoist spoke, offering an alternative vision. Why don't we take another look? I still don't feel right. The red-robed Taoist frowned, his fingers tapping uneasily on the chair. The blue-robed Taoist looked unhappy. Although it's the three of us who take turns monitoring each of the, but we have so much to do every day. Is it necessary to spend such a long time on a human? It's not like there's anything powerful or surprising about this human race. Nothing more than a possible connection to that incident 12 years ago. But anyway, isn't he just a human? And you want us to waste our precious cultivation time to see him? The blue-robed Taoist looked disgruntled. He still had a batch of spirit treasures to refine in his hands, so that the spying on things like Armin made him very unhappy. The red-robed Taoist also looked unhappy. What are you shouting for? Can it be that you're the only one who has to be busy? Don't I have to open the furnace to make pills? I didn't even say anything. What are you complaining about here? That incident back then. Dare you say it wasn't important to us? Letting you take turns spying on it. What do you have against it? The atmosphere was tense. Both actually had a vague tendency to demonize. Enough. Chapter 163, Luck. Who the hell is Erniu? The purple-robed Taoist fiercely chortled. The red-robed Taoist and the blue-robed Taoist were silenced at the same time, no longer arguing, and turned their sights towards the purple-robed Taoist. The purple-robed Taoist's face didn't change, and he was still cold and indifferent. There was no annoyance at the duo's argument. You all have your own things to do, whether it be pills or spiritual treasures. All of them are much more important than this human. There's no need to bother with him anymore. I'll keep an eye on him for 2 more days, and if there's nothing out of the ordinary, we can leave him alone. We still just need to keep those 3 places looking good. Other than that, it's all just small stuff. Even if there are any accidents, for 10,000 miles around, there is no opponent for me. When the purple-robed Taoist made a statement, the red-robed Taoist and the blue-robed Taoist thought for a moment and, eventually there was a heavy nod of the head to sort of agree with that. The red-robed Taoist and the blue-robed Taoist retreated, respectively. The only thing left in the empty hall was the purple-robed Taoist end as the main seat. The purple-robed eyes slowly closed, and the great hall once again returned to dead silence. The words are split. Zhongli's progress also reaches the mountain, and similarly experiences the death of the big bull. But he did not make any pretense of hypocrisy, and when the bull demanded that he should kill himself, Zhongli didn't even blink, and thus gained the appreciation of Toadface. Zhongli, in particular, didn't eat the big bull's heart. The heart was eaten by him. Toadface was greatly pleased to have satisfied both his morbid emotions and his appetite. So whether it was going up the mountain or asking Zhongli to go to the main hall to pick a master, there was no doing to make it difficult. It was also thoughtful to inform Zhongli what the taboos were. Zhongli also completed his worship and chose the Dan Dao very smoothly, and under Toadface's guidance, he came to a disciple's room. After Toadface retreated, with his keen sense of scent, even if he didn't need to do any risky reconnaissance, Zhongli, it was also possible to roughly determine where this green ox-sex eccentricity lay. What a thick demonic aura. Zhongli muttered to himself in his mind. He didn't say anything because he knew that someone was watching him. This is not an immortal clan. It's a bunch of demons. And a bunch of people who didn't know they were about to become demons. Incestuous, monkey-wearing, who the hell is guiding this kind of thing? Jiang Li frowned slightly, or he couldn't see what this kind of thing was doing. Where is it that this group of demons admired the cultivation of the human race, so they bathed in monkeys? This was clearly robbing the human race of their chi. A world's chi has a clear statement after all. One community takes the lion's share and the others are left to be suppressed. Even with the emergence of a top powerhouse, as long as most of the fortunes are still in that dominant group, the mainstream communities would also immediately give birth to more top powerhouses. All communities with insufficient chi can only live under the shadow of the mainstream community, and the boundless Hongmeng. And even here, the flooded worlds, Jiang Li was all but certain that the human race were all the highest in the enjoyment of all the realms' chi. Even if there are some special realms where the human race's chi is not superior, the huge base of the human race's chi, it is still easy to erase that inequality. As soon as you get out of that particular realm, the top non-human powers, just to face countless human great powers, this was simply a crushing bureau. However, Jiang Li was clear that many things didn't always start out that way. In the flood world, a long time ago, it wasn't the human race that had the lion's share of the destiny. It's the demons. And the demon race also established the earliest universal power, the demon court. Within the invitation are all the top demons of the world. Wipe out all opposition to the demon court within the 10,000 realms. It was a behemoth so terrifying that it was unimaginable. Then a series of things happened. With the gradual decline of the demon court, the world's fortune came to the human race, and the heavenly court was thus established. And hell was constructed afterward. The heavenly court of the flood world. Thinking about this, Jiang Li's heartbeat somehow sped up. His lifelong wish was that the hell would also leave the limitations of the boundless Hongmeng. Re-entry to the flooded world. In this way, it became a superpower that spanned the boundless Chongmeng and the 10,000 realms of the flood. The ancient heavenly court of long ago, on the other hand, was in charge of the original flood, which had not yet been divided. Heaven and hell. We always have to go back. Flower would you I know, whether you do or don't, whether you blame me or are sick of it. But you've taken on this burden, and you're going to do it. You'll do what I couldn't. The earth has been placed in your hands, perhaps for so many years, since the only thing I'm relieved about. The return is dawning, and there is hope at last. Jiang Li's nose was a little sore, and he didn't know if it was because he had replaced his mortal body. Some of the amorality got the better of him. How could he not know that after he left the hell was on the verge of collapse? He didn't know how hard those years in hell had been, but he couldn't go back and he has to finish this. Otherwise, hell will just be trapped in this one root place forever. As long as we return to the flood and take back the true origin of the earth will eventually stand again in heaven and earth. This was the driving force that had sustained Jiang Li's actions for all those years. Several times, he has even passed by the circumambient Hongs of hell. He even saw the attack launched by the surrounding Hongmeng, but he turned a blind eye to it, even if his heart was twisted. But there is no way to resist putting years of hard work to waste. Noteworthy. The position of Fengdu Emperor in hell is not something that can be automatically lifted after a disappearance, but it's an absolute secret. When Hua Wujue became the Fengdu Emperor, Jiang Li incarnated as a small kid within the thousands of ghosts. Under the cheers and congratulations of the ghost congregation, Jiang Li also comfortably whispered, "Congratulations to the Flower Emperor on his reign," bringing the thoughts back in. It was only then that Jiang Li was refocusing on the situation he was currently in. This place is haunted by ghosts. And there is a demonic aura in the mountains. Remove the great demon. And there must exist quite a few demonic descendants that borrowed my human race's body and appropriated the chi. But on the contrary, there is still a wisp of demonic aura. Demonic, demon and devil, but not one and the same. People, demons, and devils, the three directions of chi converge in one place. And the people behind this want to lend us a hand for what? Whether I complete the task of regicide or not. The ending doesn't even seem to be very friendly for the human race. Where exactly is this place that can actually affect so much chi? On the face of it, no matter exactly which side's fortunes prevail in the end, all of it will only affect this aspect. But thinking about it on a deeper level, there's something big going on here. Erniu, who the hell is he? Chapter 164, Strange, the recovery of the aphasic man. The native beings of the flooded worlds, and the playthings of the gods of the worlds. The only remaining participant in the so-called Weird Tales game, Anna, is currently in a predicament like no other. The audience may have forgotten. Anna started out differently from everyone else's initials. Everyone else is rewarded by the immortals, or watched over. She, alone, is despised. So she wasn't chosen for the mountain. And Toad Face, even though he knew Anna had spiritual roots, didn't take her either. And in the midst of this branch line, Danyo's performance was the same as that branch of Hua Wujue's, and did not show the slightest difference with neither that creepy bone altar nor the knight's killing, totally alive and well as an honest and simple villager. Even if Ernia was not chosen to go up the mountain, Danyo only sighed slightly. It didn't say anything, but instead was concerned and encouraging. Ernia, it's okay. If we work hard, we'll live. No problem. Our old ox family can also branch out and go on. It doesn't matter. The big deal is to let our descendants become immortals in the future. Anna nodded in confusion, but looked blankly at her pale palms, and the rise and fall of the chest. Ever since she gained the despise effect, after a night, she actually changed back to her original gender and image. Anna is, in addition to Hana Wujue, the only one who gets his original image. It also represents. Erniu, when did you bring a guest over? The bull looked behind Anna with some confusion. Behind Anna, it was a faceless creep shrouded in black robes. It was also her ability to read the other person's mind. Importantly spooky. Danyo's words could be said to have turned Anna's heart as if the heavens had turned upside down, and her heart was horrified. Anna has 3 creeps in total. One is a serpentine creep, normally lurking in Anna's body in the form of her tail. She has the most powerful attack. One is a belly trickster, possessing a powerful resistance to creepy erosion, protecting him through many dangerous replicas safely. The last one is also the most dangerous one, because Anna simply can't have full control, except through 2 bazaar, forming a suppressive effect against the last creepy. It also achieves a dormant-like effect. One can only steal the abilities of this last creepy part. If the creep can be seen, it's also proof that the creep is out of control. Anna was no longer afraid to take up the thought. When she thought about the bizarre situation of hosting this branch in the first place, she only felt that she was afraid that this copy was going to be finished. This humanoid creep is known as the aphasia. The intake level is at the highest SS level. It's not in its near-invincible body that the lost words are so counterintuitive, nor in its ability to read minds. Rather, it has an ability to reverse time. No matter how many times you're about to take it in, just let the aphasic release the skill. Then time will be reversed again and everything will happen back to the beginning. It's a desperate ability. And the aphasia attacked humans with a simple touch, or by turning on the ghost domain. Then no being is spared. They will all become numb puppets. While creepy doesn't die, it can be used as a prop by the aphasia, and is no different from death. They were trying to house this guy in the first place, with more than 90% of the asylum seekers deployed, and with numerous deaths and injuries. It also ended up almost being a lost cause, if not for a coffin nail that suddenly appeared at the end. Then, I'm afraid their world is about to fall apart. Anna's face was pale. The reason why the aphasia was sealed inside her, it was because she possessed a unique physique. This physique can communicate with the Supreme Lord of Ashes, and aphasics can be suppressed from making time reversal abilities. The other 2 creeps inside her were also creeps that were at the S rank upwards. In a fit of physique and additionally weirdness, aphasia can reach perfect internment within her. Anna could even steal some of her abilities that way. But time reversal, this ability is untouchable. Otherwise, Anna would have become a god in some sense. How is this possible? Why is the aphasia revived? Anna's pupils contracted so violently that she didn't even dare to look back, for as her body rejoined, and Ernest's was gone, she then had a vague feeling that something was wrong, for nothing was missing inside her but the sense of the aphasic. It's a matter of life and death. When so many level 9 asylum seekers had struck together, upwards of 8 SS ranked weirdnesses, none of them have been able to fix it. Anna alone will surely die. Danyo looked at Anna not speaking. Her face was still very pale, and cold sweat was seeping out of her forehead. Couldn't help but ask with concern on his face. What's wrong with you, Ernio? Not feeling well. Bully came over and helped Anna to sit down. Guests, you sit down too. We have nothing to offer in our home. Crude tea and rice. And you don't mind. The bull smiled kindly behind Anna. Anna closed her eyes in pain. The reason why the lost word hasn't acted until now is likely that it is still undergoing an awakening, not fully restored to sanity. And the surefire rule for aphasics is sound. All creatures lock on instantly once they make a sound. Aphasia. And one by one, according to the priority of the sound emitted, it was obliterating. The big bull now makes a sound that is sure to awaken the aphasic instantly. That coffin nail, the only thing that could limit it, had also been used. There was nothing more she could do. The direction of the situation, however, was clearly unexpected. The lost word nodded and sat down next to Anna without a word. Anna's face flashed with shock in her confusion at the sound of sitting down. Aphasic people can never communicate. It only obliterates all creatures that make a sound. Bull, what's going on here? Or are the shenanigans of this copy more powerful than the aphasia? Ernio, You rest first. I'll go to old Wanto's place at the head of the village and ask. See if there are any herbs that can cure your summer fever. The bull apparently took Anna's abnormality as a sign of heatstroke. There was not the slightest association that this so-called guest would be a horrible creep. In the eyes of the bull, this guest was just a little bit eccentric in his behavior. There's nothing wrong with it. You know, toad face, the kind of being that looks like a demon. They, the villagers, were able to treat them as immortals and did not feel anything wrong. So it seems. It doesn't seem so outrageous for aphasics to be treated as guests. Denyo went straight out after he finished speaking, leaving only Aphasia and Anna in a tiny dirt house. The lost word bowed his head in silence. And suddenly, after the big bull had gone out, slowly turned his head and, the side of his face, hidden beneath his black robe, was full of shadows, staring straight at Anna. Chapter 165, Belly Bands, Anna's World. Anna kept her head down, cold sweat almost dampening her entire body. When Denyo went out just now, she actually wanted to follow along, but associating the big bull with the existence of this replica world, so him talking probably wouldn't trigger an aphasic attack, not so much if it was her. And it's fidgeting with yourself that kills you. The bull was bound to inquire when he saw Anna rise. She couldn't guarantee that anything else would happen if she stammered and didn't say anything. No matter how normal this all seems, this is still the copy world after all. The suspicion the bull had shown her that night was still fresh in his mind. This place still possesses problems after all. With a wolf in front of her and a tiger at her back, Anna was instantly caught in a dilemma. Either the threat of aphasic people, which is considered the highest priority, even if it aggravated the bull's suspicions. He had to leave the place where the aphasic was. Either that or treat the bull as a priority and not move. Anna ended up choosing the latter, because even if she followed Denyo herself, Denyo would never let her go. Where are the guests in the house and the hosts all out? But she forgot one thing. The lost words are not a presence within this copy. And the sudden appearance of the aphasic person really made Anna faint. 2. Not making the right judgment in the first place. Even though Denyo suspected it, he wouldn't kill her right away after all. Lost in translation doesn't care that much. Feeling the gaze of the aphasic, Anna felt as if every pore on her body had fallen into a pit of ice, and she didn't even dare to meet the aphasic's eyes. Cold sweat slid down her forehead and hit the floor straight away. Time seemed to freeze. Anna's pupils snapped shut. The lost words, at some point, left the seat beside him. Anna took a deep breath and grabbed the dagger hidden in her sleeve. The dagger of breach. The tail behind him had also regrown and was always on alert. But that doesn't seem to help, because the next moment, Anna was directly confined to the spot that, the dagger in his hand snapped to the ground, and even the bizarre tail behind him went limp and feeble as if it was being suppressed by something. Bibs, I still have bibs. Cold sweat broke out in Anna's heart, and her heartbeat picked up faster than ever before. The creepy bib was the last thing she could rely on. There will be an absolute immunity time of 2 minutes after the protection ability of the creepy belly band is activated. During this time the weird power could not erode her. If even the creepy bibs can't temporarily stop the aphasia, she's truly dead. In Anna's near-desperate wait, a warm sensation came from the belly band across the small of her back. The belly button ability has been activated. A glimmer of hope welled up in Anna's eyes, and after feeling the limbs she was able to move. Without the slightest hesitation, he didn't even want the dagger that had fallen on the ground and turned around to run out. Whichever NPC from the native copy world is good. Being able to stop the aphasia for a moment is fine, but she just turned her head, and her body was instantly slammed back into the... It was like hitting a transparent iron plate. Anna's pupils quaked precipitously, only to see the aphasic as a piece of sculpture. Firmly in front of her, the aphasiac held out the palm of his hand, a sickly arm, dry and white. It was like dried up bones that had been drained of all moisture and compressed, with only a layer of skin clinging to them. It's over. Anna's heart went cold. The past began to flash by as if it were a walk in the park, becoming a shelterer at the age of 6, and sheltering his first spooky at the age of 8 under the family's arrangement. It was also the gentlest of the 3 spooky, most gentle ones on her body. Creepy bibs. No one can say for sure where the weird bibs came from. No one could even recognize what it was, except to say that it looked like a novelty fit. The only effect identified for the creepy belly band is also to resist creepy erosion. But because of this ability to resist, the effect was powerful, and that's why it was busted as S-ranked shenanigans. Then there's the 12-year-old who starts traveling to various copies and struggling to survive in various bizarre worlds. Their world reaches the age of 12, and all those who reach that age, who have the bloodline of a hostler, both will start getting teleported into copies from time to time. There will be a day of preparation before teleporting your copy. It's also giving them time to catch their breath and resupply. Actually, after Anna's loss, their family has become anxious. Damn it, the copy of the House of Blood dystopia is obviously over. Why hasn't Anna come back? A middle-aged man with a strong, upright posture, a suit, and a beard with long hair, was walking around annoyed, and even more so when he simply punched the table beside him. Andrew, you shouldn't worry too much. MS. Anna's survivor status is survival. That means nothing has happened to MS. Anna. Beside him was a butler with one-rimmed glasses who spoke respectfully. How do you keep me from worrying? From damn what game descended so far? There has never been this kind of copy. Have been forced to end. And the player survived and did not come out of the situation. You tell me why Anna didn't come out if the copy is over? Is it hard to believe that she was left in that copy world? Andrew's mood was unsettled, and the anger born of a great, rolling waves of sound shook the butler's hair as it blew back. Andrews, of the House of Bigger, the current head of the family. It is also one of the 9 level 9 shelters of the shelter organization. The body housed a total of 6 creeps, 2 S rank, 3 SS rank, and 1 SS rank. The butler's demeanor really didn't change, maintaining a respectful yet unobtrusive smile. The butler was no ordinary man either. He was also an asylum seeker, and an extremely special kind of asylum seeker at that. They are similarly spooky beings. It can also be interpreted that humans have become bizarre. Lord Family Head, I know you're in a hurry, but there's nothing we can do about it. That the teleportation of all the copies is not connected, unless we teleport normally and are able to teleport to that copy, in which case, we can also find out what happened. But, just now, the shelter organization has confirmed that this copy has been completely erased from all copies. That means that the 3's ranked copy that MS Anna traveled to has disappeared. There's nothing we could do even if we wanted to go. Accompanied by the steward's words, Andrew was in a decidedly more irritable mood, pulling at his snow-white hair and, crouching on the ground with a bloated face, he kept pounding on the ground, making the whole house tremble. The butler hesitated for a moment, and in the twinkle of his eyes, he finally spoke. In fact, my lord of the house, it might be just as well that Miss Anna isn't dead, and that particular creepy that was sealed inside Miss Anna won't appear in our world again. Andrew's eyes snapped, as if he were an awakened tiger, staring at the butler dead in the face. Chapter 166, Protecting the Daughter, Going to the Land of Ashes. You're the ones who are screwing up. You're the ones who are screwing up. Andrew rose violently from the ground, both arms becoming as black as oil, and oozing black liquid outward, deadening the butler's neck. The butler was curbed, his demeanor agonized, and wisps of white gas were rising from his body. This is the ability of one of Andrew's shenanigans to deal real damage to shenanigans, and it can be touch creepy. The butler becomes creepy by being human though, but he just inherited Creepy's identity, and Creepy's original abilities is definitely not comparable to a shelter like Andrew's who has taken in 6 super strong spooky shelters. But the butler wasn't without a couple of tricks up his sleeve. The butler's one-rimmed eyeglasses suddenly moved, and then as if a small scorpion, runs down the face and zaps Andrews in the arm. Andrew immediately had to let go of the butler, because the one-rimmed glasses are equally as creepy as the butler took in. Nickname, Scorpion, can inflict a knockback effect on all existences it comes into contact with, which can also be interpreted as pain-eating knockback. This is just a cure for the symptoms. It was like child's play for Andre, because Andre will be able to attack again soon. But Unique Frame Glasses was on cooldown because it had activated knockback once, and the stronger the knockback effect of the object it inflicted, the longer the cooldown of the Uniframe Glasses, which means that Uniframes cause a knockback effect on an SS rank shenanigans. The cooldown is many times longer than this lower level shenanigans, but that was enough for the housekeeper. The butler spoke in a quick tone. Lord Andrew, this matter has nothing to do with us, and we've made a lot of efforts, but for copies that have gone completely missing, if you have to ask, I think you should go to the being that created the game. If you insist on being so skeptical, I can't help it, but think about this. What ability do we have to destroy copies of the game? Andrew was grim and uncertain, and after a moment of shifting color, he finally faded the weirdness from his arm, as much as he hated to admit it. But the fact is that it does. There is no being that can sever the link between the copy and their world. If the copies do disappear, then the only thing that can be done is to create a parade of being, and by no means can they, the asylum seekers, do that. The asylum seekers are more like characters underneath this game, manipulated by the real players. No character can destroy the server, because things are never in the hands of the characters, but in the hands of the actual players. Even if it's not you guys, you must have some kind of secret, and I'm gonna put the word out here. If my daughter can't come back, then I won't let you guys live in peace even if I have to fight for my life. Andrew sneered. The butler was silent, then spoke somewhat sadly and mournfully. Housemaster, MS. Anna is also the one I watched grow up. Even though I've now turned weird and but I still have human emotions. If I really knew what those old guys were doing, how could I not tell you? My lord, have you forgotten that it was I who was always by your side until I died? My consciousness has never been dominated by shenanigans, and the only reason I say that is because the danger of the aphasic is just too great. Have you ever wondered, House Master, what good will come of Miss Anna's failure to return? Death in a copy is death only within the copy, and the aphasic person, even if resuscitated, it will also only stay in the copy and cannot return to the real world. It's for the best for those old-timers that Miss Anna is dead. They had no reason, at all, to orchestrate this disappearance, with which to doubt them. We might as well think about how we can gain access to Miss Anna. Andrew fell silent as well, and then, as if he had aged many years, waved his hand. And you have been with me so long, Zulu, go away, you go away. House Bigelow, no more needing a creep to help out. The butler looked sad. He knew Andrew couldn't trust him after all, for from the moment of his death, any act he performed, and any word he uttered, neither can be trusted by Andrew anymore. The butler bowed and performed a salute, then dissipated straight away. Wait until the butler is completely gone. Andrew, however, sat up suddenly and extremely quickly pulled out from his body a single object, with all sorts of fine bones, and all sorts of strange powders. It didn't take long to make, on the ground, an extremely precise and tiny spell formation. Rising Wood, it's not that I can't trust you, but you may not even realize it yourself. You're not you anymore. A small sigh escaped Andrew's mind. Then he cut his finger and dripped it, landing just in the center of the spell. A bright red aura flashed. Andrew disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, everything was wrapped in fiery red lava. The firmament was pitch black and the light was completely engulfed. Only the huge throne towering in front of it signaled the extraordinary nature of the place. Anna must be swept away now, and those old things must have communicated with him that the founder of the Weird Tales game, the director of the script, without the director's approval, Anna could never have come across such a coincidence. And you can't return after your copy is finished. It's just as well that we've been the playthings behind someone else's curtain, but the same playthings that, and you are counting my daughters. Then sorry, you guys shouldn't blame me for touching the taboo. Andre thought coldly in his mind. The Weird Tales game is far from what it appears to be. Andre understood from the beginning to the end that this so-called weird game is a higher dimensional game created by a higher dimension. All of their hostages are playthings under those behind these games. Their world, however, is not entirely at the mercy of the game, because of the presence of evil gods that can devour all the forbidden and bizarre. The evil god had a great battle with the so-called director in the beginning, and the evil god was defeated in the end. The fall into slumber can equally force the director to make an appointment with the world. It makes them playthings that can be conditioned. Otherwise, the evil god reawakens again, and the director constructs a game of weird talk and it will fall apart again. It's not unheard of for things like copies to disappear. They all thought Andre didn't know, but they knew even less that the reason why their daughter Anna had the ability to communicate with the Lord of Ashes, totally inherited from him, and he, intact, inherited all the secrets of coming to the land of ashes. Andre has always pretended not to know, for the revival of the evil god is equally a disaster for their world. Until they get their hands on Anna, Andre also took the attitude of getting by. But now, Andre's mouth curled in a sneer, then slit his wrists and poured them on the ground before the throne. Great Lord of Ashes, your favored one, Andre, awakens in you this day. Please bless my daughter, Anna. As an offering, I will sacrifice 10 guile with you. Chapter 167, I am Lord of Ashes. Feng difficult to sleep. The attack of the lost words is close at hand. The knuckle-thin arm had reached in front of Anna's cheek, just a hair's breadth away from touching. The bibs, having been used once already, were completely silent at the moment. There's no way for Anna to live anymore. I don't know if it was fate playing tricks on her that she didn't die at the hands of the being within the copy. Instead, it died to the weirdness it carried. Maybe it's called making things happen, but no matter what, there is no turning things around. As Anna watched in horror, the change is steep. The breaking blade, which had fallen to the side, suddenly emitted a hot red aura the red aura carried an extremely special evil aura that instantly spread around. The lost words were directly deadened by this evil aura, and in the midst of their struggles, the sound of crackling bones came from all over his body. It was the sound of bones breaking, and on top of that dagger, an extremely terrifying silhouette spread out from the red aura of opening his bloody mouth. He was clearly trying to directly swallow the aphasia man. Anna was also caught off guard by this change of events, and for a moment she didn't react. However, it was quickly realized that it was the breaking blade that had undergone a mutation. But the dagger does not produce changes of its own accord, and only when used and cracked with all the bizarre laws of, only then can it be used. Today this change. It's so strange. Did someone invoke the Lord of Ashes? An absurd and frightening thought bubbled up in Anna's mind. The reason the breaking blade would not actively produce changes was because the Lord of Ashes was in a state of slumber, so they use it more like stealing powers while they're down. The Lord of Ashes only awakens when it is only then that you can remotely control all the items you slave to. Anna hadn't figured out exactly who could have awakened the Lord of Ashes. In fact, the man was her father. Whatever. This is my last chance. The Lord of Ashes has awakened. If I stay any longer, no matter exactly who loses or wins the fight between the two sides, I'm not in a very good position. After Anna regained her mobility, she didn't hesitate for a second and rushed out of the doorway as if it were lightning. The process went flawlessly. She could even see, from the doorway, the simple earthen house that there are two forces, red and blue, fighting against each other. However, the blue glow was dimmer and was gradually being swallowed up by the red aura. I didn't realize that's how the aphasic ended up being erased. Anna was vaguely emotional. Everyone thought they could know all the attack characteristics of the aphasic, but the dagger of delusion. Never once has it been possible to kill an aphasic. It was true that in the face of absolute power, those rules and regulations were simply useless. Anna twisted her head. It was the middle of the afternoon at the moment. Towards the end of the evening, almost everyone in the village had gone home for dinner, and no one stayed on the road. If she wanted to get out of here, there was not the slightest problem. But she was a little confused. This is a copy world, not really the real world. She even escaped the village. So how is the mission going to be accomplished? The bottom line is, after all this time, she hasn't seen any accurate missions at all. Only a state that rings out from time to time amongst the sporadic. What the hell kind of copy is this? Anna's heart flinched, and a sense of despair spread. If anything, the highest rated copy is a 3s. Then this copy had reached a concept in Anna's mind that could not be rated in terms of level. It's simply a new and crisis-ridden world. She's stuck here. Ernio, what are you doing? Turn around. Daniel was carrying a bag of herbs in his hand and was staring straight at Anna. Anna suddenly laughed. Ernio, what are you laughing at? The bull was confused. Anna shook her head uncontrollably, then choked a little hoarsely. I want to go home. Anna finally couldn't hold it together. This unending despair eventually becomes the final straw that breaks Anna's back. Broken blade is not used unconditionally. If the Lord of Ashes awakens, all those who have ever plagiarized the power of the dagger, all will be liquidated. The bull was silent. Then silently, he hugged Anna, just as he had hugged the crying second cow when he was a child. Ernio, don't cry. Where Big Brother is, that's home. Boom! The simple earthen house suddenly exploded. There was an extremely evil-looking, blood-colored evil creature that was twisting its massive limbs and devouring all, both the house and the livestock. The blood-colored evil thing was growing in size. Big Bull can obviously see this stuff. Move! The bull pushed Anna away violently, and then was about to pull something out of his arms that, instead, all that could be seen was a mournful scream coming from him. Then the shadow of the big bull was seen twisting in an extremely painful gesture. The bull was obviously affected as well, but he held on strong and didn't collapse, instead biting his fingertips and drawing something on his hand. But it wasn't finished after all. It had then been devoured by the scarlet evil thing. Instead, Anna had calmed down a bit by this point and just closed her eyes and the heart beat violently. Hopefully dying will be easier. Anna doesn't appear to be dead though. Anna felt a red, sinister glow loom over her eyes and then the space around her rapidly changed, as if a pair of large hands had cut through it hard and yanked her back. Wait until the dust settles. Anna opened her eyes nervously, her pretty eyes full of unease as she looked around and want to know what happened to you. But then she saw someone she, herself, would never have expected. Father! Anna's eyes widened and she gasped out in shock. Just the majestic back of her father, who had always been a powerful presence on his own. At the moment, he was as humble as dirt, knocking his head deeply on the ground. Anna was also finally taking in her surroundings. Fiery red magma jumped in all directions, fell to the ground, and immediately exploded again. Leaps occur again in all directions. Red is the dominant color in this part of the world. As far as the eye could see, it was a frighteningly evil red. It only takes so much as a glance. It's enough to make you cringe from the bottom of your heart. And there is a feeling of being so humble as to feel like a slave. Especially this huge fiery red throne in front of him. The fiery red throne was showing off its possessor. The fiery red world is allegorizing the character of the possessor. But in the midst of this fiery redness, endless ashes were appearing. Countless unknown substances fell on that ground made of magma and red rocks. And upward steams up endless ash. Anna looked to the throne as her mind trembled. Above the throne, a young man with black hair, looking withdrawn and was sitting on his throne, staring out at the sky. A name that was enough to make the world tremble appeared in her mind. Creator and destroyer of worlds, the divider of evil and light, chaos alternating with the future. It's a clearing or a destruction. The owner of the ashes will bring all the answers. The dark-haired man on the throne seemed to be speaking to himself. Who am I? I am the Lord of Ashes. Seal hard to sleep. Chapter 168, Soul Pillar. Bully my people. Be destroyed. Fellow Daoist. I don't know what I'm doing here from afar. Flower Wujua had just traveled to the foot of the Green Ox Sect's mountain, when he heard a loud voice that seemed to come from the sky. In reality, it was the voice of the red-robed Taoist within the Green Ox Sect. Although the cultivation of the red-robed Taoist and the blue-robed Taoist were not as strong as the purple-robed Taoist, but it was a solid Jindan stage powerhouse, especially since the instance of the two were still great demons. Defense and attack abilities were stronger than those of an ordinary Jindan stage. Hua Wuju's footsteps paused, then lifted the corners of his mouth in a smirk. Send you to Hades. The voice clearly reached the ears of the red-robed Taoist and the blue-robed Taoist on the Green Ox Sect. You! The two demons were instantly furious, and then they laughed coldly. With a mouth like that, you're not afraid of flashing your back. The district human race dares to be so reckless. Aren't you afraid of being liquidated by our demon race? The two demons were moving the tiger skin of the demon race as a big banner. It was only thought to be a human cultivator who came from somewhere and wanted to use the name of the demon race to scare him away. Liquidate me. The playfulness on Hua Wuju's face increased. I'll wait for you. Flower Wujue threw out the token, and a circle of transparent ripples instantly emanated in front of him. The Green Ox Sect's protective mountain formation was opened, revealing the path that led up the mountain. The red-robed Taoist's pupils contracted slightly before he fiercely looked at the blue-robed Taoist. Quickly opened the clan protector formation. The Thousand Cow Sect's mountain gate formation was divided into two formations, internal and external. The outer array is only responsible for bringing those who are not disciples of the sect. The ordinary mortals who are obsessed with getting to the mountain again are isolated from the outside. The inner formation is the real defense formation. The blue-robed Taoist nodded with a grave expression, then pulled out a strange jade wall that mouths the words and then throws them up into the sky. Instantly the entire Green Ox Sect was enveloped by a transparent ripple that insulate all the elements of the outside world so that they cannot intrude in the slightest degree. After doing so, the red-robed Taoist and the blue-robed Taoist let out a sigh of relief in unison. Our Green Ox Sect's mountain protection formation is enough to support even against a powerhouse at the God transformation stage. As long as we last 6 hours, we can wait for support from our fellow clansmen in other areas. The blue-robed Taoist also nodded. Although our demon race is usually suspicious of each other's interests, but when it comes time to face the foreigners together, we are still of one mind. The red-robed Taoist, however, did black out. What bull ********** 1 heart. You didn't see when we just sent a message out to those guys are still explicitly asking us for favors, and now they seem to be working together as a common enemy. And after this human cultivator has been extracted from his body and skin, aren't we still going to be divided up by those great demons? The blue-robed Taoist's expression was also stagnant and somewhat embarrassed, but he still opened his mouth. That being said, the dragon demon is gone, and we're not looking for a new backer. How can you gain a foothold on such a large piece of territory? The red-robed Taoist's face was unpleasant, but he also pinched his nose and conceded this statement. It's naturally impossible to want someone to help without letting them take advantage, although it's not explicitly stated now, but they all know it in their hearts. Forget it, it's just a shame that we've accumulated resources over the years. I'll see what I can use. Let's use it now, lest it be cheapened next. The red-robed Taoist sighed. The blue-robed Taoist, however, shook his head. You also know that I'm predominantly of the Tao of weapons, and that I can only have one of my own spiritual treasures. Even if there were more, they couldn't be sacrificed to this life. The red-robed Taoist sighed even more. And why wouldn't I be? I'm mainly a Dan Taoist, practicing out so many pills every day, but my own drug resistance has already reached an extremely high level, and unless a more powerful high-level elixir is sacrificed, it will have no effect on me either. The two sighed to each other, but suddenly a deafening tremor was heard and then the great hall beneath his own feet rapidly trembled. The two quickly glanced at each other, seeing panic and fear in each other's eyes. Flower Wujue's face was as normal as ever, and with just one swing of his fist, it just smashed the two's proud clan protection array to smithereens. A large formation that could resist a transformation spirit stage powerhouse didn't even manage to carry off the second punch of Flower Wujue. Flower Wujue might be feeling a little bored, too, or perhaps he wanted to know right away exactly what message Pangu was trying to deliver to him. There's no stopping. Without even leaving a residual shadow in its place, it went up the mountain at an extremely frightening speed. The two also quickly felt the extremely fast approaching pressure. The protector formation is broken. Damn! How is this possible? What exactly is the cultivation level of this human cultivator? It actually possesses such terrifying strength. Both also quickly realized a problem. Support will take 6 hours at the earliest, but they likely wouldn't even last half an hour now. After the two looked at each other with complicated faces, they finally made a decision. Spend a few breaths of effort without realizing that. Just without any cultivation came to the mouth of the Green Ox Sex Mountain Gate, a pillar that is standing tall at the gate of the mountain. Hua Wuju's eyes were cast there, and underneath the pillars, there was the hidden wailing of the wronged souls. This is the soul suppression pillar. To bully my human cultivators like this, you should be exterminated. Hua Wuju's face was cold. Just because he's not bound by emotion doesn't mean he can be indifferent to what he sees. How about things that are human are human? For the demon race to intervene in this way was tantamount to moving earth on the head of a Teiyukai. As a member of the human race, even if Hua Wuju would not deliberately do anything for the human race, but it will not allow other races to prosper. Actually, in all the territories under the management of Hua Wujuag and Su Changliang, all races except the human race look up to it, even just an ordinary mortal among the human race. If any demon race dared to harm them, they would immediately be hunted down and killed. The Heavenly Court has a special division for suppressing evil. All races commit crimes, and all of them will be struck down by the Department of Evil. The divine soul was then thrown into the thunder pool and suffered the destruction of the pain of thunder devouring the soul. Hell, on the other hand, has the hooker, that is to say, the extremely large number of ghostbusters in hell. In addition to the daily maintenance of the wheel, it also takes care of the function of exterminating all evildoers. Flower Wujue was a step up from the ghostbusters. The number of foreigners he has killed under his command is countless. The souls of foreigners who commit crimes will be thrown into the 18 layers of hell for eternity, tortured for all eternity, regardless of hell and heaven. For any foreigner who dares to be dissenting is one word: kill. The Hongmeng dragons are powerful enough, but as usual, they can't escape the fate of being suppressed. Only the lineage that is goodwill with the human race is left in charge of the Dragon Clan authority. The other Hongmeng races, likewise, could not escape this fate. The human race is the absolute hegemon. What was happening in front of Hua Wujue right now was tantamount to having a foreigner in naked provocation. They set the rules. Chapter 169, The Truth. The telling of the black and white irregulars. The wails of the unjust souls were finally relieved at this moment. The soul suppression pillar shattered. Countless souls of human cultivators were buried down there. Such a large base of human cultivators. It could never be something that the 3 demonic cultivators in here could do, especially since there were also 5 divine souls of the god transformation stage inside. Then the result is obvious. This was after the massacre of a much more powerful demonic cultivator. Divide these territories into areas and distribute them to the demon clans under his command. Hua Wuju's face turned colder, but suddenly there was surprise in his brow. A flash of it. 1 black and 1 white. 2 pale, inhuman-looking souls, but also inside. Black and white? Flower Wuju's abyssal ink-like eyes condensed, and immediately, his killing intent was monstrous. An ineffable pressure erupted in all directions, and the chains in his body that imprisoned his cultivation broke at this moment. You have spoiled the plot. Your cultivation has been unblocked, and the perfect plot clearance has failed. To be opened next, a truth flashback. Note that the realm you are descending into is a real being, from a critical point countless eons ago. Real existence. Key nodes. Black and white is impermanent. If Flower Wujue hadn't figured this out, then he wouldn't have been able to sit in the position of Lord of Fengdu. Pangu. Are you trying to use my hand to change what once happened countless epochs ago? Flower Wuju's heart was like a clear mirror at the moment, and all her doubts were answered with a bang. He had also heard the rumors of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, but Hua Wujue, who had grown up in the Blue Star, naturally still knew of the existence of a flood. But the two are mutually evolving processes. I didn't realize that this flood still existed and split into another heaven and earth. The heaven and earth where they were then gradually evolved from the 9 heavens and 10 earths into the boundless Hongmeng. That's what it's all about. Whereas hell was initially established in the flood, and then suffered an indescribable blow to the. It's only gradually fallen into another place. The hell that Hana Wujue inherited was incomplete. The truly long-standing and powerful floodlands of the earth had long since broken down countless epochs ago. Very well. Very well. Hua Wuju's abysmal ink-like eyes flared with substantial coldness. The divine soul of the black and white invincible in front of me was as dull as the other divine souls. Not the slightest bit of sanity to speak of. Yin and yang are reversed, and the derivation is infinite. Flower Wujue exerted supreme magical powers, hardening the already dead, and the black and white invincibles whose sanity had been obliterated were brought back to life. the sanity in the eyes of the black and white impermanence gradually brightened, and when he whirled around to see Flower Wujue in front of him, he was stunned. These two black and white anomalies now with the boundless Hongmeng, the black and white anomalies in the land of flowers and no consciousness, is completely different. Except the breath of hell is connected. Cultivation gained the breath of rules and techniques and so on, all of which were different. But the black and white irregulars, although they did not recognize the Flower Wujue in front of them, however, that Fengdu Lord's aura was a definite shock to them, because the Lord of Fengdu was dead at this time. However, the aura on Flower Wujue's body was telling them that he was the Lord of Fengdu. Why do you have the aura of the Lord of Fengdu? Black Impermanence asked hesitantly. The richness of the aura of the Lord of Fengdu on Hua Wuju's body was by no means something that could be achieved by a few items. Only those who were truly recognized by the will of hell would possess such a strong aura. This, to a certain extent, represents the will of the entire Fengdu. No need for small talk. Tell me what's going on in hell right now. Hua Wuju shook his head. He didn't want to take the time to explain this complicated series of things. This includes the boundless Hongmeng hell behind it, and also the series of things triggered by his own return to his hometown. All he cared about now was who the hell was doing all this. Black Impermanence was silent. He didn't know if he should say anything or not. The appearance of Hua Wuju in front of him was too sudden. So sudden that it made him feel unreal. Instead, White Impermanence pulled on Black Impermanence's sleeve. It was only then that Black Impermanence made up his mind. It's no secret that hell has gone down the tubes. There's no need to have anything to hide anymore at all. The Earth's capital was attacked by the extraterrestrial powers that came out of chaos. And the Earth's capital was heavily damaged and on the verge of collapsing. Black Impermanence pursed his lips and continued to add with some reluctance. Originally, under the Emperor's leadership, we were able to withstand this crisis. But, those demon court villains of the Eastern Emperor Tai, to actually take the opportunity to unite with other forces to stab us in the back in the hellmouth. The Emperor could not take care of both his head and his tail. And under the combined attacks of the heads of the various powers and the extraterrestrial great ones, I'm going to die with a grudge. Black Impermanence's eyes reddened as he spoke, and White Impermanence did the same, clenching his palms into fists and squeeze hard. You can tell both are very upset. Obviously, under this crisis, hell can be carried over, and in the midst of discontent, and a monstrous hatred, because of the common enemy of the flood like the extraterritorial powers, the East Emperor Tai, those small people who ate their way to the bottom of the world, it actually chose to join forces with it and attacked hell together. This ultimately led to the direct demise of the current generation of the Lord of Fengdu. In the eyes of the black and white, as well as in the eyes of the whole hell, this is a betrayal of the entire flood. The location of hell is situated at the gateway to the flood, blocking all extraterrestrial attacks. Hell broke loose. The portal is wide open. All those who caused this will be sinners for all time. But they don't know. In the latter part of countless epochs, hell, however, has become a house of sin. The Eastern Emperor Tai Chi, however, continues to live freely, even if the demon court is in decline. The 10,000 demon heavenly realm was still the demon race's honorary co-owner. Flower Wujue's face grew colder and colder as he recorded this Dong Huang Tai on his roster, but he didn't rush into a seizure. What about heaven? Hua Wuju asked again. His abyssal ink-like eyes seemed to be thinking. Hell and heaven have never been interconnected forces. He didn't know what the situation was between the earth and heaven in the flood era. But if it is such a big deal, why is the heavenly court playing deaf and dumb again? Can it be that there is something fishy going on in the heavenly court in this? Hearing Flower Wujue's inquiry, the black and white irregulars froze for a moment, then looked at each other. The heavenly court is still in the midst of a bitter battle. The heavenly emperor alone fended off the vast majority of the extraterrestrial powers, and the Earth's mansion took on only a tiny portion. And those eaten-up bastards know that there's a lot at stake in the heavenly stem, so they're just harassing. Let the heavenly court have no way to empty its hands. All of their attention is focused on hell, as opposed to those weird extraterrestrial powers. A guy like Dong Huang Tai who knows the emperor's details is even more deadly. If it's not too far from the time I remember, it's time for the battle in heaven to come to a close. But even if the heavenly court carries it off, it's bound to be greatly wounded. There's no way to liquidate all the forces that struck out, and the demise of hell has been finalized. Black and white, with a dull face. Although hell and heaven are brotherly forces, both suffered extinction at the same time. It is already not easy for the heavenly court to survive. So how can it still have the ability to help seek justice for the hell? But the truth is, the celestial emperor did do so later. Then he alone was boycotted by the 100 races, and left the flood in disillusionment. The so-called lost land was also broken off from the flood at this point. Chapter 170, Duration. The faulty inside the spirit quenching pill. Armin realized that this green ox sex management was unusually lax. There is no one forcing you to do anything, just letting you practice on your own. And there will be a ring competition at the end of each month, which will be used to motivate their respective cultivation. I've been here for 3 days now, and that strange prying feeling is finally receding. Armin looked thoughtfully through the windows in the room, his gaze seeming to look straight into the great hall. Previously he had been unable to identify this means used to monitor, but it was not until today, when he felt that he was suddenly missing a feeling, that he realized. It is possible to feel this sensation when you concentrate carefully, but it's very fuzzy, and it has to be in a very quiet place with no outside interference. It's only then that you might be able to detect it. At this moment, if the 3 Green Bull sect elders knew that Armin actually, with his mortal body, was, I'm afraid I'd be shocked for a long time if I felt the surveillance of my spiritual sense, because this gift is not related to the physical body, it's to do with the divine soul. This is simply good material for natural cultivation, regardless of which immortal cultivation school one chose. The stronger the divine soul was, the more half the work was always done. But I'm afraid the 3 elders won't find out, because after their 2.5-day stakeout, eventually the surveillance of Armin was fully withdrawn. Armin got off the bed where he was sitting cross-legged, then walked over to the table and a small bottle was pulled from the cuff. I'm afraid today is the deadline, Armin sighed in his mind. The small bottle was the novice disciple object given to him by the purple-robed Taoist in the Great Hall at that time. He felt then that there was something very wrong in these things. It's a good thing Toadface turned on him at the time, just in time to take those oddities away from him. But in the end, he hadn't escaped swallowing the Taoist-issued elixir, for the purple-robed Taoist had come here in person, and had issued to him a new bottle of, and left a cold warning. Don't you try not to eat, and I can tell you quite plainly that in 3 days' time, it's the test for new disciples, and if you can't pass the test, I'll clean up the door myself. The icy warning echoed in his ears. The cue says the same thing. Eat the elixir and pass the test in 3 days. Attention, do what you're told or you'll die. The purple-robed Taoist didn't force Armin to eat it then. Instead, he left after saying these words. At that time, Armin still felt that something was wrong until he saw the books left behind by the purple-robed Taoist. It was an article of the most basic initial chi practicing technique. Turning to a brief read-through, it was found that most of the mortal body possessed a congenital mass of dirt. If one wanted to cultivate normally and allow the aura to pass through the limbs and bones, one had to swallow the spirit-quenching pill. Spirit-quenching pill, the most basic chi practicing stage pill, used to help immortal cultivators break through the dirt in their bodies. You can absorb the aura normally and smoothly. There is also a special column labeled for practicing chi, unless one is born with a special spiritual root that is connected to the great Tao. When all cultivators engage in cultivation, one must take the spirit-quenching pill, or else one cannot enter within the doorway of cultivation. That is to say, I'm afraid that the newcomer test in 3 days is to see if you have the qualifications to enter the cultivation or not. According to my knowledge of this world's concepts, possessing a spiritual root should allow for cultivation. Why is there a test 3 days after distributing the spirit tempering pill? This question was planted in Armin's mind from that day. It's not right for the worldview he's engaged in constructing. That means the test was done with ulterior motives. It is not a test of your cultivation qualifications. It's more like seeing if you can successfully navigate this spirit-quenching pill after swallowing it. Where there are all contradictions, there must be a reason for them. Armin shook his head and stopped thinking about it so much before uncorking the small bottle in front of him. He had already delayed for 2 days, during which he had used every means at his disposal to carry out the cultivation on the chi practicing technique. None of them could successfully channel the aura into the body, as if it was clogged with some kind of dirt. Only a very small portion enters. Today, at 3 p.m. Is the time limit for conducting the test? Armin had no more time to procrastinate. As soon as the cork was popped, there was an extremely strong dank aroma. Just take a whiff of that. Then you feel your body is soothed and all the bones circulate. From the looks of it, there's nothing strange about it, Armin muttered to himself. The bottle was then poured downwards, and a small milky white pill came out at once. There was only so much as a single, roughly thumb-sized elixir inside a bottle. After a moment of silence, Armin swallowed the elixir into his stomach in one go. A kind of warm heat flow is carried out from the belly position to all positions. Squeeze that body dirt out of your pores. Everything is moving in a good direction. But suddenly Armin's brow was furrowed, and he closed his eyes and it was like being in a celestial war. Hall of Elders. The 3 Taoists each took their seats and regrouped again. Today, at 3 minutes past noon, is the day we will conduct the test. I don't know if the kid will eat it honestly. The red-robed Taoist yawned and said carelessly. The blue-robed Taoist then looked towards the purple-robed Taoist who was located in the first seat. It had been the purple-robed Taoist who had been watching for the past 2 days. He hasn't been eating. I've stopped the surveillance. The purple-robed Taoist said indifferently. The red-robed Taoist's face was a change of color when these words came out. If he didn't eat it, why haven't you killed him yet? 2 days had been delayed without food, and the red-robed Taoist had sensed a crisis. Instead, the purple-robed Taoist coldly stared at him. The red-robed Taoist was instantly silenced, not daring to overstep his bounds. 3 days is 3 days is 3 days, and he doesn't make any other moves anymore. It's just that he's studying the Qi practicing book in his room. I'm not going to kill him just for that. The purple-robed Taoist offered an explanation. The red-robed Taoist reluctantly accepted this explanation, but deep in his eyes he still wanted to kill afterward. It was unknown what exactly caused the red-robed Taoist to possess such a strong killing intent. Well, then we'll see if he can pass our test or not at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The blue-robed Taoist eventually interjected. Same scene. Jiang Li could tell that this spirit tempering pill had hidden mysteries within it just by taking that one look at it. There are demonic souls inside. This is trying to demonize. Interesting enough. I'd like to see if this so-called demonic soul can be stronger than my divine soul. Jiang Li tossed the spirit tempering pill into his mouth amidst a cold smile. Same with Armin. Immediately after the initial period of having had the discharge quenched, a gray soul appeared in his mind. In an extremely ferocious posture, it launched an attack on the divine soul. Chapter 171 Fusion. Wolf Demon's Thrill. Void of headspace. As far as the eye can see, it's like a dark space connected by dots of star domes. Possessing nothing but your own transparent divine soul. But Armin was, at the moment, having an unwelcome visitor in his head. Is this the catnip within the spirit tempering pill? Armin's pale blue pupils had a ghostly gaze. In the outside world, because of the use of the body of the second cow, his own talent comes with many of the capabilities cannot be carried out. Armin's pupils weren't blue at first, they were gold. It's the one that turns blue later. After his pupils turned blue, he awakened a very terrifying ability. Absolute observation. Definitely thinking. He can instantly capture all changes wherever his gaze takes him, even down to the smallest speck of dust. It's all visible to him, and after this change was engraved in his mind. It's like an embellished picture that can't be forgotten. A second is all an ordinary person can think about, whereas a second of Armin's time allows for budgeting that is too complex to estimate. Because of this, the two competencies are combined with each other. The reason why Armin has been hailed as an unearthly super genius on the blue planet, it's because of his fearsome memory and learning power. The average person has limited brain space. Armin's headspace, however, seemed vast and endless. Oh, I didn't expect to get a good body. Across from Armin's divine soul stood one, nearly 10 meters wide and 100 meters long, with a wolf-shaped divine soul worthy of a giant beast. This was the demon race that existed in that spirit tempering pill from Armin. Kid, you're lucky. I'm a divine general of the demon race, and this time, you're able to merge with me together. It's your honor. 2. The wolf-shaped divine soul absently clasped his arms to his chest and looked at Armin, who was like a small black dot. Armin's brow was calm, his pale blue pupils rippling. Even if the wolf demon soul in front of him brought him unparalleled pressure, it still doesn't move him either. When he returns to himself, emotions cease to exist for him. Demon God General. I'm afraid, by the sound of his voice, that he's going to intermingle my consciousness with his, and I don't know, will I be able to carry it off? Armin didn't have any means of stopping the wolf demon from fusing on him. The wolf demon's soul looked at the bland Armin, and displeasure clearly flashed in its eyes. In his lifetime, he was a divine general of the demon race, and he had killed countless great cultivators of the human race. On weekdays, he loved to watch the looks of those humanoids wailing in pain. Armin was just an ordinary mortal in his eyes. At most, the divine soul space was much larger. The demon god general's divine soul space was even larger than this. How dare he, a mortal, be so calm in my presence? The wolf demon spirit sneered, then stretched out its large, sharp hand and directly told Armin to hold it in his hand. You should be glad that you're going to merge with me nowadays, or else I'll definitely whip your soul and skin you for a few days first. The wolf demon's soul wasn't going to do anything to Armin's divine soul. After all, he was going to merge with it now. In case the torture resulted in damage to the divine soul, it would be more than worth it. Directly put Armin's divine soul into his big mouth. The wolf demon soul then closed its eyes and began to dominate the fusion. In his opinion, there would be no problems with this fusion. Even if he's only a soul now, it still doesn't change him. He was once a renowned demon god general, once followed the conquest of hell. Fusing with a mortal's divine soul couldn't be easier. And it is true. The intermingling of the two's divine souls was very smooth. So smooth that Langya was somewhat unable to believe it. It's so strange. The mingling of the divine souls actually went so smoothly. Not even a hint of repulsion. It's like his divine soul is actively accepting mine. The wolf demon's silence carried a tinge of caution. But then there's a sense of the unthinkable. This is a mortal who hasn't even practiced qi. How can he dominate my divine soul? At most, the divine soul is special. When it's just me being overly concerned. The wolf demon spirit shook its head, dropping the unthinkable thought. Just kidding. How long has he been dead? Even a mortal's divine soul can dominate his soul now? The wolf demon soul sank down and continued to go for fusion. As time passed, but it made him more and more alarmed. Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why do I feel like I can't dominate the progress of the fusion anymore? The wolf demon's soul stared with eyes full of horror, unable to believe what it felt. The original earlier fusion did go well, but the wolf demon soul, still, wanted to slow down a bit at the key fusion node just to be on the safe side. But who knew it would be like an open floodgate, and there was nothing one could do to stop it anymore. Armin's soul was like the rolling waves that carried his soul and unstoppable downward roll. You have a problem. Get off me now. The wolf demon soul roared. With that, he struggled up to interrupt the progress of the soul fusion, even if it would hurt him to some degree. But even if he was careless, at this moment, he could know the result if he continued to fuse. He couldn't even dominate anymore during the fusion stage. Wait until the fusion is completely over. Is it he, the demon god general, who dominates the consciousness of this mortal? Or what? Or is it the consciousness of this mortal that obliterates the consciousness of his demonic god general? Wouldn't his own 10 million years of hard work cultivating his divine soul be cheap for nothing? No, absolutely not. The wolf demon soul roared. But no matter how hard he fought, Armin's soul was like an abyss of deadly pulling on the wolf demon soul, unable to let him detach the slightest bit. The wolf demon was shocked to realize that they had only performed a third of the fusion of the Armin was actually able to just perfectly utilize that fusion of thirds to intercept the wolf demon's soul. Why is there such a demon in the world? This is simply an existence that transcends the heavenly Tao. He shouldn't even exist. Tendo why? The wolf demon suddenly choked because the heavenly Tao was jointly controlled by the heavenly court and the earthly palace. Now that hell is being attacked and destroyed, all things in the world are no longer governed by the divine principle. Things like their demon clans competition for chi luck couldn't even be managed anymore. What about these demons that shouldn't exist? And where would there be existence to go without removal? The wolf demon at this moment had practically experienced lifting a stone and stoning his own foot. I'm afraid the breakup of hell is a true scourge. The wolf demon's heart went cold. Armin, however, would not have cared if the wolf demon's heart was cold or not. After realizing that his divine soul, after having an inexplicable greatness, he began to willingly devour the wolf demon. The wolf demon's soul, which did not have the slightest ability to hinder it, could only go crazy a book struggling. But like a fish on the human table, no matter how much you struggle, you can't jump off the plate. All that awaits him is to be eaten dry. Chapter 172, Borrowing Strength. Zhongli descends to the floodlands. The other side. It was the same situation here in Zhongli, but the situation was more one-sided than not. The wolf demon soul was seeing the million-feet-tall ghost emperor soul of Zhongli's soul. It was a straight-up shiver, and both legs couldn't stop wobbling. This, heavens, what kind of cultivation is this? Too terrifying, too terrifying. The wolf demon shivered and involuntarily fell to his knees. The wolf demon soul was as inconspicuous as a sesame point in front of this terrifying divine soul. Spirit, courageous, I can give you a chance to tell me everything you know. Otherwise, there are countless ways I can make you beg for your life and death. Zhongli's face was cold and a look was cast down. All at your lordship's service. The wolf demon soul sweated coldly, then told what he knew one by one. Zhongli used a spell while listening silently. As the wolf demon spoke, its pupils turned darker and darker. Wait for it to finish talking. The wolf demon's pupils had gone completely gray. Master, the wolf demon fell to his knees. Now, take control of this body. Exclude me and get out. Zhongli was unsurprised and gave the order indifferently. Regarding the things the wolf demon said, Zhongli was aware of them. Of all the successive Fengdu emperors, I'm afraid that the only one who didn't know about this long-standing secret was Hua Wujue. Yes, the wolf demon's voice contained no emotion, and then began to maneuver. This might work. Zhongli felt the wolf demon's rejection and didn't put up the slightest resistance. He doesn't kill wolf demons because it's useful. Since entering this copy, all his means had been sealed. Trying to break through, unable to do so. It must be related to the rules of the flooded world. Even if he was a great emperor of the boundless divide, he could not ignore it. He couldn't do it on his own to break the restrictions. Might as well try doing it from the presence of this place. If it doesn't work out, there's nothing to lose. The wolf demon is in control. Whatever happens next, he's all but cupped an undercard in his hand. But there is one thing. It's been on his mind for a long time. The soul of the second cow, I have never seen, is not there. Still can't simulate. Jiang Li's mind was flowing. Since everything about Ernia's life is simulated, this is even more of a thread of countless timelines. Why would there be no spirit of Erniu? This may be a key place. Even if Ernia's original soul was obliterated, it would definitely leave traces. The memory of entering the copy at the beginning is the best proof. Now finally entering the zone of a portion of my own abilities. But no matter how he searched, he couldn't find the soul that was supposed to be there. Erniu, where did it go? Smooth sailing for the master. The wolf demon respectfully sends him off. The corner of Jiang Li's mouth slightly hooked. His plan to lend a hand worked. Jiang Li's soul body gradually solidified, and his aura metaphorically thickened. But it's a voluminous summer day in June or July. The mountain gate of the Green Ox sect, however, began to drift up with snowflakes. 1, 2, gradually, the snow flies. There were roughly 100 or 200 disciples of the Green Ox sect. All of them were surprised at the moment, to the point of becoming more and more terrified. The heavens are in a state of aberration, and great evil will befall us. The integration of these disciples is still in progress. There is still a lot of consciousness that belongs to the human race. A heavenly apparition like this one. In the end, these human beings, who have nominally become immortals, have evoked the fear of heaven. Instead, those who were more like immortals than these immortals were just the three-headed demon race. They don't have much trepidation about the sky. Some of them were just terrified of Jiang Li. What a powerful divine soul power. Who is this that actually possesses such a strong divine soul? The purple-robed Taoist's face changed as he looked away. The red-robed Taoist and the blue-robed Taoist glanced at each other and took out their defensive summoning arrays as quickly as they could. The massive defense formation quickly unfolded. It wanted to exclude Jiang Li's divine soul. However, the moment this defense formation touched Jiang Li, it was like touching a mountain. Unable to move. Broken. Jiang Li's words fell. The red-robed Taoist and the blue-robed Taoist spat out blood in unison. Their eyes filled with extreme horror. Perish. Jiang Li dropped a finger. There was a finger that poured out the heavens, coming from the vault of heaven and pouring downward with unrivaled force. The purple-robed Taoist roared angrily, and then the Taoist costume on his body fell off. The entire person turned into a hideous and monstrous dragon that charged straight into the sky. The delusion is to use the body of a dragon to fight against the punishment of heaven. Overestimate one's capabilities. The body of the strange dragon gradually turned into ashes, and under the horrified gazes of the red-robed Taoist and the blue-robed Taoist, smoothed out. The whole of Greenbrier Mountain. Many Green Ox sect disciples didn't even react. It had then followed their master to the 9 specters. Oh, no. They weren't even qualified to go to the 9 specters. It directly obliterated between heaven and earth. Mission accomplished. Reward settlement of 10,000 flood value. You may travel to the floodplain of your choice, or you can choose to stay here. Note, if you choose to remain here, you will merge with the branch where another player is. Another player. Jiang Li already knew who this person was. Being able to have the same strength, if not more. Who else could it be but Hannah Woodue? What copy of this is already over? The usefulness of the flood value was already known to Jiang Li. This 10,000 flood value is the knockout. Purchase an ID for him. Then, he was going to stay here to join up with Flower Woodue. Or do you travel to the flood? The viewers of the Flood World live streaming platform were also eagerly discussing it. This is a good opportunity to change our destiny against the heavens. People from the Lost Lands can come to our floodlands. This is a great opportunity that cannot be found for countless epochs, and no one has to guess. Hannah Woodue? It's definitely going to end up coming over anyway. If I were this Jiang Li, I would definitely come over to the floodlands first and talk about things afterwards. Most of the audience felt the same way. Su Changliang lazily lay in his position, but his eyebrows were slightly raised. Jiang Li naturally knew Su Changliang, but the two don't really know each other well enough to be right. Actually, there's still a gap between the two, but it was Jiang Li unilaterally against Su Changliang. Jiang Li is an ambitious person. From the time he set out alone to come to the flood without ever informing anyone else of his plans, one can see this, but I'm afraid Jiang Li wouldn't have expected it. Su Changliang didn't need to make plans at all. He could return to the floodlands whenever he wanted to. Jiang Li made his choice with the crowd watching. I'm going to the flood. Unsurprisingly, even the response was mediocre. Jiang Li's live feed was interrupted. No one knows exactly where in the floodplains he came to, but Jiang Li before he left, take that soul-suppressing pillar at the entrance of the Green Ox sect, blasted to pieces. Chapter 173, Turmoil, Flower Woodjue's Way. The red dust is scattered all over the sky, and the waves of the angry sea are unheard. This flood wasteland, it's going to be chaotic after all. Amidst the chaos of the void, the banks of a certain unknown long river. There was an old man, fishing with a pole, a child beside him, serving with a lowered brow. Master, should I go and obliterate the source of this chaos? The child asked respectfully. The old man shook his head. All things in all realms have a fixed 10%. We'll just go with the flow. The child frowned at this time. Master, why? Seeing that the chaos of the flood is about to begin, and when it does, all the worlds will be devastated, and we are here to watch and see. Is it not a sin? The old man still shook his head and pointed to the fishing rod. Have you seen me fishing here day in and day out? And have you ever seen a fish take the bait? The child said. Not yet. Why aren't there any fish on the hook? The boy froze for a moment, then scratched his head. Because there's no bait? The old man nodded in satisfaction before asking again. Why am I sitting here if there's no bait? The child was now in trouble. Yeah, doesn't know. The old man turned his eyes back and spoke meaningfully. Because I'm waiting for bait. The boy was amazed. And he realized. No more words. Silent service. So it is. Beneath the calm surface of the river, the waves are rough. Fish bait appears. It will stir up all the undercurrents buried under the calm. Great chaos is also great governance. Not to mention the old man and child fishing on this long river somewhere. Great powers from all walks of life launched search warrants at the same moment. Catch the stragglers from the house of sin. Those who are meritorious. Split the land and seal the borders. The sites return to the flood programmers. Zhongli is gone. Hannah Wujue, it won't be too late to come out. I'm afraid this flood program is about to have its first break. Between now and then, I'm afraid we'll have to leave this place and prepare for the flood unrest. Everyone in the audience was secretly thinking about it. Every single person sitting up here was a great power of the flood behind them. The return of hell represents a redistribution of the cake. Standing in line is important. A right station will bring you a great profit. Hannah, I'll be waiting for you. Su Changliang looked deeply at Hua Wuju. He also no longer stayed on the Flood Live platform and returned straight to the Flood Heavenly Court. The Flood Heavenly Court at the moment had hundreds of millions of heavenly soldiers lined up, and millions of divine generals in front of the formation, against the forces from the 100 Races Alliance. The day the Heavenly Court is destroyed is now. Holding the demon god sword, Emperor Tai of the East stood over the Chaos Beast and fought with fury. The hundreds of millions of demon soldiers and generals under his command similarly responded with a furious roar. Kill! The temporary head of the Celestial Court, the guardian of the flooded Heavenly Court for countless eons alone. Martial splendor of the Heavenly Monarch. Restoration of the 10,000 worlds. The Heavenly Emperor returns. Returning when the Heavenly Court is revitalized. Follow me and kill. 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 Billions of Heavenly Court divine soldiers and generals waved their divine weapons in their hands, killing the sky. The billions of killing embryos in the Heavenly Court never fear anyone. Countless killing streams of light collided with the alliance of 10,000 races. The war affected countless flooded realms. The battle of the flood that took place 10,000 ancient years ago has finally continued to this day. And this time, the flood battle between the Heavenly Court and the alliance of 10,000 races kicked off the flood turmoil. Inside the scripted world, Flower Wujue was at the entrance of the Green Ox sect. The black and white irregulars followed behind respectfully. The change that had taken place in the outside world was unknown to him. He had only one thing to do now. Wait, my lord. We have something to say. The red-robed Taoist and the blue-robed Taoist rolled and crawled towards the mountain gate. His face was full of flattery. In his hand he held something even more unknown, a delicate wooden box. My lord, this is the formation talisman of this place. With this item, you can travel to and from the various sealed places at will. We would trade this for a dog's life. Formation charms. The great demon attacked Yenzhou and divided it into 12 caves, each with its own forbidden zone. You can use this item to travel to various sealed places. Acquisition of key plot props. Unlocking new main quests. Save the people of Yenzhou and kill all the demons. Mission reward, opening the passage to Hell. Hell's Passage has been attacked and destroyed since Hell's Passage. It's completely broken. There is no fulcrum in the flood that can reach a disconnected place. Hua Wuju's abyssal ink-like eyes suddenly had some depression. It's my duty. There seemed to be a realization in Flower Wujue's heart. For ages and ages. First he ran for his home, and when he got back to it, he gradually touched the secret of the ages again. Behind all the seeming coincidences, perhaps there is a corollary to all of them. For who they are, he seemed to have an answer. As I have seen, so have I come. People have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and the Tao is divided into 3 clear and 6 royal. The human heart cannot be left untouched. My way, not yet complete. As the Lord of Fengdu, I shall sweep away the curfew and return a clear sky. The light in Hua Wuju's eyes grew brighter and brighter, so much so that at last the aura around him rose violently. The original cultivation was already strong enough. This moment actually impacted towards an even more terrifying height. A thought passes through. It is possible to become a saint on the ground. The black and white irregulars' faces changed, and a strange feeling suddenly came over them. The man in front of me will lead them to build a new and powerful place. At this moment, the red-robed Taoist and the blue-robed Taoist who had long been kneeling on the ground were trembling with fear. Respectfully, he placed the treasure box on the ground, lowering his eyebrows and trusting his hands in fear. They prayed that Hua Wujue would give up a path to life. After all, they already know they're wrong. Hana Wujue thought otherwise. Sin and atonement, the two never go together. Pay your sins before you talk about atonement. For your sins, let your bodies die and your souls be destroyed. The red-robed Taoist and the blue-robed Taoist's faces changed drastically. It's about to run away. But it was like being pressed to the ground by a big invisible hand, and the layer of human skin on his body was stripped off. A hideous and ugly demonic body was revealed. The black and white irregulars' faces went cold, and the hatred in their eyes was clearly visible. If it wasn't for Flower Wujue being in front of them, the black and white impermanence was bound to boil their souls into soul lamps and suffer for 10,000 years. Don't! Leave us alone! Leave us alone! The three-headed red snake, as well as another demonic beast with a treacherous appearance, cried out in pain. Answer them! It was a demonic blade that emanated a boundless demonic aura. This sword, as if it had a heart, automatically broke out of the back of the mountain and it came into the hands of Flower Wujue. Hands up! The body as well as the divine soul was chopped in two. The two great demons that reigned over the party. In the end, he ended up with a dead body and a dead soul. This is not the end. Immortals, we are innocent. We're not like these demons. Those disciples of the Green Ox sect similarly knelt on the ground and cried out in pain. However, they all exuded a strong demonic aura. Hua Wujue glanced at them, his gaze sullen. You are long dead and empty. I'll give you guys a ride. The Green Ox sect. Gone. Chapter 174 Hand-to-Hand. Three-footed golden crow's natal technique. The demise of the Green Ox sect caused a tremor in the surroundings. The surrounding demon kings, who had already received the call for help at that time, were feeling Flower Wujue's aura that could be considered terrifying. There was a flurry of faces, and no more talk about support. It's like nothing ever happened. Return to your territory. At the same time, they prayed that the great god Flower Wujue would not come to them, but that's just ideas in the end. No demon race could escape. Soul Fury. Flower Wujue stood with one hand negative, and the vial in his hand that was condensed from the blood-colored baleful she rushed towards the dome of the sky at a rapid pace. In no time at all, a blood-colored vortex formed in the firmament. All the demonic cultivators in the Yanzhou region had a general feeling in their hearts, and in their fear, they looked up at the sky. Then their breath instantly shriveled. Straight as a straw he fell. Looking again at the blood-colored vortex in the dome of the sky, there were constantly blood filaments converging. If you look closely, there were wailing demon souls in those blood filaments. The demon kings of the 12 caves changed their faces drastically. Their cultivation was too much stronger than the little demons. Each one of them was at the god realization stage of cultivation, but even by virtue of the formation that had been operating for a long time, as well as his own strong cultivation, facing that blood-colored vortex in the dome of the sky, he actually did not have the slightest resistance. It can only be a grasshopper in the fall, bouncing around a little longer. It's horrible. It must be reported to His Holiness immediately. The various demon kings of the 12 caves looked terrified. I'm afraid that the demon kings who have long since gotten used to being powerful will not think about it. It's amazing how they can end up in such a sorry state one day. But everything is karma. This is their sin. It will be sanctioned by Hana Wujue. The call for help went out quickly. The exalted lord of the 12 cave demon kings was not in the territory of Yanzhou. It's in the sea. I've given them enough time. It's time to end it. Hua Wujue's tone was flat. The blood-colored vortex in the firmament changed once again, like a hideous Taotai beast that, until this moment the sharp fangs were bared. The state of extinction. It has been revealed. The 12 whole demon kings, who were able to resist a little bit just now, are now scared out of their wits. Unresisting, he was directly drained of his soul. The 12 whole demon kings who were glorious for a while. It also became one of the blood-colored swirls in the firmament. Yanzhou territory. Many of the crippled cultivators of the human race who were still left, were in hot tears, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing frantically. God's eye is on me. The 12 whole demon kings were compared to those ordinary demon clans under them. Not only do they like to torture humans, they also like to torture human cultivators. They deliberately set some crippled human cultivators free, then let them continue the Taoist lineage, after giving them hope, and then by an almost brutal means, capture those disciples who had managed to get some improvement in their cultivation. The male monks were kept in the torture chamber of the Demon King, suffering from skinning and cutting day after day. Female monks, the end is probably worse. The human cultivators after that battle back then died of old age. Those who were still alive were all old men whose cultivation had been dispersed and who were no longer capable of fighting. They watched their disciples, whom they had cared for so well, taken in this way, and could do nothing but choke back tears of pain and can't do anything. Desperate old people have committed suicide. They don't want this pain to spread any further. The elderly, who still have hope, suffer from this, trying to cultivate a genius who could turn the situation in Yenzhou around. But the demon race's chi had completely devoured all the human race's chi in Yenzhou. And how can we possibly let these old people succeed? But to this day, the chi is back. The 12 cave demon kings died tragically. Those human cultivators who were detained within the secret room seemed to have a sense of general tearfulness, swallowed that last breath in a choked sob. They don't want to die. It was to see the day when the 12 cave demon king was killed. Some large market towns, and even some dynasties, the pseudo-immortals who usually bully their way to the top. Tong Tong changed into the appearance of a demon. Then he was put to death by the blood-colored vortex in the firmament that looked like a heavenly punishment. The mortals were at a loss for words. All that could be done was to kneel on the ground in utter fear, constantly kneeling towards the vortex. They don't know what's going on, but there was a sense of relief in his heart. It's like a big rock weighing on their heads has been removed. Immortals have changed a crop since. Start demanding all sorts of cruelty from them every so often. Boys and girls. Fresh hearts. The old man among mortals thought vaguely of the thing called a demon. But they don't dare to say it. One can only identify those demons with the crowd as immortals. Muddling through the day. I never thought I would see such a miracle in my lifetime. Sure enough, heaven has eyes. But maybe it's not the heavens that have the power. Rather, Hana Wujue is here. And he is the sky. Bold and crazy. How dare you destroy my father's layout? I will destroy your soul and extract your spirit. Next to the Yenzhou was an ocean so vast that it could not be estimated. It is called by the world the Sea of Heaven. In the middle of the heavenly sea, there was also a huge whirlpool at the moment. A purple demonic aura erupted from the vortex, and a flying. It blasted on top of Flower Wujue's blood-colored vortex. And then the Sea of Heaven. A huge three-legged golden crow appeared. The three-legged golden crow splits the waves. The huge Sea of Heaven was split in two. The three-legged golden crow, soaring to the sky. It was like a brilliant sun, looking directly at the entire Yenzhou living beings. This three-legged golden crow was none other than the doppelganger of the Eastern Emperor Tai. I'm in charge of the chi planning of this place. The East Emperor Tai glanced at the blood-colored vortex in the air on his own. It was already clear what had happened. In the midst of the flooded worlds, how dare anyone mind their own business? That tricky guy, Su Changliang, has left. Who else is my opponent? East Emperor Tai Chi was arrogant and unrivaled. After confirming who had cast the spell, the three-legged golden crow vibrated the 10,000 miles of golden bladder. The gale covered the sun, and the entire Yenzhou looked like it was going to be split open. And the peak of the Green Ox sect where Hua Wuju was, even more so. They are experiencing unprecedented pressure. The original body of the Eastern Emperor Tai was born innately, a three-legged golden crow, born from the fuchsia tree. It is a genuine innate Hongmeng living being, second only to the flood beings after, or rather, second only to the chaos beings. Who can stop me? Who is worthy to stop me? The three-legged golden crow let out a cry. The living beings of the entire Yenzhou covered their ears in agony, and the shrill sound of it was as if it was going to pierce their eardrums and crush their souls. Since the matter of the Qigong plot has failed, the entire living beings of Yenzhou will die for me. Flowers are not aware of the clouds. The mind moved slightly. In a flash, countless blood-colored spells appeared around the blood-colored vortex above the dome of the sky. Then a pillar of blood-colored light shot straight downward. The collapse of the inferno state dissipated. Even the tinnitus that mortals painfully feel dissipated in unison. In its place was the agonizing wail of that demonic soul. East Emperor Tai, killing intent in his eyes skyrocketed. The lost chi of Yenzhou was growing rapidly. Seeing that his ordinary means could not help Flower Wujue, East Emperor Tai directly used the divine power of his own three-legged golden crow. Yang Yen, Chapter 175, Immortal or Not, please turn around the precious gourd. Since the three-legged golden crow, boundless flames became the dominant color of heaven and earth. The heavenly sea, which was known to be boundless and the same as the sky, was also burned red at this moment. It was vaporized and emptied at an alarming rate. Countless yang flames made up of innate yang, uncountable, crashed away as if they were meteors. The eyes of the Eastern Emperor Tai, also known as the three-legged golden crow, narrowed. He'd like to see it. This guy who had suddenly inserted a foot, whether he could actually block this yang yen of his. Although because of what happened to Su Changliang, as a result, His strength was now greatly reduced all over, and he could only show his face as a doppelganger. But he, East Emperor Tai, the hallowed demon emperor, would not be able to defeat a nameless pawn? Hana Wujue was in his eyes, but he's just a nobody. Yang Yan charged towards Yanzhou in a state of annihilation. At that moment, all the living beings within the Yanzhou wailed and looked at the Yang Yan sailing in the firmament in utter terror. Help! God help us! Thieving God! It's all the trouble you've caused. Oh, we don't want to die. The resentment and wailing of the beings spiked up at this moment. The black and white irregulars glanced at Flower Wujue, who was taking things calmly in front of them. The heart couldn't help but sweat hard. It wasn't that they were worried that they were going to die just after they were resurrected. Rather, as much as they hated this Eastern Emperor Tai Chi, they had for Flower Wujue. Whether or not they can beat the East Emperor Tai Chi also holds a worrying attitude. The strength of the East Emperor Tai, that was common and visible to the flood. Almost no one could stand against him. Only those existences at the very top could check and balance. The figure of Flower Wujue was something they had never heard of before. Even if the other party had the aura of Fengdu Earth, neither could they change the black and white of the flood, who did not recognize Flower Wujue at all. If they're the black and white of Hong Kong, at this moment in time perhaps that concern would not be there. Hongmeng black and white, my emperor is just invincible. The entirety of Hongmeng Earth Mansion was 100% confident in Hua Wuju's strength. If someone asked how strong their emperor was, the clear answer would be yes. The emperor's posture was invincible to the ages. Even if it was this legendary three-legged golden crow in front of him, the East Emperor Tai, it was also by no means a match for their emperor. Flower Wujue really didn't let them down either. Taishui Mortal Demon Gun, where is it? Hua Wuju's abyssal ink-like eyes stared. The wind and clouds changed at once, accompanied by the pagan appearance of the gods and demons in the firmament. A hideous divine spear stirred the boundless wind and clouds, charging forward in an invincible manner. The stalemate lasted but a moment. Yangitis, festering. The black and white impermanence's mind was wildly shaken, and his pupils subconsciously shrunk to the size of a pinpoint. Simply can't believe what I'm seeing in front of me. Also unable to believe it was the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. Other than those guys, there's actually someone else in the Floodlands who can catch my essence divine power? East Emperor Tai Chi was obviously a bit wary, and then what seemed to come to mind? Surprisingly, there was some tension in his face, and he pulled out a strange compass, and at the sight of the compass, it was only after it didn't point at Hua Wuju that he breathed a sigh of relief. This compass is specifically for Heavenly Emperor Su Changliang. Celestial Emperor Su Changliang's godly appearance and his detachment was even more defensible. In order to limit this buggy ability of his, the Eastern Emperor Tai found this Wan Gushin Luo. As long as the target is locked on, all camouflage has nothing to hide. After determining that the person in front of him was not the doppelganger left behind by Su Changliang, Dong Huang Tai's complexion tyrannized. The three-legged golden crow let out another loud cry and lifted its wings. He is the demon emperor Dong Huang. How can you be overpowered by nobodies? Does he still want to hang around in the floodplains after telling the world? Now that his cultivation was extensively damaged, he couldn't show the slightest bit of decadence in the outside world. Please turn around the precious gourd. East Emperor Taichi took out an ordinary-looking green-colored gourd, which grew larger in the air against the wind. It soon became as huge as a mountain. The precious gourd was after hearing the words of the Eastern Emperor Tai. It soon turned slowly. The black and white irregulars, however, had a jolt of excitement and looked anxious to the extreme. It's the treasure gourd. Go, go, go. If you don't go, it's too late. The precious gourd's prestige in the flood is known to no one, but any being targeted by the precious gourd, at the lesser end of the spectrum, you'd have to leave a body behind. At the heavier end of the spectrum, the soul will be chopped to pieces. East Emperor Taichi actually got the treasure gourd. The black and white have no time to be shocked by this anymore. The precious gourd's hefty reputation is a ferocious one, and it's not a joke in the slightest. The words of the black and white irregulars naturally reached the ears of the Eastern Emperor Tai. The corner of Dong Huang Tai's mouth smiled coldly. It's too late to run now. The treasure huckleberry has turned around. Then his gaze went a little cold, focusing on black and white. Black and white impermanence, subordinate to hell. Hell has been attacked and destroyed by him. Now I didn't realize that these remnants of the party had survived. The staff seems to be really incompetent. The black and white wunderkind was not killed by the Eastern Emperor Taichi. As a matter of fact, Dong Huang Tai's status wouldn't be to focus exclusively on these minor characters. The soul pillars and other things are done by the men. He was only responsible for suppressing the transfer of qi. The matter involves the remnants of hell. The annoyance in Dong Huang Tai's heart had reached an extreme. He no longer wanted to care about the matter of the qi of this heaven and earth. Why don't you just destroy it? Even if this place is special, it's not as if it can't be destroyed. At most, it would lead to an even greater collapse of the flood's chi. Can't fight those things outside the domain anymore. This place is no ordinary realm. Actually, this is the former home of Blue Star. This is an extremely special piece of heaven and earth. This is the world where the world tree evolved. Otherwise, Dong Huang Tai wouldn't have gotten an alter ego to come here specifically to cause trouble. This place hosts the analog disk of the flood's chi. Changes in the chi here will affect the chi changes in the flood in real time. He messed with the chi of Yenzhou. It was the tacit approval of several other top forces in the flood. It's kind of a compromise. After all, in this battle of the flood, the heavenly court was seriously injured, and the earth was directly attacked and destroyed. The Eastern Emperor Tai Chi and the demon race behind him were solid winners. Not to mention that behind the East Emperor Tai, there was now extraterrestrial backing, so the other powers simply acquiesced. It's not like they're directly taking away all of the human race's chi. That's just 0.1%. Hana Wujue then quietly watched the precious gourd turn around. In the mouth of that icy gourd, he did feel a hint of a threatening aura, but just a hint. After the treasure gourd turns around, East Emperor Tai followed up with another sentence. Please treasure gourd to kill. It was like the green gourd had received some kind of message. There was a flash of something. Hua Wuju's abyssal ink-like pupils moved slightly. Something as thin as a silver wire was about to cut his throat, but on the verge of collision. This silver thread, pinched by Hua Wuju's fingertips, could not advance any further. Chapter 176, A Miserable Defeat. East Emperor Taichi's wretchedness. This sudden change clearly froze everyone. The black and white irregulars were even more shocked beyond words. The precious gourd's heinous and ferocious power could be said to be widely spread in the floodplains. Almost no being could escape in one piece under the precious gourd. The entire flood added up to less than 5 fingers. Now it looks like it's going to be one more. Black and white. The understanding of the treasure gourd is only in fluff. Dong Huang Tai obviously had to know more about the treasure gourd, so his shock was even more shocking. That's an attack that crosses karma. How could anyone possibly be able to catch it with their bare hands? The precious gourd can cut through karma and cross karma, killing you without karma. It is a natural killing weapon. Originally, the East Emperor Tai used the treasure gourd he obtained as a base card. Prepare to give Su Changliang such a blow at the critical moment. I didn't expect to use it in advance nowadays, and it's come down to this. The contrast of it was unacceptable to the East Emperor Tai Chi. The face that was so cold that it almost condensed into frost immediately realized that he had kicked a hard bargain, but now the arrow was on the string and had to be sent. It could only be to push the treasure gourd for a second attack. Please, treasure gourd, kill again. The Baoho will go on cooldown after one attack. A second time in a row like this must have come at a commensurate cost to do so. East Emperor Tai, as the demon emperor of the flood, could afford to pay this price. The huge green-colored gourd that stood horizontally above the dome of the sky, finger only began to rumble and turn again, and soon launched a second attack. The silver on, which was just like the previous one, drove again. Go! Flower Wujue snapped her fingers, only to see that the silver-colored greenish aura that had previously been pinched in her hands, it was like a flowing rainbow, heading towards the Eastern Emperor Tai, the East Emperor Tai's doppelganger. The three-legged golden crow that was being visualized at the moment instantly felt in extreme danger. At that moment, there was no time to think carefully about Flower Wujue and how it rebounded the first wave of the treasure gourd's attack, devoting his entire body and mind to dealing with this green aura. Golden Crow Treasure Art. The three-legged golden crow radiated a fierce red aura, colliding violently with the silver-colored green aura. The powerful shockwave shook the 4 seas. It makes all the degrees of existence in this world that are located at the apex of the world tremble for it. The strongest person they remembered was perhaps just the one who picked the sun, moon and stars with his hands. And how had they ever seen an existence like the East Emperor Tai, the apex of the flood? This heaven and earth derived from the world tree. It is divided into 8 states, except for the Yenzhou which has been occupied by the Eastern Emperor Tai. The remaining 7 states still belong to the territory of the human race. These unrelated 7 states were at the moment equally affected by the waves of the East Emperor Tai. Golden Crow. It's hard to tell if Toho Taichi did it on purpose or by accident. If the world tree collapsed, it appeared that the flood chi, too, would become a mess. It seemed to have become an advantage for the demon race, which was not in any way dominant in the first place. But the other forces of the human race would naturally not be unprepared at the world tree. Great Diffusion Emperor. That's the Diffusion Emperor's split. 9 Heavenly Demon Abyss. That's the Emperor of the Demon Abyss. Evergreen for all ages. That's the ancestor of Evergreen. Swords come to the 8 deserts. That's the 8 deserts sword saint. Chaos Jade Gate. That's the Chaos Sect ancestor. Tongtian Sect. That's the Tongtian Sect leader. The 3 domains of Buddhism. That's the spiritual treasure true Buddha. All of these existences were originally detachments left behind to suppress chi. At this moment, all of them had broken out of the boundary because of the madness of the three-legged golden crow. One could only see these 7 human supreme forces gazing in the direction of Yinzhou in unison. Eastern Emperor, you've crossed the line. Hearing the outburst of these 7 supreme existences, the Eastern Emperor Tai wiped the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth. The three-legged golden crow was no longer able to maintain its native state because of the heavy damage it received from the treasure gourd. Can only be forced to revert to personhood. East Emperor Tai is now cloaked in hair, woeful and abnormal, and the corners of his mouth are still coughing out blood continuously. But his demeanor was unusually debauched. Damn you people, you hypocritical bastards. Who the hell crossed the line? When they were dividing up the benefits of hell, each one of them was a moralist. You can even lay hands on your own kind, and you have the nerve to say that I've crossed the line? And who exactly crossed the line? Dong Huang Tai's questioning echoed through the 9 heavenly vaults. The entire living beings evolved from the world tree heard this rolling thunderous questioning. Flower Wujue had already cupped the second attack of the treasure gourd in her hands at this moment. The expression was flat. No mood swings could be seen. Even when these 7 chi-suppressing bilocations appeared, he didn't have any expression on his face. These people are involved. The black and white irregulars gritted their teeth. Compared to the attacks of the demon race, I'm afraid that these forces of the same human race were the most chilling. It's not without exceptions, though. At least the ancestor of all time, the ancestor of Evergreen, never laid a hand on hell. It can be viewed with a cold eye. What's the difference between doing it together? Who are you and why can you come to this forbidden land? The Diffusion Emperor of the Great Diffusion Imperial Dynasty opened his mouth to question. Emperor Diffractor was surrounded by 9 dragons, his sword brows and starry eyes, and he was dressed in white imperial robes as if he was a god of the 9 heavens. Noisy. Hua Wuju's abysmal ink-like eyes flickered slightly. The Taishu immortal demon gun, which was in the sky, immediately drew a graceful arc above the sky, rushing off at unmatched speed. Emperor Diffractor was afraid that he didn't expect Flower Wujue to make a direct move. After all, there were still so many existences around watching. The heart was angry and hateful, summoning a massive shield in the air, emanating an ancient aura that sprawled out in front of himself. This is the ancient Black Devil Shield. It is an object that was sacrificed by killing a huge ferocious demon 10,000 years ago, and it can block all the laws of the world. The Taishu Immortal Demon Gun quickly collided with this ancient black demon shield. It was only seen at the point where the two collided, like an egg that has been cracked open. It starts at one point and spreads rapidly around. Immediately it crumbles into crumbs. Emperor Diffractor didn't even have time to make more of a response before he was penetrated through a full 8 defense films in front of his body. Wore it to the dregs. The diffractive emperor just dissipated. His doppelganger disappeared from the world tree. This caused the other existences to have their pupils shrink violently before looking at Flower Wujue. When did such a fierce man come out of the flood? Although Emperor Diffractor's strength couldn't be said to be the strongest amongst them, it was definitely not something generalized. How could he be killed so easily? Even if it was only a diversion, it was at their level. The strength of the doppelganger wasn't even close to that of the main body. Flower Wujue? Who was this person who suddenly appeared at the world tree? Flower Wujue, however, didn't bother to give them any more crap. The original blood-colored vortex that had already formed countless columns of blood in the air. It roared in unison at that moment. From within these vortexes stretched out countless chains that shimmered with a forbidding aura. Wearing the Eastern Emperor Tai in place, pierced through the bones by countless forbidden chains. This is Hua Wujue's Dallas Emperor Lock. The existence that was penetrated could not detach itself, and could only suffer the torment of the divine soul day after day. You, when you are here, suffer the pain of devouring your body and soul. Chapter 177, A Brief Harmony Within the Human Race After a Distant Relationship. It was as if time had frozen. The remaining 6 supreme existences looked at the miserable East Emperor Tai and there was an inexplicable creepiness to it. East Emperor Tai, even if it's just a bilocation, how could it end up like this? The same thought bubbled up in the minds of all 6 existences. Fellow Daoist, I wonder where I came from and what's the matter? I'm afraid that the one with the fastest change of thoughts in the arena was the Emperor of the Devil's Abyss. The Emperor of the Devil's Abyss laughed out loud, then climbed closer to arrive in front of Flower Wujue. Fellow Daoist, I've long looked at this dead bird with disdain, and when you do this, it can be a great pleasure for us. The Emperor of the Devil's Abyss squeezed his eyebrows. It would be hard for anyone to take the unimaginative man in front of them and connect with the demonic and murderous Emperor of the Devil's Abyss. History has proven it more than once. The strong will succumb to the stronger. Hua Wujue glanced at him without making any indication. He's focusing on something else. Mission accomplished. The passageway to hell is about to be constructed. Please prepare yourself. You've gained 1,000,000 flood values from the human race's lucky streak. It seems that after killing the East Emperor Tai's doppelganger, and the unexpected, the Emperor of the Devil's Abyss was a bit embarrassed, then turned his gaze back to black and white. The black and white invincibles put their heads down. The matter of hell has led them to regard these human beings, who pride themselves on their exalted existence, as, can't think any good thoughts. If the Emperor of the Devil's Abyss sees it, the murderous intent in the eyes must have been detected. The Emperor of the Devil's Abyss, on the other hand, was pondering. The black and white irregulars, the two remnants of hell, didn't expect to actually be taken under his wing. It seems that this person in front of me still has some connection with the hell. Think of it this way. The Emperor of the Devil's Abyss had a plan in mind. He was seen wrapping his arms around the black and white irregulars, shaking his head while being filled with grief. Black and white. It's a bit of a relief to see that you guys are okay. Black and white uncanny. The Emperor of the Devil's Abyss, on the other hand, didn't care about the strange expressions of the black and white irregulars, and talked to himself about the events of that time. I know you must have a grudge against us in your hearts, but it wasn't something we could dominate at the time. There are too many reasons mixed in there. I can assure you, though, that I'm not taking any shots myself. The complexity behind this cannot be explained in a few words. The Emperor of the Devil's Abyss spoke while silently observing Hua Wuju's expression, but Hua Wuju's face did not fluctuate in any way, making it impossible to see any expression. Your Excellency is also a member of the human race, and we had no choice but to do what we did in the first place. But you have to believe us, we were forced to make a show of it by the momentum. The breakup of hell is not directly related to us. The remaining few existences also came before Flower Wujui. These existences, completely devoid of the same arrogance that they had when facing other people, actually took the initiative and started explaining something. It was unbelievable to the black and white. As a member of the Hellmouth, they naturally knew what these existences, to the outside world, were like. I didn't realize that it was a different story here at Flower Wujue. Hua Wuju listened faintly, then said, "You guys mean nothing more than it's none of your business. It's all about the demon race. It is, isn't it?" The Emperor of the Devil's Abyss stiffened, but his expression was self-conscious. The words are true, and while it may seem like we're being a little hypocritical, that's just the way it is. Flower Wujue said, "That would be good." The Taishu immortal demon gun towering in the firmament began to sway again, seemingly going through the motions. The Demon Abyss Emperor's face changed and his tone tightened slightly. "Well, we did go and get a piece of the pie, but even if we hadn't, someone else would have split it. Then it might as well be divided up by our human race." The Emperor of the Devil's Abyss rightfully said, "People who practice magic have brain circuits like this. Since it was going to happen sooner or later, and with the idea of fertilizing why can't all the benefits be divided among the human race? The 10,000 ancient evergreen, the spiritual treasure true Buddha, and the Tongtian sect leader were, however, spitting in their hearts, seeing that people are going to be caustic. You're still shirking your responsibility here. If you can go and divide it, why can't you go and help?" The Emperor of the Devil's Abyss obviously didn't think about this, because in his dictionary, there is no such thing as a favor for nothing. The 8 Desolate Sword Saint spoke. "Fellow Daoist, what happened in hell was indeed our fault. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with hell, but the smell of hell is so strong in you that I can return all the items I got in hell." The 8 Desolate Sword Saint was very fast and threw over a ring without the slightest delay. This is the Sumeru commandment. The amount of space that can be carried inside is unimaginable. There was once a saying that a leaf is a surya. It's not that the world of Sumeru is small, it's that in the space that you think is small, and yet it can be as big as the world. Hua Wuju gave a cursory scan. Inside are indeed all the treasures of hell. However, it was worth mentioning that basically all of the treasures in here, he had never seen in hell. That is to say, all of the items inside were ancient items from the flooded earth. For Hana Wujue, for Hongmeng Earth, this is a landmark event. Aha! You can go. Hua Wuju nodded, but his face remained unchanged, just flat out set a go. The 8 Desolate Sword Saint didn't drag his feet, and directly returned to the state area under his control again. "Reseal yourself." Hua Wuju's abyssal ink-like pupils flowed slightly. It wasn't that he was afraid of his opponent. Combine and attack from afar. These human existences were the top pillars among the human race. Although they hadn't helped with the hell business, they hadn't really fallen on hard times either. Rather, it is after the big picture has been set, they just went down and got a piece of the action. That's not really a big deal. Not really anything important, at least in the current situation. Killing them is easy, but they've never been the main killers. Kill them all, and I'm afraid the human race's fortunes will be in tatters. That's the key thing. And why must the forces that can unite be pushed to the enemy? A power can never exist solely on fierce might. Otherwise, once you show your fatigue, then you'll suffer the end of your life. Hana Wujue wasn't sure how much longer he would be here. He wants to stabilize the rebuilt hell as much as possible. So this kind of power bargaining at the political level is the right thing to do. The 8 Desolate Sword Saint left a sentence before he left. From now on, I owe hell a favor. Hua Wuju's political wisdom was never inferior to strength. However, the 8 Desolate Sword Saints' approach did set an example for them. Although the remaining few existences had blood dripping from their hearts, the situation was stronger than the others. And just hold your nose and admit it. The Emperor of the Devil's Abyss gritted his teeth and could only return what he had gotten to Flower Wujue. The remaining few existences hesitated and did the same. But there are 1 or 2 others who are not so knowledgeable. Scholar, these items are related to our Buddhas, and I saved them from the war. It has been possible to degree them, and it is impossible to return them to you. The spiritual treasure True Buddha smiled and made a bow. Chapter 178, Seeing Death and Saving Life, Shameless Buddhist Realm. The Lord of the Devil's Abyss glanced at the spiritual treasure True Buddha and said in his heart, this treacherous old bald ass. Spiritual treasure True Buddha's calculations. The people present were all able to see. This bunch of guys from the Buddhist sect are a bunch of little people in the garb of hypocrisy, looking at something all day long. It is this object that has a connection with the Buddha. Strange. How come the rocks on the side of the road don't see to say they have a destiny? The Lord of the Devil's Abyss and the rest of the existences were all thinking the same thing. They've already returned the stuff. Even if they don't want to, they were not sure that they could beat this great god in front of them. So it's better to return things honestly. However, the strength of the spirit treasure True Buddha was clear to them all. It was simply impossible to beat the Flower Wujue in front of him. This was an existence that had resisted 2 rounds of Bao Ho unharmed. They asked themselves if their cultivation was heavenly, but they were unable to remain unharmed under the precious gourd. Look at it through the tube. Hua Wuju's strength was clearly far superior to theirs. Looking at the East Emperor Tai, who had been penetrated by the blood-colored forbidden chains, there was no need to say more. The Eastern Emperor Tai Chi was an existence that could equal them. Even he was pierced through his soul and folded here. They don't have much of a bottom line to be hardcore either. What can this bald ass have to fall back on? Is this bald ass? The Lord of the Devil Abyss and the rest of the existences suddenly thought of something, and a flash of color flashed across their faces. Scholar, my Buddhist realm's Earth Bodhisattva. The Earth Bodhisattva fell along with the Earth's government during this turmoil. What I, the Buddhist world, have collected, is nothing more than the relics of the Earth Store Bodhisattva. Spirit treasure True Buddha sighed sadly. It looked as if the presence of their closest relatives had fallen. Earth Store Bodhisattva, technically speaking, would be considered a part of the Buddhist world. It seemed like Lingpa True Buddha's sigh made sense. However, the Lord of the Devil's Abyss, who knew the inner workings of the situation, was wide-eyed. You bald ass is so shameless. The Lord of the Devil's Abyss exclaimed. Your Buddhist realm is simply seeing death to that Earth Store Bodhisattva. That Shimeji went to ask for help, and even if you didn't save him, you even suppressed him, and control it to become your Buddhist world's divine beast of protection. It's really a good one, our Buddhist realm. The Lord of the Devil's Abyss didn't care about any explicit face anymore. Anyway, their Devil's Abyss relationship with these vultures of the Buddha realm wouldn't be considered much better. More because of the 2 sides of the Gongfa system, the reason for the Taoist system, but also in a state of non-compliance. One can often see a group of bald donkeys degreeing devils in the flood. One can also often see a group of demons destroying the Buddha. The Buddhist world felt that the Devil's Abyss was too evil. Devil's Abyss felt that the Buddhist world was too hypocritical. Neither side can see eye to eye with the other. The remarks made by the spiritual treasure True Buddha just now were even more refreshing to the Demon Abyss Lord's lower limit of the shamelessness of this group of vultures. It's obvious that you're seeing death and taking advantage of it. Into the mouth of the true Buddha of Lingbao. The Earth Store Bodhisattva then becomes a major sacrifice for the earth for their Buddhist world. The Lord of the Devil's Abyss is wrong. We monks never lie. We in the Buddhist world do not see death. Instead, they sent out the Dragon Subduer, as well as the 18 Luohan to the rescue. It's just a shame it didn't catch up in the end. That's why we in the Buddhist world have taken away the relics of the Earth Bodhisattva. As for the Earth Bodhisattva sitting Shimeji, it was already seriously injured when it came to the rescue. That wasn't us suppressing it. It was healing it. The Lord of the Devil's Abyss disdained the spiritual treasure True Buddha's explanation. Then why did Shimeji become your bull ***** guardian god beast? If I remember correctly, Shimakazu was known to be a loyalist. How is it possible to change your mind and serve you? The spirit treasure True Buddha was not the least bit flustered, and there was no extra expression visible on his face. Shimeji is naturally loyal to Earth Store King Bodhisattva, but the Earth Bodhisattva has fallen. and Shimeji is indeed heartbroken. There's a big tendency to go after it. But under our Buddha's enlightenment, this is how Shimeji is going to bring that loyalty to Earthstore Bodhisattva and re-establish his allegiance to my Buddhist realm. The Lord of the Devil's Abyss's eyes glared as he broke into a fit of rage. Dead vultures? How dare you say that? What's the difference between your bull **** degradation scripture and my demon abyss soul cleansing technique? Shimeji, is that still the original Shimeji? Shameless to the core. Shameless to the core. The spiritual treasure true Buddha still had that faint smile. The Lord of the Devil's Abyss is targeting me like this. It's nothing more than looking down on us for keeping the relics of Earthstore Bodhisattva. But our collection of the relics of the Earthstore Bodhisattva is also considered a master's work. I wonder what is the reason for the Lord of the Devil's Abyss to go to hell. If I remember correctly, there are quite a few people in hell who have been captured by your demon abyss and fed to the demons. The words spoken by the spiritual treasure true Buddha clearly had a very strong targeting implication. This was clearly different from what the Lord of the Devil's Abyss had said at the beginning, which was just his share of the pie. The Lord of the Devil's Abyss clearly had a targeted purpose. Spirit treasure true Buddha naturally didn't have good intentions when he said this. This was to get Flower Wujue to keep an eye on the Lord of the Demonic Abyss. The Lord of the Devil's Abyss was really anxious when he heard this, and his pupils shrunk slightly. Deep knew it couldn't go on. If it goes on any longer, it was not guaranteed that this alter ego of his would have to be accounted for here. The Lord of the Devil's Abyss looked towards Flower Wujue and said, "Fellow Daoist, this bald ass is full of lies. We've never done anything like this in the Devil's Abyss. On the contrary, it is this bald ass's Buddhist moralizing that is clearly taking advantage of the fire and seeing death, and yet it is said in such a noble and sad manner. Fellow Daoist, I think we should simply combine our efforts to slay this bald ass, and that portion of the Buddha realm's chi. I, Devil's Abyss, will not take a single cent and give it all to you, Daoist." This was a naked gesture of goodwill from the Lord of the Devil's Abyss. Knowing full well that he couldn't wash his dirty laundry, he simply exchanged it for benefits. Kill this damned bald donkey, and then the Chiluk is all handed over to Flower Wujue as compensation. The Lord of the Devil's Abyss thought in his heart that this price should be enough to exchange for Flower Wujue's forgiveness. Realized that the chi of each state changes hands. Anyone who changed ownership would receive a massive amount of flood value, which was a whole $100,000. But I'm afraid the Lord of the Devil's Abyss wouldn't have thought of that. It wasn't 100,000 flood values that Hua Wufei had gained from arriving at Yanzhou's Qigong. Instead, it's a whole million flood values. That's more than all of them combined have gotten all together. It's hard to say if this was intentional on Pangea's part. The flood value thing is what Pangu came up with. Flower Wujue's special treatment was a good reason to believe that this was what Pangu had gotten. But then again, it's a shame. Ever since Flower Wujue accomplished the mission of destroying the Green Ox sect, the live broadcast on the Flood World Live platform was interrupted. Hua Wujue truly came to those lofty and glorious years. This is the flood. A flood with countless supreme beings. But it's also a flood without a hell of a lot more. Neither of the two men's words seemed to cause any emotional fluctuations in Hana Wujue. Hua Wujue's abyssal ink-like eyes moved slightly. The Dallas Emperor lock in the sky directly allowed the two to pierce through together, lifting it up to his eyes. Chapter 179 Dallas Emperor Lock. East Emperor Taiyi welcomes two companions. The Demon Abyss Lord and the Spiritual Treasure True Buddha's faces changed one after another. I'm afraid they didn't expect Hua Wujue to directly move against the two of them without saying a word. Devil's Abyss Saiten. Buddhist Brahma Body. Both roared in unison, trying to resist this blood-colored forbidden chain coming from the firmament. But it was of little use. It's like penetrating a membrane. Flower Wujue's Dallas Emperor Lock effortlessly pierced through them. Then they were sent to the front of the body as if they were carrying a chicken. The Lord of the Devil's Abyss and the Spiritual Treasure True Buddha felt the rapid passage of the great Tao of laws within their bodies. There was horror in their eyes. Whether they are truly shameless or hypocrites, they suffered the same treatment. This scene caused the few remaining existences that remained in place, such as the Tongtian sect master and them too. It was gut-wrenching, but the face was still forced to be calm. The scene came as too much of a shock. It was no less than when Flower Wujue killed the Diffusion Emperor of the Great Diffusion Dynasty with a single shot. What are you doing? Get off me! The Emperor of the Devil's Abyss still didn't stop talking even though he was pierced through. This action of the cultivator can be considered too much. It is a bit unaware of the importance of the situation. The Spirit Treasure True Buddha also collected his smile and was filled with seriousness. As for the other existences that weren't affected, it was as if they hadn't seen anything at the moment. It doesn't matter at all. Just kidding. You guys ran into a gun yourselves. Now you want us to help. Isn't that a fart? The Spirit Treasure True Buddha seemed to have discerned the thoughts of the watching Tongtian sect leader and the others. A sneer. Sect leader Tongtian. If I remember correctly, you few aren't clean underneath your asses either, are you? the Tongtian sect master's face changed. But soon, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. This bald ass is so good at wreaking havoc. It's clear that it can't even be pulled on him. And yet they have to bring the scourge on top of those of their existence who are not implicated. It's a clear indication that something has gone wrong and we have to let everyone carry the burden together. But who is Lord Tongtian? The state of the situation at hand had long since caved in on him. Flower Wujue was too strong. Even if his main body was here, he wouldn't necessarily be able to beat it. Right now, the only thing to do is to take the blame and atone for your sins on your own. I've done wrong too, but I don't think it's the same as you two. It can't be washed away at all. Fellow Daoist, just watch. I'll break my own arm to make amends and transfer 10,000 flood values. Lord Tongtian was decisive. It says chop off an arm and chop off an arm. Although this was a split, chopping off an arm would also require the loss of a lot of vitality. Plus 10,000 flood values. That's a lot of sincerity. The black and white irregulars were also staggered. They were all too aware of what the flood value represented. To be honest, it is true that the Tongtian sect did not fall on its sword in this battle of the flood. It's just a matter of competing with other forces for the benefit of the earth as the Great War winds down. That kind of sincerity has gone a long way. It's not like the Devil's Abyss or the Buddhist realm. Both the Devil's Abyss and the Buddhist realm had their own purposes for hell. It doesn't wash well at all. Like Lord Tongtian, the 8 desolate sword saints. It's just a way to get a piece of the action. Hua Wuju's abyssal ink-like eyes flashed. Tongtian cult, I will not pursue this. Things have come to this. The Tongtian sect master's sincerity was evident as the few remaining existences felt the pressure coming from Flower Wujue. It also bit the bullet and made equal compensation, and similarly chopped off an arm. Now it was the turn of the spirit treasure True Buddha and the Lord of the Devil's Abyss to be dumbfounded. Originally, he had wanted to provoke Hua Wuju into making an enemy of all the remaining great powers at the apex of all the human races. At that time, so many of their existences were fighting a single Flower Wujue. Not to mention the kills. At least there's a way to save yourself. I didn't expect things to go so unexpectedly. The Church of Tongtian actually didn't even touch it and directly conceded. The Lord of the Devil's Abyss shouted at once. I was so wrong about you guys. He's just one guy. And you guys acted like this. It's so degrading to you all. The spiritual treasure True Buddha also had a dark face, but did not speak. Hua Wuju glanced at them. Looks like you guys still have a lot of energy. The faces of the spirit treasure True Buddha and the Lord of the Demon Abyss changed once again. There was a sudden tearing sensation in his body. That little bit of soft knife-dull flesh disappeared. In its place was an intense tearing sensation. The rules of the great Tao within them were being torn apart. The Demon Abyss Lord's demonic heart fragmented, and it was clearly about to be torn in two. Spiritual treasure True Buddha's side wasn't much better. The relics were covered in cracks and it was as if it was going to break apart the next moment. The Demon Abyss Lord and the spiritual treasure True Buddha stopped speaking, their bodies pale and trembling. Where else did they look like great powers located at the apex of the human race, completely vulnerable like ordinary mortals? As a matter of fact, all the existences that were pierced by the Flower Wujue Dallas Emperor lock, it's all the same deal. There are no exceptions. Not really. Looks like Hua Wuju had fought the Celestial Emperor before. The Dallas Emperor lock was flicked away by the Heavenly Emperor. It looked incredible, but it did bounce off. However, the Heavenly Emperor was only concerned about hiding, and had no intention of deciding the winner. So the jury is still out on which of the two is stronger or weaker. Sect leader Tongtian looked at the two of them, the Lord of the Devil's Abyss and the True Buddha of spiritual treasures, who were suffering from pain. The heart is so happy. Let them try to wreak havoc. Now you're asking for it. At the same time, however, he became more interested and skeptical about Hua Wuju's origin and identity. Sect leader Tongtian looked on, but frowned furiously. A figure as deliberately forgotten flashed through his mind. Now he wasn't in the mood for drama. The Tongtian sect master was shocked in his heart. How is this possible? Why does this person in front of him look so much like him? Flower Wujue didn't notice the Tongtian sect leader's abnormality. Looking at the demonic abyss lord and spiritual treasure True Buddha who were pierced through by the Dallas Emperor lock in front of them, lightly, he said, since you all can't wash your hands of it, there's no point in dividing a right from a wrong. I'm not interested either. I'll just see how you guys do it. Obviously, you guys can't do it to my satisfaction. Therefore, as a price, your bodies and souls, likewise, shall be laid out across this heaven and earth. Generations have suffered the pain of soul devouring, until the body dies and the soul is destroyed. The words Hua Wuju uttered caused all those who heard them to be shocked. That's a bit too harsh. Directly, they ended up in the same situation as the Eastern Emperor Tai. East Emperor Tai Chi had been hung high up in the dome at the moment, like a monument of flesh and blood. The wolfish look speaks of a time gone by. Dong Huang Taiyi looked at the two who were also pierced through, though he no longer had the strength to open his mouth in mockery. But the corners of that debauched mouth had fully described his mood at that moment, trying to get him to take the fall all by himself. No way. The human race and the human race, hooking up, never stops. I'll find a chance. I'll find a chance. The Eastern Emperor Tai Chi gradually closed his eyes, and at the same time, the other three-headed golden crow among the demons awakened. His name is Ti-Jun. It's the brother of the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. Chapter 180, The Six Paths of the Grinding Wheel. The allegiance of the black and white irregulars. The communication of mighty beings is heartfelt. The beings acquiesced to what Flower Wujue had done. Then they returned to their respective places of suppression. As long as there are no interests involved in one's own head, naturally, they wouldn't be idle enough to meddle. Only the Lord of the Devil's Abyss, the true Buddha of spiritual treasures, as well as the state occupied by the diffractive emperor who had been killed in seconds at the beginning. All of a sudden, it had become a masterless land. But these presences didn't bother to dabble in the benefits of this, because Flower Wujue was like a big mountain that cut off their thoughts. They don't go in for it. At the same time, it won't go anywhere near helping hell. But don't forget, the portal outside the domain has been opened. The contrast of power in the floodlands has long since changed. My lord, who exactly are you? The black and white irregulars hesitated for a moment before finally asking the question. Then there was a touch of sullenness in the look. You have a very earthly odor about you, but we have never seen you before. Have you received the emperor's inheritance? The black and white irregulars were treating Flower Wujue as the inheritor of this earthly lord of the flood. After all, they don't know how long they've been obliterated and sealed off from the passage of time in the outside world. A clear perception has long been lost. So it's not surprising that it's possible to think like that. Flower Wujue said flatly, I am not the inheritor of this Fengdu lord of yours. I'm a passerby from the long stretch of time. The black and white irregulars looked at each other, clearly not understanding the reason for this. Passengers in the river of time. Could it be a Fengdu lord from the endless light of day? But after the flood, hell should have died out. Unless someone rebuilt hell. The black and white impermanence showed respect. No matter what, you have the status of the Lord of Fengdu in your body. We would like to honor you as the new Lord of Fengdu. Both looked at each other in unison. Then the black and white irregulars knelt down. We pay our respects to the new emperor. The black and white are smart. For all the emotional attachment to hell, I'm afraid no one can understand the feelings in their hearts. Hell is not even a power to them. That's their home. Now that I've met Flower Wujue, who possesses the scent of home, he also met Flower Wujue, who has the power to rebuild the hell. The black and white are willing to give all they can to this end. Flower Wujue didn't refuse. Get up. In the future, I will support the Hellmouth, until I have someone new to replace me. As he said before, this is his mission and responsibility. As the Lord of Hell he is, more than anyone else, he knew the consequences of the collapse of hell. Reincarnation does not turn. Yin and Yang are not in tune. Lonely souls have no place to go anymore. There is no longer any limit to birth, old age, sickness or death. In the long run, the world will be sick, very sick, even if he didn't have any sense of belonging to the flood. But it doesn't change the fact that Hongmeng was cut off from the original complete flood. I'm afraid that the boundless Hongmeng at the moment is not yet fully formed. The karmic timeline involved is anyone's guess. Flower Wujue could only re-establish the hell as fast as he could. Then do your best to bring back to life the loyal souls of the Hellmouth who died in battle. When hell can stand again, it was only then that Hana Wujue would rejoin the timeline that was originally his, and step into the flooded world. The unknown always carries a challenge. The strong are always on the path of challenge. When the black and white irregulars heard Flower Wujue's promise, their eyes revealed ecstasy, and they were beating their hearts out. Hopefully, hell will be re-established. After all, it's their home. Hua Wuju looked up at the three unlucky people who were strung together. Then he said, what is the status of the 6 grinding wheels? The black and white irregulars frowned. The 6th Dao grinding wheel is a magic treasure personally used by the emperor. And in that great battle, it's already crumbling. Flower Wujue froze for a moment, a flash of color in her eyes, but she still said, the power of the 6 paths grinding wheel was something that Flower Wujue had an intuitive feeling of. Such a powerful magic treasure was not immune to crumbling. You can see how tragic this battle in hell really is, but that's okay. Hua Wuju spoke softly. Come. Under the gaze of the black and white irregulars, who were filled with amazement, the 6 paths grinding wheel transformed into a stream of light. It flew out from Flower Wujue's chest, then gradually expanded and turned into a complete 6 paths grinding wheel. This is the 6 paths grinder? The black and white were unbelievable. They were the ones who saw the 6 paths grinding wheel crumble in the first place. I didn't expect to see the complete 6 paths of grinders again today. If they hadn't been sure that the previous great battle was real, they almost thought they were dreaming. The 6 paths grinding wheel was not summoned to be seen by the black and white irregulars. Rather, it's about growing ourselves. Earlier in my life, I had realized that the 6 paths of the grindstone were not complete, and it turned out that the root not appeared here. These few existences, whose strength far exceeds that of an ordinary Hongmeng emperor, the boundaries of strength in the Hongmeng universe, it no longer applies to this heaven and earth. I think their strength should be located in the desolate above the Hongmeng, the Flood Emperor, the Desolate Emperor. If what I feel is correct, the 3 of them are just the Hong Emperor, and the Desolate Emperor has yet to show his face. Flower Wujue's face was ancient, even if he knew that there was a more powerful being, nor did it produce the slightest wavering, because he has no fear of anyone at all. The 6 paths grinder transformed into a stream of light and came to the true Buddha of spiritual treasures, the Lord of the Devil's Abyss. The Eastern Emperor is in front of the body. The 3 were tortured by the Taoist Emperor's locks and were unable to utter a word, but it was impossible to hide the shock in their eyes. The aura of the 6 paths grinding wheel was more than familiar to them. This became, for a long period of time, the iconic magic weapon of hell. But wasn't this thing blasted to pieces by the extraterrestrial powerhouse himself? How could it reappear? No, it should be who in the Flood has this ability to reshape the 6 grinding wheels? The Flood value system created by Pango can be. But that Flood value must be in the hundreds of millions at least. East Emperor Tai and the others had a clearer idea of the cost of the Flood value than everyone else. If you wanted to remake the 6 Dao grinder, you definitely couldn't do it without hundreds of millions of Flood value. Because this wasn't just a simple reshaping of a magic treasure. Rather, it is a complete remodeling of a complete 6-way street. Let the Flood return to the 6 paths of reincarnation once again. Donghuang Tai murmured in a low voice. It turns out that what the main body projected was really correct. In the 18th epoch after the destruction of hell, the 6 paths of reincarnation reappeared, and there will be a great change that will plague the Flood. The spirit treasure true Buddha and the Lord of the Devil's Abyss also heard this. The color of his face steeply turned pale, and his lips were almost trembling. What you say? Could it be the Great Flood? They had projected it too, but it was just a blur for the future. Blurred to the point where all that could be seen was a figure in a black imperial robe that, standing above the billions of flesh and blood gods. Chapter 181, The Earthly Mansion. Tongtian Godfather's Dumbness. The 6 paths grinder flew in front of the 3, emitting a powerful circle of milky white light. It began to draw out the unknown chaotic colors within the 3. Our chaos, drained. Spiritual treasure true Buddha's words were bitter. The Lord of the Devil's Abyss also bowed his head. He would have liked to resist, but his body would not allow it at all. You can only watch yourself being abused like a cow or a sheep. Dong Huang Tai's eyes were filled with extreme madness. Monstrous rage brewing in his chest. He was like a venomous snake hibernating in the snow, all the holding back for the fatal blow. Big brother, it's all up to you. The Eastern Emperor Tai said so in his mind. A total of 2 innate golden crows were born under the Fusong tree that year. The one who was born first was not the Eastern Emperor Tai, but Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun is also the nominal and real elder brother of Emperor Tai of the East. There is a huge difference in strength between the two. The Eastern Emperor Tai's original body was only the early stages of a desolate emperor, while Di Jun was the peak of a desolate emperor, a complete and total conquest of extraterritorial existence. But Di Jun does not often show his face in the floodplains, and acts very low-key on weekdays. Almost exclusively, he remained in the Fusong tree in the 10,000 demons' heavenly domain without ever going out. Only in exceptional circumstances will they be awakened from their slumber, like right now. For example, his dear brother sent him a plea for help. As the elder brother, Di Jun, naturally could not sit idly by. Emperor Jun had just awakened, and opened his mouth and took a big breath of the Fusong essence that the Fusong tree had accumulated over several epochs, swallowing these yangyan, which the onlookers avoided, into their bellies. Only then did he look in one direction with a cold gaze. In the flood, I will see who dares to harm my brother. Emperor Jun was dressed in colorful feathered clothes, with sword brows and starry eyes. An unspeakably stern aura emanated from his body. It was like a sword with an open blade. The cold light was dazzling, forcing people to open their eyes. Adjusted the breath in his body after just awakening. Emperor Jun left the Fusong tree straight away, without informing or reporting to anyone, passing strongly through many human forces along the way. And these human forces only dared to be angry, after all. But wherever there's a dignified presence, who didn't know that East Emperor Tai also had a brother who could be called the apex of the flood? There are only those few people who are the true top streams of the flood. Emperor Jun happens to be one of them. It's no exaggeration to say that the East Emperor Tai was able to survive in the hands of Su Changliang. It wasn't that he was so lucky. Rather, his brother, Emperor Jun, had broken out into a great battle with Su Changliang. The outcome of this battle is unknown, but the end result was that Su Changliang agreed to the Treaty of the 10,000 Races and agreed to leave the flood. In exchange, all the forces in the flood wasteland were supportive of the Heavenly Court and worked together to fight against the extraterrestrial realm. The crowd was divided over the fight. Some people say that it was Di Jun who strongly suppressed Su Changliang. Others say the two fought to a draw, with neither being able to help the other in the end. But there was just no one to say that Su Changliang had perhaps crushed Emperor Jun, because as far as the final result was concerned, the Heavenly Court, the side to which Su Changliang belonged, had made great concessions. Su Changliang, who was the head of the Heavenly Court, was in fact exiled. If such concessions could be made, it wasn't because they hadn't beaten Emperor Jun. I'm afraid that no one could figure out why Su Changliang had to leave the flood. If Su Changliang really crushed Emperor Jun, and why would they agree to a treaty jointly concluded by all the powers of the flood to exile themselves? So for this fight, no one had said that it was possible that Su Changliang had beaten this line of the emperor. The truth of that year is buried in time with it. Only those who stand at the apex of the long river can get a glimpse of the whole picture. Chaos extraction complete. Satisfied with the absorption, the 6 paths grinder returned to Flower Wujue. It so happened that the passageway connecting to hell had been rebuilt at that moment. Hua Wuju took a deep breath and his eyes snapped open. In front of him, a huge passageway appeared in the sky above Yinzhou. The passage split off into the void, like a flat sheet of rice paper that, it was cut down the middle with a knife, revealing a passage inside connecting to the other side. Hana Wujue looked over. After the passage was opened, even if it didn't go in, there was also an extremely strong aura of bizarre chaos coming from it. The source of this aura was more than familiar to him. This isn't the weirdness of Lu Mei's poorly imitated Hongmeng universe. This is where the real creepiness comes from. Those weird powers of the underworld chaos sea and hell. The aura was the same as the one emanating from this passage. Things came to a head. Hua Wuju also understood everything in his heart. The so-called extraterrestrial powers turned out to be those things imprisoned by the underworld chaos sea. But the sea of ethereal chaos that I face, the smell of the stuff in there is nothing like this place. This place is probably the beginner's creepy. Flower Wujue pondered and then said, after this passage was lifted, the strong aura of hell emanated from this world tree. The guardians of the forces that had already reburied themselves in the earth, and again, under the suspicion again, broke the seal. The Tontine was the first to dig himself out of the dirt, only to see him looking overhead at the passage that had been opened up by there was actually some loss of composure on his ancient, unperturbed face. Wasn't the passageway to hell broken? Why has it been reconnected again? How is this possible to do? Hell has been disconnected from the flood. It had been completely lost outside the domain. So why was it recovered? The other people who had broken the seal were also filled with disbelief. They couldn't be more aware of the consequences of disconnecting from the flood. Disconnected from the flood. It is like a lonely boat that is traveling through the universe. You fell out of the lone boat, consumed by darkness in an endless universe. You won't know where you are until you die. Hell is not forgotten in the universe. Instead, it was lost in an extraterritorial land beyond the flood. It's been completely taken over by weirdness. It is thought that this is the deal made within the flood and outside the domain. Hell will be given to them extraterrestrially. But now these extraterrestrial patriarch-level shenanigans were furious, because apparently they also sensed that hell had re-established its connection with the flood. It's almost like completely treating them extraterritorially like monkeys. The Tongtian sect master was drenched in cold sweat, and he also realized this grave consequence. At first, in order to deal with these ferocious elements from outside the domain, the entire flood had put forth a great deal of effort. Now these extraterritorial guys are back again. I'm afraid it's going to be another headache and a pain in the ass. East Emperor Taichi also laughed out loud after a moment of surprise. Lifting a rock and stoning yourself. So what if we get hell back? Hell is in ruins. For starters, that place is now a forbidden place occupied by extraterrestrial weirdness. You invite them over. Then you need to be prepared to face the wrath of these extraterrestrial shenanigans. The Tongtian sect master's face was dumbfounded. He wasn't so much afraid, but because this place was the world tree, extraterrestrial weirdness comes to this place, setting off what is truly a flood-level disaster. Chapter 182. The passageway opens. The domain guile descends. Jie jie. An odd string of laughs rang out. The air seemed to freeze. The situation that sect leader Tong Tian was most worried about eventually happened. It happened so particularly rapidly that he had no effort at all to think about it. And it just launched a direct boundary breaking to break the passage to hell. No, at least not here. With a wave of the Tongtian sect master's big hand, a divine radiance instantly bullied its way closer to break down the passageway to hell. The results were a bit underwhelming, though. It's even a little chilling. A bizarrely draped green arm reached out from the passageway and directly pinched that divine radiance. It shattered into countless dots of starlight. Jia, what's the hurry? Friends of the flood, am I so unwelcome? With the appearance of the green arm, sect leader Tong Tian's heart also sank to the bottom with the delivery of this bizarre voice. Late, sect leader Tong Tian could not say what kind of emotion he was feeling, and he did not even realize it when he went to angrily stare at Hua Wuju. Boom boom, the 8 desolate sword saint and other existences that had just been buried in the earth for not a moment. In sensing the descent of this bizarre aura, they all broke the ground. In one day, they broke the seal twice in a row. This has almost never happened before. It's the domain guile. Blast it before it gets a foothold. The 8 desolate sword saint didn't ask anything, and his eyebrows were like swords. 88 great swords composed of chaos appeared around his body. With the 8 desolate sword saint's angry shout, with the momentum of covering the sky and the sound of golden gobbles, he wanted to blast out that green-colored arm. Clang! A huge explosion of energy. With a cry of pain, that green-colored arm was directly blown out. You guys from the flood? You're still so barbaric and unreasonable. The weird voice rose again and, however, there was a hint of mockery in his tone. I'd like to see, where is the bottom of your initiative to break the agreement? Between the words, the wind and clouds changed color abruptly. That crack in the direct hell passage was instantly whitened several times. A peculiarly bizarre, ugly-looking creature came hard out of it. It had 3 eyes like a great sun, and a huge body, and crept out of the passageway. There was also a silver, yet green-stained, rotting horn on top of his head, still watching. If the world tree is lost, the flood is in danger. The 8 desolate sword saint shouted angrily in a cold voice. The remaining few existences, after reacting, also summoned their chaotic phantasms. Do your best to use your divine abilities to block the opponent. The existence of the world tree is a peculiar place. The world tree is closely related to the chi of the flood. No one knew how the world tree was connected to the chi of the flood. It was as if the people had been acquiescing to this matter since the beginning of the birth of the world tree. And the existence of the world tree was likewise fundamental to the countless epochs of the flood's existence. Extraterrestrial creatures had always wanted to know the location of the world tree, but had never succeeded in countless epochs. The world tree is born with its own birth recognition. Non-flood beings simply cannot reach the world tree. Only the beings in the flood could be tracked into the world tree through meditative senses. I didn't realize that now it had been arrived by extraterrestrial beings, or the one coiled in hell. This is bad news. This domain guile is the one that beheaded the Lord of Feng. We are all doppelgangers, not the main body. It must be blocked with all its might and try to hold out until the main body arrives. While releasing his divine abilities, sect leader Tong Tian did not forget to say to the other existences. The other existences, however, bristled. You don't need to say that here. We still know the weight of the world tree. In case the world tree is lost, the entire flood will be affected. This body, even if it is dissipated, and we won't back down. This was obvious from the Tong Tian sect leader. I hope they don't begrudge their doppelganger's life and death. This is no time to be stingy. But other beings are apparently not so ratty. Everyone was ready to sacrifice the diversion. They were all aware of the power of the domain guile. Before the earth was broken, it was a doorway at the gap between the outer realm and the floodplains. For countless years it has relied on hell to suppress it. Now that the Lord of Feng was dead, the pressure from outside the domain had finally come to them. Then everyone come. Sect leader Tong Tian let out a slight sigh of relief in his heart, and then his complexion was frozen. The other beings nodded. They had each hosted the full force of the main body strike in these bilocations. This all-out strike was almost the most powerful card of these doppelgangers. Emperor Diffractor didn't even have time to use it at first, and was killed in seconds. The Tong Tian sect master, the 8 desolate sword saint, and the remaining existences erupted with majestic auras. They don't seem to be attacking though. Instead, they were interlinking the breaths on their bodies. At the top of the dome, a large spell formation was slowly forming. This time, originally, Domain Guile, who still had a teasing smile on the corner of his mouth, was completely and utterly unable to calm down. The frequency of writhing increased rapidly, wanting to crawl out of the middle of the passage immediately. This is the flooded vanguard formation. It can invoke the will of the flood and kill things outside the domain. This is also the existence of the various parties in the flood, acquiescing in the demise of the hell of the bottom of the air. As long as you have the flooded vanguard formation, all domain shenanigans that enter the flood are nothing more than fish in a barrel, at least for now. Still really willing to put in the blood, the domain guile was in awe in his heart. This flooded vanguard formation is not without a price, and the number of times it's been used is much, but there is a danger of divine soul destabilization. After a detachment like theirs is used up once, their cultivation will fall straight back down. suffer the backlash from the flood. When you're trying to get a hold of an item, just be prepared in advance to be turned back by this item. Especially with this item. You can't get a hold of it. The Black Impermanence was about to speak when he suddenly changed his statement. Emperor, are we going to help? White Impermanence also looked at Flower Wujue inquiringly. Flower Wujue looked faintly at the world-destroying collision in front of her. The flood-level energy fluctuations that, spreading recklessly in the void. The strength of this world tree was truly extraordinary. Such a powerful collision of energies actually prevented the world tree from being shaken in the slightest. If they were to be replaced by boundless Hongmeng, I'm afraid that a Hongmeng universe would be in danger of shattering right now. Wait, Hua Wuju said faintly. The black and white irregulars froze for a moment, but said nothing and followed respectfully. Although they were furious at the inaction of these human races, they couldn't play with their minds when it was about the flood as a whole. But their new emperor, since he had spoken, it was not good for them as subordinates to admonish anything. Or rather, they also knew that they could not sway the will of Flower Wujue, and hastily exhorted that I'm afraid it's just adding to the disgust. In fact, the black and white invincibles were overly concerned. Hua Wujue is external in how he is external. To his own people, never temperamental. Not to mention disgust. He was a protective person. Didn't these great human beings sit and watch at first, one above the other? No help was ever forthcoming. Now it also brings them face to face with this extraterrestrial. Chapter 183, Complete Defeat. World Trees Crisis. The stalemate between the two sides didn't last long. Perhaps it was only so many breaths before it collapsed. The so-called flooded ancient formation on the sky was formed in just a few moments. Then it suffered an unprecedented blow. Crawling out from the middle of the passage nearly halfway up, Domain Guile's eyes glowed blackened. The three eyes fired in unison, and together with their mouths, they ejected columns of thick ink-colored black light that shot up into the sky. The target was precisely that flooded vanguard formation. Good coming. Sect leader Tong Tian's eyes stared as the crowd dominated the attack. But in that moment when the two collided with each other, there was a shocking reversal of expressions on both sect leader Tong Tian, as well as other great powers of the other races. The expression was edging toward irrepressible shock and horror. Domain Guile, on the other hand, put away the gravity he had at the beginning, and instead, was replacing it with banter. Jie, do you guys really think that, after all this time, haven't we developed a way to counteract the flooded vanguard formation yet? The domain trickster laughed strangely. The voice was so harsh to the ears of the Tongtian sect master and the others. In the collision just now, that black light joined some kind of strange substance. It actually disintegrated their flooded vanguard formation. It's almost unimaginable. That could be invoking the will of the flood. Put. Sect leader Tongtian, 8 desolate sword saint, and the others sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The flood world ancient formation was forcibly shattered, and their backlash was even more violent. Honestly, it's a good thing that's all you guys have. 1 or 2 more of you. I can't really take it anymore. Domain Guile watched to see what was going on. It was telling the truth, and the battle power of the Domain Guile wasn't all that overpowered. With the many detachments of the great powers, they actually only had the upper hand, but 1 or 2 less mighty ones to go. It has a significant impact on the battlefield. Sometimes it's just a few tiny stones that are enough to tip the scales of victory. Just collided. Domain Guile didn't really have a clue in his mind, but after realizing that they were running low on energy, the bottom line is back. TSK, you people of the flood still never forget the infighting. Who sent me here? We, Domain Guile, are not stingy with a marquee, Domain Guile said with interest. It's in no hurry now. With so many great powers in front of it, it's become a pose. The backlash of the flooded vanguard formation was no joke. There was nothing left to stop it from descending, hence its clouded inquiry. Soon it spotted Flower Wujue, as well as the 3 East Emperor Tai who had been hung high up by the Dallas Emperor lock. Yo, interesting, isn't this the East Emperor Tai Chi? Haven't seen him for a few days, why is he so pulled? Domain Guile teased with a strange smile. Obviously it knew the East Emperor Tai. Anger flickered under the pale golden pupils of the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi, but his face was still restrained. In a cold voice, he said, "This is just one of my doppelgangers. Hurry up and kill this guy and put me down." The demonic abyss lord and spiritual treasure true Buddha next to him were shocked. Others say that you, East Emperor Tai, have dealings with the domain, but I didn't realize that this matter was true. Your dealings are actually close enough to do that? The faces of the lord of the devil's abyss and the spirit treasure true Buddha were both ugly. Then gritting his teeth, he said, "You're a real mutiny. You're betraying the entire flood." Things are getting more and more interesting. It seemed that these human great powers were not aware of the dealings between the Eastern Emperor Tai and the extraterrestrial realm. So what kind of promises did these human powers get to the demise of hell? What about turning a blind eye? The more things are said, the more they don't make sense. The elements entangled within grow more and more treacherous. East Emperor Tai sneered and shook his head, turning his head to look at these two guys, a bald donkey and a crazy person. You guys have the nerve to talk about me? Was it the extermination of hell without your participation? Or did I give you fewer promises? If there's going to be a rebellion against the flood, you're all just as much a part of it. Spiritual treasure True Buddha's face was extremely ugly, even though his body was still chained to the Dallas Emperor lock. Also through clenched teeth from his mouth, he said, I'm not like scum like you. The Lord of the Devil's Abyss also grimaced. Don't you dare use that logic of yours to put a label on me. You lied to all of us. What do you want? What for? East Emperor Tai Chi laughed loudly, then said violently, I'm going to do the. Didn't you all do it? The Demon Abyss Lord and the Spirit Treasure True Buddha stagnated in unison. The East Emperor Tai Chi still didn't stop his mouth. The corners of his mouth were tinged with mockery. Or is that? The Hundred Races Alliance Covenant has nothing to do with you. The Devil Realm and the Buddha Realm? The Demon Abyss Lord and Spirit Treasure True Buddha's faces grimaced up as if they were in extreme pain. The Hundred Races Alliance Covenant. A joint boycott of the covenant that forced out Su Changliang. The old man is so blind. The Spiritual Treasure True Buddha said in agony. A asterisk asterisk is a asterisk asterisk. And it's true that you're never better than a human being. The Demon Abyss Lord's tone was chilling. Killing intent flashed in the East Emperor Tai's eyes. But right now was not the time to deal with them. Because he himself was still hanging on to the Dallas Emperor's lock. Where would he have the chance to kill them? Gee, that's pretty. You flood infighting. It's always so pretty. No matter what time of day you look at it. If you ask me, you should have separate kingdoms, like we have in the extraterritorial region. What's the point of all the strange forces you've got going on? It's not as good as us. Domain Guile said cheerfully. Cut the ing crap and hurry up and kill him for me. The Eastern Emperor Tai Chi chided angrily. Domain Gui's face stiffened. Then his tone chilled. No. Did I give you too much face? How dare you talk to me like that? East Emperor Tai sneered. Don't pretend to be a big head of garlic for me there. Daring to disobey your King Lord's orders. Do you dare? Or do you dare face my big brother? Domain Guile's face turned ugly, and he eventually grunted heavily. It was not known whether it was afraid of the so-called King Lord in front of it, or because of the latter's big brother. Okay, all hung up and still so tough. I'll kill. Domain Guile grimaced, but agreed. The black light in his eyes coalesced once again and shot towards Flower Woodjue. Kid, you're to blame for messing with the wrong person. Give me death. Seeing the black light approaching rapidly, the Tongtian sect master was in a great hurry in his heart, and for some unknown reason, he roared out, quickly dodge, don't take it hard. Flower Woodjue, however, didn't move in place as if she hadn't heard anything. A heart of the Tongtian sect master was instantly seized. That's the only human combatant on the field that can still act. If the world tree is lost, they are all ancient sinners of the flood. As East Emperor Tai Chi watched this scene, he was also a bit annoyed in his heart, no matter how much he counted, but he hadn't thought of making a move against the world tree. I didn't realize that now this demonic moth has come out. It's easy to invite the gods but hard to send them away. It's all been resolved and now it's making waves. The world tree. Dong Huang Tai secretly pondered in his heart, looking at Domain Gue with a hint of coldness hidden under his expression. Chapter 184, Surprised. Shadow of the Dallas Heavenly Emperor. Seeing that the attack that had just pierced through the flooded ancient formation was about to hit Flower Woodjue, the gazes of all the existences were focused on this place. Domain Guile raised his eyelids in boredom, as if he had already foreseen the next outcome. Other beings had their minds turned in various directions. There are those who think they can take it. There are those who think they can't catch it. There are trying to keep him from catching it. All sorts of things, each with their own agenda, so to speak. Among them, the purpose of the Eastern Emperor Tai was the most obvious and direct. Kill him, kill him. East Emperor Tai was hissing in excitement in his heart. The trouble with the flood is what's behind it, but it's just aftermath. It's always a lot more comforting than keeping a heartbreaker alive. Dong Huang Tai secretly thought in his heart. Anyway, Big Brother will take care of it. This Domain Guile can't overturn the sky. He was afraid that he was the only one of these people who knew that Emperor Jun was already on his way here. Bully, that's the best way to describe it. But the next thing he knew, his eyes were popping out in disbelief at what he was seeing. Already numb in demeanor, the Spiritual Treasure True Buddha, looking at the reaction of the Eastern Emperor Tai, subconsciously, he also looked over, but the result was the same freeze. The terrifying attack that had just landed on Hua Wuju's body was like a gentle feather falling down. It was easily obliterated. Domain Guile was the most shocked. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It was very confident in the attack it had just made. It was not only because of the confidence and the power of his attack, but also because of the special substance added to it. Thinking about that flooded vanguard formation that was built by several great human powers, neither of them had lasted much longer. This looked flat and uneventful, at most a desolate zone. No, it shouldn't even be a desolate zone. Flower Wujue was not a being who had witnessed in the flood world and was not tainted with the laws of the flood. Compared to the boundless Hongmeng that was divided behind it, the laws here were much more perfect and powerful. That's why this world has a Hung Zone and a desolate zone. Boundless Hongmeng, on the other hand, has only Hongmeng Emperor, Hongmeng Venerable. No existence has ever been linked to chaos. Therefore, it was only natural that Flower Wujue was belittled by this weirdness from outside the domain. The black and white invincibles were calm about it, a basic operation. From the time of their resurrection until now, they have seen too many impossible occurrences. It seems that all the things that they think in common sense, none of it could apply to the man in front of me, and to be honest they were curious. How strong is this man in front of me? A top power that can crush the floodplains with a flick of his hand. This is something unimaginable in the flood. If such a number one existed, the flood would instantly give birth to a superpower. Even if this power is only him, it's still a superpower that, enough to be comparable to the 9 great Taoist systems. Hua Wuju was a bit tasteless, only at this level. After a pause, you want to kill me too? The abyssal ink-like pupils in Hua Wuju's eyes slightly condensed, and between the killing intent austere, boundless and terrifying auras burst out, and the sky turned blood red in an instant. The blood redness made even Domain Guile shiver a little. It didn't even know why it was so afraid. He has the scent of so many of his kind. It's their blood. Domain Guile was in a state of shock and disbelief in his mind. After the bizarre powers outside the domain were killed, both will form a mark on the other's body that can be easily tracked. This was something that was absolutely impossible for anyone in the floodplain to know except for those outside the domain, because this mark can only be seen by a fellow creepy creep. Certainly not any of the shenanigans are visible. Only those whose strength had reached a certain level could see this kind of imprint hidden deep within the other's body. Such marks cannot cause any substantial damage. Only one message could be sent outward, and that was that this person in front of him had killed the extra-dimensional existence. In normal times, there would only be 2 or 3 channels at most on a person in the flood, because Creepy has never, no, maybe not currently, had a large-scale invasion of the. It was also unlikely that the weird powers would descend frequently. So, why did the marks on his body reach such a terrifying amount? The questions in the mind of the Domain Guile almost turned into a storm, swirling its heart with a single shock. To the eyes of others, it would appear to be an ordinary reflection of the, similar to the release of one's domain, which all living beings possess after cultivating to a certain level. This is specifically manifested in the ability to spread one's will to extend control. For example, the domain of the Eastern Emperor Tai is the golden sun behind the 3-legged golden crow. The blinding golden aura spread along with the scorching heat, but unfortunately it didn't come into play much, just very unfortunate to be run over. The 8 desolate sword saints, sect leader Tong Tian, spiritual treasure true Buddha and even the Lord of the Devil's Abyss and these people. Throughout, there are domains, but this kind of stuff has gotten a little flashy for them. After all, for existences that had reached this point, domains were simply not considered to be any important means for them, because if you can't beat your opponent without expanding your domain, then it means you can't beat your opponent even if you open it. If you can beat your opponent without unfolding your domain, then naturally you have no need to open it. Moreover, this kind of top human powerhouse was used to the high-profile and introverted habit of striking out. The short answer is, pretend. When the mighty strike, it's a second kill, not giving you any chance to get fancy. It would be a bit flashy if the domain was open instead, revealing no passable strength of their own. The 8 desolate sword saints Tong Tian sect leader and them actually had very few opportunities to strike on weekdays already. If there is an opportunity to strike, it is natural to do so by crushing open domains, not necessary at all. So when the 8 desolate sword saint Tong Tian Godfather and the others saw that the Domain Guile, who had just beaten them to pieces with just one move, actually changed his facial expression in fear, it was true trepidation. What the hell is he? The 8 desolate sword saint and the others also exclaimed in their hearts. Sect leader Tong Tian, on the other hand, frowned as he looked at the blood domain, pondering, that's not right either. If it's really that guy's descendant, why would he have this kind of domain that? It shouldn't be. The figures of Flower Wujue and that person were drawing up in his eyes. One moment it overlaps, the next it separates. The Tong Tian sect leader was never able to come to a final conclusion. No, what's going on here has to be verified right away. Is it really the descendant of that man? Or the man himself? Sect leader Tong Tian was shocked by even his own thoughts. For that man, who once, alone, subdued the ages, sitting alone above the long river of light, a man that, a shot that presses the entire flood to catch its breath. And it's not just the flood. Outside the domain, the 8 domain king lords, he was alone, killing and destroying 3 of them. The heads of the people outside the domains rolled as he killed them. Kill the bizarre chills outside the domain. Kill no one who dares to raise a sword. The people outside the domain called him the Dallas Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 185 Hell. Silent Dignity. Flower Wujue didn't realize that he was being thought of by the Tongtian sect master. He was busy with something else. He was on trial. Offend the Emperor's might, and your divine soul will be eternally pressed into chaos, bearing the weight of 10,000 even chaos. Your body, stripped in spots, dissolved in hell, for all eternity, until the oil runs out, people die and the lights go out. A long river of chaos appeared in Flower Wujue's hand. A sea of chaos formed from a sea of flood values. In the haze, one can see that draws away from any of the. Both can crush the chaos of a world. If Jianli was here, it must be instantly associated with the subdued and bizarre sea of spectral chaos that has always existed in hell. Between the two, is there a connection? Unknown. At this moment, the domain guile who was going to clamor to kill Flower Wujue in the beginning had been chilled to the core. In the midst of hissing and struggling, he was about to retract back into the channel, but it was hardened and detached by a large, invisible hand. It's funny to say, in the beginning, it was the Tongtian sect master, the 8 desolate sword saint, and they were unwilling to allow the domain guile to descend. The domain shenanigans are coming out with everything they've got. Now instead, domain guile is madly trying to escape from here, to retract back into the passageway, to actively break up the passage. No longer dare to think of going through this passage and doing something about it. But it's too late to regret this. The chaotic ocean, which was covered in the ethereal aura, welcomed the first bizarre great power to be suppressed. Accepting the extraterrestrial guile, Burr level, will be rewarded with 10,000 flood value. The voice from the underworld sounded again. But this time it wasn't just Flower Wujue, the 8 desolate sword saints, and the Tongtian sect master who heard it, as well as the East Emperor Tai and others. All of them heard it. 10,000 flood values? How is this possible? East Emperor Tai lost his voice. Just know that they had only managed to get 100,000 flood values for obtaining a Regent's Chi reward. It wasn't a secret that slaying an extraterrestrial creepy possessed a flood value reward, but that 10,000 flood value is outrageous, and this Burr level, others may not be very aware of it. After all, they hadn't had much dealings with the domain. However, the East Emperor Tai, but because of the relationship of the big brother Emperor Jun, and extraterrestrial cooperation, also have an understanding of their doorways there. The hierarchy system outside the domain was not rated by cultivation like here in the Floodlands. Rather, it was another imperial system similar to that of the mortal world. From top to bottom, they are divided into king, duke, husband, uncle, son, and man. There are 6 levels in total. All the shenanigans underneath that, through and through, have no title whatsoever. There's only a short uniform name, creepy. It's not as if the flood hasn't had its share of fragmentary shenanigans in years past. These weird ones that come in through some kind of little crack. Basically, you'll be exterminated the first time you come in, because this represents free flood value in the eyes of the flood beings. How difficult it is to obtain the flood value. Everyone in the flood has a number in their heart. Difficult to find, not to mention the fact that you have to face competing with many rivals. That's not the case with this creepy. The flood value is transferred directly to one's account after a kill. And you don't have to worry about competing with other people. But basically no one has ever struck down the shenanigans within this system. So this so-called hierarchy was not known to the crowd. Turns out this kind of weirdness is worth so much. Sect leader Tongtian, the 8 desolate sword saints, secretly wrote this down. The reason I couldn't see it before was because the little shenanigans didn't have much of a bonus. A flat 10 points. They naturally couldn't possibly, for the sake of this flood value, go and fight to the death with a being equal to your own strength. Now that I know, there is actually such a ruling. Their minds are naturally alive. Thinking deeper, though, it was a bit stark. If it's a judgment system is what one thinks it is, then on top of this, Burr level of weirdness, must also possess a higher level of weirdness that exists. This is bad news for them. The stronger the strength of the extraterrestrial weirdness, it also represents just how much pressure they, the flood, need to face. The whale of the domain's weirdness raged through the underworld chaos sea. I don't know if it still has a chance to come out, but I'm afraid it won't. In the middle of the underworld chaos sea, the chaos grinding wheel was lying enjoyably in the middle of the. Absorbing and extracting the essence from the domain guile's body was so pleasant. A situation that had just been dangerous suddenly disintegrated all of a sudden. Dao, the Tongtian sect master stepped forward and was just about to say something, but suddenly froze, because Flower Wujue had put away the sea of underworld chaos, and had taken black and white Wujue headlong into the passageway to hell. After they leave, the passage slowly closed and gradually disappeared. However, the surrounding existences could sense that hell had re-established its connection with the flood. Hell is back. Hell, from beyond the realm was brought back. But, is this really the only creepy one inside hell? Lord Tongtian was in a heavy mood. At the end of the day he didn't validate the conjecture in his mind. Because if Flower Wujue really had a connection with that doubtless heavenly emperor, use that thing. It will definitely unlock the questions in your mind. There is no path, no beginning and no end. I don't even realize that the flowers are blooming and dispersing. Sect leader Tongtian looked at a peace talisman in his palm, and was silent. The East Emperor Taichi and the others are gone too. The 8 desolate sword saints suddenly spoke. The crowd followed the gaze of the. Sure enough, it was found that the 3 East Emperor Taichi, who had been strung up like a gourd, had disappeared. Eastern Emperor Tai, at $$ and hashtag. East Emperor Taichi and the Lord of the Devil's Abyss and the true Buddha of spiritual treasures. The 3 of them were like kites, generally floating around in the air, and from time to time, they also hit each other together, making a crackling sound. The sky is not blue here though. Instead, it's a somewhat dull gray, and if you look at it from the ground, it's fundamentally black. But the ground here is not the perceived normal ground either. The black and red earth was hidden by various eerie and greenish plants. There were even tall black trees interconnecting with each other, forming a weird and scary forest. Vaguely, there were also all sorts of eerie roars coming from the depths of the forest. However, just a short distance away, there was another majestic and lofty city. The word, Fengdu, stood above the city gate. This is hell, or the hell of the flood. All the former glories are gone. All that remained was a shattered city that spoke silently of its former glory. For there, now, was a behemoth coiled, or rather, a bunch of them. A treacherous spooky was playfully chasing across the shattered city. Over and over again, he stepped on the word, Fengdu. This plaque, which should have been shattered long ago, but it was hardened to withstand these bizarre treads over and over again without the slightest crack, like carrying the last vestiges of dignity. Chapter 186, Fighting. Uncanny never fears. Clack clack clack. Sydney's voice. There's an odd-looking guy who's carefully crawling through a forest of spiteful ghosts. As it climbed, it had to watch its head carefully for anything different. One eye occupies the whole cheek, and only the short limbs of the. It's like a winter melon with arms and legs. It's weird. This guy, however, is no equivocator. When the domain siege of hell, a total of 2 bow. One of them was the domain guile that had been suppressed in the underworld chaos sea. And it's another bee, also called Gubert, because it is very meticulous, and fights with a deviousness and cunning, and never fights if it can't be defeated. Absolute yo-yo. That's why the title Gauber was given. The title is not good, but there are many people who envy it. For this title was not earned casually, but only with the approval of the king's lord. Uncle Go had been comfortably managing the dilapidated hell. Cleaning up some of these undiscovered remnants would reveal some treasures if they were lucky. This post was literally made for it. Moreover, the hell passage had been disconnected from the flood, which was equivalent to having been ceded to the extraterrestrial realm. It's also nice to not have to worry about someone coming along and picking a fight. The domain guile it was partnered with, however, clearly thought otherwise. The bizarre one that was suppressed in the underworld chaos sea was named Lai Bo. As its name suggests, it has a strong character, and the passage was interrupted, making it extremely upset, because it wants exactly what it wants to conquer the flood. It's all that damn guy's fault. He had to die himself and even dragged me into it. Gobo fled carefully while his heart was indignant. Lieber had already discovered the problem when the situation in the passage was not right. Gauber had already discovered the problem, and then immediately launched into action. Didn't think about backing it up. Instead, he immediately concealed his own aura to the extreme. It became indistinguishable from a regular little creepy, but that's not the case. It's just a layer of camouflage. What kind of terror has this guy ushered in? Such a thick monument of flesh and blood, at least, but it's only possible after killing an existence at the level of a king lord, right? Gobo's 2 strands warred and his heart palpitated as he thought. Terrifying monument of flesh and blood, behind Flower Wujue. It's like a medal engraved with countless victories. But, Hua Wuju was unaware of this matter. Better get a move on. I escaped to another count's territory and needed a simple spatial square marker that, I hope it doesn't spill over for a while. Gobo thought as such in his mind. In front of it, an extremely small crack was slowly opening up. Hell, the wind is up. the dead and lifeless hell. Suddenly there are some subtle changes. The grass is beginning to raise its head. The mountains are silently vibrating with corn. The rustling of leaves, like a dying old man. Suddenly he saw a long-lost relative and raised his mottled palm for confirmation. There were a large number of Bazaar that were coiling in this hell, though there were no existences that exceeded the Burr level. In fact, the only remaining Burr class was already preparing to escape. These shenanigans don't know that, so it was just a matter of frowning and looking around when you encountered this strange situation. They had not yet realized that a pair of abysmal ink eyes, which were like a god's mansion above the, gazing at them without the slightest emotion. Emperor, please give my subordinates a chance to purge these extraterrestrial evil races. The black and white invincibles reddened at this moment. May, Hannah Wujua agreed. The black and white irregulars bowed and clasped their fists. And then, like an arrow shot out of the sky, with a thud, stomping out a large crater in the ground. It shook out all the weirdness around it. Powerful shenanigans are not that common. A lot of the spookiness is really just similar to the level of the ghosts and demons of hell. A few can also reach Ghost Marshal. A little more powerful. You can fight against the Ghost Emperor. As for the shenanigans with the knighthood, only the Hong Emperor and the Desolate Emperor could fight against it. Note that it is the body that is being spoken of here, not the doppelganger. Roar! The surrounding creepy froze for a moment before letting out a deafening roar that, one of them, a huge creep like a mountain armor, even crashed through the weak creeps beside it that were blocking the way, bringing up rolling smoke and dust. It came rushing in like a chariot. Black Impermanence took the lead as a huge phallic figure wearing a black ghost messenger suit appeared behind him. A wailing stick, a vicious swing. The giant, pangolin-like creep was instantly broken into tofu shards. It seems like an appetizer. After the appetizers were served, the rest of the main meal came up one by one. All sorts of ferocious and miserable, strange and weird shapes and shenanigans surrounded them. These shenanigans are not comparable to those of bootlegs. The strength of any one of them singled out was enough to be compared to that of the ghost differences of the flooded earth. This is truly a great evil. It's also a true extraterrestrial evil race. For countless years, many existences had tried to replicate the extraterrestrial evil race, but without exception, the replicas are only 1% as strong. It simply could not be compared to the true extraterrestrial evil race. Weird. However, it seems that the black and white invincibles in the flooded hell are much more powerful. Straight away that black erratic phallic image holding a wailing rod, expressionless as if it were a dreary villain. It rolled in the flat ground, and wherever the stick went, corpses were bound to be strewn everywhere. A large number of creepy corpses were piled up next to it in no time at all. But these creeps, in no way, were deterred from retreating. Or maybe there is no such term as flinch in their perception. The mass deaths of their companions, instead, stoked their serum. Attacks are more ferocious and deadly. More creepy, like a rhinoceros full of slithers that don't attack even after getting in close, directly choosing to blow himself up. The bizarre blood all over his body emitted a purple gas before spilling over Black Impermanence's body. Black Impermanence's strength was indeed considered extremely strong. But nay, the amount of weirdness around was just oceanic. Black Impermanence and his phantom were like tigers in a pack of wolves, isolated and helpless. Even if a tiger is strong on its own, it cannot be spared from the bite of a pack of wolves. After one fight after another, Black Impermanence was finally showing fatigue, and even his Dharma phase was somewhat dimmed. Suddenly there was a disgusting creep with countless tentacles behind him, and looking at the moment, the tentacles flexed on the ground, fangs extended, about to bite into Black Impermanence's back, but just in the nick of time, as if he were a ghost, White Impermanence blocked the way, and with his slender tongue, but it couldn't affect his stern face, which was the ultimate killing intent. Just one punch, the fangs, along with the body, were pierced through and through, twisting together limply on the ground. White Impermanence's phantom, too, rose from behind, back to back with Black Impermanence's phantom. Like two brothers, they wielded their magic weapons and killed shenanigans. Chapter 187, Persona Collapse. Emperor save me. Black and white is like an abyssal gully. Anyone who tries to enter the gully will fall into the abyss. The bizarre corpses were surrounded by 3 layers of bodies, almost filling the phallic phase with them. But after the mana shock, these corpses then exploded into a mist of blood before another round of onslaught. The bizarre corpses just repeated the accumulation, then bursting into pieces, then accumulating again. Among the black and white invincibles vaguely, they felt that their hands holding the spells were a bit stiff. It was even a little weak, but they still held it tightly, fighting for such a long time. In their eyes, there was no retreat, no fatigue at all. Instead, there was a rising fiery will to fight. It was good to see that their fight was not without fruit. The number of weird densities around them had been greatly reduced and had become somewhat sparse. At the moment, it was hidden in the forest of grievous ghosts. Go-Bo, who was peeking at this scene, had 3 big question marks popping up on top of his head. No, they're sick, aren't they? Uncle Go expressed his inability to understand. Obviously that black-clothed human is excessively powerful. Why did he leave his men down there to take the brunt of the storm? You have to know that even they, the extraterrestrial evil race, wouldn't go and do it like this. It's all strong versus strong and weak versus weak. There is no strong. Strong extinguishes weak. It's almost always become a regular pattern. The two forces fought amongst themselves, the strongest of the strong, and once the results were divided, the stronger ones with their hands free will just kill the weaker ones. Even if you have a large base, it doesn't help in the slightest. It's like 100,000 elite armored soldiers in the human realm. After encountering a Yuaning stage elder, there's no escaping a total loss, because it's just not going to work. It's like if you take an egg and touch a piece of iron, and even if you take more eggs and touch them, it's just in vain. Is it hard to believe that this guy has some special fetish? Gilbert had a jolt. It seemed that this was the only explanation that could explain why Flower Wujua didn't just make a move to erase this piece of weirdness. Instead, he was there to watch his men being mobbed. It's a good thing I ran away. If I'd still been there, I'm afraid I'd been tortured to death by now. Go-Bo knew very well that the extraterrestrial evil race also had guys who possessed many of the same fetishes. Generally speaking, if a flood falls into their hands, it's better to be alive than to be dead. It's terrible, this flood of humans. Gilbert accelerated the construction of passages to the other counties' territories. It wasn't that it didn't want to go directly to the territory of a more powerful being. Rather, the territorial passageways of such powerful beings are much more difficult to construct. It often takes longer to succeed. It is also necessary to report to the lords of these territories. If it was just an existence of the same knighthood, it was possible to dispense with this tedious step and go directly. That's why Gilbert chose the way he did, while Go-Bo's side accelerated his own escape plan. The battle between the black and white irregulars. There has also been an unfortunate change in the situation. The more the weirdness builds up, the more powerful weirdness comes as well. These shenanigans, though, don't compare to the shenanigans of having a knighthood. But there were some whose strength had reached a level that could compete with ghost marshals and ghost emperors. This is beyond the scope of what the black and white can handle. To continue to fight blindly like this is not so much loyalty and courage as it is foolishness. The black and white irregulars saw a one-eyed creepy with 3 giant legs right in the distance. The heart that was in his mind was not good. Damn it, the scent is beyond us. The black and white irregulars tightly gripped the spells in their hands, biting their lips and biting out blood. Reason is telling them to quit now. Then let Hana Wujue take care of it. But black and white somehow inexplicably didn't want to back out, because it was once their home, and it should be theirs to guard, because they've already retreated once. Things come up. You can't just hide behind someone else. All the more reason to do the best you can with what you've got. Act despite knowing that it is impossible to do so. It's stupid. It's loyalty. Who can say? The one-eyed creepy with 3 giant legs obviously wouldn't give them a chance to think like that. A growl just ran straight at it. Wherever they passed, even the weak creeps of their kind were trampled into powder. One-eyed creepy, though he didn't know why the black and white had been here for so long killing the 2 Lord Earls did not deal with it. But the one-eyed creep, however, was not the least bit worried, because the 2 Lord Earls were invincible in its eyes. Lieber, in particular, leads them in a head-on confrontation with hell. It's a smooth battle that still resonates to this day. Although Lord Gobwa was usually very low-key, it was his distant cousin. The other creeps don't know Gauber's strength, but it is a doorway to knowing. Lord Gobwa was just usually very low-key, and his actual battle power was very impressive. You know that the final blow that killed the Lord of Hell in the first place wasn't the work of some flood. Rather, it was Go-Bo, who was hiding in the shadows. Who killed him? The black and white irregulars' minds quickly returned, and then they went all out to defend the enemy. 2 huge phalanxes blocked One-Eyed Creepy. One-Eyed Creepy, however, laughed coldly and didn't know how to put this strong phantom in his heart, but it was a simple headbutt. The 2 phantoms then ruptured in unison, instantly dissipating into thin air. Put! The black and white irregulars spat out a mouthful of blood in unison before flying backwards. One hand held the ground and slid for some distance before he managed to stop. Black Impermanence glanced at White Impermanence. White Impermanence instantly understood what it meant. Then the duo spoke very dryly. The Emperor saved me. Just kidding. If you have a leg to stand on and don't embrace it, you're not just crumbling your persona. They weren't exactly deadheads in the first place. And right now was the perfect opportunity to show their loyalty. Why do you have to maintain a persona of a deadbeat who won't back down? What if the Emperor really doesn't save them? That's why it's important to learn to be flexible. Hua Wuju also froze, then the corner of his mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. In fact, even if they fought to the death and didn't retreat, Hua Wujue would still bail them out. The reason why it has been kept out of the way. But it's just to take this opportunity to tap into their potential. It's easiest to realize that breakthroughs are made at precisely this time when you're on the edge of your physical limits. Hua Wuju said, come back, though a bit speechless at the duo's final tawdry maneuver. But I have to say, they did a really good job up front. The black and white irregulars smiled sardonically. Emperor, my subordinates are incompetent and can only do this much. Hua Wuju gave them a look that they could experience on their own. The black and white irregulars tacitly looked up at the sky without the slightest embarrassment. This black and white wunderkind is somewhat interesting. No wonder it became what it became. Flower Wujue secretly sighed before he was coldly looking at the weirdness all over the place. With that one-eyed creepy, far away. Chapter 188, First Cousin. New resident of the underworld Chaos Sea. One-eyed and spooky. His heart trembled. What's the situation? Why is there another human race here? The one-eyed trickster was terrified in his heart. Its strength was already not bad, but I didn't expect that it couldn't discover this person's existence. We can't act rashly. Let's see the other side's reality first. One-eyed creepy muttered in his mind. It is not stupid. It is obvious that there is something wrong. Naturally, it will not head iron to the top. And just now was not thinking carefully. Now that I think about it, these two original black and whites of hell. Why is it here for no reason at all? And kill so many creeps and have it all whiskered away afterward. If it remembers correctly, this is a place that its cousin directly controls. Out of all the commotion, how is it possible to even come over and not make a move? Associated with his first cousin's nature, the one-eyed creepy instantly cooled from head to toe. It couldn't be. The first cousin ran away. Could it? The one-eyed creep was surprised and skeptical in his mind. You, get up there. One-eyed creepy tugged at the little creepy beside him. What the hell is going on? It's better to try a wave first. One-eyed and spooky, searching up for his first cousin. In the forest of grievous ghosts. This stupid bastard. First cousin Gobo's face was ugly. You're about to run away after you've managed to hide yourself. This fool is looking for himself now. Isn't it obvious that he's telling people that? Is there a big boss left to deal with? What a good cousin of mine. Not daring to delay any longer. Uncle Go, who was familiar with the nature of this cousin of his. It was clear that something was bound to happen if we stayed on. Good to know that the crack is 8/10 of the way through. Immediately it can be transferred to another count's territory. In the absence of a logo, there is no existence that can be crossed at will outside the domain. So Gobo wasn't worried that he would be caught up. Little Creepy was pushed out, though it didn't realize anything was wrong with With a sardonic grin he pounced. Unsurprisingly, it was directly wiped away by a pair of large, invisible hands before it could even get close. The blood mist drifted away, paced the one-eyed creepy one-eyed ball. The one-eyed bizarre pupil shrunk wildly, but remained calm on the surface. I originally thought that you guys had some kind of backing, but it turns out to be nothing more than that. The little ones give me on. One-eyed creepy bellowed. In an instant the weird waves that had already converged again were emitting weird and strange cries of. Then the front and back rushed forward. One-eyed creepy, on the other hand, stood still and kept yelling, quietly backing up as he did so. All the bizarre in front of them that pounced over, no matter how many, were inevitably going to explode into a mist of blood. Over time, the creeps realized something was wrong. This ing black and white can at least kill each other. How come this guy can't even get close? And they don't feel like they've surrounded Flower Wujue at all. Instead, it looked like Hana Wujue had surrounded them. Creepy, though belligerent, is no cutie pie. So subconsciously, he searched for the one-eyed creepy figure. Seeing that the other side was too strong, it was natural to find the strongest one among them to take the top spot. But this is a great look. Crowd creepy, where's the one-eyed creepy? At this time, the one-eyed creepy had long since scurried into the forest of spiteful ghosts. There was a smug smile on his face as he ran. Ha ha, witty as I am, I'll let that cannon fodder stall for me so I can get to my first cousin. Let my first cousin handle it, and I'll save a little life. It didn't remain complacent for long, though. A black hand slapped it right from behind. Who? One-eyed creepy touched the back of his head for a moment of palpitations and shouted at once. Don't be caught out. One-eyed creepy was horrified in his mind. But the good thing is that it wasn't Hana Wujue. What the are you doing? Gobo glared angrily. Seeing that it wasn't Flower Wujue, One-eyed creepy let out a sigh of relief, his face showing delight. Eldest cousin. So you're here. Great. There's someone out there who's coming to smash the scene. Big cousin cut him down. Uncle Go's eyes widened. I'll cut your grandmother's leg. Let it go and trouble Hua Wuju, please. Seeing as Lai Bo was dryly kneeling. What are you doing there by yourself? Going to be a backdrop for the other side yourself? One-eyed creepy froze for a moment, then scratched his head. First cousin, what are you doing chipping your grandma? Goo Bart. Here, you come here. I'll whisper why. Ha! Shut the up. You dumbass. Gobo grimaced and slapped again, giving One-Eyed Creepy an eye-rolling slap. But One-Eyed Creepy was even more confused. Didn't we agree to cut grandma? Why are you cutting me now? It is not known. Eyeing this frothing expression of One-Eyed Creepy, Uncle Go became even more angry. And only after some more punches and kicks did he calm down. And the last 10th, stupid ass thing. Shut up and wait for me. One-Eyed Creepy huddled up, not daring to say anything, only nodding his head repeatedly. The One-Eyed Creep who was so mighty just a moment ago, in front of Uncle Go, he could only be treated as a junior who could beat and scold at will. This is the suppressive effect of strength, and it has a knighthood, so it's not too easy to beat up the little brother. Why is it quiet out there? Save this last point, did not let Gobo relax vigilance, but more sober up. Just now there was a lot of shouting and killing outside. Forget about the fight for now, at least it's stalling. How come it's quiet in a flash now? Gobo's eyes narrowed, then tried to check what was going on outside. But it made its scalp tingle, because all the weirdness outside just vanished as if it had evaporated. Can't even see a body. The most terrifying, and the disappearance of the blood-colored, flesh and blood monument in the sky above, Hana Wujue background plate. That human just now, where did he go? Gobo's sweaty hairs stood on end, and he spared no effort to permanently cut off a portion of his cultivation. Also opened the channel to leave immediately. It worked. A crack, about the size of an adult, appeared in the forest of disgruntled ghosts, just enough to accommodate the disguised Gubert's departure. Follow me. There's a problem. Galber couldn't turn around in time to see the One-Eyed Creep, yanked back and was about to step right in. But suddenly, Gobo's pupils shrank. The One-Eyed Creepy has been shrunk in disguise, and his arm is indistinguishable from his original form. Why is it so smooth? And the arm, the bones aren't quite right. Gobo twisted his head a little stiffly and saw the scene of a lifetime. It was a pair of abyssal-ink eyes, calm as deep tan. Calmly, without a word, calmly, it erased it and threw it into an ocean wrapped in chaos. There it met Lieber, who was wailing in agony. But the difference is this, it now receives the same treatment. A chilling howl of misery came. The underworld sea of chaos, after all, has welcomed its second resident. As for the crack, lying quietly, on the other side, was another world. Chapter 189 Reconstruction, Development by Fighting. Emperor, this rift outside the domain, are we just going to leave it alone? Black Impermanence glanced at that crack and respectfully inquired about Flower Wujue. Why should it matter? Hana Wujue asked rhetorically. Black Impermanence hesitated for a moment, but still said, Emperor, the extraterritorial power is great. Hell has just been re-established. We should probably lay low for a while. White Impermanence also nodded. Our current sphere of influence is too weak. If the domain raises its clans to attack, I'm afraid that the recently rebuilt hell will be reduced to rubble again. Between the three men talking, the cold hell is not what it used to be. Under the greatness of flowerless consciousness, those war souls obliterated by hell re-emerged from the soil that was saturated with ethereal energy. One was full of amazement. One was full of joy again. The Ghostbusters cheered, kneeling in unison to welcome their new emperor. The already broken Fengdu city. The fix was just a blink of an eye. The tall and majestic Fengdu city is finally back. The various high-level ghost generals, too, gradually rejoined. But the meta is finally hurting. The 10 temples of Hades and the 4 directions of the ghost emperors. One did not return. Under some kind of nebulous force. They, however, have not been resurrected. Emperor, there is not a single one of the 10 major war armies of the Earth's capital, which are currently in full formation. The war generals are no more than 1 in 10. We need to think long and hard. Recuperation is the most important thing right now. The black erratic side. The reason why these warlords are 10 to 1. It wasn't that Flower Wujue didn't have the ability to resurrect them. Rather, it is because they have been reincarnated. The reincarnation system in hell collapsed. There are some souls that are gone after all. Strange as it may seem, the collapse of the reincarnation system in our hell. Why are there still tons of souls reincarnating? White Impermanence also had this question in his mind, but didn't take the initiative to say it. Actually, casting is a good thing. Otherwise, like him and Black Impermanence, in the darkness of the soul sealing formation, life is worse than death. Much better, but a soul never reincarnates without a reason. Especially when the reincarnation system in hell has all collapsed, and the 6 millstones are gone. How is it possible to be automatically reincarnated? Unless, I know what you all mean. The Hellmouth does have a severely damaged battle force at the moment. Hua Wuju still agreed, but then the words changed. but there is something wrong with your ideas. The black and white irregulars froze for a moment and hurriedly clasped their fists and bowed their heads. Please reprimand the Emperor. You are thinking of your own strength, which is weak at present, and so you must avoid it. There's nothing wrong with that in a conventional sense, but you are mistaken in thinking that the other side will give you that time. The news of the return of Hell has gone viral, and the extraterrestrial weirdness will not rest easy. You show your enemy weakness, and all you get is a million other attacks, because you look weak and predictable. If you show your enemies that you are strong, they will fear you, even if they suspect that the outside world is strong. And don't dare do anything rash. Peaceful development is not something to hide from, but something to fight for. Hua Wuju looked at them and said meaningfully. The black and white irregulars' faces were solemn. Yes, sure enough, they sure thought too one-sidedly. Yeah, the news can't be blocked, and since it's bound to get out, then the outside world must be shown how strong it is. Otherwise all you get by avoiding it is more covetousness. Others will want to. There may still be some great treasures in hell, and it is by these great treasures or inheritances that someone has. It's only then that we can reclaim hell. Then more powerful beings will come. There are many times. One choice you make can cause a very different situation to occur. You don't have to worry about the safety of the Hellmouth. Flower Wujue calmly looked at the busy Fengdu city. There are still quite a few positions that need to be reascended and tallied after the rebuild. What you need to do is to get hell back up and running in the shortest possible time. I'm sorry, Hana Wujue said. The black and white irregulars thought in their minds that this kind of thing is usually done by the judges, but they know a lot about it, and with no one available at the moment, they're best suited to do it themselves. Below you lead the way. The two noisy guys, the black and white irregulars, are finally gone. In this process of rebuilding the hell, the black and white impermanent that is the mouth never stopped. One side says that and the other side says this. Seems to be talking a lot of, but in reality, the black and white irregulars were still afraid that Hua Wujue was unfamiliar with the system of hell and wanted to help him familiarize himself with it as soon as possible. Flower Wujue actually wanted to tell them that he himself was the Fengdu Emperor. Just not this era. The reason he didn't tell them this, it's because the effects of history are already changing. One butterfly flaps its wings and it causes a chain reaction. Not to mention that it was a person of his heavenly cultivation going back to the past. The long river of history can be monstrous, most critical. Flower Wujue did not intend to stay long in the flood of the past. He's going to have to get out of here eventually, but it was after getting hell back to normal. That's why he can't shed any detailed information about himself. Otherwise you'll get yourself missed later. Before he grew up, he was just a little kid errand boy. This method is not feasible. He's just a passerby in time. And how to leave your own colorful mark on a time that is not your own. Everything will eventually be forgotten. Hell will eventually get back on track. And how will history be deflected after he does these things? No one knows, but he doesn't regret it. Flower Wujue sat down under a soul mulberry tree, and the soul mulberry above his head, under the urging of his mana, gulped and one fell, landing firmly in his palm. A specialty of hell, the soulberry fruit. Deliver it to your mouth. Sweet and savory, very refreshing. Suddenly he thought of a certain fellow who was also under this tree once, eating this soulberry fruit. Oranges are born in Huainan as oranges, and oranges are born in Huibei as hedgehogs. This soul mulberry fruit. It's true that it's still only delicious from you, little flower. Could you send me more? Someone's grinning face flashed, with no regard for image, like a folk diner. He amused himself by savoring it. Oranges are born in Huainan as oranges, and oranges are born in Huibei as hedgehogs. Where will I, afterward, be born? Flower Wujue was silent, or rather, he didn't have an answer to this question of his. Silence passed. A bamboo flute was taken out of his arms. A loop of red silk was tied at the end, like a fluttering ribbon. In this busy and overflowing with joy, the first city of hell, above Fengdu, Flower Wujue relied on the tall soul mulberry tree and slowly blew a song. Homesickness. A long tune crossed the sky over Fengdu. The tune is like some kind of magic. The crowd that seemed to feel something looked up and stopped what they were doing. There were even ghostbusters with deep empathy who couldn't stop shedding teardrops as they watched their wives fall apart. A moment of mourning, however, was followed by a kind of heartfelt fuming. The must hit back hard. After the song, Fengdu was busy again. However, in some newly opened Hongmeng space, a figure debauched on top of a Hongmeng treasure tree. In his hand, he held a fruit with a flow of precious splendor, and underneath him was a Hongmeng beast dying with a terrifying breath, just about to take a nibble. But suddenly he paused. The figure frowned and said to himself, "Strange, why can someone play my flute?" In his hand, there was an identical flute. Chapter 190, Playing Chess. If the enemy can go, I can go too. Hell has been occupied for a very long time. The bizarre aura of the domain was permeating all around. Flower Wujue had been dealing with setting things right for the past few days. Wait until everything is taken care of. Hell has also returned to normal operation. However, normal functioning is possible, but the strength is not as strong as it used to be, because of the missing reincarnation of the top combatants. I'm afraid that the current power level of the Hell is not ranked in the third tier of the Flood. It was already only a mediocre little power. Even if there are 6 grinding wheels, reseeding the earth, the reinvention of the rotational system can be a long process. The judge's pen, the Book of Life and Death also needs to be recovered in the process. Even the 10 halls of Hell, the Ghost Emperor of the 4 directions, none of them had really disappeared, but had been reincarnated and reborn. As for how they were reincarnated with the reincarnation system collapsing, I'm afraid it's only the one in charge of the Naiha Bridge. Emperor, we've taken a preliminary peek at the Naiha Bridge. The main body of the Naiho Bridge is not seriously damaged, but it possesses a powerful guarding film. And although we can go in, but it can't activate any authority of the Naiha Bridge. Black Impermanence bowed. White Impermanence also said, only Mona can be in charge of the Naiho Bridge. If we want to remake the reincarnation system and enlist back the Yen King Ghost Emperors, we must put the Naiha Bridge back into operation. Hua Wuju was currently sitting under a sole mulberry tree playing chess, the black pieces pinched by his fingertips pausing slightly, but eventually it fell. The man he was playing against smiled slightly. Emperor, it's not good to be too pushy. After the game player finished speaking, the white discs fell from his fingertips. Surprisingly, the game was instantly brought to a deadlock. Just one step, Hana Wujue would be all over the place. The black and white irregulars waited silently, while their afterglow looked at the one playing chess, and they couldn't help but smack their lips in their hearts. To be able to play chess and go 50-50 with an emperor, even to the point of vaguely pressing ahead, was truly terrifying. This man was no stranger to them. It's even familiar. For the name of this person who plays against the game is Jizo. Jizo's soul was not reincarnated, nor was it completely dispersed, leaving behind a true spirit that, remodeled by Flower Wujue with great magical powers. Regarding the current course of action of the Hellmouth, the Earth Store Bodhisattva thought it was too aggressive and that it should slowly collect its energy instead of starting another conquest. About that crack, Jizo is inclined to obliterate. Hell can't afford another round of destruction. Rush in. No, I don't think so. Flower Wujue's face was unperturbed, and between his calmness and composure, he actually landed in a dead chess place. Earth Store Bodhisattva's expression changed slightly, looking clearly at that place of dead chess, actually for the first time. Feeling tricky, advancing and retreating in a measured manner. A dead chess piece that actually breaks open the dead game and seeks life and death. Emperor, Earth Store, Gumby. With a bitter smile, the Earth Store Bodhisattva placed his piece back on the chess table and, surprisingly, he didn't even bother to struggle a bit, because when that dead piece falls, the dead game has become your own. But Emperor, I still want to ask you, why did you make this deadly move? Earth Store Bodhisattva opened his mouth to inquire. Although the board had just become a dead game, it wasn't completely dead. There are still many options that can be cracked step by step. Why did you choose the most dangerous and difficult one? Jizo was not trying to talk about the game of chess, also meant to say hell. The reconstruction of hell is a dangerous situation. It should be stabilized. Why do we have to take that dangerous move? Flower Wujue replied unhurriedly. Soldiers make dangerous moves. Only then will they be able to place themselves in a position of death, struggling and despairing for nothing but endless confusion. I know you are worried about the crack, but what I'm trying to tell you is that a koan can go, and I can go. The Bodhisattva Earth Store King was struck by lightning, and repeated in a disembodied voice, Ko can go there and I can go there. After the change in the look of the Earth Hidden King respectfully clasped his fists. Emperor, I am aware of this and will cooperate fully. Hell's morale can't afford to be wasted. It is to be strong at this time of vigor. It's what makes a weak hell fast and strong. Otherwise, day in and day out, the pain of not being able to avenge the wrongs and not being able to restore the family is overshadowed by the pain of not being able to restore the family. The ghosts and generals of hell are afraid that they will suffocate their hearts. Hell is rebuilt. More than anything, it takes an absolutely strong figure to build confidence. And this one, it's none other than Hana Wujue. The only centerpiece of hell right now is him. If the Hellmouth loses Flower Wujue, then the Hellmouth, which has just been rebuilt, will immediately collapse in an instant, become a wave of loose ends. Earth Store King Bodhisattva, too, is concerned precisely here. If anything happens to Flower Wujue, not to mention the rebuilding of the Wheel of Fortune, hell is afraid of going back into the abyss of doom. So instead of directly counseling on this matter, Earth Store Bodhisattva had this chess game. I didn't realize that I was the one who ended up being convinced. If the enemy can go, I can go. Yeah, Why is hell only passive-aggressive? The black and white, even if they had already known this course, heard it again. Still hot. If the enemy can go, I can go. In all the years of the flood, it's never been an extraterritorial invasion of the flood. There has never yet been a flood to hit the extraterritorial homeland. I'm afraid this crack is not a crisis in their hell. Instead, it was an opportunity for their hell to become strong again. Hell is powerful in a completely different way than normal powers. It's not at all something where people are getting fewer and fewer as they fight. Instead, the more people fight, the more there will be. After the conquest, take out the souls of those enemies and transform them into ghostly messengers. With the will of hell, as well as Mona soup, there is no need to fear that these transformed ghosts will riot. This is the way of conquest of hell against all odds. Before other powers engage in war, they consider the gains and losses beforehand. Hell, on the other hand, doesn't need it, because there will be no such thing as damage when they start a war. Hurting the enemy costs you 8,000. This is a reflection of the conventional forces. Hell, however, can quickly transform the living forces by virtue of the 6 paths of reincarnation as well as the Mona soup. War is a surefire way for hell to get stronger. But, Mona isn't here right now either. If one were to attack the domain, the variables encountered would be as numerous as its own. With the domain being bizarre and having a special body type, whether or not it can be transformed remains unproven. Although I agree, Emperor, you still need to be careful. The domain is far from being as simple as it seems. Jizo Bodhisattva sighed. I can go wherever the koan goes, and I can go wherever the koan goes. It sounds hot, but now the hell doesn't have that power. The Nayad bridge can't function again. All is empty talk, and it's a difficult task to get back to Meng. The reincarnation of the 10 temples of hell and the 4 directions of the ghost emperors, the Earth Store King Bodhisattva as well as the black and white irregulars are all well aware of. Actually, it was Meng who did it. In the end, Meng Mao used some method to send all of them to reincarnation compulsorily. He himself is nowhere to be found. There's no way to track where they've been reincarnated to without reincarnation through the 6 mills. Chapter 191, Searching. The Oddities of Meng's Family Home. As soon as Mona's question was thrown out, the black and white impermanence and the Earth Bodhisattva looked at Flower Wujue in unison. The 6 paths grinding wheel, an already broken earthly divine artifact, was able to appear intact here at Flower Wujue. It's already been able to explain a lot. I'm afraid that if we are to track down Meng's reincarnation, it must also be by the owner of the 6th grinding wheel. Hana Wujue went. Flower Wujue said somewhat helplessly. I've already seen the Naiha bridge. It's Meng's handiwork. As for the place of reincarnation, I did track it down. The black and white irregulars' faces were delighted. Excellent Emperor. Meng's return. We in the Hellmouth can re-recruit back Yen Luo and the Ghost Emperor adults in a short period of time, and we won't have to worry about the damage to our strength anymore. Earthstore Bodhisattva also nodded. Soldiering is naturally feasible, but at least get the preparations right. After all was said and done, Earthstore Bodhisattva asked one more question. Then where is Manhwa now? Hua Wuju calmly said. Flood. Not surprisingly, Earthstore Bodhisattva said. That's good. Things would have been troublesome if they were outside the domain. I'm afraid there's no one else in the Floodlands who can deal with the Emperor. The black and white irregulars had obviously told the Earthstore Bodhisattva about the previous battle. I was going to move in the next day or two, and I'll bring Mona back. But, you guys have to keep an eye on that crack too. It won't be too long, so if anything happens, let me know directly. Hua Wujue put the chess pieces away, then got up and stood with his hands behind his back. A grim countenance looked down on Fengdu. Earthstore King Bodhisattva said, this is natural, we in the earth will keep an eye on it for the Emperor. And if there are any accidents, it is certain that the Emperor will return quickly, and there is no need to worry. Hua Wuju nodded slightly. Stand down. Yes. Flower Wujue left hell, leaving behind a doppelganger before he left. If there is an accident you can make a split pass. Hell has a passageway that leads directly to the flood, but it was broken after hell was taken by the extraterrestrial. Now it is being repaired. You can travel directly to the flood in hell. The flood is not currently in the state of the later flood of nations. There were still countless forces entrenched in a unified area. The area of the flood is so large that it exceeds everyone's imagination. It is divided into the central state, the southern border, and the western land, North Plains, 5 regions of the East China Sea, and it was the jurisdiction of one of these forces that Hua Wuju was heading to. Middle states. The flood. So it's like this. Hua Wuju stepped on a piece of land and, look at the smoke rising all around you. This is a human village. Not far away a couple of croppers were working in a muddy field. With a turban on his head and bare shoulders, he is wielding a hoe with a sad face. Old man, this is the Meng family home. Hana Wujue inquired. One of the older cultivators looked up. That's right, this is our Meng Jiazhuang. Who are you, young man, and why have you never seen it before? Flower Wujue had gone through some disguises and was now in the appearance of an ordinary scholar. This was not done to hide from anything. Rather, it's about not affecting the fate of others. If he invites certain forces to come because he didn't hide his breath, I'm afraid it's going to devastate the area. Re-enlightenment of the Great Way for him wouldn't do such a thing. Decisiveness and cold-bloodedness are two very different concepts. And Meng left a strange message. While talking with Earth Store Bodhisattva, Flower Wujue did not tell the whole story, because there was a message left there that only the holders of the Six Paths Grinder could see. Middle states, beware of geocaches. A wisp of spiritual awareness remained there, very weak, and if it came any later, I'm afraid it would have disappeared. It was with this strand of spiritual sense that Flower Wujue tracked over. The matter of hell back then really still has many hidden secrets. What is involved is an unimaginably big game. Can make the ancestor of the creation of the world Pangu so care? I'm afraid that this game is very important. If he, Flower Wujue, wanted to enter the game, he had to make a good first move. Mona is his key player into this big game. So whether it's to resurrect the faithful of hell, or to explore the hidden secrets of countless years ago, Mumbai are going to be taken back by him. But there's something odd about this Meng family. It was because there was a very thick draconic aura lingering here, and it was also mixed with demonic aura. The old man with whom he was talking in front of him had this fury 3 inches from his forehead, not innately self-contained, but clearly influenced by something. Kid, a scholar, passed by this village and had a feeling in his heart, so he asked. Hua Wuju said. Hua Wuju's words made the old man comfortable, because the other party didn't have that condescending look. It made him feel close. The old man then nodded his head, and then advised with apprehension, Meng Jiazhuang hasn't been peaceful lately. You're afraid you've been affected too, so hurry up. Flower Wujue immediately made a concern. What happened in the Meng family home? Why is the old man so scrupulous? The old man waved his hand. Good boy, don't get involved in these things. You have a great future ahead of you. Don't get held up here. It's not your place to meddle in what's going on here. Flower Wujue immediately looked serious. I'm not afraid to teach the old man to know. I've actually practiced under the immortals, and this place is filled with a demonic aura, as well as this demonic aura, so I stopped to ask. The old man froze for a moment. Then his face was ecstatic. Great. Meng Jiazhuang is saved. A few of the other crop dusters who had gathered around were also beaming. It seemed like it was finally able to unravel from some kind of horror. Elder, still please elaborate. Hua Wuju said. The old man nodded repeatedly. This is natural. This is natural. Originally, our Meng Jiazhuang wasn't really like this, but because everything changed after a crazy gave birth to a bogeyman over a decade ago. At first, a few families in the village watched as the child was born without a parent to pity, so they were kind enough to take them in. But who knows that within a few days a few of the families they took and died in bizarre ways. It looked like he was haunted by some horrible demon and collapsed and hung himself from the beams. Some people in the village rushed to throw the baby into the mountains, but the baby inexplicably came back on its own, and the one from the village died tragically in the mountains. Several families in a row, and we don't dare to help this infant anymore, and so left her there to fend for herself. I thought a baby should die in a few days without food or water, but it's what comes next that's the most terrifying. There's a mountain range outside of Meng's estate called the Ghost Wolf Mountain, and there are many demonic wolves circling within it. Even many immortals didn't dare to enter, and some of them went in and even died inside. Originally, the Meng family didn't have any connection with the Ghost Wolf Mountain, even if they went to the mountain to cut wood on weekdays. It's also impossible to enter this mountain range. Who knew that just when this baby had nothing to eat or drink, the ghost wolves appeared? Chapter 192, Exploration. Hua Wuju meets Meng Xiaoying for the first time. The old man in this narrative is the headman of the village of Meng. There was also deep apprehension on the expressions of the crofters gathered around There was also a fear of the unknown deep in his eyes. This little girl has arrived. Just by saying it, it's enough to make their hearts club together. These big, thick crop dusters, the ghost wolves. Hua Wuju associated it with the demonic aura in the village that was wrapped in a fury. It seems that this demonic aura has something to do with this ghost wolf. However, Meng was reincarnated in this Meng's village, so why would she be glued to this relationship? It's hard to believe that someone is behind this. Old man, I've almost got a clue as to what you're talking about. Can you show me the baby? Hua Wuju didn't move as he decided to confirm it with his own eyes first. A lot of things need to be seen in person to sort out the veins behind them. You're going to see this. The mayor was vaguely hesitant to get up. Big brother, I don't think you have anything to do with this, so you'd better not get involved yourself. And it's not too late for you to wait for the demon hunting division to come and see. Some of the villagers were kindly persuaded. It seemed that they had already received a message from the demon hunting division, and someone would be arriving in a matter of days. There is no need for you all to worry. As my family teacher once said when he taught me that demons and evils are rebellious but not cured. Not of my path. If you all refuse to let me handle it, I am as good as dead. Hua Wuju shook his head. The village chief and a group of villagers were moved. The reason why they wanted to let the demon suppression division come and deal with it later. I just don't want such a good boy to die in vain. It wasn't as if there hadn't been cloud-traveling immortals before, traveling alone to check things out, but all of these immortals died violently without exception. According to the village chief's idea, he was trying to make Flower Wujue wait for a while first. We'll wait until the people from the demon suppression division come down and then we'll deal with it together. Right now, however, the village chief and the others were having some difficulty refusing, and were even a bit moved. Whether or not the people from the demon suppression division would try to deal with it, they didn't know, but the man in front of him had an aura of respect. In that case, the old man can't afford to make much of an excuse. Sir, whatever the outcome, the villagers of Mengjiazhuang, will remember you. The old man's face got serious and he bent down to make a bow along with a group of croppers. Mr. Righteous, Mengjiazhuang is 100 miles away from here. Smoke and dust rolled in, and the horses sounded their hooves. 5 long swords, 5 brocade robes, and 5 divine demonic horses lined up separately like an arrow. Chief, is the matter of the Meng family home really so important that we actually need the 5 of us to go out together? A demon horse leaned in close to the one in the center, and the man on the demon horse asked loudly. The man on the demon horse in the center had a tiger's back and a pair of iron fists tightly tugging on the rope reins. The knife-sharp eyes stabbed hard. Where do you get off talking so much? Just be honest and hurry up for me. The head of the demon suppression division cursed without a good mood. The henchman who came over to inquire froze for a moment, then lowered his head and, honestly, rejoined the queue. The 5 demonic horses continued to gallop. The head of the Jin demon division looked at the fading sun, his heart as anxious as coals of fire, viciously whipping the demon horse. It picked up speed again. These lazy bastards don't know. The king's office personally issued a notice that the Meng family's demon baby, within 3 days, alive or dead, send it to the house. If you disobey the time, the director of the Department of Demon Suppression will be killed without pardon. You must arrive at Mengjiazhuang before midnight today. Yes, be careful. Sir, do not come too close, or I fear a heresy has arisen. The village chief carefully advised Hana Wujue. They now came to a dilapidated old temple, the walls of which were paralyzed with a piece of. The floor was also covered in floating dust. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like anyone lives there. Are you there? The old village chief shouted bravely. Then the crofters looked around nervously, and put their hoes in their hands in front of them, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Just as the crowd was looking at the broken temple, click! A small stone suddenly hit the old village chief's head. Ah! Mister, help me! The old village chief directly held his head and crouched down, not even having the courage to look at what was happening. The surrounding crop dusters were also alarmed and hurriedly turned their heads to look behind them. Hee. A laughter as pleasant as a silver bell came. Follow the sound. I saw on the old acacia tree in the middle of the village a pretty face, and the maiden who looked like a heavenly fairy was sitting on a branch. It's probably not been cleaned for a long time, and there's a little dirt on it. However, it could not hide the stunning beauty of the young girl in any way. Clear, translucent eyes, like the stars in the sky, twinkled with innocent laughter. A pair of calves peeked out from under the tattered rags, and a pair of white feet were wiggling on the branches. Phew! Instead, the crockery gate was relieved to see that it seemed that the source of their fear was not this young girl. The old village chief also reacted at this moment, his pair of old faces red with anger. Xiaoying, messing around again? The young girl on the branch made a face, then tilted her head back to look at the sky. Sir, she's that freak I was telling you about 16 years ago. The old village chief came close to Hua Wuju's ear and said, how can Grandpa village chief call me a freak? I heard it all. The young girl on the branch smiled slightly, revealing a small tiger tooth. There seems to be an overcast wind blowing. The village chief's eyes widened and he hid behind Flower Wujue like a scared bird. Demon evil is coming. Demon evil is coming. Those people had this demonic wind when they died. The croppers beside him also exclaimed, and threw away their hoes and, just like playing eagle catching chickens, they all ran to hide tightly behind Hua Wuju. Seeing this, Hua Wuju was also suddenly speechless, for he had seen Meng, the Meng Xiaoying of this life. There is no special ability, and it even seals itself. It's the same as saying that these big, burly, old men, scared to such an extent of a 16-year-old girl, can't exactly say it's a disgrace, only that it's a disgrace to the pants. The old village chief saw the flower without consciousness. has not moved. That is a great sense of anxiety. He couldn't help but tug on the corner of Hua Wuju's coat. Sir, hurry up. When the demon comes in a while, we'll be hopeless. This scourge must be dealt with while it lasts. Scourge. Meng Xiaoying stood on the branch. The look on her face was like frost coming from 1,000 years of cold ice. But then he whirled around and gave a sweet smile, like a fairy in the sky that show a smile to the earth. Village chief. So I'm the scourge. Oh, this time, you guys don't even lie to me. The village chief froze at his words, his expression changing. It was only eventually that he hesitantly stammered out a sentence. Meng Xiaoying, don't blame us. Getting to where we are today, it's all because of you. If it wasn't for you inviting in the demonic evils, why would so many people die in our Meng family home? Chapter 193 Wolf Demon. Did I let you move? Hearing the old village chief's words, Meng Xiaoying smiled even more brightly, like an innocent and flawless young girl, growing wildly in the sun. However, in the eyes of the old village chief and a group of other Mingjia villagers, it was like some kind of flooding beast that, it's too frightening to look at. Sir, why don't you make a move? Can't wait any longer. The old village chief stomped his feet anxiously, his face looking as if he had been burned by coals of fire. Flower Wujue smiled faintly. You guys don't have to be in a hurry. Naturally, no innocent man will be wrongly accused, nor will any guilty man be spared. The old village chief frowned, vaguely feeling that something was out of place. What innocent man guilty man's? The old village chief's eyes widened in consternation, seemingly associating something with it, and his face clouded over. The rest of the crooks didn't think about it that much. They just clamored to kill Meng Xiaoying. Woo! Suddenly a loud and clear wolf howl came from the village, and the wolf howled for a long time. The immediate aftermath was a sensation of the heavens falling apart. The villagers all fell down. The lucky ones could barely stand holding onto the wall. The unlucky ones had fallen to the ground in a wide formation. The village chief looked pale. The ghostly wolves are here again. The people's faces were dead, and they fell to the ground in dismay. Under the old locust tree, a huge demonic wolf that was like a ghost was converging one after another. The largest demonic wolf had a size equal to the height of the old acacia tree. The demon wolves have a half-moon mark on their foreheads. The moonlight shone, and the fur on his body glistened as if it were tainted with silver frost. The leading demon wolf king's eyes were like swords, and his sharp eyes swept across the crowd. Meng Xiaoying gently leapt down from the branch and stood firmly on the demon wolf king's forehead. Meng Jiazhuang, I never owed you anything. It was never you who owed me. My mother, my whole family justice. Meng Xiaoying's face was as cold as ice. The demon wolf king also sent a cold air from between his nostrils, passing over the crowd. The villagers who were passed by this cold air shivered and hugged their bodies, their faces horrified and, slowly backing up. The old village chief, perhaps older and less resistant than the croppers, trembled and, he fell into a corner, his chest heaving violently and his lips turning a dark blue color. You have nothing to do with the matter of Meng's family. Remembering that you have not put up a fight, you can leave. Meng Xiaoying was like a lonely goddess, and the moonlight illuminated her 3,000 green threads, making her, it all turned a silvery white. Her eyebrows are like eyebrows, and her fingers are like green. It seemed that Meng Xiaoying was still extremely principled. I'm afraid that there was a reason for this today, and she didn't want to involve Hua Wuju in it. Lost his life for nothing. The results were unexpected. No, I came here for you and I'm not going to walk away from this. Flower Wujue was an unusually dry refusal. You, Meng Xiaoying frowned slightly. Then he laughed coldly. I didn't want to hurt your life, but since you're the one who deserved it, there would be no one to blame. The old village chief's eyes lit up. Sir, you can make your move. As long as you chop up that evil fetus, the crisis is naturally lifted. The old village chief said this with extreme certainty. It seemed like he could confirm that as soon as Meng Xiaoying died, the demonic wolves will definitely retreat on their own. I just don't know where he got this information. Kill them all. Meng Xiaoying stood on the wolf king's forehead and ruled life and death flatly. The demon wolves instantly rioted, their huge bodies rushing in like buffaloes. Some of the crooks could already see the chilling wolf's teeth. There is not the slightest doubt. Once this wolf's teeth bit down, I'm afraid that even the extremely hard granite would turn into smithereens. The villagers blocked their cheeks in fear, struggling to no avail. But the tragedy didn't come. Ahem. Hua Wuju merely coughed. All the demon wolves were like they had been under a fixation spell. They were like statues on the ground, and their eyes were still ferocious. But it no longer moves. The demon wolf king's pupils shrunk violently, and he was immediately about to turn his head and flee with Meng Xiaoying. But the body was like lead, unable to move the slightest bit. Archie, what's wrong with you guys? Meng Xiaoying also noticed that something was wrong and asked with concern. The demon wolf king had the intention of answering the question, but unfortunately, he was unable to do so with his mouth. "You're the one who screwed up. Come at me with what you have and let go of Archie and the others." Meng Xiaoying looked at Hua Wujue with cold eyes, without the slightest bit of fear. These demonic wolves seem to mean a lot to Meng Xiaoying. There appears to be a deep bond between the two. Actually, Meng Xiaoying was able to live through these 16 years healthy and unharmed. It's basically all about these demonic wolf packs. As babies, a she-wolf comes to breastfeed them. Growing up a bit, a male wolf brings in the pulp. Growing up a bit more, the demon wolves would bring their prey to share in the small ragged temple from time to time. Meng Xiaoying herself usually went to set traps for hunting. After being scolded several times as a child by members of the Meng family, and she never came back into the manor, just living by myself in this broken temple. The demon wolf pack would come here from time to keep her company. To Meng Xiaoying, these demon wolves were like family. Now that there was this odd change, it naturally made her heart feel greatly anxious. The old village chief stood up from the foot of the wall, a joyful look on his face, and patted himself on the dust of the jogging all the way to Flower Wujue's side. Mr. really is an immortal method of wonders. Dealing with these demonic wolves is a breeze. The villagers were also full of gratitude. "Thank you, sir. Hey, sir, let us take over next. This little monster without all this demonic evil. It's just a vulture without feathers. Not enough to fear at all." The old village chief gave a wink to the surrounding villagers. The villagers immediately nodded their heads and picked up their hoes from the ground, sardonic smiles flashing across their faces. Just raise your hoe and chop through." For these demon wolves, the villagers had been upset for a long time, and now that the opportunity was once in a lifetime, they naturally wanted to retaliate over. The demon wolves were immobilized. No action at all. Meng Xiaoying looked in her eyes, anxious in her heart. Her body vaguely has a black fury. It's releasing outward. This gas is nothing in the eyes of the common man. In Hua Wujue's eyes it was like rolling black smoke, almost obscuring the smoke. Meng Xiaoying was about to have some kind of change. The hatred in his eyes was even more unconcealed, and his body trembled and shook. She'd rather die herself, nor would he ever want to see the demon wolf that had grown up with him harmed. Meng Xiaoying jumped down from the wolf king's forehead and protected his body. A few of the villagers froze with their hose, but weren't much surprised that the skimming, it's the same as cleaning up sooner or later anyway, so I'll clean up this scourge of yours first. As the villagers spoke, the hose had been raised high, and in the moonlight a black mark formed on Meng Xiaoying's forehead. It's like dirty darkness that's about to invade the light. Meng Xiaoying stubbornly looked at the villagers without fear. The body never left. The demon wolf king's eyes visibly showed an agonized anxiety. "A close call." A voice sounded faintly. "Did I tell you guys to move?" Several villagers exploded into a bloody mist. Chapter 194, Village Chief. "Shouldn't I hate you all?" The sudden change of events left the crowd all confused. Hua Wujue, however, had no psychological burden, because these few people, their bodies were not clean either. Kill and be killed. According to the laws of hell, these people are also cast into the way. Now it's just early retribution. On the other side, the old village chief touched his blood-stained face, and his pupils increased steeply, as if he had seen a ghost. Drop down and sit at the base of the wall. The surrounding villagers were also whimpering in fear, all of them with their hands shaking like sifting chaff. Tools like hoes were all thrown on the ground. Where had the honest villagers seen such a bloody and horrible occasion? Crouching on the ground with his head in his hands, snot and tears streaming down his face, he mumbled, "It's none of our business. It's none of our business." Meng Xiaoying's small mouth was also slightly open, half unable to close it. Strong doubts and incomprehension flashed in her beautiful eyes. What just happened? Although Meng Xiaoying had a ghost wolf pack to take care of her, she had never seen a real one like this. One word decides life and death. The sense of impact goes without saying, but the sound just now. "Did you do this?" Meng Xiaoying looked towards Hua Wujue and asked half-heartedly. Hua Wujue smiled faintly. "I told you, I won't let any guilty person get away with this, nor will any innocent person be harmed." Meng Xiaoying froze. Only then did she begin to take a closer look at the bookish man before her. Meng Jiazhuang is in the mountains and most of the villagers are croppers with their backs to the yellow earth. The face was rough and the body was weak-colored from the sun. Hua Wujue was all elegance, with delicate skin and a cold, sideways face that. It's more of a quirky charm. However, Meng Xiaoying was not looking at Hua Wujue's looks. "You're not a scholar. Who the hell are you?" Meng Xiaoying asked warily. Hua Wujue's temperament and looks were as general as a scholar would seem to be, but it was as if the other party possessed the aura of a higher power innately. One can't help but want to submit to the heart. Most critical. Why doesn't a far-flung scholar carry a bookcase? You should know that bookworms are famous for their books. A scribe doesn't have any books on him, and he's not from around here. So how can this scribe be a scribe? It's not right. It's very wrong. Hua Wuju appreciated. You are right, I am indeed not a scholar. You're a meticulous observer, and I won't make an enemy of you. But, I'd still like to hear your story about what happened before. Well, would you like to talk to me? Meng Xiaoying's brows furrowed as she carefully surveyed it again. You're from the Demon Suppression Division. Hua Wuju's eyebrows raised and he didn't say anything. Meng Xiaoying, however, seemed to confirm her suspicions. The expression was like ice. Since when does your Demon Suppression Division also hear cases? It's pretty rare. Hua Wuju shook his head. I'm not from the Demon Suppression Division, but I still want to hear your story. At these words, Meng Xiaoying's iceberg-like face gave a slight lurch. She looked into the other woman's eyes, which were like an ancient well of tan, dark and deep, without joy or sorrow, distinguishable. Instead, she sensed an inexplicable familiarity in it. Meng Xiaoying said after a little thought, it's just the story of a freak that everyone calls a monster being raised by a pack of demon wolves that people see as monsters. If you want to hear it, I'll tell you about it sometime later. But for now, let's ask you to release your hold on my loved ones. Let me do what I have to do, and I'll thank you. Meng Xiaoying paused and added, if I'm still alive. Flower Wujue also pretended to be contemplative, and finally smiled faintly. Sounds like a good deal. I promise. A ringing finger. The demon wolves regained their mobility, and Meng Xiaoying let out a cry of alarm. Nuzzling up to the demon wolf king's drooping forehead, he leaned in close with a kiss. The demon wolf king lifted his head upwards with his head, and Meng Xiaoying was sent back up to his forehead. Demons, for the most part, are dignified beings. The wolves are even the best of them. Locations like the forehead basically don't let anyone near them. Even if it's a fellow clan member like that, it's still touchy, right? I didn't expect Meng Xiaoying to be able to make the Demon Wolf King and even the Demon Wolf Pack recognize him to such an extent. It's really not easy. The mountains are high. The green water is long. We'll meet again sometime. Flower Wujue smiled faintly, turned around and left, and with a breeze, he had already disappeared from the spot. Leaving behind an empty night. If Black and White were here, they would definitely ask. Now that Meng has found it, why don't you take Mona back? It wasn't actually Hua Wuju who didn't want to take Meng back. Rather, Mona put a deep seal on herself. Only when the right opportunity arises can Meng revert to her position. Thinking about this, Hua Wuju's face also looked a bit odd, because the artifact that Meng used to seal herself was none other than the Naiha bridge. Flower Wujue could certainly forcefully break the seal. However, upon meeting Meng, his mind changed. Red Dust Thresher Red Dust Phase. Maybe letting Meng experience the earth again could be a good boost to her cultivation? 1 day in hell, 10 years on earth. So what if I just wait 10 years for her? Flower Wujue was on a small hill overlooking the Mengjiazhuang at his feet. Mona's reincarnation has taken place 98 times. Now this life is the last. Flower Wujue didn't want to ruin this life's cultivation. Meng Xiaoying didn't realize that she was actually the legendary Mona in hell. And at this moment, she just wanted to avenge herself. Old village chief, after all these years, I've always had a question for you. Did my mother really die in childbirth after giving birth to me? Meng Xiaoying gazed at the old village chief in the corner. The old village chief was afraid that he also knew that he was in danger. But instead, he became somewhat frank. The village has been treating you as a calamity for the past 10 years or so. Are you blaming me? Blaming our Meng family? Shouldn't I blame you guys? Why are you all beating and scolding me when I clearly did nothing? Why are you trying to pin all the bad things in the village on me? Why do you all call my mom crazy? Why was I born to suffer the discrimination that you all have done to me? I was freezing to death in the village that winter, about to die. I prayed that you could give me even one piece of clothing that would protect me from the cold, but you just looked on with cold eyes, and not one of you was willing to lend a hand. If the wolves hadn't kept me warm, I would have died in the freezing cold years ago. It is clear that I am only an innocent man, and yet you are making things difficult for me. Even to the point of trying to put me to death. The Taoist priests of the year before last and the year before that, the officials, you put me on trumped-up charges. Let them kill me. And to make it easier for them to kill me, you led the villagers in cajoling me into spending the holidays together. Mayor, tell me, shouldn't I hate you all? Chapter 195, Questioning, each one's own word. The village chief heard the questioning, but suddenly smiled. Meng Xiaoying, is that all you see? The Demon Wolf King looked unfavorable, his brows showing disgust as he lifted his front paw up. It seems to be about to kill the village chief outright. Wait a minute. Meng Xiaoying spoke out to stop it. Woo! The Demon Wolf King turned his gaze in confusion. There's no hurry to kill him. Give him a chance to talk, and I'd like to see that. What on earth could he say? Meng Xiaoying was calm and collected, a cold smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. She was going to let them die. When you get to the Yellow Springs in hell, Don't say who bullied who. The old village chief looked at the demon wolf king with disdain, then raised his walking arm and pointed at it. You only know that this animal raised you. Then did you ever know that they kill the village hunters, eating the village's plow oxen? Meng Jiazhuang so many years. The village from time to time such incidents of loss of livestock. Often when found, it's all been taken by demon wolves. The people of Meng could only watch this without being able to do anything about it. Many villagers were also brutally killed by this demon wolf in order to seek justice. The oxen are more valuable than anything else to these crop farmers who depend on the land for their livelihood. More so to speak, the plowing oxen are the life of these croppers. How many families are counting on the plowing oxen to keep them alive? It turned out to be unexplained. It could be imagined that the villagers' hatred for these demonic wolves had reached a certain level. This hatred made them know they couldn't do any harm to the demon wolf, and yet still have no choice but to do so. In the end, he lost his life for nothing and still has no regrets. And there are not only crop farmers in Mengjiazhuang, there are also hunters who hunt. It's naturally impossible for these hunting hunters to enter the Ghost Wolf mountain range. That is, the ability to hunt on the periphery. As a result, this demonic wolf pack had inexplicably run away from the Ghost Wolf mountain range. This can lead to the hunters having 8 lifetimes of bad luck, and basically a 10 deaths and no life situation. No hunter could be spared from facing a pack of ghost wolves. More than 10 years ago, the number of hunters in Meng's family home was not small, although not to say that there were many, with about 30 families, but it's a year's work. More than 20 families died, not even a single corpse. Dead without a body is the final description to describe these poor hunters. The onyx of the family is the best depiction of Mengjiazhuang at that time. It can't be. How could I not know? Meng Xiaoying's brows tightened. Obviously, she didn't know about the past events of this decade or so ago. She had lived under the resistant blank stares of the villagers of the Meng family for as long as she could remember. Now when it comes to the bloodshed of more than 10 years ago, she is naturally in a state of complete ignorance. It wasn't her fault. After all, she was just too young at the time. Even knowing that, as a baby of a few years old, she had no one to give birth to, and that without these demon wolves. She would have been exposed to the wilderness long ago. Still, she found a couple of spunky Amazons in her memory fragments saying she had killed her man. They'd get their mouths covered in horror by the person next to them when they tried to go on. Stop them from going on. Of course you don't know. Of course you don't. You were just over half a year old. Where will I remember this? You'll only remember the milk these beasts gave you. You'll only remember the warmth these beasts brought you. The village chief sneered and spoke loudly. The villagers next to him also looked sad and they also remembered the mourning of the families at that time. Meng Xiaoying's face was expressionless, and her eyes were cold. So I should just starve and freeze to death like that? You never gave birth to me and raised me, yet you asked me to put myself in your shoes. Are you not ashamed? Are you not ashamed? Meng Xiaoying replied in a fraction of a second. The old village headman sneered and laughed, his wrinkled crease-covered arms slowly pointing at her. How do you know we didn't raise you? How do you know we haven't been there to raise you? Meng Xiaoying's expression changed, but she was still calm and collected. For 16 years, I've been living with wolves for as long as I can remember. Where did you say you had taught me? Is it hard to come and raise me in a dream? Meng Xiaoying was pretty sure that, in her own memory, there is absolutely no footage of living together with the villagers of Mengjiazhuang. There are only blank stares and scolding. The village chief struggled to his feet from the ground and pulled over a burly man next to him. See the Taro? Do you know why he's an orphan? Taro, the Hanyu who was pulled over, clenched his fists and lowered his head but it was like sparks clashing in his eyes. That's the emotion of hate. Meng Xiaoying was silent. She recognized Taro. This Taro was several years older than her. Because of being an orphan, the children in Meng's family often went to bully him as well. There were several times when she saw Taro being bullied and stood up for herself. The children had obviously been instructed by the elders of the family to simply leave whenever they encountered Meng Xiaoying. Don't make contact with Meng Xiaoying. The children dispersed and Taro was relieved, but Taro would just push her away and leave a hateful asterisk off. Meng Xiaoying originally would have played with Taro because he was isolated like herself. I didn't expect it to turn out this way. After this, Meng Xiaoying would never try to play with the children of the Meng family. Actually, no one in the Meng family wants to play with her either. I don't know. What's it to me? Meng Xiaoying's expression grew colder. It was like she was reliving her own scarred 16 years. Every recollection. It would just feel unspeakably hard. Even if you've long since looked away now, you'll still feel sad when you look back on it. Mengjiazhuang, after all, was the only human village in her memory, but she was not accepted by the people of the Meng family, who were also human. Instead, they were raised by the demon wolves as family, two completely different races. the results were also diametrically opposed. No, no, Meng Xiaoying, how is it okay? Taro's parents, but they were killed by you. The village chief snapped. No way. What are you babbling about? Meng Xiaoying felt a little annoyed. Her willow brows unconsciously furrowed together. Taro's mom and dad, why did they get themselves killed? The mayor's eyes gazed at Meng Xiaoying. Because you're a bogeyman. Fury. Meng Xiaoying has heard this description before, and the village people often talk about her as using a calamity, a bogeyman. Wait for a bad term to describe it. But Meng Xiaoying never actually knew why she was called Siren. Well said. She's the bogeyman. 5 demonic horses walked out slowly from the side. Chapter 196 Arrival. Head of the Demon Suppression Division. The moonlight of the night tilted silently. The 5 demonic horses proceeded to hoof it, their nostrils spewing out scorching hot air, their red eyes as tyrannical as they could be. The demonic wolves were restless. They bared their fangs and gave a warning growl. However, Meng Xiaoying noticed that the wolves' muscles were tightening. Even the demon wolf king. The lower limbs are slightly recurved and the muscles are tight. It's a maneuver that wolves make only when they sense danger. These 5 demonic horses. The 5. Third-ranked demon wolf king. It's quite possible to be a king in such a small place. But in my case, you can't even beat my mount. Introducing our mount. A 4th-ranked demonic beast. The date fiery horse. The head of the demon suppression division. Who was in the lead? Smiled faintly. The hills. Hua Wuju saw the sudden entry of the people from the demon suppression division, but wasn't surprised. Instead, he looked at the night sky with a somewhat odd expression on his face. It's only 2 minutes to midnight. Good show. It's about to start. The corners of Hana Wujua's mouth hooked up slightly, sitting on the crescent-shaped bumps of, gazing at the flooded moon with a relaxed face. The moon, which is gradually approaching the full moon, just one last little bit away from forming a perfect full moon. Moon, Taiyin Xian Gong. Today is the once-in-a-century moon festival. The matter is important. All of you should not be negligent. In front of the magnificent moonflower pond, there is a woman who is as delicate as a body. The muscles are like solid fat and the neck is like white jade. Her eyebrows are as white as a bamboo. She doesn't like color, but she has a 3/4 coolness, refusing to let people in. A strand of green silk was pinned behind the ear, and 3,000 strands of green silk hung down like a waterfall. Just one look is enough to make the men of the world go crazy and sink. Yes, Holy Maiden Sama. Behind them, the 8 slightly less cool-looking moon nymphs began to move around the moonflower pool. The Dharma seals in his hands formed a moon design on the top of the pool that emanated a divine light. The hour is up. The moon festival begins. Accompanied by the announcement of that cool beauty, the moonflower pool erupted with an unprecedentedly intense light, covering the moon palace in an instant. And it continues to spread outward. The moon sacrifice went well, and I hope that this one will serve my Taiyin Shin palace. Pray again for the prosperity of Maneki. The cool beauty murmured softly as she did. She is the holy maiden of this Taiyin Shin palace. At the same time, he was also the palace master of this Taiyin Shin palace. Russian. Holy maiden and palace master. Seemingly 2 unrelated positions, but it doesn't hold back one person from doing 2 jobs at the same time. At least, that's how it was in the Taiyin Shin palace. The moon festival. A festival that only the palace master can preside over. Rituals are performed every 100 years in exchange for the prosperity of the moon palace. It's like a nebulous thing akin to qi, passed down from the first generation of the Taiyin Shin palace's lord to the present day. No interruptions were ever made in between. Every generation of the palace master goes to this monthly festival that seems to serve no substantial purpose, just circulating the next prophecy. When the pool of moonlight pours out and the moonlight overflows, the moon palace Daxing man has appeared. Follow the guidance of the moonflower and bring back the people of Daxing. It will ensure honor and glory for all generations. This time, will there be a Daxing man? Ji Rushund looked at the moonflower pool while seemingly feeling something as she looked below the clouds. Just now, someone was spying on my moon palace? Ji Rushund didn't move and started tracking, but she only saw a mist. With such strength, why would you spy on my moon palace? Who is this man? Why spy at the time of the moon festival? Just as the mind was pondering. Instead, a strange movement came from the moonflower pool next to it. Ji Russian twisted her head to check, then froze in place. The moon pool, overflowing. What are you going to do? Meng Xiaoying looked vigilantly at the people from the demon suppression division who had suddenly appeared before her. The demon wolf king was also restless. In front of him, this division master of the demon suppression division, his body's cultivation was introverted, but his fury was exposed. This is the kind of fury that one possesses only after slaughtering how many living beings? We are here for one thing. Kill the demon. Kill the evil. The The head of the Demon Suppression Division's eyes narrowed slightly. The King of Qin gave a simple request. Life and death. In other words, he, the head of the Demon Suppression Division, only needs to kill her. Meng Xiaoying. It would have done the job and saved his head. The head of the Department of Demon Control has already observed it. This Meng Xiaoying was also just born with her own fury and had already reached a level of internalization. It's the result of being exposed to the netherworld. The head of the Demon Suppression Division had attributed the cause to the Demon Wolf Pack. Demon wolves were evil and it wasn't strange for them to be tainted with the fury. The born Bane body was more or less a name. The head of the Demon Suppression Division had seen many people who had come into contact with demons, thus causing them to be tainted with the demonic aura. These people hadn't killed anything either, but they were close to demons that possessed a fury. The natural Bane body is somewhat sharply different from this situation, even if it has not been systematically practiced. But the cultivation can also rise amazingly. It's just the same as demonic cultivation. Under the spell checking of the head of the Demon Suppression Division, it could be clearly seen. Meng Xiaoying didn't have any cultivation on her, just a regular baby girl. He, on the other hand, was a 6th-ranked martial zone powerhouse. The subordinates were all 5th-ranked martial spirit powerhouses as well. Even the date fiery horse under his straddle was a 4th-ranked demonic beast. Meng Xiaoying was the only threat to them. I'm afraid it's only that pack of demonic wolves. However, most of the demonic wolves of the demonic wolf pack were only 2nd-order demonic beasts. Even the demon wolf king, it was also a 3rd-order demonic beast in the district. The difference in rank, even if it was just 1 rank, was as far away as a gulf in the sky, far from being something that can be leveled by quantity. Think about it. The head of the Demon Suppression Division, who had already been tense for most of the day, relaxed, even tried to let out a laugh. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. Originally, I thought the mission was a hot potato. I didn't realize that I was just overthinking it. An ordinary human girl with a bit of a fury in her veins. What can be noteworthy? 01, 02. Go get this guy. Yes, the 2 big men on the left and right, who had large gold-striped curved-headed swords hanging horizontally, bowed and said yes. Then with a big stride, he tumbled right off the demon horse's back. 1 step and do 2. In an instant, he came underneath the demon wolf king like a ghost. A cold glint passed through the demon wolf king's eyes. Raising his massive fleshy claws, he traced 3 arcs through the air that, vowing to tear these 2 to shreds. Not enough to get the desired results as far as results are concerned. Instead, all that could be heard was a sound of gold and iron clashing. The demon wolf king's meaty claws were easily blocked with his sword. One of the Hanyo's mouth dripped with disdain. With force at the crook of his arm, he arced sideways, and then saw only blood splatters. A huge, fleshy claw, clipped out of the air, fell to the ground with a loud sound. Rolling smoke obscured the crowd's view. Wait for the smoke to dissipate. Only 2 figures were seen as speeding cranes, with disdain in their eyes, and holding great swords that, flying towards Meng Xiaoying. Chapter 197, Fooled, King of Qin Ji Chu. The demon wolf king roared. Ignoring the pain of the arm that had just been chopped off, he sidestepped across the front end. Then, unsurprisingly, he was cut out with a large gaping wound that saw bone. No! Meng Xiaoying pounced on the demon wolf king. The dying demon wolf king signaled with his eyes for Meng Xiaoying to hurry. Ha! The 2 men from the Demon Suppression Division naturally wouldn't give this opportunity, and continued forward with their golden patterned greatswords in hand. The head of the Demon Suppression Division has already given instructions, captured alive, so they're in no hurry. It's like a cat playing with a mouse. The demon wolf king remotely exuded anxiety and gently nudged Meng Xiaoying with his forehead. The other demonic wolves beside him spontaneously gathered around, even knowing the disparity in strength. And yet, they remained fearless, looking for death. Disdain flowed from the eyes of the 2 men of the Demon Suppression Division. For these demonic wolves have only 2 orders. They wanted to kill each other. It's just a matter of lifting a finger. In an instant a bloody path was killed before his eyes. Seeing her former partners fall one after another, Meng Xiaoying's breath became more and more rapid. The pupils were also gradually moving towards the color purple under an unknown effect. But these subtle changes were not noticed by anyone. Nope. Someone found out. Meng's purple nightmare ghost eyes. Hua Wuju whispered softly to himself. Spinning around, he smiled slightly. Looks like it's going to be an interesting trip out on its own. Purple nightmare ghost eyes? Meng's unique secret pupil. It has the effect of extracting the soul and controlling the spirit. Why don't you watch it with me? Hua Wuju suddenly shouted inexplicably. It seems to mean something, but there wasn't much of a human presence in the surrounding neighborhood, even for the reason of being at the top of the heap. There wasn't even a hint of someone living there. The air was silent for a few seconds. Then from behind a tree on the backside, a figure silently flashed out, dressed in golden lock armor and a punchy crown. he walks with a thumping crash. Hua Wuju didn't turn around to look. The latter watched the back of the former from behind. The former was overlooking the top of the mountain below. The situation was just weirdly stagnant, but it was the latter who eventually took the lead in breaking the stalemate. I am the Great Zhou Dynasty, King Ji Chu of Qin. Your Excellency. I wonder what is the purpose of being here. Ji Chu stared at the other party's back, not shifting his gaze for a moment. It seems like trying to see something behind this. If one pays attention to the pupils of this so-called King of Qin, Ji Chu, one can notice that the other person's pupils that, with two colors, black and white, like a taiji fish, emanating the mysterious aura of the Great Tao. This is actually a heavy pupil. Those with heavy pupils are unrivaled in all ages. It was once said that those with heavy pupils were born supreme and invincible at the same level. One pupil breaks all laws. No falsehood can be concealed in front of a heavy pupil. There is a thin layer of mist on this person's body that even the heavy pupils cannot dispel to see clearly. But why is it that I can feel the other party's breath fluctuating? Just a mortal. The chi of this place is special, and he must have the means to situate himself here with precision and accuracy. It cannot be said that it is the one who came with me to compete for the heavenly soul bone. Ji Chu's face was grave, thinking in his mind as if he were an enemy. He originally thought that with the talent of the heavy pupil, he had raised this soul baby for 18 years. At the end of the day, the only one who gets to pick the peach is yourself. Only to have a program come out halfway through. Can't see through it. Ji Chu took a long breath, even as he rerun the heavy pupil in front of the, nor is there the slightest glimpse of anything to be gleaned from it. There must be a great terror in this man. But I have waited for Soulbone for 18 years. It must not be given away so easily. It is not possible to say that the other party simply possesses some shelter that can conceal the deed of the, or maybe it's carrying some kind of treasure that can withstand heavy pupil arithmetic. Even if the other party is really some unearthly powerhouse, and I possess the forbidden land inheritance in my body. Even if you can't force your way through, you can still manage to get out in one piece. Retreating like this, it's not a good idea. The bottom of Ji Chu's narrow eyes flashed with a touch of coldness. I'm a spectator. Hua Wuju's voice was not light or heavy, but in Ji Chu's ears, it was as if he heard the roar of the Great Tao. Put! Ji Chu violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood and half-kneeled on the ground. It's, just by virtue of a single sentence, I can be seriously injured. What kind of cultivation level is it to be able to do this? You should know that he was the Qin king of the Great Zhou Dynasty, a natural-born heavy pupil. Even more so, he got the forbidden land inheritance. How could he be defeated so easily? No. I haven't used my bottom card yet. It must not be given up so easily. I am a spectator. Why don't you share a view with me? Hana Wuju's voice rose again. Not salty, not happy, not sad, no emotions mixed in. Ji Chu froze for a moment, then spat out blood and soared once again. This time it spit out a small puddle directly in front of him. Ji Chu didn't bother to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and hurriedly sat over numbly. And the positional control is very good. Without sitting side by side with Hua Wuju, he respectfully sat at the back. While sitting there, he carefully observed Hua Wuju's movements. At the same time, he also wanted to catch a glimpse of Hana Wuju's side face from this direction. But it was clear that the person in front of him was right in front of him. Ji Chu, however, had a feeling of seeing and seemingly not seeing. Great Emperor. Ji Chu's heart was in a cold sweat. As the Qin king of the Great Zhou Dynasty, he had especially obtained a copy of the inheritance of the Forbidden Land. For this case where the eye sees, but the mind does not, there is a very deep understanding. It is said that after reaching the Emperor realm in cultivation, unless the other party deliberately tries to make you remember you don't dare to memorize the other person's face even if your eyes see it. In your heart, in your mind, in your soul. That's why you have a situation where your eyes see it, but you can't form a likeness of the other person in your mind. Your name is King Qin. Hua Wuju faintly said. No, senior, my name is Ji Chu. Ji Chu hurriedly said. Kidding aside, this was a suspected great emperor in front of him. In case there is a collision between your name and the other side, wouldn't you be asking for trouble and finding a way for yourself to take your own life? Your name is King Qin. Ji Chu froze for a moment. Senior, my name is. Your name is King Qin. Ji Chu. Senior, my name is Qin Wang. Hana Wuju glanced at him, just a glance that. Ji Chu then felt as if some terrifying presence was looming over him. You are not allowed to call the king of Qin. Hua Wuju withdrew his gaze. Ji Chu. It's senior. I'm not called King Qin. Even if Ji Chu was fooled like this, he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction at all. He may be able to do whatever he wants in the eyes of others, but in front of the truly strong, it is nothing more than a clown who is fooled at will. Don't even dare to own even a single word of complaint. For example, you just said your name was King Qin. Hua Wuju's death stare was once again cast over. Ji Chu. Chapter 198 Meng. The First Seal. Ji Chu was silent for a moment, then got up, drew his sword, and killed himself. The whole movement was in one fluid motion. The clouds are flowing. Ji Chu is dead. The death was very dramatic and even a bit sloppy. But after his body dissipated on this cliff, far away in the great Zhou dynasty, the Qin Wanfu residence, inside a lotus pond, there was a golden light constituting at great speed. Gradually it changed into a well-built man with sharp edges. Damn it! Wasting my one chance to save my life for nothing. If there's a next time, make sure you avoid this guy. Temperamental. No idea what he's thinking. I'm simply driven to death. Ji Chu, even though he had re-entered through rebirth back inside the secret room of the Qin King's residence, still feeling cold and sweaty. As the saying goes, the power of the opponent is not scary, but the opponent's thinking without rules and regulations is the most frightening. It's like two people fighting. Everyone follows the normal line of thought, priority defense in vital areas and priority attack. But if there is a person who does not follow the rules, abandoning defense and also attack, he turned away alone. You look at each other's backs and you want to go after them, but you hesitate, because if you're going after it, it means you're going to abandon your defense and just launch an attack. And that's how the break was revealed. Once one's forehand fails, one also falls into the rhythm of the opponent. This is simply a strange thought. After all, where are the two men duking it out to turn around and walk away? But if someone is actually in front of you, after you've already taken defensive precautions, waiting for the time to gain a break, the other person, however, doesn't care about you and just turns his head and walks away. What to do about this situation? Chase, a hit and a miss, reveals a break. No chasing, sitting back and watching the other guy walk away. Ji Chu faced a little more odd. The other party has the strength to kill him, but does not kill him. Obviously, he was a mighty man, but his behavior did not match that of a mighty man. Grumpy, elusive. Even now, Ji Chu still hadn't figured out why Hua Wuju, why he had to say those words to him. Is it really just because of a name? That's a decisive way to die. Hua Wuju moved his eyes back and waved his hand, causing the bodies behind him to turn into dust. Once upon a time, I always wondered why Su Changliang always liked to do some strange things. It does seem to have some meaning today, but there's no him here after all. Otherwise this flood would be a bit more lively. Seemingly thinking of all the ridiculous things Su Changliang had ever done, a soft smile gradually surfaced on Hua Wuju's cold face. Mona, it's time to undo the first seal. Hua Wuju whispered softly to himself. The corpses of the demon wolves were stacked into a small hill, forming a wall of flesh and blood that, closely sheltering their king, as well as Meng Xiaoying. Meng Xiaoying shook the dying demon wolf king and watched as one after another demon wolf fell. The eyes had lost their color at some point and changed to a demonic purple. These are such a pain in the ass. They could have escaped with their lives, but they came before them to die. It's so uninformed. The man from the demon suppression division cursed angrily and yanked a demon wolf off his arm. Then he fell hard aside and cut off his head again with the great sword in his hand. Blood splattered all over. Ha ha, pain pain pain. The demon suppression division duo laughed out loud. They don't even think of what's going on here as a serious errand. It's simply an incredibly easy thing to do. You two stop dawdling and get this guy back to me right now. The head of the demon suppression division chortled from the demon horse. He had seen enough of this farce. The last test also showed that there was nothing special about the young girl in front of her. Then it's time for the game to end. He's still waiting to go back and deliver. What's there to stay in this poor country? Where's the pain in the ass that comes from this Kyoto church department? When I think of those dancers in the Ministry of Education who seem to be able to pinch water out of their hands, the head of the demon suppression division then couldn't help but flash a lecherous smile under his eyes. Think about it. He seemed to have suddenly thought of something, eyes glancing straight back and forth at Meng Xiaoying's body, especially lingering on those slender white calves. Since the king of Qin has said that life and death are not important, it shouldn't matter if he, himself, does something about it. The thought was like a bolt of lightning passing through the mind, igniting the fire of lust that, one shot up. The villagers in the corner had come back to their senses by now. Looking at the crowd of the Jin demon division on the demon horse, it was still the village chief who warily leaned in. My lord, it is true that I have come a long way to trouble you. The heavy aura of death on these people on the other side made these honest villagers, couldn't help but feel a deep awe from the bottom of his heart. There's nothing going on, so you guys just hurry up. We, the demon suppression division, don't care about you fools when we're doing our job. If you get caught in the crossfire, blame yourselves. The head of the demon suppression division snorted coldly, without the slightest bit of good color. It's never been like this for the demon control division, to protect the people and shelter the nation. Oh, No kidding. The Demon Suppression Division kills demons only to maintain order as well as stability in the Imperial Dynasty. After all, if the demons rebel, when the time comes and these villagers are done dying, where will the court collect the tax? Can't we go to the netherworld to collect it? Yes, yes. The village chief nodded repeatedly. There's been a lot of changes that we've encountered this evening already. This old heart can't take much more excitement. Surely there's nothing reassuring about being involved in such demonic matters. Playing with fire. Or describes the situation. The villagers quickly dispersed, going back to their homes, and if any of them were in the neighborhood. Instead, they led their wives and children far away from here and stayed temporarily in other people's homes, whether it was the demon wolf, or those from the Demon Suppression Division. None of these villagers wanted to come over and get involved again. It wasn't as if they hadn't recognized the danger of what was going on when they went to get involved in the first place. Let's just say it was before. Meng Xiaoying, after all, had shown them mercy. The field emptied out for a moment. Hey, come here yourself. The Demon Suppression Division duo raised the large golden patterned swords in their hands, seemingly smiling. There was a strange glow flowing through the greatsword, which had just been stained with the blood of so many demon wolves. There was a layer of blood mist in the haze. Meng Xiaoying was as unresponsive as a statue when she heard them. The Demon Suppression Division duo didn't think anything of it and shook their heads, carrying their greatswords over their shoulders. Because Meng Xiaoying's head was lowered deeply, they didn't notice that the other party's pupils had turned into a very bizarre look. Just think of it as the other guy being scared silly by the gore. Just as they approached to less than 2 steps, a slender palm leapt over their neck. They turned their eyes downward in horror, seeing a pair of purple and demonic pupils, which were lifeless and vibrant, gazing at them. Chapter 199 Fighting. Meng's Terror. You. The two of them from the Demon Suppression Division shivered, their expressions carrying a great deal of horror. It was like seeing something horrible. It was clear that they had also seen many hideous and terrifying demons, but why is it that just by seeing these pupils, he feels fear from the bottom of his heart? Even the resistance did not rise at the first moment. Click. Meng Xiaoying didn't answer them. Only a crunching sound was heard. The sound of bones breaking was clearly visible. The heads of the two men dropped to the side like disconnected puppets. Brush. The pupils of the head of the Demon Suppression Division shrunk violently as he drew out a chilling sword from his waist. With a very wary gaze at Meng Xiaoying in front of her, the remaining 2 people from the Demon Suppression Division who were still alive also drew their golden patterned greatswords together with them. The 5 demonic horses suddenly stirred, constantly kicking and beating their front hooves, and subconsciously trying to back up. The 3 of them sitting on the horse could barely suppress the demonic horse underneath them. Not so with the other 2 demon horses. After a brief moment of panic, simply twist and run straight away. Follow the vastness of the night, and run away to nowhere. The Jin Demon Division is still very well trained, at least as far as this situation is concerned. The other 2 henchmen didn't panic up. Instead, his eyes burned into readiness. I'm afraid this also has something to do with the fact that the head of the Demon Suppression Division is sitting right here. They don't think a nameless demon. It could beat the elite of their great Zhou Dynasty's Demon Suppression Division. However, the surface of the head of the Demon Suppression Division did not move, and his afterglow glanced at the place where the demonic horse had fled. The heart was in awe. It could make a 4th-ranked demonic beast finger feel the scent and run away in fear. This was not an aura that ordinary demons could give off. What's more, the demonic beasts that had undergone special training by the Demon Suppression Division all had extremely strong resistance to pressure. Even when facing a 5th and 6th order demonic beast, one would not be so panicked that they would turn their heads and run. To make a demon horse lose its temper like that, paper could be something even more terrifying. The thing that His Highness, the King of Qin, asked for by name. I'm afraid it's really a bit uncomplicated. Our trip. Looks like we're going to have to fight for our lives. The head of the Demon Suppression Division let out a long sigh in his heart, even though he already knew that it would be difficult to make things right. And yet, it still can't stop the decadence in his heart. Go! The head of the Demon Suppression Division snapped open and closed, pulling a conical object out of his arms. The conical object was thrown into midair. In an instant, a blood-colored barrier spread out around them. The barrier was like some sort of viscous liquid composition that made the air solidify. The blood source's time is only 1 minute. Take advantage of this minute to directly chop it up without having to hold back. Blood sources, extremely special secret treasures that can influence the composition of the surrounding aura by imposing a strength restriction on a restricted target can affect roughly 1/5 of the original cultivation level. If the strength is weak, it is a direct influence of 4/5. The head of the Demon Suppression Division barked out an admonition, then charged forward with his horse in the lead. The long sword in his hand pointed straight at Meng Xiaoying, who was floating in midair. A graceful sword flower was traced in the air, accompanied by a gust of hunting sound. The longsword was thrust at Meng Xiaoying's chest with unerring precision. The imagined stabbing into flesh and blood did not occur. Instead, a sound of crumbling was heard, only to see the longsword cracking into pieces, inch after inch, starting from the tip of the sword. It didn't stop until it reached the hilt of the sword. The head of the Jin demon division was shaken away from his longsword by some kind of powerful recoil. Even the demon horse underneath him was affected, and its hind hooves felt like they were embedded into the earth, burying into most of its calves. The remaining two henchmen glanced at each other, then violently jumped up from the demon horse. Demon god transformation. The two henchmen bellowed. The left and right sides each began to shift towards some strange form, growing fine fur, sharp teeth, and even wings. With a crackling sound, the person on the left turned into a purple gorilla that reeked of blood. The man on the right turned into a large black bull with two horns. Kill! The purple gorilla on the left let out a dull cry, as if after a vocal cord injury. The extremely raspy and thick sticky sound. A leap. Both arms were raised high, and with the fists that seemed like 1,000-pound hammers, they smashed downward fiercely, with dust and dirt. This purple gorilla, transformed from a human, was the one who felt a heartfelt coolness. He couldn't help but look down. Ming Ming's own fist hit Meng Xiaoying with precision, but he felt as if he had hit cotton. No, to be precise, it's like hitting the middle of the ocean. Obviously hit yourself, but it was as if they were plunged into an abyss. Can't help myself. Meng Xiaoying's pair of purple eyes tilted her head to look at the ape, and then the next moment, it was accompanied by a momentary unusual fluctuation in the air. Meng Xiaoying came directly under the neck of the purple gorilla. It was still the same slender palm, slowly grasping towards the neck. Even if the volume of the two is not at all of the same order of magnitude, it still gave the purple gorilla the feeling that a monstrous danger was approaching. One must know that the two fellow robes just now were both fifth-ranked martial spirits just like him. There was no resistance to being choked to the neck, straight to a violent death. There wasn't even time for a reaction to resist. He wasn't sure if he would be able to withstand it with his demon god transformation. The fellow soldiers next to him did not sit back and watch this happen. I saw the big black buffalo pick up the millstone fig tree beside it, uproot it, and then it was thrown directly towards Meng Xiaoying. Meng Xiaoying didn't raise her head for a second, holding the purple gorilla straight up and to the side. It was like holding a large shield. The entire tree was reduced to a crumbly mess. After this, it could be clearly seen that there were two bull horns with chili awnings, and with a swift and follow this large tree and stab forward. I have to say, the big black buffalo was very decisive. At least it was much more decisive than any of his peers. Seeing that it was impossible to save the purple gorilla from Meng Xiaoying, simply stab Meng Xiaoying to death directly through him. The purple gorilla seemed to know his fate, and simply did not put up any resistance. Even to the point of voluntarily removing the defense on his body so that the bullhorn could stab through his chest more smoothly. It's not like the head of the demon suppression division didn't do anything. I saw him take out another strange-looking compass from his bosom, and reciting under his breath that, "I don't know what I'm doing." The three demonic horses that were barely controlled earlier were also completely out of control at this moment. Fear from within compels them to leave the site. It also followed the same two horses from earlier, disappeared into nothingness with the blanket of night. Bang! The large black buffalo that the man from the demon suppression division had changed into smoothly stabbed through the purple gorilla's chest, and like a cannonball, it toppled through several large trees in a row before coming to a stop. But he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Look backward. One violet eye watched him ghostly. Chapter 200, The Divine Wheel of Fortune, 1/2, 400 words big chapter. Surplus. The cool touch was the same as the skin, and began to transmit to the mind. Death likewise follows with it. The black buffalo that the man from the demon suppression division had executed the demon god transformation change had its pupils gradually shrinking, gradually lost its luster, and then fell down as if it had been sucked dry of its internal organs and skin and bones. Even a crunch could be heard. It's the sound of bones breaking. His bones had actually turned into crumbs simply by falling to the ground. Meng Xiaoying, who hadn't had much of an expression, suddenly hooked a smile. A jump to the top of a tall acacia tree. The 3,000 green threads behind her fluttered in the wind. The body, visible to the naked eye, is plumping up. Whether it's the proud peaks, the slender beauty of the all are bringing a visual impact. What the hell is this? The head of the demon suppression division paused in his fiddling with the compass and looked up in alarm. The body is not the only thing that grows with it, and the eerie scent with the ghostly aura. Within a radius of 100 miles, it was as if a gray mist had been cast over it, and neither the moonlight overhead, nor or maybe it's a candle in the wind, all hidden from view. The visibility changed to an extremely low level, even face to face. You may not see the other person right in front of you either. Damn. The head of the Jin Demon Division was horrified in his heart. He actually couldn't see his own body anymore, knowing full well that his body was underneath this thick gray fog. But one's own naked eyes can't see it anyway, with which it cannot be seen in common. And the compass that fiddled with his hands. The destiny divine law must be seen in order to continue. How can this be? The head of the Demon Suppression Division had finally lived up to his subordination, and the divine law of fate was the only bottom card he had to look up to. It was something he brought from a relic. In the beginning about the usage of this compass, he wasn't very clear about it. It was only later, in battle after battle, that the mystery was gradually discovered. The compass doesn't really have a name. The reason why it is taken from the term destiny has to do with its use. That time, the head of the Demon Suppression Division, who had just stepped into the path of cultivation, was not as powerful as he is today. Just a bottom feeder minion. Day in and day out, I do the heavy lifting assigned by my supervisors. A lot of times these tasks don't really need to be done by them. Just hire someone else to do it. What moving? What building a house? What harvesting crops? The variety of miscellaneous tasks makes one almost breathless. You have to know that for these missions, the Demon Suppression Division won't give out any extra special rewards to you. How much you get paid depends on the mood of the employer. But this group of officials from the Demon Suppression Division can be assigned this kind of handyman. In itself, it is some powerful people who are using their special abilities. Let them labor for free as slaves. A good job might reward you with a bite to eat. If you do a bad job, flogging and scolding are common. So those were the days for the modern-day head of the Department of Demon Control. It can be a not-so-glamorous dark history. Eat the top and not the bottom. Eat the next meal and not the next. So at that time, he's usually looking for some extra money, like going to be some kind of caravan caretaker bodyguard. Or maybe it's a casual position as a caretaker to fill the row. To say that his karma also originated from that dart walk from a certain dartboard in the beginning. That walking bit escort was a strange cargo. It is not so much objects as boxes and boxes of living things. Look at the swaying cage. It wasn't that he hadn't wanted to go over and see what was down here, but whenever he was about to get close, and then some merchant's men would drive him away. And therein lies the most bizarre aspect of this dart walk, because these merchant caravans were covered in internalized cultivation, and each one's aura was unusually thick. All of them were not at all inferior compared to him, and a few were even stronger. He's like an insignificant little person. It's dedicated to witnessing what? The original head of the Department of Demon Suppression also realized this, and he was very self-conscious about being a small man. That is, following meals and walking every day. The destination was a rolling mountain range. It is known as Falling Feather Mountain. At the mouth of the mountain range in the beginning, there was a swampy area which was filled with white mist. There was a stumbling deer, running in panic. Then it was swallowed up instantly by tentacles reaching out of the swamp. It was as if those in the caravan had expected this. Roll out the first cage methodically. It was a plump young girl covered in black hair, hanging her head low and holding her arms in front of her. She saw someone looking at her and, with a shiver, he shrunk. The voluptuous girl with black hair was naked, but the fullness and perfection of a body like a work of art that should have been perfect. But the lush black hair, as if it were an orangutan's. But it was the ink that was splashed on this perfect work of art. It makes what should be a perfect item look not so perfect at the moment. The caravan of merchants, with a thick chain, like a dog on a leash. Let this young girl crawl on the ground, then bring it to the edge of this swamp. Bring it in front of this white mist. With a strong kick with her foot, the young girl covered in black hair rolled down into the swamp. Splash! It was strange that what was clearly a swamp in front of me was splashing with ripples similar to and like water. The tentacles immediately leapt up from the swamp like locusts. Then it densely covered the body of this young girl. The young girl covered in black hair struggled and tried to say something to the merchant, but only some strange whimpering noises could be made. Take a closer look. Her tongue was much shorter in comparison to a normal person, and if one looked more closely, this tongue is actually only half full. Half of the tongue had been cut out. After a period of tumbling, the swamp was finally silent. The head of the Demon Suppression Division at that time watched the scene with curiosity and awe the entire time. Curious that finally appeared to be escorting the goods. Fearful, on the other hand, was the weirdness of this swamp. The god knows what horrible tentacles. The swamp in front of us was like a melting pot that reeked of death. Any and all beings that come close enough to enter become fuel in this melting pot. There are no exceptions to be avoided. As stated earlier, the swamp in front of us looks like a melting pot. Then the next change. It's like throwing tons of ice into a furnace. Makes this melting pot actually lay down. The head of the Department of Demon Suppression looked dumbfounded at that time. But those immediately following the caravan dared not show any other emotion, because he had felt it at the moment. There seemed to be something wrong with his trip. Something intimidating. The swamp changed into a sturdy black field. Without the slightest surprise, the men of the caravan led their goods, one after the other, over this swamp. The head of the demon suppression division even took a closer look at the goods that were unloaded one by one at that time. With weird-looking fish people, sheep people with cute and innocent looks, with rough and rugged cattlemen, with a seductive foxman. Carry. In a nutshell, it's one oddly shaped fae after another. Midway through the process, it wasn't that the then head of the demon suppression division hadn't thought of sneaking away, because this goes in with the journey. The things seen are getting weirder and weirder. Twisted trees with teeth and claws like hideous demons. The river that hangs upside down, pouring down from overhead, looks like a Milky Way. Obscure light, interwoven within the mist. Steeply blazing, steeply chilly again. It wasn't as if he had sneaked off and been caught by the caravan's men and stopped thinking about continuing his escape. Rather, he witnessed a man of the caravan, who was on guard at the rear, within the weirdly intertwined mountain range, by a pair of withered green, long black hairs. There was also a strange palm with a green emerald wrench on his left thumb, giving a hard drag within the unknown. It's like it never existed, when he told someone about it. Instead, the merchants frowned and chided him for talking nonsense. The person he's talking about doesn't exist. The pupils of the then head of the demon suppression division stormed violently, and the man's face was in his mind's eye. It rapidly shifted from clear to blurry until it was completely erased from his mind, leaving only a blurry shadow. He didn't know, exactly, if the man even existed. Or is it because the person's existence has been erased by some unknown force? He argued that he was absolutely not mistaken. The merchant's men, on the other hand, sneered and asked him to give proof of the man's existence. Immediately he began searching his memory mind for traces of this man's existence. The caravan had been on the move for so many days that this man must have left something behind that was memorable enough to be remembered for his behavior. But so searching, immediately, his expression changed from his initial conviction to a strange state of doubt. The memory actually really didn't have any track of this person's existence. When the merchants saw this reaction from him, they felt even more that what they thought was right. It was through this method that he wanted to disrupt the caravan's military so that he could find an opportunity to escape. As for the results, Jin Demon Division. This identity didn't seem to play any sheltering role. He's had his tendons picked out, and he's been chained up like a piece of cargo, too. The only difference, though, I'm afraid, is that he looks like a human being. As for the others, they were all various fae. The caravan men had discussed it on the way, about his going and staying. He kept hearing words like sacrifice and such. Under the increasingly apprehensive mood, actually a moment of thought, fainted in fear. Wait until he wakes up leisurely again. Then he had arrived within a watery cave. Looking up at the white stalactites, drops of water were sliding across the smooth surface of it snapped and dripped to the floor. It made an extremely ear-piercing sound. He hadn't reacted to the situation he was in for a while. It just felt like the chains that bound him were gone. Subconsciously touching his neck, he felt nothing but a rough circle of scratches. But it also proves that all the earlier things were true. There really is a chain around the neck, associated with the earlier humiliation of crawling on the ground like a dog. He then felt resentment in his heart, but then he swirled around like a deflated ball of leather, disheveled. Now all the meridians in his body had been singed. Let's not talk about the fact that he had already been unable to defeat those in the merchant group earlier when his cultivation was evening out. Now that he has become an invalid, let alone to retaliate, I am afraid that the peacefully getting out of here would be a luxury. Think about it. He hurriedly looked around the room, and after a while of looking around, he was only slightly relieved, because he didn't see any merchants in the neighborhood. But again, there was no sign of the caravan having existed. After moving my wrists, there was nothing physically missing to allow normal movement. After coming down, it took him a moment to see what he had just been on top of. It was a huge clam, but not a normal river clam. Huge in size, not to mention with sharp teeth and fangs amongst the cracks in the shell, where he'd just been lying, which had just felt so soft. Didn't realize anything was wrong, but now look again. It was clearly a giant pink tongue. At this moment he reacted with a sickening chill and touched his back, and sure enough, he felt a handful of slime. He who doesn't understand what the hell is going on here. Knowing that he couldn't stay here for long, he ran towards the outside. This is a cavern-like place though, but in front of me I could see the light, like the cave was there. But at the moment, he was clearly overlooking an important point. That's when you start walking in this mountain range. The white fog just fills all the place. The visibility outside depends entirely on that highly erratic light situation, and the exit of the cave in front of him at the moment, but with an extremely steady light, as if it were telling you straight up that there was an exit right in front of you. Run this way and you'll get out. At least that's what he thought. So rolling and running toward it, with that clam behind him, There was a crackling sound as if something strange was happening, and the tongue could be seen slowly lifting. It's like contemplating whether or not your prey has escaped. He ran for about 5 or 6 minutes, until the sweat dripped from his forehead. It was only then that he finally did realize something was wrong. From the immediate visual distance, in 5 or 6 minutes, you can definitely run from there to the cave entrance, but now, it's like he's doing nothing, no matter how hard you run forward. It's like your actual distance hasn't changed. The exit from the cave in front of us seemed to be lengthening indefinitely. Every time you take a step forward, he lengthens back a bit. To verify the conjecture in his mind, he bit the tip of his finger and sip on a piece of barbed wire next to it. Then keep running forward. About a minute. He stopped. The pupils narrowed steeply as just where they were now. That barb is still conspicuously there. It's like he never leaves from here. But it's not exactly relative, because everything behind you is indeed a zone that does not overlap with the front. If he hadn't been in place himself, that's whether it's the back or the front, were all stretching out with their own running, and only the position in which he was. No change. Chapter 201, Divine Wheel of Fortune, 2 halves, 400 words big chapter. Infinitely extended front and rear. Being set at the beginning of the original place, the bizarre scene left the then head of the Demon Suppression Division at a loss for words. Cold sweat ran down his forehead. The strange hissing behind him barked and barked. A pink liquid began to spread across the floor. A small layer at first. Gradually it's going to cover the sole of the shoe. It was as if a hideous beast was about to begin digesting its food. The head of the Department of Demon Suppression was naturally unwilling at that time. Fuming madly, he continued to run forward. After all, he didn't know what else he could do except keep running. Running for who knows how long and long. Finally, he stumbled on his feet and fell hard to the ground, touching a large bloody hole in his forehead. Blood was flowing on the ground. That pink slime mingled with it. He cried out in sheer terror and kept wiping the pink slime off his face with his hands. As soon as the pink slime touched his body, a hot sensation just came from all over his body, like being burned with fire, like being fried in oil. He squirmed up on the ground, like a dog, his paws constantly reaching forward, clawing feebly at the pink slime that rose higher and higher at a time. Suddenly he caught something in the slime. It was the corner of a round object. He hadn't been able to think about it that much, and almost subconsciously, he'd taken it out. A wonderful feeling came over me, but he didn't know where the feeling came from. Just know that the hotness in my body subsided. Even the pink-colored slime seemed to have lost its root of support and completely receded. The surroundings became silent for a moment. Even the monster that had started out shouting was gone. He had some doubts that he was dreaming, but the facts were telling him that he was indeed out of danger. Somewhat less authentically, he took a few steps forward. He suddenly realized that he was actually free of the curse of being fixed in place, for the marked stone pillar, at this moment, had left. Even the light from the mouth of the cave in front of him became visible. He swallowed hard, grabbed the round thing haphazardly and rubbed it on his body and then darted out of the cave. It was just as he had expected. He actually did leave this weird cave. After coming out, the white mist had long since disappeared. He seems to have left the mountains, because the sun overhead was so hot, so warm, so fortaying. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes and he couldn't stop himself from laughing and crying. The experience since this trip to the dark was like a nightmare, not knowing when to break up. Now it's finally over. How can you not get excited? But his excitement quickly dissipated. Not far away, at the foot of an acacia tree, he saw a set of footprints. The footprints had heavy marks. It's like a man walking through with something heavy on his back, associated with those caravans of people and goods. He could basically assume with complete certainty that it was left behind by those caravan people. Almost instantly, a chill ran through his passages and his chest rose and fell violently. He was sacrificed. This situation appeared to be more normal than ever in his memory. Whenever those merchants encountered any difficult hurdles that they could not cross, then a cargo will be removed for sacrifice. To meet the monsters in these environments, he had good reason to believe that he, too, had been sacrificed. The bizarre situation in that cave just now formally and fully illustrated this point. What made him think a little deeper, though, was the fact that he had been treated as a piece of cargo to begin with? Or was it taken as such later? The two represent different concepts of information. It even has a direct impact on where he goes from here. If one decides to offer oneself as a sacrifice in the first place, then the people in this merchant caravan wouldn't be afraid of the Demon Suppression Division. Maybe he has been sold out by his superiors, because the job was still referred to him by his boss. At that time, his supervisor also received a small favor fee in accordance with the usual practice, and he did not think anything fishy. He hadn't looked back until now. I'm afraid that the probability of being sold myself is high. So many strange species, and he was a bit confused. It's not as if these things are not available within the Great Zhou dynasty. They are generally sold as some sort of exotic ornamental item. Like what Kunlun knew, Guanyin Biao, just very representative slaves. But it's also true that these strange species are considered unheard of, many of which he had only heard of in certain urban legends. But he couldn't think too much about it at the moment. The sun overhead has a tendency to go down, and before the change of day and night, he had to find a way out of this hellhole. It's only a temporary escape from danger at the moment. There is no telling when the real danger will strike again. The escape begins immediately. Escape from this creepy mountain range. But because so little is known about this mountain range, he was like a headless fly, bumping around in this mountain range. Only the solar energy that always shines in the sky gives him peace of mind. He was at a loss and anxious. That compass in his arms jolted with movement. The pointer above points in one direction. He froze for a moment, then half-heartedly tried to walk. After all, he had nothing better to do. Lucky, the place where it came out had an obvious clear path that led straight out of the mountains. He ran out, came to the mouth of the mountains. But it wasn't the mouth of the mountain range they had come in through. Because here, there's no such thing as a horrible swamp. What happened next was much simpler, and much more complicated. Found a town, became a blacksmith, and survived incognito for a while. The compass on his body suddenly moved. Immediately, his heart fluttered, and he associated himself with the experience of obtaining this compass, and the help it brings to itself. He quickly realized that this dissension must have something significant to do with his own well-being. The first time I got the compass, I helped myself out of the nightmare in the cave. The second time the compass stirred and helped himself out of that horrible mountain range. And what is this third time? His heart steeped in fire. The compass wouldn't harm him. He could be sure of that. So after a bit of makeup and packing of the finer things, he set off. But I didn't expect that this walk would actually bring me directly to the foot of the capital city of Great Zhou. This is the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division, the imperial capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. At that time, the head of the Demon Suppression Division was still a minion who had lost all his cultivation. Seeing this majestic and spectacular capital city, while his heart was pounding, he was a little apprehensive. After all, no matter how you look at it, you don't seem to have any qualifications that would allow you to enter this place. And he himself, I'm afraid he's still a carrier. To privately defect from the Jin Demon Division is a great offense that is unforgivable, so he was rightfully shaken about the compass. There was some skepticism that the compass would bring him good luck, but eventually, after some weighing, looking at the pointer on the compass, he gritted his teeth and still entered the imperial capital of this Great Zhou dynasty. Yudu. The city of Yudu was in a state of prosperity. Peddlers, strange people and dignitaries traveled to and from the city. The needle on the compass kept guiding him to an old white-bearded man. The white-bearded old man looked quite immortal. At this point it's selling something. It was unheard of to talk about broken bones being reborn and meridians being remodeled. The surrounding crowd of onlookers looked lively and were constantly up in arms to see for themselves. The white-bearded old man didn't argue, but literally started picking his way through the crowd. Maybe it really is the chi of the compass. Underworld. He was unsurprisingly picked by the old man with the white beard. What happened next was like a dream. The meridians that had been picked off by the merchant men had actually remodeled. His own cultivation was slowly recovering, and it wouldn't take many days for it would be possible to regain one's previous level of cultivation. In his ecstasy he wanted to thank the old man, but the white-bearded old man waved his hand, saying that meeting is destiny and there is no need to get involved in karma. He listened to the clouds, but he didn't think deeply about it. This was because he was now gripped by the ecstasy that followed the remodeling of his meridians and the restoration of his cultivation. But the next thing, it was like a big joke on him. The Demon Suppression Division is here. He said that he heard a report that there was an old Taoist priest practicing deception in the city of Yudu. It's promoting a fake drug that can break bones and reshape meridians. This is just nonsense. Let's not talk about whether things are true or not. If it's true, what's it going to do to all the apothecaries in town? This old white-bearded man hasn't paid a dime. Instead, it was the medicine store's shopkeeper who honored them every day. So naturally it was time for them to step in and rectify the situation. How can there be such a thing at the foot of the Son of Heaven? Rumor mongering and deception. That's a big crime. At the very least, you have to cut out your tongue and chop off your arms and legs. When the Demon Suppression Division came, the old white-bearded man was gone. Like a gust of wind. Gone in a flash. Only the head of the Department of Demon Suppression was left behind with a bewildered and confused look on his face. He was just a minion at the time. Throw him out on the street and no one would look at him squarely. Originally, he had made up his mind that he wouldn't even have any dealings with the Demon Suppression Division. By chance. Instead, he once again crossed paths with the Demon Suppression Division. One can only say that it is the vagaries of fate that make you laugh bitterly. the great benefactor who had just saved his life and remodeled his meridians. Now it actually became a source that indirectly pushed him towards the demon suppression division. He reacted quickly, absolutely not to be caught, mobilizing the little cultivation he had just recovered and, immediately, he ran towards the city gates. The men behind him quickly caught up, vaguely surprised. Originally thought that it was just a mortal old man who practiced deception, but I didn't expect that it was actually a person with cultivation. As to why the person who reported it said it was an old man and they saw a young man, they didn't count on it much. There's only one person on the stage. Who is it if not him? It doesn't even matter who he really is. It's not enough to catch someone. They, the henchmen, are guilty of working so hard. One more whole reconnaissance, tracking, verification of identity. How much time is this going to take? Might as well hurry up and grab one back, then collect the reward money. If not, there's still time to catch another one and get those drugstore owners to stuff another fortune down their throats. This is the right way to do things. But the trickiness of the guy in front of them was clearly beyond their expectations. Going to the gates was just a false move. Turns out he was trying to hide in the crowd. Obviously, this guy they were chasing must be a cultivator with a decent mind. Cultivation is not high, but cultivators are already 1 in a million. Especially valuable given the large mortal base. The Demon Suppression Division's men immediately corrected their stance, their cultivation bursting out at full force, and grabbed him back. He was thrown into the prison to be tried after hearing. His cultivation had only just been restored after all. It was not yet capable of escaping the capture of the subordinates of the Imperial Demon Suppression Division. He was in a hurry. Cultivation was restored, but it was as if the heavens had played a joke on him. It brought him to the last place he wanted to return to, yet the most painful thing was yet to come. The Demon Suppression Division did some investigating, and in the end, they actually found out that he was a member of the Demon Suppression Division, and has been missing for years. This is a big deal. After a few severe beatings, he was thrown directly onto death row. Just when he thought his life was over, the compass in his arms again gave guidance. It was a shriveled old man in the corner, white-haired and covered in rags. The eyes were exposed, but they looked like they were huddled in rags without any light. He understands that the key to his survival lies here. The compass would not deceive him. This is his last chance. The association is on death row. This old man must be some kind of great man who is through and through, and he wants to get rid of this killing situation. It's all up to him. Can he get the old man to help him out? He didn't act rashly. Begin to observe the habits of their elderly. The old man usually sits in a corner without saying a word, and often stares for the rest of the day. It only waits until it's time to deliver the rice before moving and taking away a grain of rice from the meal. It must be the roundest, fullest grain. It was like a small animal licking its way down a finger. The rest of the meal is left on the doorstep until the next replacement. Then another grain of rice. What this habit represented he did not know, but he knew he had to start with a hobby if he wanted to please the other man. But this grain of rice is really difficult for him, because if it was a favorite meal of some kind, he could have just as easily let this old man have his. But what is this grain of rice? He was worried and saw his sentence approaching. But his progress with the old man hadn't changed. All you can do is look at your meal and stare. It wasn't as if he hadn't tried to strike up a conversation with the old man. But the old man had no intention of paying any attention to him. Alive as a cold statue. Good thing, though, because of what the caretaker said. He finally found the key to this. The watchman then took away another meal that had been left abandoned in its place, and muttered in a low voice. Puritanical. No wonder the whole family died. He snapped, his own exploding in shock. Finally, he understood the identity of the old man in front of him. This must be a big shot in the dynasty. If you want to climb the ladder for the other side, you must start with the signs of the people in the court. He meditated, but half a dozen times he could think of any excuse he could have that he could borrow, because he simply did not have the ability to participate in the disposition of the officials in the court. Naturally, there were no names of court officials who were copied and destroyed. Once again, the compass came into play when it mattered. This was also the time when he finally realized how useful the compass was. An unknown and obscure scripture passed into his mind. An unknown arcane rune inscribed the compass. Meditate on your destiny in your mind. Fate, thus modified. He, who became the only son of the last late chancellor, has been in exile for more than 20 years. The chancellor and the old man had been close friends. After the old man was copied and exterminated, the emperor allowed him to make one request before he died. The old man wants the emperor to pardon him. The emperor agreed. He survived and climbed the ranks to become the head of the Demon Suppression Division. As a price, he would need to sacrifice all of his children. The Wheel of Fortune, thus named. Chapter 202 Destiny Plate. It's a pity that I messed with the wrong person. Thoughts returned slightly. The head of the Jin Demon Division's heart was in the right place. In fact, he had just entered the final stage of the chanting. If you visualize the compass in your own mind, it shouldn't work any worse. Say it and do it. Completed the last step of the change of fortune. As for what the side effects were, the head of the Demon Suppression Division didn't have time to think about it. What's the point of talking about side effects if you can't even stay alive? The head of the Demon Suppression Division sneered as he sensed that the compass had begun to turn. The gears of fate began. Meng Xiaoying, who was stepping on a towering branch, suddenly had a black aura surrounding her body. Along with that, her expression became pained and she pressed her hand against her head. The head of the Demon Suppression Division breathed a sigh of relief and drew a dagger from his arms. It's quenched with venom. This is no ordinary venom. Instead, it's the venom of a seventh-order demonic beast. This is a poison that can even corrode the soul of a god. Even if he came across it, he wouldn't be able to escape the fate of a god's soul being destroyed. The head of the Jin Demon Division pushed his hands apart, and a crossbow made of converging auras appeared in his hands, transparent blue color throughout. The dagger, which served as an arrowhead, lay silently on top. Taking advantage of Meng Xiaoying's moment of confusion, fired out steeply. The head of the Demon Suppression Division looked relaxed, even to the point of being somewhat laid back. According to the destiny he set out to make, Meng Xiaoying will cause her body to be revolted by the fury for some reason. He himself would take advantage of this gap in time to stab her through the heart with this dagger quenched with poison. He himself will bring back Meng Xiaoying's corpse without any problems. It wasn't as if the head of the Demon Suppression Division didn't want to create more lines of fate in his favor. Rather, it's the fear that it will lead to more horrible side effects, like the last time he came out of the heavenly prison, though he flew behind. But it is a permanent loss of fertility. Even if it means pampering your hundreds of concubines day in and day out like a pile driver, there's no way to produce a child either. So he wouldn't dare get himself any additional destinies. Any deal comes with a price. Play with fate and be prepared to be played with. Accompanied by gusts of cracking sounds, the dagger pierced through the gap between the leaves with unerring precision and stabbed into Meng Xiaoying's heart. The corners of the head of the Demon Suppression Division's mouth hooked up slightly. Settle STH. Meng Xiaoying fell down from the tree and lay on the ground, her face pale, her eyes closed tightly, and breath was weak and wandering. The head of the Demon Suppression Division walked over to him nonchalantly. While walking, he said, "There are more and more demons in the Great Zhou Kingdom, to the extent that even this kind of terrifying bogeyman has appeared. There must be some secret in the body of this bogeyman that the King of Qin wants. Before handing it over to him, I might be able to take some advantage of it." A greedy glint appeared in the eyes of the head of the Demon Suppression Division. The divine wheel of fate was all used by him. This poem is too dismal if it doesn't allow you to have any benefits. And in working out his destiny, he had kept a watchful eye. He himself would smoothly return Meng Xiaoying's corpse to the Qin Wangfu. It's a double entendre. This proves that there will be no hijacking or killing on the way to escort the corpse back to the capital. It also proves that the capital is not paying much attention to the corpse. The only one who was most concerned about this matter was the King of Qin. The rest of the royalty knew little of this information. He only took away a little of the benefits from this Meng Xiaoying's body, and the vast majority of it remained untouched. He believed that it was unlikely that the King of Qin would cause to attract the attention of the entire court because of this matter. The king is a smart man. He's not worried about unloading. If it does, it will have to wait until this King of Qin sits on the throne. But, with the crown prince around, it was impossible for the King of Qin to have this opportunity. The smile of the head of the Demon Suppression Division never fell. He seems comfortable with this power thing. It's a very good take on what's going on in each person's mind. It is the intricacies of the dynasty. It's what dared him to get his hands on what the King of Qin had named him for. If it was just an ordinary bogeyman, I'm afraid the head of the Demon Suppression Division wouldn't really have ventured such thoughts. But now he had even used the divine wheel of fate. It would be a big loss if we didn't do something about it. With that said, he had already arrived in front of Meng Xiaoying. There appeared to be a pattering, drizzling rain in the air. Crystalline droplets of water slid off the leaves with a crisp thud. Gradually, as if they were fried beans, they fell densely on the ground. The head of the Department of Demon Suppression, with a slight frown, waved his hand to open a shroud that, keep that rainwater out, looking at this overwhelmingly beautiful beauty underneath him. Instead, he didn't have a single thought about it, as if the desire had been completely stripped away. The head of the Demon Suppression Division froze violently, which was not a normal behavior. Mind you, he just can't have children. But it's not like you can't do fertility work. How could there not be a single thought? Just like a eunuch. The head of the Department of Demon Suppression stared in disbelief. In his mind, he quickly listed the extravagant scenes he had previously had with his wife's concubines. But that kind of fragrant scene. I can't believe he can't seduce a single heartstring in his heart. Completely cut off. The head of the Demon Suppression Division's face was horribly gloomy. He became a eunuch in the truest sense of the word. Even if this is still there, it is no longer the slightest bit different from a eunuch. It's all because of INGU. The head of the Demon Suppression Division cursed angrily and his face was grim. If I can't get me something that satisfies me, I'm going to thwart you. This is definitely not a joke. Even if he disobeyed the king of Qin, he would still thwart Meng Xiaoying. Maybe he didn't even notice himself. One is by no means so simple as being isolated from one's desires. Even the emotions have become much more impulsive and irritable. I can't believe this unfavorable idea was born, and it burns like wildfire. The head of the Jin Demon Division gripped the dagger before drawing it away from Meng Xiaoying's chest. Let's start with the chest. So-called Fei are either special in appearance. Either that or there's something special about the kidney bones in the body. It seems to me that the bogeyman is 8 or 9 times the latter. The head of the Demon Suppression Division secretly whispered. Meng Xiaoying's body didn't change in any unusual way when the change occurred. Nothing more than becoming a little more mature. Not quite up to the traits of the outer Fei. He began to cut with his hands. But after slicing the chest open, he froze. Spin is a creepy horror. Meng Xiaoying. Her heart was, actually, not there. No heart. Where is this still a human being? It's clearly a ghost. Clearly a ghost without a heart. The right hand of the head of the Demon Suppression Division was trembling a little. The word ghost is incredibly strange and only possessed in some ancient texts. Demonic beasts he wasn't afraid of. But ghosts just make people feel unnatural fear. Well, don't be afraid. You'll be a ghost soon too. The Destiny Disc. In your hand. It seems that you have some special opportunities. However, you messed with something you shouldn't have. So the life disc won't be able to protect you. There happens to be a terrible shortage of bulls and horses and ghosts in hell. So you can report for duty. A slight sideways glance. Flower Wuju as abyssal ink-like pupils, which seemed to be smiling and indifferent, were looking at him. Next moment, the Destiny Disc crumbled violently. The pointer shattered and flew uncontrollably into Hua Wuju's hand, and the head of the Jin Demon Division, with his body fading away. He was watching himself become a sentence of flesh and blood. Out of the void came a left and a right. 2 emotionless, grim ghostly messengers, picking up their hooked chains and hooked his soul. He struggled, but in vain. Gradually as the 2 ghostbusters move away. Chapter 203. Then let us put on this false mask together. Wait until the soul of the head of the Demon Suppression Division has been hooked far away. It was only then that 2 figures, one black and one white, appeared furtively. Take a closer look. Aren't they the black and the white? Hua Wuju squatted down and picked up Meng Xiaoying. The churning black chi was dissipating. The cracks in his chest were closing up too. But the heart that doesn't have one can never have one. Black impermanence poked white impermanence, signaling the other with a look. White impermanence understood immediately. Then he came up and said, "It's great that Lord Emperor found Meng so quickly." Black impermanence also nodded repeatedly. Once Lord Meng returned, the 10 temples of Hades, the 4 directions of ghost emperors, with all the adults able to return, the revival of hell is just around the corner. Hua Wuju said faintly. What is it? He saw right through the black and white, ghostly and sneaky, and, one look at it and you've done something wrong. The black and white irregulars were a little embarrassed. That, Lord Emperor, we had nothing better to do than to go in that rift that leads to the outer realm. Originally, I wanted to get some information for hell, and somehow ended up wanted by the lords there, with a mark on him. In order not to cause trouble for hell, we came to you. Flower Wujua listened calmly, then made a conclusion. So you guys got into trouble out there, then came to me. The embarrassment was clearly visible on the faces of the black and white irregulars, but quickly added, Emperor, we didn't just break into trouble and come to you for shelter. We've pried into a very important piece of information. The corners of the black and white irregulars' mouths hooked up slightly as they spoke. We inquired about the people there and not all of them were spooky. It's just that the characters who hold important positions are all bizarre. And there are still humanoids who possess a large base of presence. There's something interesting about this intel. However, the black and white irregulars were able to return from beyond the realm, so they were considered capable. Even if you're wanted, it's not a big deal. And don't look at who owns them back there. It was simply the hardest backstage in the flood. But most of the people in the flood right now don't realize this. Even the domain doesn't realize this. It was also the Tongtian sect master, who was beating his chest for not confirming the identity of Hua Wujie last time. Depressed. That was the only great emperor who had killed outside the domain to kill through the domain. Doubtless celestial emperor. I know. Hua Wuju waved his hand and, thinking slightly, he said, you guys gather these dead ghost wolves first and enlighten their spirits. I will have my own use for them. The black and white irregulars looked at the dead ghost wolf pack. Yes, Emperor. Two high-ranking skeleton members of the Hellmouth, not the least bit pie-eyed. The hustle and bustle went to work. For them, as long as one could follow Flower Wujue around, there was a great sense of sufficiency. In the meantime, Meng Xiaoying also gradually woke up. After opening her eyes, the first thing she saw was the side of Hua Wuju's face. The beautiful eyes widened slightly. It's you, that scholar. Why are you still here? Suddenly, though, she remembered something more important. Where are De and the others? Soon he saw those wolf demons who fell in a pool of blood. The breathless wolf king didn't carry his last breath either. No, it won't, Meng Xiaoying murmured in a low voice, two strings of crystalline teardrops flowing from the corners of her eyes. How she wished it was just a dream. How she wished that it was just a nightmare for her. The wolf demon pack is fine. Only she died herself. Why not? Why do people who are nice to themselves end up like this? Why? It's not true. Hua Wuju shook his head. No, it's true. Meng Xiaoying looked up as if she was shocked. Her heartfelt words were actually heard by the other party. These wolf demons are all dead. Flower Wujue paused, then added, died because of you. This is a murderous statement. Meng Xiaoying immediately felt pain in her heart and covered her chest, but no heartbeat could be felt, because she has no heart. When did she first realize she had no heart? That time, a Taoist priest came to kill her. When the wolf demon pack was out foraging and not there, there were only a few old and sickly ones. In order not to get involved, Meng Xiaoying ran out alone. The result was, naturally, to be caught up. The Taoist priest pierced her chest with a sword, and in a pool of blood, Meng Xiaoying fainted. Wait until she wakes up again. The Taoist priest had died beside him with a horrified look, his whole body as a dry corpse. Can't see a trace of anyone. Meng Xiaoying was startled, but suddenly he saw his own chest, which was actually an empty gaping hole. There's nothing in there. Not having a heart of your own. Her face quickly turned pale as she realized this. No heart. Still human? She stumbled to her feet and hobbled toward the crumbling temple where she had landed. On the way, they happened to encounter a pack of demon wolves that had come looking for her. The demon wolf king saw the injuries and humanized sadness flowed from his eyes. It carried Meng Xiaoying back. In the process, her chest had been restored to its original shape. Not even a scratch left on it. Only the clothes on his body were still stained with blood. Back to the village. The village sang and danced. And long ago it actually opened up some kind of feast. It's actually more lively than New Year's Eve. Listen carefully close. Turns out it was to celebrate the fact that the Furies were finally killed. Some of the village people saw the returning pack of demon wolves between their drunken eyes. He was so scared that he woke up drunk, kept shouting that there was a ghost, and then ran back to the middle of the village. Soon the whole village knew. The expression on everyone's face was so ugly that it was hard to see water dripping out. Almost every one of them was close to having it written on their face. Why are you still alive? Meng Xiaoying remained expressionless as the demonic wolves walked by. The two are as strangers. One girl tugged at her mom's sleeve. Why is that sister's face always expressionless? The girl's mom didn't know what to say in response. The villagers next to him also fell silent. No expression on your face? Meng Xiaoying walked past one villager after another. Her ice-cold, frosty face fixed in place. She used to cry out, and gradually she couldn't make a sound. She used to cry, and gradually she stopped shedding tears. She used to grieve, and gradually she was able to bear it all. And nowadays, she returned from death, a man without a heart. All that remained of her was expressionlessness. Her gaze was as firm as a rock, and only indifference remained in her heart. Finally, she figured it out. She and these villagers were, after all, irrelevant passers-by. She was heartless, and how could a villager with a heart take in a heartless monster? The longsword stabbed through the chest. That instant coldness was not as bad as the loss of this moment. Cold as frost. The mask of hypocrisy is always ruined. So come on, let's put on this mask of hypocrisy together. Nothing more. Chapter 204 Reincarnation of the Demon Wolf Pack. Restoration of Meng's divine soul. Looking at Meng Xiaoying who was like lost in thought, Flower Wujue's eyes flickered slightly, and his gaze seemed to penetrate straight through the soul. In that battle back then, Meng was seriously injured. He also forcibly used his already depleted power to send all of the top-level battle forces of the Hellmouth into reincarnation. It caused her divine soul to be damaged to an unimaginable degree. She performed the self-sealing not because she wanted to keep herself practicing in reincarnation. It's entirely about restoring one's divine soul power in this reincarnation after reincarnation. Time was winding down, the seals were failing, and the many reincarnations of it didn't allow her divine soul to gradually build up and recover, but instead wore down more and more. If this continues, the seal cannot be broken, and Meng will fade into reincarnation. Funny. At first, I can't believe I didn't notice. When he first saw Meng Xiaoying, he didn't realize this crucial issue, just perceiving the practice of 100 reincarnations, so he didn't hastily extradite Meng Xiaoying back to hell. But with a certain seal breaking last night, he was the one who saw the whole picture of what was going on. This had something to do with the fact that he didn't check Meng Xiaoying carefully at first. But, even if it was just a casual glance from Fa Wuju, Meng Xiaoying's predecessor, Meng Wu, was able to cover up the past and was also extremely powerful. To be sure, Meng definitely wasn't trying to hide the truth from Hua Wuju, or perhaps she hadn't even expected a brand new emperor to return so soon. The Mona of the Flood Time node had never seen Flower Wujue, the note that was left to exactly who? For Meng, who reigns over the Neho Bridge, perhaps only she herself has the answer. She's sealed and covered up. I'm afraid, to avoid being hunted, it had to be done as a last resort, to build up its strength again and again in one round. Still, the seals are failing under the flow of time. If I hadn't run into Flower Wujue, I'm afraid Meng Xiaoying will just remain Meng Xiaoying. Hua Wuju was silent, and then his eyes lifted up, lifting Meng Xiaoying's chin in the midst of crying. Red, swollen eyes streamed with tears, sadness and disbelief thrown together. A person's death is like the extinction of a lamp. No matter if it's a demon or a human, they all have their destiny. You can't stop it, just as you can't protest it. No, I don't believe it. Meng Xiaoying broke down. Hua Wuju's eyes were like a 10,000-year-old pool, calm and still. You don't have to believe that, because it's the truth. You bring them the cause, and naturally you sow the effect. Meng Xiaoying's body began to emit a black aura again, and her eyes became demonic and evil. You're lying. In this life, Meng is just a young girl who has not yet entered the world. The death of the demon wolves was tantamount to the death of her loved ones. At the moment she was in a highly unstable emotional zone. Flower Wujue knew this, but seemed to be doing it on purpose. Ow! Suddenly a timid and joyful wolf voice came. The tall demon wolf king soul stood behind the black and white irregulars like a well-behaved puppy. Behind them were many demonic wolf spirits. It was as if something had hit Meng Xiaoying's heartstrings. It made her lose her mind in a daze. The pupils changed back to a simple, translucent black. The black gas also dissipated indistinctly. They're alive. No, they're dead. Now they're nothing more than spirits. Black Impermanence explained, and even touched the demon wolf king's wolf fur with his hand. Meng Xiaoying tried to hold them, but it was like rushing into an illusory shadow. Untouchable. Mildness flowed from the demon wolf king's eyes as he bent his head down and gently licked Meng Xiaoying's cheek. Though it's not something you can run into. Yin and Yang, that's what it says. Can they still be alive? Realizing what had happened, Meng Xiaoying's emotions quickly adjusted back, and tenacity flowed across her face. If I could, whatever it would cost me, even if I were to die, I would be willing, Meng Xiaoying added. She knew there was something special about her that would find her. She wouldn't believe it if there wasn't something to seek. Where is all the goodwill for nothing? It's not all about purpose. The village chief cheated her for the purpose box. The villagers swindled her for the purpose. The price. You can't afford it. Hua Wuju shook his head. The black and white irregulars looked at each other, inexplicably a little odd. Even though the Mang woman in front of her had yet to return, she was at least a former bigwig of the Hellmouth. It's not easy to come back from the dead. You can do it by hooking your finger. What is the Emperor up to? The black and white impermanent face is odd, but the movement expression dare not show. Do not say a word. Waiting for Hana Wujue's command. Besides, did you ask them if they wanted to be brought back to life? A strange color flashed before Hana Wujue's eyes. Meng Xiaoying was bluffed by this soul questioning and didn't know how to answer for a moment. I don't know. You're being selfish. I didn't. But you never want to ask them what they want. How could they not want to? Live. Meng Xiaoying's voice gradually weakened, and her tone became more and more confused, because the demon wolf king soul on the opposite side was having soft eyes in and shaking his head lightly. It means, let's go reincarnate. Having spent so much time together, she naturally read the other's meaning. It was as if Meng Xiaoying had an electric current pass through her body. Are you leaving me? The demon wolf king shook his head again and looked at Hua Wuju with a complicated expression. It contains many emotions, from awe, to submission, to a natural sense of intimacy. You don't need us to guard you anymore. He can take you on. The black and white invincibles quietly glanced at each other again. Good lord, the channel is correct. This wolf demon spirit is really good at finding a lap to hold. Damn. Inexplicably I wanted to punch him in the face. How can the Emperor's thigh be hugged casually? And Mona herself doesn't need a lapdog, either. Wouldn't it be better for you guys to hug Meng's leg? See, this is what happens when information is not synchronized. Thighs do not embrace to reincarnate. Never seen such a defeatist and extravagant request. Meng Xiaoying took some effort to understand the meaning of reincarnation. It's like an old legend. After the fall of the earthly wheel does not open. Reincarnation has become an ancient legend of the flood. But it was good that she was sensible. Da, Shu, Ichi, Takeshi, Nan. One name came out of her mouth. With each name uttered, these demonic wolves hooked their mouths and, with a smile on his face, he rubbed against Meng Xiaoying. Then it dissipated into bits of starlight. The last one was the demon wolf king. It's like an old father who sees his daughter grow up, and without too much instruction. No more words. A relieved nod. It's all in the words. Demon wolves, all reincarnated to this point. The only people left in the empty Mengjiazwan were the frightened villagers, as well as the four of them, Flower Wujue, Black and White, and Meng Xiaoying. Chapter 205, A New Journey. Quirky Meng Xiaoying. What is your intention in seeking me out? Meng Xiaoying's expression calmed down, vaguely relieved. The Black and White irregulars looked at Flower Wujue in unison. Black and White, oh. Flower Wujue didn't hide anything this time, and after a short pause, said, You're Meng. I've come to take you back to hell. Meng Xiaoying frowned. Mona? The term could be very foreign to her, so foreign that she had never even heard of it. Sounds like a granny. What are you talking about? I'm obviously only 16 this year. Meng Xiaoying was clearly exasperated and rolled her eyes in exasperation. It doesn't matter. You're still Meng woman. Hua Wuju shook his head. Even 16 years ago. You're also a Mona. Black and White. The two of them thought over the sadness of the countless years that had passed. It was only then that I was able to hold back my laughter. One is Meng, a big shot in the hell, and the other is the new emperor who just inherited the hell. What a hilarious conversation between the two. I'm afraid no one would believe me if I told them. Meng Xiaoying was also infuriated, especially when she heard the latter sentence. What a drop. I wasn't even born yet. I'm a granny now. Then why am I still alive? Why don't I just pass away? Meng Xiaoying took a deep breath, and with a smile on her face, the young girl's 16-year-old face. It's like a pearl in the sky, and it's beautiful. The next moment, however, she roared mid-sentence. Get out! The Black and White irregulars and Flower Wujue were kicked out. Hua Wuju was puzzled and bewildered. Obviously he said the right What's with the sudden flip-flop? The Black and White irregulars were also forcibly pursing the corners of their mouths, fearing that they would accidentally laugh out loud. The Black and White irregulars came over. Emperor, although what we said is true, but Meng is a 16-something-year-old brat right now. You said her name is Meng. No girl likes to be called a granny. It's not surprising to be angry. Hua Wuju shook his head. It's not because of this that I don't understand. He looked up at the bright moon in the sky, his lips parting lightly. I was not expecting Meng to have such a side. Countless eons later, the boundless divide. Hong Kong Hades, Naho Bridge. Meng was lying lazily on her boudoir, holding a smoking gun in her hand, and inhaling lightly, exhaling wisps of white mist, out of the blue butt. Achoo! Mona choked on the smoke and looked puzzled after she slowed down. Why does it feel like someone is reading me? Next to it, when Blue Xiaoyu was first sent over in Bohai country. At the moment, he was scribbling something on the side with a sad face. While arguing, he murmured in a low voice, Emperor, come and pick me up and take me away. This woman is too much of a bully. Mona blackened her face. What words? Copy me 10 million more times. After saying that, though, she was lost in thought. In his mind, it was as if a hazy memory was becoming clearer, but on the verge of thinking about it. But then, as if split open, it reverts to a haze. Emperor, so what do we do now? The Black and White irregulars looked at Flower Wujue with bated breath. If Meng ignores them, how else can she extradite her back? Wouldn't that hell be cool? Yan Wang Ghost Emperor cannot return. This hell war power is not directly broken. Flower Wujue said with a calm expression. There's no need to be anxious. She will naturally return. And indeed it does. After waiting a while, Meng Xiaoying then walked out from the village path, with a lot more relief on her face. Even the smiles were more frequent, humming a little tune and bouncing along. Behind her, though, the entire village was surrounded by a rushing fire. Squealing curses and sounds of panic could still be heard. Hey, aren't you guys going to take me away? Let's go. Flower Wujue nodded and did not inquire about anything, as if it was something the two had agreed upon. Good. Only Black and White were left looking at the village in confusion. Good man. Hell is going to have a lot more cows and horses this time. The matter of Meng's house passed. Flower Wujue, Black and White, and Meng Xiaoying, towards a city more than 300 kilometers away. A few people didn't use spells to hurry. Of course Meng Xiaoying couldn't use her jutsu. She also only awakens a portion of her sealing power on key specific occasions. Most of the time it's nothing more than a complete waste of space. A dirt road in the mountains. A simple old yellow ox pulling a piece of a wooden wagon. Flower Wujue carried a bucket hat and sat on the old yellow ox to hurry. Behind them were the black and white irregulars and Meng Xiaoying sitting together. There were also melon seeds in his hand from somewhere. You guys talk about Meng being so powerful that she can extradite dead souls just by managing a bridge. I've heard that those great monks who eat fasting and read the Buddha's name can't even make it to this point. They all need to litigate the past life day by day in order for the departed souls to rest in peace. Meng Xiaoying asked as she sat on the side of the ox cart. High on melon seeds. Black Impermanence said with disdain in his eyes, those vultures of the Buddha's way count for nothing. Whether they can pass on to the next life or not, that's up to us in hell. They're going to the afterlife, my ass. White Impermanence also nodded repeatedly. That's it. Then lightly spit out the melon rind. Meng Xiaoying brightened up. Then I'm so great. What position did you guys just say you were in? Black Impermanence froze for a moment and said, Senior Ghostbusters. We're Heavenly Ghostbusters. For his part, White Impermanence's hand holding the melon seeds paused for a moment, vaguely having a bad premonition. Oh, exempt. In that case, I'll ask you again. As the Mona of Hell. What's my position? Meng Xiaoyu curiously pursued. Black Impermanence was in a bind. The position of Mona was not, by definition, counted as a position, because that totally describes a being. It's a human being. Where are the positions? Like the rest of them, the black and white irregulars, the 10 temples of hell, the 4 directions of ghost emperors. There's actually a job title for all of them. Only Meng added a Brahmaputra in addition to her real name. Meng never said her real name. And all the time, they usually present themselves as a granny. Only know her last name is Meng. People have been calling her Mona for a long time. But there's really nothing specific about the job title. If you have to go by power, I'm afraid that being in charge of the Naiha Bridge, I'm afraid that I'm able to be equal to the 4 directions ghost emperors. The Naiku Bridge is just one of the factors. Another factor is the strength of Mona. Any one of the 4 direction ghost emperors was unsure that they could beat Meng. If we're going to count, you should only be lower than the emperor's position. I don't know, said the Black Impermanent after a moment's reflection. Well, it's true that, while there's no clear title for the position of, but it's true that Meng woman doesn't need to listen to everyone except the emperor. White Impermanence added another sentence. Meng Xiaoying revealed a tiger tooth after hearing this and smiled cheekily. In that case, shouldn't you guys listen to me? Black and White inexplicably felt that something bad was about to happen. Chapter 206 Out of Control. A red robe comes into sight. Not bad. Not bad. Use a little more force. Well, that's just the right amount of force. Blackie, peel the melons for me faster. A cattle drover with a bucket hat on his head. A plain old yellow cow with a crate. The bumps in the hills didn't seem to bother them at all. The cattle driver with the cocked hat on his head, and a cold, sideways face, slightly upward. In the shadow on one side of a pair of abyssal ink eyes, calmly forward. On the crate, a quirky and unearthly woman, squinting comfortably. Enjoy the service of a bitter, conscientious, black and white face left and right. It is now high noon. The sunlight overhead poured down just enough to open one's eyes. A stallion suddenly rushed out from the side of the road. Spinning around was a disembodied scream. A woman in a large red gown, clinging to her horse, with a pair of good-looking almond eyes. At the moment it's all pearly whites. The steed underneath him was a demonic beast, but it was just a very ordinary first-ranked demonic beast. It was just a bit stronger than ordinary beasts, not considered to be how powerful in existence, but even if it's just a first-order demonic beast, as usual, the old buffalo was frightened, for this old buffalo was nothing but an ordinary animal. Usually, they are kept in captivity by the villagers for farming. Where have they ever encountered such a scene? So unsurprisingly, the old bulls were scared and ran amok, tearing at the crates behind them as if they were earthquakes. But just as he ran out a little, he immediately calmed down again. An inexplicable aura, a fleeting moment, the woman in the big red robe, and the demonic horse underneath her, for some reason, suddenly behaved a lot better. It was as if it had seen something that made it fearful of existence and didn't dare to continue to be reckless. The woman was in shock, her chest heaving violently as she raised her eyes to see the old yellow ox and his party. The gaze just met the eyes under the bucket hat. Watch! The thought suddenly rose in the woman's mind, and her entire body froze. Even if it was just the face that Flower Wujue had hidden, it was enough to kill most of the mundane men in this world. Flower Wujue calmly twisted her head a bit, glanced sideways at the startled demon horse and, spinning around, he stopped paying attention. The old yellow ox carried a line of people and left calmly. It was also shortly after they left. A group of men in flying fish suits with a pugnacious aura galloped in. Sheriff, are you all right? My subordinate is late to ask for punishment from the county lord. The group, dressed in flying fish suits, rolled off their horses and knelt on the ground. Oh, that's okay. I should be the one to say I'm sorry for the trouble. The woman who was called the sheriff waved her hands in succession after she returned to her senses, and there was just a hint of an unabated blush in her cheeks. The man in the flying fish suit at the head of the group breathed a sigh of relief. They are escorts who are here specifically to protect the sheriff. You should know that this is the tip of the heart of the crown prince of the current Great Zhou dynasty. It seems that the sheriff lord needs to go on a journey alone, according to the ancestral training. But today's prince is definitely not at ease. It was because the sheriff lord was merely a martial artist who had just stepped into the second rank of martial master. Going on an adventure alone, you are likely to encounter all sorts of unexpected accidents. That's why they were asked to protect it in secret. The flying fish guards originally possessed the duty of patrolling the world. Now it just happens to be in the name of the public to secretly protect the sheriff. The crown prince has given them a deadly order that if, on the way to this adventure, if anything goes wrong with Lord Sheriff, all of them will be buried with her. These flying fish guards that the officials of the world fear like snakes and scorpions do not dare to have the slightest dissatisfaction. The present old emperor is in his old age and his lifespan is about to end. The prince's words could already be said to be the emperor's words in a way. If they really let this Lord Sheriff make the slightest mistake, I'm afraid that I'm really not going to be able to keep my head on my shoulders. That's why it came so anxiously. To say that the reason why it went so wrong was still because the sheriff wanted to try riding a horse. It's funny to say, the county princess was nominally here for training, but in reality, the crown prince had already made arrangements for her a long time ago. Just go to a random place and fix the problem there, and then the adventure is over. And it's the kind of thing that's as simple as just doing it. The journey was like a tour, sitting in a sedan chair looking at the scenery, drinking tea, enjoying the flowers, and there were no surprises at all. All that was needed was to go to that city not too far ahead and take care of the demonic spirits roaming around inside. The Lord Sheriff is considered to have completed her bat mitzvah. Maybe it's because it's so boring. It was then that the group leader had the idea of wanting to ride alone. Otherwise, the adventure would have seemed too tasteless. These flying fish guards, who are responsible for protection, after some deliberation, exploration complete. There's nothing dangerous around here. That's what made it a yes. At first the sheriff's horse did right okay and there were no accidents. The flying fish guards followed suit. Who knew that all of a sudden, without knowing what, this demon horse was actually frightened? With a hiss, he ran straight ahead. Almost instantly, they disappeared at the end of the flying fish guards' line of sight. The flying fish guards were in a terrible hurry. They were generally third or fourth ranked martial artists, and there were no overly powerful martial artists following them, because the old emperor would not have allowed such overspecification. Arranging for protection in itself is forgiving enough. If another old monster is close by, then what's the point of this exercise? These are said to be the original words of the emperor's reprimand to the crown prince. They, on the other hand, were not martial artists specializing in speed, so they froze for a moment and actually didn't catch up. That's what caused these flying fish guards to be thrown off by some distance. But overall there wasn't much of a time difference. It just happened to be the time when the old yellow ox was carrying flower woodjue as they left. You can still see the ends of them in the shadows. A quirky, saucy woman was watching them and there were two other guys, one black and one white, waiting on the side. It's just looking at these two guys, kind of reluctantly. The leading flying fish guard came back to his senses. By the way, Sheriff, did this sinful horse stop on its own? Frightened horses don't stop easily. Originally, they had already done their best to kill the demon horse and then save the sheriff from the horse's back. As a result, who knew that he would actually see this demonic horse stop on its own? That's a bit unbelievable. Thinking about the guys we just saw, could it be that these guys were the ones who stepped in to help? Well, I guess, it's been quiet since it brought me here. The sheriff lord looked out in the direction that Hua Wuju had left. The flying fish guard at the head of the group clearly saw the feelings of a young girl's family in the sheriff's eyes. It was a feeling of being able to look at your beloved, and not being able to look at them. Delighted, lingering, squirming. Sheriff-sama, please also return to the sedan chair. The flying fish guards don't want to get involved in royal business. But if, on this journey, the sheriff's entanglements with people who shouldn't be getting entangled, flying fish guard still has an obligation to address it. Chapter 207, Martial Law. Under Shaoyang Pass, Meng Xiaoying, over here, didn't know that she hadn't done anything and was already being watched, is talking to the black and white. That woman just now, she looks so noble, and there's that fiery red pattern on her brow. Meng Xiaoying was envious. The satin dress, the delicate makeup, and the glowing jewelry. For a little country girl, this temptation is undoubtedly very fatal. What's wrong with this? Just some mundane objects. What's so rare about it? Black Impermanence was puzzled. Indeed, it's just damask. And this kind of thing can't even compare to the ghostly silk weaving of hell. The white errant also stopped peeling his melon. Spectral silk weaving, the clothing weaving bureau of hell. Almost all of the design of the hellish styles of clothing is handled by the spectral silk weaver. And the materials for the clothing of the spectral silk weaver made from a variety of rare and exotic birds and animals, and items such as elixirs as raw materials. Almost every piece of clothing possesses a special ability. It's like their black and white impermanent suits, both of which have Dharma body additions. Special effects such as increased speed of blue return. If you want to compare defense, you can't cross over to defense though. It could already be immune to all attacks with a cultivation level inferior to his own. Oh, here we go again. Meng Xiaoying rolled her eyes. If you guys really have this ability, change one for me. The black and white irregulars subconsciously glanced at Hua Wuju with their afterglow. It's not like they don't have the ability to show off this particular outfit. Rather, it was because Hana Wujua would not allow it. On this trip, the black and white irregulars have been acting unimpressive. It looks like a normal person. No one would have thought that these two rosy-cheeked guys were actually the impermanence of hell. Like it wouldn't occur to me that the man in the bucket hat who is riding a bull is actually the Emperor of Hell, Master of Fengdu. Even this quirky Meng Xiaoying had a terrifying identity, a mediocre line of people. And I'm afraid the only one who's really mediocre is Old Yellow Ox. If the Old Yellow Ox had a spirit, it would meet its peers, or other demon clans in the future. High and low have to be proud to come up with a line. More than a row? To think that in my old oxen's day, on a small crate, the Lord of Fengdu himself drove. Black, white, and Mona sit. What are you little party girls going to compare yourselves to me? Still, the old bull is just a simple, honest man for now. These are all afterward. Playfulness is moderate, and self-control in proportion. Hua Wuju said indifferently. Playing is fun. Fooling around is fun. Can't undermine the principles of this journey. Meng's divine soul was severely damaged, and in one reincarnation, the memories that belonged to itself were already dissipating. To solve this problem, Hua Wujue will take the perspective of the mortal world to re-enable Meng Xiaoying to pick up the character that belongs to Meng, and principles. When Meng Xiaoying understood life and death, obsession and forgetfulness, Mona, too, is back. The repair of the divine soul is, more than anything else, the repair of the will of the underworld. Factors belonging to the mortal world had long ago deeply affected Meng's own memories. The joys and sorrows of the world, the births and deaths of the mortal world. The complicated emotions seriously interfered with the revival of Meng's own memories. He's guiding Meng Xiaoying to find herself. Therefore, in order to fit in with the mortal world, he did not allow the black and white irregulars to utilize their magical powers. Can't you see that he's a dignified emperor? And he's all over this place herding cows. You hold your tongue and catch your ride. Meng Xiaoying didn't have the good sense to say, a woman is a vindictive creature. Calling me a granny? You're the one with the hammer. When the black and white irregulars heard this, it felt like a million horses made of mortal grass and mud running through the heart. Come on, this is the emperor. This was an emperor who had strongly and solely faced the 7 Hom-level supreme emperors at the World Tree. What's more, the demon emperor Donghuang Taiyi's bilocation was chained like a dog in the hell. Just ask the entire floodplain. How many dare to talk to the emperor like this? Meng Xiaoying, you're bouncing in a minefield. The black and white impermanence indicated that you cowhide. Without returning to the main body talk is hard. Good. Hua Wuju said indifferently. Meng Xiaoying's mouth twitched. She didn't understand how someone could speak with such precision and ignite herself. It seems that when he speaks, even if it's just a few sentences, even if there's nothing wrong with it, she can't help but think, I'm gonna hammer him. I'm going to hammer him. After a while, though, the corners of my mouth would unconsciously curl up again when I thought about these things. Hey, why have you two stopped? Are you planning to disobey your superiors? Meng Xiaoying revealed a sweet smile, a small tiger tooth playfully appearing, a natural-born beauty. In the sunlight overhead, 3,000 green silks were tinted with a golden mist. It was a good generation, but this beautiful image fell in the eyes of the black and white. It's like an imp's smile. The two brothers looked at each other with bitter walls and continued to be squeezed without tears. Grandma, you haven't even returned yet, and our two brothers have to be squeezed by you. After rushing all afternoon and traveling until dusk, the old yellow ox managed to stop in front of a city. The remaining sun is like blood. A line of large letters stands at the city gates. Shaoyang Pass. The entrance to the city was still bustling with people lined up on both sides ready to enter. Big bags, small bags, businessmen and farmers, dusty, rich man and bare-chested man. People of different classes and status are here at the moment waiting to enter the city at the same time. 2 soldiers at the door were inspecting it with boredom. The ones that look rich, Give some money and go straight through. Those who don't have money, blackface and half a day's inspection before they're let go. Flower Wujue came just behind a bare-chested young man when they were shooting. Little brother, this is going into town. The Hanyu struck up a conversation with himself. Yeah, the kid went into town to visit friends and family. Hua Wuju smiled faintly, without much of a stance. The Hanyu looked at Hua Wujue being so courteous, and was a little touched when he was happy in his heart. This looks like the son of a big family, bookish and fine-tuned. I can't believe I don't mind a stinky crop duster like me. When flattered, he cheerfully and kindly reminded. Little brother, if you guys want to enter the city today, you'd better go straight there now. You are a nobleman. The guards at the gate won't dare to make things difficult for you. But if you can't, you can just slip in some favors. There's no need to wait with all of us miserable people. The Hanyu did speak kindly, for when evening comes, the gates of the city will not allow any more people to enter. Didn't see the guards at the gate stalling in the dark when they encountered a bitter man with no money. For one thing, I don't want to let them in. Second, it's a delay. The guy with the money can't wait, or he misses the time. Then we can charge more. The Hanyu had obviously gotten off lightly a long time ago. A few large pies were rolled up in the bag. That is, they were already prepared to spend the night outside the city, waiting to go back into town the next day. Hua Wuju was just about to open his mouth to say something. Instead, he saw a soldier from the city come out in a hurry and say something in the ear of the guard at the entrance. The guard immediately blanched. Martial law. All of you stay outside the city. Anyone who dares to move will be killed without pardon. Chapter 208, Search, Extra Demonic Sneaks. Xiaoyang Pass was suddenly put on alert. All those who are still carrying on the queue outside the gates of the city. At this moment all of them were surrounded by one team of guards after another. What's going on? Not what are you guys doing here? These old people are obviously panicking. They're just trying to get into the city. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. There are even some rich businessmen who rely on their families to have some money. Rather dissatisfied, he spoke. Master, I am in a hurry to go into the city to visit the master teacher, so if I delay things, will you be responsible for it? The guards looked at each other with apparent dismay, and in their hearts, perhaps accustomed to compliments for these great men. It was actually a bit of a real buzzkill, seeing that they actually did have the intention of trying to get out of the way. This fat old man was obviously more pleased with himself. Just you few thieves Kuba, also dare to stop the old master me. I, a thieving chowderhead, will stop you. Just as the guards were silenced, not knowing what to do, a cold voice rang out like a flood of bells. The hearts and minds of the people present were shaken. The fat lord also shuddered for no reason. The guards on either side parted like a tidal wave, and a middle-aged general on a high horse that eyes were like falcons as they swept over the people present. It finally settled on the fat old man's face. The fat lord is a little flustered at the moment, but still, he forced himself not to lose his temper. Isn't this Commander Lu? I didn't think that even you would be alarmed by my entering a city. Commander Lu, as the chief military officer of Xiaoyang Pass, still had a deep voice. However, the master of the division mentioned by this fat old man in the beginning, the official title is bigger than this commander, because the Great Zhou dynasty emphasizes literature over martial arts. Civilian lords are generally more noble in rank than military officers. So don't look at Commander Lu in charge of the whole city's soldiers and horses, but in front of the civil officials it is still not enough to look at. Not to mention Lord City Lord, the master next to him was not something he could offend as a commander. That's where the fat old man's bottom line comes in. As the saying goes, don't look at the monk's face, look at the Buddha's face. He doesn't have much of an official title, but he can't afford to have connections. He believes that for the sake of the master, this Lu would not dare to do anything to him. But the way things were going apparently caught the fat old man off guard. Commander Lu sneered. Now that there is a demonic haunt in the city, the master you speak of, it has long since become a meal in the mouth of a demonic spirit. The fat lord's face instantly turned pale. I had heard the marketplace rumors of a demonic spirit around the area, but I didn't expect it to be true. And it ate Master Shifu. In that case, wouldn't he already have no backer in the city? Commander Lu, the fat lord shivered a little for a moment, not knowing what to say. The information that the genus was a demonic spirit roaming around was too shocking. Don't look at those demonic wolves in Meng's house. The villagers' reaction wasn't too big. This is entirely because people have developed fixed memories. Anyone who has been watching a demon wolf in front of their house for more than 10 years won't think it's a rare thing anymore. And this demonic spirit wasn't just a simple demonic creature. Rather, it is a demon tainted with evil. There is a fundamental difference between the two. Demons are still beasts in the end. Demon sneaks, on the other hand, are not even remotely related to demonic beasts, and the demonic spirits are extremely destructive and take pleasure in killing humans. Commander Lu's eyes showed impatience. You get your ass in line. Right now. We have good reason to suspect that the demonic spirits are hiding in your area. Ha! When the fat master heard this, both legs shivered, and a fine cold sweat seeped from his forehead. The demonic spirit is in these people. As soon as his legs went limp, he fell backward, and a few household servants shouted for his lordship, the lord, and rushed to catch him. Birdman with no balls. Commander Lu was full of disdain and kicked them aside, then rode slowly forward. The guards next to him were narrowing the circle. It made the team, which was still somewhat scattered, compact at once. Meng Xiaoying and the others were among them. What's going on here? It looks like something is going to happen. Meng Xiaoying surveyed the guards of these cities. The black and white irregulars shrugged. What can it be? Even if the sky falls, isn't the emperor still here? And just how strong a demonic spirit could there be in this kind of mortal dynasty? It was estimated that the emperor didn't even need to personally make a move. One finger from each of them could crush this demonic spirit to death. What are we going to do now? It's going to be dark soon. If we don't have a place to stay, just have to sleep on this crate. Meng Xiaoying looked toward Hua Wuju. The red haze in the sky was fading and a full moon was slowly taking over. There's no rush. Hua Wuju pulled the bucket hat down further. Meng Xiaoying nodded and didn't say anything else, quietly looking at the guards. The faces were swept over each one. For his part, the black and white were high on melon, watching the developments. Meng Xiaoying was very contemptuous at the sight. Eat, just eat. I'll have some too. Then you can see a picture like this. The faces of those who were obliged to remain in place were either worried or alarmed. There are all kinds of looks, but all have one thing in common. That's preoccupation. Looking at such a big battle. Anyone who is not a cutie. I'm not a cutie. I'm afraid something big is happening in this Shaoyang city. And didn't they come here in big packs to get into the city? Now there's a mess like this. Do they still want to go in? The people in the back were farther away and couldn't hear very well, but the people leaning forward had heard the conversation between Commander Lu and that fat old man. These people were bloodless, subconsciously looking at others, and their pupils were even more extremely uneasy. In no time at all, his entire back was drenched in sweat. Oh, demonic spirit. Right here. How can this calm them down? Maybe the demonic spirit was right next to him. I also wonder what method these people used to recognize that the demonic spirits were right here. Obviously something happened in the middle of the city. As a result, the blockade came all the way outside. It's so weird. Underneath this uneasy and depressing atmosphere, there were a few grunts. Meng Xiaoying, black and white, lying on the crate, just as stoned as a munchkin, as if they hadn't been left where they were. The crop duster who had first struck up a conversation was even more sidelong. I don't know why. It feels like these people have an inexplicable aura. It was strange, and for a moment it was impossible to say exactly what the aura was. But it just feels a little beyond words. According to folklore, it should be a lack of heart. The inspection was done quickly. It was just a couple people coming around to look at it. The guards that surrounded them, however, had no intention of withdrawing. Commander Lu announced to everyone that before he found the demonic spirit, everyone must stay where they are. Some of his men wondered why he had set up a siege here if he couldn't find the demonic spirit. Shouldn't we return to the inner city and look for it? Commander Lu's eyes were cold. The evil spirit will surely show up tonight. Chapter 209, Drowsiness. The appearance of the ghost of despair. I have read in ancient books that this demonic spirit is called a devourer, and that it must attach itself to the host. And to replace the body, you have to kill someone. Now that he's confined to this place by us, he'll surely choose to kill the host. Then the body is replaced again. After making some arrangements, Commander Lu began to wait for the rabbit. It was absolutely impossible for this frustrated ghost to escape from under his nose. The time soon came to night. The earth was wrapped in a layer of silver frost by the cool moonlight downward. These people, who were captive in place, tightened the clothes on their backs while hardly any of them dared to close their eyes. For not far away were the guards who had raised a campfire and were staring at them dead in the face. Rumors of a demonic spirit have been circulating within the group. Now we all know that a demonic spirit may be present here. Where else would anyone dare to close their eyes and relax? Aren't you afraid that you'll fall asleep and be killed by a demon? Brothers, this is a homemade big cake. Seeing that you didn't bring any dry food with you, it's good to eat a little. The big brother of the cropper who first struck up a conversation broke off half of the big cake he was holding and it was handed to Hana Wujue. Hua Wuju was not polite. Thank you. Black and White's stone hand paused for a moment, and in his mind, he thought, could it be that this new emperor of his own liked the food of the mortal world? This they silently noted. The thought crossed his mind that he must learn how to make food in the mortal world. As the saying goes, if you want to keep someone, you first have to keep their stomach first. Since it was what the emperor liked, They had to learn it even if they weren't interested. After Hua Wuju took the cakes, he gave them to several people to share. No one was pretentious, and they took 3 or 2 bites and didn't mince words about the pie. Big brother, this cake. It smells so good. Big brother, this cake. Strong enough. Big brother Crops is happy. It seems to be a heartfelt pleasure. These noble people, they are different from what one has encountered before yet. Wouldn't look down on him. Wouldn't mind his big pancakes either. Time flew by and soon it was stepping into the late hours of the night. There were already quite a few people in the crowd. Sleepy and couldn't help but close their eyes and take a nap. As a mortal, Meng Xiaoying was no exception. Meng Xiaoying yawned and moved her neck. So sleepy, I'm going to take a nap. The black and white irregulars were also a bit surprised as they touched their sore necks. It's really strange that we're actually feeling a little sleepy too. That's pretty rare up there. The black and white are not ordinary people like them. The real identities of the 2 men were the heavenly ghostbusters of the Hellmouth. Don't say he won't close his eyes for days and nights. Even if you let him close his eyes for years and years, none of them will feel tired. I didn't expect to actually feel tired here today. It's not just here that there's a problem. The guards who watched over them, too, one by one, also fell about as if infected with drowsiness. One by one, they dozed off. Some even simply stuck their weapons in the ground and leaned on them to sleep. Commander Lu was furious to see this scene. His cultivation level was that of a 4th-ranked Grand Martial Master, and with deliberate vigilance, he was still able to stay awake and, even though he also felt a burst of sleepiness coming on, he was still acutely aware that something was wrong. Get thee up! The demonic spirits will be on the move soon. A fierce roar. It made a number of people instantly interrupted in their sleep, and one by one they opened their bloodshot eyes and, looking left and right, he was taken aback. Those soldiers are even more needless to say. As soon as he heard that the demonic spirit was about to start moving, first he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Only then did he raise his weapon in panic and look around. Unconsciously, Commander Lu covered his face with his hands and started shaking his head. What kind of henchmen are these? It really doesn't mean. Commander Lu took a deep breath and drew his own weapon from his waist. It was a long, chilly knife. Dog, I'd like to see how much longer you're going to hold back. Commander Lu's eyes flashed with tyrannical killing intent. Playing this kind of trick under his nose. Do you really think he's a paper mache? Over here. Meng Xiaoying rubbed her eyes and opened them in a daze. It just felt like I heard someone yelling in my ears and then I was woken up. What for? A small voice muttered. Then fall back asleep. Black Impermanence's eyes narrowed slightly, his vision sweeping across the field somewhat dangerously. White Impermanence, on the other hand, with a hint of a smile, casually draped a blanket over Meng Xiaoying's body, so that she could sleep more peacefully. Underneath the bucket hat, the corners of Hua Wuju's mouth were slightly hooked. Another quarter of an hour passed. The field fell to the east, and those who had been awakened earlier by the voice of it actually started to carry on sleeping again. The squire, who had already steeled himself, could not make the slightest difference. Again, like a frosty eggplant, he began to sleep. But the difference is this. This time, Commander Lu was also a bit unable to hold on, and his 2 eyelids were as if they were fighting, making it difficult to bear. Tide after tide of drowsiness assailed him. It almost made his mind break down. It was as if a voice kept whispering in his ear. Sleep, go to sleep. Ah! Commander Lu shouted and directly used his own long knife to wind down a large piece of meat from his arm. The pain in his bones was finally bringing him back out of that nightmarish sleepiness. Black Impermanence glanced at the human with some surprise, but didn't care much, because he knew that this guy wouldn't last much longer. Sure enough, as time passes again, Commander Lu finally couldn't carry on, covered his arm and collapsed, snoring in his sleep. The field was finally sort of silent now, right in the middle of the silence. Within the crowd of people who had fallen to the east, a figure set for Eerie stood up, his mouth grinning at the corners and, it's like rejoicing in the success of your plot. In the light of the moon, the guy's shadow looked like an elongated noodle, and it was extremely bizarre. I just saw the guy look around, take a very intoxicated breath of air and, then like a wild animal, with both hands open, he leaned forward as if picking out his prey. Eventually he looked away, step by step towards where an old yellow cow was. At this moment, the black and white irregulars had their eyes closed, and their appearance was generally the same as those who were sound asleep, but it was that they wanted to laugh very much in their hearts, but it was impossible to smile. If you use the words of Blue Star, that smile is harder to suppress than even a ghost that actually crashed in front of them. An early death wouldn't be enough to describe this guy. It's simply here to give away benefits. Hell's reserves are pretty empty right now. I'm afraid this guy's here on purpose to fill the void in Hell's coffers, contribute to the development of Hell. The silhouette didn't realize in the slightest that something was wrong. Instead, he became more and more excited as he watched the sleeping prey, Looking over the 4 men, he finally chose to head towards the one with the bucket hat. Black and white, oh, come on. The figure's outstretched hand, the palm of which was rapidly changing towards the claws of the beast, or is rapidly becoming acute. But just a moment before it was about to touch a hand that grabbed him, the silhouette locked eyes with a pair of abysmal ink eyes. Chapter 210, Soul. Mona, it's your turn. Just be afraid the air will suddenly go quiet. The attacking devourer obviously didn't expect this turn of events, so for a moment the outstretched hand was neither withdrawn nor continued, between the dilemma of getting in and getting out. Caught in a dilemma. At last, however, it seemed to make up its mind, and the moonlight devourer, showing a menacing expression, the shadow expanded dramatically, seemingly ready to force its hand. Hana Wujua, Ghost of the Devil. It suddenly sensed a hint of something wrong, and there seemed to be something particularly dangerous about the man in front of him, even if it's just the soul body of it. It was also irritated and shivered by this meditative feeling, so how could it dare to go on? So it was only that the shadow swelled up and then steeply disappeared. But, can it run away? Hua Wujua gently lifted his palm, and the next moment he saw the ghost of the devourer, who had just fled. It's caught in the hand like a frosty eggplant. The black and white irregulars also leaned in with a meaningful smile. You little bastard, playing this in front of us. Is it that your black brother can't hold a knife anymore? Or that your white brother can't lift a gun? The aura of the black and white irregulars, without the slightest bit of concealment, burst out at this moment. The brilliant underworld, the black and white, the hooked ghosts. Vaguely, there seemed to be a black and a white, 2 huge silhouettes behind the 2 men. One with his tongue out, one without. The ghost of the devourer's eyes directly widened with horror. What the? The ghost of the devourer opened his mouth anxiously, as if he wanted to say something. You, ineligible for reincarnation. Hua Wuju pointed a finger and the devils directly dissipated. Not even a hair left. But, after the ghost of the devourer had dissipated, there was a transparent white figure, somewhat bewildered, standing at a loss. This white soul shadow, looking closely at the face, wasn't it the simple man who had just distributed the burnt cakes to them? It turned out that the devouring ghost that Commander Lu said at that time was possessing this simple man's body. It was no wonder that when this devourer launched its attack, the preferred target was them. It's a shame to say, the moment the ghost of the devourer chose to possess him, the simple man was actually dead. Only he didn't notice. It was still his instincts that were dominating the actions of his body. The spirit of the simple man was wrapped up in the devourer. It's like a chair. The simple man thought he was sitting in a chair. Actually, he's sitting in the belly of the devils. Black Impermanence shook his head and sighed vaguely. Alas, brother, it's bad luck that this happened to you. It's unfortunate, but I'll tell you, congratulations. You can end this life of drudgery. Yes, brother, look on the bright side of everything. It's a blessing, not a curse, but a curse that can't be avoided. Early death and early reincarnation, lagging behind others in this life, and winning directly at the starting line in the next. White Impermanence also chimed in. The spirit of the simple man was obviously confused. How come he died with congratulations? Is there such a thing? Zhang Er, do you have any unfinished wishes in your life? Hua Wuju interrupted the black and white irregulars, his gaze calmly gazing at the naive man. The simple man's eyes were visibly red. Can I not die? Why? Hana Wujua asked. The simple man obviously hadn't thought about that answer. Was there a reason for wanting to live? After some thought, though, the simple man gave his answer. My old mother at home is over 70 years old, and without my ministrations, can't survive this winter. There's more, and the inner circle of my family. I've never let her have a good life in my life, letting her suffer in the fields after me. Ugh, if I could, I'd like her to never know me, and my doggy. This child has been unintelligent since he was a child. He fights with people all day long and doesn't upset his mother or his grandmother at all. And if I could, I'd like to go back and beat him up. Well, what else do you have to say? Zhang Er didn't know what was going on, and listening to the words of the young man in front of him, I couldn't help but say all the words in my heart. Something buried in the back of my mind was said. Perhaps these were words that he was originally going to bury in his heart for the rest of his life. Next door to my house, there's a guy named Su Lauer who comes to take advantage of our family every day when he's not doing anything. I've been holding my tongue to save face. Once I went out to sell firewood and set up a stall because I didn't pay protection money. I was robbed of my money and firewood by a couple of shrews, and that day, I was in front of my house and didn't dare to go in for half a day. On New Year's Eve last year, my inner circle looked at the new clothes of the Sun Maiden next door and she couldn't take her eyes off the envy. She didn't say anything, but I knew that she wanted it too. All my life, I've lived a lousy, meaningless life. As Zhang Er spoke, he actually covered his face and cried bitterly. I haven't lived enough. I don't want to die. Why did this fall on my lap? I really don't want to die. I haven't bought my mother a new dress yet. Obviously I'll be able to buy it this time. The store is just around the corner on the east side of the city. And she likes the water cloud pattern material. Zhang Er broke down a bit, his emotions raging out, causing him to press his head tightly, tears streaming down his face. This time he came into town for no other reason than it was to buy that water cloud pattern material for his own mother. To buy. He had hiked the entire 30 miles or so up the mountain, and his straw shoes were worn out. There was another pair of shoes in the carrier, but he was afraid to wear it, for there were still a full 30 miles to go on the way back to the village. Zhang Er, do you regret it? Hannah Wujue asked. Zhang Er raised his head in some bewilderment as the question flowed through his mind, and he subconsciously answered, I'm not sorry. After Zhang Er uttered this answer, his entire body suddenly brightened up, and the corners of his mouth smiled dementedly. I'm not sorry. I don't regret it. The black and white irregulars looked at each other with a rather awkward feeling when they saw this. Is this too much of a shock to go crazy? But Zhang Er wasn't crazy. He just finally knew his answer. Regret, joy, guilt, dismay, all sorts of leftover emotions flashed through him, making him feel like a world away. His whole life was like an exam paper that had already been answered, regardless of regret and fulfillment. It's all about writing your own answers in the end. Where's the regret in that? Zhang Er bent down deeply and made a respectful bow. Thank you, sir. He didn't know what he should call Hua Wuju, but Mr., as far as he could remember, was the most respected profession. This brother in front of me is like an exiled immortal. Must be a respectable gentleman. How else could you say something so profound? Hua Wuju suddenly looked slightly sideways. Mona, you should do something.